Chapter 1. My ninjutsu has darkened. Have I actually traversed dimensions? Into the world of Naruto, no less. Upon awakening, Mufong found himself in a state of bewilderment. What was meant to be a brief afternoon nap had unexpectedly transported him to the world of ninjas, where he had become a mere elementary student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. In the midst of his astonishment, Mufong surveyed his surroundings at that moment. Several students, around 7 or 8 years of age, were seated diligently at their desks. Mufong began to scrutinize his classmates. There were no familiar faces like Naruto or Sasuke. Yet he noticed that sweetly smiling girl with purple markings on her face bears a resemblance to Rin Noera. And beside her, that little girl with ruby-red eyes must be Kurenai Yuhi. Goodness, that boy with the goggles, so boorish in demeanor, is none other than Uchiha Obito, the future arch-villain of the ninja world. Those others appear to be Asuma, Sarutobi, and Gai. My heavens. I have traversed into the world of Naruto, and I am the same class as Obito. Mufong's eyes widened, his mind swirling with incredulity. Just then, a sharp pain pricked at his head, and fragmented memories began to flood, and he accepted the memories of the original owner, Uchiha. My full name is Uchiha Mufong. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. With this newfound awareness, Mufong began to comprehend his identity. A flicker of excitement glimmered in his black pupils, however. That shimmer quickly dimmed, replaced by a heavy sense of foreboding. Indeed, it was a matter of joy to find oneself in the body of an Uchiha. The formidable Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit, would undoubtedly evoke envy in other ninjas, yet what troubled Mufong was the particular time period to which he had been transported. Anyone familiar with the original story would know that during the time Obito, Gai, and others were attending the Ninja Academy, the entire ninja world was embroiled in the Third Great Ninja War. The major villages Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure engaged in fierce battles as the epicenter of this conflict. Konoha had suffered immeasurable losses. In the original narrative, even Obito and Kakashi, under the protection of the fourth Hokage, faced dire crises. One can only imagine the fate of others. Furthermore, it is well known that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the upper echelons of Konoha was fraught with tension, culminating in the tragic Uchiha massacre. In his previous life, Mufong had been an ardent fan of Naruto, and thus had delved deeply into the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha massacre. In his view, the primary catalyst for this tragedy was likely the Third Great Ninja War. That old man, the third Hokage, may appear upright, but his heart must be as dark as they come. Mufong murmured, his anxiety about his future intensifying. Uchiha Mufong. This character did not exist in the original narrative, indicating that the original owner possessed mediocre talent. If he were to graduate from the Ninja Academy and step onto the battlefield, would he not find himself in perilous circumstances? The more Mufong pondered, the more he sensed the precariousness of his situation. This is truly unfortunate. How did I end up in this particular moment? Having the Uchiha bloodline is a blessing, but I could certainly use some time. Raking his fingers through his disheveled black hair, Mufong felt a wave of distress wash over him. At that very moment, a sharp, commanding voice pierced through his thoughts. Next, Uchiha Mufong. He lifted his gaze and beheld the teacher holding a roster. It suddenly dawned on him that he had traversed to the day of the Ninja Academy's assessments. With no time to dwell on his thoughts, he rose to his feet at that instant. The encouragement from several girls nearby reached his ears. Mufong, it's your turn. Go for it, Mufong. You can do it. The girls cast kind glances his way, shyly cheering him on. Keep it up, Mufong. Lin from the Nara clan beamed, offering her support. Go, Mufong. On the other side, the ruby-eyed Kurenai raised her small fist, her voice sweet as she cheered for him. Seeing their reactions, Mufong cast aside his anxieties about the future. There was certainly time before the impending ninja world war. The pressing matter at hand was the school assessment. His gaze fixated on the podium, his heart raced with anxiety. The content of the assessment at the Konoha Ninja Academy had always been the three-body technique, and today it was the most fundamental, the clone technique. However, Mufong had only just crossed over mere hours ago, and the original host memories were fragmented at best. In other words, he was utterly incapable of performing the clone technique. Taking the stage would only lead to embarrassment. To falter right after his arrival, and in front of a group of children, would surely mark him as a peculiar anomaly among the ranks of transmigrators. Feeling increasingly apprehensive, Mufong's mind was filled with complaints, but the situation was pressing under the stern gaze of the teacher. He felt as though he had returned to his elementary school days. Reluctantly, he scowled, clenched his fists, and trudged forward toward the stage. Yet, at that very moment, ding, a sudden mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Host's emotional intensity detected. Super darkening system has been autonomously bound. System. Mufong's eyes brightened with joy. "Ha! A golden finger right upon my transmigration." The novels were indeed not misleading. In the next instant, before he could inquire about the system's functionalities, a melodious voice rang out in his mind once more. "Ding. System binding successful. Ding. Your clone technique has been darkened. Congratulations, your clone technique has achieved perfect darkening and has autonomously evolved into the multiple shadow clone technique. You have learned the multiple shadow clone technique. Your substitution technique deems you too weak and unworthy of the host's identity. It has darkened. Congratulations, your substitution technique has achieved perfect darkening and has autonomously evolved into the body flicker technique. You have learned the body flicker technique. Your transformation technique has deemed you too weak, unworthy of your host identity, and has turned dark. Congratulations, your transformation technique has evolved into a perfect form and has autonomously developed the seduction technique. You have learned the seduction technique. Ding. Your seduction technique and multiple shadow clone technique are mutually attracted. Congratulations. You have mastered the harem technique and the reverse harem technique. Ding. Your eyes. Chapter 2. The number 1 underling Uchiha Obito. Ding. Your eyes have been affected. The dark awakening has occurred. Congratulations. You have acquired the Sharingan 1 Tomo. Within the ninja classroom, a series of notifications sounds echoed in Mufong's mind. What the hell? Mufong's expression was one of exhilaration as he exclaimed a standard phrase from the blue planet. What kind of divine system is this? Ninjutsu has autonomously darkened and leveled up, and it can even evolve into advanced ninjutsu. Even the Sharingan has directly darkened and awakened. This is incredible. Was it weak when purified and 100 times stronger when darkened? A darkening system. Now that's something. The sudden emergence of the system and the unexpected enhancement of ninjutsu filled Mufong with delight, instantly bolstering his confidence. Does this mean I have a chance to become a formidable figure in the ninja world? Clenching his fists, Mufong felt a surge of ambition. His gaze swept over the teacher on the stage assessment. A disgrace. Haha, that no longer existed. Although Mufong did not fully grasp what perfect level meant, it surely implied greatness. Passing an assessment would undoubtedly be a piece of cake. In addition to the enhancement of the transformation technique, Mufong had also learned the body flicker technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. The multiple shadow clone technique is Naruto's signature ninjutsu, a bona fide rank technique. While the body flicker technique may not be of high rank, its potential is terrifying and can be used for self-preservation. Among the original hosts, Uchiha Shursui was renowned for his body flicker technique, earning the title of Shursui of the body flicker during the Ninja World War. Moreover, the 4th Hokage's famed Flying Thunder God technique, while classified as a space-time ninjutsu, is essentially a deep development of the body flicker technique. Having awakened the system and learned the foundational body flicker technique, how far could the Flying Thunder God be? Thinking carefully, the future seems promising. Yet, among the transformation techniques, Mufong felt a singular dissatisfaction with the transformation technique. Why evolve into something trivial? Did I truly need the seduction technique? Furthermore, how could the esteemed rank multiple shadow clone technique be drawn in and fused with the seduction technique? This is utterly shameless. Disgraceful. Uchiha Mufeng. Just as Mufong was lost in his thoughts, the teacher's urging voice broke through. No longer hesitant, Mufong confidently stepped onto the podium. Bang. With hands forming seals, a puff of smoke erupted. In the next moment, a clone appeared beside Mufong with tousled black hair and strikingly handsome features. His eyes shone with a captivating brilliance, their contrast of black and white enchanting all who beheld them. When he smiled, it seemed as though he possessed a certain magical charm. Indeed, the Uchiha's charm is impressive. I am utterly enamored. It is no wonder the girls in class are so eager to greet him. Gazing at his own reflection, Mufong's first instinct was to acknowledge his own handsomeness. With such looks, even the likes of Juzi cannot compare. Moreover, if I manage to prevent Itachi from annihilating our clan, Juzi will have to call me brother. 96 points. Excellent. Truly remarkable. You must have practiced diligently during this period. At that moment, the assessment instructor announced the score, his gaze toward Mufong reflecting a newfound satisfaction. He then cast a glance at Obito and the audience, his expression seemingly conveying, "You, too, are of the Uchiha clan. Look at his achievements, and then look at yourself. Absolutely stunning. Mufong is extraordinary. With 96 points, he must surely be in first place." As the instructor concluded the score announcement, a group of excited girls below began to chatter animatedly. Surely, Mufong won't graduate early like Kakashi. He has worked so hard. Mufong must have endured considerable challenges behind the scenes. Listening to the comment from the girls in his class, the other boys merely scoffed. What's the big deal? Exactly. What's so impressive? It's just a shadow clone technique. We all can do that. Being part of the Uchiha clan doesn't make him special. One failed to pass, and the other merely knows the shadow clone technique. Let's not forget, Kakashi is already on the verge of becoming a Chunin. Right, coming from a prominent family doesn't mean much. During the discussions, several boys glanced at Obito due to Mu Feng's achievements. Obito found himself entangled in their disdain prior to Mu Feng. Obito had already completed the assessment, but regrettably received a failing score. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Obito felt a surge of anger, his gaze toward Mu Feng shifting slightly earlier. Upon witnessing Lin strike up a conversation with Mu Feng, he had begun to harbor resentment. Now, hearing the comment from his classmates, Obito's discontent with Mu Feng intensified. Right, the assessment has concluded. This time, the teacher wishes to commend Mu Feng for his significant progress. Additionally, the following 3 students must intensify their practice, otherwise they may face difficulties in graduating. Uchiha Obito. At that moment, the middle-aged teacher spoke from the podium. As his words echoed in the room, the teacher exited the classroom with the teacher gone. The tension in the room eased, and Mu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. However, at that instant, the girls surrounding Mu Feng began to stir, gravitating toward him, yet just then, a figure surged ahead of all the girls from his seat. Obito sprang forward, striding decisively toward Mu Feng's desk amidst the shouts of his classmates. With a resounding clap, Obito slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with intensity as he glared at Mu Feng. Uchiha Mu Feng, I challenge you. Upon the utterance of those words, an immediate hush fell over the entire classroom. All eyes turned to the figures of Obito and Mu Feng. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Obito's sudden bout of eccentricity, yet, in the next instant, a smile graced Mu Feng's lips as he gazed at Obito across the room. Uchiha Obito! This was none other than the future overlord of the ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, a figure of unparalleled renown among Hokage. However, at this moment, the Obito still attending the Ninja Academy was, in Mu Feng's eyes, not particularly impressive. Challenge me? Mu Feng retorted, incredulous. Indeed, I, Uchiha Obito, hereby formally challenge you, Uchiha Mu Feng. If you lose, you shall acknowledge me as your elder brother, and keep your distance from Rin. As he spoke, Obito cast a glance at the bewildered Rin Noera, who stood off to the side. And if you lose, Mu Feng rose to his feet. I cannot possibly lose. But if I do, I shall serve as your subordinate. However, Rin is not up for grabs. Let be a fair competition, Obito exclaimed, his face flushed with determination. All right, without a moment's hesitation, Mu Feng acquiesced. The thought of having Uchiha Obito as a subordinate was something he had never envisioned before his transmigration. Yet here he was, with Obito presenting himself on a silver platter. The other students in the classroom, witnessing Mu Feng's agreement, were suddenly alight with excitement. A duel between 2 members of the Uchiha clan promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 3. The 3-Tomo Sharingan. Let us step outside to duel, Obito declared, pointing towards the door. No need for that. This space is ample. I shall grant you a few moves. Come at me. Mu Feng replied, nonchalantly gesturing with his middle finger, having perfected the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique. Mu Feng felt that there was no reason he should falter against the current Obito. As Mu Feng's words hung in the air, Obito clenched his jaw, his fists tightening in resolve. In the next moment, he launched himself at Mu Feng with a powerful straight punch aimed directly at his face, the air whooshing around it. Mu Feng, observing the trajectory of Obito's fist, did not underestimate him. Although Obito had yet to reach his later levels of prowess, the physical capabilities of children within the Naruto universe should not be dismissed lightly. A full-force strike could easily incapacitate an untrained adult still acclimating to the original host body. Mu Feng was not fully aware of its resilience. Instinctively, he dodged Obito's attack, yet Obito had anticipated this move. Huh, you've fallen for my trick? A glimmer of delight shone in Obito's eyes as he exclaimed, simultaneously lifting his left leg for a sweeping kick aimed at Mu Feng's chest. The angle of this sweeping kick was rather cunning, and the surrounding desks and chairs posed obstacles, making it impractical for Mu Feng to evade purely through physical agility. The onlooking classmates appeared to sense the gravity of the situation, with many already expressing concern for Mu Feng. Just then, a flash of red flickered in Mu Feng's eyes. In the next instant, bang! A sweeping kick landed solidly, producing a dull thud, and Obito felt a surge of exhilaration. See, I told you Mu Feng is merely. The words of the boys who had just mocked Mu Feng hung in the air, their smug expressions abruptly faltering. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. To everyone's astonishment, the once confident Obito cried out in agony. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence. At that precise moment, A series of thumping sounds echoed from one side of the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a solid log rolling into the room, evidently struck just moments ago substitution jutsu. A perceptive student quickly recognized that Mu Feng had employed the substitution technique to evade Obito's earlier attack. Eyes darted around the classroom, and eventually, they all settled on the entrance. At the doorway stood Mu Feng. A faint smile gracing his lips. Obito's prior assault had indeed been calculated. It was swift and close. In that instant, without prior preparation, utilizing the substitution technique did carry a certain degree of risk for Mu Feng. However, in addition to his perfect level of body replacement technique, Mu Feng also awakened the Sharingan. Although the one Tomo Sharingan only has basic functions, it is clearly enough to deal with Obito at this point. First, he sees through Obito's attacks, identifies the openings, and then uses the body replacement technique. All of this happens in an instant and can be described as perfect. At this moment, Obito also looked at Mu Feng, his eyes filled with reluctance and ferocity. That doesn't count, you cheated. If you have the ability, fight me fair and square. Before Obito could finish his sentence, Mu Feng interrupted him. Fair and square. How about this? Before he finished speaking, everyone saw Mu Feng's figure flicker. With a loud bang. In the next moment, Mu Feng actually appeared right in front of Obito, throwing a punch straight at his stomach, causing Obito to bend over like a shrimp. Cough, cough, cough. The powerful punch made Obito cough. At this time, the entire classroom fell silent. Asuma, Karina, Yuhi, Guy, and Lin stood in shock, looking at Mu Feng with wide eyes. The few boys who had just mocked Mu Feng were completely dumbfounded. All right, you lost. Remember to call me Big Brother from now on. Looking at Obito, who was on his knees, Mu Feng clapped his hands and said casually, feeling a rush of excitement inside. The body flicker technique is really awesome. After saying that, Mu Feng turned and left the classroom. Once he reached the corridor, the classroom erupted in chatter. Did you see that just now? How did Mu Feng do that? There was still some distance from the door. I get it. It must be the body flicker technique. Mu Feng is actually this strong. How can we never notice before? I wonder how he compares to Kakashi. The discussions among boys and girls mixed into a chorus. At this moment, Obito, lying on the ground, listened to the discussions with resentment and unwillingness, his fists clenched tightly. How could this be? Just as Obito was feeling ashamed and angry, a tissue appeared in his line of sight. Hey Obito, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Obito was taken aback, slowly raising his head to see Lin's sweet smile. Lin. Looking at Lin, Obito immediately got up, tears streaming down his face as he called out emotionally. Ding! Detected the host's abnormal emotional fluctuation. Your bloodline feels ashamed of your desire to rely on little brothers to take it easy and has darkened again. Ding! Congratulations, your Sharingan has evolved again. Current state, 3 Tomo. After leaving the Ninja Academy, Mu Feng was still dreaming about a bright future. But just then, the system's notification interrupted his thoughts. After hearing the system's notification, Mu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had genuinely thought about gathering a group of little brothers before they grew up, so he could take it easy later. However, he never expected that this thought would be looked down upon by his own bloodline. I just want to take it easy? Is that not allowed? Is my requirement for myself so high after darkening? That is a bit impressive. While he was complaining, Mu Feng immediately felt joy upon hearing the system's notification. The bloodline awakened, and the Sharingan upgraded once again. This, directly 3 Tomo. The next step is the kaleidoscope. Mu Feng was somewhat shocked. It is important to know that he had only been here for less than a day. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is not so easy to awaken. 3 Tomo in one day is definitely a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, Obito, and even Itachi and Shursui. These people all have to step back a bit. Moreover, after awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mu Feng essentially has the ability to copy ninjutsu. Wow, this is impressive. Mu Feng instantly became excited. The next moment, Mu Feng directly opened his attribute panel. Uchiha Mu Feng Strength, Jin and Constitution, none. Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, currently blackening. Ninja Tools, none. Chakra, pathetically low, less than 1% of Kakashi. Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu beginner level. Jinjutsu, none. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, perfect level, resting. Transformation Technique, perfect level, resting. Substitution Technique, perfect level, resting. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, beginner level, blackening training. Body Flicker Technique, beginner level, blackening training. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Mu Feng was no longer calm. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The next moment, Mu Feng tried to open his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng slowly closed his eyes and internally murmured, "Open." The next moment, Mu Feng's eyes changed from black to red, and at the same time, the three tomos spun quickly in his eyes, ultimately forming a triangular shape, looking very cool. At the same time, Mu Feng's field of vision also changed. Everything became much clearer, as if he could see through any object at will. Is this the Sharingan? Love it. Indeed, the Uchiha bloodline is special. Mu Feng felt a surge of excitement within. Immediately afterwards, he turned his attention to the other content. Were those notes in parentheses next to Constitution and Ninjutsu? Continuous blackening training? Goodness, one must go crazy to become a demon? This is the meaning of going all out on a path. Truly a darkening system, love it. But this chakra being less than 1% of Kakashi? Are you here to make jokes? Your impressive system. You actually took my Kakashi Palace as a unit of chakra measurement. I'm in awe. Just a bit of sarcasm there. But at this moment, Ding, your Chikara feels insulted, starts cursing, and can't take it anymore. It darkened. A prompt sound suddenly exploded in my mind, and Mu Feng was instantly confused. Looking at the panel again, the chakra section had already changed. Chakra, pathetically low, 0.8 of Kakashi, heading towards darkening. Looking at the changed content, Mu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, a single sentence stimulated it to darken? You're really impressive. You have the potential to be a darkened villain. With a sigh of admiration and a knowing smile, Mu Feng then inserted his hands and struck a pose of "No One Loves Me." Chapter 4, Iconic Scene, Might Guy and Might Do Way. A few dozen minutes later, in Konoha village on the street, I have a little donkey, I never ride it. Mu Feng walked over swaying with a dogtail grass in his mouth. Since he has already crossed into the Naruto world and awakened the system, the pressure isn't so great anymore. So Mu Feng naturally wanted to stroll around Konoha village. During the process of wandering, Mu Feng gradually began to accept the original owner's memories. He really is a member of the Uchiha clan, but unlike others, he is an orphan of the Uchiha clan. This point is somewhat similar to Obito. Mu Feng's parents participated in a battle shortly after his birth, and both perished. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Mu Feng didn't have to worry about his livelihood, growing up with the support of other clan members. But indeed, as Mu Feng guessed, his talent was quite average. In the ninja school, he was among the underachievers, just slightly better than Obito. If it weren't for his crossing over, the original host would have either died in the Third Great Ninja War or on the night of the massacre at the hands of Itachi. He didn't even know how he ended up here. Moreover, the original host's consciousness had completely dissipated. But don't worry, your body is in my hands, and it's definitely better than being in yours. I will definitely be much stronger than you. At the very least, I won't allow something like the massacre to happen. While pondering, Mu Feng murmured to himself. After he finished speaking, a wave of clarity washed over his mind, as if something had completely left his body. Shaking his head, Mu Feng continued to wander aimlessly, while also starting to consider his future development. My current strength should barely qualify as a genin. Below genin are Chunin, special jonin, and above jonin are Kage, and then there are freaks like Naruto and Madara at the Sage of Six Paths level. I still need to work hard. At least I need to strive to increase my strength to special jonin or jonin before going to the battlefield, and learn some life-saving ninjutsu. Otherwise, the battlefield will still be a bit dangerous. Even with the system, Mu Feng didn't think it would solve all problems, especially when he thought about Madara, Hashirama, and Kage. The pressure on Mu Feng was immense. While thinking, Mu Feng wandered aimlessly and saw a small stone under his feet, so he kicked it while walking. After a moment, Mu Feng had deviated from the main construction area of Konoha and arrived at an open space in the wild. Just then, a series of dull thuds of someone kicking a wooden post reached Mu Feng's ears. Looking up, he saw a boy in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows appearing in his line of sight. Next to the boy was a middle-aged man dressed similarly, looking somewhat disheveled. At that moment, the two were vigorously kicking the wooden post in the open space. The boy was chanting loudly, 269, 270, 271. With each count, he kicked the wooden post with all his might. Seeing this, Mu Feng stopped in his tracks. It was Might Guy and his father, Might Do Way. Mu Feng recognized this father and son duo. There was no way to mistake Guy's outfit, which was quite unique in Naruto. Moreover, as a major character in the original work, Mu Feng was naturally very familiar with them. Here, Kai and Might Guy seem to be unaware of Mu Feng's presence, as Kai is still vigorously practicing his martial arts. Mu Feng's thoughts are interrupted, and he instead stays in place to observe the two. 345,367, 408, 478, 500. Yoshi, Kai's doing well. Take a break. Next, Dad has a very important ninjutsu to teach you. After a while, Kai stops kicking the wooden post, and my guy also starts to speak. However, just as he finishes a sentence, Mufeng perks up his ears, and a bold guess begins to form in his mind. Uncontrollably, Mufeng edges a little closer to the two, and Might Guy's voice becomes clearer. Listen well, Kai, this set of martial arts took Dad 20 years to master. Now, Dad is going to pass it on to you. This set of martial arts is incredibly powerful, but also puts a heavy burden on a ninja's body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it casually. On the training ground, hearing his father's lecture, Kai immediately becomes excited. Father, please teach me. Meanwhile, Mufeng gasps in surprise. At this moment, he is already certain that his earlier guess was correct. Is my guy really going to teach that martial art, the 8 gates? Mufeng unconsciously moves even closer. The 8 gates. This is an incredible taijutsu in Naruto. In the original work, under the 8 gates state, Guy almost kicked out the ending of Naruto with a move called Night Guy. When I watched that part, I was filled with excitement, and my youthful spirit was almost burning out. I longed to have such a powerful physique in taijutsu. After all, that was truly passionate, man. And now, I actually witnessed Might Guy teaching the 8 gates to Kai. I was very excited. However, just as I wanted to continue eavesdropping, who was that over there? Suddenly, Might Guy turned his head and looked over, and the two of them spotted me. I was startled by Guy's voice and felt a bit embarrassed. After all, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not a good thing. But since I had already been discovered, I had no choice but to step out. Hi Kai, how are you? I greeted Kai with a friendly smile. On the other side, upon seeing me, Kai raised an eyebrow and widened his eyes. Oh, it's you Mufeng-kun? Father. He is my classmate, Uchiha Mufeng, Kai said, and as he finished speaking, his inner guard dissipated. Oh, so you're Kai's classmate, and from the Uchiha clan. Might Guy nodded. Mufeng, nice to meet you. I'm Kai's dad. I'm teaching him taijutsu. After Might Guy finished speaking, he struck a pose he thought was very cool. Here, Mufeng awkwardly smiled. But seeing the two let down their guard, he felt relieved inside. The next moment, Mufeng directly stated his request. I just saw Kai. Uncle Dai, can I join your training? Chapter 5, Taijutsu Showdown. Mufeng vs. Guy. Uncle Dai, can I join your training? On the training ground, Mufeng directly made his request. In fact, to outsiders, Mufeng was just a 7-year-old child. So, this wasn't considered an excessive request. After hearing this, Might Dai wasn't angry. Instead, his smile became even brighter. Meanwhile, Kai's eyes widened, looking exceptionally excited. Really? Mufeng, you want to join us too? Then let's do it together. You should be about sweating it out. Seeing his son so enthusiastic, Might Dai found it hard to refuse Mufeng. Soon, he was going to lead both Mufeng and Kai into a new round of taijutsu training. However, before Might Dai could assign new tasks, Kai jumped in. Father, didn't you just say you had a new taijutsu to teach me? Hearing Kai's words, Mufeng felt a surge of joy. He had been hesitant to speak up, but this guy Kai was like a divine assistant. After Kai's words, he looked at Might Dai with eager anticipation. Might Dai immediately frowned, glanced at Mufeng, and shook his head. Still not possible. Kai, I just said this is a very powerful taijutsu that puts a lot of strain on the body. You've been training in taijutsu for a long time, so I only dare to teach you this set of techniques. But now, with Mufeng joining, I can't continue teaching. Saying this, Might Dai patted Kai's head. Maybe next time, Father will teach you. Although Kai was a bit disappointed, he nodded. Seeing this, Mufeng felt crushed inside. The reason he proposed to join the training was to learn the 8 gates. What do you mean you won't teach? Did I come here for nothing? Mufeng felt anxious, and without thinking too much, he spoke up. Uncle Dai, my taijutsu is pretty good too. I should be able to learn the ninjutsu you mentioned. Pretty good at taijutsu. Hearing Mufeng's words, Might Dai furrowed his brows again, carefully examining Mufeng. After looking for a long time, Might Dai still couldn't see what was good about Mufeng's taijutsu. Father, Mufeng is indeed very impressive. Today in our class, he defeated Obito with one move. At this moment, Kai's assist came through, proving Mufeng's worth. Here, Might Guy was still a bit uneasy. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach Mufeng the 8 gates of Dunjia, but he was genuinely afraid that Mufeng would practice recklessly and end up hurting himself. However, seeing the eager expressions on Kai and Mufeng's faces, Might Guy hesitated for a moment and decided to give Mufeng a chance. How about this? Mufeng, you fight Kai. No ninjutsu allowed, only taijutsu. If you can win against Kai, I will teach you. As he finished speaking, Might Guy struck a pose for himself, feeling clever. Hearing that Dad wanted him to spar with Mufeng, Kai's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged as he turned to focus on Mufeng. However, Mu Feng was somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. Sparring with Kai in physical skills? Is this for real? What level was his physical skill on the panel just now? Entry level. How to fight against Kai. At this moment, facing Kai, Mu Feng was somewhat self-aware about using only physical techniques. It was nearly impossible for entry-level physical techniques to defeat Kai, even though they were both just children now. Suddenly, Mu Feng's expression turned a bit grim. What's wrong? Mu Feng, feeling a bit pressured? Might Guy seemed to notice Mu Feng's embarrassment and said, "How about you and Kai train with me for a while before learning?" Looking at Might Guy's frown, Mu Feng glanced at the highly motivated Kai, and his brow furrowed slightly. What to do? Should I give it a try? Just give a shot. Worst case, I'll just get beaten up. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Feng ultimately decided to take the plunge. Let's see how strong Kai's physical techniques are now. But just as Mu Feng made up his mind, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Your basic physical technique sensed the disdainful gazes and started cursing, entering dark mode. Your basic physical technique has successfully darkened and upgraded to proficient level. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng was momentarily stunned. Moreover, during this evolution of physical techniques, he distinctly felt changes in his body. It seemed to be sturdier and lighter. Proficient level, basic physical techniques. Now he should have the strength to fight against Kai. The system is indeed powerful. A smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. The next moment, his gaze became resolute as he looked at Might Guy. Uncle Guy, I'm fine. Then, Mu Feng locked eyes with Kai. The two gazes met in the air. As if sparks could fly, Mu Feng Kun, the passionate youth, must fight with all their might. Haha, Kai, bring it on. Who knows who will fall first? Mu King Kun. On the training ground, the two 7-year-old boys shouted at each other. Might Guy, standing by, was also inspired by this scene, and the atmosphere began to heat up. All right, I announce. The battle begins. Might Guy raised his right arm high, and a roar echoed across the training ground. At the same time, Kai and Mu Feng moved simultaneously. Whoosh! Two figures suddenly swayed, creating a swift sound of wind. With the basic physical techniques upgraded to proficient level, Mu Feng's speed was significantly faster than before. Now, if his level were placed in his previous life, he would definitely be able to win a world championship. The age of 7 did not limit Mu Feng in any way. The moment the battle began, he fixed his gaze on Kai across from him, starting to look for opportunities. Meanwhile, Kai also did not strike immediately, but observed Mu Feng instead. The two moved around each other, creating a circle, staring at one another. Both Mu Feng and Kai felt a slight shock. They realized that the other could actually keep up with their speed. As expected of Kai, has he already mastered proficient level basic physical techniques at this point? Mu Feng Kun is indeed a genius. Not only is his ninjutsu impressive, but his physical techniques can actually keep up with me. But who is stronger, him or Kakashi? On the field, the two had different thoughts. But the next moment, after circling around, they returned to their original positions, and their gazes locked once again. Mu Kun. This time, Kai's gaze sharpened, and he took the initiative to launch an attack. Chapter 6. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Bang! In the training ground, Kai was the first to attack. With his leg strength concentrated, he stomped down hard on the ground and charged directly towards Mu Feng. Although Kai was only 7 or 8 years old at this moment. Once the battle began, his momentum surged. The middle school boy transformed, giving the impression of a tiger or a leopard. Good! Mu Feng exclaimed in surprise and immediately assumed a defensive stance. The next moment, Kai rushed right in front of Mu Feng and delivered a kick with his right foot. Mu Feng raised both hands to block, taking the hit head-on. In this match, Mu Feng did not activate the Sharingan. Firstly, he had previously stated that he would only use Taijutsu, and secondly, Mu Feng wanted to test just how strong his mastery-level Taijutsu really was. Additionally, Mu Feng was also curious about how strong Kai actually was. When he faced Kai's kick head-on, Mu Feng immediately retreated backward. Kai, seizing the opportunity, landed and quickly lunged forward, throwing a punch upwards toward Mu Feng's face. With a loud bang, Mu Feng raised his knee and executed a kick. The fist and knee collided with a muffled sound, and Kai immediately retreated. In this round of attack, neither side gained any advantage. However, both of them have developed a certain understanding and familiarity with each other's strength. Mu Feng could clearly feel that with his defense and offense, his understanding of the recently acquired master-level body technique became even deeper. Soon, the second wave of attack began. This time, Mu Feng took the initiative and charged straight ahead. Kai, unwilling to show weakness, met Mu Feng's attack head-on. In the training ground, the two quickly got into a fierce exchange. Straight punches, side kicks, sweeping attacks to the lower body. Their offensive moves became increasingly intense and faster. But the situation remained deadlocked, as if neither side could gain the upper hand. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fists and feet colliding, mixed with the rush of wind from their swift movements, intertwined together. On one side, Might Guy watched the two compete, his expression shifting from relaxed to serious. Unbeknownst to him, his son had become so strong. The daily hard training, the relentless effort, had finally paid off. Kai, you are stronger than your father. If you continue on this path, you will surely become an outstanding ninja. As he gazed at Kai, a look of satisfaction appeared in Might Guy's eyes. Then, he turned his gaze to Mu Feng. Might Guy was very pleased with Mu Feng's current performance. Under Kai's intense offensive, Might Guy felt that even without unleashing the 8 gates, he might not be able to handle it easily. Yet at this moment, Mu Feng was countering every move, successfully defending against Kai's assault, while also finding opportunities to strike back. This kid, could he also be training hard in Taijutsu like Kai? Might Guy furrowed his brow and continued to observe. But soon, the smile in Might Guy's eyes faded, replaced by shock. He noticed that as the battle progressed, Mu Feng's movements were becoming faster and more precise. After trading blows for about 10 rounds, Kai's offensive style and techniques hardly changed or improved. But Mu Feng's defensive responses were getting better and better. The initial reactions and the current reactions seemed like they belonged to a different person, transforming from an apprentice into a master. He was actually exploring and continuously improving during the fight. This kind of talent is terrifying. Might Guy frowned. At this rate, he was certain that the one to be defeated would be his son Kai, because Kai was not facing a ninja who had only achieved this level through hard training in Taijutsu, but a genius, an undeniable genius. This kid is also from the Uchiha clan, if he awakens the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Might Guy felt even more terrified, and he looked at Kai. Son, this guy will be your formidable rival in the future. As soon as he thought this, a fire of fighting spirit ignited within Might Guy, along with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, on the training ground, the confrontation between Kai and Mu Feng was gradually coming to an end. Although Mu Feng had mastered advanced Taijutsu, the system only provided him with physical strength, speed, techniques, and reflexes. On this basis, Mu Feng still needed to fight on his own and master his own fighting style. Similarly, an S-rank ninjutsu, when used by different people, would yield different effects. As he fought Kai, Mu Feng slowly realized this, and his movements began to change. Bang! On the field, Kai's first attack was blocked by Mu Feng. He adjusted his position again, preparing to launch a side kick aimed at Mu Feng's right abdomen. But just as Kai was about to attack, Mu Feng suddenly retreated slightly. Whoosh! The powerful sweeping leg missed. A hint of surprise appeared in Kai's eyes, but the next moment, Mu Feng's right leg loomed large in front of him. Bang! With a clean and swift sweep, it struck Kai's side. Under the immense force, Kai was kicked away and rolled onto the grass. Pain surged through him, but Kai endured it. However, when he lifted his head to look again, Mu Feng had already reached his side, his right fist less than 10 centimeters from Kai's face. The shock in Kai's eyes deepened. In the next moment, Mu Feng's clenched fist suddenly opened, as if inviting him. Are you okay? Mu Feng's voice rang out. Kai extended his hand, and as Mu Feng pulled him up, he stood up. I lost, Kai said very seriously. Mu Feng Kuan is a powerful opponent. All right, to celebrate losing to Mu Feng Kuan, let's do another set of training today. Standing up, Kai quickly regained his enthusiasm, striking a pose and shouting earnestly. Might Guy walked over, completely taken aback by Mu Feng's impressive taijutsu. Not bad, Mu Feng. Okay, you need to work hard in the future and strive to defeat Mu Feng as soon as possible. Don't worry, father. Youth will not easily compromise. Mu Tenkun. I will challenge you again next time. I accept your challenge. Mu Feng replied without hesitation. Next time, if Kai comes to challenge again, who knows? His taijutsu might get another boost. Uncle Guy, you just said that as long as I pass the assessment, you can teach me the secrets of taijutsu. In this battle, although Mu Feng fought with great excitement and even defeated Kai Huang based on his physical skills, achieving a milestone in his journey through time and space, he did not forget the purpose of this battle. 8 Gates of Dunjia, the ultimate physical technique in the entire Naruto universe. Ha! Now that you have defeated Kai, I will naturally teach you. However, before that, I must remind you, Kai, you did well. This set of physical techniques is called the 8 Gates of Dunjia, and it took me 20 years to learn a part of it. The principle of the 8 Gates of Dunjia is to temporarily gain immense power by unlocking the channels within the body that restrict chakra. Opening the first gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wounding gate, the closing gate, the scenery gate, the shock gate, and the Death Gate. Each gate opened increases strength exponentially, and powerful ninjas can even attain strength comparable to the 5 Kage. However, using the 8 gates of Dunjia will result in severe physical damage to the user. So one should never forcefully open gates or go beyond their limits without sufficient training. And the most important point you must remember, the last gate, the Death Gate, should never be opened unless in a dire situation where there is no other choice. Once the Death Gate is opened, the only outcome is death. Do you understand? Dai's expression became serious. Teaching the 8 gates of Dunjia is not a trivial matter, and he must clarify the critical points. Just across from Might Dai, Mufeng was already familiar with the dangers and powers of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Upon hearing that the 8 gates could grant power comparable to the 5 Kage, Kai became instantly excited, disregarding the latter part of Might Dai's words and staring at him with eager eyes. Seeing the fiery expressions in their eyes, Might Dai's demeanor shifted. The next moment, he wiped his nose and struck a pose. Yoshi, let us start practicing. Chapter 7. Opening 3 gates in a row, astonishing Might Dai. Konoha Village. Outdoor training ground. First gate, open gate, go. First gate, open gate, go. 2 loud shouts echoed. In the center of the training ground, 2 boys around 7 or 8 years old were standing in a horse stance, shouting loudly. The initial practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia is not difficult. Its challenge lies in persistence and continuous strengthening in the future. Thus, the process of Might Dai teaching was not long. Once he finished explaining the principles and basic training methods of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Mufeng and Kai couldn't wait to give it a try. The chakra within them surged, and accompanied by their shouts, they both attempted to open the first gate together. With their current physical skill levels, opening the first gate would have side effects, but they could completely withstand it. This was also the key point that Might Dai needed to evaluate their physical skills. Forcing open a gate would cause significant damage to the body. However, after trying dozens of times, Kai and Mufeng still could not grasp the essence of opening the gate. They couldn't even figure out the locations of the chakra points, let alone open the first gate. Just then, Mufeng's system also showed little response. It seems my guess was correct. The original body's talent is not high. But looking at Kai, he didn't seem to feel that way. It appears the 8 gates of Dunjia are still quite challenging to practice. Here, Mufeng's inner thoughts were still not finished. 8 gates, the first gate, open door, open. As Kai's voice fell, a breath actually surged from his body with a whoosh. Although this breath dispersed immediately upon appearing, Mufeng indeed felt it. Wow, he has already sensed the chakra points. Next, he would charge forward with all his might. 8 gates, the first gate, open door, open. On the field, Kai clenched his fists and motivated himself. Mufeng widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow, Kai is truly the Kai King. He has quickly figured out the trick to opening the door. In comparison, my physical skill talent is really too trash. If it weren't for the system, I would be afraid. Ding! Mufeng was internally complaining when suddenly the system's voice rang out again. Your complaints have hurt your Taijutsu talent. It is sad and crying. Because you have hurt your Taijutsu talent. It has turned dark. Your Taijutsu talent has been upgraded to S rank. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully mastered the forbidden technique, 8 gates. The system's prompt startled Mufeng, but it also filled him with joy. Wow, this is possible. Mufeng's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he also assumed a horse stance. 8 gates, first gate, open gate, open. With a light shout, the chakra within Mufeng's body was instantly unblocked, surging up and creating a wave of energy that erupted outward with a whooshing sound. First gate, open gate, successfully opened. Mufeng, did it succeed? You maintained it, you succeeded. Seeing Mufeng's rising momentum, Might Dai and Kai both cast curious and shocked glances. At this moment, Mufeng carefully felt his own body. After opening the first gate, Mufeng felt that his strength had more than doubled, and he seemed to be much more spirited, as if there was an endless supply of energy within him. At the same time, Mufeng did not feel any obvious discomfort, which made him a bit curious. System. How many gates can I open at most now? Returning to the host, the 8 gates you have mastered is currently at the entry level, and you can now open up to the 3rd gate, life gate. I can open up to the 3rd gate? Hearing the system's words, Mufeng was immediately delighted. In the next moment, he became excited and couldn't wait to try it out. 8 gates, 2nd gate, rest gate, open. With a fierce shout, the chakra surged within him, and the energy wave became even more powerful, directly blowing towards Kai. Kai quickly moved a few steps to the side, looking at Mufeng with more shock and admiration in his heart. Mufeng is so strong. He has already opened the 2nd gate. I must work hard to keep up with Mufeng. 2nd gate. Might Dai was also startled. This kid has such strong talent in Taijutsu. However, before my guy could finish his sentence, third gate, life gate, open. Another fierce shout from Mu Feng echoed across the training ground. As the third gate opened, the energy wave Mu Feng stirred up became even more violent. At the same time, his body began to turn red. A layer of green energy light surrounded Mu Feng's body, and the wild chakra seemed to press down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Seeing the scene, Kai was directly stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if he were witnessing Naruto and others seeing Lee open the third gate for the first time during the Chunin exams. And all he could think was, strong, strong, only strong. This third gate. My guy was also dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone open 3 gates in less than half an hour of training in the 8 gates. How strong must his talent be? It was said that there was a genius boy Kakashi in Kai's class. Could another genius be emerging now? My guy looked at the green light surrounding Mu Feng in shock, then turned to Kai. In the same class as such a genius. Is this fortunate or unfortunate for his son? Yoshi, Mu Feng has already opened the third gate. I absolutely cannot give up. After being shocked, Mu Feng's performance instead stimulated Kai. In the next moment, Kai took a horse stance. 8 gates of Dunjia. First gate, open. Looking at Kai, my guy smiled knowingly. At this moment, Mu Feng, who had opened 3 gates, felt the powerful strength within him and began to experiment. His body swayed, and Mu Feng instantly disappeared from his original position, as if he had directly used a body flicker technique. The next moment, Mu Feng's figure appeared in front of a tree outside the training ground. His right leg lashed out like a whip. With a loud bang, the tree, as thick as a person's waist, was directly kicked in half, as if it had been chopped by a battle axe, which was quite exaggerated. Seeing his achievement, Mu Feng was also shocked. Wow, this is amazing. Speed and strength have increased by more than double. If I add my Sharingan, I fear that an average Chunin wouldn't be my opponent. Moreover, with the system in place, the 8 gates of Dunjia and other ninjutsu can be trained through darkening. Most importantly, my Taijutsu talent has already darkened to S rank. My future training in Taijutsu will definitely be much better than now. This time learning the 8 gates of Dunjia has truly been rewarding. After testing his power and speed, for safety's sake, Mu Feng closed the 8 gates of Dunjia. But at this moment, his face was already full of smiles. However, upon reflection, Mu Feng felt it wasn't enough. Yes, it really isn't enough. Right now, I've only learned the 8 gates of Dunjia. Later, I still need to learn the Manjiki Sharingan, Susu, Chidori, and Rasengan. Moreover, I have a feeling that the darkening system is definitely not just about enhancing proficiency and levels so simply. Later on, it must have even more powerful ways to enhance ninjutsu. Clenching his fist, Mu Feng was once again filled with confidence for the future. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have automatically learned the forbidden technique, 8 gates of Dunjia, and gained 100 darkening points. The system prompt suddenly rang, and Mu Feng's head shook slightly, momentarily stunned. Darkening points, what is this? Chapter 8. The use of darkening points. Darkening points? System, what is this? The sudden appearance of darkening points surprised Mu Feng a bit. Darkening points are a special item rewarded by the system. The host can understand it as a type of currency awarded by the system. The host can obtain darkening points through self-learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or by developing ninjutsu independently. Developing ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu independently will yield richer darkening point rewards. Additionally, fighting powerful enemies also has a certain chance to obtain darkening points. Darkening points can be used to purchase and learn new ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, bloodline limits, special physiques, special ninja tools, etc. They can also be used to activate undarkened ninjutsu, taijutsu, bloodline limits, special physiques, special ninja tools, etc. At the same time, darkening points can also enhance any darkened skills or items that the host has mastered, increasing the darkening level of that skill or item. The higher the darkening level, the higher the skill's proficiency, and there is also a chance to activate darkening effects. The same goes for items. Furthermore, higher level skills and items require more darkening points. After listening to the system's explanation, Mu Feng finally understood. In other words, in the future, the things I learn, including bloodline limits, aside from passively waiting for them to darken and improve, I can also manually use darkening points to enhance them. The host can understand it this way. That's great. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. If I solely rely on ninjutsu or bloodline limits to improve, that would be too passive. Moreover, Mufeng is currently a bit uncertain about the triggering conditions for darkening. It seems that being stimulated will cause darkening to improve, but the degree and amount of stimulation are key points. Additionally, Mufeng also finds it hard to grasp the developmental direction of his various ninjutsu, including bloodline limits. If he is stimulated and ends up improving basic ninjutsu like shadow clone technique or body replacement technique, then when he returns to the battlefield, he would still be weak. But now, with the setting of darkening points, Mufeng can choose to focus on certain aspects. For example, even if his Sharingan no longer autonomously darkens and improves, Mufeng can still use darkening points to enhance it to the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, with darkening points, Mufeng should also be able to bypass some restrictions on the enhancement of his Sharingan, which makes things much easier. The system is really considerate. System, please check for me how many darkening points I would need to elevate the 3-Tomo Sharingan to Manjiki level. Querying. The query result is between 10,000 to 100,000, depending on the specific skills of the Sharingan. 10,000 to 100,000, that's a lot. Hearing the query result, Mufeng was a bit surprised. But upon careful thought, having the Manjiki Sharingan would lead to a qualitative improvement in his strength, so this price is acceptable. Moreover, if calculated at 100 darkening points per learned ninjutsu, he would need to self-learn 100 ninjutsu. It seems a bit difficult, but it's not too hard, because the Sharingan can copy and learn other people's ninjutsu. Moreover, the system also mentioned that developing your own ninjutsu would yield greater rewards. Additionally, the more ninjutsu you learn through this system, the more powerful you become. After some contemplation, Mufeng set a small goal for himself. First, let's learn 100 ninjutsu. Mufeng-kun. While Mufeng was deep in thought, Kai came to his side, and at that moment, the aura emanating from Kai had stabilized, clearly indicating that he had successfully opened a gate. Congratulations, Kai, you've also successfully opened the initial gate. Haha, compared to Mufeng-kun, my talent is still lacking a lot. But I will definitely not lose to Mufeng-kun. I will work even harder from now on. Mufeng-kun, how about another round of physical training? 1000 kicks, 1000 push-ups, 1000 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Looking at the highly motivated Kai, Mufeng's expression changed, and he shook his head. No, I have some things to do. Let's call it a day. Kai, Mufeng just opened the initial gate and might not be used to it. So let's not push him too hard. At this moment, Might Dai also walked over and asked, Mufeng, don't you feel that something is off? Not at the moment. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Dai. You're Kai's classmate. And with such great talent in physical arts, it's only natural. Kai will need your help in the future. Might Dai spoke in a fatherly tone. Kai is my classmate. It's only right, Mufeng said, scratching the back of his head. But, Uncle Dai, it's getting late, and I really have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. All right, Mufeng, if you want to train in physical arts again, you can come find me. Might Dai didn't insist on keeping Mufeng. Yes, Mufeng-kun, you should be about sweating more. Kai also struck a pose and said. Looking at the two, Mufeng smiled knowingly. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the father and son, Kai and Dai, were genuinely good people. But in the next moment, Mufeng frowned, recalling Might Dai's fate in the original story. According to the plot, during the Third Shinobi World War, Might Dai died after opening the 8 gates to protect others. Calculating the time, it shouldn't be long now. Sighing inwardly, Mufeng made up his mind. If the opportunity arises in the future, and he has the strength, he will step in to save Might Dai. This could be considered a tuition fee for him teaching me the 8 gates. Having gained the 8 gates and bidding farewell to the Kai father and son, Mufeng left the training ground, feeling quite satisfied. At this time, the sky had darkened, and Mufeng needed to return to the Uchiha clan, to his home. As he walked, Mufeng observed the people in the village. Konoha village still didn't have the intense atmosphere of war, but along the way, Mufeng heard plenty of discussions about missions, proving that things outside the village were not stable. Following the main street, Mufeng arrived at Konoha's famous spot, Ichiraku Ramen. Just as Mufeng was curiously peering into the ramen shop, he heard a frantic call from behind. Mufeng. Mufeng. Turning around, he saw a girl in red and white clothing running anxiously toward him. Igorega ikuranai. Mufeng recognized her, and then noticed that a few boys around his age were following her. Mufeng. It's really you. Help me. Chapter 9, Beating Asuma. Mufeng. Help me. On the street, Wai-Hai Kurenai shouted as she ran towards Mufeng. In a swift motion, Kurenai hid behind Mufeng, her ruby-red eyes fixed on the direction from which she had come. At this time, Kurenai had not yet grown into the mature woman of Naruto's era. She was still a cute little girl, and her worried expression made her look even more adorable and pitiable. Mufeng was surprised. And just as he was about to ask what was going on, he heard there, "Big brother Asuma, Kurenai is over there. Let's go catch her this time." From where Kurenai had appeared, 3 boys around 7 or 8 years old came rushing over. Mufong focused his gaze and recognized the leader of the boys. He looked somewhat familiar. Hearing their conversation, Mufong immediately confirmed their identities. Sarutobi Asuma, the second son of the 3rd Hokage, and also his current classmate. At this time, Asuma had not yet matured into the adult he would become. His youthful face bore a resemblance to Konohamaru. Upon seeing Kurenai, a smile spread across Asuma's face, which gave off an impression that he was not a good person with a delinquent vibe. "Big brother, it's him, Uchiha Mufong." When they reached Mufong, Asuma and his companions recognized him, and one of the younger boys immediately shouted, "Hey Mufong, let go of Kurenai." Asuma yelled, pointing at Mufong. Kurenai was startled and shrank further behind Mufong, softly saying, "Mufong, help me. Asuma wants to take me to a strange place." Hearing this, Mufong frowned, looking at Asuma with confusion. However, Asuma didn't hear Kurenai's words and instinctively confronted Mufong. He shouted a few times at Kurenai, but seeing her reaction was minimal only fueled his anger. "Mufong, let go of Kurenai. Kurenai, I just wanted to invite you for ramen. I wouldn't do anything to you." Asuma tried to explain, but Kurenai clearly didn't trust Asuma's words, gripping Mufong's clothes tightly. In just a few exchanges, Mufong seemed to understand what was happening. Connecting it to the later events in Naruto, Mufong was even more certain. It seemed that Asuma had feelings for Kurenai, but his delinquent demeanor made Kurenai think he was up to no good, which was why she sought his help. Mufong didn't really care to understand the specifics of their misunderstanding. However, since Kurenai had found him, Mufong naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Moreover, Asuma's arrogant attitude also irritated Mufong. It was time to teach this kid a lesson. Relying on being the 3rd Hokage's son was a bit too presumptuous. Here, Mufong was deep in thought. Asuma continued to shout, looking coldly at Mufong. Yugao rejected his invitation, which Asuma didn't mind. But when he turned around and saw Yugao hiding behind Mufong, it made him feel angry. He, Asuma, was the son of the Hokage. Could he not handle a Uchiha orphan? "Mufong, if you don't step aside, I'll take action. Although you are from the Uchiha clan and have good grades, we have 3 people on our side." Facing Asuma's shouting, Mufong was not nervous at all. Instead, he found it somewhat childish. 3 people? With you guys? Even 10 wouldn't be enough. "Asuma, I want to allow you to bully my classmates, especially such a cute girl like Yugao." Stepping forward, Mufong spoke with great righteousness. Behind him, Yugao heard Mufeng's words, and her face turned slightly red as she tugged at Mufeng's clothes. "Mufeng, what if? It's fine, just stay behind me. They aren't my match." Mufong turned back and smiled, causing Yugao to be momentarily stunned, her heart racing. This is what it feels like to be protected. With her lips pursed, Yugao showed a cute and radiant smile. Mufong was momentarily stunned by the scene, but he quickly regained his composure. How could he have feelings for a 7 or 8-year-old girl? This was truly a crime. While feeling remorseful inside, Mufong glanced at Asuma. "Since that's the case, Mufong, we can only compete to see who is superior. Only the victor deserves the beauty." Asuma proclaimed these incredibly dramatic words with a face full of confidence. "Heh, I won't consider Hong as a wager in this battle. I just simply find you displeasing and want to teach you a lesson." Mufong stepped forward. Although he was young, his aura was intimidating. Asuma hesitated upon hearing this and looked at his 2 companions before gathering his courage. "Let's go together. He is just one person. Even if he uses the body flicker technique, it's not that impressive. I am Sarutobi Asuma, a member of the Sarutobi clan. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Asuma charged directly at Mufong, with his 2 companions flanking him, launching an attack from different directions simultaneously. Mufong's gaze sharpened. The next moment, he began forming hand signs. Bang, bang. 2 sounds echoed. A cloud of smoke spread, and then 2 clones of Mufong appeared on the scene. Shadow clone technique? Asuma widened his eyes in surprise. The ordinary clone technique creates only an illusion without a physical body and cannot attack others. Since Mufong was just a student at the ninja school, Asuma thought it was impossible for him to master such advanced ninjutsu as the shadow clone technique. Therefore, Asuma was quite astonished. Using clones to deal with the 3 of them still meant 1 against 3. Moreover, using the clone technique right in front of them was practically revealing which one was the real body, right? "Never mind, let's go together. Attack the one in the middle," Asuma commanded, and the 3 of them charged towards Mufeng's real body. Seeing the 3 charging at him, all 3 Mufongs moved simultaneously. Bang! In the clash, Asuma was the first to strike, throwing a punch straight at Mu Feng's face. However, Mu Feng easily dodged it. Compared to Guy's Taijutsu, Asuma's was simply rough and unrefined. After dodging, Mu Feng didn't make any large movements. He clenched his right fist, reached upward, and directly struck Asuma in the abdomen. A muffled thud sounded. Asuma's entire body bent like a shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his complexion turning pale. Immediately afterward, Mu Feng kicked Asuma away. "Boss!" The two henchmen shouted as they saw Asuma take a hit. Don't mind me," Asuma struggled to say. The two henchmen then realized that now was the best opportunity to attack Mu Feng's real body. Their gazes sharpened, and they leaped high into the air, raising their legs to smash down on Mu Feng's shoulders. If Mu Feng took this hit from both of them, he definitely wouldn't fare well. Chapter 10. Battle with the Chunin. On the street, watching Asuma's two henchmen drop from the air to attack Mu Feng, Yuhi Kurenai felt a tightness in her heart. "Mu Feng, you can do it." As the two henchmen got closer to Mu Feng, he still showed no intention of dodging, making Kurenai increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Asuma's two henchmen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "For our boss! For our boss!" they shouted enthusiastically. But at that moment, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Mu Feng's two clones appeared beside them. With a raised leg, they kicked the two henchmen flying out of the air. The taijutsu of these two is not even as good as Asuma's, and Mu Feng's shadow clone can easily take care of them. As the two subordinates fell to the ground, the Asuma trio officially lost. Their attack happened within a few seconds, but their defeat came in an instant. The two subordinates, who were knocked away by Mu Feng's clone, stood up with disbelief in their eyes. This is not just a clone technique. It has a physical body. It's a shadow clone. He actually knows how to use shadow clones. The subordinates exclaimed. On the other side, Asuma was gradually recovering at this moment. But as soon as he looked up, three Mu Fengs appeared right in front of him, surrounding him. "How about it? Do you admit defeat? Promise me you won't cling to Hong anymore, and I'll let you go," Mu Feng said, looking down at Asuma. "Damn it, Mu Feng, I will never concede. If you want to take Hong away, you're dreaming. Spit." Asuma's expression was filled with anger, clearly not willing to back down. He was even more unwilling to agree to Mu Feng's condition. Not agreeing, not conceding. "All right, then I'll beat you until you do." As soon as he finished speaking, one of Mu Feng's clones punched Asuma. "Mu Feng, let go of our boss. Our boss is the son of the Hokage. You can't treat him like this." Seeing the three Mu Fengs surrounding Asuma, the two subordinates rushed over, shouting. But they didn't dare to act because they knew they were no match for Mu Feng. "Damn it, Mu Feng, you wait for me. I will not admit defeat." After being punched by Mu Feng, Asuma still shouted, very unconvinced. Immediately after, Mu Feng's second clone also moved. However, this time Mu Feng only wanted to teach Asuma a lesson, so he didn't use much force. But the subordinates on the side were getting anxious seeing this scene. "Hurry, go find Lord Hokage." Yes, find Lord Hokage." The two immediately thought of Asuma's father, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After saying that, they ran towards the Hokage building. But over here, the two hadn't taken 2 steps when whoosh. An adult man wearing a forehead protector appeared in front of them, glaring fiercely at Mu Feng. "How dare you, Uchiha, lay hands on the Hokage's son. Quickly let go of young Master Asuma." As soon as the words were spoken, the adult man charged directly towards Mu Feng. Hearing this, Mu Feng turned around and looked at the adult man, who wore the Konoha forehead protector and appeared to be in his 20s, looking more like a Chunin. The Chunin was staring at Mu Feng, his eyes filled with anger and displeasure, as if Mu Feng were his enemy. "Oh, the one who comes to save the day has finally arrived?" Seeing this person, Mu Feng immediately thought of Ebisu, who was by Konohamaru's side. It seemed that Asuma must have enjoyed this kind of treatment when he was younger. After all, he is the son of the third Hokage. "Chunin?" Mu Feng tentatively asked. Since you know, hurry up and let go of young Master Asuma. Young Master Asuma is not someone like you can compare to. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Uchiha brat." The Chunin gritted his teeth and said. From the other party's tone, Mu Feng not only sensed the displeasure directed at him, but also felt the hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Mu Feng got fired up. "Rude? How rude? Just right, I also want to find a Chunin to test my current strength. Why not choose you?" Mu Feng raised an eyebrow and said, Little brat, you're not big in age, but your tone is huge. As expected, Uchiha people are like this. Since that is the case, then let me teach you a lesson. Make you remember this." Facing a 7 or 8-year-old child, the Chunin naturally was not afraid. After saying that, he walked towards Mu Feng. But at that moment, Asuma stood up. "This is my own business. You don't need to meddle. Go back and tell him that I..." Asuma Want to become stronger by relying on myself, not on the Hokage's son title. Staring at the Chunin, Asuma was even angrier. The Chunin, hearing this, frowned slightly, his expression darkening. Young Master Asuma, my duty is to teach you and ensure your safety. He is my classmate. We're just playing around. Asuma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said defiantly. As soon as these words were spoken, Mufong was slightly taken aback. The original work also mentioned that Asuma was a rebellious troublemaker before he grew up. It wasn't until after the Third Great Ninja War, after he had gone out to train for a few years and then returned to Konoha, that he became mature and steady. Now, Asuma's situation basically fits the original setting. However, now that Mufong had finally found a suitable opponent to practice against, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, once the three-tomo Sharingan was activated, combat equated to learning Ninjutsu, which meant earning Darkening points. TCH, as if I would definitely lose. Don't think that just because you're a Chunin, you're so impressive. Today I, Uchiha Mufong, will challenge you. Let me show you what the Uchiha clan is capable of. With that, Mufong charged forward, ignoring Asuma. At the same time, Mufong formed hand seals again. Bang bang bang. Two shadow clones appeared beside Mufong. His gaze sharpened, and all four shadow clones moved out together, launching the first attack. How ridiculous, thinking that mastering A-rank shadow clone technique would allow you to defeat a Chunin. Today, I'll show you some colors. Sorry, Asuma. Even if he is your classmate, I won't allow him to provoke me like this. The Chunin bowed to Asuma and then took up a combat stance. Seeing the four clones rushing toward him, the Chunin formed seals with his hands and then slammed the ground forcefully. Earth style, earth flow river. With a loud shout, the ground beneath the four clones suddenly turned into a swamp, starting to flow. Immediately, the four clones lost their balance and were about to fall heavily to the ground. But at that moment, Mufong, who remained in place, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he felt a trace of joy inside. It's finally started. Mufeng murmured. And at the same time, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, with three black tomo locking in place in his gaze. Chapter 11. The power of the Sharingan, the Umbu appear. Earth style, earth flow river. The Chunin shouted. The ground in front of him transformed into a muddy swamp that kept flowing, directly trapping Mufeng's four clones in place. As the ground continued to shake, the four clones lost their center of gravity and fell into the swamp. Almost instantly, driven by the earth flow, the four clones turned into smoke. Bang 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 bang. As the clones disappeared, a glint of pride flashed in the Chunin's eyes. He well said, "Was this all you've got?" His gaze shifted to Mufeng on the opposite side. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He saw Mufeng's hands moving rapidly, as if he was forming seals, and the way he was doing it looked incredibly familiar. This is bad. His pupils constricted, and the Chunin immediately sensed something was amiss, launching himself into the air. Just then, Mufeng slammed his hands down onto the floor. Earth style, earth flow river. With a light shout, the ground beneath the Chunin's feet began to surge as well, transforming into a swamp. Seeing this scene, the Chunin was taken aback. If it were an ordinary ninja, using such ninjutsu wouldn't be surprising. But who was his opponent? Just a 7-year-old boy who couldn't even be considered a lower ninja in the Konoha school. And yet he could use this kind of ninjutsu. It was simply terrifying. On the side, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai watched as Mufeng also executed the earth style, their eyes widening in shock. Asuma looked at Mufeng in disbelief, filled with astonishment. This guy, was he just pretending in school all along? Asuma grumbled indignantly. If Mufeng had used this technique earlier, he would have had any chance to fight back against him. Mufeng's so cool. He can actually use such powerful ninjutsu. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Mufeng with admiration. Previously, in their class, everyone acknowledged Kakashi as the only genius. But Kakashi, due to his father White Fang's issues, always had a standoffish demeanor, and he graduated early after only studying for a year. In the ninja school, almost all the girls had little interaction with Kakashi. Although Mufeng was from the Uchiha clan, he had a good personality. However, before this, his strength and talent were quite ordinary. He was handsome, but without strength, he was still somewhat looked down upon in the Naruto world. But now he was handsome, had a good personality, and was powerful. Such a boy was almost the object of admiration for all the girls in the class. Plus, since Mufeng had previously helped her fend off Asuma's harassment, Kurenai's admiration for him skyrocketed. Here, Mufeng is completely indifferent to Asuma and Yugao's feelings. After activating his Sharingan, he quickly captured the ninjutsu of the Chunin man opposite him and saw through it, copying it. However, Mu Feng felt regret that the opponent had seen through his actions in advance. At this moment, Mu Feng had just opened his eyes, and he had not yet reached the level of Kakashi imitating Zabuza with his 3-tomo Sharingan, so he was unable to hypnotize the Chunin across from him. But even so, for a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was already impressive. Watching the Chunin man leap into the air, Mu Feng casually threw out a few shurikens, using his Sharingan to capture the Chunin man's movement trajectory and sealing it off in advance. In the air, the Chunin man looked at the shurikens coming at him from tricky angles with great force, and his brows furrowed immediately. At this moment, he actually felt like he was fighting against a ninja of the same level. The next moment, the Chunin man looked at Mu Feng, his gaze paused. The shock on his face was beyond words. The Chunin man saw the pair of crimson eyes in Mu Feng. The Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Upon seeing the Sharingan, the Chunin man shivered, involuntarily recalling how he had been defeated by a member of the Uchiha clan before, during which he had been humiliated severely. It was at that moment that he had begun to hate the members of the Uchiha clan. Whoosh, 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 the shurikens whistled through the air, disrupting the Chunin man's thoughts. Staring at the shurikens, his gaze gradually became frenzied. What a joke. A 7 or 8-year-old child can still be my opponent. As soon as the words fell, the Chunin man reached behind him, revealing 2 shurikens, and threw them out. At the same time, he formed hand seals. The shurikens from both sides flew towards each other in the air. At this moment, the Chunin man let out a soft shout, Ninjutsu, multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. The next moment, the shurikens he threw began to split, going from 2 to 4, and then to 8, surpassing the number of shurikens Mu Feng had. Clang, clang, clang. Several of Mu Feng's shurikens were hit and fell to the ground, while the additional shurikens created by the Chunin man continued to rush towards Mu Feng. However, upon seeing this scene, Mu Feng did not feel anxious. Instead, he was even more delighted. Similarly, he pulled out 2 shurikens from his hand, and the moment he threw them, his fingers moved quickly to form seals. Ninjutsu, multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. The same hand seals, the same ninjutsu, but this time, when Mu Feng threw out 2 shurikens, they directly split into 16 shurikens. The blood-red Sharingan continued to focus on the Chunin man. The angles of the shurikens were still tricky, and this time, there were even more of them. Seeing Mu Feng's pair of crimson Sharingan and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth, the Chunin man suddenly seemed to understand something. Impossible. Even the Sharingan cannot replicate my ninjutsu this quickly. And why can he split into 16 shurikens? This is impossible, the Chunin man exclaimed in shock. But at this moment, 16 shurikens not only blocked the ones he had thrown, but also flew towards the Chunin man. With no other choice, the Chunin man had to pull out a kunai and began a block. However, under the enhancement of the Sharingan, how could Mu Feng's shurikens be so easily blocked? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens flew through the air, grazing the Chunin man's face, right arm, and lower abdomen, leaving behind 3 streaks of blood. Even more critically, 1 shuriken directly hit the Chunin man's left arm, deeply embedding itself into his flesh. The Chunin man immediately winced in pain. At this moment, his body fell from the air. With a plop, he pulled out the shuriken from his left arm, covering the wound. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared fiercely at Mu Feng. Uchiha brat, I'm going to kill you. He roared, like a wounded lion, ready to pounce. The next moment, he looked ready to charge directly at Mu Feng. Meanwhile, Mu Feng's chakra was almost depleted, but he was not worried at all. Compared to ninjutsu, Mu Feng was now more skilled in taijutsu. With his chakra circulating, Mu Feng was ready to open the 8 gates and completely crush this arrogant and hostile Chunin man. The atmosphere between the 2 sides became increasingly intense. But at that moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly landed between the 2. Stop! A cold shout echoed in the arena as a masked Umbu ninja appeared. The Umbu ninja first looked at the Chunin man, and a powerful killing intent instantly surged towards him. With a bang, seemingly startled by this killing intent, the Chunin man froze in place. At this moment, the Umbu ninja turned to look at Mu Feng. Mu Feng frowned. Umbu? But the next moment, Mu Feng saw the other's eyes clearly. A pair of blood-red eyes. Unmistakably the Sharingan. Chapter 12. Konoha's Genius Kakashi. The Umbu member is also from the Uchiha clan. On the scene, Mu Feng fell into thought, abandoning his plan to continue fighting. With the Umbu present, the Chunin man also had no intention of continuing the confrontation. TCH, this time you got lucky. Asuma, come back with me. The Chunin man called out to Asuma. I don't want to. Here, Asuma turned and left. Before leaving, his gaze fell on Mukfang. His expression full of complexity, seemingly unable to believe that Mukfang could actually fight a CH-Nin head-on. Seeing Asuma leave, the CH-Nin immediately followed him. Meanwhile, a member of the Umbu also swiftly left the scene. Mukfang, are you okay? At that moment, Hinata ran over, looking concerned. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine. Mufeng waved his hand and replied. You really scared me just now, but I didn't expect you to be so strong, able to hold your own against a Chunin. Hinata was still shaken. Although she knew they were all ninjas from the same village and wouldn't go all out, using ninjutsu against each other was still quite dangerous for kids around 7 or 8 years old. Fortunately, Mufeng was unharmed. Otherwise, I would blame myself to death. Mufeng was still savoring the battle that had just taken place. Although brief, he gained quite a lot. With the help of the Sharingan, he simulated Earth Style, Earth Flow River, and multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Moreover, just now, his chakra had been stimulated and increased significantly. He now had 1/20th of Kakashi's chakra. The system's judgment seemed to be based on the elite Nin Kakashi from the original work. 1/20th means my chakra is already equivalent to that of an ordinary CH-Nin, adding to that the 8 gates, the Sharingan. Once I digest the 2 ninjutsu techniques, Earth Style, Earth Flow River, and multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, my combat power should be able to match that of a CH-Nin. Even against elite CH-Nin or J-Nin, I would not be without a fighting chance. Mufeng summarized his current combat power. At the same time, this battle also brought in 100 points of darkening value. As expected, battles can also yield darkening value. The darkening value should be the key to enhancing my strength in the future. Sigh. This system is making me feel like I want to go to the battlefield for training. Thinking about how such a brief battle brought such rich rewards, Mufeng couldn't help but smile. On the side, Yuhi Kurenai looked at Mufeng's smile with a puzzled expression. Mufeng, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just suddenly thought of something funny. Mufeng replied with a laugh, pulling his thoughts back. He then glanced at the Ichiraka ramen shop nearby, and in a good mood, decided to celebrate by dragging Yuhi Kurenai along. Come on. I'm in a good mood now, let's go eat ramen. With her small hand held, Kurenai's heart raced. Her face turned red, and steam seemed to rise from her head, transforming her into a steam princess. Asuma never expected that what he wanted to do would be so easily accomplished by Mufeng. Boss, 2 bowls of ramen. Upon entering the ramen shop, Mufeng immediately shouted. The always smiling Uncle Ichiraka came out, and upon seeing Mufeng and Kurenai, smiled knowingly. Okay, I'll have it ready right away. Soon, 2 bowls of ramen were served, steaming and aromatic, the clear broth making Mufeng's appetite surge. When he watched the original work, he had long wanted to try Ichiraka ramen. Haha, finally getting my wish. Uncle Ichiraku, Kurenai, I won't hold back. Let's dig in, Mufeng said, and in the next moment, he began to eat heartily. The noodles were elastic and delicious. Mufeng smacked his lips, swearing this was the best ramen he had ever eaten. No wonder Uncle Ichiraku's skills were simply amazing. Kurenai, you should try it too, Mufeng exclaimed. Uncle Ichiraku immediately smiled upon hearing this, and Kurenai felt a bit closer to Mufeng, compared to the Mufeng who had just fought against the CH-Nin man. The current Mufeng felt more like a peer. Mufeng, slow down. You're spilling soup on your clothes, Kurenai said with a smile. After saying that, she also started enjoying the delicious food. Slurp. Soon, Mufeng's bowl of ramen was almost empty. Patting his stomach, Kurenai smiled at Mufeng, then finished her own meal. The two walked out of Ichiraka ramen one after the other. At this point, the sky outside had darkened, and stars appeared sparsely in the night sky. Muten-kun, thank you so much today. I'm really so happy. On the street, Kurenai said to Mufeng with a beaming smile. Mufeng smiled faintly, while internally berating himself for flirting with a girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. But thinking about how he was also just 7 or 8 years old, that guilt lightened considerably. Moreover, a beauty like Kurenai shouldn't be wasted on a rough guy like Asuma. Here, Mufeng had just waved his hand, wanting to speak. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, his gaze directed ahead. Under the streetlight, a shadow was elongated, and a figure slowly walked towards Mufeng and Yuhi Kurenai. Following Mufeng's line of sight, Kurenai looked over, a hint of confusion in her eyes. However, the two soon recognized the person approaching. With white hair, wearing a mask, and carrying a short knife on his back, Kakashi. Mufeng-kun, it seems to be Kakashi, Kurenai exclaimed. He must have just returned from outside the village. Could he have been on a mission? A spark of curiosity appeared in Kurenai's eyes, and Mufeng's gaze was also fixed on Kakashi. Since his arrival, Mufong had performed quite well, but whenever he exceeded the average level of his peers, others would inevitably think of Kakashi. There was no helping it. Kakashi was a genius among his classmates. As the son of the Konoha White Fang, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy in just a year, becoming a genin. And then the following year, he became a Chunin, far surpassing his peers. He was practically the model child. Now, Kakashi had already begun undertaking missions assigned by the village. Although Mufang's performance was impressive, he was still considered a student of the Ninja Academy, not even a genin, let alone having any mission experience. However, Mufang was well aware that his current strength was already sufficient to contend with Chunin. Encountering Kakashi now stirred something within Mufang. I wonder if I can match Kakashi now? If I could have a fight with him, I should be able to learn quite a bit of ninjutsu. Mufang thought to himself. But at that moment, Kakashi walked right past the two, his gaze indifferent, as if they didn't exist at all. Mutenkun. Kurenai seemed a bit startled by Kakashi's coldness and spoke up. Here, Mufang's nose twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of blood. He had just returned from a mission, and it was very likely that he had killed someone. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the direction Kakashi had left, his pupils trembling slightly, and his mind became alert. Chapter 13. Mufang's Rise, the Higher UPS Reaction Konoha Village. Hokage Building. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed seriously at the documents in his hand. Beside him, Danzo sat quietly with an indifferent expression, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Is this news confirmed? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. It has been confirmed, Danzo replied. The Chunin exams are just around the corner, and some other villages will be sending genin to participate in the assessment. The current external situation is not very good. The Cloud and Mist villages will definitely not miss this opportunity. After speaking, Danzo took a sip of water. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment. The situation in Konoha was indeed, as Danzo had said, it was not very favorable. Throughout the shinobi world, the movements of war among the great nations were becoming increasingly apparent. Aside from the Land of Fire, the other four great nations were clearly dissatisfied with their territories and resources. After initiating a few wars against smaller countries, these great nations were evidently still not satisfied and had turned their sights on the resource-rich Land of Fire. The first war to break out among the great nations, which was also the most crucial battle, was the conflict between the various shinobi villages. Konoha was at the forefront. The Chunin exams could not be cancelled. The need for vigilance during this period must be strengthened. Movements from the Mist and Cloud villages must also be monitored. As for the information you brought, I will have someone handle it. After thinking for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. Hearing this, Danzo did not continue speaking, standing up directly to prepare to leave the Hokage building. Just then, a ninja entered the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, it's bad. Asuma has been attacked. The ninja in question was the Nin man who had previously fought with Mufang. He called out as he entered the Hokage building, but quickly noticed that Danzo was also present and immediately fell silent. Lord Danzo, upon hearing the news that Asuma had been attacked, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and took a puff of his cigarette. To him, this was a minor issue, but after all, it was his own son. Go on. It was Asuma's classmate, Uchiha Mufang. The Nin man glanced at Danzo and finally recounted everything that had happened, including his attempt to intervene. Although he altered some of the wording, the gist of the events was largely true. On this side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were surprised to hear that Mufang could actually hold his own against the Nin and had awakened the Sharingan, even able to mimic others' jutsu. They both perked up. All right, I've got the details. Just keep an eye on Asuma and don't let him cause trouble. With a snap, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued. Okay, Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, the Nin man left the Hokage building. However, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo fell silent. After a moment, Danzo spoke first. A genius of the Uchiha clan, he should have already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. What do you plan to do with him? A glint of brilliance flashed in Danzo's eyes as he continued. Last time, you disagreed with Kakashi joining Root. But this Uchiha Mufang is not suitable for that right now. This is a critical moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's words. Danzo, you should put away your schemes. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, and even if he is just an orphan, since he has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, the Uchiha will definitely take notice. Do you think Fugaku and the Uchiha will agree to him joining Root? I will consider his future. Furthermore, before that, we need to assess his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. Hearing this, A hint of disappointment flickered in Danzo's eyes, but he did not show it. Instead, he stood up and left the Hokage building. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the desk a few times. In the next moment, a masked Umbu ninja appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go investigate this Uchiha Mufing. Yes, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, as Danzo exited the Hokage building, two subordinates who had been waiting outside followed him. A genius of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mufing? Danzo murmured, then quietly instructed the two beside him. At the same time, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku also received the news that Mufing had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Are you sure it's the three-tomo Sharingan? The one delivering the news was an Umbu member who had intervened to stop Mufing from fighting the Chunin man. He was a member of the Uchiha clan and had also witnessed Mufing's three-tomo Sharingan. There's no mistake, clan leader. After I returned, I checked the records. He should be Uchiha Mufing from our clan, and he is in the same generation as Obito. In the same generation as Obito? That means he is only 7 or 8 years old. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat shocked. Awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at 7 or 8 years old. What does that mean? No one knows better than the Uchiha clan how outrageous this is. To know that in the original story, Uchiha Itachi also awakened his Sharingan at 8 years old and was already called a genius, but he only awakened the one-tomo Sharingan, while Sasuke awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13. And now, someone has awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at just 7 or 8 years old. People like this have a high possibility of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The key point is that such a genius had gone unnoticed by him before. For a moment, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought, but soon he began to feel joyful. As the leader of the Konoha security team, Uchiha Fugaku is now aware of the dynamics within the ninja world. With a great war approaching, the Uchiha clan has not produced any notable geniuses. During this period, Shursui is only 4 or 5 years old, Itachi has not yet been born, and Obito is at the bottom of his class. The once-renowned Uchiha clan has entered a vacuum period without geniuses. On the other hand, the genius reputation of White Fang's son, Kakashi, has risen, which has made some proud Uchiha clan members feel uncomfortable. But now, Mufing has appeared. As the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku seems to see some hope. Moreover, as long as a genius emerges from the Uchiha clan who can achieve merit on the battlefield, the Uchiha clan can strive for more power within Konoha, and even nominate a member to become Hokage. Clan leader, should I call Mufing over now for you to confirm personally? An Uchiha clan member asked. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need. It's best not to let him get too involved with clan matters. However, I will have the clan protect him in the shadows. Lord Hokage needs a genius who does not belong to the Uchiha, and we Uchiha also need a genius who can compete for Hokage. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke lightly. Chapter 14. Early Graduation, Application for Assessment. The next day, Konoha Ninja School. Hey Mufing, I still want to challenge you one-on-one. As soon as Mufing walked into the classroom, Obito rushed over. Yesterday's challenge had embarrassed Obito, but with his personality, he wouldn't easily admit defeat, even against Kakashi, so he certainly wouldn't back down against Mufing. Boring. You already lost yesterday, which means you've been my little brother since then. Come back to challenge me when your strength reaches Chunin. Mufing replied casually. At the same time, he glanced around the classroom. At this moment, Mike Guy, Yu Gao, and other students had already arrived. Seeing Mufing, Guy eagerly rushed over. Mufing-kun, Yu Gao just said that you fought with a Chunin yesterday, and you won? Do you want to train in Taijutsu together today? Before Kai could finish his question, a group of girls rushed over. Mufeng, did you really fight a Chunin? Hong said you already know advanced ninjutsu. Is that true? Mufeng-kun, that's amazing. Can you teach me the shadow clone technique? Mufeng, here's a small gift I prepared for you. A swarm of girls surrounded him, leaving the usually composed Hinata Yuhi feeling a bit flustered. Mufeng himself was overwhelmed and answered a few questions with a smile. However, when he started talking, the girls became even more enthusiastic, asking about the specifics of his battle with the Chunin. Mufeng is so strong. I bet Kakashi is just like that. Kakashi. Speaking of which, Mufeng, doesn't that mean you might graduate early? Suddenly, someone from the crowd asked. In an instant, many students realized the implications. Yeah, if Mufeng already has the strength to fight Chunin, will he continue to stay at the Ninja Academy? Will he apply for early graduation like Kakashi? The girls reacted even more strongly. If Mufeng graduated early, they wouldn't be able to see him anymore. Many expressed their regrets, and Yui Hinata bit her lip in the background. Just then, a disdainful snort came from behind. Asuma Sarutobi walked over from his seat, glaring coldly at Mufong. Seeing Asuma's indifferent and aggressive demeanor, everyone else stepped aside. Mufong, I admit you're strong, but I, Asuma Sarutobi, will never concede easily. I will continue to challenge you. After throwing down the gauntlet, Asuma returned to his seat. Mufong was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Asuma to dare to provoke him after witnessing his fight with a Chunin the day before. It seemed he would have to teach this guy a lesson to make him understand what true strength is. Looking at Asuma, Mufong decided he would definitely have to deal with him later. Soon after, the teacher arrived in the classroom. With the teacher's arrival, the noise in the classroom immediately ceased. Throughout the day's lessons, Mufong was in a daze, drifting off while contemplating where to learn some ninjutsu next. To learn ninjutsu now, one either needed to fight, find someone to teach them, or look for ninjutsu scrolls. Fighting with the Sharingan could copy ninjutsu, but that didn't mean he fully learned it. Practice was still needed. However, being in the village now, such opportunities as yesterday wouldn't come often. If he sought someone to teach him, perhaps he could find Uchiha Fugaku from the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, he shouldn't refuse. Besides, his identity as an Uchiha felt a bit awkward. Even someone like Obito managed to learn fire release. The original host hadn't learned a single fire release technique. Another option was to learn from ninjutsu scrolls or develop his own techniques. He just didn't know if developing already existing ninjutsu would count as new development. If it did, he could try to create a Rasengan. The Uchiha Rasengan fell a bit off somehow. Whatever. As long as he could gain Darkening points, it would be fine. However, he was quite curious about where Kakashi had learned his ninjutsu before. At this time, he hadn't yet become a disciple of Minato Namikaze. The only possible source would have been from White Fang. After a day of wandering thoughts, as class was nearing its end, the teacher called Mufong out individually. Mufong, I heard you fought a Chunin in the village yesterday. Mufong nodded. The Hokage is already aware of this matter. Your current strength is no longer suitable for staying at the Ninja Academy. Both the Hokage and I believe you can apply for early graduation. Here is an application form. You can take a look. If there are no issues, you can fill it out and submit it today, and tomorrow you can apply for the graduation assessment. As he spoke, the teacher handed Mufong an application form. Seeing the form, Mufong was slightly shocked. After fighting with the Chunin and meeting Kakashi, he had thought about applying for early graduation. However, he hadn't expected that his situation would reach the third Hokage, and that the third would personally inquire about it, possibly even influencing the early graduation process. This matter has come a bit too quickly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, being targeted by the third Hokage, and even now Danzo already knows about me, Mufong feels that this is not a good thing. However, graduating early at least allows him to gain a lot of autonomy and has given him much more time, so it is not entirely a bad thing. Moreover, perhaps he can take this opportunity. Teacher, I want to ask if I graduate early, can I apply to learn more advanced ninjutsu? Like Fire Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Bullet, and so on? Mufong took this opportunity to express his thoughts. Hearing Mufeng's question, the teacher frowned. Mufong, at your age, you can already fight against Chunin. I have to admit that you indeed have great talent. But learning any ninjutsu is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Moreover, every ninja has limited time, and for ninjas, learning ninjutsu is a serious matter. It's not about quantity, but quality. However, as long as you can pass the graduation assessment and have the desire to learn ninjutsu, I will support you and can help you apply for some ninjutsu scrolls. Alternatively, you can also find a small team within the village to join and continue learning from a Jonin. Hearing that he could obtain ninjutsu scrolls, Mufeng's eyes lit up. In that case, I will apply for early graduation. Mufong said decisively. Great. Go home and prepare today, and you can take the assessment tomorrow. Chapter 15. Assessment completed. Entering training mode. Shadow clone technique, pass. Transformation technique, pass. Substitution technique, pass. Congratulations, Uchiha Mufong. You have grown into a qualified ninja. Here is your forehead protector. In front of everyone at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Mufong publicly submitted his application for early graduation. Under the witness of the supervising teacher, Mufong perfectly passed the graduation assessment and received his Genin forehead protector. Mufeng, congratulations. I am proud of you, the teacher said as he handed the forehead protector to Mufong. The other students in the classroom looked at Mufong graduating early with mixed reactions. The girls in the class looked at Mufong with reluctance, while the boys had various responses. Some were envious, some were dismissive, and some felt reluctant. Well, now Mufong has graduated early too. With Kakashi That's two people who graduated early. It seems we need to keep working hard. Several boys said. That's right. Youth should be about constantly chasing the footsteps of strong. Kai clenched his fists. Mufeng, just wait. Asuma will definitely catch up to you and defeat you. Mufeng, I will also work hard. Yuhi Kurenai said, looking at Mufeng, also getting motivated. Mufeng looked at everyone in the class and smiled lightly. I just graduated early. It doesn't mean we won't see each other in the future, but everyone should work hard too. After saying that, Mufeng waved his hand, shook the forehead protector in his hand, and showed off. All right, everyone, this genin has some things to take care of. You all just be good students. Seeing Mufeng like this, the boys in the class immediately gritted their teeth. Damn it, he is showing off just because he graduated a little early. Uchiha Obito will definitely surpass him. Sarutobi Asuma will too. The classroom fell into a commotion. Mufeng, after graduating early, you can join a ninja team. I have already submitted your information to Hokage-sama. Here, Mufeng followed his teacher to the outside of the classroom, and the teacher began to speak. Ninja team? Yes. But before that, you need to pass the assessment for the ninja team in order to carry out missions. However, there isn't a particularly suitable team right now. During this time, don't forget to continue your training. This is the ninja scroll you wanted before. As he spoke, the teacher took out several ninjutsu scrolls. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely train hard. Seeing the ninjutsu scrolls, Mufeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to take them. After exchanging a few more words, Mufeng left the ninja school. At the Hokage building, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Mufeng has applied for early graduation. Additionally, there are people from Danzo's side keeping an eye on him. The Uchiha clan has not taken any action for now. The ninja reported immediately after appearing. Understood, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, not lifting his head as he smoked at his desk. The next moment, the ninja disappeared from the spot. After the ninja vanished, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head, frowning slightly. Generally speaking, after Mufeng applied for early graduation, he should join the ranks of mission takers like Kakashi. Moreover, after graduating, ninjas usually join a 4-person team for better coordination. Although there are some team formations in Konoha village right now, Mufeng's situation is somewhat special. He is a member of the Uchiha clan and has awakened to Sharingan, appearing as a genius at a time when the Uchiha clan is struggling. The Uchiha clan will definitely provide support. Therefore, when it comes to Mufeng's assignment, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to consider more. This is really a headache. First, there's Kakashi. And now, there is Uchiha Mufeng. However, no matter what, this child must not be handed over to Danzo. The Uchiha clan will definitely not agree. However, regarding the upcoming team, after choosing from the team list for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not make a decision. In the end, he decided to set it aside for now. Additionally, he wanted to see the reaction of the Uchiha clan. Let's give it some more time. Moreover, the upcoming Chunin exam that the village is about to hold should also be taken seriously. This time, we must send out some excellent ninjas to let Kumogakure and Kirigakure see the strength of Konoha. Murmuring to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke, while he provisionally designated Mufeng as a participant in the Chunin exam. However, whether he could participate in the Chunin exam was still something Sarutobi Hiruzen could not decide at this moment. Here, Mufeng has left the ninja school. He is unaware of the intentions of the higher-ups in Konoha, such as Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo. After obtaining the ninjutsu scroll, Mufeng immediately rushed back to the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan has always been responsible for the entire security work of Konoha, and the Uchiha territory is one of the safest places in the entire Konoha village. Once back in the clan territory, Mufeng eagerly opened the ninjutsu scroll. The scroll was densely packed with various ninjutsu techniques, although most of them were low-level techniques like Earth Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet, and Water Barrier. For Mufeng at this moment, quantity mattered more than quality. Additionally, some common fire release techniques were recorded in the scroll. As long as he could activate the ninjutsu and enter the darkened state, Mufeng would have gained something. Moreover, actively learning ninjutsu could also earn him darkening points, which are extremely valuable to Mufeng. Alright, starting today, I'm going into crazy learning mode. I'll absorb these ninjutsu and try to develop the Rasengan and Chidori. Ideally, I can raise my strength to Jonin level before officially participating in missions. Mufeng said confidently. At this moment, he has selectively ignored the disadvantages of graduating early. However, for safety's sake, Mufeng still needed to choose a relatively safe training location. After all, practicing ninjutsu couldn't be done directly at home or in the village. The first place that came to Mufeng's mind was the training ground where he trained with Guy. That training ground is a bit small, but there's an open area a little further away, as well as a small lake, which is perfect for practicing ninjutsu. It was already getting late today, so he decided to start from tomorrow. From tomorrow, he will officially enter training mode. Mufeng clenched his fists slightly and excitedly said. The next moment, Mufeng's gaze flashed with joy as he looked at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and began to study the various ninjutsu recorded within it. Throughout the night, Mufeng hardly rested and studied the scroll. The next day, as dawn broke, Mufeng hurriedly got up and headed to the training location he had chosen. The practice of ninjutsu officially began. Chapter 16. Obtaining the body of Hashirama. Learning would release. The night was deep. On a calm lake surface surrounding Konoha village. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a shout, a large ball of red flames surged forth, and the surrounding air immediately became scorching, with waves of mist spreading out. On the shore of the lake, a boy dressed in Uchiha clan attire, looking only 7 or 8 years old, was training his ninjutsu. He was Mufeng, who had applied for early graduation from the ninja school. Now, it has been over half a month since Mufeng graduated. During this month, Mufeng lived a monotonous and repetitive life. Every morning, as the sun rose, Mufeng would come to this open area and the lakeside to train his ninjutsu, training until late at night before returning to rest. After a month of effort, Mufeng has gained a lot and has learned many low-level ninjutsu. At the same time, during the training process, Mufeng's ninjutsu talent underwent a darkening process, improving from its original trash talent to an A-grade talent. Just today, he learned the fire release ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan takes great pride in. This was also the last ninjutsu recorded in the ninjutsu scroll he obtained. Ding, congratulations. You have learned fire release, great fireball technique, earning 100 darkening points. You have learned 10 ninjutsu in a row, and due to your fickleness, it has caused dissatisfaction among too many ninjutsu. Ding, darkening explosion. All the ninjutsu you have learned are competing with each other and have undergone another darkening. Alt Ninjutsu Proficiency 1. The flames on the lake gradually dissipated. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Mufeng's mind. Hearing this prompt, Mufeng was momentarily stunned, but quickly revealed an excited expression. The next moment, Mufeng opened his system panel. Uchiha Mufeng Strength. Elite Chunin Physique. None. Bloodline Limit. Sharingan 3 Tomo. Currently darkening. Ninja Tools. None Chakra. Small amount. 1/10 of Kakashi. Currently darkening toward Chakra. Taijutsu. Basic Taijutsu Proficient. 8 Gates. Basic. Currently darkening. Jinjutsu. None Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Perfect. Resting. Transformation Technique. Perfect. Resting. Substitution Technique. Perfect. Resting. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Beginner. Darkening Training. Body Flicker Technique. Beginner. Darkening Training. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Basic. Darkening Training. Water Release. Water Barrier. Proficient. Darkening Training. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Basic. Darkening Training. Multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Basic. Darkening Training. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet. Basic. Darkening Training. Talent. Taijutsu Talent. S-Grade. Ninjutsu Talent. A-Grade. Comprehensive Evaluation. With your 3 Tomo Sharingan and numerous ninjutsu, you have already stepped out of the ranks of low-level cannon fodder. Note, current state is in a darkening explosion. All ninjutsu self-improvement accelerated. Darkening points. 1400. After looking at his current panel, Mufeng finally felt like a relatively qualified ninja. He has learned almost all the ninjutsu. The evaluation given by the system has reached Elite Chunin. After the 8 gates reached the basic level, I can already open the 4th gate. If I had the Sharingan, I should be able to hold my own against even Jonin-level opponents now. However, the darkening points are still a bit low. 1400 darkening points are far from enough to upgrade the Sharingan to the Manjiki level. Should I temporarily use the darkening points for other aspects? Staring at the saved darkening points, a hint of hesitation flashed in Mufeng's eyes. His initial plan was to save the darkening points to upgrade the Sharingan all at once. But after half a month of training, Mufeng felt he was thinking too much. The amount of darkening points needed to upgrade the Sharingan is simply too high. He has currently saved less than 1/5. If he continues at this speed, it might hinder his current development. Right now, my physique is still blank. Perhaps I can improve in this area. System, please check how many darkening points are needed to enhance my physique. Ding, detected that the host currently has no physique. Activating physique for the first time requires 1,000 darkening points. and the darkening direction of the physique will be randomly generated. 1,000 points, okay. Activate it directly. Ding. 1,000 darkening points have been deducted, activating physique. Congratulations, host. Your physique darkening has succeeded, and the darkening direction is Hashirama's body. Physique darkening progress. 3. Hashirama's body? The body of Senju Hashirama. The system's prompt sound rang out, and Mufong immediately widened his eyes. Having read the original work, Mufong vividly remembered the perverse nature of the first Hokage's physique. Just the super strong recovery ability was enough to make numerous ninjas sigh in admiration. Not to mention, after inheriting the first Hokage's physique, Mufong could even use wood release. It's not an exaggeration to say that the first Hokage's physique is even more impressive than a Mangekyou Sharingan. Although Mufong was not activating the complete form now, spending only 1,000 points of corruption value to select the Hashirama physique made him feel like he had made a great profit. Moreover, with the Hashirama physique combined with the Uchiha bloodline, isn't this the evolutionary direction of Madara? In that case, as long as I can continue to develop, one day I will be able to grow to the level of Banyi. Just thinking about this made Mufong excited, and he couldn't wait to start trying. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Senju body. You can now learn wood release. Wood release. Mufeng's eyes lit up, but he still hadn't had the chance to access wood release. Fortunately, within the system, Mufong could also exchange to learn ninjutsu. However, these ninjutsu not only wouldn't increase his corruption points, but would also deduct a certain amount of corruption points, which was obviously not cost-effective. But in order to experience the legendary wood release ninjutsu, Mufong made up his mind to indulge a little. After glancing at the learning interface for wood release ninjutsu in the system, Mufong ultimately made his choice. Wood release, jutsu of insertion, requires 400 corruption points. This move, insertion technique, left a deep impression. In the original work, after his dark transformation, Uchiha Obito, having transplanted the first Hokage cells and restored his body, used this wood release technique against an enemy for the first time, instantly killing a Chunin from the Mist Village. Congratulations, you have learned wood release, insertion technique. 400 points of dark transformation value have been deducted, and Mufong returned to a state of having nothing. However, at this point, Mufeng's strength had already increased tremendously compared to before. Now, even a special Jounin would be a worthy opponent for me. Moreover, after acquiring the wood release physique, my recovery ability has improved, indirectly enhancing the 8 gates. Let's try this insertion technique. As the words fell, Mufong channeled his chakra to gather ninjutsu, and with his hands moving swiftly, he locked onto a large tree ahead. Wood release, insertion technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed through the jungle as 3 sturdy branches pierced through a tree the thickness of a barrel. Mufong approached to inspect the results and was very satisfied. If this technique were used on a person, it would definitely be a chilling experience. After observing the effects of the insertion technique, Mufong decided to practice it more in the future, using it for surprise attacks and battles. As ordinary ninjas would never expect it, unknowingly, I now possess the ability to protect myself. Even if I truly enter the battlefield, I won't become cannon fodder. Looking up at the moon over Konoha village, Mufong sighed. However, I still cannot relax too much. Against a stronger Jounin or a Kage level opponent, I'm still not their match. I need to continue training and elevate my strength to Kage level before participating in the Great War. Clenching his fists, Mufong vowed. But at that moment, rustling sounds came from the nearby dense forest, catching Mufeng's attention. Chapter 17, Kakashi in a desperate situation. Mufong makes his appearance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a dense forest, 2 figures hurriedly weaved through, crossing paths. Clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out, and sparks flew between the trees. Shortly after, one person fell rapidly from the air, landing with a thud on the ground. Kakashi, gripping his short blade, fixed his gaze on a strange ninja in the tree above him. The ninja held a bizarrely shaped large blade, and his cold gaze pierced through Kakashi, his killing intent palpable like a beast ready to pounce. A ninja from a mist village. Kakashi's eyes swept over to the forehead protector on the opponent's head, and he unwillingly spoke. At that moment, the opponent's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from the tree, reappearing on the ground not far from Kakashi. I originally wanted to take advantage of the Chunin exams to test Konoha's strength. I didn't expect to be seen through by a little brat. White hair and a blade. You must be Hitaki Tsukumo? No, you must be his descendant. Konoha truly has a wealth of talent. As the ninja with the strange large blade approached Kakashi, he spoke. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade, scanning his surroundings for anything he could use. The death of his father, Hatake Sakumo, had made Kakashi quiet and withdrawn. Whenever he felt down at night, he would sneak out of the village for a stroll. But today, Kakashi encountered an unexpected situation. In the forest outside the village, he stumbled upon a group of non-Konoha ninjas. Relying on his skills and courage, Kakashi stealthily approached. But in the end, he was discovered, and one of them had chased him down, the very ninja now standing before him. After engaging, Kakashi quickly realized that the opponent's strength was definitely above his own. He was a genuine Jounin, while Kakashi had only just been promoted to Chunin, still far from Jounin level. Taking advantage of the terrain, Kakashi began to flee towards Konoha, hoping that the Jounin and Umbu in the village would quickly notice and come to his aid. However, just moments ago, that mist ninja caught up, and after another clash of blades, Kakashi was struck down by the opponent's overwhelming power, crashing to the ground, his body trembling and trapped in a dire situation. As he saw the opponent closing in step by step, the blade poised to strike, death awaited Kakashi. Though I don't know what relation you have to Hatake Sakumo. It's a pity I never fought him. Konoha's white fan, how I look forward to it. But now it's all over. As he spoke, the mysterious and powerful mist ninja stepped forward with his strange large blade raised high, preparing to strike Kakashi. But at that moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, several shuriken flew from the side of the forest, tracing arcs in the air, heading straight for the mist ninja's head. Seeing this, the mist ninja quickly stepped back, swinging his flatfish-shaped large blade. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken were deflected. The mist ninja looked warily towards the nearby forest. This is the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village. If he gets discovered by the Umbu, he will probably face dire consequences. At this moment, the mist ninja has already started to have second thoughts. Soon, Mufing walked out of the jungle, and under the moonlight, he looked at the mist ninja across from him, his pupils narrowing. Mufing recognized the large knife in the mist ninja's hand, shaped like a flounder. Twin swords flounder. It is a large knife held by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, composed of 2 symmetrical blades combined to form one, capable of firing gaseous energy orbs and enlarging the blade. Because its shape resembles a flounder, it is also called twin swords, flounder. In the original work, this knife was always in the hands of Chojuro. However, the ninja in front of Mufing is clearly not Chojuro, judging by his appearance. He resembles Suigetsu from the original work. From this information, Mufing quickly concluded that the mist ninja standing before him is none other than the current leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kirigakure Manatsu. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a powerful individual. Staring at Kirigakure Manatsu, Mufing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure Manatsu's strength is self-evident. He not only possesses the talents of the Kirigakure clan, but is also skilled in wielding the 7 ninja swords, truly an elite jonin. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, he died under Might Guy's 8 gates. Otherwise, Kirigakure Manatsu could have even aimed for the position of Mizukichi. Mufing. Upon seeing Mufing emerge from the jungle, Kakashi's eyes widened. Mufing, get out of here quickly. That guy's a jonin from a mist. Kakashi shouted angrily. Mufing was about the same age as him, and during their time at the academy, Mufing had never shown any outstanding performance. By normal standards, Mufing was not even a Chunin at this point. Such a ninja, facing a mist village jonin who can push even a genius Chunin like him into a life-and-death situation, is simply asking for death. I know. However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Mufing stepped forward and interrupted him. His gaze fell on the figure of Suigetsu, the mist village's 7 ninja swordsmen, and Suigetsu's full moon. The big sword in your hand should be the twin swords, flounder. Mufing's eyes were cold, and he recited Suigetsu's identity as if he were listing treasures, leaving Kakashi beside him stunned. At the same time, Suigetsu was also surprised. He tilted his head and scrutinized Mufing, eventually locking his gaze on the Uchiha attire Mufing was wearing. Uchiha Fire Fan. You're a little brat from the Uchiha clan. Haha, not bad. You recognized me and didn't even think of running away at the first moment. You're already strong at your age. Zabuza might not necessarily be able to handle you. Suigetsu laughed heartily, completely dismissing Mufing. If he could easily kill a Kakashi, he certainly wouldn't take another peer, whom he considered a genius from the Mist Village, seriously. Mufing you? At that moment, Kakashi was stunned. He never expected that after going through a fierce battle he couldn't recognize, Mufing could identify the opponent just by taking a glance. It is important to know that in the world of Naruto, the meaning of identity is multifaceted. Recognizing an opponent's identity also implies knowing their ninjutsu, techniques, and even bloodline limits. For example, once Mufing's identity as a member of the Uchiha clan is recognized on the battlefield, the enemy would instinctively avoid Mufing's eyes to prevent him from launching attacks with the Sharingan. Therefore, accurately identifying the enemy's identity and clan is a crucial aspect of ninja combat. In this regard, Mufing had clearly surpassed Kakashi. Moreover, the most critical point is that Kakashi had been out on missions for the past year, while Mufing had only stayed in the village. At that moment, Kakashi felt that this former classmate had become somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, Mufing's voice reached Kakashi's ears. "Don't worry, leave this to me." His calm tone made Kakashi feel that Mufing wasn't lying, and thus, his heart was even more shaken. "Mufing, the opponent, is a Jonin. Jonin. I'm here to kill Jonin." The firm declaration fell, and the killing intent surged for Mufing. The battle begins. Chapter 18. Uchiha Mufing vs. Suigetsu's Full Moon. Interesting. Kid, let me see how much skill you have. Sensing Mufing's fighting spirit, Suigetsu smiled. Gripping the twin swords, floundered tightly. In the next moment, Suigetsu launched an attack. With a thrust, Suigetsu dashed towards Mufing at incredible speed, then swung his right arm violently. The twin swords floundered, drawing an arc in the air. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air created tension. In his first battle against the Jonin, Mufing didn't dare to underestimate him. As Suigetsu moved, he activated his three-tomo Sharingan. In his field of vision, Suigetsu's movements suddenly slowed down significantly. Mufing took a step back, easily dodging Suigetsu's lethal strike. In the next moment, he quickly performed hand seals. Chakra flowing within him. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. He slammed his hands on the ground, and the entire surface began to shake. A giant dragon rolled out from the soil, letting out a roar as it lunged towards Suigetsu. A hint of surprise flashed in Suigetsu's eyes. At Mufing's age, he couldn't perform such ninjutsu. Not to mention the difficulty of the technique, the amount of chakra simply couldn't keep up. In contrast, after performing the Earth Dragon Bullet, Mufing showed no signs of chakra exhaustion, instead quickly retreating to create distance. Suigetsu, wielding the twin swords, flounder, as the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, possessed terrifying taijutsu. Meanwhile, Mufing, unarmed, had only mastered basic taijutsu and the 8 gates. However, at a last resort, Mufing would not easily reveal the 8 gates. Therefore, creating distance and using ninjutsu to wear down Suigetsu was the best strategy. Suigetsu saw through Mufing's intentions. "You want to defeat me from a distance using ninjutsu? Good idea, but unfortunately, you won't be able to do it." Suigetsu snorted coldly. Mufing's appearance indicated that he was not very old, and the ninjutsu capable of effectively injuring a Jonin was generally B rank or higher. Relying solely on ninjutsu, Suigetsu didn't believe Mufing could accomplish that. Suigetsu continued to swing his twin swords, flounder towards Mufing. After creating some distance, Mufing watched as Suigetsu attempted to close in, a hint of urgency appearing in his eyes as he continued to use ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. He expelled a large, blazing fireball from his mouth. The surging waves of heat crashing towards Suigetsu. In the night, this burst of flame was particularly conspicuous. Suigetsu let out a dissatisfied hum, but had to sidestep to dodge Mufing's attack, being forced to the right side by the great fireball. At that moment, Mufing continued to create distance from Suigetsu, fleeing to the left. Simultaneously, with Mufing's counteraction, Kakashi also recovered from his weakened state and began to take action. Meanwhile, in the distance, it seemed that there was also a commotion coming from the Leaf Village. At this moment, Ghost Lantern Manua furrowed his brows. This kid intends to create a big commotion with ninjutsu and wait for reinforcements from Konoha. Damn it. Ghost Lantern Manua clenched his teeth and began to speculate on Mufing's intentions again. He looked toward the distant Konoha village, and a sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. With Kakashi and Mufing together, he wasn't afraid. But if he got entangled with Konoha Zumbu, it would be very difficult to escape. Damn it. So they planned to set a trap for me here. Kid, this time you're lucky. Staring at the turmoil in Konoha village, Ghost Lantern Manua glared fiercely at Mufing. As his words fell, Ghost Lantern Manua turned and headed deep into the forest. Phew. Watching Ghost Lantern Manua leave, Kakashi sat down on the ground, filled with a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Then, Kakashi turned to Mufing and began to express his gratitude. Mufing, thank you. But before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Mufeng directly walked up to him and snatched the short blade from Kakashi's hands. "Let me borrow this knife." After dropping this inexplicable line, Mufeng surprisingly pursued Ghost Lantern Manwë. Whoosh! In a few flashes, Mufeng's figure, just like Ghost Lantern Manwë, vanished deep into the forest, leaving Kakashi in shock, staring blankly. In the forest, Mufeng moved quickly, using his Sharingan to clearly capture the direction and traces of Ghost Lantern Manwë's departure. Pursuing Ghost Lantern Manwë was not a reckless act on Mufeng's part. He thought it through clearly. He had finally encountered a Jonin from another country in Konoha village, and he absolutely could not easily give up this opportunity to engage. Moreover, their earlier confrontation had already attracted attention in Konoha, and Umbu personnel were definitely on their way. At this moment, as long as Mufeng is not killed instantly by Ghost Lantern Manwë, he is in a safe state during this battle. Mufeng's strength is now equivalent to that of a Jonin, and with the 8 Gates release formation, would release and Hashirama's physique. It is almost impossible for Ghost Lantern Manwë to kill Mufeng in one hit. However, if Mufeng can hold off Ghost Lantern Manwë, or even kill him, he would not only gain practical combat experience, but also earn additional Darkening points. In short, pursuing Ghost Lantern Manwë is a risk-free endeavor. Soon after a chase, Mufeng spotted Ghost Lantern Manwë ahead. Ghost Lantern Manwë also noticed Mufeng and was surprised that Mufeng was so bold. But in the next moment, a surge of anger rose within him. He never expected that an ordinary child from Konoha would have the audacity to hunt him down, which was undoubtedly a challenge and an insult to him. "Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish." A killing intent appeared in Ghost Lantern Manwë's eyes, and the next moment, he swung his dual swords, the Flounder. With a bang, a mass of gaseous energy burst forth from the Flounder and slammed directly towards Mufeng. Mufeng immediately became alert, and using the Sharingan, he performed a body flicker technique to dodge and continued pursuing Ghost Lantern Manwë, realizing that Mufeng was determined to chase him. Ghost Lantern Manwë instead sheathed his Flounder and quickened his pace. Gritting his teeth, Mufeng also accelerated. Soon, following Ghost Lantern Manwë's footsteps, the two fled towards the outskirts of Konoha village. After chasing for about 2 minutes, next to a pond, Ghost Lantern Manwë finally stopped, suddenly turning around to stare at Mufeng. "You little brat from Konoha, you've really pissed me off." As the words fell, Ghost Lantern Manwë formed hand seals. "Eden mist technique." Once the voice settled, a thick mist spread across the area. Mufeng thought to himself that this was not good and quickly heightened his vigilance. Chapter 19. 8 Gates Release Formation Open. As Ghost Lantern Manwë's hidden mist technique unfolded, dense water vapor enveloped Mufeng's location completely. Mufeng tightly gripped the short sword he had taken from Kakashi, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings with full alertness. In this chase, Mufeng had no intention of continuing the previous battle of attrition with Kazuki Mangetsu. Compared to Ninjutsu, the 8 Gates and the Sharingan were Mufeng's strongest state. 8 Gates, first gate, open. Carefully observing his surroundings under the power of the Sharingan, Mufeng quickly locked onto Kazuki Mangetsu's direction. Without any hesitation, Mufeng directly opened the first gate of the 8 Gates. However, it was clearly not enough. Second gate, Rest Gate open. Third gate, Life Gate open. Fourth gate, Wound Gate open. Opening all 4 gates in one breath, a powerful chakra surged around Mufeng's body, emanating a green energy from his skin. The strong chakra shock completely dispelled the mist surrounding Mufeng, shocking Kazuki Mangetsu, who was hiding within it. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Facing the 8 Gates for the first time, Kazuki Mangetsu's eyes widened. He could clearly feel the chakra surging from Mufeng increasing at a geometric rate. In just a few breaths, Kazuki Mangetsu was already feeling a pressure coming from Mufeng. How is this possible? Such chakra, even an ordinary Nin wouldn't possess. And he, merely a kid from Konoha. After the shock, Kazuki Mangetsu's heart began to grow cautious. At this moment, he had internally acknowledged that Mufeng was definitely more talented than Kakashi, with whom he had just fought. He had not yet invaded Konoha, but had already encountered 2 geniuses from the village, which made Kazuki Mangetsu feel a hint of fear. How many talented youths does Konoha have? Can Kirigakure really compete with Konoha? Will this Nin exam plan be able to proceed smoothly? From Mufeng, Kazuki Mangetsu seemed to have seen an invincible Konoha here. But just as Kazuki Mangetsu was lost in thought, Mufeng had already locked onto his figure with the Sharingan. In a state of having opened 4 gates, Mufeng's movements were so fast that ordinary people could hardly catch them. Upon discovering Kazuki Mangetsu, Mufeng dashed forward, gripping the white, toothed short knife, and appeared right in front of him. Whoosh! Seeing the suddenly appearing Mu Feng, Gazuki Mangetsu was startled and instinctively drew his twin blades. Hiramakiri to defend himself. Clang! The two weapons clashed, producing a crisp metallic sound. Immediately after, Gazuki Mangetsu felt a tremendous force coming from Hiramakiri that directly suppressed him. Bang bang! Taking 2 steps back in disbelief, Gazuki Mangetsu couldn't believe it. However, Mu Feng didn't give him any chance to recover, swiftly closing in again and swinging his short knife. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the jungle as the short knife and Hiramakiri continuously sparked against each other. Gazuki Mangetsu's swordsmanship was impressive. Against a ninja of Mu Feng's age, he had enough confidence in this regard. And indeed, after Mu Feng got closer, Gazuki Mangetsu's exquisite sword techniques put immense pressure on him. However, this pressure quickly began to diminish. While Gazuki Mangetsu grew somewhat unsettled, he realized that after Mu Feng had opened the 8 gates, his speed in wielding the knife far surpassed his own. Although he couldn't match Gazuki Mangetsu in swordsmanship, Mu Feng's frequency of slashes exceeded that of Gazuki Mangetsu, forcing him to defend passively. Just having opened the 3-tomo Sharingan, Mu Feng began to analyze Gazuki Mangetsu's techniques and even started to learn his swordsmanship during their exchange. Finally, after a period of stalemate, Mu Feng found an opportunity. The short knife transformed into a flash of white light, sweeping through the gap in Hiramakiri and aimed at Gazuki Mangetsu's waist. But just as the blade was about to touch Gazuki Mangetsu's waist, he suddenly turned transparent, and then, with a splash, transformed into a mass of water. Water transformation technique. The bloodline limit of the Gazuki clan. Transforming into water, Gazuki Mangetsu immediately retreated, regaining distance from Mu Feng before returning to his original form. A kid from Konoha actually forced me to this point, but this is where it ends. A fierce light flickered in Gazuki Mangetsu's eyes, clearly angered after being forced into using his bloodline limit. Being pressured to this extent by a mere 7 or 8-year-old ninja would not only embarrass Gazuki Mangetsu and the 7 ninja swordsmen, but could also bring shame to the entire Kirikiri. On the other side, Mu Feng frowned as he looked at Gazuki Mangetsu, who had returned to his human form. As expected, opening 4 gates wasn't enough to deal with this guy. The water transformation technique is also quite troublesome, but if I remember correctly, this technique should be afraid of that. Mu Feng began calculating in his mind. Forcing Gazuki Mangetsu to use the water transformation technique made Mu Feng clearly understand his strength. After some calculations, a glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. I can give it a try. As his voice fell, Mu Feng's chakra began to surge. 8 gates. 5th gate, door of limit, open. Boom! A powerful energy surged up as the 5th gate opened, and the chakra within Mu Feng's body flowed like a flood, causing his vital energy to begin to evaporate, and the energy radiating from his body became even more vigorous. He can get stronger? Gazuki Mangetsu stared at Mu Feng in shock. Under this state, he felt a slight pain in his brow, and his entire body emitted warning signals. Clearly, after opening the 5th gate, Mu Feng could now pose a threat to Gazuki Mangetsu's life, with Hiramakiri tightly gripped in his hands. Gazuki Mangetsu even considered fleeing the battlefield at this moment. However, he knew that Mu Feng's speed in this state would not give him a chance to escape. This state cannot last. I just need to dodge the initial attacks, and the rest will be simple. Looking at Mu Feng, Gazuki Mangetsu understood that the 8-gate state was a secret technique that wouldn't last long and was harmful to the body. As long as he could stall for a while and wait for Mu Feng's state to decline, he could easily deal with him. And against this physical assault, Gazuki Mangetsu had a certain level of confidence, as he could become immune to physical attacks in his water form. Now, Gazuki Mangetsu was ready to face Mu Feng's attack. At any moment, he could enter the water transformation state. As he looked at Mu Feng, the next moment, Gazuki Mangetsu's pupils suddenly constricted. So fast. Mu Feng launched his attack. Chapter 20, A Huge Crisis. Death in Battle? Outside the Hokage village. There's something happening over there. Hurry up and notify the others. As a firelight suddenly appeared in the distance, accompanied by a large amount of chakra fluctuations, the Umbu ninjas scattered throughout Konoha immediately sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures darted through the forest, heading straight for Akatsuki's Manji and Mufeng. Soon, news of the enemy invasion reached the Hokage building. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood in the building, looking towards the area outside the village where the battle was taking place. Sure enough, They were still unwilling to give up this opportunity during the Chunin exams. With a snap, he took a puff of his cigarette and said solemnly, his brow furrowed. The current Hokage world was clearly not peaceful, and the conflict between the great nations were becoming increasingly intense. The aftermath of the Second Ninja World War had evidently left many problems, particularly for Konoha, which had gained considerable benefits after the war and was naturally targeted by others. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly not a coward. Since they wanted to come, let them come. He took another puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. On the other side, in the jungle outside Konoha village, Akatsuki's Manji was breathing heavily, looking at Mufeng in disbelief. Is this guy even human? Just now, Mufeng had opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates and launched an attack. The strength of the 8 gates depends on the user. After opening the 5th gate, Mufeng could clearly feel a sharp pain in his body while his speed and strength doubled. In the 4th gate state, Mufeng could already exchange blows with Akatsuki's Manji. But after the 5th gate, Akatsuki's Manji clearly couldn't keep up with Mufeng's pace. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by, and in the blink of an eye, Mufeng charged in front of Akatsuki's Manji. Akatsuki's Manji was startled and quickly activated the water transformation technique, but it was still a second too late. The white-toothed short knife sliced through Akatsuki's Manji's shoulder, sending a spray of blood flying. Akatsuki's Manji took a deep breath, feeling shocked yet somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had not continued to underestimate Mufeng and quickly used the water transformation technique. Otherwise, that strike would have definitely severed his entire right arm. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his shoulder, Akatsuki's Manji looked at Mufeng with a serious expression. The puffer fish in his hand emitted a faint glow. But at that moment, Akatsuki's Manji did not initiate an attack. Instead, he directly performed the water clone technique. 2 streams of water slowly gathered on either side of Akatsuki's Manji, and eventually, 2 water clones appeared beside him. 3 identical Akatsuki's Manji moved in place, swapping positions. And even with Mufeng's Sharingan, he couldn't tell which one was the real body. Using the water clone technique requires a large amount of chakra. In the Hokage world, only someone like Naruto, who has a cheat-like ability, can create a large number of shadow clones. Generally, even a high-ranking ninja would not have more than a dozen clones by the end of a battle. Now, Akatsuki's Manji's idea in using the water clone technique was simple. He wanted to drag it out until Mufeng's 8-gate state ended. Indeed, there was nothing easy about becoming a Jonin. Seeing Akatsuki's Manji like this, Mufeng frowned. The previous strike was already the strongest move Mufeng could make in his current state. The physical constitution of characters in the Hokage world wasn't that abnormal. If an average Jonin had been hit by Mufeng's previous attack, they would be severely injured, if not dead. However, Akatsuki's Manji possessed the water transformation technique, a bloodline limit that could basically counter all slashing attacks unless Mufeng could attach lightning attribute chakra to his weapon. Mufeng understood this. It wasn't that he didn't want to attach lightning attribute chakra to his weapon, but rather that he simply couldn't. Attaching different attribute chakra to a weapon requires practice, which Mufeng clearly hadn't mastered, and even if he had, it would be impossible to do so in the state of the 8 gates. In this state, chakra surged within like a raging flood, making it impossible to exert even the slightest control over it. Not to mention the release of Ninjutsu. It was as if there was no need for it at all. This is a bit troublesome. The duration of the 5th gate state won't last long. But right now, it's clear that Kaigetsu Mangetsu is not my opponent. It seems I can only take a gamble. Since the 5th gate is already open, Mufeng clearly doesn't want to give up easily. After calculating in his mind, Mufeng moved again, his figure becoming blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Kaigetsu Mangetsu. Swish! A flash of the white blade passed by, and Kaigetsu Mangetsu's clone was ruthlessly sliced open by Mufeng, turning into flowing water. Damn, I still can't catch this guy's speed. Kaigetsu Mangetsu tightly gripped the Hiramiki in his hand, attempting to use his clone to resist Mufeng, but it was clearly failing. The light on the Hiramiki flickered, and in the next moment, Kaigetsu Mangetsu swung it with all his might. Boom! The Hiramiki released. A large mass of energy surged from the Hiramiki, exploding outward in all directions. Unable to catch Mufeng's figure, Kaigetsu Mangetsu could only attack in a wide area. The massive energy ball exploded in the forest, sending trees and dirt flying, turning the surroundings into a mess. Mufeng's figure flickered around, easily evading Kaigetsu Mangetsu's attacks. But at that moment, a dull sound echoed from within Mufeng, his heart suddenly constricting, and he froze in place as if struck by a tremendous blow. Kagetsu Mangetsu had originally planned to use the chaotic terrain to escape first, relying on his remaining water clones to flee in different directions, creating distance and buying time. But just as he was running, he sensed the chakra surging within Mufeng was rapidly dissipating. Is it time? A glint flashed in Kagetsu Mangetsu's eyes as he immediately stopped and looked back. He saw that on the flat ground where the explosion had just occurred, Mufeng was already half kneeling on the ground, showing an expression of pain. Seeing this, Kagetsu Mangetsu was overjoyed, but given Mufeng's earlier performance, he remained cautious and glanced at the water clone that had also stopped nearby. Step, step, step. In the next moment, the water clone charged directly at Mufeng. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. As it approached 10 meters, Mufeng, still half kneeling, showed no significant reaction, and a smile appeared on Kagetsu Mangetsu's face. But just as the water clone closed in, swish, a white blade flashed. Mufeng leaped up and directly threw the short blade in his hand. His Sharingan fixated on the water clone. Splash! The water clone was accurately hit by the short blade, turning into a splash of water. Thud! After throwing the short blade, Mufeng seemed to have lost all strength, kneeling back down on the ground. Seeing Mufeng exert himself to kill the water clone, Kagetsu Mangetsu showed no shock, but rather a hint of joy. That previous strike seemed to confirm something for Kagetsu Mangetsu. Mufeng no longer had any strength to counterattack. He, the little brat from Konoha. I have to admit, being able to push me to this extent at your age is quite impressive. If Kirigakure had a genius like you, they could probably sweep through the same generation. But what a pity. Decapitating a Konoha genius would surely be a wonderful thing. Confirming that Mufeng had no more counterattack power, Kagetsu Mangetsu bared his sharp teeth and slowly walked toward Mufeng. The Hiramiki in his hand glimmered coldly, appearing exceptionally sharp under the moonlight. On the flat ground, Mufeng coughed a few times, his eyes full of unwillingness, and his Sharingan gradually faded due to exhaustion, showing signs of the aftereffects of the 8 gates. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Chapter 21, Counterattack. The death of Kagetsu Mangetsu. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Kagetsu Mangetsu walked cautiously until he was less than a meter away from Mufeng. This is the end. Raising the Hiramiki high, Kagetsu Mangetsu spoke. But just then, a huge sense of crisis enveloped him. Opposite him, the seemingly weak Mufeng suddenly surged with chakra, and at the same time, Mufeng abruptly looked up, the Tomo and his Sharingan spinning into shape. Not good. Would release. Cutting technique. Mufeng unleashed would release, and sharp trees appeared out of thin air, directly piercing through Kagetsu Mangetsu's body. Realizing something was wrong, Kagetsu Mangetsu hurriedly retreated while simultaneously activating the water transformation technique, turning his entire body transparent. But caught off guard, he was still startled by Mufeng's sudden would release. 3 sharp branches pierced through Kagetsu Mangetsu's lungs and waist, blood gushing out and staining the water he had transformed into. A surge of anger filled Kagetsu Mangetsu's gaze. He seemed not to have expected that Mufeng, facing death, still had the power to counterattack, and he glared angrily at Mufeng. Just then, chirp, 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 a sharp cry entered Kagetsu Mangetsu's ears, sounding like thousands of small birds calling out at the same time. Looking up, he saw Mufeng charging at him, his right hand enveloped in a white lightning-like glow, his Sharingan glowing red, filled with murderous intent. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Gripping the white lightning in his hand, Mufeng launched his final thrust, his right hand piercing directly into Kagetsu Mangetsu's chest. Puff! Kagetsu Mangetsu's water transformation technique was disrupted by the lightning release, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth as his heart was directly pierced by Mufeng, causing him to become weak and powerless. How could this be? Staring at Mufeng, Kagetsu Mangetsu's pupils dilated, the life force within him gradually fading away, and finally, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Huff, huff. Mufeng looked at the fallen Kagetsu Mangetsu, his Sharingan gradually dissipating, his black pupils filled with the relief of victory. I did it. Ding. You have killed Kagetsu Mangetsu of the Mist Village S7 Ninja Swordsmen. You have gained 2,000 corruption points. Detecting that the 7 ninja swordsmen are special characters of the Mist Village, you have gained 1 ability extraction opportunity. The ability extraction opportunity will only appear when the host kills a special character stronger than themselves. By using this ability, the host can extract 1 ability from the killed character, including their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques. Ding! You have used the ability extraction opportunity. You have obtained Kagetsu Mangetsu's swordsmanship. Ding! You participated in a life-and-death battle, and you experienced your own weakness, feeling very unwilling. All your ninjutsu and taijutsu have entered a corrupted state. Your proficiency in all ninjutsu and taijutsu has increased by 1. Your chakra has entered a corrupted state and is rapidly increasing. You have mastered 5 types of chakra and can perfectly perform fire release, wind release, earth release, lightning release, and water release. Your chakra control proficiency has improved. Your chakra amount has increased. A barrage of alert sounds exploded around Mu Feng's ears. But at this moment, he had already fallen into a weakened state from the 8 gates, gasping for breath. At this moment, the powerful body of Hashirama was also demonstrating its effects, helping Mu Feng repair the internal damage caused by using the 8 gates. The sharp pain in his body slowly faded away, and when he looked at the corpse of guiding Manua again, Mu Feng finally revealed a smile. In fact, Mu Feng's 5th gate state did not end on its own because time was up. Rather, it was forcibly released during the battle. While in the 5th gate state, Mu Feng's speed and strength had indeed reached a terrifying level, but what he faced was guiding Manua, who possessed the ability to turn into water, which perfectly countered such brute force output. In this situation, unless Mu Feng, like the former Might Guy, disregards his own life to forcefully open the remaining 8 gates, it would be nearly impossible to kill Kaido Mangetsu. Moreover, in the 8 gate state, unleashing ninjutsu with the surging chakra is simply unrealistic. He can only rely on taijutsu. With a sudden inspiration, Mu Feng thought of this tactic and forcefully ended the 8 gate state. Utilizing the strength of his Hashirama cells and the remaining energy he had, he fought against Kaido Mangetsu. In the end, it proved successful for Mu Feng. Kaido Mangetsu could not resist the sense of accomplishment from personally slaughtering a genius from Konoha. And when he saw Mu Feng's 8 gate state end, he moved in for the finishing blow, only to be caught off guard by Mu Feng's opportunity. Breathing heavily as he recovered, Mu Feng began to reflect on this battle. No wonder the 8 gates are so powerful, yet not many ninjas use them. During the opening of the gates, one can only rely on taijutsu, cannot use ninjutsu, and the changes in chakra attributes are quite unreliable. When facing ninjas who are adept at countering taijutsu, it really is quite challenging. This battle gave Mu Feng a new understanding of the 8 gates of Dunjia. The 8 gates is indeed very powerful, strong enough to surpass the 5 Kage. However, the cost of such power is also very high, aside from the extensive practice required. When faced with ninjas who can counter physical techniques, it becomes quite difficult to fight, unless one is willing to pay with their life. For ordinary ninjas, it is clear that ninjutsu combined with basic physical techniques is more suitable for complex battles. It seems that relying too much on the 8 gates in the future is not advisable. To be more well-rounded, ninjutsu, physical techniques, and jinjutsu all need to be developed. Approaching the corpse of Ghost Lantern Manua, Mu Feng retrieved his white Fong short knife and stabbed a few times into the lungs and waist of Ghost Lantern Manua. The few stabs struck the wound on the branch of the insertion technique. With his wood release ability, Mu Feng clearly did not want the others in Konoha, especially the higher-ups, to find out. After doing this, Mu Feng glanced in the direction of Konoha. Under the moonlight, he could already see several figures rushing towards him. He immediately discarded the white-toothed short knife in his hand and turned to sprint towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Just before leaving, Mu Feng took another look at the surrounding jungle, where he sensed a presence, but he did not pay any attention to it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragging his exhausted body, Mu Feng quickly disappeared into the jungle. On the other side of the jungle, Kakashi, who witnessed Mu Feng's counterattack in its entirety, was already in shock. Dead. Mu Feng killed the Mist Hidden Village's Jonin? Seeing a ninja of his own age defeat an enemy village Jonin that he could never overcome himself, Kakashi's inner world experienced a tremendous impact, especially at the last moment. He saw the ball of white light and thunder condensed in Mu Feng's hand and felt its powerful destructive capability. For the first time, Kakashi realized the violent beauty of ninjutsu. That move was called Chidori, he murmured, lost in thought. Moments later, he walked out of the jungle and picked up the white-toothed short knife. At the same time, whoosh, 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 3 masked members of the Konoha Umbu appeared beside Kakashi. Chapter 22, Promotion in Strength Jonin. Kakashi Hitaki, what are you doing here? As soon as the Umbu members arrived, they spotted Kakashi on the battlefield, and one of them asked, "Hey, look over there. That guy is, if I'm not mistaken, that knife belongs to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." On one side, 2 Umbu members saw the body of Mangetsu H. Zuki and immediately revealed shocked expressions. the twin swords, along with the distinctive clothing and sharp teeth of the Taijutsu clan. The Umbu ninja quickly recognized that the deceased was indeed Mangetsu Taijutsu, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hey, this guy's an elite jonin. Kid, did you take him down? The Umbu ninja looked at Kakashi in surprise. However, Kakashi remained silent at this moment, tightly gripping the white-toothed short knife in his hand. As his mind continued to replay Mufang's final technique, the lightning released Chidori. Captain, how should we handle this? Seeing that Kakashi was not in the right state, the Umbu members decided not to press him, as Kakashi was from Konoha, and they could naturally ask him for clarification after bringing him back. Let us take the body and this guy back. Vulture, you stay behind to cover the scene, and I'll go report. All right. The 3 Umbu members divided their tasks, with one carrying the body of Mangetsu Taijutsu along with the twin swords. Hey kid, come back with me. Hearing this, Kakashi came to his senses and followed behind the Umbu ninja. Soon, the news of Mangetsu Taijutsu's death reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only that, almost at the same time, the entire Konoha higher-ups received the news of Mangetsu Taijutsu's invasion and subsequent death. Was it Kakashi who did this? Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat puzzled. After the death of the White Fang, Kakashi had shown his powerful ninja talent, and he had become a key surveillance target for the Konoha higher-ups. It is known that within the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is certainly not a benevolent figure, and the death of the White Fang also had a certain connection to him. Originally a hero who saved a fellow village ninja, he could fall to being a traitor reviled by everyone. It would be impossible to say that there was no push from the Konoha higher-ups behind this. Even if the person behind it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, his indifference had also contributed to the White Fang being pushed to a dead end. Kakashi was simply too young to understand the power struggles within Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to guard against Kakashi. He needed to prevent a talented ninja from becoming a traitor to Konoha, or even an enemy of Konoha. Throughout more than a year of surveillance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Kakashi's strength. Now that Konoha had just relaxed its surveillance on Kakashi, he displayed extraordinary combat power, which was definitely not good news for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It shouldn't be. We also found signs of fire release at the battle scene. Kakashi is not skilled in fire release. There should be another person involved. Moreover, Kakashi was seriously injured and fell into a coma after returning to the village. Perhaps only when he wakes up will we know who that other person is. The Umbu ninja reported truthfully. Oh, hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he began to speculate about the other person present at the scene. Who could have killed the elite jonin of the mist? What do other jonin and Umbu members say? Everyone else has alibis, and moreover, the root has stated that it was not one of their people who acted. In that case, let us wait for Kakashi to wake up. The immediate priority is to thoroughly investigate the situation in the village and prevent any remaining ninjas from other villages. The Chunin exams will begin soon. We cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, Hokage-sama. All right, you may go. After the conversation ended, the Umbu members vanished from the Hokage building. At this moment, in the Uchiha clan's territory, the culprit behind the killing of Mangetsu Taijutsu had already returned home and was counting his spoils of war. 2,000 points of darkening value. Both ninjutsu and taijutsu have improved. But most importantly, my fine control over chakra has deepened, and I now possess the attribute changes of all 5 natures. Plus, I have drawn the swordsmanship of Mangetsu Taijutsu. As expected, killing ninjas is indeed the fastest way to enhance strength. In the room, taking advantage of his powerful Hashirama body, Mufang had already recovered from the weakness of the 8 gates. After reviewing his gains, Mufang was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. Then, Mufang opened his attribute panel. Uchiha Mufang Strength, Jonin Physique, Hashirama Body, 4, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo, currently darkening, Ninja Tools, None Chakra, small amount, already mastered Fire, Wind, Water, Earth, Lightning of the 5 Natures, currently darkening towards Chakra, Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu, Proficient Level, 8 Gates, Basic Level, Swordsmanship, Mangetsu Taijutsu, Beginner Level, Jinjutsu, None Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Perfect Level, Shadow Clone Technique, Basic Level, Instantaneous Technique, Basic Level, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Basic Level, Water Release, Water Barrier, Proficient Level, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Basic Level, Multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Basic Level, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Basic Level, Chidori, Basic Level, Wood Release, Insertion Technique, Basic Level Talent, Taijutsu talent, S rank. Ninjutsu talent, a rank. Comprehensive evaluation. With your 3-tomo Sharingan and numerous ninjutsu, you have already stepped out of the ranks of low-level cannon fodder. Note, current state is undergoing a darkening explosion. All ninjutsu self-improvement accelerated. Blackening value, 2000. Currently, all the ninjutsu that Mufeng has mastered has been upgraded to the basic level, which is a step up from the previous entry level. His overall evaluation has also risen from elite Chunin to Jounin. Mufeng now has the confidence that even without opening the 8 gates, he can compete with ordinary elite Jounin. Additionally, Mufeng is delighted to find that his chakra attributes have changed, and his control over it has become more refined. It's important to note that at Mufeng's age, the hardest thing to master is not various ninjutsu, but rather the enhancement of chakra. After all, Mufeng is just a child, and he is not a Jinchuriki, so he cannot have a large amount of sealed chakra within him. The increase in chakra after blackening allows Mufeng to perform more ninjutsu, and the refined control over chakra enables him to better manage the power of his techniques, effectively killing enemies without wasting a single bit of chakra. Furthermore, the blackening value that Mufeng had just exhausted has now increased. Looking at the 2,000 points of blackening value, Mufeng smiled faintly. Then, Mufeng opened the system shop. Chapter 23, The Hokage Summons. So expensive. Looking at the various ninjutsu for sale in the system shop, Mufeng couldn't help but grimace. 2,000 points of blackening value is actually quite a lot. If relying on self-study for ninjutsu, Mufeng would need to learn 20 techniques. However, in the system shop, it still seems a bit insufficient. Ultimately, after browsing through the system shop, Mufeng selected a few of the most useful items at this stage. That's right, items, not ninjutsu. Ninjutsu upgrade card description. After use, it can elevate a regular ninjutsu, including S-rank ninjutsu, excluding forbidden techniques, by 1 rank, up to perfect level. Exchange condition, 500 points of blackening value. Taijutsu upgrade card description. After use, it can elevate a regular Taijutsu by 1 rank, up to perfect level. Exchange condition, 500 points of blackening value. Small physique upgrade card description. After use, it slightly enhances physique with the specific enhancement depending on the current physique. Exchange condition, 1,000 points of blackening value. Demon Blade Muramasa description. A sharp famous blade, processed by the system, can be infused with any attribute of chakra. Exchange condition, 3,000 points of blackening value. Looking at these items, Mufeng felt a surge of desire, especially for the last ninja sword. He had already extracted sword techniques from Mizukage and possessed 5 elemental chakra. With a good sword, his close combat ability would definitely improve further. Moreover, the key point is that carrying a sword at his waist looks cool. Unfortunately, this sword requires 3,000 blackening value to exchange, which Mufeng cannot afford right now. In the end, after some contemplation, Mufeng decided to save the 2,000 points of blackening value. Currently, as long as he doesn't act recklessly in Konoha, he is relatively safe. He can also rely on the passive benefits of the blackening system to enhance his strength, although the speed is a bit slow. After a series of random thoughts, Mufeng fell into a deep sleep. The next day, inside Konoha Hospital, Kakashi sat up on his hospital bed, realizing he was in Konoha Hospital. Still shaken, Kakashi finally settled down. The medical ninja attending to him quickly noticed that Kakashi had awakened. "You're awake, Captain?" A surprised exclamation, and the medical ninja ran out to find their captain. Here, Kakashi glanced around the Konoha hospital room, just as he was about to get out of bed. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a member of the Umbu appeared in the room. "You're awake. Hokage-sama wants to see you." A few minutes later, Kakashi, wrapped in bandages, appeared before Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo at the Hokage building. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. "If your father could see you now, he would definitely be proud of you. Now, tell me, what happened in yesterday's battle?" Sarutobi directly asked. "It was Uchiha Muke's." "Here." Kakashi pondered for a moment and then spoke up. "Mufeng?" As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. "Uchiha Mufeng. He was with me during last night's battle. Last night, while I was outside the village, seeing the confusion in the room." Kakashi recounted everything he remembered from the previous night. After listening to Kakashi's account, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo exchanged glances. "So, that Jonin from the Mist Village was not killed by you?" Suppressing the shock in his heart, Sarutobi, Hiruzen asked, while Danzo shot a sharp gaze at him. Although they both knew it wasn't Kakashi's doing, they still wanted to confirm. After all, Kakashi is the son of Konoha's White Fang. "No, It was Mufing who killed the Mist Ninja. Kakashi felt somewhat dejected as he recalled the battle from last night. The feeling of helplessness when facing Hozuki Mangetsu. Yet Uchiha Mufing, who was the same age as him, managed to kill the opponent. Kakashi had always been called a genius in the village. But that title was completely shattered last night. Although Kakashi didn't want to admit it, the fact was undeniable. Seeing Kakashi's somewhat lonely expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his smoking pipe. He was certain that Kakashi was not lying, but he was still somewhat shocked by the whole situation. All right, I will get to the bottom of this. Kakashi, you should go back and rest. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still let Kakashi leave the Hokage building. Once everyone else had left, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's gazes immediately met, revealing a hint of complexity in their eyes. Uchiha Mufing? The name had only recently appeared in the sight of the two, and now it already had such shocking achievements. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, they surely couldn't believe that Mufing had achieved such astonishing growth in such a short time. The only explanation was that Mufing had been hiding his true self earlier. During his time at the ninja school, he possessed abilities and talents that surpassed Kakashi, but he had always forced himself to appear more subdued. However, the question was why he had to do this? And why now was he stepping forward to reveal his strength? The only reasonable explanation for the two was Mufing's surname, Uchiha. What did the Uchiha clan want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe again and then began to give orders. Go check and see if Uchiha Mufing is in the village. Bring him to me. The next day, in the morning, Mufing was called to the Hokage building by Ninja. Mufing had anticipated this. As long as Kakashi was alive, he would surely explain the situation. Entering the Hokage's office, it was Mufing's first time meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was somewhat surprised to see Danzo in the office as well. Mufing had no good feelings toward Danzo, who always lurked in the shadows, and in the original story, he had even transplanted an entire arm of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. As a member of the Uchiha clan now, Mufing always felt that this guy was eyeing him, wanting to take his eyes. Mufing, have you been adapting since graduating from the ninja school? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a friendly smile upon seeing Mufing. Not bad. By the way, Hokage-sama, you called for me because Mufing began, but Hiruzen interrupted. Kakashi was here just now. You haven't forgotten about last night's incident, have you? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued jokingly. I didn't expect that aside from Kakashi, we would have another genius emerge from Konoha. Mufing, you killed that jonin from the Mist Village last night, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. Yes, Mufing admitted straightforwardly. Can you tell me what level your strength is at now? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and continued questioning. At this point, Mufing hesitated for a moment. Chunin, that person underestimated me, and I found an opportunity. Mufing deliberately concealed his true strength, but in reality, when he fought against Kirigakura's Manatsu, the system indicated his average combat power was that of an elite Chunin. Just a Chunin. Seeing Mufing's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked somewhat dissatisfied. In Hiruzen's eyes, just being at the Chunin level wouldn't provide a chance to kill a jonin, especially not one as formidable as a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, a genius from the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan. However, that should be enough. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo beside him and then continued to speak to Mufing. Mufing, I have a mission for you. Upon hearing the mission, Mufing's expression changed slightly, becoming serious. Across from him, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly took out a document and handed it to Mufing. Take a look. Looking at the document, after a minute, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mufing's eyes. Chunin exam? Mufing exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued. This Chunin exam is different from previous ones. The situation among the major ninja villages is quite tense right now, and it's very likely that ninjas from other villages will cause trouble during the exam. Originally, we planned to send several Chunin disguised as students to blend in and prevent any accidents. You should still be a genin, right? Hearing this, Mufing instinctively nodded, but he began to worry internally. The appearance of Hozuki Manatsu in Konoha was definitely not a coincidence. Coupled with the task Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him, this Chunin exam was likely to have some hidden agenda. However, the original story did not mention this Chunin exam, and Mufing didn't know too much about it. Psychologically, Mufing was reluctant to participate in this Chunin exam. So since your strength is already sufficient, I've decided to let you participate in this exam early. During the exam process, you need to keep an eye on the ninjas from other villages and ensure the exam goes smoothly. At the same time, the village will also send Umbu to supervise the exam, and with your current strength, you shouldn't encounter any danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen said while smoking. Mufeng was also contemplating this in his heart. After the last battle, Mufeng had already tasted the immense rewards that combat brought, and he even had a desire to be on the battlefield. However, for Mufeng now, the battlefield still posed a certain level of danger. But the Chunin exam was somewhat different. Although there would be casualties during the Chunin exam, and it resembled a battlefield, it was still under the supervision of Konoha. In a real battlefield, one could be more relaxed. At least Mufeng didn't have to worry about encountering powerful characters from the original story. Overall, the Chunin exam was like a warm-up for the battlefield. For Mufeng, this warm-up was exactly what he needed. After all, having seen the original story, Mufeng knew that a ninja world war would come sooner or later. He would eventually face off against ninjas from other villages. The quicker he adapted to battle, the more he could increase his chances of survival. The battle with Hozuki Minatsu last night had some elements of gamble for Mufeng, but if he had a bit more combat experience, perhaps he would have had better solutions. Just as Mufeng was deep in thought, a notification sounded. Ding! Special plot triggered. System task released. Task name, Chunin exam. Task description. Participate in the Chunin exam as a genin of Konoha Ninja Village and obtain Chunin qualification. Task reward. 1,000 points of corruption value. Task penalty. Deduct 2,000 points of corruption value. All ninjutsu proficiency -5. The system's prompt suddenly sounded, and Mufeng no longer hesitated. Alright, Hokage-sama, I will not let you down. Mufeng replied. Good, then go back and prepare. The Chunin exam is in 7 days. When the time comes, I will arrange for you to participate in the exam as an individual. Upon hearing Mufeng's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. After this, Mufeng left the Hokage building. Throughout the entire process, Danzo remained silent, which made Mufeng feel somewhat uneasy. These two old men wouldn't be plotting something against him, would they? What? Mufeng is going to participate in the Chunin exam? Ah, the Chunin exam. No way. Soon, the news that Mufeng was going to participate in the Chunin exam spread throughout the village. At the ninja school, Mufeng's classmates also heard this news and were shocked. It had only been about a month since Mufeng graduated. Kakashi was still in his second year when he started participating in the Chunin exams. No wonder it's Muke's Koen. Such youth can truly be considered unforgettable and passionate. Bakakai, what do you know? That's the Chunin exam. One wrong move could be fatal. I believe in Muke's Koen. Kai confidently spoke up, but it drew a roll of the eyes. Muke's that guy. He hasn't finished our duel yet. At this moment, Obito also jumped out. Upon hearing the sound, Asuma snorted disdainfully, but then he clenched his fist. Being recognized by me, Asuma, that guy Mukafeng, is impressive. The Chunin exams won't be a challenge for him, but sooner or later, I will catch up to him and defeat him. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fist. Listening to his words, the other classmates cast surprised glances, seemingly not expecting Asuma to be anxious about Mukafeng. However, even though Asuma said that, some students were still worried, especially Kurinai, whose eyes were filled with concern. I can't just sit here. I need to go ask Mukafeng. Thinking this way, the sunset was waiting for the class to end. In the afternoon, Mufeng did not go out for training, but stayed at home to look at some information about the Chunin exam. Just like in the original story, the exam was also divided into 3 parts. The first part was a written test, the second part was free fighting, and the third part was one-on-one dueling. This time, Mufeng's task was to protect the ninjas from Konoha and find a way to eliminate the ninjas from other villages. However, just like Konoha, other ninja villages would also seize this opportunity to send some strong ninjas to execute the same strategy. For the participating ninja villages, this was like a small war, but it was controlled within a certain scope. With my current strength, I should be enough to deal with ordinary ninjas, with the 8 gates and the Sharingan. Even if other villages have jonin disguised as exam students, I can handle them. After defeating Hozuki Mangetsu, Mufeng gained some confidence. After glancing at the relevant information about the Chunin exam again, Mufeng put it away. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Kakashi, wrapped in bandages, appeared at the entrance. Kakashi? Chapter 25, He is stronger than me. Kakashi? Seeing Kakashi's visit, Mufeng was a bit surprised. Mufeng. Kakashi looked at Mufeng, and his expression was no longer as cold as the first time they met. Instead, there was a hint of weariness. Can I come in? Come in first. Mufeng hurriedly invited Kakashi into the room. After both sat down, Kakashi looked at Mufeng's simple home and finally spoke first. Thank you for last night. Hearing this, Mufeng smiled. In fact, according to the plot of the original story, even without Mufeng, Kakashi would not have died here. However, Hozuki Mangetsu would also not die here. The two sides might have just fought, but in the end, Kakashi held on long enough to alert the Konoha Umbu or the police force, and Hozuki Mangetsu ultimately had to give up. However, from Kakashi's perspective, it was indeed Mufeng who saved him. No need to be polite in that situation. It was impossible not to act. Mufeng continued to smile and said, "After all, aren't we all comrades? Shouldn't comrades save each other? Shouldn't comrades save each other?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. Because of his father, White Fang, Kakashi was still somewhat resistant to the word comrade. However, after yesterday's battle, it was clear that Kakashi had begun to think for himself. Yes, if you don't cherish your comrades, wouldn't that make you worse than trash? Moreover, you saw the result last night. I won. Mufeng continued to smile. With that sentence, Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Mufeng. Is that so? However, Kakashi quickly fell back in a deep thought. Mufeng naturally knew what Kakashi was thinking, but he wouldn't deliberately point it out. The two fell silent for a moment. By the way, Mufeng, what was the name of the move you used at the end yesterday? Kakashi then broke the awkward atmosphere. This time he came to visit Mufeng for two purposes. First, to thank Mufeng for his help last night, and second, for the Chidori Ninjutsu. Chidori? This is a ninjutsu I developed myself. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Of course, Mufeng wouldn't admit that he had simply copied Kakashi's technique. Chidori, that's a nice name. But no thanks, I've already seen it clearly last night. It won't be long before I can use this technique too. Kakashi stood up and spoke. Upon hearing this, Mufeng was secretly amazed. He could develop it after just one look? He truly is a genius. It seems that Kakashi's future title as the Copy Ninja is not just due to his Sharingan. After standing up, Kakashi seemed to regain some confidence, and the despair in his eyes faded significantly, turning into a bit more hostility towards Mufeng. Mufeng, you are strong, but next time, I will surpass you. With those words, Kakashi left Mufeng's home. This sentence left Mufeng a bit speechless. In his impression, Kakashi wasn't this kind of person. Moreover, it had only been a short time since he traveled here, and it seemed that more and more people in the village regarded him as a rival. First it was Obito, then Guy, followed by Asuma, and now Kakashi had also joined this glorious team. However, deep down, Mufeng wasn't worried at all about being surpassed by these people. After all, he had a cheat. When you have a cheat, how do you play? As Kakashi left Mufeng's house, on the other side, Yugao Lin, Obito, Guy, and others ran over after school, wanting to ask Mufeng about the Chunin exam. Just as they arrived at Mufeng's front door, they saw Kakashi. That person, is that Kakashi? What happened to Kakashi? Why is he wrapped in bandages? How did he come out of Mufeng's house? Yugao and the others stopped, curious. Hey Kakashi, long time no see. Guy immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Kakashi turned around, glanced, and noticed Yugao and the others on the street, slightly frowning. In fact, due to the incident of White Fang's suicide, Kakashi's personality wasn't very good when he was young, and coupled with his genius reputation, although everyone in the same class knew Kakashi, they weren't close. Even after Kakashi became an adult, he only had Guy as a true friend. Wow, Guy, you rushed over so quickly. Kakashi thought. Oh no, we've been spotted. Seeing that Kakashi had noticed them, Yugao and the others felt it was inappropriate to remain in place, so they walked over to greet Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, why are you back at Mufeng-kun's place? Guy asked directly. What about you guys? Kakashi countered. We heard that Mufeng-kun is going to participate in the Chunin exam, and we were a bit worried about him, so we came to check. Yugao said softly from his side. The Chunin exam? Upon hearing this, Kakashi frowned. He had just come from the hospital and wasn't aware that Mufeng was going to participate in the Chunin exam. But upon thinking about it carefully, given Mufeng's current strength, he was clearly no longer a genin and indeed needed to participate in the Chunin exam. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. While saying this, Kakashi looked toward Mufeng's house. That guy, he's stronger than me. After finishing his words, Kakashi turned around and limped back toward the hospital. That guy is stronger than him? What does that mean? After hearing Kakashi's words, Obito and the others were left in confusion. Hey Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito jumped out, shouting towards the already departed Kakashi. But in the next moment, staring at the bandages on Kakashi's body and his limping gait, Obito suddenly covered his face. Could it be that Mufeng fought Kakashi? Obito exclaimed. As his words fell, Yugao and the others widened their eyes, gasping at Kakashi's miserable state. Obito, are you saying that Kakashi's injuries were caused by Mufeng? Asuma exclaimed. Then everyone looked at Kakashi's retreating figure, their expressions becoming a bit complex. Creak. At that moment, the door to Mufeng's house opened. Mufeng appeared at the doorstep and immediately saw Yugao and the others. Mufeng? Everyone turned back to look at Mufeng. Yugao felt a slight joy, but quickly concealed her emotions. What are you doing here? Hearing the noise outside, Mufeng decided to come out and take a look. Mufeng, did Kakashi come by just now? Obito asked eagerly. Yeah, you ran into him. Mufeng replied, and as soon as he spoke, Obito and the others' expressions immediately changed to something strange. What's wrong? Seeing this, Mufeng asked in surprise. It's nothing. Nothing. Asuma spoke up. He certainly wouldn't ask Mufeng if he was already stronger than Kakashi, as that would only give Mufeng a chance to show off. Mufeng, we heard that you're going to participate in the Chunin exam, so we came to check. Just then, Yugao stepped out from the crowd and expressed her concern. Right, Mufeng, we heard that the Chunin exam is very dangerous. It usually happens after graduation and after doing submissions. Yugao continued. Mufeng, you just graduated a month ago and don't have a mentor yet. If you force yourself to participate. At that moment, Noura Rin also stood up, looking worriedly at Mufeng. The topic was pulled back, and everyone's emotions were brought back. When Kakashi participated in the Chunin exam, Obito and the others were not as surprised as they are now. First, Kakashi had always been the top student in the class, a genius. Second, Kakashi participated in the Chunin exam only after training for a while. There are probably not many like Mufeng who graduated and went straight to the graduation exam. It seems I worried everyone. Seeing the concerned expressions on everyone's faces, Mufeng smiled warmly. All right, everyone come in. Then, Mufeng called everyone to walk into his room. Wow, Mufeng, is this your room? It looks so tidy, but there's not much furniture. As they entered Mufeng's room, the girls looked around, turning into curious little kids. Mufeng called everyone and brought out some stools. After everyone sat down, the topic shifted back to the Chunin exam. Mufeng, the Chunin exam is very dangerous. You have to think it through. You can wait a bit. We can all participate in the Chunin exam together after we graduate. Noura Rin kindly spoke up. Mufeng smiled faintly. I'm afraid that won't work. This time, I was personally nominated by Lord Hokage for the Chunin exam. Personally nominated by Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room instantly brightened up. They are very clear about what this represents. Since the Hokage allowed Mufeng to participate in the Chunin exams, it proves that he recognizes Mufeng's strength. Immediately, the gazes of the crowd towards Mufeng were filled with a hint of envy and admiration, while their hearts also felt a bit more at ease. In their eyes, the Hokage represented the authority of the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, the third Hokage had a high reputation in the village, and with the Hokage acknowledging Mufeng's strength, what was there for these 7- or 8-year-old ninjas, who were still just Chunin, to worry about? However, after listening to Mufeng's words, there was only one person in the arena whose expression was somewhat unusual, instead of envy. He let out a cold laugh. This person is Asuma, the son of the third generation. That old man just loves doing these things. Hey, Mukfeng, since you've earned his recognition, the Chunin exam should be no problem for you, but I still won't give up. Sooner or later, I will get back what I've lost. Asuma said. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ignited the spirits of both Obito and Guy. The two people also stood up and announced their declarations. Seeing this, Mufeng couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, you all better work hard then. He casually joked, but the three opposite him took it seriously. As the third Hokage was carried out, Yuhi Kurenai and others felt relieved, and the group continued to discuss a series of topics. The girls began asking about things Mufeng usually liked to do, while the boys fantasized about their scenes after participating in the Chunin exam. After some idle chatter, time quickly passed. Noticing it was about time, Mufeng began to rise and send everyone off. Outside the door, Mufeng bid farewell to Obito and the others one by one, but Yuhi Kurenai hid behind the crowd, purposely being the last to stay behind. Mu Genkun. This is a charm I made myself. I hope you can take it with you when you go to the Chunin exam. As the sun set, Kurenai blushed. Holding out a yellow charm with both hands, her eyes filled with shyness. Mufeng was slightly taken aback. The next moment, he reached out to take it. Okay, I will definitely bring it. He added, after the Chunin exam, I'll treat you to ramen. Sure, Kurenai responded without hesitation. Her red pupils and radiant smile left Mufeng in a daze, staring at her for a moment. On this side, it seemed that Kurenai was startled by Mufeng's intense gaze, as she quickly averted her eyes and ran towards her home. Really? I can't believe I was flirted with by a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Looking at Kurenai's lively figure, Mufeng couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked down at the charm in his hand and tucked it away close to himself. To Mufeng, he only had a good impression of Kurenai at this moment. But even if he had more feelings, she was just a 7- or 8-year-old child, and they couldn't do anything else. Moreover, The third great ninja war should be coming soon. Mu Fang's urgent task was still to quickly improve his own strength. However, soon, Mu Feng thought about the grouping after Kurenai and the others graduated. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to look for the third Hokage. See if I can be grouped with Kurenai. It's a well-known fact that proximity to water allows one to obtain the moon, and Mu Feng was very clear about this. After some random thoughts, Mu Feng returned to his room and began preparing for the upcoming Chunin exam. Chapter 26. The Chunin exam begins. A few days later, Konoha village welcomed this Chunin exam. This time, the Chunin exam was held in the same format as usual. Mu Feng got up early and headed to the first examination site. The first exam of the Chunin exam was a written test. By the time Mu Feng arrived at the classroom where the exam was taking place, a considerable number of candidates had already gathered. A quick glance revealed that there were more than 50 candidates, most of whom were ninjas from Konoha. However, a group of about a dozen ninjas huddled in a corner, their faces unfamiliar and wearing forehead protectors from other ninja villages. As Mu Feng appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Not only the ninjas from other villages, but even the Konoha ninjas cast unusual glances at him. The reason was simple. Mu Feng had come alone, and he was participating in this exam as an individual. This meant that in the second round of the exam, Mu Feng had no teammates, while most others were in groups of 3. The participants in this assessment are either older individuals who have remained as Genin, wanting to be promoted to Chunin, or exceptionally talented geniuses. Given Mu Feng's age, he definitely belongs to the latter category. The Uchiha clan symbol. That guy's from the Uchiha clan. He's from our Konoha. It's strange. Where did the Uchiha clan get someone like him? I haven't heard about him before. One thing to note is that according to the information, this guy is participating as an individual, and his strength is likely very formidable. Mu Feng walked into the assessment classroom, and the others immediately began to whisper among themselves, clearly very curious about him. After taking a seat, Mu Feng also started to observe the other participants around him. From Konoha, he didn't see any familiar faces, but there were a few who looked relatively mature, scattered around, their gazes wandering among the other ninja from different villages, showing little interest in Mu Feng. These people should be the ninjas arranged by the village. Mu Feng thought to himself as he continued to observe. This time, his focus was on the ninjas from other hidden villages. Over there were 6 ninjas from the Cloud Village, seemingly not particularly familiar. And there were ninjas from the Mist Village. Their condition looked a bit off. No, that guy. As Mu Feng's gaze swept over the Mist Village ninjas, his pupils suddenly constricted, and then his sight locked onto a taller boy. As soon as Mu Feng's gaze was locked, the other party immediately turned to look over as well. Upon seeing the other person's face, Mu Feng was even more certain of his guess. It was Kakuzu. It was actually him. Mu Feng was shocked inside. As a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original work, and also a partner of Itachi Uchiha, even though Kakuzu was only about 10 years old now, Mu Feng could recognize him at a glance. Kakuzu seemed to have noticed Mu Feng's gaze and immediately looked over. What's wrong? During their eye contact, Kakuzu frowned and asked a slightly older Mist Village ninja beside him. It's nothing, I just saw an interesting guy, Kakuzu replied, following Kakuzu's line of sight. The Mist Village ninja also looked over, and at first glance he saw the Uchiha emblem on Mu Feng's clothing. It's from the Uchiha clan, and he's participating in the exam alone. He should have some skills. The Mist ninja frowned and said, but there's no need to be afraid, at worst. We just won't confront him head-on, at least not before the third exam. Kakuzu nodded, but his gaze towards Mu Feng still held a few more sparks. However, Kakuzu also knew that this was not the time to cause trouble in Konoha. The purpose for them, the candidates, was to eliminate ninjas from other villages, which was why the Mist Village sent Kakuzu and selected 2 ninjas whose strength had already surpassed the Genin level as companions. But no one knew what was going on. About a week ago, Kakuzu and the others received a message requesting them to keep a low profile. However, no matter how much Kakuzu and the others thought, they could never guess that the reason the Mist Village wanted them to keep a low profile was because Mu Feng had killed a Mist Village Jounin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist, Mangetsu Hozuki. Silence. While Kakuzu, Mu Feng, and others had their own thoughts, a voice suddenly shouted from the entrance of the classroom. Accompanied by the voice, the chief examiner for the first exam, Yamashiro Kaido, walked into the classroom, and 2 deputy examiners followed him. Upon arriving at the podium, Yamashiro Kaido scanned the room with a stern gaze and a chakra pressure belonging to a Jounin erupted, making the entire classroom much quieter. Ahem, I am Yamashiro Kaido, the chief examiner for the first exam. We will now proceed with the first assessment of the Chunin exam. I will call your names in order. Those whose names are called, please come forward to collect the information sheet and number plate. After filling out the information sheet, everyone will take their seats according to the number plates they received. The exam papers for the first assessment will soon be handed to you. The authoritative and rough voice echoed in the classroom, and all eyes were on Yamashiro Kaido. Mufong immediately searched for information related to Yamashiro Kaido. Yamashiro, he should be Ino's father. I didn't expect such a father could give birth to a girl like Ino. What a pity. There are still a few years until Ino is born. Mufeng sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the two deputy examiners beside Yamashiro Kaido had already started calling out names. The process of collecting number plates and information sheets was quite mundane. Mufeng quickly got his number plate and found the corresponding seat to sit down. With knowledge of the original work, Mufeng naturally understood that the competition in this assessment was not about the ninjas' knowledge reserves at all, but rather about the methods ninjas use to obtain information. The examiners would arrange 2 or 3 people who already knew the answers at the exam site, and other candidates would have to figure out a way to copy the answers without alerting the examiners. Therefore, after sitting down, Mufeng immediately began searching for the personnel arranged by the exam site. Soon, Mufeng locked onto a member who was sitting diagonally in front of him. Now, distribute the exam papers and start answering. Remember, your time is limited. Just then, Yamashiro Kaido's voice rang out again. Swish, 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 as the exam papers were distributed. The Chunin exam officially began. Ah, my goodness, how is this so difficult? How can anyone solve this? What kind of questions are these? In the examination room, candidates who received the exam papers looked at the questions and were all taken aback. Their reactions were almost the same as Mufeng's. Mufeng casually glanced at the questions. Indeed, they were quite difficult, and the ninja school could not possibly teach that thoroughly. But they were not impossible to answer. After a rough look, combined with his memory, Mufeng felt he could at least answer half of the questions, but he had no confidence in the rest. However, soon, Mufeng noticed that the ninja sitting diagonally in front of him had already started writing, and his speed was not slow. Without thinking much, Mufeng directly activated his Sharingan and copied the actions of that ninja. One answer after another quickly appeared on Mufeng's exam paper. The sound of writing immediately attracted the attention of others around. That guy, he is from the Uchiha clan that we saw earlier. He has already started answering questions. No way. How can he answer so quickly on such difficult questions? The people over there also started answering questions. Soon, the examination room was divided into 2 groups. One group was extremely distressed, unable to answer at all, while the other group was quickly writing, as if they already knew the answers. The questions in the Chunin exam were difficult, but the number was not very large. Under the copying of the Sharingan, Mufeng quickly completed his answer sheet. At the same time, the ninja diagonally in front of Mufeng also put down his pen, but he did not choose to leave the examination room immediately. His role was to provide correct answers to the candidates in the examination room. Even after finishing his answers, he still needed to wait until the exam was over before leaving. However, Mufeng did not have the leisure to stay in the examination room. He stood up directly. Teacher, I want to hand in my paper. As soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Yamashiro Kaido was also surprised and looked at Mufeng, and the next moment, he signaled the deputy examiner beside him to come over and check Mufeng's exam paper. The deputy examiner took a close look and nodded towards Yamashiro Kaido. Then the exam paper was sent to Yamashiro Kaido's hands, and he looked at Mufeng's answers, which were simply perfect. He found the core of this exam so quickly, as expected of a ninja favored by Lord Hokage. Truly impressive. Yamashiro Kaido marveled inwardly, and at the same time, he looked at Mufeng. Good, you may leave early. After hearing Yamashiro Kaido's words, the other candidates in the exam were even more astonished. Has he finished already? Zulfast, how'd this guy do it? I want to see his exam paper. A wave of envy and complaints arose in the room. But just then, with a swift motion, the deputy examiner caught a student attempting to cheat. Number 017, cheating during the exam, failure, expelled from the examination room. The deputy examiner's indifferent voice rang out, and in the next moment, the student stood up, looking disheveled, and walked helplessly towards the exit. Such a scene made others feel increasingly worried, and there was a hint of envy in their gazes towards Mufeng. Meanwhile, others in the examination room quickly began to ponder and slowly grasp the true abilities that this exam was meant to assess. As Mufeng reached the door, several more candidates began to write down their answers. Mufeng glanced around and noticed that Gonpei Guijiao was among them. Soon, the first exam came to an end. A total of 53 people participated in the first assessment, with 18 candidates directly disqualified for cheating and 3 voluntarily giving up the exam to protect their companions. Only 32 people passed the first written test. The first assessment is over. Next, the second assessment will begin. All candidates who passed, please proceed immediately to the second assessment location. Exercise field number 44, the Death Forest. After the assessment concluded, the voice of Yamano Kaichi echoed. Exercise field number 44, the Death Forest. It is the same location where Naruto and the others had their assessment in the original story. After hearing Yamano Kaichi's words, Mufong thought to himself. Soon, everyone took their passes and arrived at the second examination site. The Death Forest was just like in the original story, surrounded by barbed wire, with a dense jungle inside. Mufong looked at the familiar scene, adjusted his expression, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. This is where the real action should take place. Looking around, the candidates from Konoha and other ninja villages were also surveying the Death Forest. A forest, huh? I wonder if there will be any water areas inside. In such a dense forest, who cares about water areas? It's just right for me to test my assassination techniques. Indeed, this should be the best battlefield for us, but for others, it will likely be a graveyard. A few mist ninjas became excited upon seeing the Death Forest. The dense forest was indeed suitable for assassination, and the Mist Village ninjas excelled in assassination techniques. Meanwhile, ninjas from other villages and the Cloud Village frowned and began to discuss quietly. On Mu Feng's side, many Konoha ninjas were also discussing strategies. The first exam was actually not that significant. The second and third exams were the key. If things went wrong, there could even be a danger to life. A candidate who had already participated in the Chunin exams twice spoke up. During his first attempt, he almost died in the second assessment. Facing the Death Forest again, this candidate looked quite nervous but still explained to his companions. Everyone quiet down. Just as the discussions were ongoing, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone. It was the chief examiner for the second assessment, Ando Rado. I will be presiding over the second assessment, but before participating, everyone must sign a consent form. In this assessment, you might get injured or even die. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Ando Rado's voice was loud. However, those who could participate in the Chunin exams were already familiar with the exam rules and had made it this far, so they wouldn't be easily scared off by a few words. Soon, everyone signed a consent form. Good. Next are the rules for this exam. Listen carefully. There are currently 32 people participating in the second assessment, along with individuals undergoing separate assessments, making a total of 12 teams. Each team will receive either a heaven or earth scroll. If you collect both types of scrolls and reach the central tower of the Death Forest within 3 days, you will pass the assessment. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. Now, everyone come up to receive your scrolls. Chapter 28, Battle Erupts. As the chief examiner finished speaking, the candidates began to collect their scrolls. Heaven. Gonpei Guijiao glanced at the scroll in his hand, then immediately looked towards the other teams. It seems that the Cloud Ninjas also got heaven. A Mist Ninja reminded. It doesn't matter. The rules didn't say that you can't steal the same scroll. Gunpei Guijiao Smilet. What a pity. Those guys also got heaven, not our target. On this side, the Cloud Ninja team also noticed Gonpei Guijiao and his group. Once they entered, the first thing was to find the Earth Axis scroll, and then deal with the others. Captain, look at that guy, he really is alone. During the conversation among the Cloud Ninjas, Mufong stepped forward to claim the scroll. It was the Earth Axis scroll. This guy got the Earth. Seeing the scroll in Mufeng's hand, the Cloud Ninja's eyes lit up, while Gonpei Guijiao and others, as well as other teams with the Heaven Axis scroll, also cast their gazes. Guijiao, that guy seems to have the Earth Axis scroll. No rush, let's observe for now. Since he came alone, he must have some skills. Moreover, he is from the Uchiha clan. He probably has awakened the Sharingan. He's a tough opponent, participating in the exam alone. If this weren't the Chunin exam, I would want to spar with him. Gonpei Guijiao and his team started discussing. Participating in the exam alone, compared to the other teams of 3, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in numbers. But anyone who could participate in the Chunin exam and successfully pass the first assessment is no fool. A normal lineup might have average strength, but an abnormal lineup must have something unusual. Similarly, the Cloud Ninja Village and other teams also noticed Mufong as a special presence. Participating in the exam alone, even if he is from the Uchiha clan, isn't he a bit overconfident? Watch out, he has the Earth Axis scroll, just happens to form a team with ours. Many teams focused on Mufong and began to discuss in secret. Mufong looked around, not avoiding the gazes of others at all. If they want to take the scroll from him, they need to have the capability. Soon, the scroll distribution ended. and various teams began to head into the Forest of Death. To avoid conflicts between teams right from the start, the Forest of Death has multiple entrances, and different teams will enter from different entrances. Mufeng was assigned to entrance number 3. Holding the scroll, he arrived at the 3rd entrance. "Wait, where are your teammates?" A ninja in charge of monitoring the entrance asked, surprised to see only Mufeng. "Just me. I'm participating in the exam alone." "Participating alone?" The Konoha ninja frowned. "Then you need to be careful. Based on past experiences, those who participate alone are usually marked as the primary target. Especially for teams from other villages. You might already be targeted. It doesn't matter. If they want to come over, let them come." Mufeng raised an eyebrow and said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninja didn't say anything further. Participating alone in the exam, he must have some skills. But he had already given the warning. Whether to heed it was up to Mufeng. "All right, time's up. You can enter." After checking his watch, the Konoha ninja allowed Mufeng to enter the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Forest of Death, we got the Heaven Axis Scroll, so we should look for the team that got the Earth Axis Scroll to attack. I just did some reconnaissance, and the teams with the Earth Axis Scroll are mostly similar to us, but there's one special character among them. In a hidden corner, Yun Tsugen spoke to his companions. "Inazuka Hana and Hyuga Hayashi." "You mean that guy? The Uchiha who is taking the exam alone?" Inazuka Hana immediately realized and frowned. "I think we should avoid that guy. Gray Pill has sensed something unusual about him. An unusual aura?" Hyuga Hayashi's gaze sharpened. "In any case, that guy won't be weaker than the other teams. And he's a member of the Uchiha clan. He might have already awakened the Sharingan." Inazuka Hana spoke again. "All right, then let's set our sights on other teams." Yun Tsugen sighed and continued discussing their target tasks. Just then, suddenly, a voice came from behind the 3. "Ah, isn't it the team from Konoha?" Hearing this, the 3 immediately turned alert, and Gray Pill, beside Inazuka Hana, was already prepared for battle. "You are from the Cloud Ninja team?" Hyuga Hayashi looked at the other side. "If we remember correctly, you guys also have the Heaven Scroll, right? We have no need to fight at this time." Indeed, a tall, strong man stepped forward from the Cloud Ninja team. "The scroll we have is indeed the Heaven Axis Scroll, but coincidentally, we just took out a Konoha team on the way here. Now, hand over the scrolls you have, or we will take action ourselves." After finishing, the Cloud Ninja's expression turned cunning. Inazuka Hana and the others frowned and immediately prepared for battle. But just at that moment, bang bang bang, suddenly, from the side of both teams, the sounds of battle erupted. Other teams? Hearing the sounds of fighting, the 3 Cloud Ninjas immediately jumped up high, and looking out, they indeed saw a layer of smoke rising on their right side. Hinata, Hiraman, and the others also leaped into the sky. "What should we do?" One of the Cloud Ninjas spoke up. "Just now, when I was observing the scroll, I noticed that the 3 on the opposite side should have the Heavenly Scroll, and the leader seems to be from the Hyuga clan." Another Cloud Ninja added, "Fine, let's give up on them and go check out the battlefield." The 3 Cloud Ninjas reached a consensus and then rushed towards the direction where the battle had started. They left. Seeing the Cloud Ninjas leave, Inazuka Hana immediately asked, "Don't worry, let me take a look first." Hinata Hiraman quickly replied, and then he activated his Byakugan. His vision pierced through the dense forest, and soon, Hinata Hiraman locked onto the 2 fighting parties. "There are 4 people ahead. That one is from the Uchiha clan. Let's go, we should hurry over. Even if we can't get the Earth Scroll, we must not let those 3 Cloud Ninjas have it." After he finished speaking, Hinata Hiraman and the others rushed towards the battlefield. Chapter 29. The Powerful Strength of Mufeng. "Is that guy the lone wolf of the Uchiha clan? He is fighting with those from the Mist Village." The ninja from Cloud Village arrived at the battlefield and saw 3 Mist Ninjas surrounding Mufeng in the center, and both sides had already engaged in combat. "Hey, Leaf Ninja over there, hand over the scroll in your hand, and we can let you go this time." The 3 Mist Village ninjas had already set their sights on Mufeng before entering the Death Forest. As the second tier of Mist Village, they knew that their strength was not particularly strong compared to many of the other participants in the assessment. If they recklessly faced off against other teams, a 3-on-3 would carry a lot of risks. In order to successfully advance, the 3 of them discussed and decided to target the solo player, Mufeng. They also knew that Mufeng's ability to team up alone indicated that he had exceptional skills. However, from a numerical perspective, 3 against 1 would definitely hold an advantage. Moreover, even if they found out later that their opponent was too strong, it would be easier to retreat. After all, at an equal level, even if slightly stronger, it would still be quite difficult for one person to hold off 3. Once they entered the Death Forest, The three began to roam around in search of Mufeng. They didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck, but after wandering in the Death Forest for a short while, they soon spotted Mufeng. The three originally planned to ambush Mufeng, but unfortunately, their ambush was easily seen through by Mufeng. In their embarrassment and anger, the three attacked simultaneously. However, after a brief skirmish, they did not gain any advantage. The team leader among the three realized the situation was not favorable, but unwilling to give up. He could only threaten Mufeng. Yes, hand over the scroll, and we'll spare your life. There are three of us, and you're just one. The other two began to echo his words. Mufeng glanced at the three opponents and recognized them as ninjas from Mist Village from their forehead protectors. In this Chunin exam, a total of 6 people from the Mist Village came, divided into 2 teams. The team that consists of Kisame Hashigaki is Team 1, while the team with these 3 individuals is only Team 2. In terms of strength, these 3 are far weaker than the team led by Kisame. Not seeing Kisame made Mufeng somewhat disappointed. He originally wanted to test the strength of the legendary tailless beast at this age, hoping to compare chakra levels and see who has more now. Moreover, as a relatively important plot character in the original work, defeating him should yield some extra rewards. In contrast, Mufeng is not very interested in the 3 ordinary mist ninjas in front of him. However, since they are ninjas from the Mist Village, Mufeng has no reason to let them go easily. This time, his task was to eliminate the ninjas from other villages during the Chunin exam. The Forest of Death was the perfect place to make a move. Alright, enough talk. Let's get started. After taking care of you, I still have to find other ninjas. With a beckoning gesture towards the 3 mist ninjas, Mufeng wore a disdainful expression, seemingly not taking these 3 at all seriously. Quite arrogant, huh kid? But let's see how you continue to act tough after this. Yuqian, Chongwei attack. First, take this kid down. As the words fell, the leading ninja from the Mist Village quickly formed hand seals, while the other 2 charged at Mufeng. 1 ranged, 2 melee. Not a bad tactic. Too bad. Mufeng's chakra surged, and his Sharingan activated. With a loud bang, Mufeng stomped the ground, propelling himself towards the 2 attackers. With his mastery of Taijutsu, Mufeng's speed had already outpaced the other exam participants. With a swoosh of wind, Mufeng vanished from his spot, appearing in front of 1 mist ninja in the next moment. The speed was so fast that the 3 mist ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to react. The mist ninja, targeted by Mufeng, felt a rush of wind. In the next moment, a fist loomed large before him. His heart tightened, and his hair stood on end. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and danger from that fist. Bang! Mufeng's fist smashed heavily into the mist ninja's face, the force erupting forth, sending the ninja flying over 10 meters, rolling several times in the air before crashing hard to the ground, unconscious. Seeing his teammate taken out in an instant, the mist team leader shouted, "Yuqian, this guy is a taijutsu expert. Don't go head-to-head with him. 1 down." After retracting his fist, Mufeng spoke softly, then glanced at the other mist ninja, Chongwei. The crimson gaze swept over, and upon locking eyes with Mufeng, Chongwei felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Whoosh! Mufeng moved again, disappearing from sight. Chongwei couldn't catch Mufeng's figure at all. He was too fast, having already surpassed the boundaries of a genin. All Chongwei could see were Mufeng's afterimages. Damn, this guy's indeed not easy to deal with. The mist team leader inwardly lamented, but at this moment, his ninjutsu was already completed. Chongwei, get out of there. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. With a splash, a light blue water dragon appeared beside the mist leader, its eyes blazing as it lunged forward. Seeing the support from his leader, Chongwei was overjoyed and leaped backward. While at the same time, Mufeng was still charging forward, clearly not easy to stop. This guy is strong, but it's a pity he's all alone. If he can't block the mist ninja's water dragon bullet, this should be the end. He looks younger than us, and with such strong taijutsu, he must have specialized in it. Speaking of which, that mist ninja isn't bad either. He could actually perform a water dragon bullet in a place like this. The arriving cloud ninja trio watched the confrontation between Mufeng and the 3 mist ninjas, beginning to assess the situation. However, there was also a leaf team nearby. It remained to be seen whether they would intervene. After speaking, the cloud ninjas glanced at the Hinata trio hiding on the side. Inuzuka Hana observed the situation on the field, her brow furrowing slightly. Then she looked at Hinata Hayashi. Water Dragon Bullet, isn't that a B-rank ninjutsu? This doesn't look good. Hayashi, should we intervene? As fellow leaf ninjas, Inuzuka Hana naturally didn't want to see Mufeng defeated by the mist ninjas. Wait a moment, that guy's chakra seems a bit off. Hinata Hayashi focused on the battlefield, his Byakugan veins bulging. Although he couldn't easily track Mufing's movements, he could see Mufing's chakra clearly with his Byakugan. At this moment, as Mufing moved at high speed, his chakra was surprisingly stirring, seemingly ready to release ninjutsu. But the water dragon bullet was already in front of Mufing. With a roll, the water dragon charged towards him, splashing water everywhere in an instant. It's over. Inuzuka Hana felt dejected. But at the same time, earth release, earth flow wall. A light shout came through, and Mufing's figure was still dashing forward. With a leap, Mufing reached Chongyue's side. Crack! Mufing tightly gripped Chongyue's neck, lifting him up, and Chongyue looked at Mufing with disbelief in his eyes. You! The sensation of choking set in. Chongyue's face turned red as he struggled, making muffled sounds. Crack! Without hesitation, Mufing directly snapped Chongyue's neck. Second, with a thud, Chongyue's body fell to the ground, and Mufing's gaze locked onto the last remaining mist ninja. Only one left. Chapter 30. Living in Konoha, the pressure is really high. Bang! Splash! The water dragon bullet crashed into the ground, exploding into multiple streams of water. Amidst the pale water splashes, a figure burst forth. It was Mufing. Mufing efficiently dealt with the second mist ninja, casting his gaze towards the last one, his sharp, murderous eyes causing the mist team leader to tremble. How is this possible? It was clearly blocked by the water dragon bullet. The mist team leader looked on in disbelief, and only then did he notice the earth flow wall summoned by Mufing. Earth flow wall? This is impossible. In such a short time, while moving at high speed, you instinctively stepping back. The mist leader wore an expression of disbelief. With such powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu skills that rivaled his own, how could this ninja still be a genin? Moreover, looking at Mufing's height, he was clearly younger than him. Nothing is impossible. Now, there's only you left. One-on-one, very fair. Mufing released the corpse in his hands, his indifferent voice echoing as he walked straight towards the mist ninja leader. The mist leader, now terrified, looked at Mufing as if he were a monster. As Mufing approached, the fear of death overwhelmed his rationality, causing him to instinctively retreat. No, this can't be happening, the mist leader murmured, while his inner rationality urged him. Run. You must escape. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Turning, the mist leader fled into the woods. Observing this, Mufing frowned, casually pulling out a few shuriken and throwing them. The mist leader, already terrified, paid no attention to the shuriken behind him. With a series of thuds, blood sprayed into the air, and then he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the heaven scroll he carried fell to the ground. The battle happened quickly and ended just as swiftly. Hayashi, that guy killed the Mist Village ninja? Wasn't it supposed to just be an exam? Inuzuka Hana looked at the three fallen Mist ninjas, her gaze filled with shock. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, but soon his expression turned serious. It was indeed an exam, but it was also a battle. In fact, Hyuga Hayashi was also startled by Mufing's decisive actions. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha does a good job of protecting its genin. During peacetime, genin rarely get involved in combat and killings. Although the small team that Hyuga Hayashi was part of had already taken on some missions and even left the village several times, none of the 3 genin had actually killed anyone. Now, seeing Mufing, who was younger than them, cleanly and decisively kill 2 mist ninjas, they were somewhat unaccustomed to it. It seems our mindset is somewhat problematic. Riku, Hana, we must take this seriously from now on. The Chunin exam can indeed be deadly. Hyuga Hayashi said to his 2 companions. Inuzuka, Hana, and Aburame Riku nodded, immediately understanding Hyuga Hayashi's meaning. Indeed, being personally chosen by the Hokage to participate in the Chunin exam is no simple matter. Looking at Mufing, Hyuga Hayashi sighed. Mufing's powerful strength and decisiveness amazed Hayashi. But now that Mufing had only killed 2 mist genin, if Hayashi and the others knew that Mufing had previously killed a jonin, their expressions would likely be unimaginable. Earth style, earth wall, released so quickly? This guy's ninjutsu ability is so strong. He resolved the Mist Village ninjas so fast. He is quite a ruthless character. Fortunately, we didn't choose to target him earlier. The 3 Cloud ninjas watched as Mufing took down his opponents, their eyes widening. Feeling fortunate for their insight, they believed they were stronger than the fallen Mist ninjas, but they also knew they were no match for Mufing, especially after witnessing his earth wall. How did this guy train? His taijutsu is so strong, and his ninjutsu is released so quickly. Not to mention, this guy is from the Uchiha clan. Those eyes are hard to deal with. If he is trained in eye techniques, this could be troublesome. The three Cloud Ninjas frowned in unison, already feeling the urge to retreat. The Cloud Ninja captain looked at the scroll belonging to the fallen Mist Ninjas on the ground. It's the Heaven Scroll. It's useless to us. We need to retreat quickly. The three Cloud Ninjas had learned that Hyuga Hayashi and his group were coming this way, and with Mufeng's overwhelming combat power, it was clear that the situation favored Konoha. The best choice was to withdraw immediately. The other two Cloud Genin quickly nodded in agreement. The three of them slowly retreated towards the forest, trying not to disturb Mufeng. But just as they turned around, a powerful sense of crisis enveloped them. After watching for so long, are they just going to leave like this? A cold voice suddenly echoed in their ears, causing the three Cloud Ninjas to feel their scalps tingle. They turned slightly and saw Mufeng standing nearby with a smile. Suddenly, the three Cloud Ninjas felt a wave of dread. Split up and run. Every man for himself. The Cloud Ninja captain shouted, and then turned to flee in one direction. The other two widened their eyes, and in the next moment, they fled as if their feet were coated in oil. Seeing this, Mufeng frowned. It turns out that a single person's strength is still limited. The three Cloud Ninjas were smart. They chose to escape rather than engage right away. Each of the three went in different directions, making it clear that Mufeng couldn't chase all of them at once. Moreover, Mufeng didn't want to use shadow clone technique. The strength of the clones was unreliable and could lead to being counterattacked. However, this time Mufeng didn't intend to kill all three Cloud Ninjas. After eliminating the three Mist Ninjas, he already had the Heaven Scroll and combined it with the Earth Scroll in his hand, which meant he could pass the exam. Furthermore, having killed the three enemy village ninjas, he could report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the remaining enemy ninjas, Mufeng was just going to take a wait-and-see approach to see if he could draw a lucky examiner. Glancing at the fleeing three, Mufeng ultimately decided to chase after the Cloud Ninja captain. Swish, swish, swish. After a flurry of movement, the three Cloud Ninjas and Mufeng quickly left the original location. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi and his two companions emerged from the jungle. Has that guy discovered us? Inuzuka, Hana asked, staring in the direction where Mukafeng had gone. Hinata Hayashi didn't speak, but he recalled how Mukafeng had looked meaningfully towards their direction while picking up the scrolls. All right, let's not think too much. We're probably not his match, and he is from Konoha. We should quickly find another team that has the Earth Scroll and complete the mission. Inuzuka, Hana nodded, but the image of Mukafeng still lingered in her mind. First Kakashi, and now this kind of monster, living in Konoha is really stressful. Inuzuka, Hana sighed inwardly. Chapter 31, The Loner of the Uchiha. Bang! In the Death Forest, accompanied by a scream, a figure fell from the high trees. This is a ninja from the Hidden Soup Village. After landing heavily on the ground, he looked up in fear. At that moment, whoosh! A ninja wearing the short-sleeved attire of the Uchiha clan jumped down from above. Hand over the scroll, or die. Mufeng coldly glanced at the ninja from the Hidden Soup Village, his scarlet Sharingan revealing indifference and killing intent. Okay, I'll give it. Please don't kill me. The Hidden Soup Village ninja sat down on the ground, throwing away the Earth Scroll he was carrying while retreating. With a thud, Mufeng caught the scroll and, after confirming its authenticity, left without looking back. Watching Mufeng walk away, the Hidden Soup Village ninja finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, his team had encountered Mufeng. Seeing that the exam time was running out, the Hidden Soup Village ninja had drawn Mufeng's attention, but after engaging in battle, they realized that this seemingly younger lone ninja possessed immense strength. In less than 5 minutes of combat, 2 of the Hidden Soup Village ninjas had been defeated. He fought hard to escape with a scroll, but ultimately could not escape Mufeng's grasp. The Hidden Soup Village ninja sighed deeply. Where on earth did this monster come from? At this moment, unbeknownst to him, Mufeng's reputation had already spread throughout the entire Forest of Death during the exam. Some teams, after encountering each other and confirming their scrolls were the same, chose not to engage directly, but to exchange information instead. Currently, there were 3 strong teams participating in the academy within the Forest of Death, 2 of which were absolutely not to be provoked. Among the 3 strong teams, 2 were from Konoha, and 1 was from the Cloud Village. The 2 teams that should not be provoked were a lone Uchiha and the Mist Village's Shark. The Mist Village's Shark refers to Kisame Hashigaki, while the lone Uchiha refers to Mufeng himself. Half of the teams had already been eliminated in the Forest of Death, and half of those eliminated had been severely injured by the 2. After some confidence exchanges, almost everyone began to intentionally avoid Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki. While the team from the Hidden Souk village clearly did not understand this and ended up actively giving away a head when they encountered Mufeng, they managed to take down a small team. This should count as an exceptional completion of the task. After obtaining the scroll from the Hidden Souk village team, Mufeng felt a slight joy inside. Calculating the time, he realized that the second exam was about to end. So he decided not to continue hunting and instead rushed directly to the central gathering point of the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, in the examination monitoring room, Danzo was watching Mufeng in astonishment on the screen. This guy's strength is unexpectedly strong. As a Jonin from Konoha, Danzo took this exam very seriously. At this critical moment, when all major ninja villages were tense, any mistakes during the Chunin exam could potentially lead to battles between the villages. Of course, there would also be some villages hoping for war that might pull some tricks during this Chunin exam. Therefore, this Chunin exam was stricter than previous ones. And Hiruzen Sarutobi had directly issued orders to Danzo to ensure the smooth progress of the Chunin exam, while also guaranteeing the safety of Konoha ninjas. This time the Chunin exam is not only about selecting outstanding ninjas from various ninja villages, but also has an element of showing off strength. If Konoha performs poorly in this Chunin assessment, as the most benefited village after the Second Great Ninja War and the top among the 5 great shinobi villages, one can imagine how other countries will view Konoha and what kind of response they might have after the Chunin exam. Under such pressure, Ninjutsu Rado dared not relax. He was even prepared to make a timely appearance. Although the pressure was immense, the entire Chunin assessment process went quite smoothly, and exceptionally so. In the Forest of Death, Ninjutsu Rado did not encounter any ninjas disguised as Chunin exam participants, which is very likely. In the original work, Orochimaru had once disguised himself as a Chunin exam participant to approach Sasuke, and Kabuto's level clearly exceeded that of an average Chunin. In fact, Ninjutsu Rado was unaware that before the exam, the Mist Village had also planned to do something similar. However, after Hozuki Mangetsu was accidentally killed by Mufeng, the Mist Village lost a general, which made them alert, believing that Konoha was already prepared. Therefore, the plan to create chaos during the Chunin exam was cancelled by the Mist Village. Besides this plan, the Mist Village had another plan involving Kisame Hashigaki. They wanted to use Kisame's extraordinary chakra and abilities to give Konoha and other ninja villages a wake-up call during the entire Chunin exam. This was not a conspiracy, but a display of legitimate strength. Ninjutsu Rado also noticed Kisame Hashigaki. To be honest, in his eyes, Kisame had already surpassed the average Chunin by a large margin. Now he was still just a genin, yet he could continuously unleash several B-rank jutsu. Ninjutsu Rado even felt that Kisame could use water release, Great Waterfall Technique, which is a genuine A-rank jutsu. In the original Naruto, water release, Great Waterfall Technique was considered to be Zabuza Momochi's ultimate move, but it was copied by Kakashi's Sharingan, which defeated Zabuza in one blow. It should be noted that Zabuza was a true elite Jonin from the Mist Village, and an elite Jonin's ultimate move is definitely not something a group of kids participating in the Chunin exam could resist. If Kisame really could use this technique, combined with his decent taijutsu, he could potentially take on 10 people by himself. After witnessing Kisame single-handedly take on a small team, Ninjutsu Rado originally had low expectations for Konoha's team, hoping only to avoid being eliminated too much. However, the subsequent appearance of Mufeng shocked Ninjutsu Rado completely. The Uchiha clan's name is much more renowned in Konoha than in other villages, and after Mufeng revealed his Crimson Sharingan, Ninjutsu Rado knew that his strength was stronger than that of the average exam participant. Moreover, Mufeng's use of taijutsu and ninjutsu left Ninjutsu Rado deep in thought. Is this really just a genin? Ninjutsu Rado even felt that Mufeng was no different from the jonin he had fought in the past against the exam participants. Mufeng was a complete, overpowering presence. Because of Mufeng's existence, the entire examination site in the Forest of Death did not appear to be a one-man show, but rather a contest between 2 individuals. At the same time, because of this, other teams became more cautious, especially when encountering Konoha's team. They had to consider whether attacking Konoha would provoke Mufeng's retaliation. Under these circumstances, although Konoha's team had been eliminated some, it wasn't too far off from Danzo's expectations. Looking up at the clock on the wall, realizing it was almost time, Danzo stood up and walked towards the meeting point. I really don't know how the third match will turn out. Uchiha Mufeng facing off against Kisame Hashigaki should be the climax of this Chunin exam. As he walked out of the room, Danzo muttered to himself. Chapter 32. What a coincidence. I'm not either. Finally, I've arrived at the place. This time it's really tense. In the center of the forest of death, in front of a tower-like building, Inuzuka Hana stretched her tired body and spoke. She was on the same team as Hyuga Hakken and Yoinai Torikijin. The three of them witnessed Mufone killing the first target, the second team from Yunrin. After that, they were relatively lucky to encounter a small ninja village team, and after a battle, they successfully obtained the other side's scroll, which conveniently matched the scroll they had in hand. However, on their way to the rendezvous point, they encountered another Konoha team, Inoshikacho. From them, they learned some information and heard the titles Uchiha Lone Wanderer and Kirigakure Shark. Eventually, after some exchanges, the three decided to postpone heading to the central rendezvous point. As the time was about to run out, they hurried towards the rendezvous point. The experience along the way was not pleasant, but they ultimately arrived. Looking at the rendezvous point that was so close, Hinata Homan relaxed his tense nerves. Wow, you guys look like you've gathered the scrolls. Nara Shiozui smiled at Hinata Homan and the others as they approached the rendezvous tower. Hinata Homan was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing a bit in caution. Don't worry, we've gathered ours too, and this is the rendezvous point, so we won't attack here. Nara Shiozui smiled gently, and then two teammates stepped out from behind him. Seeing this, Hinata Homan finally lowered his guard and walked over. How's it going? Hinata Homan asked. Once it was confirmed that they were not in a hostile relationship, it was clear they were from Konoha, and Hinata Homan wanted to gather some information from Nara Shiozui to prepare for the upcoming third test. Thanks to a certain guy, our Konoha team hasn't been eliminated much, only half. But the other villages are in a worse situation. Both Yunrin teams have been eliminated. One was taken out by that Uchiha kid, and the other by that guy from Kirigakure. Now both of them have reached the rendezvous point. But the atmosphere inside the point, Nara Shiozui sighed helplessly. Knowing the temperament of the Nara clan, Hinata Homan understood and glanced inside the tower. There were people inside, but it was eerily silent, clearly not a good atmosphere. All right, you guys are here too. It looks like the time is about right. Nara Shiozui stood up straight and spoke as he walked towards the tower, with Hinata Homan following him. Once they entered, a group of eyes swept over them, most filled with a hint of hostility. Hinata Homan and the others found a random spot while also observing the surrounding people. With only a few minutes left until the test ended, these were the people who would participate in the third test if nothing unexpected happened. Konoha had the most people present, with Hinata Homan's team and Inoshikacho already totaling 6. Meanwhile, Mufone leaned against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Opposite Mufone were the 3 members of the Akatsuki, and surprisingly, there was another team on the field that wasn't from the 5 great ninja villages. Up until now, a total of 13 people had passed the second test, and these 13 would face off in the third test. Time passed slowly, and the base was quiet as everyone was sizing up their opponents, with a few bolder teams beginning to exchange information. However, surprisingly, no one looked towards Mufone and the Akatsuki. Anyone who could make it here was smart, and the strength of these two was evident from their reputation on the battlefield. Some of the more timid ninjas began to pray, hoping not to face Mufone and the Akatsuki. However, the Akatsuki's Kisame was staring intently at Mufone, seemingly very interested in him. Time's up. Congratulations to everyone for making it here alive. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the base. He was dressed in a light green ninja outfit, a smile on his face. Upon seeing him, everyone turned their heads, but quickly returned to ignoring him. Now we will check the scrolls. Teams that have gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls, please come here and present your scrolls correctly, and this test will be considered passed. Who will be the first? The familiar voice scanned the crowd, and after a moment of silence, Nara Shiozui was the first to step forward, producing 2 scrolls. After checking, the voice confirmed that the scrolls were authentic and signaled for Nara Shiozui's team to be qualified, instructing them to wait for a moment before leaving the Forest of Death together. Following that, Hinata Homan and other teams also took out their scrolls. Clearly, those who made it to the base had gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls, and Mufone also presented his scroll. It seems there are no issues with the scrolls. You all have passed this test. In a moment, all of you will be led out of the Forest of Death, and the third test will begin in 1 day. Additionally, during this day, injured ninjas can go to the medical department for treatment, and those who do not wish to participate can forfeit. But one thing to note, during this day, no one is allowed to attack other participants. Anyone who violates this order will have their Chunin exam qualifications revoked and be expelled from Konoha. Finally, the voice emphasized the discipline. After the slaughter in the Forest of Death, Even the relationships within the same village might not be good. To see scrolls, one might even have to pay with their life. This is a life-and-death rivalry. Although many people are aware that this is just an assessment, the hatred is not so easily resolved. The probability of unexpected events between different villages is even greater, especially in order to pass the Chunin exam. It would not be surprising if an examiner were assassinated during the gap between the second and third rounds of assessments. Watching the emotions of the crowd remained unchanged, and Nara Shikamaru nodded in satisfaction. Soon, a few more ninjas arrived at the base. After some arrangements, everyone was led away by a group of jonin, heading towards the outside of the Forest of Death. Mufeng also set off, following at the end of the line. Just then, a figure intentionally lagged behind and approached Mufeng. Be careful, that guy from Mist is strong and definitely not a Chunin. The speaker was none other than Nara Shikamaru. Upon hearing this, Mufeng smiled faintly. What coincidence, I'm not one either. Seeing Mufeng's expression, Nara Shikamaru was slightly taken aback, but quickly returned to his nonchalant demeanor. Is that so? Then I look forward to your performance. If I guess correctly, your opponent will be him. If that's the case, I'm very much looking forward to it. As he spoke, Mufeng's gaze fell on the figure of Kisame Hashigaki in front of him. At that moment, Kisame happened to turn his head and look at Mufeng, his smile meaningful. Chapter 33. The second assessment ends. The second round of the Chunin exam has concluded. Inside the Hokage building, Nara Shikamaru briefly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, detailing everything he saw in the Forest of Death. This time, Nara Shikamaru focused his report on Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki. Lord Hokage, the general situation of this assessment is like this. Uchiha Mufeng and the Mist Village's Kisame Hashigaki, in my opinion, both possess strength beyond that of a Chunin, especially Mufeng. To be honest, I can see his true level. As he finished speaking, Nara Shikamaru frowned. Sitting in the office chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his smoking pipe. Oh, is that so? It seems that Fugaku has cultivated a very good talent this time. You don't have to worry about Mufeng. Your task is to ensure that this Chunin exam proceeds normally. The ninjas from the Mist Village are indeed troublesome, but with Mufeng around, there's no need to be overly concerned. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Nara Shikamaru felt relieved. The next Chunin exam will be a combat format, and it would be under the supervision of Konoha ninjas, so the most difficult aspect had already passed for him. As for the final results of the Chunin exam, that was beyond Nara Shikamaru's control. All right, you may leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikamaru left the Hokage building, while Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. The third round of the Chunin exam seemed to be easier to manage than the second round, but the actual situation was not like that, especially when it came to the final match. At that time, not only would there be Konoha observers, but also high-level officials from other ninja villages. In a sense, the Chunin exam was not merely about selecting ninjas. It was more like a competition between the major ninja villages, showcasing their military power. It can be said without hesitation that in the world of Hokage, the Chunin exam can be imagined as a military exercise between modern countries. Moreover, the Chunin exam does not only test military strength but also reflects the level of ninja cultivation in each village. As the top of the 5 great ninja villages, if Konoha shows a serious decline, it would undoubtedly be great news for the other villages, signifying the decline of Konoha's hegemonic status. From this perspective, the third round of the assessment seen by Nara Shikamaru and the one seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen were fundamentally different. From Nara Shikamaru's viewpoint, the best news Sarutobi Hiruzen heard was not Mufeng's excellence, but rather that the Cloud Village was directly eliminated. It is important to note that being able to send ninjas to Konoha for the Chunin exam meant that the Cloud Village had made preparations, and the personnel dispatched were definitely not ordinary lower ninjas. They could be considered elite. Yet, even so, they did not pass the second round of assessments. When the third round came, the audience suddenly noticed the absence of ninjas from the Cloud Village, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face for them, spitting out, "You can't do it." As for Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki, everyone from the 5 great villages understood that such monstrous talents could not be considered representative. How Mufeng rose to power was something Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had yet to figure out. Sarutobi Hiruzen could roughly understand Kisame Hashigaki's situation. What they truly observed was the overall level of a ninja village. Individuals like Mufeng and Kisame Hashigaki could only serve as trump cards, with their deterrent power greater than their actual effect. Of course, if an individual could grow to the level of later stage Hokages like Six Paths Madara or Six Paths Obito, it would mean something entirely different. However, from the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have that foresight. Shadow-level strength was already the ceiling during the Third Ninja World War. Jonin were the backbone of the battlefield, absolutely crucial. Now that the Cloud Village had been eliminated, Konoha had already secured its baseline, and next, Sarutobi Hiruzen was considering how to maneuver things so that Konoha could make a name for itself in the third round of assessments. To achieve this, the most fundamental aspect was the allocation of battles. With 13 people, one person would have to sit out in the first round, but that was fine. The reputation of the Uchiha clan would also be promoted. Murmuring to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke. How is it? Did the exam end? It is said that the second round of the exam was in the Forest of Death, and every year the death and injury rate exceeded 30%. Right? So does that mean Mufeng is in danger? Anyway, the Chunin exam is quite dangerous. I heard from some lower ninjas who participated before that you could lose your life. Some ninjas don't dare to participate a second time after doing it once. Is it that dangerous? As the exam was about to conclude, like many people in Konoha, Obito and Yuhi Kurenai were also waiting for news to come through. Strangely, when Kakashi participated in the exam last year, Obito and others were not this worried. But now that it was Mufeng's turn, everyone in the class was somewhat anxious, each clenching their fists, looking even more nervous than if they were participating in the Chunin exam themselves. A few people who were closer to Mufeng, such as Yuhi Kurenai, Guy, and Obito, even came to the outskirts of the Forest of Death in advance, wanting to confirm Mufeng's safety at the first moment. Soon, under the leadership of Konoha Jonin, the ninjas who passed the assessment walked out together. From afar, Mufeng saw Obito and the others waving at him. He turned back to glance at the Konoha Jonin responsible for leading them. The other party showed no reaction. Mufeng directly left the group and ran towards everyone. Mufeng, how was it? Was the Chunin exam terrifying? I've already said it. How could a mere Chunin exam possibly be difficult for Mufeng? He is a member of our Uchiha clan and is recognized by me, Obito, as a rival. Mufeng came to the front of the crowd, and everyone's reactions were different, but all of them looked at Mufeng with expectant eyes, wanting to understand the specifics of the assessment. Mufeng looked at the still immature crowd in front of him and felt a bit unsure of what to say for a moment. Should he tell Yue Hong and Kai that he killed a few lower ninjas in the Death Forest? That would be okay. However, it was indeed very dangerous inside. A few people died, and several were seriously injured. Mufeng briefly mentioned this, but he did not specify how many he had personally killed or incapacitated. People really can die? Yue Hong exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. It's not that serious. If you're careful, you'll be fine. Besides, you have at least a year before your assessment, and during this year, you can train well. By the time you participate in the Chunin exam next time, you'll naturally understand. Mufeng continued, and then he briefly answered other people's questions. As the crowd discussed among themselves, they walked together toward the Ichiraku ramen shop. This time, Asuma Sarutobi proposed a celebration for Mufeng successfully passing the second round of assessments. This time, Kurenai Yuhi also expressed her participation, which made Asuma very happy. However, he didn't expect that his first meal of ramen with Kurenai would come with so many light bulbs around, and most importantly, he wasn't the main character. In the ramen shop, watching everyone gather around Mufeng, chatting and laughing, Asuma buried his head in his bowl and secretly vowed, Uchiha Mufeng, one day I will surpass you. Chapter 34, Third Round Assessment, Draw Lots. The next day, early in the morning, Mufeng received a notification requesting him to go to the location of the third assessment. The third assessment is divided into two stages, the preliminary round and the final round. Both rounds involve 1v1 battles, which can be said to be a test of a ninja's absolute strength. If the first round of the Chunin exam tests a ninja's insight and awareness, and the second round tests survival skills, then the third round tests combat ability. In summary, the content of these three assessments can be described as wisdom, physical strength, and power. A ninja must meet all three criteria to truly become a qualified Chunin. The location of the third assessment was set at the Konoha Tournament Hall. By the time Mufeng arrived, many Konoha personnel had already gathered at the hall, including the instructors from the Hyuga and Nara teams. The third assessment was still overseen by Irika Yumino, who quickly gathered the participating candidates and called out their names one by one. Hyuga Hayashi, here. Nara Shikamaru, here. Uchiha Mufeng, here. Kirigakure's Kisame, Hashigaki. As each name was called, Mufeng responded from the middle of the group. Seeing that everyone was present, Irika nodded in satisfaction. Good, everyone is here, and you all look energetic. It seems that no one deliberately violated the rules yesterday. Great. Now I will announce the rules for this year's Chunin exam's third assessment. The format for the third assessment will be battles, divided into preliminary and final rounds. Both the preliminary and final rounds will use a draw system for matchups, and based on everyone's performance in the battles, we will determine who passes the Chunin exam. So, simply being the last one standing does not guarantee that you will become a Chunin. Use your strength and intelligence. That is what a ninja should do, Irika said passionately, and the many genin listening attentively. Now, let me explain the specific rules for this assessment. Both the preliminary and final rounds will adopt a 1v1 format. During the preliminary round, you will choose your opponents. In the box next to me, there are 13 white balls, numbered 0 to 12. You will now draw lots randomly. After the draw, matchups will be determined as follows. Number 1 will battle number 12, number 2 will battle number 11, and so on. However, if someone draws the 0 ball, congratulations, you will advance directly to the finals. But I must remind you that advancing directly to the finals is not necessarily a good thing. As I said, whether you pass the Chunin exam depends on your performance in the battles. If you don't perform well, your chances of passing will be greatly reduced. Alright, the explanation of the rules is over. Now, please come up and draw your number. Let's start with Hyuga Hayashi. As Irika's voice fell, the expressions of the 13 genin on the field began to change, and their gazes turned towards the box next to Irika. Hyuga Hayashi straightened up and walked forward. As the first person to draw a number, he felt little pressure and quickly pulled one out. Number 7. Hyuga Hayashi announced his number and, not knowing who his opponent would be, he walked back down. The others began to watch Hyuga Hayashi closely. In this Chunin exam, aside from Mufong and Kankuro, the most attention was on Hinata Hayashi, whose background from the Hyuga clan attracted a lot of interest. The Byakugan and its close combat techniques also made other ninjas wary. After Hinata Hayashi stepped down, Inuzuka Hana followed closely, but she didn't draw herself. Instead, she let her ninja dog do it for her. Come on, Huaiwan. Draw a lucky number for me. While speaking, Inuzuka Hana extended her hand, and soon enough, Huaiwan managed to pull out a small white ball. Inuzuka Hana took a look, and, seeing it wasn't the special number 0, felt a bit disappointed, but she thought number 3 was also good. Before long, after Hinata Hayashi and Narashayo's turn, others began to draw their numbers as well. Before long, more than half of the participants had drawn their numbers and knew who their opponents were for the first round. Hinata Hayashi and Narashayo were set to face 2 ninjas from the Mist Village, while Inuzuka Hana's opponent was Butterfly from the Inuzuka clan. The other ninjas also found their opponents. Soon, only Mufong and Kankuro hadn't drawn their numbers, and there were only numbers 2 and 0 left in the box. The person who drew number 2 would face Yamanaka Torian. Next, Kankuro. The announcer called again, and Kankuro stepped forward, drawing number 2. Upon seeing he had drawn number 2, a smile appeared on Kankuro's face, and at that point, Mufong no longer needed to draw. Only number 0 remained in the box. It seemed that a bye had occurred this round. Uchiha Mufong, you don't need to come up to draw your number. You are directly deemed to have passed the preliminary round, but in the finals, you must compete. Mufong nodded in agreement. As of now, the matchup list for the preliminary round was clear, but looking at the list, Mufong had other thoughts. He had a premonition that this draw was definitely not as random as it seemed. Firstly, among the Konoha ninjas, aside from himself, the strongest in combat power was undoubtedly Hinata Hayashi, followed by Narashayo, whose combat intelligence was high. His shadow imitation technique would be enhanced in an indoor environment, making him strong as well. However, these 2 relatively strong ones faced off against the tricky ninjas from the Mist Village, while the other few ninjas either faced off against their fellow village ninjas or against a small ninja village S-team. If it were just this, Mufong could understand it as a coincidence, but with Kankuro facing Yamanaka Torian, it made Mufong suspect even more. Kankuro, who excelled in chakra-based techniques, was up against Yamanaka Torian, who absorbed chakra. This was clearly a countering relationship. Thus, Mufong felt that there was definitely some behind-the-scenes manipulation in this drawing. However, Mufong was puzzled as to why he had been given a bye this round. According to his performance, Ishu and T have been eliminated along with the unstable members and factors, right? But with one less round to fight, Mufong could save his energy. During the Chunin exam, Mufong had already tried defeating and killing ninjas of lower ranks, but the system would not reward him for that. Now that Mufong had been recognized by the system as having Jonin strength, he might only gain some benefits after defeating strong narrative tasks like Kankuro. He hoped to encounter this guy in the second round. While pondering, Mufong looked at Kankuro. Chapter 35, Stealing Suka Technique, with a loud bang. Multiplication Technique. Meet Dan Battle Car. On the field, with a shout, Akimichi Chowdu from the Inuzuka trio unleashed his ultimate skill, doubling in size and launching an attack. Opposite him was a ninja from a small ninja village, whose ninjutsu and taijutsu were decent, and he excelled at using an earthen shield. However, facing Akimichi Chowdu's wild charge, this ninja found himself at a disadvantage. As Akimichi, Chowdu executed the Meet Dan battle car. The first match of the third round of the Chunin exam entered a heated stage. Chowdu, go for it. Take that guy down. Be careful with your defense. Damn it. That guy is from the Akimichi clan. He can't hold out for long in this state. The teammates from both sides cheered, but clearly, the advantage was with Akimichi Chowdu. Mufone was competing alone without teammates. While others were intensely discussing, he was yawning, appearing quite indifferent. With his bye in the preliminary round, he could maintain this state until the end of the preliminaries. However, everyone else was watching closely, analyzing the strength and tactics of both combatants, as no one dared to guarantee they wouldn't face one of the two later. With a rumble, the Meet Dan battle car rampaged across the duel arena, shrouding the area in smoke. After a while, the ninja from the small ninja village finally couldn't hold on any longer and raised his hand to signal his surrender. His earth release could indeed withstand Akimichi Chowdu's Meet Dan battle car, but unfortunately, his chakra was too low to release many ninjutsu. While Akimichi Chowdu had managed to last longer, ultimately winning the battle. Oh yeah, on the field, seeing Akimichi Chowdu win, Butterfly was very happy. In fact, among the Inuzuka trio, the one from the Amanka clan was the least skilled in combat, so they generally didn't have high expectations for such direct confrontations. And it was precisely because of the existence of such clans and ninjutsu that the final matches of the Chunin exam were judged purely by victory or defeat. The judgment and performance during combat were far more important. Damn it, that guy Gongzi fell here. Hey, you Konoha guys, don't get too arrogant. Gongzi was just the weakest among us. The other two from the small ninja village were a bit unwilling after seeing their teammate lose, but had no way to change it. Akimichi Chowdu had also defeated his opponent head-on. Now I announce, the first match has ended, and the winner is Akimichi Chowdu, with the final verdict from the announcer. The first match came to a close amidst Akimichi Chowdu's heavy breathing. The second match pits the Mist Village's Kankuro against Konoha's Yamanaka Toryun. Soon, the second match began. Announced by the announcer, Yamanaka, Toryun, and Kankuro walked onto the match stage. And at this time, Kankuro had yet to acquire the Samahata. He was using an ordinary large knife. This big knife is quite exaggerated. The entire blade is even longer than Kisame's, giving a strong sense of incongruity when carried on the back. As Kisame made his entrance, the many academies on the observation platform fell silent. The cold aura emanating from Kisame, creating a sense of pressure and discomfort. This guy truly lives up to the reputation of making people avoid him in the forest of death. He is definitely a monster. Can you take him on? No matter how I look at it, I just can't see this guy as a normal human. Trust in Kurigane. He can be quite reliable at critical moments. Hinata Hayashi and Inuzuka Hana began to communicate. On the field, Kurigane Yunyu, wearing sunglasses and with the collar of his trench coat turned up high, had enveloped himself within it. Compared to Kisame, his physique seemed much thinner, and the two were clearly not on the same level in terms of build. I originally thought about fighting someone from the Uchiha clan, but I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky. Now I can only use you to practice. On the field, Kisame fixed his icy gaze on Kurigane Yunyu and revealed a cold smile. Come at me. Kurigane Yunyu remained calm. The talents of the Yunyu clan allowed them to clearly perceive the aura and strength of their opponent. At this moment, in Kurigane Yunyu's eyes, Kisame standing before him was like a high concentration of chakra that could explode at any moment, just waiting for a spark to detonate. However, due to his innate secret technique, even after sensing Kisame's strength, Kurigane Yunyu maintained absolute composure. Moreover, in Kurigane Yunyu's eyes, the more chakra Kisame had, the happier his little bugs would become. The battle begins. The referee announced the start. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, the large knife in Kisame's hand swung directly towards Kurigane Yunyu. Kurigane Yunyu sidestepped, showing no visible reaction, but was already prepared for battle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Chakra activated, and the little bugs began to cultivate within Kurigane Yunyu's body. Kisame's speed was fast. Within a breath, he had already charged in front of Kurigane Yunyu. Sensing Kisame's strength, Kurigane Yunyu did not dare to underestimate him. A buzzing sound arose, and then a cloud of black mist floated out from Kurigane Yunyu's sleeve. This is not ordinary black mist. but a secret technique of the Oil Woman clan. The bugs instinctively began to search for chakra to devour. And in the eyes of these bugs, Kisame was like a five-star dish served on the dining table, incredibly delicious. Even without the control of the Oil Woman clan, these little bugs couldn't wait to rush towards Kisame. Kisame immediately sensed something was off. He stared at the black mist, a look of caution appearing in his eyes. With a whoosh, Kisame, who had already charged forward, quickly retreated, pulling back instantly. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. After Kisame retreated, the black mist surrounding the Oil Woman clan did not rush forward directly, but instead continuously attempted to surge forward. On the spectator platform, Mufang's eyes lit up at this sight as he focused on the black mist around the Oil Woman clan, deep in thought. Bugs capable of absorbing chakra. If these creatures could survive longer, they would undoubtedly be terrifying on the battlefield. Mufang stroked his chin, pondering. In Mufang's view, the strength of the Oil Woman clan in the original work was greatly diminished. Just imagine a type of bug that could devour energy. Even if one were to become parasitized by just one, it could reproduce infinitely by absorbing chakra. It could take a ninja's life in a very short time. If such a thing is developed well, it would definitely be a bioweapon-level existence. Ordinary ninjas would have no way to survive under such ninjutsu. It is purely a relationship between hunter and prey. Perhaps, in the future, I can study it further, and with a system, I should be able to learn the secret arts too. Chapter 36. Kakashi versus Oil Woman Sukun in the arena. A rustling sound echoed. The battle continued, and Kakashi stared at the large blade held horizontally by the Oil Woman Sukun, a look of confusion and caution appearing in his eyes for the first time. What is that thing? In the stands, many lower ninjas were not familiar with the secret arts of the Oil Woman clan and began to wonder about Sukun's fighting style. It's insects. Sukun used the secret arts of the Oil Woman clan to cultivate a type of insect that feeds on chakra, using its own chakra. Once these insects parasitize a host, they will crazily absorb the host chakra. Even a Jainin could potentially have all their chakra drained in a short period. At this moment, Narashiizumi explained to his opponent beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, many people began to look at Sukun with complex expressions. That guy has an astonishing amount of chakra, definitely not at the level of a lower ninja. However, he just happened to encounter Sukun, whose secret arts are highly effective against such enemies. But there is still a problem. The secret arts of the Oil Woman clan have a serious drawback. If the cultivated insects leave the body or lack chakra nourishment, they will die in a short time. If Sukun cannot think of a good way to approach his enemy, he will be at a disadvantage in this battle. Narashiizumi was analyzing seriously. From the perspective of ninjutsu, Sukun had a certain advantage, but in reality, the initiative on the battlefield was in Kakashi's hands. Kakashi now had two choices: close combat or use ninjutsu. Based on past opponents, he would definitely prefer close combat. After all, he specializes in water release, and in an indoor setting, water release is not very advantageous. But now, the black mist emanating from Sukun made Kakashi's heart tremble. His instincts told him not to approach that black mist. Boom! In the end, Kakashi directly plunged the large blade in his hand into the ground and began to form hand seals. He intended to settle things with ninjutsu. Seeing this, Sukun would naturally not back down and charge forward. Kakashi dodged while moving, and in terms of physical skills, Sukun was not adept. His speed could not keep up with Kakashi, and having seen through Sukun's secret arts, Kakashi would not give him any opportunity. If it continued like this, it would probably end very soon. Mufang stared at the battlefield below, seemingly having foreseen the outcome. Hinata Hayashi and Inuzuka Hana began to feel nervous. Water release, water, shark bullet technique. Soon, Kakashi brought his hands together, roared, and a pale blue wave of water formed around him, resembling a shark. Splash! In the next moment, the water shark bullet surged towards Sukun at an exaggerated speed. Sukun's pupils contracted. He never expected that Kakashi could unleash such powerful water release without any water source. With the ninjutsu surging, Sukun could not continue to pursue and could only dodge. And taking advantage of this gap, Ninjutsu, mist conseil technique. With a buzzing sound, the water mist spread around Kakashi and Sukun, covering the entire arena's visibility. What's going on? What is this? I can't see anything. Byakugan, activate. In the stands, as they saw the mist concealment technique unfold, the other audience members immediately began to chatter. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan, successfully capturing the movements of Kakashi and Sukun. But Sukun's condition did not look good in his eyes. Under the visual obstruction, Kakashi had already created distance, seemingly preparing for some ninjutsu. In contrast, Sukun's chakra within him was in turmoil. The cultivated insects seemed to be struggling to adapt to such an environment, moving rapidly. Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi frowned, probably knowing how the outcome would turn out. After a round of fighting, Sukun ultimately lost. Kakashi's water dragon bullet successfully struck Sukun, knocking him unconscious. The winner of the second match is Kakashi. After winning, Kakashi did not seem excited. He directly turned his gaze to Mufing in the stands and made a hostile gesture. Mufing looked at Kakashi, feeling little emotion. This battle made him see Kakashi's true level. His physical skills and swordsmanship did not shine, but in terms of posture, he was inferior to Kirigakure's Manatsu. Even at his peak, Kakashi's swordsmanship was not as good as Manatsu's, considering Manatsu was a genius who mastered 7 types of ninja swords. Kakashi only gave Mufing the impression of being quite violent, using B-rank ninjutsu at the drop of a hat, which is rare in lower ninja battles. However, for Mufing, who had seen the original work and experienced the later stages where characters at the 6 paths level could obliterate everything, the water shower bullet technique was simply unimpressive, akin to something used for washing hair. Now Mufing was curious to see if he could witness Kakashi's famous moments in the upcoming matches. He wondered if he had mastered the techniques for building a dam. Mufing smiled lightly and continued watching the matches. After a while, Mufing heard a call, turned to look, and saw it was Kakashi approaching. After a day of treatment, Kakashi's injuries had almost healed, and the bandages had been removed. This made Mufing marvel at the medical level in the Naruto world. With such medical capabilities, where eyes can be casually replaced and the dead can be revived. If this were in his past life, it would probably be incredibly profitable. Kakashi, you're here too? I can take a look and find you. There might be a temporary mission from Hokage-sama, Kakashi said in a low voice to Mufing. Temporary mission? Mufing was slightly taken aback. It's about the Chunin exams. Kakashi frowned, glancing at Kakashi and the few from the Mist Village. This isn't a place to talk. Follow me. By the way, you didn't compete during the preliminary round, right? As expected, I knew there was something wrong with the drawing. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mufing smiled wryly. When he drew, Kakashi wasn't present, and he hadn't asked. Now he was coming directly to him. However, Kakashi came because he was following Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Clearly, Sarutobi was behind all this. Since it concerns the Chunin exams, Mufing did not dare to take it lightly. Not being able to gain recognition from Konoha felt inconsequential. But gaining recognition from the system was crucial. The penalty for failing a mission was quite severe. All right, lead the way. Shrugging his shoulders, Mufing said to Kakashi. After finishing their conversation, the two walked out through the back door of the stands. Chapter 37, Namake's Minato, Flying Thunder God Technique. Can we talk now? Walking out of the examination venue with Kakashi, Mufing asked. Not yet. Let's wait for one more person. Kakashi spoke while looking into the distance. At that moment, with a swoosh, a figure appeared and landed on the wall beside the two of them. Mufeng and Kakashi simultaneously turned their heads to look. And on the wall stood a handsome blonde guy with a sunny smile looking at them. Good afternoon, Kakashi Mufeng. It was Minato Namake's. Upon seeing the visitor, Mufeng immediately recognized him. As the father of the original protagonist, Mufeng was very familiar with Minato Namake's. In the original work, if we were to discuss who had the greatest contribution during the Third Great Ninja War, Minato Namake's would certainly be a strong contender for the top spot. And after the war, he defeated Orochimaru in the competition for the position of Hokage, ascending to the throne as the 4th Hokage. It's important to note that in the world of Naruto, the phenomenon of connections is quite serious. Almost every Hokage throughout the generations in Konoha and other ninja villages has some sort of ties. However, Minato Namake's is an exception in Konoha. He rose to the position of Hokage solely based on his status as a commoner. If there were any connections, it was merely being Jiraiya's disciple. But Jiraiya hardly taught Minato much, and after the Second Great Ninja War, he began to travel the ninja world and showed little interest in the power struggles in Konoha. Under such circumstances, Minato still managed to defeat Orochimaru to become the 4th Hokage, showcasing his personal charm and strength. What puzzled Mufeng was that at this time, Kakashi had not yet become Minato's disciple, yet Minato had appeared. In a certain sense, this was not only the first time Mufeng had seen Minato since his reincarnation, but it should also be the first time for Kakashi. Let me introduce myself. I am Minato Namake's, a Jonin of Konoha. I have accepted a mission from the Hokage to assist you in completing your task. Chunin Kakashi Hitaki. Genin Mufeng Uchiha. The three introduced themselves, and Mu Feng felt somewhat helpless. Based on titles, he seemed to be the weakest. That's right. I've heard about Kakashi before, and I've also heard about your strength from Lord Third, Mu Feng. You single-handedly killed an elite Jonin from the Mist Village? Minato Namikaze looked at Mu Feng with curiosity. It was just luck. Mu Feng waved his hand casually. You seem very humble. Minato was quite pleased with Mu Feng's character. Having such strength at this age and yet remaining humble is a rare quality. All right, you two take a look at this mission. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Minato jumped down from the wall and pulled out 2 mission scrolls from behind, handing them to Kakashi and Mu Feng. The two took the scrolls and began to read seriously. However, after finishing, both of their eyes flashed with shock. Is this really what it says? Kakashi widened his eyes, gasping in disbelief. It's not confirmed yet, but it's pretty much like that. Kakashi, since you're the first to engage with the people from the Mist Village, you need to investigate the situation outside the village and Mu Feng. What you need to do is clearly written on the scroll. It should be no problem for you. Looking at the two, Minato revealed his signature smile. Mu Feng glanced at the contents of the scroll, reflecting on the past. After a while, Mu Feng nodded. Okay, that's no problem, but I have one request. Minato looked at Mu Feng suspiciously. After this mission is over, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Staring at Minato, Mu Feng spoke very seriously. Upon hearing this, Minato was slightly taken aback, but soon awkwardly scratched his head. Mu Feng, your talent is indeed strong. But space-time ninjutsu requires talent. I just happen to have some talent in that area. However, since you want to learn it, I can teach you. But whether you can learn it or not will depend on you. The Flying Thunder God technique was not developed by Minato, but by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama, as a master of forbidden techniques, developed many forbidden techniques throughout his life, including the reanimation jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique. However, many of the forbidden techniques developed after Tobirama were sealed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, as they were brothers. In Mu Feng's original world, such a situation developed into a joke. Senju Tobirama, Onaizen, I developed a ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama, is it water release? Senku Tobirama, no. Senju Hashirama, then seal it. Although this joke is sarcastic, it also reflects the development ability of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu. As a forbidden technique, there is certainly a level of difficulty in learning it, along with certain risks. Flying Raijin, being one of the forbidden techniques and the most difficult space-time ninjutsu, has an obvious level of difficulty in learning. This is also why, despite the Flying Thunder God being so powerful, only 2 people in Konoha can use it. However, Mu Feng is not afraid of this. His physique is quite special. As long as Mu Feng can persist in learning until the system recognizes that he has a preliminary grasp of the Flying Thunder God, everything after that will be about continuously motivating the Flying Thunder God to darken. A space-time ninjutsu that allows free travel. Just thinking about it excites Mu Feng. In short, he must learn the Flying Thunder God. Moreover, Mu Feng has already started to think about the combination skills after mastering the Flying Thunder God, such as directly using Susanoo to traverse the battlefield and execute the Flying Thunder God. This is like piloting a Gundam and using teleportation, definitely a nightmare for the enemy. I'm not afraid of difficulties. I'll just give it a try, right, Kakashi? Seeing that Minato Namikaze is not averse to the Flying Raijin technique, Mu Feng feels hopeful. There is still some time before the third great ninja war breaks out, and if he can learn the Flying Raijin during this gap, it's very likely that the title of the Flash will fall upon him, and once on the battlefield, his safety will be greatly improved. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Kakashi's gaze also showed some interest, but he didn't speak. He was still focused on studying the Chidori. Alright, since that is the case, do you have any thoughts on the mission? Minato asked. Kakashi and Mu Feng shook their heads. Minato nodded and then pulled out 2 specially made daggers from behind him. These are my specially made daggers, with the Flying Raijin markings on them. Take them with you. If there is any risk during the mission, I will support you at any time. Mu Feng and the others took the Flying Raijin daggers. Alright, see you then. After saying this, Minato waved his hand and bid farewell to the two. Chapter 38. Hidden Mission, Shattering Illusions. What to do? Watching Minato leave, Kakashi turned his head and looked at Mu Feng. In fact, Mu Feng and Kakashi didn't have a good relationship before, but after the incident with the Mizuki, it seemed like an unspoken understanding had developed between them. Moreover, Kakashi wasn't as aloof as before, at least not in front of Mu Feng. What else can we do? Just follow the mission. Mu Feng glanced at Kakashi and put his hands behind his head. That works. Kakashi nodded, but then his brow furrowed. I have a question I want to ask you. Kakashi asked again. Mufeng was a bit taken aback and confused, saying, Go ahead. It's about Chidori. Actually, I've been studying the changes in chakra properties, but the lightning attribute chakra is quite volatile. If I want to attach it to my hand, I might get hurt if I don't do it right. How did you manage to do that? Kakashi looked at Mufeng seriously, and upon hearing this, Mufeng was somewhat surprised. How did I do it? According to the timeline, at this point, Kakashi hadn't developed Chidori yet. Strictly speaking, Mufeng had also self-developed it. However, regarding the question Kakashi was pondering, Mufeng hadn't really thought much about it. He just followed his memory of the original work and went from there. He hadn't thought too deeply about anything else. This question Mufeng rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He couldn't just tell Kakashi that he had traveled here, and that Chidori was actually a copy of his. But after Kakashi brought it up, Mufeng felt that there was some truth to what he said. In the original work, Kakashi had spent a considerable amount of time developing Raikiri. Although Mufeng had read the original work, he didn't understand its principles clearly. He developed the ninjutsu according to his own ideas, and in the end, it surprisingly worked. So, am I a genius in ninjutsu? No, the A-rank talent in ninjutsu that the system gave me. Is it really impressive? Seeing Mufeng lost in thought, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, is it really that difficult to achieve this? Kakashi sighed. Well, let us do it this way. I'll use it a few more times, and you take a good look. To be honest, I didn't think too much back then. ISNT chakra, just a part of oneself? How could it possibly hurt me? Mufeng felt that he couldn't explain it clearly in just a few words. So it was better to let Kakashi figure it out himself. After saying that, Mufeng mobilized his chakra, and after a few simple hand seals, the chakra within him began to surge. Whether it's Chidori or Raikiri, they are essentially ninjutsu formed by the external release of chakra combined with elemental changes. The difficulty of this type of ninjutsu lies in two aspects. First, the amount of chakra must meet the external release standard. Second, the control over chakra needs to be quite precise. Currently, Kakashi is lacking in both areas, which is why he raised the above questions. After all, the title of Konoha's chakra depletion maniac isn't given for nothing. Mufeng's demonstration was quick, using only a few simple hand seals, and, in the next moment, crackling lightning chakra surged in his hand. The bluish-white light flickered, and Kakashi watched very seriously. Did you understand? Mufeng asked. Kakashi shook his head. Reluctantly, Mufeng demonstrated it again. It's really not that complicated. As long as you have enough chakra and can control it through training, you can do it like this. I've also been thinking about whether I can compress the chakra and release it directly, turning it into a flying sword. Mufeng said. He had actually seen this ninjutsu before. In the original work, Itachi had used it. However, as soon as Mufeng finished speaking, Kakashi looked thoughtful, and Mufeng noticed that Kakashi's brow furrowed, realizing that he had understood something this time. All right, if you have any questions later, feel free to come find me, although I can't really explain how to do it. Mufeng said, turning to leave. Kakashi nodded and simply bid farewell to Mufeng. After parting with Kakashi, Mufeng didn't immediately return to the competition venue to watch the preliminary matches. Instead, he found a less crowded place and opened the system panel. Just now, when Minato handed Mufeng the mission scroll, he had heard the system's notification sound. But since Kakashi and Minato were present, Mufeng didn't check it right away. Now, upon opening the system, the first thing that came into view was the mission notification. You have triggered Chunin exam, hidden mission, shattering illusions. Mission name, shattering illusions mission description. The body of the Mist Village, Jonin Kisame Hashigaki, has been discovered killed outside Konoha Village, coinciding with the sensitive period of the Chunin exams. The higher-ups of Konoha have launched an investigation and unexpectedly discovered a collaboration between the Mist Village and the Cloud Village, intending to kill all Konoha participants in the exam before the assessment. You have received a mission from the Konoha higher-ups and will secretly execute it tonight, assassinating the enemy ninja from the villages that have infiltrated Konoha. Mission requirements: defeat, kill 2 enemy Chunin. Mission rewards: Flying Thunder God Technique, Darkening Value, Random Secret Technique Research Scroll. Mission penalty: all ninjutsu darkening states will be suspended for 1 month. Note 1. This mission is a hidden mission, and the host has received it based on previous performance. The mission rewards are not fixed and will depend on the execution rating. Note 2. This mission has a high probability of affecting the subsequent Chunin exam, so please take it seriously. Seeing this mission, Mufeng's eyes lit up at first, but then his brows furrowed. However, the mission rewards still made Mufeng somewhat tempted. Nevertheless, Mufing now seriously suspected that the system had stolen his thoughts. The Flying Thunder God technique must have been added by the system. It seems that in the future, he needs to have more thoughts in his heart. Reflecting on the system's previous operations, Mufing had serious doubts that his system possessed some kind of comedic attribute. But nonetheless, Mufing felt that he still needed to take this mission seriously. I didn't expect that I haven't even become a Chunin yet, and I'm already starting to do things that Chunin do. Mufing sighed and turned directly back home. The mission was to be carried out tonight, so Mufing needed to rest before that. Moreover, this mission was a secret one, not just involving Mufing, Kakashi, and Minato, but also Konoha's Umbu. The collaboration between the Cloud and Mist villages made it reasonable to deploy the Umbu. After returning home and resting for a while, it was not until evening, when the sun set, that someone knocked on Mufing's door. Chapter 39, Secret Operation. Uchiha Mufing. Upon opening the door, a stranger ninja appeared before Mufing. The ninja wore a mask and was dressed in a way that made it easy to recognize them as a member of the Konoha Umbu. Mufing nodded, and the other party directly threw him a fox mask. Put this on and follow me. Mufing said nothing more, took the fox mask, and put it on. The Umbu ninja left the Uchiha clan with Mufing, and along the way, the Umbu ninja didn't say a word, and Mufing remained silent as well. The two walked until they were near the outskirts of Konoha village, at which point the Umbu ninja slowly spoke. Wait here for a moment. Mufing nodded. This was the Umbu's style of operation, silent and focused on the mission. After a while, two figures appeared and landed beside Mufing. Is everyone here? Asked a ninja wearing a rabbit mask. Yes, replied the ninja who brought Mufing. One more than expected? The rabbit-masked ninja looked at Mufing. The Hokage ordered it. The Uchiha has awakened the Sharingan. Good. From now on, your name will be Akihiko. Is the mission clear? The rabbit-masked ninja didn't ask further questions and directly confirmed the most critical point. Mufing nodded. All right. This time our target is a secret base in the hidden mist village outside Konoha. This base has just been established, and there are 5 main targets, one of whom is a J-Nin. I will handle that J-Nin. The rest of you will quickly eliminate the remaining CH-Nin. Act quickly, and try not to leave any survivors. Additionally, there may be sensory-type ninjas among the enemy. If they become aware, attack directly. The rabbit-masked ninja laid out the tactics and then looked at Mufing. For your first mission, observe for now. If something seems off, take action. Understood. Mufing nodded. The Konoha Umbu was an elite force of Konoha village, operating in small teams, and after joining the Umbu, members typically underwent a period of training. The cooperation among Umbu members was usually quite intricate, and their strength was considerable. Mufing speculated that the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted him to participate in this operation was likely to develop him into an Umbu member. This instantly reminded Mufing of Uchiha Itachi from the original work. His current script is somewhat similar to Uchiha Itachi, but the difference is that Uchiha Itachi became a member of the Umbu after the Third Shinobi World War, at which time the conflict between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan was very intense. Now, with war looming, even Sarutobi Hiruzen dares not take any action against the Uchiha clan. At most, he wants to draw Mufing in to become Konoha's Uchiha Mufing, rather than Uchiha clan's Mufing. Mufing is aware of the intricacies involved, but he doesn't need to think about these things for now. He has a system, and it's only a matter of time before he develops. Right now, Konoha can provide Mufing with a safe space for development, and he is willing to stay in Konoha. However, he cannot predict what will happen later. In any case, the priority is to strengthen himself, and any obstacles in the way of his growth need to be cleared away. Good, as long as I understand that. Let us set off now. The rabbit-masked ninja said this and led the team members to depart. Mufing was assigned to a central position in the team, and after a swift dash, they had already left the perimeter of Konoha village and arrived at a dense forest on a hillside. The location of this dense forest is very hidden. From a high vantage point, one would only think it is a simple hillside, but there is still quite a bit of space remaining on the slope, which is conveniently obscured from view by the dense forest and not man-made. If one does not approach deliberately, it is hard to discover the secrets hidden on this hillside. After a few people got closer, even Mufeng was a bit surprised and couldn't help but wonder how the people from Mist-Hidden Village and Konoha found such a secret place. Stop. After approaching the hillside, the leading ninja with a rabbit mask signaled for the others to stop and looked at another person. That person quieted down, forming hand seals, and after a moment, he turned to the others. The people inside are still there, and no unusual movements have been detected for now. We can proceed. All right. I and the Toad will go first. You and the Red Fox stay here and immediately stop anyone who tries to escape. With that, the Umbu ninja drew the ninja knife from his back and cautiously moved forward, followed by one person next to him. The ninja beside Mu Feng was the one sent to pick him up. After the previous operations, Mu Feng had confirmed that this person was a sensory-type ninja. There are quite a few sensory-type ninjas in Konoha, the most representative being the Hyuga clan, in addition to the Yamanaka clan, where Ino belongs. However, this Umbu member next to Mu Feng does not belong to either of these types, and Mu Feng couldn't figure out the type of ninjutsu he used. Only able to say that Konoha was not as simple as portrayed in the original work. There were many talented individuals hidden beneath the surface. The Umbu ninja gestured for Mu Feng to stay still while he continued to activate his sensory abilities. Under the cover of night, the two Konoha Umbu members stealthily approached the Mist-Hidden Village's stronghold. Inside the stronghold, 5 Mist-Hidden Village ninjas furrowed their brows. It had been 2 days, and Lord Full Moon still had no news. If nothing went wrong, he must have been discovered by Konoha. I found traces of battle outside Konoha, which should have been left by Lord Full Moon. Shui Feng has reported the information. Damn it, Konoha's security is surprisingly tight right now. And the attitude of the Cloud Ninja seems to have changed as well. What should we do? Do we continue to stay here? If we don't stay here, what do we do? If the mission fails, Lord Mizukage will be furious, and we can't bear the responsibility. Hearing the words, Lord Mizukage will be furious, everyone in the stronghold fell silent, and the entire environment became eerily quiet. Just then, a Mist-Hidden Ninja's pupils suddenly constricted. Something feels off. It's too quiet around here. As soon as he finished speaking, one person next to him immediately performed a scouting ninjutsu, and in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Someone is approaching us. It's a Konoha ninja. Prepare to retreat. There's no time. They've already arrived. Whoosh, 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 several sounds of wind breaking came, and a few shuriken flew towards them while they were talking. The 5 Mist-Hidden Ninjas all turned to look at the shuriken, and then their hearts skipped a beat. Not good. They're explosive tags. In the next moment, with a loud bang, a burst of flames erupted in the quiet forest, and the 2 Konoha Umbu ninjas charged towards the 5 Mist-Hidden Ninjas. It's Konoha's Umbu, 2 of them, and there's another one hiding in the shadows. Be careful. Prepare for battle. The Mist-Hidden Ninjas used body flicker technique to evade the explosive tags, while the leading Jounin charged directly at the Umbu member with the rabbit mask. The other 2 attacked the other ninja, while the remaining 2 ninjas turned and fled without looking back. Chapter 40. Quickly in the battle. Ding, ding. Ding near the stronghold in the forest. Konoha Umbu ninjas and Mist-Hidden Ninjas engaged in combat. Several shuriken flew through the air and fell after colliding. The Konoha Umbu ninja, wearing the rabbit mask, quickly found his target, a Mist-Hidden Jounin wielding a short knife. Almost without needing to say anything, another ninja beside him rushed toward the other 2. Bang! With a sudden movement, his fists collided, producing a dull sound. The Mist-Hidden Jounin glanced around. The 3 remaining opponents had considerable combat strength, while the 2 who fled included one sensory-type ninja and another skilled in stealth and speed. The plan had already been exposed, and the Mist-Hidden Jounin understood that it would be difficult for him to return alive this time. But he had to send the information from here, or else there would be other troubles later. Watching the 2 escape, the 2 Konoha Umbu members did not pursue them. Those 2 did not seem strong, so they left them to Mu Feng and another Umbu member on the perimeter. Although there were differences in combat strength among the 3 in the squad, as qualified Umbu ninjas, their strength was always much greater than that of ordinary ninjas. This time, the members of Konoha's Umbu were somewhat confident that even without Mukafeng, their small team of 3 could successfully complete the mission. In the dense forest, with a loud bang, as the explosive tag at the base detonated, Mukafeng and the Umbu ninja beside him tensed up. The one responsible for sensing quickly furrowed his brows. Someone is coming out. Follow me. As he spoke, he immediately dashed towards the direction of the 2 Mist Ninjas. Mukafeng followed closely behind, his eyes unknowingly turning red, with 3 Tomo spinning and solidifying. 3 Tomo? Seeing Mukafeng's eyes, the sensing Umbu ninja was surprised. Mukafeng nodded, but didn't speak. Can you handle one of them? No problem. All right, there are 2 ahead. One on the left and one on the right. I'll take the one on the right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 figures continued to weave through the forest, and after confirming their tactics, they directly engaged in combat. Soon, following the sensing Umbu ninja, Mukafeng saw the 2 Mist Ninjas coming out. and the other side also noticed Mukafeng and his companion. Sure enough, there are more people. What's going on, two of them? Seeing the two rushing over, the mist ninjas were somewhat surprised. Normally, Umbu teams consist of 3 members, and while there are some lone wolves, it's rare to see 4 people. No time to think about that. Let's charge out first. Since they sent Umbu members, Konoha probably wants to resolve this secretly. Okay, you deal with the tall one. I'll take care of the shorter one. That guy is from the Uchiha clan. Don't look into his eyes. As they rushed forward, the two sides quickly met, and at the same time, Mukafeng's Crimson Sharingan drew the attention of the mist ninjas. The Sharingan has a notorious reputation, but for many ninjas, what they find most terrifying is the Ninjutsu activated by the Sharingan's ocular powers. Thus, when they see an enemy from the Uchiha clan, many ninjas instinctively avoid eye contact. Otherwise, they might unknowingly fall into the opponent's Ninjutsu. If caught in a Ninjutsu, it's fine if it just immobilizes you. But becoming unable to distinguish friend from foe would be a real problem. However, at this moment, although Mukafeng had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was still clueless about Jinjutsu. His strongest abilities were still in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Whoosh! The distance between both sides had closed, and the mist ninja understood that if they wanted to break through, they had to eliminate Mukafeng and the other Umbu member in front of them. He threw a kunai, and then began forming hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fingers moved quickly. Water release, water bullet. In the next moment, a surging blue-white water sphere rushed towards Mukafeng and the other Umbu. Mukafeng and the other Umbu ninja quickly split apart, dodging to the side. Then with a fierce glare, they each propelled branches from the forest towards their respective targets. It's south time for close combat. The mist ninja gritted his teeth. Engaging in close combat with a Konoha Umbu member clearly wouldn't be a pleasant experience. But there was no other choice now. Let us find a way to focus on breaking through one of them. After exchanging signals, they quickly identified a target. And it was not Mukafeng, but the sensing ninja. After all, Mukafeng's Sharingan was indeed intimidating, making one feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. The two mist ninjas charged towards the sensing Umbu member, simultaneously drawing 2 kunai from their waists. The Umbu ninja frowned, glancing at Mukafeng's position, which was not too far away, but it would still take a moment before he could get there. In a 1-on-2 situation, this Umbu member wouldn't have it easy either. Clang, clang, clang. The two sides flashed past each other in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had already clashed once. However, in this exchange, the Umbu ninja was injured. His arm was cut by one of the mist ninjas. The Umbu member looked over in surprise, while the one who had just injured him had a cold glint in his eyes. A killing intent was released that was extremely heavy, far beyond what a Chunin could possess. You're not a Chunin, the sensing Umbu member exclaimed in surprise. Chunin? I became a Jonin 2 years ago. Your Konoha intelligence is too outdated. How could they send a few ordinary Chunins to Konoha? The mist ninja said, staring at the wound on the Umbu member's arm, and at this moment he actually stopped. Meanwhile, his teammate swiftly positioned himself opposite him. Seeing this, Mukafeng frowned and immediately rushed to the Konoha Umbu member's side. How is it? The kunai is poisoned. It's not an immediate problem. But this arm will probably be out of commission. The Umbu member quickly explained his situation. The opponent likely used a neurotoxin, so be careful. Got it. Mukafeng nodded, turning his gaze towards the two mist ninjas. Upon seeing Mukafeng, both of them frowned, clearly intimidated by his Sharingan. Let us retreat. In the next moment, the two exchanged glances, not wanting to stay any longer, and turned to flee into the distance. Want to leave? It's not that simple. Mukafeng's gaze sharpened, and at the same time, the chakra within him surged. 8 gates release, open. With a loud bang, the chakra within surged forth, releasing a powerful wave of energy. This time, Mufeng directly opened the 4th gate, his body wrapped in a layer of energy, exuding an intimidating aura, like a beast from the wilderness. How is this possible? The two mist ninjas immediately panicked upon seeing this, while the members of the Umbu nearby also looked at Mufeng in shock. Under the gaze of the three, Mufeng's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Be careful. The words of the mist Jonin were interrupted. With a loud bang, immense power erupted, striking the mist ninja's torso. He didn't even catch a glimpse of Mufeng's figure before being violently sent flying, and in midair, another tremendous force came crashing down, slamming him hard to the ground. A dull thud echoed as the mist Jonin crashed heavily onto the ground, struggling to get back up, while at that moment, his teammates were completely thrown into chaos. How is this possible? You're not from the Uchiha clan. He looked at Mu Feng in astonishment. But the response he received from Mu Feng was a couple of punches. A minute later, the two mist ninjas lay on the ground. The combat strength of these two individuals is not very strong. They are far inferior to Zuki Mangetsu. In the 8-gate state, Mufeng didn't give them any chance to resist. After Mufeng defeated the two, the battle at the base had also ended. A member of the Umbu with a rabbit mask walked out, wiping the blood off his ninja blade. Is it over? Did you do well? The Umbu member looked at the sensory ninja, but soon noticed the other's injuries. Chapter 41. Exchange for a ninja blade. The demon blade Muramasa. What happened? Seeing one person injured, the leading Umbu member's tone was somewhat cold. One of them is a Jonin. It was the Red Fox who saved me, but he did pay a small price. The Umbu member replied. The price he referred to was the aftereffects of the 8 gates. As Umbu members, they could not be unaware of the 8 gates. Many of them had tried to practice it, but had not achieved good results, as pure physical training was too tedious and did not quickly translate into combat power. The 8 gates? At the base, the rabbit had already heard the noise outside. Now seeing the exhausted Mufeng and the other injured person, he became more certain. Uchiha people actually used the 8 gates. Noticing that Mufeng did not respond, the rabbit began to mutter quietly. Not only outsiders, but also people from Konoha believed that as long as an Uchiha member mastered their bloodline limit, it was stronger than anything else. Spending time to practice the 8 gates was completely ungrateful work. The mission is complete. We should go back. I wonder how the other teams are doing. Red Fox, you should come with us. Soon, the 4 left, leaving behind 5 bodies of the mist ninjas. However, a team responsible for cleanup would soon arrive to handle these issues. After a while, Mufeng returned to Konoha village with the 3 Umbu ninjas. Here, Mufeng saw Kakashi wearing an Umbu mask. The mask did not reveal what animal it represented, but his distinctive white hair was easily recognizable. Anyone familiar with Kakashi could almost recognize him. In addition to Kakashi, Mufeng also encountered 2 other teams. After exchanging information about their mission completion, the group quickly disbanded. Mufeng followed his team while Kakashi followed his, and throughout the process, although they both recognized each other, they did not engage in any conversation. What caught Mufeng's attention was that he did not see the figure of Minato Namikaze. It seemed that Minato was dealing with someone much more troublesome than their small teams. This time a mission was accepted quickly and ended just as fast. After confirming that the task was completed, Mufeng returned the fox mask. You performed well. If you can pass the Chunin exam smoothly, you can join the Umbu, said the leading Umbu ninja as they were leaving. From the very beginning, Mufeng understood that this mission was mostly a way to pave the way for him to join the Umbu in the future. However, deep down, Mufeng was quite curious about the Umbu of Konoha, but he also felt some resistance. The main reason for this resistance stemmed from his Uchiha identity. Mufeng didn't want to become a traitor like Itachi, who, under the guise of doing it for the village, wielded the blade against his own clansmen. But aside from that, being part of the Umbu did have certain advantages. The first point was that Mufeng would be able to meet more people, gain more combat opportunities, and even have the chance to fight powerful figures. Just like in a recent battle, after defeating the Mist Jonin, Mufeng received an additional 100 points of corruption value. He returned home and rested for a while before receiving a notification from the system. Ding! Hidden Mission Chunin exam, Shattering Illusions, has been completed. Now proceeding to settlement. Your final settlement score is a grade. You have obtained the Flying Thunder God technique. Requires consultation with Minato Namikaze. You have gained 1,300 points of corruption value. You have obtained 1 random secret technique scroll. The system concluded its settlement, confirming that the actions of the night had resulted in victory for Konoha. However, given Mufeng's current qualifications and performance, the subsequent matters would likely not concern him much. After all, he was still just a child. As I guessed, I still have to learn the Flying Thunder God technique on my own. Staring at the system notification, Mufeng felt a bit speechless. Then, he focused his attention on the corruption value and the random secret technique scroll. Gaining 1,300 points of corruption value from a single mission made Mufeng feel like he was on the path to wealth. And the most crucial part was that with these 1,300 points, Mufeng now had a total of 3,400 points of corruption value, which meant he could exchange for the demon blade Muramasa that he had long desired. Ever since Mufeng stole the swordsmanship skill from Hashirama Mangetsu, he had always wanted a ninja blade, but the 3,000 points of corruption value made him feel a bit pained. After a moment of contemplation, Mufeng finally made up his mind and grit his teeth to exchange for the demon blade Muramasa. Having money or not is temporary, but being cool is lifelong. You have exchanged for the ninja blade demon blade Muramasa. consuming 3,000 points of corruption value. After a system notification sound, a black vortex appeared in front of Mufeng, and a sword hilt wrapped in a purple cloth bag slowly floated out of the black vortex. Without thinking too much, Mufeng grasped the hilt and pulled it out. He carefully examined the sword in his hand. The entire blade had a black sheath, and the grip was purple with a certain curvature, making it visually superior to many crafted swords. Upon holding it, Mufeng could feel its weight, but this weight was just right and felt comfortable in his hand. With a swish, as he drew the blade from its sheath, a crisp, ringing sound followed, and a black, purple, and white interlaced ninja blade appeared before Mufeng's eyes. This is a single-edged knife. The entire blade is black and purple, while the blade itself is white and shimmering with a cold light, looking exceptionally sharp. The junction between the blade and the edge has regular waves, making the whole knife appear more fluid. Staring at this ninja knife, Mufeng felt a bit of joy in his heart. Then he swung it a few times with force. But soon, Mufeng noticed something he wasn't quite satisfied with. The knife was a bit too long for his current height. However, for an adult, this length should be just right. But after mastering the swordsmanship of Kage's full moon, this small obstacle was nothing for Mufeng. Soon, after some practice, Mufeng mastered the usage of the cursed blade Muramasa. At least it felt much more comfortable to use. However, next, Mufeng needed to test the performance of this knife to see if it was worth the 3,000 dark points he spent on it. Please don't let me down, otherwise, I will lose a lot. Gently stroking the cursed blade Muramasa, Mufeng spoke. The next moment, Mufeng stood up straight, gripping the cursed blade Muramasa in his hand while mobilizing the chakra within him. A buzzing sound resonated. As the chakra was infused, the black cursed blade emanated a layer of red light, shining brilliantly and looking very cool. Mufeng swung it effortlessly, producing a sound in the air, the blade sweeping through and leaving a trace of red light. The sharp blade exuded a chill, as if it could cut through space itself. This knife looks quite sharp. Sensing the characteristics of the cursed blade, Mufeng found a wooden board, swung the blade, and struck down. The white blade encountered the wood with no resistance at all, as if slicing through the surface of water, not even making a sound. Like a boat gliding on water, Mufeng easily cut through the wooden board. Crack! The board split in half and fell to the ground. Mufeng carefully examined the cursed blade in his hand, but just that wasn't enough to satisfy him. After all, this thing cost Mufeng 3,000 dark points. Then, Mufeng gathered some shuriken and placed them on the ground, wanting to use them to test the sharpness of the cursed blade. Swish! This time, Mufeng did not inject chakra into it, but swung it directly. Soon, however, a look of shock appeared in Mufeng's eyes. The demon blade Muramasa was resting on the kunai, and Mufeng did not feel much pressure. The kunai was sliced open as if it were tofu, with a smooth and neat cut. Upon closer inspection, there are no marks left on the blade of the demon blade Muramasa. It remained intact and smooth. This is too sharp, Mufeng exclaimed. Even a diamond wouldn't be this sharp. After this experiment, Mufeng was quite satisfied with the basic attributes of this blade. However, he quickly began to experiment with other techniques. According to the system's description, this blade had been processed by the system and had good adaptability to chakra. Now, Mufeng had just mastered the transformation and manipulation of the 5 chakra natures. Then, Mufeng began to try attaching different chakra attributes to the demon blade. As the chakra attributes changed, the demon blade Muramasa also underwent noticeable transformations. Under the fire attribute, the blade turned crimson and emitted an unusual high temperature, capable of incinerating everything with a single strike. Under the earth attribute, the blade was enveloped in a layer of golden light, appearing incredibly hard and able to withstand fatal blows. Under the lightning attribute, the blade sparkled with white light, and it could also inflict paralysis effects. Under the wind attribute, the blade gained a cutting effect, increasing its sharpness to another level, even able to cut through energy. However, under the water attribute, the effect was not as pronounced. After trying all 5 attributes, Mufeng had no more dissatisfaction. He liked this blade more and more. With the 5 elemental attributes combined with the sword techniques he mastered, if trained well, it could greatly enhance Mufeng's melee capabilities, and with the sharpness of the demon blade, as long as it struck, it would surely cut through anything. Overall, Mufeng was very satisfied with this ninja blade. After some trials, Mufeng strapped the blade to his waist, but because the blade was relatively long, he needed to hold the hilt. However, this minor flaw didn't bother Mufeng at all. The next morning, Mufeng's door was knocked on early. "Hey, I heard from Kakashi that your home is here." Upon opening the door, Mufeng saw a blonde, handsome guy. It was Minato. How's it going? Was last night's mission successful? Minato had an older brother's demeanor, his eyes showing concern. It was okay, quite smooth. Come in and have a seat. Mufeng welcomed Minato. After entering Mufeng's home, Minato looked around and noticed Mufeng's poor home, slightly furrowing his brows. I heard from Yambu about the mission. You performed well. I came over to give you this. After sitting down, Minato got straight to the point and took out a scroll. He continued explaining, I have a mission to go out soon and won't be in the village for a while. This scroll records the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, I've added some of my own insights. You can take a look first. When I finish my mission, you can come to me with any questions. By the way, is that space-time Kanai I left you still around? Mufeng nodded. He had been thinking about finding Minato himself, but the other party came early. It's indeed nice to receive benefits at the door. Internally, Mufeng's favorability toward Minato increased considerably. It's still here. Well, the key to the Flying Thunder God technique is the mark. The space-time Kanai in your hand has my mark on it. You can observe it closely. When you can carve out your own space-time mark, you won't be far from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato said, All right, I mainly came over for this today. My team is still waiting for me. I won't stay long. After saying that, Minato indicated he was going to leave. Mufeng bid farewell to Minato, returned to his room, and began to study the Flying Thunder God scroll he was given. I must say, the Flying Thunder God technique is quite complex, at least much more so than the Water Dragon Bullet and other ninjutsu Mufeng had learned before. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique requires some prerequisite knowledge, such as space-time markings and chakra properties. Fortunately, the content in this scroll was explained in detail with plenty of annotations from Minato. With these annotations, Mufeng could understand. It seemed like a big project, and he probably wouldn't be able to use it during the Chunin exams. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique also consumes a lot of chakra. After studying for a while, Mufeng came to a conclusion. He had been quite satisfied with his chakra, but at this moment, he suddenly felt it wasn't enough. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding! Your chakra has detected your disdain and is currently in a state of furious darkening. Suddenly, the system prompt caught Mufeng by surprise. He opened his attribute panel and indeed saw the words Furious Darkening marked next to his chakra. Let's go with it. Having a system is great. I don't have to do anything, and my chakra can improve on its own. Mufeng smiled faintly, imagining a scene in his mind. A little person with a character taped to its head was diligently exercising, while also glancing at a photo of beside it, cheering itself on. Just thinking of this scene made Mufeng feel a sense of humor. With the Flying Thunder God Scroll and having exchanged for a ninja blade, Mufeng had a new training goal and began to formulate his own training plan. By around 10 in the morning, Mufeng had roughly planned out his training schedule. It was at this moment that he heard a voice calling from outside. Mufeng. Mufeng, are you home? Chapter 43. The Three Sannin, Orochimaru, Mufeng. Pushing open the door, Mufeng saw his little friends, Guy, Kurenai, Obito, and Asuma, Sartobi, who had a look of disdain on his face. Kurenai saw Mufeng and immediately called out, her face blooming with a smile as she dashed over. Mufeng, where were you yesterday? We came to find you last night, but you weren't home. Kurenai asked. I had something going on yesterday. What's up? Mufeng scratched his head, unsure how to explain to them. It's nothing. We went to watch the Chunin exams yesterday. Asuma took us there secretly, but we didn't see you on site. Didn't you pass the second exam? Why Kurenai asked somewhat hesitantly about the situation regarding the Chunin exam. Asuma actually had the means to gather information, but the obvious affection Kurenai showed towards Mukafeng during their last ramen dinner made him feel jealous. He believed that sneaking away with Kurenai and the others to watch the Chunin exam was enough of a gesture for a Konoha and noble like himself. He would never actively seek information about a rival. Because of Asuma's reluctance, the others did not see Mukafeng at the venue and expressed their desire to inquire about him. However, when they arrived yesterday, Mukafeng was already out on a mission, and today, Kurenai and the others came back again. Oh, during the assessment, Kakashi had something to discuss with me. In the first round, there were 13 participants, and I had a bye, so I didn't compete. Has the assessment result come out? Mukafeng looked at Kurenai. A bye? Is that even allowed? So, you mean this guy didn't do anything and still made it to the finals to compete in front of Lord Hokage? Before Kurenai could respond, Obito, who was beside her, couldn't take it anymore. It's important to know that becoming Hokage was Obito's dream, and the Hokage was the person he admired the most. The finals of the Chunin exam were open to the public, and the third Hokage would personally be present. Obito had probably dreamed of such a chance to shine countless times in his sleep. Obito, luck is also a part of strength, Mukafeng said. This time he really believed in this sentence because Mufeng already knew that behind the draw of this competition was the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason he was given a bye was ultimately because he was strong enough. How could this happen? It was unfair. Obito scratched his head, still a bit in disbelief. Mufeng was too lazy to pay attention to Obito, and so was Yuhi Kurenai. The results of the preliminary round have come out. However, during the preliminary round, there were two ninjas who were seriously injured during their battle. They both probably won't be able to compete now. Oh, Mufeng raised an eyebrow. Originally, Mufeng thought that after the preliminary round, with himself included, there would be 7 people, and one would be left out. But it seems that this situation no longer exists. Which 2 people were injured? Mufeng asked. One was from a small ninja village, and the other was Inuzuka Hana. Her fighting style is quite strange, as she was seriously talking to her dog, Yuhi Kurenai said. Upon hearing this, Mufeng didn't care much anymore. Whether these 2 participated or not didn't matter much to Mufeng. However, what Mufeng was more curious about now was how the response from Kakazu and his partner would be after they severed the contact point with Kirigakure last night. Would they continue to participate or give up directly? Kakuzu and his teammate came to participate in the Chunin exam openly. So as long as they didn't do anything excessive in Konoha, Konoha wouldn't take action against the 3 of them. Moreover, even if Kakuzu stood out in the Chunin exam, his current level was only close to AJ Nin, which wasn't a significant threat to Konoha. It's those 2, then it's fine. Even if they participated in the finals, I wouldn't run into them. Mufeng said confidently. Is that so? Listening to Mufeng's words, Yuhi Kurenai nodded but didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, she brought up another matter. Oh, right. When I came over this morning, I saw the people from Kumogakure. It seems they have all been eliminated and have already left Konoha, not planning to watch the upcoming matches. After Yuhi Kurenai finished speaking, Mufeng was already certain that last night's operation had been successful. Bluffing Minato probably went to deal with the people from Kumogakure last night. The one leading the misside was probably Hozuki Mangetsu, but he didn't know who was sent from Kumogakure. However, from Bluffing Minato's hurried visit this morning, indicating that he had a mission to go out, and connecting it to Yuhi Kurenai's words, Mufeng estimated that the Chunin exam matter was not completely over yet. Having read the original work, Mufeng knew that the fuse for the 3rd Great Ninja War was the mysterious disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. But in fact, after arriving in Konoha, Mufeng could already sense the smell of war. There was also another thing. Lord Orochimaru has returned, and it is said that he is also here to observe the competition. Mufeng, if you perform well this time, you might be able to take Orochimaru as your teacher. Yuhi Kurenai continued to share news with Mufeng. However, upon hearing the name Orochimaru, Mufeng's brow furrowed tightly. In Mufeng's eyes, the hardest to deal with in all of Konoha wasn't Danzo, nor the 3rd Hokage, but Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the scientific madman of the entire ninja world, and his strength was unpredictable, just as methods of resurrection could make one's scalp tingle. Moreover, Mufeng had too many secrets, with inexplicable rapid progress in strength, possessing chakra far exceeding that of an ordinary genin. And what concerned Mufeng the most was that he now had the body of Hashirama. According to the current timeline, Orochimaru's research should be on the cells of Hashirama. If Orochimaru knew that he had Hashirama's physique, Mufeng's days in Konoha would probably be quite difficult. Oh, really? Then it seems this is an opportunity. While pondering, Mufeng casually chatted with Kurenai Yuhi. However, compared to Lord Orochimaru, I prefer Lady Tsunade a bit more. Kurenai blinked and said seriously, it's just that Lady Tsunade is not in the village right now, and Lord Jiraiya is also gone. Mufeng nodded. If Mufeng had to choose one of the legendary 3 as a teacher, he would lean towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a more orthodox ninja, and he has the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku. Orochimaru's ninjutsu is rather sinister, and his personality is even more so. Before fully growing up, Mufeng didn't want to deal with him. As for Tsunade, she is a medical ninja, which is different from Mufeng's development direction. Thanks, Kurenai. Thank you for coming to tell me this news. After a moment of thought, Mufeng cast aside these thoughts and looked at Kurenai. Hearing Mufeng's gratitude, Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly. It's nothing, just that everyone is quite interested. TCH, if it weren't for Kurenai insisting on calling me over, I wouldn't have come. Just after Kurenai's words fell, Asuma let out a disdainful sneer. Mufeng gave Asuma a faint smile, but inwardly he was complaining. To undermine a girl in front of her In the original story, you could still get Kurenai, which is impressive. Then, Mu Feng and Kurenai changed the subject, chatting about Mu Feng's experiences in the Chunin exams. When it was mealtime, everyone headed to Ichiraka Ramen together, which had clearly become the gathering place for Mu Feng's small group. After a round of conversation, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious again, and Asuma was not as displeased as at the beginning. Mu Feng, for the match in 2 days, you need to work hard. We'll all go watch when the time comes. As they were parting, Kurenai continued to cheer and encourage Mu Feng. Chapter 44, the final match. 2 days quickly passed. In the past 2 days, Mu Feng was not disturbed by anyone. He familiarized himself with sword techniques while also studying the Flying Thunder God technique. The swordsmanship he obtained from the system was mastered by Akatsuki's Mangetsu, and Mu Feng needed to integrate it into his own style, forming his unique swordsmanship. Only in this way would he be more fluid in battle, reducing flaws and weaknesses. After 2 days, it was time for the final stage of the Chunin exam. On this day, the entire Konoha was much livelier than usual. As a ninja village, there aren't many entertainment options in Konoha. The Chunin exams are like the Olympics for many people, especially for the common folk. Early in the morning, Mu Feng received a notice to check in at the competition venue and verify his identity. It was here that Mu Feng encountered other participants in the final exam, and their supervisor was still the same as before. There were a total of 6 people participating in the final exam. As Yakumo had said, Inuzuka Hana and another ninja from a small village had not determined a winner, and both were seriously injured, unable to participate. The 6 individuals are Uchiha Mukei's Hyuga Hiraman, Narashayo, Akimichi DT, Kisame Hashigaki, and another Miss Ninja. Among these 6 ninjas, Konoha occupies 4 spots, which is already quite impressive. After the report, Reikage explained a few things to the 6. The rules for the finals are the same as the preliminaries, still using a 1v1 format. But this time there won't be a draw for matchups. Konoha has directly arranged the battle list. After explaining this, Reikage gathered the 4 from Konoha. This is the battle list. You can prepare. This competition is extraordinary. The Hokage and the higher-ups in the village are paying close attention. Those who perform outstandingly can gain more training resources and opportunities. At the same time, your prestige in the village will also increase, and it could even bring certain benefits to your family. Additionally, this time, Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninja, will also be watching. Mukei's, this is an opportunity for you. At this point, Reikage looked at Mukei's. Among the 4 present, only Mukei's did not have a team. Since graduating from a ninja academy, Mukei's has not had a team or a teacher. Reikage's words were quite clear: perform well, and you might end up under Orochimaru's command. Mukei's frowned, but still nodded in agreement. At this time, Orochimaru still held a great deal of prestige in Konoha. All right, the match is about to start, and you all know your opponents now. Get ready as soon as possible. After saying this, he turned and left. The 4 Konoha genin looked at each other. Akimichi Dongtang and Hyuga Hayashi burst forth with a sense of hostility, as according to the list, they were to fight each other. Narashayo looked at Mu Feng. It seems you will be facing that shark from a mist. He's very strong, so be careful, Narashayo kindly reminded. In fact, he wasn't a meddlesome person, but unfortunately, Mu Feng was younger than everyone else on the field, and the opponent he was to face was stronger than the others. This contrast always makes Narashayo feel a bit reluctant, fearing that his junior is no match for the dry persimmon Zabuza. However, Mu Feng is a bit annoyed by Narashayo's reaction. Look, I'm just a kid, and you look like a kid too. Aren't you just a few years older than me? Why do you have to talk like an adult? Rest assured, I've killed even the Jonin of the Mist. After dropping a harsh remark, Mu Feng turned and left, leaving Hinata Hyman and the others stunned. Is what he said true? It doesn't seem like it. Narashayo rubbed his chin, frowning as he thought about the unusual activities in the village over the past few days. No way, how old is he? How much can he eat in one meal? Akimichi Tadu asked in disbelief. He and Narashayo are on the same team and have a good relationship. At this moment, Hinata Hyman interrupted their conversation. Akimichi Tadu, I will defeat you in the competition. The Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha. After saying that, Hinata Hyman also turned and left. Before the competition had even started, a rift had already formed between the teams of Konoha, but fortunately, this time it was a 1v1 match. Soon, after a brief wait, the final assessment of the Chunin exam began. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gave a speech, and the Konoha personnel below cheered in unison. Mu Feng stood there like he was listening to a foreign language, expressionless, while the others reacted differently. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others appeared indifferent. After a series of procedures, the battles finally began, with the first match being Naruto against a mist ninja. After the announcement of the combatants, Naruto walked down from the observation platform, and the mist ninja across from him glared at him with hostility. After the preliminary rounds, both sides had a good grasp of each other's ninjutsu. Naruto used the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation technique. The mist ninja opposite him, belonging to the Hozuki clan like Suigetsu, possessed the water transformation technique. Clearly, in terms of ninjutsu, Naruto was at a disadvantage, as the shadow imitation technique could not trap an enemy who had transformed into water. However, in this arena, the Hozuki clan ninja also found suitable hiding places. Moreover, when he attacked, he could not maintain the water transformation state. If Naruto could seize that moment, the match could be declared over. So this match could be considered an evenly matched confrontation, with the only comparison being the ninjas' mastery of their secret techniques and combat awareness. Go Shio! Beat that mist ninja! As both sides took the stage, the audience in the stands cheered. Naruto dismissed the noisy sounds and focused his gaze on the mist ninja, who was also sizing him up. Suddenly, the mist ninja sprang into action, dashing towards the center of the arena. It was noon, and the shadow imitation technique had to rely on a certain amount of shadow, so moving away from the surrounding walls was indeed a good choice. Naruto did not chase after him, but instead threw a few shurikens from a distance, which were easily countered by his opponent. Frowning, he looked at the mist ninja, and both sides fell into a stalemate. After a while, neither side showed signs of preparing for a fierce battle, which made the audience in the stands a bit restless. Although some ninjas offer analysis, the audience clearly did not want to see a shuriken duel, and the noise grew louder. Hey, over there, dragging this out isn't a solution. Why not settle it with Taijutsu? At this moment, Naruto made a suggestion. The mist ninja looked up at the sun, nodded, and tacitly agreed to this. Both sides approached each other and began to engage in fierce combat. As a ninja from the Hozuki clan, the mist ninja initially thought he would have a certain advantage in Taijutsu, but after the actual fight began, he realized he was wrong. Naruto's Taijutsu was not bad, and without using secret techniques, the Hozuki clan ninja felt his hands and feet were tied. After a fierce battle, he found himself at a disadvantage. Naruto seized the opportunity and threw a punch directly at the mist ninja's face, but at that moment, with a bang, the ninja directly used the water transformation technique. The next moment, the water-transformed mist ninja's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he circled behind Naruto, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But just then, his body suddenly froze. I knew you wouldn't, to be honest. That's why I've been on guard against you, Naruto said, now with his hands joined together, standing on the mist ninja's shadow. With his body under control, Naruto soon prompted the mist ninja to surrender. In the first match, Naruto emerged victorious. As the chief examiner announced the result, the audience erupted with excitement. The next match was an internal battle within Konoha, Hinata Hyman versus Akimichi Tadu. The audience's cheers weren't as loud this time. After all, they were all from Konoha, and H-Men was a member of the Hyuga clan. In the end, Hyuga H-Men emerged victorious in this match, and he even used the previously unseen technique, Kaiten, during the competition, leaving everyone in Konoha stunned. After the match ended, Akimichi TD was sent straight to the medical room, but he was still not convinced. Naruto, as TD's teammate, followed him. Soon after, the third match was about to begin. This match was the highlight and was what the audience was most eager to see. The new genius of the Uchiha clan versus the monster from the Mist Village. Chapter 45, Battle against Hashigaki Kisame. The third match begins. The competitors are, from Konoha Village, Uchiha Mufing. From the Mist Village, Hashigaki Kisame. On the stage, the proctor announced the two combatants. Then Mufing and Hashigaki Kisame each stepped out from their respective gates, with Kisame still carrying a ninja sword on his back. Meanwhile, Mufing had also brought along the demon blade, Muramasa. This competition will mark the first appearance of the demon blade in the world of Naruto. In the stands, the audience's expressions changed as they watched Mukafeng and Kisame Hashigaki, both of whom carried ninja blades that seemed disproportionate to their sizes, looking like tough opponents. On the surface, Kisame's robust physique appeared more aggressive, resembling a warrior, while Mukafeng, although not tall, had a poised stance that made him look like an agile assassin. If this were a place without ninjutsu, one might think it was a contest of sword skills, but unfortunately, this is the world of Naruto. In a sense, although both carried swords, their swordsmanship wasn't high level. Mukafeng hadn't fully absorbed the sword techniques of Mangetsu, and Kisame's original sword skills weren't that impressive either. However, just from their presence, both seemed to intimidate the entire arena as soon as they appeared. The noise in the stands quieted considerably, and even those who were discussing things lowered their voices. Is that the Uchiha genius that the village has been talking about? Why does he look so small? I heard he just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and even Kakashi isn't his match. What? Kakashi isn't his match? The Uchiha clan is really strong. So, he must have activated his Sharingan. It seems so. Not sure, but we'll find out soon. Some civilians began to discuss among themselves in the stands. At that moment, Mukafeng, look over here. A suddenly childish voice rang out, and at the same time, Kurenai Yui stood up and waved at Mukafeng. Hearing Kurenai's voice, Mukafeng turned to look. Kurenai, what are you doing? Be quiet. At that moment, a woman who looked somewhat like Kurenai quickly pulled her down. After Kurenai sat back down, she clenched her small fist and cheered for Mukafeng. Soon after, Mukafeng spotted Guy and the others in the stands. Nearly all of his classmates had come to watch his Chunin exam. However, in the competition arena, seeing that Mukafeng still had time to look around made Kisame's mood not so good. After spotting Guy and the others, Mukafeng's gaze continued to wander across the stands. He was looking for Orochimaru's location. Before long, Mukafeng found Orochimaru in the center of the stands, not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching the competition area with interest. Seeing that Orochimaru had indeed come, Mukafeng furrowed his brow. Just then, the examination began. A voice interrupted Mukafeng's thoughts. As the proctor's voice fell, Mukafeng withdrew his gaze and gripped the demon blade, looking at Kisame Hashigaki. So Konoha sent you, a little brat, to deal with me. Staring at Mukafeng, Kisame didn't make a move but instead smiled and spoke. Weren't you eager to fight me before? Why are you saying this now? Mukafeng's gaze turned cold. Huh, little brat from Konoha. Do you think your companions will be surprised if I cut you in half? As he spoke, Kisame drew his own ninja sword from his back. You can try. With a flick of his thumb, Mukafeng's demon blade made a sound, but it hadn't been drawn yet. Trash-talking before the battle clearly wasn't Mukafeng's strong suit, so he chose to take action directly. Watching Mukafeng's movements, Kisame's pupils contracted. The next moment, he quickly dashed forward while drawing his sword at the same time. Thump, thump, thump. Kisame's speed was fast, each step powerful and echoing on the ground. The huge ninja sword in his hand was much taller than Mukafeng, and wielding such a sword against Mukafeng created an explosive visual impact, causing all the audience members to flinch, their hearts tightening. But just then, Mukafeng also moved. Kisame's speed was quick, but Mukafeng was quicker. With his right hand gripping the hilt, he drew the demon blade at a speed that ordinary people couldn't track. A black phantom flashed through the air. Clang! The next moment, a metallic sound rang out as Mukafeng intercepted Kisame's attack, head-on, with a single strike. Kisame was taken aback by the force transmitted through the sword. He never expected that Mukafeng's seemingly small body could possess strength to rival his own. Kisame was significantly older than Mukafeng, and both were in their prime, with Kisame's physique providing a considerable strength boost. Typically, under such a strike, ordinary genin would have to evade, or their arms would surely feel numb, even if they managed to block it. Yet now, Mukafeng had directly received Kisame's blow, indicating that Mukafeng had an equally powerful physique. At the same time, Kisame noticed something else. He hurriedly stepped back, creating distance between himself and Mukafeng. Then, Kisame's gaze fell on his own ninja sword. The sword had actually been chipped by Mukafeng's earlier strike, while Mukafeng's demon blade remained completely intact, looking as good as new. That sword has a problem. Kisame's heart trembled, and he was already considering abandoning the contest of swordsmanship. Just then, a buzzing sound came from Mukafeng's direction. Chakra flowed within him, transforming into wind-type chakra that directly enveloped the demon blade. Suddenly, a blue-white light enveloped the demon blade, producing a sound as the wind-type chakra vibrated at high frequency. This is chakra attached to a weapon, and it has undergone a transformation. It's wind-type chakra, which can enhance the sharpness of a ninja blade. How is this possible? Before Kisame could be shocked by Mukafeng's move, the J-nin in the stands were already stunned, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. It's important to know that mastering the transformation of chakra properties is not easy, let alone attaching it to a ninja blade. In the original story, Sasuke only succeeded in mastering this 3 years later, and Naruto only sought Asuma's guidance when developing the Rasengan. They were older and had considerable strength by that time. But how old is Mukafeng now? Mastering chakra property transformation at this age is beyond the description of genius. An interesting little brat. In the stands, Orochimaru watched the demon blade in Mukafeng's hand, revealing a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him silently took a puff of his cigarette, appearing very profound. Back in the competition arena, after Mukafeng infused wind-type chakra into the demon blade, he quickly dashed towards Kisame. The level of the demon blade was clearly much higher than the ninja sword in Kisame's hand. Taking advantage of this, Mukafeng planned to press forward and defeat Kisame with his sword skills. Seeing this, Kisame's pupils suddenly contracted, but in the next moment, Mukafeng had already flashed in front of him. Chapter 46, Water Release. Great exploding water collusion. Zulfust. Swish. A figure appeared in front of Kisame Hashigaki, and his instinctive reaction was to act quickly. Immediately, he swung the ninja blade in his hand, feeling a bit regretful about engaging in close combat with Mufeng. In fact, Kisame originally planned to use his immense strength to suppress Mufeng in close quarters. Mufeng was a member of the Uchiha clan, which, to outsiders, is most famously represented by Tai techniques and fire techniques. Although the Uchiha clan's physical techniques are often good thanks to the Sharingan. Mastering physical techniques generally requires long periods of hard training, and Mufeng was still quite young, making it unlikely for him to be a master of physical techniques. Therefore, Kisame chose to strike first, using physical techniques to suppress Mufeng and not give him a chance to use his eye techniques. As for fire techniques, Kisame was not afraid. His specialty, water techniques, just happened to counter fire techniques. However, Kisame never expected that Mufeng's physical skills were quite impressive, and the strength that Kisame prided himself on was being matched by Mufeng. Before the battle, Kisame had thought of many ways to counter Jinjutsu and eye techniques. But once the battle started, he found himself in a predicament regarding physical techniques. The most direct reason for this situation was that Kisame did not understand Mufeng. In the Death Forest, Kisame and Mufeng did not encounter each other, and Mufeng did not participate in the subsequent preliminaries. Thus, Kisame only knew that Mufeng was a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan from Konoha and was a powerful genius. Beyond that, he had almost no information about Mufeng. Moreover, the information he obtained through the Mist Village about Mufeng was even scarcer. There were no detailed records about Mufeng in the Mist Village, and they couldn't even determine his age. However, Mufeng was different. He had read the original story and had seen the battle between Kisame and Shizen. He had a handle on Kisame's abilities. In terms of physical techniques, Mufeng had the support of the system and also possessed the Hashirama physique. Now, Mufeng had a demon blade in hand, and if he lost to Kisame, that would be a bit embarrassing. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blade, wrapped in wind attribute chakra, vibrated, forming a dazzling light in the air, continuously clashing against the ninja blade in Kisame's hand, both beautiful and deadly. Mufeng's attack rhythm was very fast. When he struck, it was a flurry of blows like a storm. With each slash, Kisame was caught off guard by Mufeng's assault, continuously retreating. In the stands, the audience was also bewildered, eyes wide open as they looked towards the center of the arena, with some spectators even standing up, mouths agape, in disbelief. Mufeng's appearance and attacking style were such a stark contrast. Mufeng, he has become this strong? In the stands, Kurenai Yuhi was also shocked by Mufeng. When Kisame made his move, she had been worried about Mufeng. But now, seeing Mufeng's aggressive style, Kurenai felt a bit unaccustomed. In the past, Mufeng had always been amiable and cute in front of her, far from the violent and cold killer style he exhibited now. Yet somehow, seeing Mufeng's almost wild attacking style made Kurenai's heart tremble. Accepting this new image, she found Mufeng even more handsome. This Mufeng-kun, he is actually this strong? On the side, Guy's eyes widened. He was a master of physical techniques and had previously sparred with Mufeng. But from Mufeng's current performance, it was clear that he had improved significantly during this time. All right, it's confirmed. After watching Mufeng-kun's match today, I will practice 5 more sets. I must strive to catch up to Mufeng-kun's pace. Meanwhile, Asuma, Sarutobi beside, Guy had a look of disdain, but his eyes betrayed him. He was a bit envious of Mufeng's strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of clashing ninja blades continued, and after Mufeng attacked for several seconds with a whoosh, the demon blade in Mufeng's hand sliced through Kisame's ninja blade, forcing Kisame to retreat quickly. At that moment, the interruption of the ninja blade also broke Mufeng's attacking rhythm, allowing Kisame to create some distance. Kisame was actually being suppressed in physical techniques. One of Kisame's teammates revealed an incredulous expression upon witnessing this. But one person quickly focused back on Mufeng. Don't you think this guy's sword technique is somewhat similar to ours in the Mist Village? I can see the shadow of Lord Mangetsu's sword technique on him. The speaker was a ninja from the Hozuki clan. As a fellow clansman, he had seen Mangetsu Hozuki fight enemies and admired the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Lord Mangetsu's sword technique, how could that be? Our 7 blades in the Mist Village are different from this. This guy's sword technique is indeed very similar to our Mist Village style. But it could also be a coincidence. Another ninja directly expressed disagreement, but soon he changed his tone. It's just a pity that Lord Mangetsu was defeated here in Konoha. I can't help but want to kill everyone from Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong killing intent flashed in the eyes of this mist ninja. Calm down. A ninja from the Hozuki clan placed a hand on the other's shoulder, and the other finally calmed down. With their current numbers and the other Konoha ninjas, they couldn't stir up any trouble. As long as Kisame could defeat this guy, it wouldn't be a total loss. The Hozuki clan ninja spoke up. Moreover, that monster Kisame also has that particular ninja technique. In that situation, even a regular elite Chunin would find it hard to defeat him. As they spoke, the 2 mist ninjas fixed their gaze on Kisame. On the field, Kisame had already discarded his broken blade and was staring at Mufeng, beginning to form hand seals. Mufeng furrowed his brow, gripping his ninja blade tightly, and in the next moment, he charged forward. But just as Mufeng moved halfway, a fierce glint surged in Kisame's eyes. It's time to end this. Physical techniques are not my strong suit. Water techniques are what I excel at. Staring at Mufeng, Kisame bared his sharp teeth and smiled. In the next moment, he slammed both hands onto the ground, calling out the name of his jutsu. Water style, water dome. As his words fell, a massive burst of water erupted from beneath Kisame. The crashing waves surged towards Mufeng, whose pupils constricted as he quickly retreated. However, the approaching waves were evidently faster. Soon, Mufeng was trapped in a gigantic water sphere, and at the same time, Kisame's gaze locked onto Mufeng. Chapter 47. Please do electrotherapy. Water style, water dome. On the arena, Kisame Hashigaki pressed his palms together and slammed them onto the ground. A surging wave of water erupted from thin air, forming a massive spherical wave centered around Kisame. Mufeng's pupils constricted. He immediately sensed the danger and began to retreat. Although Mufeng was quick, he couldn't escape this move from Kisame. Soon, a large water prison nearly 100 meters in size appeared in the arena, trapping both Kisame and Mufeng inside. The audience in the stands erupted in an uproar. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is Showdown really this powerful? Is that little brat from the Uchiha clan in danger? Many spectators stood up in concern, staring at the enormous water prison that occupied half the arena, their shock evident in their eyes. Clearly, Kisame's jutsu had surpassed the level of a genin, directly intimidating everyone present. On the side of the Mist Village, seeing Kisame unleash the great exploding water wave, a hint of pride surged in the eyes of the 2 watching. This monster's strength has increased significantly. That little brat from Konoha is in for a tough time now. Kisame himself didn't even need to lift a finger. If his opponent stayed trapped in the water for too long, they would suffocate. The 2 spoke with smirking expressions, convinced that Mufeng would fail in the match. Within the vast water prison, Mufeng felt the sounds around him becoming muffled. Trapped in the water, he soon found it hard to breathe. He looked at Kisame across from him, who, unlike in the original story, was not fused with the Samehada at this moment. But he was still much less affected by the environment than Mufeng. Showdown, 5 sharp bombs. Kisame's gaze sharpened, and after forming hand seals, a stream of water surged from his fingertips, taking the shape of 5 sharks. Quickly, these 5 sharks charged directly at Mufeng. In the water, Mufeng was already struggling to breathe, and his movements were restricted, causing his speed to drop significantly. Watching Kisame perform his jutsu, Mufeng's heart tightened. He was aware of Kisame's abilities. In this water prison, those 5 sharks would be a tough challenge, and if they were attacked, they would automatically regenerate. Moreover, the longer Mufeng delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for him. The audience could clearly see the 5 sharks in the water prison. They moved swiftly, their large mouths open, and although they were made of water, they still exuded a fierce aura, even more frightening than real sharks. Mufeng. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with worry. Mufeng, you can do it. Don't give up. Obito was the first among the audience to cheer for Mufeng. Don't let this guy underestimate us from Konoha. As Obito's words fell, sporadic cheers began to rise from the stands. Come on, take down that shark. Mufeng, go for it. Soon, the villagers of Konoha in the stands gathered together, starting to cheer for Mufeng. This is also the greatest advantage of being on home turf. The sound traveled through the air, then through the waves of water, becoming muffled by the time it reached Mufeng's ears. At this moment, Mufeng had no time to pay attention to the cheers of the crowd on stage. His gaze sharpened as he sheathed his demon sword and observed the 5 sharks surging around him. At this point, to achieve victory, he needed to escape the entire water prison and then find a way to break through Kisame's jutsu. Fortunately, Kisame had not yet grown to such a terrifying level as in the later stages. The range of the water prison was not very large. If Kisame had unleashed a 10-kilometer-wide water prison, Mufeng would have been left to wait for death. In the next moment, the chakra within Mufeng surged. And to successfully break through the water prison, he needed to escape before being entangled by the 5 sharks. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. 8 gates release formation. Open the first gate. Release. 8 gates released formation. Open the second gate. Release. 8 gates released formation. Open the third gate. Release. 8 gates released formation. Open the fourth gate. Release. 8 gates release formation. Open the fifth gate. Release. Boom. 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 Mufeng opened all 5 gates in one breath, and a powerful energy surged within him, bursting forth. The water in the water prison began to swirl uncontrollably, creating chaotic currents that radiated outward from Mufeng's center. The 5 sharks were tossed around by the turbulent currents, and seizing this opportunity, Mufeng charged toward the edge of the water prison with all his might. The sudden burst of power from Mufeng astonished the audience on stage, and even the Chunin looked on with slight surprise at the violently swirling water within a prison. Is this the 8 gates released formation? How does he know this taijutsu? The proctor, Naruto, furrowed his brow, beginning to worry. As a Chunin from Konoha, he knew the power of the 8 gates release formation, as well as its side effects. Generally speaking, at Mufeng's age, one should not learn such harmful jutsu. If something went wrong while using it, it could cause irreversible damage, especially for a talent like Mufeng. His performance in the Chunin exams and his earlier exchange of blade techniques with Kisame proved he was a ninja with immense potential. Even if he were to fail in this jutsu showdown, it would still demonstrate his abilities. The real concern was the irreversible damage that Mufeng might cause to himself by using the 8 gates release formation. This would be a nightmare for such a genius. However, Naruto did not know that the likelihood of a jutsu going awry was extremely low when it came to Mufeng. In fact, it was nearly impossible. His jutsu, after being darkened, would actively adapt to Mufeng's physique. Furthermore, all of Mufeng's jutsu had been trained and learned from scratch, so they would not feel out of place like extracted jutsu might. Once the 8 gates were opened, Mufeng's speed more than doubled, and the swirling energy created chaotic water currents that disrupted Kisame's actions. Kisame could only watch helplessly as Mufeng charged toward the edge of the water prison. How did this guy suddenly gain so much chakra? This is probably scarier than Kisame. How is this possible? Could it be a forbidden technique? Mastering a forbidden technique at this age? Kisame's teammates were no longer calm, as Mufeng was about to break free from the water prison, and they fixed their gaze on him. 50 meters, 20 meters. Splash. Ultimately, at extreme speed, Mufeng burst out of the water prison released by Kisame, spinning in the air and landing on the ground. Mufeng's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he closed the 8 gates. Zzz. The lightning attribute chakra surged, and before he completely fell into a weak state, Mufeng released all the chakra he could control. On the demon sword, white lightning flickered, dazzling and bright. Please do electrotherapy, Mufeng shouted, and the next moment, the demon sword, charged with white lightning, pierced into the water prison. Chapter 48. The Victor Uchiha Mufeng. Zzz. The white lightning flickered, leaping from the demon sword and almost instantly conducting through the entire water prison. Outside the water prison, arcs of lightning sprang up, and inside, white light flashed like thunder on a rainy day. Kisame had just stabilized himself from the chaotic currents when the power of lightning surged into his body. First, his skin tingled, followed by a stinging sensation throughout his entire body. He opened his mouth to shout, but being in the water prison rendered him unable to do so, and his whole body was paralyzed by the electricity, unable to move. Mufeng stared intently at Kisame from the outside. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For Kisame, this brief moment was torture. The jutsu he had once been proud of now bound him, giving Mufeng a quick way to defeat him. Finally, After 5 seconds, the effects of the 8 gates release formation surged back, and Mu Feng felt a wave of weakness, unable to concentrate on maintaining the output. He withdrew the demon sword and took a step back. At the moment Mu Feng withdrew his sword, Kisame seemed to fall into a stupor and sank down toward the bottom of the water prison. At the same time, with a loud crash, the massive water prison collapsed instantly, spreading out in all directions across the testing ground. The wave of water crashed toward Mu Feng. But this wave did not have chakra reinforcement. It was just ordinary water. Mu Feng steadied himself, gripping the demon sword tightly. The water submerged to his chest. Yet he stood tall, becoming the focus of everyone present. Chunin exam, round 3 winner, Uchiha Mufeng. At this moment, the proctor's booming voice rang out across the venue. The crowd erupted in an uproar, with all the villagers of Konoha standing up, thunderous applause echoing throughout. Well done. Ha! As expected of the Uchiha clan. Amazing. Another genius. Mu Feng, don't get too proud. One day Uchiha Obito will surpass you. Mu Feng, so cool. Mu Feng, you are the best. On stage, Mu Feng's contemporaries also began to applaud him. Mu Feng stood in the center of the arena. Across from him, 100 meters away, lay the unconscious Kisame. The negative effects of the 8 gates release formation left Mu Feng gasping for breath. But at this moment, a pleasant voice entered Mu Feng's mind. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task, Chunin exam. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 points of dark value. Beep, main quest released, the strongest ninja. Main quest, the strongest ninja quest description. Since the host arrived in this world, some time has passed. The host has proven through effort and strength that he has adapted to this world. Continue to work hard to survive and grow stronger, ultimately becoming the strongest in the entire Hokage world. Quest Reward 1. Lifespan 1,000 years. Quest Reward 2. Unknown quest penalty. None note. This quest has no time limit. After completion, new system functions will be unlocked. The system's prompt sound fell, but Mu Feng's pupils slightly constricted. Only now did Mu Feng realize that the Chunin exam was just a small test by the system. Completing this task meant that the system had recognized him. And if he failed to complete it, although there would be no unbinding or erasure in the system's punishment, it would definitely have repercussions afterward. Now, he had proven with his strength that he was the most qualified ninja among all participants in the Chunin exam to become Chunin. If nothing unexpected happened, after the Chunin exam ended, Mu Feng would officially become a Konoha Chunin. After all, Kakashi had already become a Chunin and was advancing towards Jonin. The applause around him continued to thunder, and several ninjas cleared the water from the competition area, kindly looking at Mu Feng. Congratulations, Uchiha Mufeng. You are the most outstanding participant I have seen in the Chunin exam, said the ninja Bingzu Leitong with a smile. To be honest, after seeing the dry persimmon Zabuza execute the great exploding water collision waves in water prison, he himself did not have absolute confidence in victory. But Mu Feng had broken through with his powerful 8 gates. What surprised Bingzu Leitong the most was that after Mu Feng forcibly interrupted the 8 gates, he still had the strength to control his chakra and ultimately won with his chakra attributes. In this battle between a monster and a genius, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he didn't even use his Sharingan, which also surprised Bingzu Leitong. However, at this moment, he did not believe that Mu Feng had not activated his eyes. On the contrary, if someone told him that Mu Feng had not opened his Sharingan, he would be greatly shocked. Now you can rest well. The medical room is ready. Seeing that Mu Feng looked a bit tired, Bingzu Leitong continued. How about this? I'll accompany you there. Hearing Bingzu Leitong's words, Mu Feng nodded. He could see that Bingzu Leitong wanted to leave a good impression on him. After all, with his brilliant performance now, there would be no problem for him to become a Jonin in the future, and he might even become a high-ranking official in Konoha. Building a good relationship in advance could potentially reduce trouble later, and at critical moments, someone like Mu Feng might even save his life during missions. Soon, Bingzu Leitong approached to inquire about Mu Feng's condition, checking if he needed a stretcher. Mu Feng indicated that he had no issues moving, and the two walked towards the exit of the competition area. On the other side, Zabuza was being carried away by the medical team. As they neared the exit, Mu Feng paused slightly and looked back at the main viewing platform. Stop looking. With your performance, the Hokage will definitely summon you later. Your strength has far surpassed that of a genin, Bingzu Leitong said with a smile, implying that Mu Feng was worried about the Chunin exam results. However, in reality, the system had already informed Mu Feng of the Chunin exam results in advance. Mu Feng was not looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather at Orochimaru, who was not far from him, and he could also sense that Orochimaru was watching him at that moment. Without lingering, Mufeng left the competition area, while some of the other spectators were still immersed in the previous match, and some had already started to exit. On the main viewing platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Mufeng at the exit of the competition area, smoking a cigarette, and he had summoned Orochimaru over. Teacher, Orochimaru's voice was still as magnetic as ever. At this moment, the master and disciple had not yet fallen out. Orochimaru, what do you think of this Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru. There are indeed a few good ninjas, especially Uchiha Mufeng, Orochimaru said without hesitation. Teacher, I heard that Uchiha Mufeng just graduated from the Ninja Academy and doesn't yet have a teacher. Oh, you want to take him as a disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with suspicion. Everything is up to the teacher, Orochimaru said with a smile, clearly very humble. Oh, you weren't this obedient before. Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted his gaze and stood up. I already have other plans for that child. He is from the Uchiha clan, and it wouldn't be good for him to follow you. Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this outcome and did not seem surprised or said anything further. However, after the previous match in the Chunin exam, Mufeng had indeed entered Orochimaru's line of sight. While others were shocked by Mufeng's strength, Orochimaru was more interested in how Mufeng was able to continue fighting for a while after forcibly ending the 8 gates. Even using lightning attribute chakra to attach to weapons for such fine chakra manipulation. As a master researcher in Konoha, Orochimaru's studies of the human body could be said to be the best in Konoha. He had also researched the 8 gates, but soon abandoned this forbidden technique. What he truly sought was immortality, not a brief explosion of power leading to a short life. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Orochimaru did not stay long either and left the competition area. Here, in the medical room, Mufeng, that last ninjutsu of yours was simply awesome. Mufeng, you're so amazing. You were able to defeat such a strong ninja. Mufeng, are you hurt? Let me take a look. After Thunder and the others escorted Mufeng to the medical room, he was quickly driven out. This is because the students from the same class as Yuhi Kurenai had already rushed into the medical room. These people used to be quite familiar with Mufeng, but now they look at him with curious eyes, as if they have never known him before. A few people who are closer to Mufeng have been worried about his health, while others are discussing how impressive Mufeng is and asking him about his thoughts at that time. Mufeng, what should we do if we encounter such an opponent during the Chunin exams? I can't escape from such a huge water prison. Can't escape? Huh, then you can only wait to die. Nonsense, I'm asking Mufeng, what does it have to do with you? Can't escape? That's simple. Just defeat that guy inside the water prison. Mufeng smiled slightly. Defeating him inside the water prison? How is that possible? Kai said with a look of disbelief. Seeing Kai like this, Mufeng found it somewhat amusing. In the original story, it was you who pounded Kisame mercilessly. Have you forgotten? If you can open the 8 gates to the 7th gate, you could defeat Kisame. If you open it to the 8th gate, you can kill him instantly. But you know the consequences after opening the 8th gate. Mufeng said. This sentence gave Kai a lot of encouragement and confidence. Mufeng-kun, don't worry. I will definitely persevere. Just then, a medical ninja walked in and said to everyone, it's time to disperse. The patient still needs to rest. Hearing this, Kurenai and the others reluctantly left the ward. It was only then that Mufeng's surroundings quieted down and he took a beautiful nap. The next day, Mufeng received a notification to head to the Hokage building. Mufeng knew that this was because he had passed the Chunin exam, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to award him the Chunin certificate. The certificate was secondary. What Mufeng was more concerned about was how Sarutobi Hiruzen would arrange for him. Would he be placed in a regular task team, enter the ANBU, or be apprenticed to Orochimaru to train under him? Among these 3 outcomes, Mufeng is most inclined to join the ANBU. Firstly, the identities of ANBU members are kept secret, at least for most ninjas, and many members do not even know each other, only cooperating silently. Mufeng has many secrets, and joining the ANBU would allow him to better conceal himself. Of course, he could also achieve this by joining an ordinary task force. However, the ANBU has another advantage. The missions are generally more difficult, involving more combat and tracking, while ordinary task forces might end up taking on trivial tasks like searching for lost pets. Mufeng does not want to waste his time on tasks that ordinary people could complete. He is more interested in combat missions, as there is a chance that he could trigger a system task during one of them. Moreover, Mufeng predicts that he is very likely to join the ANBU. Otherwise, there would be no need to involve him in the previous ANBU operation. Given the strength of that ANBU team, They could handle the mist ninjas at the base with some assurance, at most paying a small price. In any case, Mufeng has to wait to see Sarutobi Hiruzen to determine the specific outcome. On Mufeng's way to the Hokage building, an unexpected guest has already arrived, Shimura Danzo, known as the scapegoat king of Konoha, a shadowy figure. Danzo controls Konoha's root organization and the underground forces of the village, and he is skilled in using schemes to gain benefits for Konoha. In the original story, the emergence of Hanzo of the Salamander and the Akatsuki organization hinted at a rise of the Rain Village, which Danzo exploited by sowing discord among Hanzo, Nagato, Yahiko, and others, leading to infighting within the Rain Village. Hanzo was killed, Yahiko died in battle, and Nagato was left in a weakened state, significantly relieving the pressure on Konoha. Additionally, the downfall of the Uchiha clan was also tied to Danzo's schemes, and he had certain connections with Orochimaru. If Sarutobi Hiruzen represents the bright side of Konoha, then Danzo represents its shadowy side. The two control the entire village, striving to maintain stability. However, both lack the power of the first Hokage and the ninjutsu prowess of the second Hokage. Under their management, Konoha's strength and deterrence have been continuously declining, to the point where even the Uchiha clan could not be managed. Now, Danzo's purpose for visiting the Hokage building is quite clear. He is there for someone. After this Chunin exam, only 3 people were promoted to Chunin: Uchiha Mufeng, Hyuga Hayashi, and Narashayo. Hyuga Hayashi and Narashayo already have their own teams, so their promotion to Chunin will not affect their assignments. Thus, Mufeng became the key figure that both of them were vying for. Lord Hokage, you should be well aware of the Uchiha clan's position in the village, and now other teams are already full. We can't let it be transferred to Root. Root also needs a pair of Sharingan. Danzo squinted his eyes, his tone revealing no joy or sorrow. Mufeng's destination has already been decided. He has already cooperated with the Umbu for a mission. Sarutobi Hizashi was also indifferent towards his old friend, as the two often had conflicts over the management issues in Konoha. However, when it comes to matters concerning Konoha's interests, they could unite. The relationship between these two people is difficult to explain in just a few sentences. Oh, it is said that the members of the Umbu are now more stable, and there seems to have been no personnel changes recently. Shimura Danzo must have done his homework before coming to request someone. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Mufeng has arrived. Chapter 50, Joining the Umbu, New Mission. Alright, let's put this issue to rest. Hearing that Mufeng had arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his conversation with Danzo. I will send someone over from the root, but it won't be Mufeng. He is still too young, Sarutobi Hiruzen said while smoking. Danzo remained silent and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Excuse me. Danzo stood up and turned to leave. Let Mufeng in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to his assistant beside him. Yes, Lord Hokage. In a corridor by the door, Mufeng was still waiting. At this moment, the door of the Hokage's office was pushed open, and when Mufeng saw Danzo walking out, he was slightly surprised. He immediately realized that Danzo was likely here to see Sarutobi Hiruzen because of his own matters. Uchiha Mufeng. Danzo walked up to Mufeng, looking at him with a friendly expression and asked with a smile. Mufeng nodded and feigned a look of astonishment. If Mufeng had not watched the Hokage and his psychological age was just that of a child, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen would both appear to be kind, grandfatherly figures. Like Naruto, who had dreamed of becoming Hokage since childhood, Sarutobi Hiruzen had certainly influenced that dream. From this perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at least successful. In the original story, Sasuke, when he first left the Hidden Leaf Village to join Orochimaru, was also thinking of becoming stronger to take revenge on Itachi, rather than truly betraying the leaf. It wasn't until after Itachi died and Sasuke learned the truth that he turned against the leaf, and he only killed Danzo. You performed excellently in the Chunin exams. How about it? Are you interested in coming under my command? I can help you become strong quickly. Danzo's friendly demeanor showed no signs of insincerity. But Mufeng was well aware of what kind of person Danzo was. Isn't this something I need to discuss with the Hokage? Mufeng hesitantly asked. In Danzo's eyes, although Mufeng exhibited great talent, his age was still there, so he didn't think much of it. He took Mufeng's response as a genuine reaction. However, in reality, Mufeng had already begun to complain internally. Who would want to go to your side? Just your way of doing things is unacceptable. Moreover, Danzo has colluded with Orochimaru. Who knows when he might sell himself to Orochimaru for the so-called interests of the leaf and even dig out his own Sharingan. I really don't want to have anything to do with a scheming person like Danzo before I have absolute strength. Oh, is that so? Then you can go in. The Hokage is inside. As Danzo spoke, he prepared to pat Mufeng on the head. But Mufeng quickly dodged and took the opportunity to slip into the Hokage's office while Danzo was not paying attention. Why do I feel like this guy has hostility towards me? Is it just my illusion? Looking at the now closed door of the Hokage's office, Danzo muttered to himself. As expected, he cannot place the genius of the Uchiha clan en route. While pondering, Danzo walked out of the Hokage building. Mufeng has arrived. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled brightly upon seeing Mufeng, appearing very friendly. In this Chunin exam, Konoha not only completely defeated the secret plans of the Cloud and Mist ninjas, but also shone brightly during the exams, greatly intimidating the other ninja villages. This is a great thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The biggest contributor to the entire event is none other than Yukifeng. He first rescued Kakashi from the hands of Hozuki Mangetsu, and then killed Hozuki Mangetsu, allowing Konoha to realize in advance that something was amiss with the Mist movements. Afterwards, he and the Umbu members took down a Mist stronghold together. These are all the contributions of Mufeng in the shadows, and, on the surface, he has also thwarted the secret weapon prepared by the Mist ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, allowing Konoha to become the biggest winner in this Chunin exam. Both contributions, one in the light and one in the dark, are significant. However, Mufeng is still too young, and Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot reward him too much. Moreover, in Konoha, there aren't many rewards for completing village tasks. Failing a mission, on the other hand, can lead to severe punishment, as exemplified by White Fang. Mufeng, first of all, congratulations. You have passed this Chunin exam. Haha, I haven't seen such a talented kid like you in a long time. The future of Konoha village will depend on you all. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to praise Mufeng. Mufeng shyly scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, but inside he was feeling a bit anxious. He just wanted to know which team he would be assigned to next. Becoming a Chunin means you have become a backbone of the village. This time, only 3 people successfully advanced in the Chunin exam. The other 2 have already received their Chunin certificates and returned to their respective teams. Mufeng, according to village regulations, you should have been assigned a team after graduating from the ninja school and trained for a while before participating in the Chunin exam. But your performance exceeded my expectations. However, now that you are a Chunin, the road ahead is still long. Mufeng, have you thought about what you want to do next? Do you want to stay in the village or go out on missions? As Hiruzen's words fell, Mufeng fell into deep thought. He wasn't pondering the 2 choices presented by Hiruzen, but rather the implications behind those options. Lord Hokage, I'm not sure, but as long as I can contribute to the village, I would be happy. Mufeng ultimately deflected the question with words. For a child, choosing between staying at home or going out into the world is indeed a difficult problem, and it's normal not to have an answer. Haha, you're a good kid. Hearing Mufeng's answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi was very pleased. How about this? You haven't teamed up with other squads since graduating from the ninja school. The only time was when you executed a mission with the Umbu, and that Umbu captain had a high evaluation of you. Have you considered joining the Umbu? Hiruzen continued to inquire. If you don't want to join the Umbu, I can introduce you to Orochimaru as your teacher. However, Orochimaru doesn't stay in the village often, so there won't be much he can teach you. Hiruzen continued to present Mufeng with options. This seemed to give Mufeng the right to choose freely. But the suggestive nature of his words was already quite obvious. I still want to stay in the village and do some tasks. Mufeng pondered for a moment and then gave his answer. All right. Hiruzen nodded, then cleared his throat. Come in. As his words fell, a ninja wearing a rabbit mask and dressed in Umbu attire appeared in the Hokage building. From today on, Mufeng will be a member of your team. He is younger, so please take care of him. No problem. The rabbit-masked Umbu ninja glanced at Mufeng and agreed without hesitation. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Please help Mufeng get familiar with the Umbu. In a week, we will execute a new mission. Mufeng, you will go out with him. Hiruzen added, by the way, your Chunin certificate will be delivered to your home later. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he continued to look kindly at Mufeng, seemingly encouraging him. Okay, Lord Hokage. Soon, Mufeng followed the rabbit-masked Umbu ninja out of the office. The focus of this conversation, besides allowing myself to join the Umbu, is also to inform me that I will have a new mission in a week. Moreover, Mufeng has a premonition that this mission is very likely to take place outside of Konoha. Chapter 51. Would release experiment subject. From today onwards, you're a member of the Umbu. In a spacious training ground in Konoha, an Umbu ninja wearing a rabbit mask spoke to Mufeng. After entering the Umbu, you must adhere to the following rules. The first rule: the mission comes first, and the village's interests must not be compromised. Under any circumstances, the mission must be carried out, even if you're the only one left. The second rule: information about the mission must not be leaked to anyone, even to your parents. The third rule: do not disclose your identity as an Umbu member. The fourth rule: do not pry into the information of other members. These 4 rules must be followed after joining the Umbu. As for the specific details, I will explain them to you in detail when we carry out the mission later. If you have no objections to the above requirements, then I officially welcome you on behalf of the Umbu's 3rd squad. If you're not very willing, I can request Lord Hokage to transfer you to another team. The rabbit-masked ninja did not waste any words and directly introduced the rules that must be followed upon entering the Umbu. Mufang was already somewhat aware of the Konoha Umbu. Ordinary people, or ninjas seeking fame, might have objections to the requirements of the Umbu. Those like Naruto and Obito could never join the Umbu. However, Mufang is different. While others seek fame, Mufang does not, at least not now. He has witnessed the full strength of Madara and the incredible ninjutsu of Kage. At Mufang's age, possessing Jonin-level combat power might make others proud, but Mufang is different. A fish that has seen the ocean will never be complacent just because it is in a pond. And a man who has seen a stunning beauty will not be moved by an average-looking girl. Now, Mufang is a ninja who has experienced the power of the Sage of 6 Paths in the entire Hokage world, to put it in trendy terms. Mufang's perspective has opened up. Jonin may seem impressive in the eyes of ordinary people, but to Mufang, they are just slightly stronger cannon fodder. The mission given by the system is to become the strongest in the entire ninja world, and that requires at least reaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Currently, Mufang cannot even activate the Susanoo. Until he reaches his peak strength, Mufang believes he should remain low-key. Even if he becomes high-profile, it should be because of his identity as an Umbu member. I have no problem. Mufang nodded in response. Good. Here, take this mask back. From today on, you are its master. Your code name remains the same, Red Fox. Saying this, the rabbit-masked Umbu ninja took out the mask again. After the last mission, the other party had taken the mask back, and Mufang originally thought he would not get it back, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, this mask had already become his representation. All right, well, let's take a break today. We will gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will take you to the Umbu training location and introduce you to your teammates. The rabbit-masked ninja continued. By the way, you can call me Rabbit or Captain from now on. When there are no enemies, you can call me Captain. But I still recommend that you use Rabbit as your title. Finally, Rabbit emphasized again. All right, Rabbit. Mufang took the mask and said seriously. Then see you tomorrow. After saying that, Rabbit disappeared in an instant. Mufang looked at the mask in his hand. From today onwards, he had become a member of the Konoha Umbu. There is still a week left, and during this week, he cannot just follow the Konoha Umbu for training. He needs to take the time to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, the system has rewarded him with a random secret technique research scroll. He wonders if it can be used for the Flying Thunder God. Mufang plans to use that random secret technique research scroll as soon as he returns to see what good things he can unlock. For the mission in a week, Mufang must be well prepared, as it is very likely to be his first time going outside of Konoha to carry out a mission. Inside Konoha Village, because of the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Orochimaru, and others, Mufang cannot reveal all of his strength, but once he leaves the village, it will be a world where he can soar freely, truly belonging to Mufang. Meanwhile, in a secret research base in Konoha, Orochimaru was fiddling with something at his experiment table. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, and Orochimaru did not turn around but spoke directly. How is it? Did my teacher agree? The person behind shook his head and did not speak. He was Danzo. I originally wanted to study the Uchiha clan, but it seems that the time is not right. Orochimaru licked his lips and continued. He has sent Mufang to the elite team of the Umbu, and he is probably going to carry out a mission next week. Orochimaru, I have covered up so many things for you, so you should give me something in return. How is the research on the first Hokage cells going? Danzo asked. Initially, he partnered with Orochimaru because he valued Orochimaru's intelligence, and he believed Orochimaru was quite ambitious. For Danzo, ambition is a good thing. He is ambition himself. Ambitious people are easier to control, while those who seem to lack ambition are truly difficult to deal with. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, you never know what he is thinking. There's been some progress, but it is not perfect. If the first Hokage were still alive, that would be great. Unfortunately, I have only managed to purify a small amount of the first Hokage's cells. However, speaking of help, I have a subject here that you might find interesting. Orochimaru turned around and stopped what he was doing. Danzo frowned. The current Orochimaru gave him a very bad feeling. At first, Danzo thought he could see through Orochimaru, but now, with their cooperation, he could no longer understand Orochimaru. Follow me, Orochimaru said as he opened another door to the laboratory. Upon seeing the scene inside, Danzo suddenly tensed up. In this room, there are several large cylindrical potion jars. The potion is a light green color, but what truly makes Danzo frown is what is inside them. Inside, these jars are actually living people, and they all look quite young. Danzo seems to have not anticipated that Orochimaru had already progressed to this stage, actually starting to use humans for experiments. These are merely failed specimens, and there is only one true success. As Orochimaru spoke, he approached one of the potion jars. This little brat has withstood the first Hokage cells and gained that kind of power. Are you talking about would release? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Danzo's eyes, and his brows relaxed. This time he looked around at the potion jars and the children trapped in slumber, a surge of heat rising within him. If you want him, you can take him. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened as he looked at Danzo, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Although he can't compare to that Uchiha brat, you should be good enough. This time, Danzo did not continue to speak, but nodded. Then I'll find a suitable opportunity to rescue this poor fellow. After saying that, Danzo turned around and disappeared into the corridor of the laboratory. Chapter 52. Minor success of the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning home wearing the Umbu mask. There is still a week until the next mission, and during this week, Mufang must prepare and perfect his Flying Thunder God technique. However, before that, Mufang wanted to see what he could obtain from the random secret technique scroll. After getting home, Mufang took out the random secret technique scroll from his box. Ding! Would you like to open the random secret technique scroll? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained one of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, the sealing technique. As the system's prompt sounded, Mufang's eyes lit up. Immediately, the scroll in his hand transformed into a mass of light points that flew directly into Mufang's forehead. A massive amount of information surged into Mufang's mind, detailing one of the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the time-space sealing. Congratulations. You have initially comprehended the power of time and space. Ding, congratulations. You have initially mastered the sealing technique. A few minutes later, another system prompt sounded, and at the same time, Mufang opened his eyes. After the bombardment of information, Mufang's head was still a bit foggy. However, he quickly sorted through the information in his mind and gained a certain understanding of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The sealing technique, in a strict sense, is also a type of time-space ninjutsu, although most sealing techniques tend to focus on sealing space and energy. It compresses and restricts objects or energy in reality through secret techniques to achieve the sealing effect. In Naruto, the most famous technique is the Shiki Fuin, which summons the Shinigami from another space to extract and seal someone else's soul. Among sealing techniques in the Naruto world, the strongest is the Uzumaki clan. Naruto's mother is from the Uzumaki clan and used the sealing technique to seal the nine tails within herself. The wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was also from the Uzumaki clan, and it was she who pioneered the sealing of tailed beasts. Now, almost all of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques have appeared in Mufang's mind. This is quite a gift. Mufang couldn't help but exclaim. But soon, Mufang calmed down because the reward provided by the system was only information about the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, and it did not allow Mufang to master them. However, just the impact of this information gave Mufang a certain understanding of sealing techniques in time-space. But with Mufang's current conditions, he was still unable to fully master these sealing techniques. To master these sealing techniques, he would need to conduct his own research. It seems there is one more thing to do in the future. Mufang scratched his head and frowned. So far, he had quite a lot to learn. Integrating the sword techniques of Kagetsu Mangetsu, comprehending the flying thunder god of Minato Namikaze, and now adding the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. If this continues, Mufang is a bit worried, not knowing what he will become in the future. Will I end up learning all the ninjutsu and secret techniques of the entire Naruto world? Mufang couldn't help but marvel, feeling a bit troubled. But this kind of trouble, Mufang is willing to have a bit more of. What excites Mufang is that sealing techniques and flying thunder god techniques have some connection with space-time ninjutsu. The two can reference and understand each other, and since they belong to different categories, researching one after finishing the other won't be too redundant or boring. This week, there's work to do. Alright, I can't neglect my physical training either. Although my ninjutsu has darkened, and I'm constantly rushing towards the path of becoming stronger. I can't be too lazy. Otherwise, how will I cancel the ninjutsu I learned in the future? If the ninjutsu that Mukfang has mastered could hear his inner monologue, it would probably give up. We've worked so hard already. Why do you still scold us? In the following week, Mukfang gathered his friends and went to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate his promotion to Chunin. After that, Mukfang dedicated himself to intense training. In the morning, he first studied the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan in his mind, then practiced during lunch. In the afternoon, Mukfang went to an open space outside the village with his demon blade to train in swordsmanship and physical techniques. In the evening, Mukfang didn't forget to practice ninjutsu, while also complaining about how slowly the power of the ninjutsu was increasing. The Great Fireball technique couldn't even burn a lake. What kind of great fireball is that? The Water Dragon Bullet technique's Water Dragon didn't even reach 100 meters. What kind of dragon is that? How long do you plan to stay in this 3-tomo state? So lazy, just look at your master. Aren't you ashamed? It seems that under Mukfang's influence and provocation, the ninjutsu, physical techniques, physique, and chakra he has mastered all experienced a great explosion, starting to darken even more, swearing to surpass his master from the past. Facing such a situation, Mukfang is certainly very willing. The training continued until the morning of the 7th day. Logically, it should have been the time for the task to be released. However, in the morning, Mukfang did not receive any notification. He didn't think much of it, as tasks from Konoha were not always punctual. They could be released early or delayed. Moreover, on this day, Mukfang was at a critical point in his research on the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, he didn't want to interrupt it easily. After studying the techniques related to the Flying Thunder God, Mukfang went directly to the training ground. During this week, that area had almost become Mukfang's personal space. Today, after a week of researching the Flying Thunder God and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he had gained a certain understanding of space-time ninjutsu. Now, he felt it was time to attempt to imprint a unique space-time mark of his own. Upon arriving at the open area, the first thing that caught Mukfang's eye was a few trees not far away, heavily damaged from his thrown shuriken, a result of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Mukfang did not continue training. Instead, he calmed himself and immersed himself in his own perception. At the same time, he began to manipulate his chakra, trying to merge with the external spatial environment. The biggest challenge of space-time ninjutsu lies in the relationship between oneself and the environment. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is called a space-time ninjutsu, it is not significantly related to time. It is more about space. Therefore, as long as the relationship between oneself and space is resolved, the Flying Thunder God technique can be successfully performed. The way to resolve this is through the chakra within Mukfang's body. By using chakra as a link, he could leave his own mark in space and then use that mark to change his position within that space. This is the principle of the Flying Thunder God. After a week of understanding and training, Mukfang felt that he had vaguely grasped this method. This morning, that feeling was even more pronounced. After sitting down, as he mobilized his chakra, Mukfang quickly fell into a marvelous state. With himself as the center, the surrounding world seemed to become transparent in that instant. In that moment, Mukfang felt as if he had detached from this space. As long as he wished, he could enter this space at any time. However, he had no clear signal to guide him to a specific location within the space. He needed a signal source for guidance. As he meditated on this, Mukfang opened his eyes. Sure enough, he was already at the final step. By using chakra to imprint a spatial marker, he could directly teleport from that state, completing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the imprint of the Flying Thunder God technique was usually unique, so he needed to create one of his own. What kind of pattern would be best? Mukfang fell into contemplation, but soon his eyes lit up. Got it! Mukfang exclaimed happily. Chapter 53. The First Mission. Buzz. The chakra within him trembled. Mukfang approached a tree, and now he was going to attempt to imprint his own time-space mark on the tree. Next time, after Mukfang enters that mysterious state, he can lock onto a position using his time and space imprint and perform instantaneous movement. With a loud bang, Mukfang slapped his palm against the tree, and chakra began to transform and was released through his palm. Soon, a pattern slowly appeared on the tree. It was a circle divided into black and white parts within the circle. The shapes of the two parts were both hook-like, but when combined, they formed a unique pattern of huaxia, the Taiji diagram. This is the spatial time mark that Mukfang determined for himself after contemplation. In his past life, Mukfang was a huaxia person, and the Taiji pattern represents huaxia's Taoist culture. The Taiji diagram divides into two, forming the black and white yin-yang symbols, which are also the unique emblem of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It can be said that such a pattern represents Mu Feng's two identities, his past life identity and his current identity, and it also carries a certain unique significance. Mu Feng is quite satisfied with this mark. However, whether it can be used still needs to be verified. After nodding in satisfaction at the spatial time mark on the tree, he walked directly towards the open space opposite the big tree. Standing still, Mu Feng began to recall the profound feeling he experienced when he entered the spatial time domain earlier. The chakra within him flowed slightly, and Mu Feng concentrated all his attention to control it, wanting to immerse himself in that mysterious world. Soon, with a buzzing sound, Mu Feng's mind became clear, and then his consciousness once again entered that gray-white transparent world where everything around seemed to be exposed to his perception. This time, Mu Feng did not continue to savor this mysterious moment, but instead concentrated on feeling the space-time mark he had inscribed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His consciousness transformed into threads that wandered endlessly in the gray-white transparent world. These white lines became increasingly numerous, densely packed around Mu Feng, filling the entire world. The wandering white lines were complex and chaotic, and Mu Feng furrowed his brow. Through these lines of consciousness, he did not sense the existence of the mark. Had he failed? A thought emerged in his mind. Just then, suddenly, among the thousands of white threads, one thread tightened abruptly, and at the same time, that thread transformed into a dazzling red. In the gray-white, transparent world, the sudden appearance of the red was too striking. Mu Feng instantly noticed the emergence of that red, and following the end of the red thread, he saw the space-time mark he had inscribed on the tree. It was right there. A flash of brilliance flickered in his pupils, and Mu Feng reached out to grab the red thread from the transparent world. In the next moment, Mu Feng felt the surroundings twist, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in front of the tree marked with the Taiji pattern. Mu Feng looked back at his original position in disbelief. It was at least several hundred meters away from that tree. The moment he grabbed the red thread, he had disregarded that distance and flew directly to the tree. Success! I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. After a successful first attempt, Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this time, he spent quite a bit of time from inscribing to meditating. Enough time for him to dash from afar to the tree. This was a huge breakthrough for Mu Feng, because this time he had successfully executed the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he practiced diligently in the future, there would come a day when Mu Feng could also achieve quick and ultra-long distance transfers like Minato Namikaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique detected to be extremely high. Double blackening value reward activated. You have gained 200 blackening points. Task reward Ninjutsu detected for the Flying Thunder God technique. Additional blackening points reward granted. You have gained 300 blackening points. While Mu Feng was lost in thought, the system's notification sound rang again. Your Flying Thunder God technique is still in a weak stage. It feels too much like a useless ability, causing it to distort, and is undergoing double blackening. Great! Another blackening ninjutsu added. Mu Feng smiled faintly and spoke. Having just mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt like a child who had just received a new toy and was eager to try it out again. But just then, with a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared on a tree beside Mu Feng. Chihu, there's a new mission. Gather at the old location in half an hour. As soon as the words fell, when Mu Feng turned around to look, he only saw the figure of a running Umbun ninja. But from the voice just now, Mu Feng recognized that this ninja was his captain, the one wearing the rabbit mask. Half an hour later, Mu Feng had changed into a new outfit, a set issued by the Umbu, and he wore his Chihu mask. The old place mentioned by the captain was the vacant playground he had previously visited with Mu Feng. Arriving at the playground, Mu Feng saw two people. One was the captain wearing the rabbit mask, and the other was a perception-type ninja wearing a mask resembling a frog. These two had collaborated with Mu Feng once before, and Mu Feng was quite familiar with them. However, what puzzled Mu Feng was that the other person was not present. Huh, the rabbit said there would be a newcomer, and my guess was right. It's you, Chihu. Seeing Mu Feng appear, the perception-type ninja wearing a frog mask spoke cheerfully. Now I can introduce myself. My name is Haiken, and I specialize in perception and illusion ninjutsu. The rabbit specializes in close combat and earth style. Chihu specializes in close combat and fire style. Mu Feng briefly introduced himself. Although both sides had collaborated once before, that time was only temporary, and from the current situation, it seemed that Mu Feng would be executing a mission with these two Umbun members for a while. Good. Seeing that Mufeng was on the right track, the rabbit cast a friendly glance and began to introduce this mission. This mission was personally issued by the Hokage, so we must take it seriously. The mission location is within the Land of Lightning, and we will only know the specific details after we arrive. Chihu, this will be your first mission outside the village. You must be cautious. The outside world is not as peaceful as inside the village, perhaps due to Mufeng's age. The rabbit gave a few more instructions while looking at Mufeng with a questioning gaze. I have no problem. Mufeng answered directly. All right, then I will prepare to depart now. I'll give you 1 hour for preparations, and we will meet at the village gate in 1 hour. Chapter 54. A rescue mission full of crises. 1 hour later, Mufeng arrived at the entrance of Konoha village on time. For his first mission outside, Mufeng only brought some food and water. As a ninja, his outdoor survival skills were naturally strong, so he didn't have to worry too much. Ready? The rabbit mask looked at Mufeng and the other person. This mission's location is in the Land of Lightning, around the border with the Land of Fire. The village's outpost over there is suspected to have been attacked by the Cloud Ninja Village, and communications have been cut off. Once we get there, we need to find the others and uncover the true reason for the outpost being attacked. There is a high possibility that we will encounter a large force from the Cloud Ninja Village, so after we reach the border, we must keep a low profile and conceal our tracks. The rabbit emphasized this to the two, primarily to remind Mufeng. Mufeng nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then let's set off. As soon as the rabbit finished speaking, he rushed into the jungle. Mufeng and Haiken followed closely behind, and soon the three disappeared into the dense forest. However, shortly after the three vanished, Danzo appeared on the road at the village entrance, accompanied by several ninjas. One of the ninjas was particularly eye-catching, small in stature, with a youthful face, but his gaze was full of wooden confusion, occasionally flashing with a hint of murderous intent. This ninja is Yamato, whom Danzo has just obtained from Orochimaru, and he has now become a member of Root. You few are responsible for following them and closely monitoring Uchiha Mufeng's actions. But do not interfere. I want to know Uchiha Mufeng's true strength. Watching the direction Mufeng has gone, a hint of worry appeared in Danzo's eyes. The three ninjas beside him knelt down, and the wooden Yamato also knelt down. Understood. Lord Danzo, we will complete the mission. This mission is quite special. You need to bring him along. If you encounter ninjas from the Cloud Village, you can test his combat capabilities. After saying this, Danzo turned his gaze to Yamato. The members of Root have basically been brainwashed by Danzo and carry out his orders thoroughly without many questions. Having one more person is not a big problem for them, because Danzo had previously instructed them that even if the three of them were exposed and discovered by Mufeng, it wouldn't matter. The ultimate goal of this mission is to determine Mufeng's true strength and to gather information for Danzo's future plans regarding the Uchiha. Yamato is also here to test his combat abilities. As a test subject of Orochimaru, Danzo is curious about Yamato's strength, especially since he has mastered wood release just like the first Hokage. Okay, Lord Danzo. You made a part. With that, everyone beside Danzo moved out simultaneously and disappeared from the spot. 2 days later, at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, Mufeng, Rabbit, and Black Toad stood atop the trees, looking out at the distant view of towering mountains behind a dense forest, which appeared quite spectacular. From here on, we must be more cautious, Rabbit reminded. The base that was attacked is in the central region of the Land of Lightning, and their last transmission was 4 days ago. In the past few days, other scouts have detected abnormal activity of Lightning Country ninjas at the border, forming encirclement nets in the central region. According to Lord Hokage's speculation, this base may possess critical information regarding the Land of Lightning, but has been prematurely exposed. However, the ninjas within the base are still alive, and our mission this time is to locate them. Even if we cannot rescue them, we must bring back the intelligence. Rabbit began to explain the details of this mission to the two. Clearly, while in the village, Rabbit had already learned about the mission. Yet he chose to tell the two only now, which is also the style of the Umbu. Listening to Rabbit's words, Mufeng frowned. Based solely on Rabbit's description, Mufeng felt that this mission was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, some key information was still not disclosed in Rabbit's explanation. For instance, what kind of intelligence the spies from Konoha had obtained, how many ninjas the Cloud Village had dispatched this time, and how many of them were Jonin. Relying solely on the three of them, could they complete this mission? Were there any other Konoha members carrying out the same task? These pieces of information, the Rabbit didn't mention at all, and he might not even know himself. Dark ninjas usually prioritize their missions, as the clients for their tasks are mostly from the Hidden Leaf Village, so they 1T abandon a mission due to insufficient rewards. Black Toad, once we enter the land of lightning, it's all up to you. No problem. I will keep a close watch on the surroundings. Okay, Red Fox. If we encounter the Cloud Ninja team, don't act impulsively. If we can go around them, let's do that. This is the land of lightning, and the enemy's reinforcements will definitely be faster than us. All right, I will be careful. Then let's set off now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures drop down toward the ground simultaneously. At the same time, within the land of lightning. Damn it, where did those Leaf Village scumbags run off to? These guys caused such a ruckus among our Cloud Ninjas and now want to leave so easily. That's too cheap for them. Don't give up, keep searching. Reinforcements are on the way. Those Leaf guys definitely can't escape. They must be around here. Search carefully. The border has already been sealed off by Lord Rakage. And they want to be able to fly away now. Shouts echoed through a valley as dozens of Cloud Ninjas scanned the surroundings with murderous intent. At that moment, not far below them, in a slightly recessed area beside a stream, 3 Leaf Ninjas pressed tightly against the wall, extremely nervous. Here, they could clearly hear the angry shouts and commands of the Cloud Ninjas. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps of the Cloud Ninjas echoed, gradually fading away, accompanied by a few distant shouts. After a while, the surroundings finally settled down, and one of the ninjas let out a sigh of relief. The other 2 also showed signs of relief in their eyes. This Leaf Ninja team had been pursued relentlessly by the Cloud Ninjas since being discovered. But each time, thanks to the sensing ninja in their team, they managed to escape calamity. However, as time passed, the number of Cloud Ninjas pursuing them increased, making their escape increasingly difficult. Just now was the most dangerous moment they faced. Ninjas surrounded them from all directions, and out of desperation, they could only choose the weakest side to break through. But even that almost led to their discovery. The Cloud Ninjas were too relentless. Now we are still quite far from the land of fire. It seems we might have to meet our end here. A middle-aged ninja sighed and said helplessly, "The village 1T abandoned us. They will definitely come to our aid." Another Leaf Ninja, next to him, was preparing to comfort his teammate and boost morale. But just then, someone is coming. This speed, not good. It's AJ Neen from the Cloud Village. The sensing ninja in the team suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, all 3 of their pupils constricted simultaneously. Chapter 55, Infiltrating the Land of Lightning. Not good. Someone is coming. It's very likely AJ Neen from the Cloud Village. The hidden leaf sensing ninja suddenly spoke up, and as his voice fell, the 3 of them immediately fell into tension. Over there, I sensed the presence of Leaf Ninjas. Meanwhile, not far from the 3, several figures were rushing over. It wouldn't take long for them to reach and confront the Leaf Ninjas. What to do? We must find a direction to break through. Once the Cloud J Neen arrives, we will definitely be in a predicament. This is the land of lightning. If we get caught by the Cloud Ninjas, we are finished. The 3 Leaf Ninjas were deeply worried, and the sensing ninja was doing his utmost to find possible escape points. However, the more he searched, the tighter his brows furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Now, Cloud Ninjas surrounded them on all sides. If we want to break through, we can only fight. Then let us fight. Rather than waiting here for the Cloud J Neen to arrive, it's better to take a gamble. A hint of determination surged in their eyes. This way. In the next moment, the sensing ninja pointed in a direction and charged forward, with the other 2 ninjas following closely behind. On the other side, the Cloud Ninja team sensed the actions of the Leaf team. "Sir, the VE started moving. Chase them. Don't worry about the others. The area nearby is all ours. They can't escape far." Soon, a chase unfolded within the borders of the land of lightning. Meanwhile, near the border of the land of lightning, moved Foam, Black Toad, and the rabbit looked at the roaming Cloud Ninja team ahead with increasing worry. This is already the 5th potential breakthrough point we VE search for, and it's still occupied by Cloud Ninjas. It seems they VE constructed a defensive line at the border. If we want to enter the heart of the land of lightning, we can't bypass these people, Black Toad said solemnly. Infiltrating the land of lightning at this time is not a simple task. First, the situation between the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages is already tense. Second, during the CH Neen exams, the Cloud Village just suffered a loss on the Leaf S side. They will definitely find a way to regain face. If Mu Feng and the others are discovered while entering the land of lightning, the Cloud Village will definitely find ways to deal with them. Not to mention, they are still carrying out a mission. Of course, if they can enter the land of lightning secretly, the Cloud Village would find it difficult to detect them for a while. But the difficulty of this mission is evidently quite high. The trouble caused by one small team of ninjas has led the Cloud to seal off the borders of the Land of Lightning. Now, it's very challenging for Mu Feng and the others to break in, and they are very likely to be discovered. Being discovered means they will have to engage in combat, while Mu Feng and the others are confident in dealing with most of the Cloud Ninja teams. Once they kill the opponents, the Cloud Village will definitely notice. There is no time to worry about that now. The longer we delay here, the worse it will be for the team inside. We can only grit our teeth and charge through. Black Toad, find a point of entry and see if you can sneak in. If not, create a big distraction and release a signal. Once we enter the Land of Lightning, we will agree on a meeting point and then act separately to quickly search for the trapped team and use secret techniques to contact them once found. The rabbit spoke up. The secret technique he mentioned was a long-distance communication method among members of the Dark Division, which can also be considered a type of ninjutsu. Hearing that they would split up, Black Toad had no major objections. Given the current situation, time was clearly on the side of the Cloud Ninja Village. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for Mu Feng and the others. Therefore, whether they could quickly locate the team trapped in the Land of Lightning and bring back intelligence or team members was key to the success of the mission. If they could find the Konoha team within a few hours, the rabbit was confident they could collectively break through the blockade of the Cloud Ninja and complete the task smoothly. If it took a day, success was still possible. But if it dragged on for 3 to 5 days, even if the rabbit and the others could hold on, the team trapped in the Land of Lightning would not be able to endure. It should be noted that they had long been targeted by the ninjas of the Cloud Ninja Village, and the fact that this team was still alive by now was already quite impressive. The longer the time, the greater the difficulty of breaking out. Eventually, the Cloud Ninja Village might even deploy its elite Jonin, and the probability of the AI brothers making a direct move was not low. After all, this was on the territory of the Land of Lightning. On the other hand, Mu Feng was looking forward to splitting up. Now, that Mu Feng had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he used it well, self-preservation was absolutely not a problem. After leaving the team, Mu Feng didn't need to deliberately hide his strength. He could even go look for some powerful opponents to kill, thus gaining a large amount of dark value. Causing destruction in the enemy's den was a shortcut to gain a lot of dark value. Of course, Mu Feng also didn't dare to make things too big. Given his current strength, let alone facing the fourth Raikage, even just the AI brothers would be quite a challenge. Moreover, Mu Feng's Sharingan was still in the 3-tomo state, and if he was surrounded by a large number of Cloud Ninja and his Flying Thunder God technique was deciphered by them, he would also be in mortal danger. However, relatively speaking, it was already quite difficult for the Cloud Ninja Village to kill Mu Feng compared to the rabbit and Black Toad. Red Fox, is it okay for you to act alone? After discussing the tactics, the rabbit looked at Mu Feng with some concern in his eyes. No problem, I'm not weak in self-preservation. Alright, if you run into any issues, contact me and Black Toad immediately, and we will rush over as soon as possible. Also, if you find that team, immediately bring them back, according to the plan laid out by Black Toad. Once you reach the border of the Land of Fire, signal us. We have ninjas from Konoha waiting to pick you up. The rabbit continued explaining the battle plan to Mu Feng, who nodded in agreement. Okay, let's infiltrate now. If the Cloud Ninja detect anything, I'll stay behind to fight them off, and you two should retreat immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the rabbit looked at Black Toad. Black Toad once again used his sensory ninjutsu. This way. Soon, Black Toad determined a direction, and the three rushed forward. However, after covering a short distance, a wild beast suddenly howled near a patch of forest. A whoop. Hearing the sound, the three's expressions tightened, and they turned to look. It was not a wild beast at all. The one howling at them was clearly a ninja beast. Someone has breached the defense line. Over there, hurry! At the same time, a startled voice came from not far away. Immediately after, the sound of wind cutting through the air followed, as a large number of Cloud Ninja rushed toward Mu Feng and the others. Chapter 56. The Enraged Third Raikage. Damn it. There are ninja beasts here. We've been discovered. We must leave immediately. There's no time. The ninjas of the Cloud Ninja Village are nearby. You and Red Fox go first. I'll stay behind to block their pursuit. Remember, once you encounter the Konoha team, you must escort them back to the Land of Fire at the first opportunity. The rabbit looked in the direction of the restless Cloud Ninja and said to Mu Feng and Black Toad. Mu Feng and Black Toad nodded and turned to head into the depths of the Land of Lightning. Soon, the two of them dashed out a considerable distance. It's the people from Konoha's Dark Division. Let's go together. They must be here to find Konoha's spies. Voices rang out from behind, followed by the sounds of fierce fighting. Don't worry about the rabbit. His abilities are strong, and those Cloud Ninja won't be able to handle him. While dashing ahead, Black Toad reassured Mu Feng not to worry. Mufeng nodded and continued to follow closely behind Black Toad. With the experience from the last time, Black Toad was much more cautious this time. The two of them rushed ahead and soon broke through the second line of defense of the Cloud Ninja, entering the depths of the Land of Lightning. According to the intelligence the rabbit had received, the team trapped in the Land of Lightning was also in a certain area. All right, we've arrived here. It's time to split up. By a small creek, Black Toad said to Mufeng. Mufeng nodded. Be careful. Okay. With one last glance at Konoha, Black Toad chose a direction and dashed off. Mufeng watched Black Toad's figure and ultimately dashed in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, on a cliff not far from Mufeng, 3 members of the Root organization and Yamato's team of 4 had their sights locked on Mufeng and Black Toad. They've split up. What should we do? Lord Danzo said this time the main task is to monitor Uchiha Mufeng. We don't need to worry about the others. Just follow them. Then let's follow him. But this area has already been controlled by the Cloud Ninja, so we need to be cautious in our actions. The 3 exchanged information, but soon, one member of the team suddenly turned to look back. It seems we've already encountered a team of Cloud Ninja. 3 of them. They shouldn't be too strong. Jia, this time it's up to you. The leader looked at Yamato and issued the order. Hearing the command, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Yamato's dull eyes. And the next moment, he charged toward the rear. 1 minute later. Damn it. This guy is using wood release? Hurry, report this to Lord Raikage. A few screams echoed through the valley as yet another ordinary Cloud Ninja team was directly annihilated. After leaving behind a few corpses, the Root organization's team continued moving in the direction where Mukfang had headed. In the Land of Lightning, in the office of the Raikage, the 3rd Raikage settled into his seat. Opposite him sat a muscular ninja with bare arms, dark skin, and golden hair. If Mukfang were present, he would easily recognize that the ninja in front of the 3rd Raikage was the 4th Raikage, A. A is not the birth name of the 4th Raikage. It can be said that A is more of title. Each Raikage of the Cloud Ninja Village inherits this title upon taking on the position. However, the 4th Raikage is a bit different. He was recognized from birth as the successor to the Raikage, so his name has always been A. The 4th Raikage did not disappoint this title. In the original work, his displayed strength is indeed at a ceiling level among the 5 Kages. With a powerful physique and absolute speed, the 4th Raikage is a war machine on the battlefield, capable of crushing any enemy. Now, as the heir to the next generation of Raikage, it has grown to become the right-hand man of the 3rd Raikage, one of his most capable assistants. And he is also the son of the 3rd Raikage. The mission to pursue the Konoha Ninja team this time was assigned to A by the 3rd Raikage. From the current situation, capturing that Konoha team, which infiltrated the Cloud Ninja village to steal intelligence, is just a matter of time. However, the 3rd Raikage still felt a bit uneasy. His brows were always twitching, as if something bad was about to happen. He directly summoned A. A, how is the mission going? Father, I have already dispatched ninjas within the Land of Lightning and sealed off the borders between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Unless something unexpected happens, that Konoha team will have no chance of escape. Well done. Previously, our plan with the Mist Village encountered some problems, resulting in the loss of 2 elite Jonin. And many of our outposts within the Land of Fire were cleared out by Konoha, which is a huge loss. This time, Konoha's spy actually infiltrated the Cloud Ninja village and stole the list of our secret unit. If Konoha gets this information, it would be a massive blow to us. So we must take it seriously. Additionally, be sure to be cautious of the support units sent by Konoha. We cannot let any intelligence leak out of the Land of Lightning. Father, you can rest assured. We have already confirmed the location of that Konoha team, and I have dispatched Mabu, I, and an elite unit to head there. We should have news by this afternoon. Upon hearing A's response, the 3rd Raikage furrowed his brow but then relaxed. But just at that moment, bang, bang, bang. Lord Raikage, urgent intelligence. A large number of Konoha ninjas have been spotted acting at the border of the Land of Fire. At the same time, the defensive forces at the border sent a message that a Konoha Umbu team had broken through the blockade and had entered our Land of Lightning. They are likely here to support that Konoha team or to bring back intelligence. The blockade forces have already engaged with the enemy, but they managed to escape. Additionally, we have also discovered traces of 2 other Konoha teams within the heart of the Land of Lightning. A ninja rushed in, speaking hurriedly. What? As soon as the words fell, the 3rd Raikage immediately stood up, glaring at the 2. Konoha, are they determined to confront us Cloud Ninjas to the end this time? That bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen, just waiting for an opportunity to let go. Good, very good. The 3rd Raikage was furious, his gaze falling on A. A, you will personally lead the team this time and bring me the heads of that Konoha team. Also, notify all outgoing ninjas that if they spot Konoha ninjas, they must not act rashly and report immediately. This time, no matter how many people Konoha sends over, I will make them stay in the land of lightning. With a loud clap, the third Raikage's eyes surged with anger, and he was extremely furious. Yes, father. His eyes also filled with killing intent. After speaking, he turned and walked out toward the Raikage building. Chapter 57. The situation is grim. Cloud Ninja Village. After receiving news that a Konoha Umbu team was advancing into the land of lightning to attempt a rescue, both A and the third Raikage were incredibly angry. Now, at the entrance of the Cloud Ninja Village, they had already assembled an elite team of ninjas, with over a dozen jonin among them. Since the start of the Chunin exams, in just a few days, the Cloud Ninjas had suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of Konoha. First, their infiltrating ninjas were killed, and then their outposts within the Land of Fire were continuously cleared out. This was not a big deal after all. It was the Cloud Ninja who took the initiative to come to the Land of Fire's territory to cause trouble, and being killed just shows their lack of ability. However, just when the Cloud Ninja Village shifted their attention to the teams in the Land of Fire, Konoha directly launched a surprise attack, sending elite teams to infiltrate the Cloud Ninja Village and steal important intelligence. This time, the Konoha operation not only succeeded, but those elite Konoha ninjas also broke out of the Cloud Ninja Village. Now Yunrin is a bit unable to bear it. This time, Konoha's action has the meaning of using the enemy's own methods to turn against them. If Konoha's operation is really successful this time, not to mention the intelligence loss will force Yunrin to make large-scale adjustments. Just the loss of face is also unacceptable. This is almost like Konoha giving Cloud Ninja a big slap in the face, stepping on Cloud Village and saying, "Look, you can't do it." How could the third Raikage endure such humiliation? Even A, with his temper, rushed forward without hesitation. Therefore, this time Cloud Ninja mobilized so many ninjas and sealed off the borders of the Land of Lightning. The goal was to intercept this elite team from Konoha in the Land of Lightning, causing Konoha's plan to fail. According to Cloud Ninja's original plan, the Konoha team was already a turtle in a jar, but now Konoha has sent rescue personnel, creating a variable. To completely suppress this variable and extinguish any hope of a turnaround, A personally led the pursuit this time. As the son of the third Raikage and the successor of the Raikage, A's strength is formidable. He now possesses near Kage level power, and with more than 10 elite Jonin by his side, and fighting on home turf in the Land of Lightning, A is confident that he can trap everyone sent by Konoha here. No more nonsense. Everyone follow me. Let's crush the Konoha ninjas. With a wave of his arm, A led the elite Cloud Ninja directly to the battlefield. Meanwhile, deep in the Land of Lightning, it has been 3 hours since he separated from the Black Toad, and Mufeng is still wandering in the depths of the Land of Lightning. Mufeng's sensory abilities are not strong, but after activating the Sharingan, his reconnaissance abilities are quite impressive. Before crossing over, Mufeng was a military enthusiast for a while and had some understanding of reconnaissance methods in the military. With the help of the Sharingan, Mufeng's reconnaissance ability at this moment is much stronger than the best reconnaissance soldiers of his past life. There should have been traces of a fight here. Arriving at a stream, Mufeng scanned a rocky beach and noticed several unusual spots. The stones in these places have been pushed apart, as if someone had stepped on them forcefully. Mufeng frowned and immediately began to search the surroundings. Sure enough, he soon discovered some shurikens and kunai nearby, along with a few bloodstains. A battle had indeed taken place here. Picking up a kunai, Mufeng examined it closely. This one should belong to a Leaf Village ninja. Kunai are generally used throughout the ninja world, but each ninja village has its own subtle differences in forging techniques, especially in terms of weight. Although Mufeng had never seen a Cloud Village kunai, he was quite familiar with the kunai from the Leaf Village, having used them extensively during his training. As soon as he picked up the kunai, Mufeng felt a sense of familiarity, so he could basically confirm that it came from Konoha. Then, Mufeng's gaze swept over the pool of blood, and through the bloodstains, he inferred the time of the battle. It should have been a few hours ago. It seemed that the Konoha team had already been discovered by the Cloud Ninja. Mufeng frowned. A few hours ago, the Konoha team had clashed with the Cloud Ninja, and this was definitely not good news. The Cloud Ninja had sent many ninjas this time, and once the Konoha team was discovered and drawn in a battle, what awaited them would basically be endless pursuit and fighting. Under normal circumstances, even a Jonin would be exhausted after a few hours of battle. Even a strong figure like the third Raikage had died, surrounded by a large number of IWA ninjas in the original story. Mufeng did not believe that there would be a strong person like the third Raikage in this Konoha team. At this moment, Mufeng had lost hope for this Konoha team. However, after observing the surrounding environment, Mufeng still determined the direction the enemy had left and pursued them alone. Just before leaving, Mufeng consciously glanced back. On this journey, Mufeng always felt that someone was following him, but the other party did not reveal themselves. Therefore, Mufeng speculated that they were likely from Konoha. If they were from the Cloud Village, they would probably have jumped out upon seeing a member of Konoha's Umbu. However, Mufeng's action of looking back, just as he was leaving, surprised the root members hiding a kilometer away. Why do I feel like this kid has already discovered us? It's impossible. Even if he's a genius, he's only 7 or 8 years old, with no combat experience. At this distance, he shouldn't be able to notice us. This guy is from the Uchiha clan, and he has already activated his Sharingan. Under those eyes, our Sharingan's detection ability is limited. If he were from a Hyuga clan, he would probably notice us quickly, but the Sharingan shouldn't. Let's continue to follow him. The 3 root members discussed. But at that moment, a rustling sound came from behind the root organization, and the 3 of them frowned simultaneously. Damn it, the Cloud Ninjas are back. How many people did they send this time? One of the root members said impatiently. They had already dealt with 3 teams of Cloud Ninjas while following Mufeng, but new teams kept appearing. You go deal with those Cloud Ninjas. The leader of the root organization ordered Yamato, but before Yamato could make a move, not good. This time the Cloud Ninja team is moving a bit too fast. There might be Jounin-level ninjas among them. We need to evacuate quickly. If we get caught up by them, we're done for. The sensing ninja in the root team exclaimed. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen figures rushed in from the distance, and the leading ninja was actually a woman. You Konoha dogs, this time you won't escape. Before the root members could retreat, an angry shout came from afar. Chapter 58, a chaotic scene. Run. Seeing the Jounin from the Cloud Village approaching, the 3 members of the root organization did not hesitate and turned to flee. Shameless, stop right there. Behind them, more than a dozen Cloud Ninjas gritted their teeth and chased closely after them. This group of Cloud Shinobi is led by Mabu E and belongs to the second batch of reinforcements. Their original target was to carry intelligence to the Konoha team, but during their advance, they discovered members of the root organization. Mabu E glared at the 3 members of the root organization and Yamato's back, feeling furious inside. In the next moment, the kunai in her hand flew out. Meanwhile, the members of the root organization moved their hands. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Turning around, a gust of wind was unleashed from their mouths, directly sending Mabu Yi's thrown kunai flying and stirring up a cloud of dust. The 4 members of the root organization were enveloped in smoke, and when Mabu E and the others dodged the ninjutsu and looked up again, the 4 had already vanished. Mabu E, they're still ahead. Should we continue the pursuit? They don't look like that Konoha team. They are very likely to be a Konoha reinforcement squad. As the members of the root organization escaped, the Cloud Shinobi immediately surrounded Mabu E. The killing intent in Mabu Yi's eyes solidified, but her heart was in turmoil. This time, AI assigned her the task of retrieving the information scroll and eliminating the Konoha team members who stole the intelligence, rather than intercepting the Konoha support team. Moreover, judging from the performance of the members of the root organization, just now, the opponents were not ordinary ninjas. For a moment, Mabu was somewhat conflicted. Just then, someone in the team seemed to receive a message from other ninjas. Mabu, Lord AI has led an elite team out of the Cloud Village. Lord Raikage has ordered that all Konoha ninjas who enter the Land of Lightning must pay the price. Upon hearing this, Mabu's eyes lit up. Chase. Then, Mabu led a dozen Cloud Ninjas in pursuit of the root organization's direction. At the same time, Mufeng followed the traces of battle he could find. Halfway through, he felt the sense of surveillance behind him disappear. Are they not following anymore? Or can't they keep up? Mufeng was somewhat puzzled. Just then, a sudden sound of fighting came from ahead. You guys take the intel and go. I'll hold them off. You Konoha scum won't escape today. It's the Umbu from Konoha. Members of the Umbu have arrived. The Umbu are here. Everyone hurry up and break through. Not good, we're surrounded. From behind a hillside, Mufeng heard the shouts coming from that direction. His heart started to race, and chakra surged within him. Over the hillside, in an open area, Mufeng saw more than 20 Cloud Ninjas surrounding 4 Konoha ninjas, among whom was a member of Mufeng's Umbu team, Blacktoad. At first, Mufeng did not approach, but instead found a concealed spot to observe carefully. It was evident that the 4 Konoha ninjas were not in good condition, especially the 3 team members, each of whom had sustained injuries. The most severely injured was a middle-aged ninja with a face like a passerby. His entire right forearm was severed, blood gushing out, revealing white bone. If he didn't receive treatment soon, that arm would be useless. The other two also had many wounds, their clothes almost soaked in blood. The only one in relatively good condition was Mu Feng's teammate, Black Toad, who was holding a short knife, vigilantly watching the surroundings, while the three Konoha team members guarded in front of him. Among the 20 or so Cloud Ninjas surrounding them, some are not in great shape. And Mu Feng even spotted a Cloud Ninja's corpse nearby. However, the vast majority of the Cloud Ninjas still retain their combat strength. Mu Feng activated his Sharingan and continued to observe. Soon, he realized that these 20 or so Cloud Ninjas were not a disorganized mob. The majority were Chunin, and there were 3 Jounin standing at the forefront of the encirclement. The 3 Jounin stared at the 4 members of the Black Toad, their fierce gazes seemingly wanting to tear them apart. This was dangerous, with 3 Jounin and so many Chunin. After analyzing the situation, Mu Feng knew that this time, the 3 from Konoha would not be able to escape, and even the Black Toad had to stay here. The Black Toad was a sensory-type ninja, so he was not good at combat, and breaking through the encirclement set up by the 3 Jounin was unrealistic. If they continued to drag this out, the number of Cloud Ninjas would only increase, and the chance of escape would become smaller. Were these Cloud Ninjas insane? They actually sent so many people. This far exceeded the mission expectations. Standing in the center, the Black Toad lowered his voice and said fiercely. He was the first among the 3 to discover the intelligence team, but by the time he noticed the Konoha team, they were already being pursued by the Cloud Ninjas and had fallen into a bitter battle. Seeing the situation was urgent, the Black Toad didn't think much and directly took action. But who could have thought that among the more than 20 Cloud Ninjas, there were actually 3 Jounin? After a few rounds of combat, Konoha's side was starting to struggle. It seemed that this time they might meet their end here. The Black Toad thought to himself. Then, he turned to the 3. Who has the information? It's with me. One of the less injured Konoha ninjas replied. All right, when the battle starts, I'll try to hold off the enemy, and you look for an opportunity to break out. This is a communicator used by the Umbu. After you break out, immediately contact the Umbu members and have them cover you to the border of the Land of Fire. At this point, the Black Toad could only fight to the death. After speaking, he handed over the communicator he was carrying to the Konoha member, praying inwardly. I hope the rabbit and the red fox are nearby. Konoha people, hand over the information and come back with us to the Cloud Village, and I can spare your lives. At that moment, one of the Cloud Jounin who surrounded the 4 stepped forward and spoke. I will count to 3, and then we will attack. The Black Toad looked at that Jounin, his killing intent already rising. Since breaking out was hopeless, he might as well take someone down with him. The 2 Konoha ninjas beside him realized what the Black Toad meant and moved closer to him. 3, 2, 1. As the Black Toad's voice fell, chakra condensed, ready to make a move. Suddenly, from the other side, wind release, vacuum sphere, fire release, great fireball technique. 2 shouts rang out, and, at the same time, 4 figures rushed onto the battlefield. Behind those 4 figures, dozens of ninjas followed closely. Those are Konoha ninjas? Seeing the 4 rushing figures, the Black Toad's eyes brightened, and a glimmer of hope surged in the hearts of the other 3 ninjas. Who are those 4? No, that guy's Yamato. The hidden Mu Feng also cast his gaze towards the 4 members of the Root organization charging over. Chapter 59, Strike. Thunderous blow. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 from Naruto and Yamato continued to sprint forward, with Mabu leading a dozen Cloud Ninjas closely behind. During the pursuit, the 2 sides had already engaged indirectly several times, but Mabu's side hadn't gained any advantage. They maintained their chasing speed without losing sight of their target. The 3 from Naruto were pressured and lost the chance to monitor Mu Feng. In the back and forth, the 2 groups unexpectedly encountered the Konoha team. The Black Toad recognized the Root members in the distance. He recognized them as Tuanzang's subordinates and felt a mix of confusion and relief. Although the Root members were under Tuanzang and usually did not carry out village missions, in this situation, as fellow Konoha ninjas, they could not remain uninvolved. However, upon seeing the pursuing Cloud Ninjas behind the Root organization, the Black Toad's pupils contracted and he cursed inwardly. Fools! They actually led the enemy over here. Now, the Cloud Ninjas had an absolute advantage in the situation on the field. The 4 from Naruto had some advantage while pursuing Mabu, but that was limited to the chase. If both sides stopped and formally engaged, the Cloud Ninjas would still have a greater chance of winning. Now that the 2 forces had converged, the number of Konoha members increased to 8, while the Cloud Ninjas surged to over 30, including 5 Jounin. In the time to come, more Cloud Jounin would surely arrive. However, the increase in Konoha's numbers was not without its benefits. At least with more people, breaking out could be smoother and dispersing could allow for a greater chance of sending out information. It seems like our Konoha ninjas are up ahead. Forget all that. Rush over, and hopefully, these few could draw the fire. Our mission this time is to monitor Uchiha Mufeng. Now, where did that guy run off to? It won't be good to report back to Lord Tuanzong. Here, the Black Toad was thinking about the few members of the Root Organization coming back to help him, but the members of the Root Organization had no such intention at all. After following Danzo for so long, they had long regarded his orders as divine decrees and had no interest in anything outside of their missions. Even among the ninjas from the same village, the members of the Root Organization would not hesitate to take action, let alone in the current situation. The reason these members of the Root Organization chose this direction was that they saw a battle happening here, which could create chaos to cover their retreat. After clearly seeing the two sides of the battle, the ninja leading the Root Organization glanced back at Mabu-E and the others, forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The surging gust of wind did not rush towards Mabu-E and the others, but instead flowed towards the Konoha team and the Cloud Ninjas. Quick, stop them. Don't let them through. The Cloud Ninjas surrounding the Konoha team saw the 4 members of the Root Organization take action, and one of the Jonin immediately began directing the battle. Unfortunately, most of the Cloud Ninjas were skilled in lightning release and were not proficient in earth release or water release techniques that had defensive properties, and the members of the Root Organization attacked very suddenly. In desperation, the ninjas from the Cloud had to rely on body flicker technique to evade the Root Organization's attack. As they dodged, a gap immediately appeared in the entire encirclement. Now's the time. Now's the time. In that moment, the gazes of Heiken and Mufeng focused sharply. It was time to break through. Heiken leaped directly towards the nearest Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mufeng, who was hidden on the hillside, drew out his demon blade, with scorching fire attribute chakra attached to it, transforming into a streak of red light as he dashed forward. Stop them, quickly stop them. Seeing Heiken and the others breaking through, a Cloud Ninja Jonin exclaimed. But the next moment, a scream suddenly rang out from the side of the team, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Over there, a ninja wearing a crimson mask was stabbing a flaming ninja blade through the chest of Cloud Ninja. Beneath the red light, the ninja's pupils revealed a hint of scarlet, looking extremely eerie. It's the Red Fox. Seeing Mufeng, Heiken's heart surged with excitement. He immediately pointed to the ninja in the team, carrying the information. Red Fox, take him away. During the last operation, Heiken had already witnessed Mufeng's speed. After opening the 8 gates, Mufeng's speed would definitely surpass many on the field. Moreover, compared to himself, Mufeng's combat ability was evidently stronger. The main task this time is to protect the information stolen from Konoha's ninjas by the Cloud Ninjas. As long as the information is sent out, the mission will be considered a success. Mufeng understood Hei Chan's meaning, kicked away the corpse of the Cloud Ninja, and swiftly moved to the side of the ninja carrying the information. However, Mufeng did not intend to take the opponent away. There were more than 30 Cloud Ninjas present, while on Konoha's side, Mufeng did not trust the members of the Root Organization at all. He was basically certain that the Root Organization members were targeting him this time. Danzo had indeed set his sights on the Uchiha. A thought flashed through his mind, and Mufeng's Crimson Sharingan focused on the Konoha ninja carrying the information. Where's the information? It's here. The opponent was intimidated by Mufeng's imposing presence and immediately took out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Without saying a word, Mufeng snatched the scroll away. Breakthrough. As the words fell, Mufeng charged toward a point in the encirclement. The demon blade in his hand swept through, creating a surge of flames that forced many Cloud Ninjas back. Taking advantage of the momentum, Mufeng leaped onto a Cloud Ninja's back and soared high into the distance. This set of actions was already planned by Mufeng while he was hiding. His initial intention was to take away intelligence, but he just needed to wait for the right moment. Although the members of the Root Organization had no intention of saving the Konoha team, their execution of the Great Breakthrough indeed disrupted the situation on the field, allowing Mufeng to find an opportunity. As for Heiken's orders, Mufeng did not follow them. In the current situation, try to withdraw with an injured person would require too much effort and could easily lead to being entangled by the Cloud Ninja, falling into another predicament. Therefore, from start to finish, Mufeng had no intention of helping the 4 break out. Instead, he sought ways to take the intelligence and attract fire. It's our intelligence. Quickly stop that brat. The 3 Cloud Ninja Jonin shouted upon seeing the Konoha ninja hand over the intelligence. The one closest to Mufeng gritted his teeth and charged at him, wanting to stop Mufeng. Seeing this, Mufeng immediately turned his head. using his Sharingan to see through the Jonin's movements. He bowed his head in midair and perfectly slipped past him. With a thud, Mufeng landed on the ground, then stomped down hard, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The entire process from appearing to breaking through took less than a minute. Chase, catch that guy first. The Cloud Ninja were furious after being toyed with, and two Jonin abandoned Heiken and rushed straight towards Mufeng. However, at this moment, Heiken swiftly blocked one of them, having figured out Mufeng's intentions and wanting to buy him some time. Chapter 60. Mufeng's retreat plan. Mufeng's sudden appearance, taking away the intelligence, disrupted the situation on the field. Heiken stared at the Cloud Ninja Jonin in front of him, gripping his kunai tightly to intercept him. Damn it! The Cloud Ninja Jonin cursed silently, only able to watch as Mufeng broke through the encirclement. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Lightning release, earth walk. As the words fell, the Cloud Ninja Jonin slammed his hand on the ground, causing several white bolts of lightning to surge, forming a fan shape on the ground. The Cloud Ninja Jonin realized that Mufeng's speed was very fast, and if he wanted to catch up to Mufeng, he had to quickly deal with Heiken and the others. Heiken leaped out of the range of lightning release, earth walk while throwing several shurikens towards the Cloud Ninja Jonin. Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens were deflected, and the Cloud Ninja Jonin tightened his grip on his ninja sword. A series of white lightning surged towards Heiken. Meanwhile, the other two Jonin did not deal with Heiken. One pursued Mufeng, while the other charged towards the Konoha team members. The other Cloud Ninja responsible for blocking Heiken's 4 members split into 2 groups, one pursuing Mufeng and the other remaining to deal with Heiken and the others. At that moment, swish, 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 the 4 members of the Root organization charged in. Their wind release. Great breakthrough had just scattered the Cloud Ninja's formation, and now 4 ninja comparable to Jonin rushed in, easily overwhelming the disorganized formation. Soon, the Cloud Ninja made way, and the 4 from the Root organization glanced at Heiken and the others who were in a tough battle, showing no intention of helping, and directly passed by them. Damn it, the people from the Root organization are really like this. Heiken cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected the Root members to retreat so quickly. Beside Heiken, the 3 Konoha team members were a bit dumbfounded. Weren't they Konoha ninjas? Why did they rush past like a bystander? Weren't they supposed to come to their aid? They couldn't make sense of it. The only explanation was that they had given the intelligence to the ninja wearing the red fox mask, and they no longer held any protective value. The 4 of them had become Konoha's discarded pieces. Thinking of this, a sense of desolation filled the hearts of the 3. But soon, their desolation turned into despair. After the 4 from the Root organization passed through the Cloud Ninja ranks, Mabu-E arrived with the support team from the Cloud Ninja. There were more than 20 Cloud Ninja with Mabu-E, including several Jonin. Mabu-E, don't chase those guys. The intelligence has been taken by a Konoha Umbu ninja wearing a red fox mask. Hurry and chase him. Upon seeing Mabu-E in his group, the Cloud Ninja Jonin, holding the line, spoke up. Got it. You 3 come with me to chase that Konoha Umbu. Everyone else stay here. First kill these 4 Konoha ninjas. Mabu-E glanced at Heiken and the 3 Konoha team members. Hearing this, Heiken and the 3 Konoha team members felt a wave of despair. They had already been struggling with the previous situation, and now, with Mabu-E's support arriving, they were likely to die here. Especially the 3 Konoha team members, who had already sustained serious injuries. Continuing to fight could lead to their deaths, and they might even drag others down with them. Lord Umbu, we have no hope anymore. I will use a secret technique shortly. You take the chance to escape. One Konoha ninja said to Heiken during the battle. Heiken was slightly stunned and ultimately nodded. Swish, swish, swish. On the other side, Mufeng was weaving through the heart of the land of lightning with the intelligence. Damn it, stop right there. Hurry, catch up to him. Behind Mufeng, a Cloud Ninja Jonin was desperately chasing with 5 or 6 ninjas. But Mufeng's speed was very fast. Even though the Cloud Ninja Jonin used lightning chakra to enhance his physical potential, he could only keep up with Mufeng, while the other Chunin nearby could not match that speed. What the Cloud Ninja Jonin didn't know was that after mastering lightning chakra, Mufeng had also grasped the method of enhancing his muscle speed. It was just that his current usage was a bit rough compared to the Cloud Ninja. Soon, as time passed, the number of Cloud Ninja following the Jonin decreased, until finally, only one Cloud Ninja Jonin could keep up with Mufeng's speed. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja Jonin felt a bit anxious. In a one-on-one situation, he was unsure whether he could be Mufeng's opponent. Moreover, through the previous chase, He had already confirmed that the other party was a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan from Konoha and had successfully awakened Sharingan. This made the Cloud Ninja, Nin, feel a bit fearful of Mufong. However, thinking of the support behind him, even if he couldn't defeat Mufong, he just needed to hold on for a while longer. The Cloud Ninja, Nin, gritted his teeth and continued the pursuit. While escaping, Mufong glanced back and saw that the Cloud Ninja were gradually falling behind, feeling a bit of glee in his heart. Fortunately, during this week, he had also trained in Taijutsu, combined with the darkening of his Taijutsu, which allowed him to move quickly now. At this stage, aside from Ninjutsu, Mufong had no chance to engage in or learn anything else. He was progressing equally in both Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, especially with Taijutsu, thanks to the system. His growth rate was many times faster than ordinary people. This was why Mufong could appear so relaxed while being pursued by Nin. Indeed, relaxed. The current speed was not even Mufeng's full sprint. Only after opening the 8 gates would his speed be described as astonishingly fast. However, being in the land of lightning, opening the 8 gates would lead to a period of weakness, so Mufong would not choose to do so unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Mufong still had another life-saving ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. Right now, Mufong was escaping towards the location where he had marked the Flying Thunder God seal. The Flying Thunder God technique that Mufong had mastered was not yet proficient, aside from a certain limit on the number of Flying Thunder God marks. He could not achieve the level of the 4th Hokage, who could fly all over the ninja world. Currently, the effective range of the Flying Thunder God technique that Mufong had mastered was only 10 kilometers. Beyond that range, he would need a considerable amount of time to guide it, and the further away, the longer the guidance time. When he entered the land of lightning, Mufong had already marked several places and determined an escape route. Now that he had the information in hand, as long as Mufong followed the evacuation route he had set, he could safely return to the land of fire. The place he was escaping to was one of the locations marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Observing the surrounding terrain, Mufong confirmed that he was not far from that point. Just then, several figures of cloud ninjas suddenly rushed in from the side, targeting the speeding Mufong. Chapter 61. Mufeng's Sword Technique. Boom! A figure burst out from the nearby forest and kicked towards Mufeng's face. Mufong raised his arms to protect himself. There was a muffled sound, and a burning sensation shot through his forearm as the powerful force sent him flying. Through the gap between his arms, Mufong looked at the person who had ambushed him. It was a dark-skinned male ninja, dressed in a ninja uniform, with a ninja sword on his back. His white hair covered his forehead, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Darui? Seeing this person, Mufong immediately thought of a character from the original work. But soon, he realized that this person was not Darui, at least not in terms of age. The other party was likely Darui's elder, possessing outstanding strength and speed that surpassed the Nin pursuing Mufong. Just in time, the information is on him. Seeing the appearance of the white-haired Cloud Ninja, the Cloud Ninja, Nin, following Mufong became excited. Mufong shook his arms. The burning pain was accompanied by a tingling sensation, clearly indicating that the opponent's attack had used lightning attribute chakra. This guy should still be a kid compared to Mufong. He actually became a member of the Umbu. It seems that Konoha has no one left, sending a kid to do the job. After pushing Mufong back, curiously examined him, and then waved to another Cloud Ninja Nin, saying, "Don't worry. Lord AI is on the way. When Lord AI arrives, this kid will definitely not escape. Hey kid, I'll give you a choice now. Hand over the scroll. Obediently come back with us to the Cloud Ninja village, and let those guys from Konoha pay for your release. We can spare your life." Hearing Yi's words, Mufong felt no fluctuations in his heart. What a joke. This was his first Umbu mission. If he were captured alive, how would he survive in the future? However, upon hearing mention AI, Mufong began to feel nervous. He naturally knew who AI was. As a fan of the original work, Mufong was well aware of AI's speed and strength. According to the descriptions in the original work, after activating his body with lightning attribute chakra, AI's speed could even reach the speed of light. In the face of such speed, an ordinary ninja has no chance of escaping. Moreover, AI's strength and physical abilities are incredibly powerful. If the opponent really arrives, the current Mukfang would definitely not be a match for him. In the original story, the only one who could compete with the Raikijin speed was Minato Namikaze, who successfully repelled AI and his brother. The Flying Thunder God technique might be the only technique in the entire ninja world that surpasses the Raikage speed. However, the mature version of the Flying Thunder God technique mastered by Minato is far beyond Mukfang's half-baked version. which he would be unable to use effectively against AI. He must quickly retreat from here. Otherwise, if AI really arrives, he will likely be stuck here, knowing the strength of the characters in the original story very well. Mukfang has a precise grasp of the current situation. On the opposite side, Peru is waiting for Mukfang's response. Upon seeing Mukfang, he immediately judged that Mukfang was not very old. The fact that such a ninja has joined the Umbu of Konoha does not mean that Konoha lacks capable individuals. On the contrary, it proves the genius of Mufang. Peru, besides being a powerful elite jonin, also holds a high position in the Cloud Ninja Village. He has a certain understanding of the other 4 great ninja villages, and a genius like Mufang, if captured alive by the Cloud Ninja, could be exchanged for a large amount of resources from Konoha, although doing so would create a strong opponent for the Cloud Ninja. The rather arrogant Cloud Ninja have never feared powerful adversaries. They look down on ninjas who lack backbone. Faced with the choice presented by Peru, Mufang's decision is also quite decisive. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With his hands quickly forming seals, Mufang leapt high into the air. A series of fireballs, the size of basins, rushed towards Peru and the ninjas behind him. Is this your choice? Konoha's little Umbu. As Peru spoke, he drew the ninja sword from his back, dodging the incoming fireballs, and used a body flicker technique to close in on Mufang. Fireblade, ring slash. Just as Peru approached, Mufang shouted, sheathing his demon blade and concentrating his spirit. The chakra within him surged and transformed into fire attributes, swirling around the demon blade, and was compressed within the sheath. Then, with a flash of the blade, the fire and light merged, forming a ring of blade radiance around Mufang for dozens of meters. This is the result of Mufang's sword training over the past week. He has fused the sword-drawing slash with various elemental chakras to create this technique. This is also the first sword technique that Mufang created based on his own swordsmanship from the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. A blazing firelight and a sharp blade light suddenly surged forward. Peru was clearly taken aback by Mufang's strike. He never expected Mufang to launch such an attack so suddenly. Nor did he anticipate that someone as young as Mufang could master the transformation of chakra attributes and possess such powerful swordsmanship skills. Years of battle had long cultivated Peru's combat awareness, and the moment Mufang swung his blade, he sensed a strong sense of crisis. Gritting his teeth, he positioned his ninja sword in front of him. But the next moment, crack! A crisp sound rang out from the ninja sword. Mufang's strike had actually severed the ninja sword in Peru's hand. It's not over yet. With a fierce slash, the fiery strike cut through the ninja knife and headed straight for Peru's chest. Peru quickly retreated, certain that if hit by this attack, even he would be injured, and the burning effect of the fire attribute would invade his body, causing his combat power to plummet in a short time. Whoosh! Peru adjusted his direction and fell from the air, avoiding the Mufang slash with his chest, but his left arm was still injured. Suddenly, a burning pain radiated from his left arm, and Peru tightly gripped the broken ninja knife, looking at Mufang in astonishment. Lord Peru, not good. He is going to escape. Surround him quickly. The other Cloud Ninjas were also startled by Mufang's sudden attack. By the time they reacted, Mufang had already leaped toward the location of the Flying Thunder God mark. Damn it, I was careless. Watching Mufang's departing figure, Peru's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He interrupted a medical ninja who was coming to heal him. Everyone, chase after me. We won't return to the village until we take this guy down. Swearing an internal vow, Peru disregarded the injury on his left arm and charged ahead, pursuing Mufang. Chapter 62, A Wrong Judgment. After suffering under Mufang, Peru was furious. He had underestimated him. After judging Mufang's age, he applied his past experiences of fighting geniuses onto Mufang. But he did not expect that Mufang also had a strong side in physical skills and sword techniques, which require a time investment to practice. However, after being at a disadvantage, Peru quickly adjusted his mindset, placing Mufang on the same level as himself. He led the Cloud Ninjas in pursuit. But a moment later, Peru's brow furrowed again. He noticed that Mufang was not charging toward the border of the Land of Thunder, but rather heading into the depths of the Land of Thunder. What is this about? Is it a trap? This is certainly impossible. Just now, Peru had already given Mufang a chance to surrender. In his eyes, if the other party was smart, they would either surrender directly or make a desperate push toward the border of the Land of Lightning, all the way into the Land of Fire. Once they entered the Land of Fire, it would no longer be within the control of the Cloud Ninja. But now, the other party had not chosen either option. Upon seeing the situation, Peru quickly thought of two possibilities. The first possibility is that the information on Mufeng is false, and the other party is just a bait intended to divert attention and allow the real informants from Konoha to break through the defenses. From this perspective, Mufeng had already succeeded halfway. He had attracted Purui's attention and also drawn away people like Mabu-e, creating an opportunity for the likes of Hei-chan and others. But it was only an opportunity, as in Purui's eyes, as long as they waited for AI to arrive on the battlefield, all of Konoha's people would die here. The second possibility is that there's a backup at the place Mufeng is heading to, most likely with Konoha personnel responsible for the extraction. After all, at this time, the Third Shinobi World War had not yet begun, and the name of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, had not yet become famous. The Cloud Ninja were still not too familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the probability of this situation occurring is very low. After Konoha's team stole important information from the Cloud Ninja, the Third Raikage had ordered the cleansing of Konoha's ninjas within the Land of Lightning. Currently, there were not many Konoha ninjas left deep in the Land of Lightning. Many had avoided confrontation and temporarily retreated. Therefore, upon seeing Mufeng's unusual behavior, Purui leaned more toward the first possibility. Hey, are you sure the information he has is real? During the pursuit, Purui asked a nearby Cloud Ninja Jonin. It's real. I saw with my own eyes that Konoha Ninja handed over the scroll. You saw it with your own eyes? Purui muttered. What about the remaining Konoha ninjas? They are engaged with others. They are all seriously injured and cannot escape the Land of Lightning. At that time, only one Anbu ninja still had combat capability. The words of the Cloud Jonin made Purui even more uneasy. Contact them immediately and ask for specific news. Purui said to a nearby ninja while keeping an eye on the front where Mufeng was. After a while, that ninja received news through communication methods. Lord Purui, the battle over there has ended. The 3 Konoha ninjas who stole the information have been slain, but that Anbu ninja has escaped. Now other Cloud ninjas are in pursuit. But the other party seems to be a sensory-type ninja, making the pursuit very difficult. A nearby Cloud Ninja frowned and said, Also, Lord Mabu-e is on her way. Immediately notify Mabu-e. Tell her to intercept the other Anbu ninja. The real information is likely on that guy. You two go assist Mabu-e. Also, inform Lord AI that the situation has changed, and hope he can reach the battlefield as soon as possible. Yes. After receiving the order, a sensory-type ninja with a faster speed next to Purui immediately left the team. On the other side, Mabu-e, who was pursuing Mufeng, received the news, immediately halted her movement, and then she turned around and chased in the opposite direction. Lord Mabu-e? The surrounding Cloud ninjas asked in confusion. The situation has changed. Return to pursue that Konoha ninja wearing a toad mask. The other Cloud ninjas nodded in response and immediately turned back to chase. Meanwhile, Mufeng was rushing toward the location of the Flying Thunder God mark while glancing back at the pursuing Cloud Ninja team. To Mufeng's surprise, the number of opponents suddenly decreased, and their speed had also slowed down significantly compared to before. Mufeng felt puzzled. If it weren't for Purui's distinctive clothing and appearance, he would have almost thought these people were betraying the Cloud Ninja. What's going on? Mufeng was unaware that his actions had led Purui to make a wrong judgment. However, looking at the outcome, this was a good thing for Mufeng. Purui's thoughts were actually quite simple. If it were the first situation and the information on Mufeng was indeed false, even if he turned back to pursue Hei-chan, it would be too late. It was better to go all the way to the end. Moreover, Mufeng's performance was outstanding, even if they lost the information. Capturing a Konoha genius, especially a Uchiha genius, could still make up for some losses. If it were the second situation, then there was likely another force from Konoha remaining deep in the Land of Lightning. This force, even under the large-scale cleansing by the Cloud Ninja, could still survive, indicating their strength. If they could eliminate this force, it would also be a significant loss for Konoha. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down a bit to draw out that Konoha force and catch them all together with Mufeng. However, what Purui couldn't imagine, no matter how hard he thought, was that both of his speculated situations were wrong. The backup that Mufeng left was not relying on others, but on himself. Swish, swish, swish. Both sides continued to rush within the borders of the Land of Lightning, and the scenery around them transformed. Mufeng kept an eye on the scene ahead, and soon he was attracted by a towering cliff ahead. There are many cliffs in the Land of Lightning, but there are not many that have waterfalls. From a distance, a vast expanse of white flowing water could be seen at the cliff, which was a waterfall. Mufeng had set the nearest Flying Thunder God mark right at this cliff. Now, as long as Mufeng could reach the vicinity of the cliff and remain there for 3 seconds, he he would enter the Flying Thunder God state, allowing him to perform the Flying Thunder God technique and leave the spot, shaking off Peru, E, and the others. After finding the first Flying Thunder God mark, Mu Feng's subsequent actions became much easier, as he had already set an escape route in advance. According to the escape route, Mu Feng was 95% confident he could return to the Land of Fire. Initially, Mu Feng thought there might be a fierce battle between him and Peru, E, but unexpectedly, his actions deceived Peru, E, leading the opponent to misjudge the situation. As the cliff drew closer, a glimmer of joy appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and his speed increased significantly. Almost there, Mu Feng thought to himself, "Have we arrived?" Peru E noticed Mu Feng suddenly speeding up, and he immediately became more alert. At that moment, the Chunin ninja responsible for communication next to Peru E received a message. "Lord Peru E, Lord AI is on his way and is expected to meet us in 1 minute. Great. This time, this guy definitely won't escape." Peru Yi's eyes lit up as he stared at Mu Feng's back, seeing a glimmer of victory. Chapter 63. Is everything a lie? Mu Feng soudain agilité alerted Peru Yi. He immediately ordered the Chunin pursuit team to speed up, and Peru E himself stimulated his body using lightning element chakra. Zizizizi. White lightning flickered around Peru Yi's body, more than doubling his speed compared to before. Lord Peru E, there are no signs of other Konoha ninjas in the vicinity. The J-Nin responsible for sensing struggled to keep up with Peru E while reporting the latest information. Peru Yi Fronit, already leaning towards the conclusion that Mu Feng had grasped false information. "I can't think about that now. I need to catch this guy first. It would be best to resolve this before Lord AI arrives." Dealing with a Konoha ninja who's only 7 or 8 years old shouldn't require Lord AI's direct involvement. "I think my men can handle this. They're just too useless." Bang, bang, bang. As Mu Feng sped along, he heard a series of explosions behind him. That was the sound created by Peru E breaking the sound barrier. Looking back, a white light was rapidly approaching him. Sure enough, this guy hadn't used his full strength earlier. Did he discover something now? Mu Feng was somewhat puzzled. Even the members of his team, Hei-chan and 2Z, didn't know about his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, and naturally, the Chunin wouldn't know either. The only possibility was that the other side was starting to panic. Mu Feng glanced at the waterfall cliff ahead. At his current speed, he would reach it in about 3 minutes. But Peru E behind him could close the distance in about 2 minutes. Gritting his teeth, Mu Feng's chakra surged within him. He temporarily decided not to use the 8 gates technique, but instead relied on the activation provided by lightning chakra to boost his speed. Layers of lightning danced around Mu Feng's body, significantly increasing his speed, but it was still not as freakish as Peru Yi's. In terms of controlling lightning chakra, Mu Feng was still at a considerable disadvantage compared to the Chunin J-Nin. However, Mu Feng had other means to make up for the difference in speed. Bang bang. He formed hand seals, and 2 clouds of smoke appeared, revealing 2 shadow clones beside him. Shadow Clone Technique. During the pursuit, there was no ninjutsu more suitable for distracting the opponent than this. Once the shadow clones appeared, the 3 Mu Fengs dashed in different directions, one to the left, one to the right, and one in the center. Although their paths were different, they all headed toward the waterfall cliff. Peru Yifronit. The shadow clone technique consumed a lot of chakra, and at Mu Feng's age, he shouldn't be able to handle that much chakra. But now, Peru, he couldn't afford to think too much. "You guys, chase the one on the left." He commanded the Chunin behind him. Then, he released a lightning clone to pursue the left one, while he himself chased after the central Mu Feng. Swish, swish, swish. The team split into 3 directions, but their pursuit speed didn't slow down much. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the central Mu Feng was caught up by Peru Yi's main body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, Peru Yi wasted no words, directly drawing his ninja blade from his back, coating it with a layer of lightning chakra, and slashed toward Mu Feng. Seeing this, Mu Feng's pupils shrank, and he drew his demon blade to counter the attack. Clang! In midair, the two clashed, but it was obvious that Peru Yi's strength was superior. In an instant, Mu Feng was sent flying back by the overwhelming force. Peru Yi frowned. In his eyes, Mu Feng shouldn't be this weak. The next moment, he immediately chased after him, holding his blade. Swish! The ninja blade drew a semicircle in the air, directly bisecting the unsteady Mu Feng. And then, with a bang, a cloud of smoke dispersed. Damn it, it's a shadow clone. Peru Yi jursit internally, his gaze immediately shifting to the left and right where the other Mu Fengs were escaping. But at this moment, those two figures had shrunk to the size of ants in his eyes. The only fortunate thing was that Peru Yi's own clone and another part of the Chunin had nearly caught up with those two Mufongs. Frowning, Peru Yi charged towards the direction where his clone was pursuing. Meanwhile, not far from Peru Yi, a figure radiating a powerful aura was approaching. It was AI. AI had originally been leading a large number of Chunin, but upon receiving information from the front, realizing that the Chunin might be played by Konoha's Umbu, he accelerated his speed. His speed was among the best in the ninja world. After speeding up, no ordinary Chunin could keep up. Soon, AI found himself as a lone wolf, rushing in alone to provide support. AI also chose to head toward Mufong, who was deep in the land of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sonic booms echoed around AI as he rushed forward, far more powerful than Peru Yi's momentum. Many beasts along the way, upon hearing the sound, scattered in fear. Soon, AI spotted Peru Yi and the others, noticing that they had split into two directions in their pursuit. Instinctively, AI chose to rush toward Peru Yi's direction, based on his trust in Peru Yi. Here, Peru Yi had just been racing for a short while when he heard a thunderous sonic boom behind him. Immediately after, a stern-looking man appeared beside Peru Yi. Peru Yi, what's the situation? The other party used shadow clones and escaped in different directions. I killed one clone, and there are two left. Peru Yi briefly introduced the situation, but there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He had not dealt with Mufong before AI arrived, and he had already failed the assessment he set for himself. However, Peru Yi would not say anything now. He would only hold himself to stricter standards after this battle. AI nodded, his gaze fixed on the figure of Mufong racing ahead. ZZ. The next moment, Peru Yi only heard a sound of electricity near his ear. AI's figure almost instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, AI had already surpassed Peru Yi's clone and blocked Mufang's path. Oh, it's just a kid. With lightning crackling all over him, AI directly intercepted Mufang's way. However, upon seeing Mufang's height and sensing his aura, AI couldn't help but let out a gasp. AI understood Peru Yi's abilities. He originally thought the ninja capable of giving Peru Yi a headache would at least be an adult ninja, perhaps a seasoned member of the Dark faction with battlefield experience. But now, the opponent turned out to be a child. Instantly, an unusual feeling surged within AI, and he found himself somewhat admiring Mufong. Kid, being able to reach this level, you are already much stronger than your peers. But this is where it ends. With a fist the size of a pot surrounded by lightning, AI suddenly lunged at Mufong. Mufong's eyes were filled with alertness as he drew the demon blade from his waist. But in the next moment, before he could even see the enemy's movement clearly, his chest was directly pierced through. With one strike, Mufong was killed, yet AI's brow furrowed. With a bang, Mufang turned into smoke. It's just a shadow clone. At that moment, news came from the other side, where other cloud ninjas were located. Lord Pirue, the shadow clone on this side has already been eliminated by us. Hearing the message from the communicator, Pirue's pupils contracted. How is that possible? All three are fakes. Chapter 64. Life and Death Moment. What is going on? Discovering that the three Mufangs were actually all clones, Pirue stood there in shock, his face filled with surprise. Could it be that they were chasing just one clone from the very beginning? No, that doesn't make sense. How could a clone still use shadow clones? Pirue fell into deep thought. He really couldn't understand why Mufang had disappeared right under his nose. Where is he? AI's gaze also held a hint of anger as he looked at Pirue. Lord AI, Pirue didn't know how to explain. Over there, at that moment, a shout came from a cloud ninja Jonin, pointing towards the direction of the waterfall cliff. In the distance, a figure the size of an ant had already dashed to the bottom of the waterfall cliff. At this moment, that figure stood still, seemingly waving goodbye to the cloud ninjas. How did he get there? The first one I killed was also a shadow clone. Pirue looked at the figure over there, but still couldn't figure out how Mufang had gotten past. Time rewinds 2 minutes earlier. After Mufang used the shadow clone technique, he didn't create 2 clones, but 3. The real Mufang transformed into a kunai using the transformation technique. Just as the central clone was engaged in battle with Pirue, Mufang's clone took advantage of being knocked back by Pirue to throw the kunai, which was the real Mufang's form, forcefully. Pirue didn't take note of this. After killing Mufang's clone, he was convinced that the real Mufang was among the other 2 clones, while also tricking AI, who had come to assist him, into attacking Mufang's clone together. The real Mufang took this opportunity to distance himself from the Cloud Ninjas and successfully reached the bottom of the waterfall cliff. The clone technique combined with the transformation technique was something Mufang learned from Naruto in the original story. but from a practical standpoint, it was indeed outstanding. Even tricking a ninja, like Pirue, standing under the waterfall, Mufeng waved goodbye to the Cloud Ninjas. At this moment, he had mobilized his chakra and started entering the special space-time of the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, I was actually toyed with by a little brat. Pirue cursed inwardly. AI furrowed his brows. Through Pirue's reaction, he had already guessed the general course of events. What clever little brat. However, in the face of absolute speed, everything else is insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning surged around AI's body, the crackling electricity stimulating his strong physique, causing 2 streams of air to rush out of his nostrils. Boom! AI disappeared from the spot, and Pirue was disturbed by the airflow generated by AI, protecting his body. Below the waterfall, Mufeng released his consciousness. He had already sensed the Flying Thunder God mark. But at that moment, Mufeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he focused his gaze ahead. The lightning carried the sound of wind, moving at an unbelievable speed, like a flash of lightning. Even with the Sharingan activated to the 3 Tomo, Mufeng couldn't clearly capture that figure. In fact, not to mention the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Even during the 5 Kage summit in the original story, the second pillar with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan couldn't capture the Raikage figure. Although the current Raikage had not reached his peak combat power, he was not far off. He possessed absolute Kage level strength. In the Naruto world, Kage level is a dividing line, especially at this stage where there are very few people with Kage level strength. Mufeng's current strength had reached Jonin level. After opening the 8 gates, he could be slightly stronger than an average Jonin, but that was all. If it really came to a fight at this stage, Mufeng might not even be able to defeat Pirue, let alone AI, who was a whole rank above Pirue. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful sound of sonic booms came, but AI's figure was already ahead of the sound. He raised his right arm, aiming at Mufeng's abdomen, clearly intending to deliver a solid waist chop. If this strike hit, with Mufeng's current physique, he would likely die on the spot. Faced with a Kage-level figure, Mufeng felt a bit nervous inside, desperately activating the Flying Thunder God mark. Buzz. In his mind, a thread stretched tight, turning red. Mufeng revealed a hint of a smile. Boom! In the next moment, AI, carrying the might of wind and thunder, his robust arm passed through a shadow in the air, and his entire body crashed against the cliff. In an instant, rocks flew, dust scattered, and the place where Mufeng had been was like it had been hit by a bomb. The splashing rocks exploded, and Pirue dodged, quickly pursuing forward. Moments later, he also appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Amidst the dust, AI walked out, his expression filled with confusion and disbelief. Lord AI? He escaped. This guy likely mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu. AI spoke out in dissatisfaction. His speed was indeed fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't achieve teleportation and instant movement. However, when Mufeng disappeared earlier, it felt to him not like relying on physical techniques, but rather using some kind of ninjutsu. There are indeed many ninjutsu in the Naruto world that can allow for quick movement. The summoning technique is one of them. But most of these ninjutsu belong to space-time ninjutsu. However, space-time ninjutsu is generally quite difficult to learn and requires certain preconditions to perform. Space-time ninjutsu? After hearing AI's words, Pirue's expression became even uglier. He knew that this time he had been completely toyed with by this Konoha Umbu ninja. The 2 possibilities he had previously guessed were both incorrect. The information was with Mufeng, but Mufeng was not here because he had reinforcements, but because he had left behind a backup plan. This guy looks young. How could he know so many ninjutsu? His physical techniques and sword techniques are also very strong. Moreover, his chakra doesn't seem to match that of his peers at all. Pirue scratched his hair in frustration, unable to understand why such a person appeared. Don't be misled by the appearance. This guy isn't necessarily a little brat. He could also be a midget. AI comforted Pirue, who was feeling the blow to his confidence. But soon, he changed his tone. However, this situation is a bit tricky. The opponent has mastered space-time ninjutsu, and even I don't have absolute confidence in being able to chase him down. AI frowned. The situation was already very unfavorable for the Cloud Ninjas. AI is skilled at pursuit, but not at locating people. In such a vast land of lightning, finding a single ninja is incredibly difficult, especially when the opponent has mastered space-time ninjutsu. Now it's impossible to capture them again, and the recent space-time ninjutsu has likely transported the opponent back to the Land of Fire. There is no way to retrieve the intelligence, so let's look for others. As a secondary option, even if Konoha has taken the intelligence this time, AI aims to teach them a lesson and regain some face for the Cloud Ninjas. Chapter 65. A smooth return. Konoha's great victory. Huff, huff, huff. Atop the waterfall cliff, Mufeng leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, but a smile crept onto his lips. That was close. Just moments ago, Mufeng faced the greatest life-and-death crisis since his arrival in this world. Just before AI's powerful arm could strike his body, Mufeng used the flying thunder god technique to teleport away from the base of the waterfall. If he had waited just a few seconds longer, his technique would have been interrupted, and under AI's fierce assault, he would likely have met his end on the spot. The terror between life and death is immense. However, after that fleeting moment, Mufeng felt an inexplicable excitement. Compared to the mundane life in his previous world, he seemed to enjoy the present time even more. With his heart pounding in his chest and his body still trembling, Mufeng's mood had already moved past the tense and thrilling moment of danger. But the fear in his body had yet to dissipate. This is the reaction of the subconscious in the brain, and Mufeng can only suppress it with all his strength for now. However, Mufeng believes that with more experiences in the future, his control over his body will become increasingly precise, and the next time he encounters such a situation, he will definitely not experience this again. After resting for a moment, Mufeng finally stood up. At this stage, the maximum distance for his flying thunder god mark is 10 kilometers. But this particular mark is only about 8 kilometers away from where Mufeng moved. 8 kilometers is considered quite far for an average high-ranking ninja, let alone a shadow-level powerhouse like AI. The place where Mufeng is currently located is, in some sense, not entirely safe. Checking the items on him, the Demon Blade, Shuriken, explosive tags, and information scroll are all intact and have not encountered any unexpected situations due to the flying thunder god technique. With the Demon Blade slung over his shoulder, Mufeng dashed toward the next flying thunder god mark. Having already obtained the information scroll, Mufeng is now only considering leaving the Land of Lightning, and according to the previously planned route, as long as he doesn't run into AI, he is quite confident he can leave the Land of Lightning. Swiftly, his agile figure passed over the Land of Lightning, the waterfall cliffs gradually receding behind him. 2 hours later, at the border of the Land of Lightning, he made it. Mufeng is now in a dense forest. Releasing his mind, chakras surged, and Mufeng sensed the location of the last flying thunder god mark. Buzz. In less than 10 seconds, Mufeng connected to that flying thunder god mark, his body swaying before disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, Mufeng was already at the border of the Land of Fire. From his ninja tool pouch, Mufeng retrieved a signal flare and released it directly. Pew! A sharp sound echoed at the border of the Land of Fire, and a firework shot up into the sky, lingering, burning, and illuminating the entire sky in a shade of red. It's a signal. It worked. Quick, hurry over. Inform Lord Hokage that the information has been brought to the Land of Fire. Seeing the signal appear, the Konoha ninjas lurking at the border of the Land of Fire were all excited and rushed toward the direction of the signal. What is that? It seems to be from Konoha, within the borders of the Land of Fire. Damn it, did Konoha manage to succeed? Watching the rising signal flare, the ninjas responsible for blocking the border of the Land of Lightning were also stunned. Just moments ago, they had received orders from the Cloud Ninjas to maintain strict defense along the border and not let any Konoha ninjas who entered the Land of Lightning escape. But now, that signal obviously indicates that someone has successfully broken through, and it seems they have completed some task as well. Realizing this, the Cloud Ninjas were both angry and helpless. Just like the Land of Lightning, the border of the Land of Fire had gathered many Konoha ninjas. If the Cloud Ninjas rashly entered, they would likely face a fierce counterattack from Konoha, potentially triggering a war between the two ninja villages. Currently, although the struggle between the two sides is intense, with Cloud Ninjas even deploying shadow-level ninjas like AI, the situation has not yet reached a point of war. Both Konoha and Cloud Ninjas understand that given the current state of the ninja world, if large-scale conflict breaks out between the two sides, it could ignite a great war across the entire ninja world within days. The third great ninja war is already foreseeable, but no one wants to be the first to act. Therefore, after Mufeng successfully broke through and returned to the Land of Fire, the Cloud Ninjas were left with no options unless they, like Konoha, sent elite teams to infiltrate Konoha. However, this had already been attempted during the Chunin exams by the Cloud and Mist villages, and it ended in failure. Now, Konoha's defenses would not allow the Cloud Ninjas a second chance to infiltrate. The battle that began with the Chunin exams has led Konoha to achieve victory with absolute advantage. After signaling, Mukfeng concealed himself high in the trees. Moments later, 3 figures appeared in Mukfeng's line of sight. Recognizing the forehead protectors on their heads, Mukfang revealed himself. Jumping down from the treetops, he landed behind the 3 Konoha ninjas, who all turned around in unison and then scanned the area below. Umbu ninjas? Indeed, only the elite of Umbu could accomplish such a task. My lord, there are already Nin waiting at the stronghold. As long as you reach the stronghold, this mission will be considered complete. We will protect you with our lives along the way, said the leading Konoha ninja. Mukfang glanced at the 3 and confirmed they were indeed Konoha ninjas before slowly speaking. Lead the way. A youthful voice emerged. The 3 Konoha ninjas were taken aback. They had assumed this lord was naturally short in stature, but they did not expect his voice to be so young as well. This is simply unbelievable. It could just be a child. Surprised as they were, the 3 still rushed towards the base, with Mufang following closely behind them. Half an hour later, Mufang arrived at the temporary base of Konoha at the border of the Land of Fire. At this moment, several Jonin were already defending the area, making it quite secure. With the intelligence scroll in hand, it was nearly impossible for the Cloud Ninja to reclaim it now. Inside the base, Mufang met the Jonin in charge, who did not demand the intelligence scroll, but confirmed that the information was indeed with Mufang and informed him that it was safe here, allowing him to rest well. After the conversation ended, Mufang was taken to a tent to rest. After an intense chase battle, Mufang felt somewhat exhausted, especially now that he relaxed. Drowsiness began to creep in, and his whole body started to ache. However, just as Mufang lay down, a commotion erupted outside the base. Medical ninja? Where are the medical ninjas? Hurry! Hearing the noise, Mufang hurried out of the tent. Soon, he was shocked by the scene before him. Chapter 66. Return to Konoha. Medical ninja. Here, here. A chaotic sound echoed in the base as Mufang stepped out of the tent, only to see a stretcher. Several Konoha ninjas surrounded the stretcher, looking anxious and muttering something. Blood was continuously dripping from the stretcher, forming a trail of blood along the way. Through the crowd, Mufang saw a hand lying on the stretcher, clutching a rabbit ANBU mask, but the mask was cracked and stained red with blood. Captain? Mufang's expression tightened, and he quickly approached. Pushing through the crowd, he soon saw the rabbit who had returned alive. He was now lying on the stretcher, his abdomen wrapped in cloth. The right side of his body severely injured, and his right arm was missing. If it weren't for the tightly wrapped cloth, Mufang feared the rabbit's internal organs would spill out. A strong smell of blood mixed with a faint odor was emanating. The rabbit had fallen into a coma, his black hair stained dark red with blood, his face covered in blood, making it impossible to recognize him. There were extensive burns on his chest, and the overall state was beyond description. If such an injury had occurred in a past life, the person would have been dead by now. Even in the world of Naruto, it would be considered a fatal wound. However, the rabbit somehow managed to hold on and, upon seeing Mufang's signal, fought his way back from the border of the Land of Lightning. Ultimately, within the borders of the Land of Fire, the severely injured and unconscious rabbit was discovered by Konoha ninjas and brought back to their base. However, his condition was very dire, and he could die at any moment. Mufang was not a medical ninja. He only glanced at the rabbit a few times before several medical ninjas carried him into the medical tent. Soon after, a glow emerged from within the medical tent as the medical ninjas began to work tirelessly to save the rabbit. Mufang stared at the flickering chakra light in the tent, furrowing his brow slightly, shook his head, and returned to his own tent. He and the rabbit had hardly any connection, but they were both part of the same Umbu team after all. This task indeed exceeds the capabilities of the Umbu. Even characters like AI from the Cloud Village have been deployed. In this situation, the rabbit has fared relatively well, but there is still one black toad left, and whether the other party can return remains unknown. As a newcomer, Mukfang is unscathed, but 2 veteran Umbu members are in dire straits. One is risking his life in the Land of Lightning, while the other is undergoing rescue. Moreover, with the rabbit's injuries, even if he survives, he won't be able to continue with subsequent missions. Now, Mukfang has witnessed the tragic side of the ninja world. However, aside from that, Mukfang is also worried about another point. If the black toad doesn't return, the rabbit's current condition will make it impossible to continue the mission. So in the end, my dark squad is left with only me? Does this mean Mufang is going to change teams again? However, considering it's the Umbu, a temporary change of members shouldn't be too much of a problem. After that, once the third Great Ninja War starts, such situations will occur more frequently. Returning to his tent, Mufang pondered for a while before dozing off. It wasn't until dark that a ninja from the base woke him up. Mufang was taken to the main tent of the base, where he saw an old acquaintance, Minato Namikaze. Hi. Seeing Mu Feng, Minato stood up to greet him. Sensei Minato? Mu Feng was slightly surprised to see Minato. Given his current identity, Minato did not address Mu Feng by his name, but instead used the title of Umbu to communicate with him. Mu Feng had already grasped the flying thunder god technique to some extent, so calling Minato sensei wasn't a big deal. It was mainly a matter of attitude. After a brief conversation, Mu Feng learned why Minato had come to the border of the Land of Fire. After losing several ninjas in reconnaissance in the Land of Lightning, Konoha confirmed that he was moving in the heart of the Land of Lightning and suspected that he was approaching the border of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately contacted Minato and brought him to the border of the Land of Fire to ensure safety here and to hand over the follow-up tasks to Mu Feng. Minato had been at the base for almost 2 hours, but since Mu Feng was resting, he didn't disturb him. At the moment, the rabbit's injuries had stabilized, but he was still in a coma. As the sky darkened, Minato feared that the Land of Lightning might launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, which is why he had someone wake Mu Feng to hand over the intelligence scroll. After the conversation ended, Mu Feng took out the intelligence scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The scroll wasn't large, but many lives have been lost over it. All right, you completed this mission perfectly. When I return, I will report your achievements to the Hokage. Additionally, there's a message I must tell you. Your teammate, Hei-chan, has likely fallen, as he encountered her from the Cloud Village, who possesses the strength of a Kage and is one of the most troublesome ninjas in the Cloud Village. Furthermore, your other teammate, the rabbit, has escaped life-threatening danger, but his condition is not very good. I will arrange for someone to take him back to Konoha for treatment as soon as possible. You may not receive much reward for this mission, but if you have any requests when you return to Konoha, you can bring them up. Finally, Minato spoke to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded. With one teammate dead and another injured, both for the sake of Konoha's mission, Konoha must provide some compensation. Dividing the burden this way, Mu Feng, the meritorious one who brought back the intelligence unscathed, actually receives the least reward. However, Mu Feng does not care much about material rewards. He is an orphan and his expenses in Konoha are not high. Even if he had money, there is nowhere to spend it. In contrast, Mu Feng hopes to obtain a large number of ninjutsu scrolls from Konoha for learning ninjutsu to enhance his dark value. The dark value is fundamental for Mu Feng's survival in the entire Naruto world. I have accepted the intelligence. If you want to return to Konoha, you can follow the escort team back. During this time, you should not accept other tasks and take the opportunity to rest. After the conversation ended, Mu Feng walked out of the tent. With the task progressing to this point, the remaining matters no longer had much to do with Mu Feng. Regardless of how the situation between the Cloud Shinobi and Konoha ultimately develops, Mu Feng can now withdraw from this area that could evolve into a battlefield at any time. Half an hour later, Mu Feng received the notification to set off back to Konoha with the escort team for Rabbit. In the team, Mu Feng saw Rabbit again. The wounds had been bandaged, and his breathing had stabilized. He had also changed into a new set of clothes, but the right sleeve of the clothing was empty. Due to the presence of the injured Rabbit, the team's progress was not fast. Fortunately, this was within the Land of Fire, and Mu Feng and the others did not encounter any unexpected attacks. The next day at noon, Mu Feng saw the gates of Konoha again. The sun shone brightly on Konoha, and a few children were playing and frolicking at the village entrance. The atmosphere in Konoha was peaceful, but Mu Feng had already experienced that the world outside the village was not safe. Chapter 67, News from Kakashi. As the team entered Konoha, Mu Feng and the others quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. Seeing the seriously injured rabbit, there was a hint of pity in the villagers' eyes, but they all ran away. Mu Feng followed the team. With his umbu mask, his identity was unclear, but his height drew attention, and many people glanced over. Lord Red Fox, we need to take Lord Rabbit to the medical department. You can return to your residence. We will report the task situation to Lord Hokage. The captain of the escort team spoke to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded. As an umbu member, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to appear so openly on the streets of Konoha. After bidding farewell to the escort team, Mu Feng vanished from the spot in a flash. 10 minutes later, Mu Feng returned to his residence, dragging a somewhat fatigued body. Here, Mu Feng had just changed out of the Dark Division's attire and placed the Red Fox mask in the wardrobe. With a whoosh, the window outside the room was pushed open, and Mu Feng glanced over. Kakashi, a head of iconic white hair, caught his eye. Kakashi had clearly come over after receiving the news of Mu Feng's return. How did the mission go? I heard there were casualties in your team. After a period of rest and treatment, Kakashi's injuries had long since healed, but he was currently idle in Konoha and not on a mission. Bad luck. We ran into a strong ninja from the Cloud Village, and I almost didn't make it back. Mufeng said as he gestured for Kakashi to come down from the window. Kakashi jumped down, but there was a hint of curiosity in his gaze. A strong ninja from the Cloud Village? You fought him? Although Kakashi's strength could not match Mufeng's now, his experience in missions surpassed Mufeng's. When Mufeng mentioned the term strong ninja, the image of an elite Jonin automatically popped into Kakashi's mind. Based on Kakashi's past mission experiences, encountering an elite Jonin from an enemy village could lead to a total annihilation of the team. Mufeng nodded. I encountered one too during a mission before. Those kinds of people are indeed difficult to deal with. But you actually weren't injured? Kakashi frowned and scrutinized Mufeng carefully. Encountering an elite Jonin on a first mission was a nightmarish experience, and the fact that Mufeng could stand before him unharmed surprised Kakashi. Have you also encountered a shadow-level strong ninja? Here, Mufeng was equally shocked by Kakashi's mention of having encountered him. In his eyes, it was impossible for Kakashi to survive in front of someone like AI. Even in the later stages, without the help of the Sharingan, Kakashi could not defeat AI. A shadow-level powerhouse. Isn't he an elite Jonin? Kakashi exclaimed, and the next moment, his pupils contracted as he realized. You encountered a shadow-level ninja from the Cloud Village and survived? Mufeng nodded and sighed. I almost died. But fortunately, I withdrew in time. At that moment, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Who? The next moment, he inquired about Mufeng's opponent. The Hokage of the Cloud Village, Mufeng provided the answer. And Kakashi frowned, starting to think in his mind. The name sounded somewhat familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall at that moment. A few seconds later, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. Isn't that the title of the Hokage from the Cloud Village? Could it be that you encountered the third? No, but it should be the fourth Hokage, without a doubt. As he spoke, Mufeng poured 2 cups of water and changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. How's the village been doing lately? Kakashi was clearly interested in Mufeng encountering a strong enemy, but seeing that Mufeng was unwilling to elaborate, he spoke with some disappointment. The village is the same as always, but a lot of ninjas have been dispatched recently. It seems there are issues at the borders of the land of lightning and the land of wind. The Hokage hasn't been around the village much these days, and I have a bad feeling about it. As the son of White Fang, Kakashi had a certain aversion to the Ninja World Wars, and because of this, he was much more sensitive to the wars than his peers. With many ninjas from the village going out, and the Hokage being busy all day, it was clear that something major was about to happen. After hearing Kakashi's words, Mufeng also felt a sense of tension inside. He was aware of the situation in the land of lightning, but the movements of the sand ninja from the land of wind puzzled him. After going out once, Mufeng thoroughly understood the situation between the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages, with the borders starting to be sealed off. The fact that someone like it was mobilized indicated that if things escalated further, or if Konoha sent more people, it could very well evolve into a small-scale war. Logically speaking, with the situation so tense with the Cloud Village, Konoha shouldn't provoke other ninja villages. Yet at this critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent some ninjas to the Land of Wind. And the fact that a Nin like Kakashi was aware of this indicated that the number of Konoha ninjas dispatched to the Land of Wind was not small. This reminded Mufeng of the trigger that sparked the Third Shinobi World War, the assassination of the Third Kazekage. No, that doesn't add up. Mufeng shook his head, feeling somewhat confused. What doesn't add up? Noticing Mufeng's unusual reaction, Kakashi asked. It's nothing, just thinking about the mission. You mentioned that ninjas were dispatched to the Land of Wind, right? Mufeng continued to question. Yes, I was previously assigned with a team member, but it was just to carry out some surveillance tasks, and we haven't reached the point of confrontation yet. Kakashi replied. After hearing Kakashi's words, Mufeng felt a bit relieved. It seemed that the third Kazekage was still alive and well. However, Mufeng soon realized another point. Would his next mission be to the Land of Wind? By the way, Mufeng, after you explained Chidori to me last time, I understood some of it. I've been practicing during this time, and it might not be long before I master it. When the next mission comes, I can use it against the enemy. Kakashi's expression was filled with pride when Chidori was mentioned. He had spent a long time developing this jutsu, and now it was finally complete. Although he took a shortcut through Mufeng in Kakashi's eyes, mastering this jutsu brought him a bit closer to Mufeng. Congratulations! Mufeng smiled. Then, Mufeng inquired about the recent activities of the village, and Kakashi shared everything he knew. He didn't have many friends in Konoha, and now Mufeng could be considered one of them. Perhaps this is the mutual appreciation between geniuses. Or maybe Kakashi wants to take Mufeng as a short-term goal. But no matter what for Mufeng, Having Kakashi understand some situations in the village is indeed much better than guessing alone. During their casual chat, the two moved from discussing the current situation in Konoha to talking about ninjutsu training. Time quickly passed, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a doorbell rang outside Mufing's door. Mufing opened the door to find a kind-looking jonin dressed in Konoha ninja uniform. Uchiha Mufing, the Hokage, is looking for you. Chapter 68, Mission Rewards. Konoha Village, Root Organization. Danzo sat in a closed office that had no windows, only a front door. As an underground figure in Konoha, Danzo often faced various assassination attempts, some from enemy ninja villages and others from within Konoha itself. The Root Organization's base, serving as Danzo's headquarters, have been modified by him to be safe and secretive, hiding many secrets within. Now that Mufing's return to the village had reached Danzo's ears, he was disappointed to learn that the 3 members sent out by the Root Organization had not yet returned, along with the whereabouts of Yamato being unknown. Mufing's return, while his subordinates had not come back, only proved one thing. Those 3 had lost track of their target. However, through his own informants, Danzo was aware of the events happening in the Land of Lightning, especially that AI had made a move. Danzo was very clear about the combat abilities of his subordinates. If those 3 encountered AI, there would be no chance of survival. It had been some time since Mufing returned to Konoha, yet there was still no news from his subordinates. This situation made Danzo a bit annoyed, as he wasn't concerned about his subordinates. It was just that cultivating a person for the Root Organization wasn't easy. The nature of the Root Organization determined that there couldn't be any mediocre individuals here. Just bringing someone in required him to engage in a battle of wits and courage with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, losing 3 people at once, no, it should be 4, was already considered a significant loss for the entire Root Organization. Moreover, among these 4 individuals, there was one who inherited would release, Yamato, which had the ability to suppress tailed beasts. For someone in power, such an ability was incredibly powerful. As Danzo pondered how to negotiate with Orochimaru to ensure he could continue to cultivate ninjas similar to Yamato, the office door was pushed open. Lord Danzo, we have news from the border of the Land of Fire. A subordinate stepped forward and half-kneeled, respectfully speaking. Oh, only one of the 3 dispatched members survived, and the other ninja, whom Mastered would release, also survived, but was severely injured. They are currently receiving treatment at the border outpost and are on their way back to the village. They survived? It seems like a promising candidate. Hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo muttered, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then waved his hand, signaling the other to retreat. After this trial, in Danzo's eyes, Yamato was already qualified to join the Root Organization. Lord Hokage, Mufing has arrived. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Mufing had followed a jonin to Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. After bringing Mufing in, the Leaf jonin stepped out, leaving only Mufing and Hiruzen Sarutobi in the office. However, unlike last time, Hiruzen's expression did not appear friendly this time. There was not a trace of a smile, but rather a face full of worry. Mufing, I bear a great responsibility for the sacrifice of the Black Toad. Hiruzen began. This time, I underestimated the determination of the Cloud Ninja, which led to Konoha losing an excellent jonin. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Mufing was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that, after calling him over, Hiruzen's first words would be to hold himself accountable. Moreover, judging by Hiruzen's expression, he was indeed very saddened by the sacrifice of the Black Toad. The Umbu is a department directly under the Hokage, and the death of the Black Toad, as a senior Umbu member, was a significant blow to both Konoha and Hiruzen. However, even though there were unexpected circumstances in this mission, Mufing felt that Hiruzen did not need to take the blame upon himself. But soon, Mufing realized that Hiruzen was saying this to win people's hearts. I've already made arrangements on the rabbit's side. Fortunately, this time you weren't injured. Otherwise, it would have been a huge blow for all of Konoha. At this point, Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of relief. Mufing couldn't tell how much of Hiruzen's words were genuine. If his psychological age were truly that of a child, he might feel sorrow for the fate of his 2 teammates alongside Hiruzen and be grateful for surviving, completely forgetting that it was Hiruzen who assigned him such a difficult task. But Mufing's true psychological age was no longer that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and he had his own understanding of the Hokage world. Although Mufing had been here for quite some time, he still hadn't fully integrated into it from the bottom of his heart. In Mufing's eyes, he felt like an outsider, while Konoha and everyone in the entire ninja world were part of one camp. There was an invisible barrier between the two, And it was precisely because of this barrier that Mufeng had not formed a strong sense of identification with Konoha or the entire Hokage world. At least, that was the case for now. Continuously growing stronger and becoming one of the top figures in the Hokage world was what Mufeng sought after. At the same time, Mufeng's growth also had an element of survival in it, considering the Third Shinobi World War in the short term, and later the Fourth Shinobi World War and the Moon Eye Plan. These are all major events that could endanger Mufeng's life. Having crossed over, Mufeng has already gained the upper hand in information and also possesses the Darkening system. Putting his fate in the hands of others is not Mufeng's style. Therefore, regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is insincere or genuine, it doesn't matter to Mufeng. What he cares more about is how much he can gain from this mission, after having invested so much and even suffering a tragic death in AI's embrace. Mufeng, I've heard from Minato about the situation of this mission. The success of this mission owes half of its credit to you. After sharing his sorrowful feelings with Mufeng, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and finally got to the main topic. Minato told me that he taught you the Flying Thunder God technique. Is it because you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique that you were able to withdraw from the Land of Lightning this time? Mufeng nodded. The Flying Thunder God technique will be a commonly used ninjutsu for Mufeng in future battles, so he didn't want to hide it from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing Mufeng's acknowledgement, a glint of light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he knows the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique. Mufeng's ability to master it in a short time raised Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression of Mufeng's ninjutsu talent to a new level. Indeed, it seems that after Minato, Konoha is about to have a second genius of space-time ninjutsu. Your performance in this mission was outstanding. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? With this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was lightened by a hint of a smile, and the previous sadness faded considerably. Konoha had lost 2 Umbu members, but now it had gained a talented Umbu genius with immense potential. I want the Forbidden Technique Scroll. Mufeng directly voiced his inner thoughts. Chapter 69. Request from Kinjutsu and Taijutsu. Forbidden Technique Scroll. Upon hearing Mufeng's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This thing is indeed in his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take it too seriously. As long as the Forbidden Jutsu Scroll doesn't fall into the hands of anyone outside of Konoha, there won't be a problem. In the original story, young Naruto was able to secretly obtain the Forbidden Jutsu Scroll, which shows that its guarding is not very strict. The Forbidden Jutsu Scroll contains many forbidden techniques, and the reason these techniques are forbidden is, more or less, because they are not sound or impose a significant burden on the user. Additionally, there are those that are extremely powerful and destructive, or rather peculiar, such as Edo Tensei and Shiki Fujin. The Forbidden Jutsu Scroll is very attractive to ordinary ninjas, who often find it difficult to break through their own limitations and thus seek to enhance themselves through forbidden techniques. However, from Mufeng, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not see this possibility. The only thing he thinks of is that Mufeng is young, and therefore has a great curiosity about these kinds of techniques. Mufeng, do you understand what a forbidden jutsu is? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and asked. This question, Mufeng really hasn't thought about it. Although the original work has the concept of forbidden techniques, by the later stages, which powerful ninja hasn't mastered a few forbidden techniques. This question, Mufeng did not answer. The Forbidden Technique Scroll can be given to you, but it cannot be taken out of the village. Before the next mission, you need to return it. After careful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that since Mufeng was able to master techniques like Flying Thunder God, he should have no problem learning some of the ninjutsu from the Forbidden Technique Scroll. Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver the scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately give the scroll to Mufeng. He needed to process the Forbidden Technique Scroll and remove some of the special ninjutsu, leaving only the safe ones to hand over to Mufeng. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly did not want to see another Orochimaru emerge. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had agreed, but pushed the time to tomorrow, Mufeng probably guessed something. However, as long as there was ninjutsu to learn, Mufeng didn't mind so much. In fact, Mufeng did not care whether the forbidden techniques would cause harm to the user. His purpose was to learn, and after learning, he could gain dark points. As for whether to use them afterward, that was Mufeng's own business. After the trip to the Land of Lightning, Mufeng had increasingly realized the necessity of learning various ninjutsu. He had only mastered Flying Thunder God at a basic level, and by setting it up in advance, he could escape from AI's grasp. Before his absolute strength became formidable, The restraining effects of ninjutsu were very convenient, especially since Mufeng had mastered 5 chakra attributes. It was truly a loss not to learn a bit more ninjutsu. After negotiating with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mufeng also received some mission rewards from him, which were some coins from the Land of Fire. With these coins, Mufeng could improve his living conditions and purchase some ninja tools, such as shurikens. After leaving the Hokage building, Mufeng bought a bouquet of flowers and headed to Konoha's medical facility to visit the rabbit. At this moment, the rabbit had already woken up, but his mental state was not good. He had lost an arm in the Land of Thunder, and his body had suffered serious injuries, so he wouldn't be able to leave Konoha to carry out missions for at least half a year. In the hospital ward, Mufeng saw the true appearance of the rabbit for the first time. The rabbit was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, the kind of character in the ninja world that wouldn't even have a name. Mufeng chuckled. I didn't expect the first visitor to be you. Seeing Mufeng arrive, the rabbit was somewhat surprised and then forced a smile. I've heard about the mission. You did well and completed it. In a way, I owe you my good fortune. At least the medical expenses are all covered. He handed Mufeng the flowers he had bought while passing by, wishing him a speedy recovery. Mufeng looked at the rabbit's empty right arm, his eyes filled with confusion. With Konoha's medical ninjutsu, it should be possible to reattach your arm. Don't think about that. The rabbit replied. I didn't bring my right arm back. Otherwise, it could have been reattached. Next time, just forget it. It's better not to encounter such things. The rabbit smiled bitterly. But this is also fine. I probably won't be going out on missions anymore, at least not in the short term. You might need to find a new team, Mufeng. Yeah, Mufeng nodded. In reality, he and the rabbit didn't share a deep bond, and Mufeng had a feeling that this meeting might be their last formal encounter. The next time they met would likely be a chance encounter in Konoha, but given their age difference, there wouldn't be much to talk about. In fact, there might not even be a next time. There were already not many words to share between Mufeng and the rabbit this time. The rabbit expressed his gratitude. Mufeng completing the mission gave value to his and Heiken's sacrifices. Additionally, he mentioned that he would take care of Heiken's family, as he had partnered with Heiken for a while and they were relatively familiar with each other. Finally, the rabbit extended his best wishes to Mufeng. Before Mufeng left, the rabbit handed him a scroll, which contained some ninjutsu that the rabbit had learned. At your age, it's better to learn more ninjutsu. Improving swordsmanship and taijutsu is too difficult. Don't give up your ninjutsu talent. The rabbit reminded him with the experience of someone who had been through it. Hearing this, Mufeng nodded and then left the ward. As the ward door closed, a sound rang in Mufeng's mind. Ding! Your swordsmanship, Kisame Hashigaki, Taijutsu, feel insulted and are determined to fight back. Your swordsmanship, Kisame Hashigaki, Taijutsu, has entered a rampage and darkening phase. Ding! You have received a darkening request task from swordsmanship, Kisame Hashigaki, Taijutsu, darkening request task, swordsmanship supreme, task source, swordsmanship, Kisame Hashigaki, task description. Within 3 days, focus on practicing swordsmanship and give up on ninjutsu training. Task reward, accelerate your understanding of swordsmanship. Task penalty, swordsmanship's incapacity rage 1. Note, this task conflicts with Taijutsu No. 1 foot, please choose carefully. Darkening request, task, Taijutsu No. 1 task source, Taijutsu task description. Within 3 days, focus on practicing Taijutsu and give up on ninjutsu training. Task reward, accelerate your Taijutsu training precision. Task penalty, Taijutsu's anger counterattack 1. Note, this task conflicts with swordsmanship supreme. Please choose carefully. Chapter 70. Choose swordsmanship. Counterattack from Taijutsu. What the hell? There's such an operation. Hearing the system's prompt, Mufeng was stunned in place, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. No ninjutsu training in 3 days? Choose one from swordsmanship and Taijutsu to practice. Isn't this the legendary specialized training? Holding the ninjutsu scroll he just obtained, Mufeng was at a loss for words. Since his return, he had been wanting to exchange the learning of ninjutsu for darkening value. But who would have thought that this operation would actually showcase his taijutsu and swordsmanship, causing the opponent to become enraged directly? This is not the most amazing part. What makes Mufeng doubt his life is that the skills he possesses can actually issue tasks. He originally thought he had figured out the darkening system, but now it seems he has not fully understood it. Fortunately, the training transition for swordsmanship and body technique only takes 3 days. Can we negotiate training body technique for the first 3 days and swordsmanship for the last 3 days? Since a task has been issued, and looking at the rewards within the task, Mufeng estimates that this specialized training will definitely yield great results. With a try-and-see attitude, Mufeng mutters to himself to attempt communication. But the result was a failure. Rubbing his hair, Mufeng felt his actions were a bit silly. Luckily, there were no other people around, otherwise they would definitely think he was a madman. Now the problem arises. With ineffective communication, Mufeng had to choose one to train. After carefully comparing the two tasks, Mufeng discovered that the only difference between the two tasks was in the task penalties. The penalty for the swordsmanship task is the inability frenzy of swordsmanship, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, while the penalty for the body technique is the angry counterattack of body technique. Looking at these two penalties and connecting them with the nature of the darkening system, Mufeng quickly felt he had made a choice. Swordsmanship. It must be swordsmanship. A counterattack from body technique? Haha, since I have cultivated body technique myself, what kind of counterattack can you produce? Whistling and carrying the Ninjutsu scroll, Mufeng left the hospital. Back home, Mufeng took out the demon sword. Then, he headed to the place where he often practiced. Ding, you have chosen to accept the task's strongest swordsmanship. The task body technique, one foot has been automatically abandoned. Ding, your body technique has sensed a full malice from the world, unleashing the darkening soul. Ding, your body technique, basic ability 1. Ding, you have received body technique's counterattack. Your strength has increased by 10 points. Ding, you have received body technique's counterattack. Your ability to control your strength has significantly weakened, and you will not be able to master your own strength. Given that you cannot control your own strength, training swordsmanship may likely cause serious consequences. Provoking the dissatisfaction of swordsmanship, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Ding, through negotiation, the swordsmanship's counterattack status you receive will be postponed to 3 days later and will last for 2 days. Ding, you have received appreciation from swordsmanship, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. See, I am the strongest, haha from swordsmanship, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Ding, your ninjutsu ability is strongly dissatisfied, but is jointly resisted by swordsmanship and body technique. Darkening failed. In the open space, Mufeng simply held the demon sword, and a series of prompt sounds exploded in his mind. Without doing anything, Mufeng felt the dual husky attributes of the abilities he possessed. These guys seem to be alive and are definitely a bunch of immature ones. Through the system prompts, Mufeng can imagine that inside his body, 3 little brats are fighting over who is the favorite of the parent. Originally, this position was meant for ninjutsu, but it caused dissatisfaction from swordsmanship and body technique, who united to protest to Mufeng, the parent, claiming that they would behave and practice hard, thus winning Mufeng's support. In the end, swordsmanship achieved success, which led to dissatisfaction from body technique. It started to sabotage swordsmanship's plans, but after negotiation, body technique compromised. Seeing the actions of the two brothers, swordsmanship and body technique, ninjutsu couldn't hold back anymore, but it was jointly suppressed by the two brothers, being stifled before it could even rise. It can be said that in this round, swordsmanship achieved a great victory. Body technique neither lost nor gained, while ninjutsu suffered a huge loss. However, as the parental figure, Mufeng felt helpless. Nevertheless, for him, the more chaotic these abilities were, the more benefits he would gain. Unknowingly, Mufeng seemed to have figured out the second stage of the darkening system and these abilities' usage, sowing discord. He couldn't let these abilities coexist harmoniously. He had to make them understand that if they didn't strive for darkening, they wouldn't be able to receive paternal love. Thinking this way, Mufeng felt that he had regained control over everything. After a series of systematic evaluations, Mufeng finally returned to normal. However, for the next 3 days, he could only focus on practicing sword techniques and could not touch ninjutsu at all. As for Taijutsu, sword techniques, strictly speaking, also belong to Taijutsu. However, specializing in sword techniques emphasizes skill, while specializing in Taijutsu focuses more on enhancing physical strength. Mufeng chose to specialize in sword techniques not only because of the task punishment, but more importantly, his current sword techniques were drawn from the body of Kaido Manu, which did not belong to him, and there were certain issues with mastering them. Now that the system had given him an opportunity, Mufeng naturally had to seize it. Otherwise, even if he could justify himself to the deceased Kaido Manu, he would not forgive himself for wielding this demon sword worth 3,000 corruption points. To replenish the 3,000 corruption points, Mufeng would need to learn 30 ninjutsu. Setting aside distracting thoughts, a gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves. The demon sword in Mufeng's hand was drawn out. A layer of wind attribute chakra wrapped around the demon sword. Sword technique Windblade. The demon sword's brilliance flashed through the air, and at the same time, an invisible wind blade surged forward, striking the trees opposite Mufeng. The moment the wind blade was unleashed, it was sharp and seemed capable of cutting through anything. But after flying less than 2 meters, its power dropped sharply. 5 seconds later, Mu Feng frowned as he looked at the intact trees across from him. His goal for today was set: to perfect his sword technique Wind Blade, and meanwhile, practice and deconstruct the basic techniques of Kaido Manyu, integrating them into his own basic sword technique. With the goals set, in the next moment, a buzzing sound emerged. The demon's sword vibrated. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Sword technique, Kaido Manyu, is under development, and upon completion, it will be converted into a basic sword technique. Ding! Sword technique, Kaido Manyu, development progress 1. Ding soon, on the open ground, apart from the rustling of the trees swayed by the wind. The only sound left was the slicing of the wind, as Mu Feng swung his sword. Chapter 71. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The next day, after practicing sword techniques for an entire afternoon, Mu Feng's arms were sore. However, early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to deliver the Forbidden Technique scroll, and as Mu Feng had guessed, the scroll was a censored version, with some ninjutsu already removed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mu Feng even suspected that this Forbidden Technique scroll he received was a replica quickly made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After checking the Forbidden Technique scroll, it recorded over 80 ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, but these forbidden techniques left Mu Feng speechless. Many of the forbidden techniques seemed very powerful at first glance, but were actually quite ridiculous, and obviously so. For example, burning chakra to gain powerful healing ability. This process would heal injuries but would cause intense pain, which could directly lead to unconsciousness. The most frustrating part was that after losing consciousness, the process of converting chakra into healing ability would continue, and it was even possible that excessive chakra consumption could lead to self-destruction. Now that Mu Feng had the Hashirama physique, he would never attempt such a forbidden technique. As long as he invested some resources into his Hashirama physique, his healing ability would be among the top in the entire Naruto world. After reviewing the Forbidden Technique scroll, Mu Feng still gained some insights, the most obvious being that he saw illusions in it, with the representative being the Illusion Technique Dark Walking Technique. The Illusion Technique Dark Walking Technique could deprive enemies of their sense of light, plunging them into darkness. This ninjutsu was quite practical, as the second Hokage had used it in the original work. Mu Feng valued the illusions in the scroll, not because the dark walking technique was particularly powerful, but because it was an opportunity to unlock his own branch of illusion abilities. Unfortunately, at this stage, Mu Feng could only look at the ninjutsu on this scroll and could not practice it. The task for sword techniques was still ongoing, and due to the task, Mu Feng's effect of practicing sword techniques was significantly doubled. Now, his sword technique, Kaido Manyu, had already transformed into a basic sword technique at 20. And within 3 days, Mu Feng would be able to completely convert the sword techniques drawn from Kaido Manyu into his own sword techniques. At the same time, after yesterday's specialized training, Mu Feng had become more attuned to the demon sword in his hand. This made Mu Feng realize something. This demon sword seemed to have other stage functions, but he had not yet developed them. Perhaps only after mastering the basic sword techniques could the sword's abilities be unlocked. After putting away the Forbidden Technique scroll and finishing breakfast, Mu Feng took the demon sword and headed to his usual training spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Hokage building, the basic situation from the Land of Lightning is like this. The current situation has stabilized. This time, we owe it to the intelligence we received from the Land of Lightning. They no longer dare to take risks. Otherwise, they would suffer significant losses. Namake's Minato reported while standing in the office. Across from him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently smoking for a moment, slowly spoke. I heard that the Raikage of the Cloud Village made a move. Did you fight him? Yes. How is it? His strength is very strong. He should be at the level of a Kage. My Flying Thunder God technique can counter him, but A's defense and power are top-notch, making it nearly impossible to kill him. Is that so? Then we'll temporarily leave the Cloud Village aside. Besides them, the situation in the Sand Village is more concerning. The recent situation in the Sand Village is quite dire, Sarutobi Hiruzen said thoughtfully. Since the last Ninja World War ended, the Sand Village has not been stable. Namake's Minato agreed. The Wind Country, where the Sand Village is located, is already resource poor. After the failure of the Second Ninja World War, the daimyo of the Wind Country restricted many resources to the Sand Village. In the eyes of the Wind Country's daimyo, spending a large amount of resources to support a group of ninjas who only know how to lose doesn't make much sense, so they claim to be fostering elite training. But in reality, there are simply not many resources left. This situation naturally caused dissatisfaction in the Sand Ninja village, but faced with the feudal lord of the Wind Country, they had little means to respond. Within the village, conflicts gradually began to arise due to resource issues, most notably the decline of the position of the Kage. Some believed that the Sand Ninja village was beyond saving. Having lost the resource support from the Wind Country, it would only grow weaker. On the other hand, some believed that the village needed a dignified battle, or rather, a war. The fundamental reason for the lack of resources was that the Sand Ninja village had failed in the Ninja World War, and correspondingly, the Wind Country also lost some resources during the negotiation process among the 5 great nations. However, if the Sand Ninja village could initiate a battle or war and achieve victory, it would prove the village's value. Under these circumstances, the daimyo of the Land of Wind tasted the benefits of cultivating ninjas and would definitely support Sunagakure, thus solving the resource problems of the village. However, achieving victory in the Ninja World War was not an easy task. Even with the strong support of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure was defeated, let alone during this time of resource scarcity. Since there was no way to gain an advantage in resources, reform was the only option. The 3rd Kazekage began to address this issue. Later, Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, also took similar actions, turning Gaara into a weapon of war for Sunagakure. It was precisely because of this reform that the entire Sunagakure gradually became chaotic, with conservatives and radicals constantly provoking battles. The position of the Kazekage declined due to the defeat in war, leading to a loss of control over the situation, and ultimately, the 3rd Kazekage died at the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand. This also made the situation in the Sand Village increasingly difficult to control, eventually being noticed by other ninja villages, which triggered the 3rd Shinobi World War. Now, both Konoha and the Cloud Village have realized that something is wrong with the Sand Village and have begun to investigate. As the strongest ninja village among the 5 great nations, Konoha, along with the Cloud Village, known for their formidable combat strength, will definitely scheme for competition once they smell profit. Not to mention that Konoha currently has the root organization led by Danzo, which prioritizes Konoha's interests above all else. Therefore, from the moment the 3rd Kazekage was killed, the defeat of the Sand Village was already destined. However, the signals it released stimulated other ninja villages and rekindled the hatred between them from the 2nd Shinobi World War, eventually evolving into the 3rd Shinobi World War. Now, Minato Namikaze has also noticed this, and after hastily dealing with the aftermath of the Lightning Country incident, he returned to Konoha to discuss the next plan with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ultimately, Hiruzen agreed to let Minato go to the Wind Country for intelligence gathering, but this time he did not intend to let Minato go alone. By the way, Kakashi's injuries should have healed by now. Additionally, the situation in the Sand Village is still unclear, so you should rest in the village for a while. Kushina has been complaining to me for a long time. For the next mission, take Kakashi and Uchiha Mufin with you. Chapter 72, What is this shape? Outside Konoha Village. In an open area, Mufin was bare-chested, wielding a cursed blade in his hand, his forehead and body drenched in sweat. Today is the 3rd day of practicing swordsmanship, and it is the most crucial day. During this training session, Mufong did not release any chakra. He felt that after 2 days of specialized training, he had gradually transformed the swordsmanship of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon into a style more suited to himself. Therefore, today, Mufong specifically set aside time to practice basic sword techniques: chopping, slashing, stabbing, intercepting, blocking, crashing, slicing, wiping, dragging, coiling. Each basic movement was repeated continuously. In Mufang's mastery of the demon sword, and his strength gradually improved. The scorching sunlight poured through the gaps in the trees, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. In the jungle, the sound of Mufang swinging his sword echoed continuously. Ding! Swordsmanship awakened successfully. Your swordsmanship, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, has been transformed into basic swordsmanship. You have obtained basic swordsmanship. A voice rang in Mufang's mind, followed by the training experiences of the past few days flashing continuously in his mind. Mufang hurriedly set down the demon sword, sat cross-legged, and began to carefully comprehend. At that moment, your basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Your basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Your basic swordsmanship. A series of prompt sounds kept ringing. After waiting for a moment, Mufang then opened the system panel and looked at the swordsmanship section. Basic swordsmanship, mastery. After 3 days of training, Mufang had completely transformed the swordsmanship of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon into his own style. Moreover, combining the characteristics of the demon sword and his own chakra, Mufang also developed several moves unique to himself. You have mastered basic swordsmanship. Mastery. Ding, you created the sword technique, Fireblade. Ring slash. You gained 200 dark value points. You created the sword technique, Windblade. Cut. You gained 200 dark value points. You created the sword technique, Heavenly Thunder. Wild Release. You gained 200 dark value points. You created the sword technique, Flowing Water. Instant Flash. You gained 200 dark value points. You created the defensive sword technique, Diamond. Guard. You gained 200 dark value points. Based on the characteristics of the 5 types of chakra, Mufeng created a sword technique for each. In fact, these techniques had already taken shape before. Mufeng had used them during his confrontation with the Cloud Ninja. However, at that time, Mufeng's swordsmanship had not yet fully transformed into his own, and these techniques could only be considered imitations, lacking essence. Now that Mufeng had completely transformed the swordsmanship of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon into his own, his understanding of swordsmanship had improved, leading to the evolution of his techniques into moves he had created himself. Listening to the system's prompt sounds, Mufeng felt delighted, having gained 1,000 dark value points. He felt his wallet getting fuller. Ding, congratulations on completing the request task, the strongest swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship talent 1, your swordsmanship potential 1. Ding, your swordsmanship is very satisfied with your performance and mockingly ridiculed ninjutsu and taijutsu. Ding, your taijutsu began to resist. You gained the status taijutsu's counterattack. Your strength 10. Your mastery of strength has significantly decreased. This state will last for 3 days. Just as Mufeng was happy about the 1,000 dark value points and his swordsmanship, the system's prompt sound rang out again. With the addition of taijutsu's counterattack, Mufeng felt a flame surging within him, his entire body filled with power. But he felt that he could not fully control this power. This state is very strange, as if the body doesn't belong to oneself. Mufeng stood up and took a step. But the next moment, with a bang, Mufeng's foot stepped down and actually created a pit in the ground. Isn't this just normal walking? How could this happen? Suddenly, Mufeng felt a wave of speechlessness and surprise on his face, and in his heart. He understood what it meant to have a significant reduction in control over his body strength. This is completely a pit. Mufeng could now imagine that within his body, his physical technique was showing a proud expression, mocking him. Humph, who told you not to choose me? After taking a few steps, he still made some mistakes, either stepping too hard and creating a pit, or too lightly, causing his center of gravity to sway and losing balance. Mufeng frowned. He had underestimated the backlash from his physical technique. But soon, Mufeng realized that this might be an opportunity, a chance to master his own strength. Right now, controlling his body was essentially like using a lever, amplifying Mufeng's actions. So when he felt like he was applying a little bit of strength through this lever, it could actually be a tremendous amount of power. Conversely, if he felt like he was using a little less strength, then he truly was using a significant amount less. But now, if Mufeng could subdivide the strength he usually controlled, breaking it down into many fractions and then gradually increasing it, he would be able to achieve precise control over his strength. Don't underestimate the fine control over strength. It's the best secret to maintaining stamina on the battlefield, and it would greatly enhance his physical technique as well. Looking back at the uneven pits he had created, a smile appeared at the corner of Mufeng's mouth. This can't be called the backlash of physical technique. It feels more like a test. Moreover, he had gained an additional 10 points of strength. No matter how he looked at it, he was not at a loss. Instantly, his gloomy mood was swept away, and Mufeng felt joyful again. The same thing, viewed from different angles, really is different. Mufeng felt a sense of admiration for himself, sensing he had the potential of a philosopher. Just then, a prompt sound rang out. Ding, your physical technique is very dissatisfied with your attitude, feeling that its intelligence has been insulted. Your physical technique is undergoing a super double darkening. Another prompt sound echoed, and Mufeng seemed to see a small figure burning with furious anger, screaming at him in frustration. How could you do this? This is clearly punishment, not a test. Ignoring the furious rage of his physical technique, Mufeng tossed the demon knife aside. He couldn't control the power within his body right now, and if he accidentally got hurt by the knife, that would be a joke. The demon knife was thrown far away with a bang, and only then did Mufeng gradually regain control over his strength. 1 step, 2 steps, Mufeng started learning to walk. However, at this moment, he was unaware that on the other side of the jungle, Shiri Hong was watching him. Earlier, Mufeng's training in swordsmanship had captivated Shiri Hong, but who would have thought that in just a moment? He had tossed away the demon knife and began to learn to walk step by step. Sigh, looking at Mu Feng's devilish strides. Shirihong had a big question mark above her head. What kind of pose is this? Chapter 73. The gaze from Uchiha, Madara. Bang. One step, two steps, and then Mu Feng fell to the ground. Shirihong, watching Mu Feng's antics from her hiding place, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Under the state of the backlash of physical technique, Mu Feng appeared a bit cuter in Shirihong's eyes. Hearing the laughter, Mu Feng immediately turned around, his sharp gaze quickly capturing Shirihong's figure. Hey! Mu Feng realized he had been discovered, and Shirihong stepped out from the jungle, smiling and waving at him. Mu Feng feigned indifference, but no longer dared to walk forward. What brings you here? Kakashi told me, Shirihong said, her cheeks flushing slightly. He said he returned after completing a mission and has been training here these past few days. Don't think that just because Shirihong is young, she doesn't understand anything. Characters in the Naruto world are generally precocious. Sakura was already jealous of Ino during her time in the Ninja Academy, and at Shirihong's current age, she was at the stage of budding romance in the Naruto world. Oh, Mu Feng nodded, sitting down, while internally feeling extremely awkward. Training to master strength is a good thing, but being seen by others is not. This is way too embarrassing. Mu Feng was furious inside, but his expression remained calm as he sat on the ground, and an idea struck him. He simply took out the forbidden technique scroll he carried with him to read. Clearly, Mu Feng did not want to continue his strength training in front of others. Shirihong cautiously approached Mu Feng. Mu Feng, have you eaten? I brought lunch, she asked. In fact, she had brought lunch yesterday at this time, but Mu Feng was training hard then, and Shirihong felt shy and didn't appear. Today, she was discovered by Mu Feng and had to show herself. Even so, Shirihong felt a little excited inside. Forget it, I'm not hungry. Mu Feng shook his head, looking at the lunch that Shirihong was carrying. Right now, Mu Feng didn't want to perform a trick of crushing the lunch with his bare hands in front of Shirihong. Oh, there was a hint of disappointment in Shirihong's eyes, and she changed the subject. By the way, Mu Feng, we're going to graduate soon. After this graduation, we'll be divided into teams. Mu Feng, do you have your own little team now? Mu Feng thought for a moment. It was indeed almost time to graduate from the Ninja Academy. The assessment he went through when he first crossed over was actually a preparation for the graduation exam. However, due to some reasons, Mu Feng graduated early and had now become a Chunin of Konoha. Shirihong visiting Mu Feng was one aspect. More importantly, she wanted to be on the same team as Mu Feng. Although Shirihong also understood that the chances of that happening were slim. Not yet. My previous team encountered some issues, but the village will definitely assign me other tasks later. Hearing Shirihong's words, Mu Feng frowned. He knew that with Shirihong, Obito, and others graduating, the Third Shinobi World War would officially begin. But what intrigued Mu Feng was that his presence seemed to have caused some butterfly effect. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen still arrange team assignments according to the previous class positions? That was a question. If they did not follow the previous class assignment plan, and Obito and Kakashi were not in the same class, would that mean Obito would not fall into darkness later? Seeing Mu Feng's serious expression, Shirihong felt a little excited. She thought Mu Feng was troubled by the team assignment issue. But actually, not being in the same class didn't matter. After all, my heart has always been with Mu Feng-kun, Shirihong said, blushing. I'll leave the lunch here, Mu Feng-kun. If you get hungry, remember to eat. After she finished speaking, Shirihong immediately ran away. All the way, her face was burning hot. Was that a confession just now? Inside her heart, the little girl's thoughts were constantly in turmoil. Mu Feng glanced at the bento left behind, then looked at the distant figure of Hinata. In his eyes, Hinata had a pretty good personality. She wasn't as easily shy as Sakura, nor was she as neurotic, sometimes ladylike and sometimes irritable. Watching Hinata leave, Mu Feng did not continue his strength training, but instead focused his attention on the forbidden technique scroll in front of him. The specialized training in swordsmanship was already over, and now Mu Feng could freely learn new ninjutsu. The learning of ninjutsu mainly involves mastering chakra and hand seals, which doesn't require too much strength. So in the coming days, Mu Feng planned to alternate between strength training and ninjutsu learning, while also taking the opportunity to strengthen his Flying Thunder God technique. This is a divine skill. When in the land of lightning, if it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, I would have already been dead. If things don't work out, Mu Feng plans to directly enhance the Flying Thunder God technique using the dark points. At least before the next mission, the level of this ninjutsu must be improved. Having made up his mind, Mufeng begins to continue researching the forbidden technique scrolls. At the same time, underground in the land of Earth, an almost withered old man sits with his eyes closed, resting. Several unknown tubes are inserted into his body, and a suffocating aura surrounds him, indicating that he won't last much longer. There has been turmoil in the land of lightning. It seems that the Uchiha clan has produced a promising descendant. In the underground chamber, a figure suddenly appears, all in white, with excitement in his eyes, speaking to a black-clad figure beside him. At this moment, the three in the chamber are the hidden Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu, Obito. The big movements in the land of lightning were detected by White Zetsu, and it was there that he discovered Mufeng's existence and brought the news back. White Zetsu knows that Madara is from the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, after White Zetsu's excited words fell, Uchiha Madara looked towards him, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. After the battle with Hashirama, Uchiha Madara has been hiding in the ninja world and has activated the Rinnegan, but his body is in very poor condition. For the success of the Moon Eye plan, with Black Zetsu's help, Uchiha Madara chose Nagato to inherit his Rinnegan, waiting for Nagato to grow up so that he could be resurrected using the Rinnegan's innate abilities. However, after observing Nagato, both he and Uchiha Madara feel that Nagato has certain issues with his character. Although born in the war-torn land of Rain, under Yahiko's influence, Nagato has not turned to the dark side, but has gradually embraced the light. Such a person is clearly not suitable to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. In the original work, Madara chose the severely injured Obito as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan at the moment of his death, and arranged for Obito's dark transformation. However, this time, the sudden rise of Mufeng seems to have disrupted everything. Mufeng had entered Uchiha Madara's sight before Obito. Oh, what is his name? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu. Mufeng, Uchiha Mufeng. Hee. Black Zetsu laughed as he merged with White Zetsu and disappeared underground. Chapter 74. Start learning illusions. Swish, swish, swish. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Earth release. Earth flow wall. On the outskirts of Konoha village, two figures dashed through the jungle. Suddenly, one of them unleashed their power, performing hand seals so fast they became blurry. The next moment, a gigantic fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter surged towards the other person with great momentum. The other person, a white-haired youth carrying a short sword on his back, saw the fireball approaching and his pupils suddenly contracted as he slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, a wall of rock and earth appeared before him. The fireball collided, sparks flying everywhere, and a wave of air surged around, distorting the air due to the high temperature. In that instant, a flash of blade light suddenly zipped past. The white-haired youth snorted coldly, performed hand seals, and in the next moment, a ball of lightning danced on his right hand, emitting a dazzling light. Lightning release. Chidori. The white-haired youth was none other than Kakashi, who had just mastered Chidori. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A sharp sound rang out beside Kakashi, as if thousands of birds were chirping together. With lightning in hand, Kakashi's confidence surged. But at that moment, whoosh, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air came. Kakashi, you lost again. A cold voice rang out from behind Kakashi. He turned slightly, and just 10 centimeters away from the right side of his neck, a glimmering cold blade was firmly stopped. A sense of helplessness suddenly appeared in Kakashi's eyes as the Chidori in his right hand slowly dispersed. All right, I'll admit you won this time. Reluctantly, Kakashi turned to face his opponent. The boy dressed in Uchiha attire was now smiling at Kakashi. It was Uchiha Mufeng. Now, 10 days had passed since Mufeng returned to Konoha. For the first 3 days, Mufeng trained in swordsmanship, and for the next 3 days, he endured the counterattack of Taijutsu. Those days were truly a mix of pain and joy. Mufeng's house had replaced 3 doors, and he had changed his bed 7 times, with other furniture suffering varying degrees of damage. In the end, Mufeng simply resorted to sleeping on the floor. After the 4th day, Mufeng finally returned to normal. His first task was to replace all his furniture with iron, but unfortunately, there weren't many iron furniture options in Konoha. With no choice, Mufeng had to clear out a small room at his house. In the future, if he encountered a similar situation, Mufeng would definitely go into that small room first, locking himself in his little black house. Although the past 3 days have been quite painful, the gains are also visibly apparent. After 3 days of torture, Mufeng's strength has significantly increased. It is estimated that his strength has at least doubled, which is very evident in his swordsmanship. At the same time, due to the increase in strength, Mufeng's physique has also shown significant improvement. With his own training, He has now fully adapted to the enhancements in his physique and strength. For the next 2 days, Mufeng dedicated himself to learning ninjutsu, and it was during this time that Kakashi approached him, hoping to engage in a friendly spar. Mufeng gladly accepted, as having someone to practice within real combat is very important. In the past couple of days, Mufeng has become increasingly proficient in combat, while Kakashi has grown more withdrawn. Almost every time, Kakashi excitedly seeks out Mufeng, only to return home in a daze. Once again, the two fought for only a few minutes before Mufeng defeated Kakashi. Kakashi, your taijutsu needs more practice. Guy's way stronger than you. After retracting the demon blade, Mufeng said with a smile. I know. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. I'll be back tomorrow. After saying that, Kakashi shot a fierce glance at Mufeng. Although he lost, he was not willing to admit defeat. Kakashi turned and left, while Mufeng shook his head helplessly. Then, he opened the Forbidden Technique scroll and began to study it. In the past few days, Mufeng has learned a total of 56 ninjutsu from the Forbidden Technique scroll, but most of them are not very practical. There are many ninjutsu in Naruto, and just in the original work, Kakashi has mastered over 1,000 types. But there aren't many ninjutsu that are actually effective in real combat. Moreover, some ninjutsu are very similar, having fundamentally the same properties, but with altered forms or power, which can become an entirely new ninjutsu. For Mufeng, this is a good thing. The more ninjutsu he masters, the more dark points he can obtain. Right now, Mufeng is working on some illusions recorded in the Forbidden Technique scroll. Illusion technique, dark walking technique. Mufeng carefully reviewed this ninjutsu. His talent for ninjutsu is very strong, but his talent for illusions mainly relies on the power of the Sharingan. However, Mufeng has not yet figured out the principles of the Sharingan's power. It would be better for him to consult a fellow Uchiha about the Uchiha clan's illusion techniques. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan is still alive, and there are many people Mufeng can consult. The father of Sasuke is obviously a good choice. As the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku has not made an appearance in the original work. But Mufeng would not foolishly think that he is weak or that he is weaker than his son, Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku's death was likely the result of a power struggle. He knew that even if he didn't die, the outcome wouldn't be much better. Furthermore, Konoha was ruthless, using Itachi to carry out the Uchiha clan extermination plan. Itachi is Fugaku's eldest son, while Fugaku might be able to resist against others. He probably couldn't bring himself to be harsh against his own son. Now, Mufeng has arrived in the Naruto world, where Itachi is still a baby. Although Mufeng does not have much identification with the Naruto world, as a member of the Uchiha, he will not allow the extermination of his clan to happen. It should be known that in this life, Mufeng's parents were still proud of their Uchiha identity before their deaths. If they were to find out that the remaining Uchiha were just Sasuke, they would probably rise from their graves to curse. Recalling his thoughts, Mufeng focused on the illusion techniques again. He has made up his mind that after mastering the illusion techniques in the Forbidden Scroll, he will seek out Uchiha Fugaku to ask about the Sharingan's powers. If luck permits, Mufeng would also like to take a look at the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's territory to see what is recorded on it. Taking a deep breath, Mufeng memorized the seals and chakra activation method for the illusion technique, dark walking technique. The next moment, Mufeng stood up and quickly waved his hands. But just a moment later, Mufeng stopped. He suddenly realized a problem. Damn, this is an illusion. An illusion needs someone to act as a guinea pig. Otherwise, how could he cast an illusion on himself? Glancing at Kakashi, who had not walked far, Mufeng immediately chased after him. Kakashi, wait. Chapter 75, New Attribute Panel. Ding. Congratulations, you have mastered the illusion technique, dark walking technique. You have gained 100 dark points. The system's prompt sounded. Ding. It has detected that the ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion techniques, sword techniques, etc., mastered by the host have exceeded 100 types. The system will perform a basic integration. The integration will be completed in 2 minutes. Integration countdown, 1:59. 2 minutes later, the system completed the integration. The integration has ended, and the host's abilities have been integrated. The host can check it at will. Hearing the system's prompt, Mufeng opened the system panel. This time, the system panel has undergone some changes compared to before. Uchiha Mufeng's strength, Jonin physique, Hashirama's body, 5, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo ninja tools, demon sword chakra, has mastered 5 nature transformations, Taijutsu, basic Taijutsu, 8 gates, Kinjutsu, fireblade, ring slash, windblade, cut, ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, body replacement technique, multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, Jinjutsu, dark walking technique, talent, Taijutsu talent, S rank, Ninjutsu talent, A rank, Jinjutsu talent, B rank. Comprehensive evaluation. Your development is becoming well-rounded, stronger than average, but still unable to control your own destiny. Note, current darkening intensity, Taijutsu, 120, Kinjutsu, 89, Ninjutsu, 95, Jinjutsu, 305. Darkening value, 7200. Seeing the new attribute panel, Mufeng's eyes lit up. As he gradually mastered more abilities, the system integrated these abilities and provided a star rating based on the new classifications. The standard for this star rating is unclear to Mufeng, but through this evaluation, Mufeng is able to understand his strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, Mufeng has a feeling that these major categories will definitely increase over time. For example, the sealing technique he previously drew did not appear in the major categories. Mufeng speculates that this is because his sealing technique level is too low, even below 1 star, so the system did not include it. On the other hand, the Flying Thunder God technique, which Mufeng values, is included in the Ninjutsu category, just like the multiple shadow clone technique and the 8 gates, which are recorded in the Forbidden Technique scrolls but are classified under Ninjutsu rather than being listed as forbidden techniques. Mufeng somewhat agrees with this point. In essence, forbidden techniques are still Ninjutsu or Taijutsu. Forbidden techniques are merely a classification created by ninjas within the world of Naruto. Through the attribute panel, Mufeng's Jinjutsu level is currently the lowest, which is normal since he has just started to engage with Jinjutsu. However, what catches Mufeng's attention is that in the remarks under the system, several types of darkening intensity are additionally noted. Darkening intensity essentially refers to the self-training speed of several major types, and now that Jinjutsu has just emerged, it seems to have sensed pressure, causing the darkening intensity to soar to 305. On the contrary, due to prior specialized training, his swordsmanship has become somewhat lazy, which leaves Mufeng speechless. Does this guy not know that he ranks at the bottom of all his abilities? Mufeng is too weak to complain. In front of him, Kakashi is still struggling in the dark technique. While Mufeng simply understands some system panels and decides to go back tonight to have a good talk with the system to learn more and see if there are any new functions. Kakashi, it's enough. Mufeng said to Kakashi, the dark technique only deprives the subject of sight, and hearing is not greatly affected. Release. Hearing Mufeng's words, Kakashi immediately performed the hand seals to dispel his illusion state. The two greeted each other, and Mufeng expressed his desire to treat Kakashi to dinner. But Kakashi didn't even turn his head as he left, and he also made a firm resolution in his heart. I must learn illusion techniques. Mufeng must have called me back just to show off the illusion techniques he learned. Looking at the indignant Kakashi, Mufeng suddenly felt that this guy's current state was somewhat similar to Obito's in the original story. As expected, people from Konoha all behave the same way. When they are geniuses, they are aloof, and when they are not geniuses, they are disgruntled and determined to surpass that genius. Fortunately, Mufeng is that genius now. After Kakashi left, it was already late, and Mufeng thought for a moment and decided not to continue training, but to return to the Uchiha clan's territory. After the system integrated his abilities today, Mufeng also mastered illusion techniques. So he decided to take advantage of the momentum to visit Uchiha Fugaku and ask about illusion techniques and the Sharingan's ocular powers. Back in Konoha village, Mufeng was still quite particular. He bought some gifts in the village and then walked towards Uchiha Fugaku's home. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mufeng arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's house, which is also where Sasuke lives. Sasuke had not yet been born, but Itachi was born and still in the nursing stage. Mufeng, Komin, you are here to see my husband, right? Upon arriving at Itachi's home, Mufeng did not see Fugaku right away. Fugaku is currently busy with his duties as a guard in Konoha and is part of the upper echelon, so he is quite busy. Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto, welcomed Mufeng. Now, Mufeng has become the genius of the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan members have not had much contact with Mufeng, and Fugaku, as a clan leader, has not summoned him, everyone in the Uchiha clan knows that a new genius has emerged. Since the Chunin exams, Uchiha Mufeng's reputation has already spread throughout Konoha village. However, what the Uchiha clan is not too satisfied with is that during the Chunin exams, Mufeng did not use the Sharingan to defeat his opponents, but relied on Taijutsu and chakra transformation. However, even so, after the Chunin exams, Mufeng's status within the Uchiha clan has increased significantly. As the clan leader, Fugaku certainly cannot overlook a genius like Mufong. According to the rules of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku should have summoned Mufong to commend him. However, after the Chunin exams, Mufong has been training and rarely at home, and Fugaku has also been busy due to the actions of the Mist Village ninjas during the Chunin exams. So he let it slide. Now that Mufong has taken the initiative to come to Fugaku's home, while Fugaku's attitude is not mentioned, Uchiha Mikoto is extremely happy. As a new mother, her maternal instincts are overflowing, and she likes children very much. Plus, with an excellent Uchiha member like Mufong, Mikoto naturally adores him. However, Mikoto also knows that Mufong would not come to her home for no reason. Mufong, you came and even brought gifts. Seeing Mufong holding gifts with both hands, Mikoto's eyes brightened with joy, not because of the gifts, but because she felt that Mufong was both capable and polite. Quite humble and a good child. Is a clan leader not home? Mufong peeked inside the house and asked. No, he'll be back soon. By the way, Mufong, have you eaten? Annie will make you something to eat, Mikoto said with a smile. But as soon as she finished speaking, wah wah wah, a baby's crying sound came from inside the house. Chapter 76. Uchiha Fugaku's little classroom, there's a little kid. Hearing the baby's crying, Mufeng's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that the child in the room was Uchiha Itachi, but he still expressed his curiosity as a child under 10. Hee, do you want to see your little brother? Uchiha Mikoto was especially friendly towards Mufeng, and Mufeng's polite behavior since entering made her goodwill towards him increase significantly. Yes, Mufeng nodded. To be honest, he was also curious about what Itachi looked like as a baby. Soon, Uchiha Mikoto took Mufeng into the room, and on the tatami, Mufeng saw Uchiha Itachi wrapped in swaddling clothes. Right now, Uchiha Itachi is just a baby, unable to even turn over. Looking over, like other babies, Uchiha Itachi is quite cute with a chubby face. At this moment, for some reason, he is crying loudly. Looking at this, Mufeng completely couldn't associate the baby in front of him with the future Uchiha Itachi. He looked like an ordinary baby. Uchiha Mikoto unwrapped the swaddling blanket and pulled out a wet diaper. To Uchiha Mikoto, Mufeng was just a child, so there was no need to avoid him. Thus, Mufeng was fortunate enough to see the naked Uchiha Itachi. What is his name? Mufeng asked with a curious look. Although he already knew the answer, he still wanted to ask. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto replied with a smile, then began to change Itachi's diaper while soothing him. All right, Itachi, stop crying. Look, your big brother is here to see you. He's the genius of our Uchiha clan. He opened his 3 tomo before he turned 10. You should learn a lot from your big brother Mufeng when you grow up. Holding Uchiha Itachi, Mikoto chatted while coaxing him. Mufeng felt a bit awkward. He never expected to play the role of someone else's child in front of baby Itachi. He looked at baby Itachi curiously, but when he thought of the Itachi in the original story, he felt an inexplicable sense of incongruity that made him want to laugh. Do you want to hold Itachi? In Mikoto's eyes, Mufeng's actions were just curiosity and fondness for the baby, and she said to him. Mufeng instinctively shook his head. To be honest, looking at the baby who was only as big as a pillow, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold him well and might drop him. However, Uchiha Mikoto encouraged Mufeng to muster his courage, and in the end, Mufeng took baby Itachi. His hands trembled slightly. To be honest, he had never been this nervous even when facing AI. However, once Uchiha Itachi was in Mufeng's arms, his crying suddenly stopped. Looks like Itachi really likes you. Mikoto smiled brightly as she looked at the 2 children. Yes, he is not crying anymore. Mufeng glanced at the Itachi in his arms and had to admit that no matter what, babies gave off an adorable feeling. He playfully poked Itachi's nose and smiled lightly. Itachi, when you grow up, you must not be a filial son. Mufeng murmured. What did you say to him? Mikoto, not hearing clearly, asked. I said that when he grows up, he must be good to his parents. After Mufeng's words, Uchiha Mikoto's smile became even brighter as she looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, did you hear that? Ahem. Just as Mufeng was playing with baby Itachi, a light cough came from behind. Mufeng turned to look, and it was Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku. You're back. I came to visit you. Upon seeing Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto quickly took Itachi from Mufeng's arms. Lord Clan Leader. Mufeng also greeted Fugaku. If you have something to discuss, come to my study. Fugaku's expression was serious. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he had to maintain his authority. Okay, clan leader. Mufeng nodded. Go ahead. After we finish discussing, you can come back and play with Itachi, Mikoto said kindly with a smile. After saying that, Mufeng followed Uchiha Fugaku into his study. Once inside the study, Fugaku's attitude improved a lot. After all, Mufong was now considered a popular figure in the Uchiha clan and a recognized genius in Konoha. For an outstanding junior, Fugaku was still very friendly. After some casual conversation, Mufong could tell that Uchiha Fugaku was genuinely concerned about him. However, in Mufeng's eyes, this was somewhat related to Itachi's birth. It should be noted that as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was often a character who had to compete with Danzo in the original story. Such a person generally wouldn't easily reveal his true thoughts. But now, Itachi's birth had clearly added some emotions to the newly made father, Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing Mufong was like seeing a glimpse of how Itachi would be when he grew up. Their small talk was very harmonious. And then Fugaku got to the main topic. Mufong, have you awakened your Sharingan? Yes, I have 3 tomo. 3 tomo? Is what they say outside true? Fugaku looked at Mufong in surprise. Mufong directly activated his Sharingan, and the 3 tomo spun in his eyes before finally settling. Seeing was believing. Even though he had some preparation in his heart, Uchiha Fugaku was still somewhat surprised. After all, being able to successfully awaken the Sharingan at Mufeng's age was already considered a genius. And there were not many who had awakened the 3 tomo in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. Lord Clan Leader, I'm here to ask about the usage of Sharingan's ocular power and Jinjutsu. Mufong stated frankly. Ocular power and Jinjutsu? Upon hearing Mufeng's words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression became slightly serious. That's right, your parents passed away relatively early. If they were still alive, you wouldn't need to come to me for this knowledge. From now on, you must remember one thing. While the ocular power of the Sharingan is powerful, you must not overuse it, as that will damage your eyes. Fugaku advised. Mufong already knew about the side effects of the Sharingan, but he wasn't worried about it for now since he hadn't awakened the Manjikyu yet. Moreover, with the system, as long as he had enough dark value, even without undergoing an implantation surgery, he could possess the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. By that time, he wouldn't need to worry too much about the issue of overusing his ocular power. The ocular power of a Sharingan mainly relies on the chakra produced by mental strength. One way is to attack enemies on a mental level through your line of sight, which is Jinjutsu. The other way is to change the real world through the mind. But you won't be able to touch that for now. You'll understand when you have the opportunity later. Fugaku continued to explain the principles of the Sharingan, and Mufong listened attentively. Chapter 77. Getting started, Sharingan ocular power. In short, the Sharingan is a very powerful talent, which has made our Uchiha clan strong. Even during the Warring States period before the establishment of the ninja villages, the Uchiha were one of the strongest clans. Mufong, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you should be proud. Of course, your current performance is already worthy of the Uchiha title. Keep it up. In the study, Uchiha Fugaku gave Mufong a detailed introduction to the special aspects of the Sharingan's bloodline limit and even personally demonstrated the power of the Sharingan's ocular power. Mufong firmly remembered the key points Fugaku mentioned, and as for the history of the Uchiha clan that the other party spoke of, Mufong understood it better than Fugaku did since he was familiar with the original story. However, throughout the process, Mufong did not show any signs of impatience, which made Fugaku very satisfied. Before leaving the study, Fugaku patted Mufong on the shoulder. Never forget, you're a member of the Uchiha. Mufong nodded, and Fuyue smiled even more happily. However, Mufong was very clear about the meaning behind Fuyue's words. It could be said that after the battle between Hashirama and Madara, the Uchiha clan's position in Konoha became somewhat awkward. Especially after Hashirama's death, Tobirama became the Hokage. Tobirama never had a good opinion of the Uchiha clan, and during his time in charge of Konoha, the Uchiha clan situation was certainly not favorable. With Tobirama's death, the Uchiha clan's environment did not improve much either. It is important to note that Hiruzen Sarutobi was Tobirama's disciple, and Tobirama would have had some influence on Hiruzen, not to mention that Danzo was also affected by Tobirama. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan's biggest problem still lay with the Sharingan. This bloodline limit is extremely powerful, but also has significant drawbacks. This tone has been established since the days of Indra, and even the Uchiha clan cannot change this fate. Mukfang's sense of belonging to the entire Hokage world is not very strong, let alone the Uchiha clan. However, at a critical moment, Mukfang is still willing to stand by the Uchiha clan, as he is still somewhat influenced by the memories of his previous self. After the discussion, I made ramen. Come and try it. Fugaku and Mukfang left the study one after the other, and Uchiha Makoto was already waiting. She looked at Mukfang and smiled kindly. Stay and eat a bit. You can't go back hungry after coming to the clan leader's house. Having a pleasant conversation with Mukfang, Fugaku could somewhat sense Mukfang's sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan over Konoha, so he was very happy and said to Mukfang. Mukfang wanted to refuse, but he was indeed hungry, and his stomach began to growl, which made Fugaku laugh heartily. It must be said that Uchiha Makoto's cooking skills are quite good, rivaling Uncle Iru's, but the flavors of the ramen they both make are somewhat different. Mukfang finished 2 bowls in one go, then glanced a few times at the sleeping Itachi, and left Fugaku's house under the warm send-off of Makoto and Fugaku. Honey, do you think Itachi will be like Mukfang when he grows up? Makoto asked as she watched Mukfang leave. Haha, if Itachi has half of Mukfang's strength at this age, I, as the clan leader, will have some face. Fugaku laughed heartily. Then, Fugaku and Makoto returned to their room. 10 minutes later, Mukfang also returned to his room. The first thing he did when he got home was to find a scroll and record all the knowledge and thoughts he remembered about the Sharingan's ocular power. This is a habit that Mu Feng developed in his previous life, taking notes. Through his conversation with Fuyu, Mu Feng has roughly understood the methods and precautions for using the Sharingan's ocular powers, but he has not yet practiced them. Therefore, he has not received any relevant prompt from the system. However, after grasping the method, Mu Feng feels that learning it is not difficult for him. He is determined that once he has initially mastered the Sharingan's ocular powers and illusion techniques, he will destroy this scroll. The method to judge this is also simple. He just needs to follow the system's prompts. Compared to others, Mu Feng has a clearer understanding of his own strength improvements, which can motivate him to continue his training. There is nothing more worthwhile and exciting than watching himself gradually become stronger step by step. The only thing that gives Mu Feng a headache is that he is running out of time. He has not yet fully mastered the forbidden jutsu on the scroll, and he has only a preliminary grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique. As for swordsmanship, Mu Feng plans to continue training. While he has temporarily given up on body techniques, as his current level of body techniques can already handle most enemies. With these few abilities, Mu Feng needs to spend a lot of time. Now he has also opened a pit for traditional illusions and dug a pit for the Sharingan's ocular powers. Indeed, being a jack of all trades is not easy. Ruffling his hair, Mu Feng took out a piece of white paper, scribbled and drew, and began preparing his training plan. Meanwhile, in the Sand Ninja village of the Land of Wind, it's done. What a perfect work of art. In a dim and small room, a red-haired boy looked at the mechanical puppet in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. He slightly moved his fingers, and threads of chakra were released, connecting to the puppet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, the wooden puppet, which had been slumped in a heap, stood up and began to perform various complex movements. The red-haired boy focused on the puppet, carefully observing its actions. Compared to the puppets made by other puppeteers in the Sand Ninja village, his puppet was already quite perfected and powerful. However, after a series of operations, a hint of disappointment showed in the red-haired boy's eyes. Indeed, it's still not strong enough. With a flick of the chakra threads in his hand, a whooshing sound was made, and then they snapped in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The once lively puppet instantly fell apart and landed on the ground. This time, the red-haired boy did not look at the puppet again, but pushed open the door. Outside the room was the Sand Ninja village in the night, and the red-haired boy's gaze turned to the center of the village, where there was a unique building, the Kage Tower of the Sand Ninja village. At this moment, light was still spilling from the Kage's office, and the red-haired boy stared at the light, his eyes shining with a glimmer. He seemed to be planning something. Scorpion, are you still not asleep after finishing this? At that moment, a voice sounded beside the red-haired boy. Grandma Chio, I'm just thinking about some things. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to create the most powerful puppet. The red-haired boy's gaze sharpened. He was none other than the most powerful puppeteer in the original story. Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 78, New Mission. Infiltrate the Sand Ninja Village. Time passed quickly. A week went by amid busy training. This week, Mufeng improved his swordsmanship and has initially mastered the Sharingan's ocular power, but his rating is only 1 star. However, the potential of the Sharingan's ocular power is significant, and as Mufeng gradually uses and adapts to it, it will become one of his trump cards. Early this morning, Mufeng did not go for training, but instead arrived early at the Hokage building. Just yesterday, Mufeng received an order and has a new mission. This time, Mufeng was not using his identity as a member of the Umbu, but rather his original identity. However, this did not mean that Mufeng's Umbu identity was cancelled. It was just that there was no suitable team for him at the moment. Last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo made a deal that allowed Mufeng to be assigned to the Umbu. After the incident in the Land of Lightning, with one of Mufeng's teammates dead and another injured, his identity in the Umbu was temporarily sealed away. Mufeng, as he approached the Hokage building. Before he could enter, a voice came from the side. Mufeng turned to see it was Kakashi. Kakashi? Are you here to take on a mission too? Mufeng said, somewhat surprised. At the same time, a sense of unease surged in his heart. You're here to take on a mission too. Kakashi frowned. During this week, he challenged Mufeng to a duel many times, but each time he was defeated. At the same time, under Mufeng's influence, Kakashi also began to learn Ninjutsu, but Kakashi's talent for Ninjutsu was clearly not strong. The title of genius that he had always been burdened with now felt like a weight to Kakashi. Then let's go in together. As soon as Mufeng's voice fell, a figure appeared behind him, Konoha's Minato Namikaze. Minato wore a smile, clearly in a good mood. He had been resting in Konoha for a while, thanks to Mufeng and Kakashi. During this time, Minato's relationship with Kushina Uzumaki had also rapidly intensified, and he appeared much more spirited. The three greeted each other and walked into the Hokage building, heading towards Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. At this moment, Kakashi and Mufeng have already guessed something. That's right, for the upcoming mission, they will be teammates. Everyone is here. Since that's the case, let's assign the mission directly. This time, you'll be heading to the land of wind, Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the three and said, last time in the land of lightning, Minato, you, and Mufeng did well. Now the situation in Kumogakure has basically stabilized, and the influence of Kumogakure within the land of fire has also diminished significantly, but there have been some disturbances in Sunagakure. It seems that Iwagakure has also noticed the anomalies in Sunagakure and has already sent ninjas to infiltrate it. Minato, this time you will take Mufeng and Kakashi with you, and your objective is to investigate the movements of the Sand Ninja. This matter is likely related to the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Related to tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, Minato's expression became serious. In today's ninja world, there are very few people who can play with tailed beasts as if they were pets. Anything related to tailed beasts is a major event. Minato is particularly sensitive to tailed beasts for a simple reason. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is the host of the Nine Tails. If it involves Sunagakure, the tailed beast in question can only be Shikaku, the One Tail. Having listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mufeng was also slightly taken aback. Obviously, at this point in time, Gaara had not yet been born, and Shikaku was sealed within a man named F. Boku. F. Boku became the host of the One Tail during the era of the Second Kazekage. He was originally a monk, pure-hearted and kind, even earning the acknowledgement of the One Tail. However, after becoming the host, F. Boku was kept confined in a temple in Sunagakure, serving as a war weapon to guard the Sand Ninja. This time, the mission of Shui Min and Mufeng was also quite simple. Under possible circumstances, they needed to determine the status of Fun Fu and, as much as possible, investigate what the Sand Ninja village intended to achieve by using One Tail. This task can be divided into two parts. The first is to determine the status of the One Tail Jinchuriki and see if the other party is still alive. This is relatively simple, with Minato Namikaze around. Infiltrating the Sand Ninja village's temple is not a difficult task. The second part is to investigate whether the Sand Ninja village has any plans to use the One Tail Jinchuriki for their own purposes. If so, we need to gather as much information as possible about their goals and plans. Achieving the second point is more challenging, but Hiruzen Sarutobi does not insist on this aspect. This is the task's details and the ninja in the Sand Ninja village who can assist you, Minato. This mission is entrusted to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed the scroll on the table towards Minato, who picked it up. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will definitely complete the mission. Additionally, make sure to protect their safety as much as possible. Hiruzen then looked at Kakashi and Mufeng, and Minato nodded. All right, you can go now. As soon as the words fell, Minato left with Mufeng and Kakashi. After exiting Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, Mufeng slightly furrowed his brows. It was clear that this mission posed some difficulty, likely more challenging than the last trip to the Land of Lightning. After all, the previous task Mufeng undertook was simply to pick someone up within the Land of Lightning, and encountering AI was an unexpected situation with a degree of luck involved. But this time is different. They need to infiltrate the Sand Ninja village. Generally speaking, for infiltration missions, the fewer people involved, the better. According to Mufeng's estimation, this mission was originally assigned to Minato alone. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is not very suitable for infiltration, it is top-notch for escaping. Moreover, Minato's overall strength is also quite formidable. Now, bringing Kakashi and Mufeng along feels like carrying two burdens. As long as Kakashi and Mufeng are exposed, the Sand Ninja village, if not foolish, will definitely be on high alert. Furthermore, Mufeng is now certain that the Sand Ninja Village is already aware that other ninja villages have noticed issues with their tail beasts. Of course, there's another possibility. The Sand Ninja Village might be fishing for information. However, Mufeng believes the probability of this second scenario is not high. Having read the original work, he knows that the current one-tailed Jinchuriki is already an old man, and in the original story, he died of old age. However, Mufeng is unsure of the exact timing of his death. Accepting this mission, Mufeng speculated that it should be around this time, when a Jinchuriki dies of old age. It is only logical for the Sand Ninja Village to seek a new Jinchuriki. But this is not a simple matter. If the original storyline progresses after the one-tail dies, it will be resealed in the Sand Ninja Village's temple. It wasn't until the Third Great Ninja War, when the Sand Ninja Village was defeated again and Gaara's father became the fourth Kazekage, that the Sand Ninja Village restarted the Jinchuriki program and sealed the one-tail within Gaara. With issues arising in the Jinchuriki, this is a good opportunity for other ninja villages given the tense situation in the entire ninja world. In the original story, Obito knows to take advantage of Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth to release the Nine Tails and strike Konoha. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and other high-ranking officials from other ninja villages certainly wouldn't miss the chance to strike the Sand Ninja Village. The mission of Minato, Mufeng, and Kakashi is essentially reconnaissance to assess the Sand Ninja Village's strengths and weaknesses. If there is indeed a problem, they will not miss this opportunity. Chapter 79, One God. Two pits. The wind howled and yellow sand rolled. After 2 days, under Minato Namake's lead, Mufeng arrived in the Land of Wind. Desolate, barren, and sandy, this was Mufeng's first impression of a land of wind. At the same time, Mufeng couldn't understand how people could live in such a place, let alone establish a great nation like the Land of Wind. If this were in a past life in my own country, such places were rarely visited and had long been designated as key areas for afforestation. In that past life, managing deserts was quite a challenging task. But now in the world of Naruto, with the power of ninjutsu, it should be much simpler to manage deserts in Mufeng's eyes. Senju Hashirama could use wood release, and Senju Tobarama could use water release. Within a year, they could probably create a large forest. However, Mufeng only thought about this. The living environment in the Land of Wind is indeed quite harsh, but it also has its own way of survival. While the basic materials are lacking, there is one thing that other countries cannot compare to, which is its mineral resources. There is gold in the desert. And as for the ninjas of the Land of Wind, or more specifically, Sunagakure, staying in this area could be seen as a choice they made. Just like Shikaku, if the Land of Wind were not covered in yellow sand, Shikaku probably wouldn't want to stay in such a place. However, it must be said that compared to the other 4 great nations, the national strength of the Land of Wind is still much weaker, and the terrain plays a significant role in this. We have arrived. This is within the borders of the Land of Wind, and if we go further, we will soon approach Sunagakure. Standing on a stretch of desert, Minato Namake's spoke up. Along the way, he Mufeng and Kakashi gradually conversed and had already developed the most basic understanding. During these discussions, Mufeng benefited the most. He consulted Wave Foam Minato about many questions regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, and now he had mastered a significant portion of it. Wave Foam Minato was quite shocked, seemingly not expecting that Mufeng could grasp the Flying Thunder God technique in such a short time. It is worth noting that when he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it took him much longer. Just the characteristics of those space-time ninjutsu materials were enough to stump an average ninja. Ultimately, after Mufeng demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique while on the road, the small sense of pride in Wave Foam Minato's heart vanished completely. After the second Hokage, another person had mastered the Flying Thunder God. He was no longer the only one in Konoha. While he felt regret, Wave Foam Minato did not hold back in teaching Mufeng and answered all of his questions almost without reservation. Kakashi, who was watching this scene, felt a bit envious. One night, during a break, he secretly sought out Minato Namake's, hoping to have him teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato was very pleased to hear this and tossed a scroll to Kakashi. However, the next day, Kakashi returned the scroll and didn't ask any more questions about the technique. With this little episode, the 2-day journey of the 3 became less boring. Now, having entered the Land of Wind, the trio arrived near Sunagakure. Minato put away his usual friendly demeanor and began to grow serious. Mufeng and Kakashi also understood that they were close to the enemy's main base and started to take things seriously as well. The 3 slowed down and gradually made their way towards Sunagakure. On the 3rd day, they discovered a team of Sunagakure ninjas. Fortunately, Minato noticed them in time, which prevented the trio from being exposed. After spotting the Sunagakure team, they retreated, and an hour later, they continued to explore, but soon encountered a second team of Sunagakure ninjas. Ultimately, under Minato's leadership, the three decided to abandon the idea of a direct infiltration. It seemed that Sunagakure was indeed on high alert. With just the three of us, it would be impossible to sneak in within a short time. In a temporary outpost on the wasteland, Minato took out a map. Mufang and Kakashi leaned in closer and saw that there were several red dots marked on the map, scattered and totaling more than 20. While you were resting, I did some scouting nearby. This is the location of Sunagakure. Minato pointed to one of the red dots marked as the location of Sunagakure. These red dots represent the Sunagakure ninjas I've encountered during my recent trips. This time, they've sent out many ninjas, all scattered around Sunagakure. If the three of us act together, we are likely to be discovered. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kakashi and Mufang were momentarily stunned. After entering the Land of Wind, they hadn't sensed Minato's departure. In their impression, he had always been with them. However, during this time, they had only encountered 2 teams of Sunagakure ninjas, yet the map indicated more than 20. Could it be while we were sleeping? Mufang thought to himself. Kakashi, on the other hand, was puzzled and could only frown, feeling that the title of genius was becoming increasingly undeserved. Mufang was increasingly certain that this mission was originally meant for Minato alone. He wondered why Hiruzen Sarutobi had insisted on bringing the 2 of them along. Although Mufang's strength had reached Jonin level, and Kakashi was also strong enough to protect himself, their ages and experience were clearly too limited. It felt a bit like a seasoned ninja taking 2 rookies along for a mission. However, there was no way around it. This was how Konoha trained its ninjas. In the original story, Kakashi even took Naruto and Sakura to find a lost kitten, which was akin to using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito. Ninjas need training, and this time having Minato bring Mufang and Kakashi was a way to focus on their development, as based on their current performance, they would definitely become Konoha's elite forces in the future, and it was possible they would undertake missions to infiltrate enemy villages alone. So, this situation was inevitable. If Minato were alone, he would have already infiltrated Sunagakure by now. However, Minato didn't mind taking Mufang and Kakashi along, as he had been brought along in the same way back then. Now that you've seen the basic situation, I'll assign the tasks. Minato looked at Mufang and Kakashi and said, Chapter 80, Split Up. Let us assign the tasks. This infiltration of Sunagakure for intelligence gathering is quite dangerous. I'll take the lead and check the defense situation in Sunagakure. Kakashi, you're responsible for locating Konoha ninjas around Sunagakure and gathering information from them, preferably finding out the movements of Iwagakure ninjas. Mufang, you'll continue to scout around Sunagakure and figure out the movements and patterns of the ninjas coming out of Sunagakure. Once the intelligence is gathered, we will regroup here. If possible, I'll take you both to infiltrate Sunagakure. Minato spoke, knowing that bringing Mufang and Kakashi into Sunagakure without understanding the specific situation could easily expose them, so he didn't plan to take them in immediately. Instead, he decided to have the 3 split up to gather information and then formulate a plan for their next actions. Among the 3, Minato's mission was the most dangerous. He needed to infiltrate Sunagakure to initially confirm the status of the one-tail Jinchuriki. Next was Mufang, who would have to interact with the external patrols of Sunagakure, also bearing the risk of exposure. Lastly was Kakashi, whose task was to contact the Konoha members hidden in Sunagakure and gather intelligence on the movements of Iwagakure ninjas. In this regard, Hiruzen had already made preparations. Kakashi just needed to go to a specific location to meet with the Konoha ninja, and his main challenge would be to investigate the movements of Iwagakure ninjas. Iwagakure was also aware of the changes in the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure and had sent ninjas, but it could be imagined that they, like Mufang's team, had also infiltrated Sunagakure, or perhaps they had already penetrated deep into the village. Relying solely on Kakashi to investigate would not yield a high success rate. His main task would be to gather intelligence from the Konoha spies. Only after all 3 parties had gathered sufficient intelligence could Minato decide on the next course of action. Upon hearing that they would split up, Kakashi and Mufang had no objections. In this situation, acting together would make them more likely to be exposed. All right, let us rest for a bit today. We'll start our actions tonight. Kakashi, here is the contact information for the Konoha spies. Remember it and then destroy it immediately. Minato tossed a scroll to Kakashi, who caught it and nodded. Mufang then put away the map that Minato had just taken out, intending to improve it and clarify the movements and routes of the ninjas outside Sunagakure. After the task assignment was completed, Minato scouted the surroundings and then indicated that the two could rest. Later that night, Minato and the others began their operations. Meanwhile, within Sunagakure, the situation of the Jinchuriki was worsening, and it was imperative to find a suitable replacement before his death to perform the transfer sealing. Yes, otherwise, once that guy breaks free, the entire village will suffer. But now there was no suitable person to act as the Jinchuriki. Not just anyone could take on that role. Then we need to find a way to reseal the One Tail. Reseal? Impossible. You know the current situation in the ninja world. If other ninja villages find out that the tailed beast has been resealed, the consequences. We don't need the tailed beast. We have ninjas. And we also have the wind shadow here. What are you afraid of? Now, the funding for the ninja village has been cut by the daimyo. How much worse can we get? Konoha, if they dare to come, let them know that our Sunagakure is not easy to bully. Inside the Kazekage building, the higher-ups of Sunagakure are gathered together to discuss the matter of the tailed beasts. However, it is clear that the opinions here are not unified. The third Kazekage sits in the main seat with a furrowed brow, feeling quite uncomfortable with the current situation. He himself advocates for using the tailed beasts to create tailed beast weapons, but unfortunately, Sunagakure currently lacks suitable Jinchuriki. The condition of F is worsening, and he could die at any moment. Once a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will surely break free from its seal. At that time, Sunagakure will have to face the threat of Shikaku, and in the environment of the Land of Wind, Shikaku's combat power is incredibly formidable. Therefore, Sunagakure must prepare to seal Shikaku in advance before F's death. This was originally an internal matter of the Sand Village, but for some reason, this piece of information was leaked. The higher-ups of the Sand Village also became aware that the intelligence had been leaked and immediately convened an emergency meeting. However, during the meeting, they began to argue about how to handle the tailed beasts. Some believed that they should continue to develop Jinchuriki and create tailed beast weapons to threaten other ninja villages and demonstrate their power. Others felt that searching for a temporary Jinchuriki was too risky. If the Jinchuriki couldn't withstand Shikaku, leading to its escape from the seal, it would be a disaster for the Sand Village. Enough. Listening to the bickering between the two factions, the third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table. For now, let's pause on the handling of the tailed beasts. Since there are differing opinions, we will use both methods. Seek a suitable Jinchuriki while having the temple prepare to seal Shikaku at any time. Right now, Finfu is still alive. The urgent matter is to discuss the situation with Konoha and IWA. The abnormal intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki has leaked out. Konoha and IWA are already aware of part of the situation, and they will not miss this opportunity. IWA has already mobilized. Just yesterday, signs of Iwa's activity were discovered in the village, and Konoha should be on the move as well. The third Kazekage dropped a bombshell. IWA has infiltrated the Sand Village. Is this information true, Kazekage-sama? A look of shock appeared in Chiyo's eyes, and the other high-ranking Sand ninja furrowed their brows, falling silent. There is no need to doubt. IWA has already infiltrated the village. Chiyo, you must ensure the safety of the temple and prevent any accidents with the Jinchuriki. This time, they will definitely try every means to get close to Funfu and find out the situation of the Jinchuriki. But as long as we handle it properly, perhaps this is also an opportunity, a chance to warn Konoha and IWA. The third Kazekage spoke, revealing that he had already grasped Iwa's movements just yesterday. However, the third Kazekage did not take action immediately. He wanted to use this opportunity to convey some information to IWA, hoping to dissuade them, and afterward, he would permanently keep that IWA ninja in the Sand Village. Chapter 81. The Desert at Night. The night was deep, and the temperature in the desert dropped sharply. Under the bright full moon, Mufeng began to move. Based on the map provided by Minato Namikaze, Mufeng started to investigate the situation around the Sand Village. The terrain around the Sand Village was not suitable for hiding. It was a vast desert with wide, open spaces. However, this also made it difficult for the Sand Village to defend, as they could see their opponents, and their opponents could naturally see them, especially when the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Mufeng continued to conceal his movements with sand and activated his Sharingan. After understanding the ocular techniques from Fugaku, Mufeng was able to initially grasp the power of the Sharingan. This gave Mufeng a better line of sight, allowing him to see farther. At the same time, Mufeng developed a strong ability to capture dynamic movements, which greatly aided in scouting enemies. Now, Mufeng could actively use the power of his Sharingan for reconnaissance, but he couldn't maintain this state for too long, especially the dynamic capture ability. If he used it for an extended period, he could clearly feel discomfort in his eyes. Additionally, using the Sharingan required chakra, and even for someone from the Uchiha clan like Mufong, it was no exception. Currently, Mufong wasn't too worried about his chakra levels. His main concern was that prolonged use might lead to blindness. Thus, he wouldn't activate the Sharingan unless there were anomalies around him. Moving cautiously around the Sand Ninja village, Mufeng proceeded carefully. Meanwhile, inside the Sand Ninja village, a team of Sand Ninja received orders to patrol and inspect the surrounding area. Hurry up. The situation in the village isn't good right now. Scorpion, what are you dawdling for? Two masked Sand Ninjas called out to a red-haired boy behind them. The red-haired boy remained silent, carrying a puppet that was disproportionate to his size on his back. Even when his companions urged him on, he showed no intention of quickening his pace. This kid is just asking for a beating. One of the Sand Ninjas remarked. Forget it, the mission is important. Besides, he's the grandson of Lady Chiyo. The other ninja quickly advised. The red-haired boy was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand, but at this time, he had not yet assassinated the third Kazekage or defected from the Sand Ninja village. As a member of the Sand Ninja village, Sasori was naturally assigned some tasks. However, due to his personality, his tasks were generally quite simple. Compared to executing missions, Sasori preferred to study puppet techniques and research puppet artistry. The two ordinary Sand Ninjas in front of Sasori were quite helpless regarding his slow pace and his taciturn nature, with one even feeling a bit frustrated. The relationships among ninjas in the Sand Ninja village were not as harmonious as those in Konoha. For a simple reason, Konoha had the support of the Land of Fire and, as the strongest ninja village, received many commission tasks. This resulted in Konoha having abundant resources, allowing its ninjas to live well even without outstanding performances. However, the Sand Ninja village was different. The geography of the Land of Wind led to its barrenness. A small population meant fewer commission tasks, and the dissatisfaction of the Land of Wind's daimyo with the Sand Ninja village's combat power resulted in fewer resources being allocated. This leads to the generally low living standards of the ninjas in Sunagakure. To stand out, one must rely on competition, demonstrate outstanding performance, or have certain connections. This has led to a lack of harmony among the ninjas of Sunagakure, especially between the civilian ninjas and the privileged ones. Clearly, the two ninjas in front are civilian ninjas, while the one behind them, Sasori of the Red Sand, resembles a privileged individual. The differences in status and personality make it so that no matter how they view Sasori, they can't help but feel displeased. However, as ninjas of a hidden village, they haven't reached the point of mutual slaughter. The conflicts among ninjas still fall under personal grievances, and the interests of the village are something they all strive to protect together. Sasori pays no mind to the attitudes of the two in front of him. He has seen this kind of thing many times in Sunagakure. They look down on him, and he thinks they are fools and looks down on them in return. It's worth noting that Sasori's privileged status didn't come out of nowhere. When he was young, his parents died on the battlefield for Sunagakure. Because of this, he became fascinated with puppetry, believing that immortality is the highest form of art, and puppets can achieve that. However, Sasori is no longer satisfied with those cold puppets. They're still lifeless. His gaze turned to the two teammates ahead, and an idea began to rise in his mind. Sasori quickened his pace to catch up with them. Rarely, when he looked at these two, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two Sand Village ninjas obviously had not realized anything yet. Seeing that Chisuna and no Sasori had teamed up, their tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. They should have done this earlier. Hurry up and finish the patrol, and get back before dawn, one of the Sand Ninjas urged, as even the local residents were unwilling to stay out in the desolate night. The howling winds swept through the Sand Village, stirring up layers of dust. Spitting out sand, Mufong was caught off guard by a gust, quickly sticking out his tongue. At the same time, the rising dust made Mufeng's eyes uncomfortable, and he began to miss Uchiha Obito's goggles. He casually pulled out a roll of bandages and wrapped them around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. At this moment, his facial appearance bore some resemblance to the second Kazekage. Mufong continued to wander around the Sand Village, while also marking some special locations for his Flying Thunder God technique. After his last training, Mufeng's Flying Thunder God technique had seen some improvement. Firstly, the number of his marks had increased from the original 10 to 40, and at the same time, Mufeng's speed of entering the space state had also become faster, with the maximum range of his sensing for the marks reaching 30 kilometers. The speed of improvement has already been quite fast, and, as the Flying Thunder God technique progresses, the understanding of space deepens, leading to even faster enhancements. According to Mu Feng's own estimation, in less than 2 years, he would be able to fly directly from Konoha to the Land of Wind. Of course, this is without the help of a system. With a system, Mu Feng himself couldn't say how fast the improvement would be. Perhaps, the next time there could be a special training for the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing it to take off directly. While pondering, Mu Feng observed his surroundings. Just as he planted a Flying Thunder God mark and was about to rise and head to the next location, a series of unusual fighting sounds came from ahead. Mu Feng quickly focused, his pupils turning crimson, and 3 tomos slowly appeared. Chapter 82. Confrontation with Scorpion. On the desert, a sharp and piercing roar echoed. A middle-aged sand ninja glared fiercely at a red-haired boy behind him. His face trembled, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If a gaze could kill, Scorpion would have already died countless times. Although the sand ninja was extremely angry, he was not in good condition at all. His body was trembling, and waves of weakness surged within him as he sensed something unusual inside his body. This strange force integrated into his entire body, continuously draining his own strength and chakra as it flowed with his blood. At that moment, a stream of black blood gushed out from a sharp wound on his arm. Scorpion, do you really want to betray the Sand Ninja village? The middle-aged Sand Ninja, struggling against his own weakness, widened his eyes as he looked at the red sand scorpion in front of him. His words were utterly meaningless. When his teammates were pierced through the heart by the puppets controlled by the red sand scorpion, the scorpion had already betrayed the Sand Ninja village. The reason the middle-aged ninja asked this was that he wanted to awaken the scorpion's emotions to save himself. People like you cannot represent the Sand Ninja. The red sand scorpion's gaze was calm, like a still pond, as he spoke lightly. Click-clack. Beside the scorpion, a strangely shaped puppet slowly flew up. This puppet had 4 arms and a head with 3 eyes, which was indeed the red sand scorpion's puppet creation, the crow. The puppet made a clicking sound and then rushed towards the sand ninja. The middle-aged sand ninja was evidently already poisoned, unable to muster his chakra or physical strength. At that moment, he couldn't even defeat a 3-year-old child. As he watched the approaching crow, the middle-aged sand ninja could only scream out. The scream echoed, spreading to a nearby sand dune. Mu Feng was lurking at the edge of the sand dune, witnessing the entire process of the red sand scorpion killing 2 sand ninjas. Under the moonlight, aided by his Sharingan, Mu Feng clearly saw the whole scene. He noticed the puppet crow and instantly recognized it. In the original work, Kankuro had used this puppet, but now Mu Feng knew that Kankuro could not be the one controlling the crow, as he was still within the bodies of his parents. Upon seeing the flash of red hair, Mu Feng immediately recognized who the ninja harming his compatriots was. Red Sand Scorpion? Mu Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to encounter the Red Sand Scorpion here. As a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original story, Mu Feng was quite familiar with the Red Sand Scorpion. In Mu Feng's eyes, he was a ruthless person who could turn himself into a puppet for the sake of art. But now, Mu Feng observed that the Red Sand Scorpion seemed to still retain his physical body. Moreover, according to the current timeline, he had not yet assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, so he naturally could not turn the 3rd Kazekage into a puppet. Immediately, Mu Feng began to assess his chances against the current Red Sand Scorpion. 9-1. Mu Feng had a 9-1 advantage over the Red Sand Scorpion. If it weren't for Mu Feng witnessing the reaction of that poisoned sand ninja, he wouldn't even want to give the scorpion that much. Although the Red Sand Scorpion's puppet technique was powerful, he was currently still using the crow, clearly not having mastered the puppet technique yet. Furthermore, having read the original work, Mu Feng was very familiar with the crow. Its way of defeating enemies relied primarily on ambush and poison. It had many mechanisms, but if the enemy was aware of these mechanisms in advance, their usefulness would be greatly diminished. Though he had a high degree of confidence in defeating the Red Sand Scorpion, Mu Feng did not take action. After all, he was on the Sand Ninja's territory. If things got noisy, other Sand Ninjas might arrive. Lurking behind the sand dune, Mu Feng continued to watch the show. After killing 2 more Sand Ninjas, the Red Sand Scorpion did not leave. Instead, he began to search and examine the bodies of the 2 Sand Ninjas. He removed an arm from the crow, revealing a sharp blade inside, and then surprisingly began to dissect the 2 Sand Ninjas. Mu Feng was dumbfounded by this scene. It should be noted that the real age of Sasori of the Red Sand is not much older than his own. Even in the world of Naruto, children cannot kill without expression and then study the corpses. Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's over, this child is doomed. But just as Mu Feng was sighing, Sasori suddenly seemed to sense something. The scattered puppet crows on the ground suddenly flew up, rushing straight towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng was startled. He didn't expect Sasori's perception to be so sharp. This was actually normal. Puppet masters rely on their puppets to fight, not their own bodies. They need not only exquisite chakra manipulation, but also extraordinary perception and feedback. After all, getting cut would hurt him, but the puppet wouldn't feel anything. If a puppet master's perception isn't sharp, they can't judge the puppet's injuries or assess the enemy's strength, let alone release puppets to fight from the shadows. Bang! The crow dove from the sky and struck the sand dune, sending a cloud of yellow sand flying. Mufeng leaped out from the yellow sand. He didn't retreat, but charged directly at Sasori. He placed a hand on his demon knife. At this distance, Mufeng didn't intend to use ninjutsu, as that would create too much noise. Windblade cut. With a swish, a white light flashed past, and simultaneously, a translucent wind blade shot towards Sasori at high speed. Sasori didn't expect that there was someone lurking around him, and that this person now seemed quite formidable. As the wind blade approached, the sharp sound of slicing air made Sasori's pupils contract. He sensed danger. However, Sasori clearly lacked combat experience. Instinctively, he summoned the crow to block the wind blade. Bang! The wind blade struck the puppet crow, creating a gap in its solid body, and Sasori's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although the crow appeared to be made of wood, the wood he chose was remarkably strong, even stronger than steel. Yet now, it had been sliced open by a single slash. Realizing this, Sasori immediately thought of one person, Konoha's White Fang. Instinctively, he wanted to escape. He was only pursuing art, not being foolish. The chakra strings trembled as Sasori attempted to retract the crow. But at this moment, it was too late. Taking advantage of the wind blade hitting the puppet crow, causing it to freeze, Mufeng leaped to the side of the crow. The blade light surged forth. With the wind attribute enhancement combined with the sharpness of the demon knife, the puppet crow was shredded like paper by Mufeng's strikes. Sasori's expression deepened, but the chakra strings in his hand did not break. Although the crow was forced to disintegrate, many parts were still usable. He threw out several chakra strings and connected them to the scattered crow parts on the ground, launching an attack on Mufeng with multiple crow components. At that moment, a crisp ding echoed suddenly in Mufeng's mind. Chapter 83. The system's new task. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered a strong plot character in this world, triggering a plot task. Just as Mufeng was preparing to settle the score with Sasori, the system's voice rang in his mind. Mufeng's movement paused slightly. But taking this opportunity, Sasori completed his counterattack, linking the crow fragments together, while also retreating to maintain a certain distance from Mufeng. Damn system. Mufeng cursed inwardly, glancing at the floating crow fragments before looking at the distance between himself and Sasori. He retreated slightly, sheathing the demon knife, and pulled out a kunai with his left hand, focusing on Sasori. Sasori did not attack immediately, but began to observe Mufeng. At this time, Mufeng had his face wrapped in bandages, concealing his appearance. However, based on height and posture, Sasori quickly deduced that this was not a ninja from Sunagakure. Seeing this, Sasori felt a sense of relief. He wasn't interested in which ninja village Mufeng belonged to. As long as he wasn't from Sunagakure, that was enough. Just moments ago, he had almost killed 2 Sand Village ninjas right under their noses, an act that had already betrayed Sunagakure. Neither Sasori nor Mufeng moved to attack. As the system's alert in Mufeng's mind continued to ring out, detected that Sasori is a strong plot task. You have triggered the plot task, the death of the 3rd Kazekage. Plot task, the death of the 3rd Kazekage. Task description, Sasori of the Red Sand. Due to the misfortunes of his childhood, fell in love with the art of puppet techniques. His reclusive thoughts and the environment of Sunagakure promoted his contemplation of life and art. And now, Sasori is on the brink of darkness. Task requirements. Intensify Sasori's darkening progress. Task objectives. 1. Destroy Sasori's ordinary puppets. Completed. 2. Sever or damage parts of Sasori's body. Not completed. 3. Show Sasori the beauty of eternity. Not completed. Tip. This part can be completed with Jinjutsu. Task rewards. 10,000 darkening points. Chakra refinement level 1. Black seed 1. Task penalties. 1. Lose all darkening abilities within 6 months. 2. System authority -1. Note. 1. At this stage, you cannot kill the strong plot task Sasori. 2. This task is a plot task. Upon completion, system authority 1. Description. Eternal existence is the beauty of life. A stream of information passed by, and Mufeng looked at the task rewards in astonishment. 10,000. Yes, that S10,000 darkening points. Even now, Facing Sasori, Mu Feng was shocked by this reward. This was the first time he encountered such a high-reward task since entering the Naruto world, and it was also his first encounter with a plot task. However, Mu Feng found it hard to understand the system's judgment of Sasori as a strong plot character. While Sasori indeed had a role in the original Naruto, he paled in comparison to figures like Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Kakashi. Especially Kakashi, who was a central character throughout the series. If Sasori was considered a strong plot task, then wasn't Kakashi an unbeatable character? Yet, when Mu Feng interacted with Kakashi, there was no such prompt. This left Mu Feng somewhat confused. However, he quickly realized that the strong plot and characters recognized by the system might differ from his understanding. From a normal perspective, the Scorpion of the Red Sand is indeed a dark character. But now, Mu Feng had no time to consider these things. The key was how to deal with the Scorpion of the Red Sand in front of him. Mu Feng originally planned to kill the Scorpion of the Red Sand, which would change the course of the Naruto world, but he wasn't afraid of that. Even if he didn't kill the Scorpion today, his subsequent actions would surely change the Naruto world, making it different from before. Mu Feng's original plan was to kill the Scorpion of the Red Sand to gain a large amount of dark value. Secondly, without the Scorpion, the third Kage would not be assassinated, which could potentially delay the progress of the Third Shinobi World War, giving Mu Feng time to develop. However, now the system had issued a task, and the punishment for this task was quite severe. For 6 months, he wouldn't be able to use the system to enhance his strength, and his permissions would also be reduced. In Mu Feng's view, the reduction of permissions seemed to be a more serious punishment than the former, but once the task was completed, the rewards would be substantial. However, judging from the nature of this task, if Mu Feng executed it, it would definitely accelerate the darkening of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Perhaps it wouldn't take long before the Scorpion would take action against the third Kage. At the same time, if this task was completed, he might leave a significant shadow in the heart of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, a shadow that could be compared to the special bond between Itachi and Deidara. During Mu Feng's contemplation, the Scorpion of the Red Sand launched his attack. Several fragments of crows emitted a sound of breaking wind, piercing towards Mu Feng from different directions. The gleaming blades coated with a purple liquid, which was the poison applied by the Scorpion. Mu Feng immediately activated the power of his Sharingan to enhance his dynamic vision. Suddenly, the movement trajectories of the crow fragments appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, and relying solely on the Sharingan, he could clearly predict the movement trends of these crow fragments. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Putting away the curse blade, Mu Feng quickly formed hand seals. After creating some distance, he had no choice but to use Ninjutsu. Several fireballs flickered and flew toward the crow fragments in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides collided. The fireballs exploded. But the crow fragments charged through a large burst of flames, although the poison on the blades had already dried. The Scorpion gritted his teeth, wanting to directly eliminate Mu Feng. Mu Feng dodged swiftly, his body tracing an arc in the air, perfectly avoiding all attacks from the crow fragments, while he threw a kunai directly at the Scorpion. Then, Mu Feng's right hand pressed against the cursed blade, and under the effect of gravity, his body fell downward. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the Scorpion's eyes. With no way to gain leverage in the air, he could take this opportunity to finish off Mu Feng. The next moment, he succeeded. He succeeded. Both Mu Feng and the Scorpion of the Red Sands' eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 84, Puppet Temple. In the air, the puppet crow fragments suddenly accelerated, surrounding Mu Feng from all sides. A hint of joy appeared in the Scorpion's eyes. He seemed to not have expected that his opponent would make such a serious mistake, placing himself in the air without any protection. In the eyes of the puppeteer, such a target is merely a bullseye. Whoosh! Several piercing sounds echoed across the desert. Crow fragments shot through, but the next moment, there was a series of thuds as they collided. The Scorpion of the Red Sand widened its eyes, its body shivering slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Enemies? Where are the enemies? Just as the Scorpion of the Red Sand was lost in thought, a flash of white light erupted before him, followed by a spray of blood splattering onto the Scorpion's cheek. The Scorpion of the Red Sand stood dazed in place. The next moment, he let out a mournful scream, his gaze returning to his right arm. At this moment, his right arm had been severed by Mu Feng with a single strike. Blood gushing out, a wave of pain surged through him, and right across from the Scorpion of the Red Sand, Mu Feng held the demon blade, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the Scorpion. Just moments ago, while Mu Feng was suspended in the air, he had thrown a kunai, intentionally colliding it with a crow fragment, causing that kunai marked with the flying thunder god to land beside the scorpion of the red sand. The scorpion believed he had succeeded, but he never anticipated that Mufeng would possess the flying thunder god technique. Utilizing this technique, Mufeng closed the distance to the scorpion of the red sand. Before the scorpion could unleash his backup plan, before the puppets buried in the sand could be used, Mufeng had already severed his arm with a single blow. At the same time, Mufeng's Sharingan locked onto the scorpion of the red sand, activating its power. The next moment, the scenery around the scorpion of the red sand suddenly changed. The desert vanished, revealing instead a grand temple. The temple was resplendent, and at the forefront stood a statue, towering high, requiring the scorpion of the red sand to look up to see it. This change left the scorpion of the red sand in shock, to the point where he couldn't even pay attention to the pain coming from his arm. Soon, he realized he was trapped in an illusion, but he had no way to break free from it. Countless threads descended from the temple, densely covering his line of sight. These threads looked just like the ones used to control puppets. The scorpion of the red sand felt a surge of anxiety as the fear of the unknown consumed him. But the next moment, the threads sank into the ground of the temple, pulling outward, and countless puppets began to surge up from the ground. These puppets are all humanoid, but each one has a strange smile on its face. What drives the scorpion of the red sand mad is that he feels these puppets in front of him are not made of wood, but are formed from living beings. Controlled by threads, the temple puppets approached the scorpion of the red sand in unison. He instinctively wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move, and in the end, he was overwhelmed by the group of puppets. Outside the illusionary world, Mufeng looked at the scorpion of the red sand, who was standing there in a daze, with a layer of doubt in his eyes. He had not yet reached the level of Itachi in the original work in using the Sharingan's ocular power, but he was still able to use his ocular power to interfere with the scorpion of the red sand, making him see the images his heart desired. In other words, everything happening in the illusionary world right now is not something Mufeng has created or controlled, but rather, it is guiding the scorpion of the red sand to see the aspects of fear or desire within himself. Now, watching the scorpion of the red sand's expression change from shock to fear and then suddenly shift to laughter, Mufeng felt quite strange. What did this guy actually see? What could have caused such a drastic change in his expression? The red sand scorpion, trapped in an illusion, clearly posed no threat to Mufeng anymore. The raven fragments he controlled had all fallen into the desert. Seizing this opportunity, Mufeng began to check his task list. Task objectives: 1. Shatter the ordinary puppet of the red sand scorpion, completed. 2. Sever or destroy parts of the red sand scorpion's body, completed. 3. Show the red sand scorpion the beauty of eternity, completed. All 3 task objectives had been completed, and at the same time, the system popped up a warning. Warning: the red sand scorpion is a strong plot character. Killing this character will result in a failure of the plot mission. Upon seeing the warning, Mufeng decisively put away his demon blade. Meanwhile, not far away, Mufeng saw several figures rushing over. They were ninjas from the Sand Ninja village. Without much hesitation, Mufeng immediately left this dangerous place. That's Lord Chiyo's grandson. He is trapped in an illusion. Quick, help him break free. What about the other 2? They're dead. Damn it, who did this? Split up and search. We must find the enemy. Mufeng hadn't gone far when he heard a calling sound from behind. Seeing this, Mufeng activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in a flash. It was utterly ridiculous for ordinary ninjas from the Sand Ninja village to find Mufeng. They only searched the area and found a kunai marked with strange patterns. This kunai was well made and clearly not produced by the Sand Ninja village. After several searches, the Sand Ninja village ninjas found nothing, and, with the red sand scorpion severely injured, they decided to give up. In fact, the arriving ninjas were even weaker than the red sand scorpion and his 2 teammates, and they were also afraid of being killed. Soon, these Sand Ninja village ninjas took the red sand scorpion back to their village, along with the kunai marked with the flying thunder god symbol that Mufeng had left behind. In a desert not far from the Sand Ninja village, Mufeng had already activated the space-time sensing of the Flying Thunder God technique, and sensed that one of his Flying Thunder God marks was rapidly moving towards the Sand Ninja village. A smile appeared on Mufeng's face. Mufeng did not believe that the people from the Sand Ninja village could see through his Flying Thunder God mark. Firstly, the Flying Thunder God technique is an extremely difficult ninjutsu. Minato Namake's is already an exception, and the Sand Ninja village does not have much defense against such ninjutsu. Secondly, Mufeng was not as showy as Minato Namake's. His Flying Thunder God kunai looked almost like an ordinary kunai. with the only special feature being the bandage wrapped around it marked with the flying thunder god symbol. In the ninja world, other ninjas also have their own unique markings on their tools. Therefore, seeing this kunai, most people from a sand ninja village would likely think it was an ordinary kunai with a personal mark. And even a ninja who picked it up would not report it. Unless there were ninjas in the sand ninja village who were particularly sensitive to space-time ninjutsu, they would not be able to see through Mu Feng's flying thunder god technique. Now that he had the flying thunder god mark, it would be much easier for Mu Feng to infiltrate the sand ninja village. Just as Mu Feng was planning his next actions, a ding sound echoed, announcing the system notification. Task reward settlement complete. Chapter 85. A 10,000 yuan household? Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task, the death of the third Kazekage. You have gained 10,000 dark points. Your chakra, refinement level 1. You have obtained a black seed 1. Your system permission level 1. 3 notification sounds rang in Mu Feng's mind. Mu Feng immediately revealed a smile. Soon, he felt a slight tingling sensation throughout his body. This was the enhancement of chakra refinement, and this process was not painful, but it lasted quite a while like a small electric current passing through his body, which felt quite refreshing. After a full 5 minutes, Mu Feng's body finally returned to calm, and he could clearly feel that the chakra within him had become much clearer. This is a good thing, as it means that after being refreshed by the wind, one can use ninjutsu faster and even simplify their hand seals. The essence of ninjutsu lies in mobilizing one's chakra and then triggering it through hand seals. The stronger the mastery of chakra, the more hand seals that would originally need to be triggered can be omitted, achieving simplification of the hand seals. However, no matter what, a hand seal is still needed to trigger the final release of ninjutsu. This has led to a situation similar to that of Hashirama Senju, where with just a clap of his hands, whatever he calls out comes to be. Of course, Mu Feng's current mastery of chakra is not at the level of Hashirama Senju, but he can simplify 1 or 2 hand seals. However, thinking about the system's assistance, he is sure that his mastery of chakra will become increasingly proficient, and who knows, in a few years, he might also be able to achieve that same clapping situation as Hashirama, where whatever he calls out comes to be. Moreover, with his clapping, he would be able to summon not just would release. With this thought, Mu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of longing. However, he quickly shifted his focus to other rewards. He had gained 10,000 points of dark value. Previously, he had saved 200 points of dark value, and now, with this additional 10,000 points, Mu Feng now possessed a total of 17,200 points, making him quite wealthy. In the world he came from, in the 70s and 80s, he would have already reached the level of a household with 10,000 yuan. Mu Feng initially thought that after this task ended, he would need to train for a while to break through the 10,000 yuan barrier, but he never expected happiness to come so suddenly. At the same time, Mu Feng was also quite concerned about one more thing. The system's permission level had increased by 1. The reward is somewhat subtle. So Mu Feng directly inquired with the system, and soon the system provided a response. Increasing system permissions can expand the categories of items sold in the system store. Additionally, reaching a certain level of system permissions can unlock extra features. The current system permission level of the host, level 3. The host can exchange for most ninjutsu and illusion techniques in this world, as well as a small portion of bloodline limits. The host can exchange for level 1 to 2 ability enhancement cards and level 1 to 2 bloodline enhancement cards. Note, some special abilities require specific enhancement cards. It has been detected that the host permission level has reached level 3, allowing the host to exchange for level 1 recovery potions. Note, these potions are supplied by the system and are far superior to the military rations and other potions in this world. Known information. If the host permission level is raised to level 5, the system's extra features will be unlocked, and this feature will be a paid one. After hearing the system's response, Mu Feng roughly understood the purpose of system permissions. Simply put, the higher the permissions, the more impressive the items that can be exchanged for. Then, Mu Feng inquired about the ability enhancement cards and bloodline enhancement cards, and the system also provided a response. There isn't much to say about the ability enhancement cards. After use, they can increase the levels of ninjutsu and swordsmanship, making them more powerful. However, lower-level enhancement cards, while increasing ability levels, will decrease the proficiency of those abilities. Similar to the counterattack of physical techniques, after enhancing an ability, a period of time is needed to become familiar with and master it. Higher-level enhancement cards do not cause this situation, but based on what the system implied, the process of using higher-level enhancement cards is not friendly. This can actually be considered a kind of cost, Wanting to effortlessly and freely enhance one's strength is impossible in the eyes of the system. The usage of ability enhancement cards is not limited in number, and Mu Feng can choose for himself. However, the Bloodline Enhancement card is quite important. The difference between high-level and low-level cards is significant, and Bloodline Enhancement has a limit on the number of uses. Currently, Mu Feng possesses the Uchiha Bloodline, which can barely be supplemented with a Hashirama body. Mu Feng's Sharingan has already reached 3 Tomo, and if he uses a Bloodline Enhancement card, there's a certain chance that the 3 Tomo will upgrade to a Manjiki Sharingan, along with the additional abilities of the Manjiki. This process is irreversible, meaning there is only one opportunity. The abilities of the Manjiki awakened by low-level Bloodline Enhancement cards are relatively ordinary, generally rated below 3 stars. Only level 4 to 5 Bloodline Enhancement cards can guarantee that the awakened Manjiki abilities are above 3 stars. Right now, Mu Feng can't even say that he lacks the authority. He can't exchange for a level 4 Bloodline Enhancement card. Even if he had enough authority, he still couldn't exchange for it. This thing is ridiculously expensive. Mu Feng still remembers seeing the Manjiki Sharingan in the system store, which required 100,000 corruption points. But it should be noted that this corresponds to a level 2 enhancement card, while level 4 requires at least 300,000, even 500,000. Suddenly, Mu Feng felt that being a millionaire was quite poor. However, there is still an opportunity. Mu Feng learned from the system that if his authority increases, the prices of items in the store will decrease and be discounted. A 500,000 Bloodline Enhancement card with a 90 discount would only be 50,000. Damn it, 50,000 is still unaffordable. Mu Feng shed tears of a poor person. Next, Mu Feng stopped thinking about the corruption points issue. Previously, he hoped that the Third Shinobi World War would be delayed for a while, but now he actually wanted the war to break out quickly. Then, Mu Feng turned his attention to the last reward from the system. Black Seed, a strong plot and character-exclusive reward in the Naruto world, can be sold or used. Selling it to the system can earn 10,000 corruption points, and using it will permanently increase the corruption strength of abilities by a minimum of 50. Upon seeing the description of the Black Seed, Mu Feng revealed an excited expression. This thing is not difficult to understand. Selling it to the system can earn you 10,000 points of corruption value, while using it will increase the minimum corruption strength of all its abilities by 50 from the original level. For example, if Mu Feng's swordsmanship corruption strength is 100, after using the Black Seed, the corruption strength of his swordsmanship will become 150. Even if the swordsmanship slacks off and no longer corrupts, this item can still increase the corruption strength by 50. Mu Feng didn't think too much and immediately used the Black Seed. According to Mu Feng's estimate, this item can be sold to the system for 10,000 dark value points, but if you want to buy it yourself, it costs at least 100,000. This dog system is very sinister. Chapter 86. Infiltrating the Sand Ninja Village. After using the Black Seed, Mu Feng noticed the chakra in his body starting to stir. But soon this turmoil calmed down. Ding! Your ninjutsu is affected by the Black Seed, and the darkening intensity increases by 50. Ding! Your swordsmanship. Ding! Your illusion techniques. The system's notification sounded, but Mu Feng no longer paid attention to it. Encountering the scorpion of the red sand this time was an unexpected gain, but this gain was immense, which sparked some thoughts in Mu Feng's mind. He must seek to engage more with these dark characters in the Naruto world, especially the more pivotal ones. Currently, Konoha has a target, Orochimaru. However, Mu Feng's strength is still not very strong, and from previous encounters, the system has not yet classified Orochimaru as a dark storyline character. To gain certain benefits from Orochimaru, Mu Feng still needs an opportunity. He put away his thoughts. For now, the dark value was not useful to him. His mission in Sunagakure was not yet complete, and recklessly exchanging items could lead to fluctuations in strength and unexpected incidents. Mu Feng did not want such surprises to occur. He planned to enhance his strength after returning to Konoha once this mission was over. With over 10,000 dark values, Mu Feng did not intend to save them. Based on Mu Feng's estimation, the task he triggered with the Scorpion of the Red Sand was named the death of the third Kazekage. After completing this task, it was likely that the third Kazekage would not survive for long. Once the third Kazekage dies, it would be the fuse for the third Great Ninja War, and soon, war would break out among several ninja villages. At this point, still retaining the corruption value is equivalent to seeking death. Looking up at the sky, a ray of dawn had already fallen in the east. It was almost dawn. Mu Feng's reconnaissance mission had come to an end. using the flying thunder god technique. Mufeng quickly appeared near the previously designated base. Upon returning to the base, Kakashi had completed his own mission and was back at the base. Seeing Mufeng approach, Kakashi let down his guard. Mufeng, how did the mission go? Kakashi asked. At this moment, Minato was still not back, but from Kakashi's proud expression, it was clear that he had gained something from his outing and wanted to compare with Mufeng. Not great. I encountered a team of Sand Village ninjas and engaged in combat. Mufeng replied. From a mission's perspective, Mufeng's performance this time was indeed somewhat inadequate, as engaging with Sand Village ninjas meant exposure. However, from Mufeng's personal standpoint, this outing was a huge gain. Regarding the mission, Mufeng did not care. He was more concerned about how to become stronger. Engaged in combat, Kakashi was taken aback. Then after observing Mufeng closely and noticing he was uninjured, he asked again, all dealt with? Kakashi was well aware of Mufeng's strength. Encountering an ordinary sand ninja team, Mufeng could potentially eliminate them all. No, one got away. Mufeng frowned. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's proud expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. An elite ninja? Just an ordinary ninja, a puppeteer. So that means we've already been exposed. Not exposed. At most, they know we came for the Sand Village. It's no secret that we would come to gather intelligence. Mufeng stated. He had already confirmed this with Namake's Minato before. Moreover, the risk of them infiltrating Sunagakure afterward is very high. It is basically impossible to avoid conflict with the Sand Shinobi. Even Namake's Minato cannot guarantee that. After all, the Sand Village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and it is almost impossible for the 3 of them to toy with it without being detected. Furthermore, the forces within Sunagakure are currently focused on dealing with the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Seeing Mufeng's somewhat despondent expression, Kakashi felt embarrassed to flaunt his mission, and his tone returned to calmness. Well, as long as you're okay. The arrangements in Sunagakure are indeed quite tight this time. Even Teacher Minato cannot guarantee that he won't be discovered. I've already detected the movements of the Iwagakure ninjas. It seems they are also acting separately this time. An elite IWA ninja has already entered Sunagakure. The remaining personnel are still around the outskirts of Sunagakure, but I haven't clarified their exact positions yet. However, from the current situation, it seems that they are unwilling to engage with Sunagakure and also do not want to confront us. Kakashi spoke. Part of this intelligence came from Konoha's spies, while another part was gathered by himself. Last night, Kakashi discovered several mysterious ninjas near Sunagakure. From their actions, they did not seem to be from Sunagakure, and Kakashi concluded that they must be from Iwagakure. After discovering the IWA ninjas for safety, Kakashi did not follow them, but roughly remembered the location. Soon, Kakashi marked the area where he encountered the IWA ninjas on the map. Just as Mufeng and Kakashi were communicating, a shadow suddenly appeared behind them. It was Namake's Minato. Mufeng, Kakashi, something seems off. We might need to enter Sunagakure tonight, Minato said seriously as he appeared. He then briefly shared the intelligence he had gathered in Sunagakure with the two. Last night, Minato infiltrated Sunagakure using the Flying Thunder God technique. At first, he was not discovered. However, upon approaching the temple of Sunagakure, he could clearly feel that the defenses there were very tight. Minato did not give up. Instead, he began to investigate from the shadows. Through the conversations of several ninjas, Minato learned that Sunagakure planned to completely seal off the temple in 2 days and secretly transfer the one-tailed Jinchuriki. As for where it would be transferred, Minato did not know, but one thing was certain. After Sunagakure secretly transferred the one-tailed Jinchuriki, it would become significantly more difficult to continue investigating. Therefore, Minato planned to clarify the situation of the one-tailed Jinchuriki tonight. Additionally, Minato already had some plans in mind. However, in this plan, both Mufeng and Kakashi would have to take some risks. Subsequently, Minato briefly explained the plan he had devised to the two. After hearing it, Kakashi frowned, while Mufeng shrugged. I can do it. I have a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God already in Sunagakure. Following it, I can enter Sunagakure. But before that, I may need to confirm the location of the Flying Thunder God mark. After Mufeng finished speaking, Minato's eyes brightened slightly, casting an approving glance at Mufeng. Kakashi's expression, however, was somewhat grim. Compared to the two who could use the Flying Thunder God technique, his infiltration would be significantly more challenging. Ultimately, it was still Minato who spoke. He would take Kakashi with him to infiltrate Sunagakure using the Flying Thunder God. Alright, let us rest during the day and act at night. Chapter 87. The Darkened Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sunagakure, medical room. How is it? A medical CHNine approached and asked. Opposite him was a female medical ninja. The Chunin was inquiring about the condition of Sasori of the Red Sand. She has already awakened from the Ninjutsu, and her arm has been reattached. However, the patient's emotional state seems to be problematic, possibly due to the effects of the Ninjutsu, the female ninja said, shaking her head. Unable to fathom what kind of Ninjutsu the patient had encountered to end up in this state. The Chunin nodded, leaning in to look into the patient room. Inside, Sasori, with his red hair, was lowering his head, staring at the arm that had been reattached with medical ninjutsu. His expression was serious, and his mind was filled with the puppet temple he had seen in the Ninjutsu. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, he could see the enormous statue in those scarlet eyes. The statue brought him a sense of solemnity, while the pair of eyes felt like an abyss, instilling fear in Sasori. He could not understand why the opponent had not killed him at that moment. Even if he was discovered by other ninjas from Sunagakure, the opponent had the opportunity to kill him with a single strike in that situation. Yet, they did not do so. Instead, they unnecessarily used Ninjutsu and ultimately spared him. This left the Scorpion of the Red Sand puzzled. He had already recognized that pair of eyes as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, and the identity of the person he was fighting was also quite clear. However, when the Sand Village people came to inquire, the Scorpion of the Red Sand said nothing and remained silent. This put the people of Sunagakure in a difficult position. But given the identity of Sasori of the Red Sand, they did not dare to take any action against him. They could only seek answers from the corpses of the two fallen ninjas. Ultimately, Sunagakure concluded that the assailant was a Ninjutsu master. Sasori and his group fell victim to the opponent's Ninjutsu and ended up killing each other, leading to the deaths of the two Sunagakure ninjas at the hands of Sasori's puppets and poison. Furthermore, the opponent used Ninjutsu to control Sasori, severed one of his arms, and then spared his life. After piecing together the entire process, the ninjas of Sunagakure were shocked. They had never considered the possibility that Sasori would betray the village. Everything stemmed from that Ninjutsu master. Once this process was revealed, the higher-ups of Sand Village immediately changed their attitude towards Sasori of the Red Sand, looking at him with a bit more sympathy. When the topic of that illusion master was mentioned, everyone gritted their teeth, feeling that the other party's methods were too cruel and dirty. Just imagine, a ninja wakes up from an illusion only to find that his teammates have tragically died at his hands. What kind of psychological trauma would that create? Moreover, Sasori is still just a teenager, and the other party could easily kill him. But they chose not to kill him, instead allowing Sasori to live with that guilt. Such a person is truly terrifying and utterly detestable. After this incident spread to the treatment center, the attitude of everyone towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand improved significantly. While Scorpion's silence was seen as a reflection on life after killing a teammate, Scorpion had transformed into the biggest victim of this attack, appearing dazed and seemingly broken, evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, the illusion master Mu Feng became the scapegoat, with all the blame placed on him. However, things were not as they seemed. At that moment, Mu Feng was in the base, looking at the system shop while calculating his corruption value, fully aware of how poor he was. Meanwhile, Scorpion, who was staying in the treatment center, was experiencing his path of corruption, with his artistic cells awakening. Just as Scorpion was contemplating the issues of his body and puppet, a call came from outside the ward. Lord Kage. Lord Kage. Upon hearing the voice, Scorpion withdrew his thoughts. How is Scorpion doing? A low voice came, and Scorpion recognized it as the third Kage. Reporting to Lord Kage, not very well. He has suffered a significant blow and has been staring at his severed arm since he woke up today. Staring at his severed arm? The third Kage's tone carried a hint of confusion. Yes, his arm was severed, but he was not killed. Another ninja tried to continue explaining. I already know about this, but the fault does not lie with him. The enemy is too strong. The third Kage interrupted. Where is Scorpion? Take me to him. That's great, Lord Kage. If you see that child in person, he might come out of his self-blame. After the words fell, footsteps approached. Hearing the footsteps, Scorpion instinctively hid his severed arm under the covers, and soon he saw the third Kage. Beside the third Kage was a female medical ninja, the director of the treatment center. Scorpion, Lord Kage has come to see you, the director said with a smile, while the Kage's expression was serious. Scorpion, I've heard about your situation. Do you know the identity of the enemy? The third Kage asked. In his view, Scorpion's problem was not the key. The crucial issue was that a powerful illusion master had appeared near Sunagakure. It is known that some illusion masters can manipulate ninjas with their techniques. And if the ninjas patrolling outside were controlled, it would pose a huge threat to the entire village. Listening to the third Kazekage's words, Scorpion remained silent, staring blankly at the Kazekage. He felt the powerful chakra and aura from the third Kazekage, but beyond that, he did not care about the Kazekage's questions. Scorpion, Lord Kazekage is asking you a question. Seeing Scorpion still silent, the director felt a bit embarrassed. Lord Kazekage, he's like this these days. He didn't even speak when Lady Chiyo came. We will treat Scorpion as soon as possible, but his psychological issue. All right, that's enough for today. Scorpion's matter ends here. If he speaks later, remember to report any information about that ninja to me. The third Kazekage was somewhat displeased, but he couldn't do anything to a patient, especially since Scorpion was also Lady Chiyo's grandson. Understood, Lord Kazekage. At this moment, the director also realized that the third Kazekage was not genuinely concerned about Scorpion, but rather about the enemy's intelligence, feeling a chill in her heart while sighing for Scorpion. What a pitiful child, to encounter such a thing. Soon, the third Kazekage left the ward, with the director following behind. However, after they left, they were unaware that Scorpion had pulled out his arm again. No flesh can last forever. It will be damaged, and the powerful are no exception, Scorpion murmured. Chapter 88. Whose unfortunate child? In the night, Namikaze Minato led Mu Feng and the others to the vicinity of Sunagakure. With the reconnaissance routes previously discovered by Mu Feng and Namikaze Minato, the three did not encounter any unexpected events along the way. Upon reaching the outskirts of Sunagakure, the outer walls posed no challenge to the three, easily leaping over them. However, avoiding detection by sensory-type ninjas on the high walls was a more difficult task. In any of the 5 great shinobi countries, infiltrating them was risky, even for high-ranking figures who had to be cautious to avoid being caught. Namikaze Minato had already infiltrated Sunagakure the night before, naturally leaving his flying thunder god mark. Are you ready? Namikaze Minato asked Mu Feng and Kakashi. Mu Feng furrowed his brow. He had already entered the time-space perception of the flying thunder god. During his earlier confrontation with Scorpion, he had intentionally left behind a kunai with a flying thunder god mark and had it taken to Sunagakure. Now, Mu Feng was sensing that kunai. However, what puzzled Mu Feng was that, in his perception, that kunai was actually moving. Could it be that those ninjas had not turned it in, but kept it for themselves? Mu Feng frowned slightly. Since the kunai might be kept on someone's person, he could not use his flying thunder god to enter Sunagakure. Minato-sensei, my mark is moving. I can't teleport for now. Mu Feng said to Namikaze Minato. It's fine. I'll take you both over shortly. Mu Feng, once we enter Sunagakure, just follow the plan. Mu Feng, since you've mastered the flying thunder god, leave a mark here. It can be used for retreat. Namikaze Minato instructed. His flying thunder god technique was now nearly perfected, allowing him to teleport with others, but there was a limit to the number of people he could take. However, for Mu Feng and Kakashi, it was not a significant burden. Ready? Let's go. With both hands resting on Mu Feng and Kakashi's shoulders, Namikaze Minato's words fell, and the scene before them shifted. Mu Feng was already familiar with the flying thunder god teleportation, while Kakashi was both curious and nervous. After a moment, the three's vision stabilized. A wave of decaying, dry air came over them. This time, the teleportation location was in the underground waterway of Sunagakure. However, due to the unique terrain of Sunagakure, it was not damp here, but the smell was equally unpleasant. Kakashi was still reminiscing about the earlier flying thunder god experience. Such a convenient skill made him somewhat envious. But upon thinking of the complicated time-space ninjutsu knowledge, he felt a bit discouraged, casting a more envious glance at Mu Feng. Mu Feng looked around at the environment, which could be described as dirty and chaotic, and could only frown. This was the abandoned underground passage of Sunagakure, where some civilians would throw garbage. But it was relatively secluded, and there was an exit ahead. Once they went out, they would be near the temple of Sunagakure. Let's go. I'll take you out first. Bluffing Shuemin opened his mouth to speak, and after finishing, he pretended to walk forward. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Bluffing Shuemin suddenly stopped, waved his arm to signal Mufeng and Kakashi not to make any noise. Mufeng immediately halted, and then he heard several voices coming from the passage ahead. What's going on? Lord Kazekage actually sent us to clean up the dump. Can't we just grab a few civilians for this? Hurry up. I can't believe we have such a disgusting place in Sunagakure. The smell here is unbearable. Isn't it? What is this thing, ugh? A retching sound followed, accompanied by a series of beautiful dialect from Sunagakure. Bluffing Shuemin turned to look at Mufeng and Kakashi. made a shushing gesture, and then felt his way forward. Mufeng and Kakashi waited in place. Soon, bang bang, two muffled sounds came, and, after a moment, Bluffing Shueimin reappeared in front of Mufeng and Kakashi, but now he was wearing a set of Sunagakure ninja attire, clearly taken from the two sand ninjas earlier, and his iconic blonde hair was wrapped up in a headscarf. If no one paid attention, they would only think Bluffing Shueimin was an ordinary Sunagakure ninja. Unfortunately, Mufeng and Kakashi couldn't do the same. Their physiques made it impossible for them to find suitable clothing. However, because of their size, Mufeng and Kakashi would be overlooked. At least in the eyes of the Sunagakure civilians, they were just unfamiliar children, provided they disguised themselves a bit. All set, let us go, Bluffing Shueimin said. Teacher Shueimin. What is this? Kakashi looked at Shueimin in astonishment. Just reducing the chances of being discovered. You two need to disguise yourselves after going out. Bluffing Shueimin replied. All right. Kakashi frowned, seemingly reluctant about changing clothes. At the same time, he decided in his heart that no matter what he changed into, his iconic mask could not be discarded. Following behind Bluffing Shueimin, the three quickly found the exit. However, just as Bluffing Shueimin went up, Mufeng and Kakashi followed. Suddenly, a shout came from the nearby street. Hey, you, how's it going down there? Bluffing Shueimin turned back to see a robust Sunagakure ninja looking at him with a disdainful expression. Here. Mufeng just poked his head out and was slightly taken aback after noticing the situation. Fortunately, Bluffing Shueimin had already changed into the attire of the Sand Ninja village. Otherwise, he might have been exposed on the spot. Kakashi, hearing the shouting from below the tunnel, felt a tightness in his chest. He discovered two little brats down there. They had turned the place into a secret base. I'm getting these two brats out now. Bluffing Shueimin reacted quickly, saying this as he pulled Mufeng out from the tunnel. Mufeng was suspended in midair, his face full of confusion. The Sand Ninja village over there looked even more displeased. Whose unlucky kid is crawling into such a stinky place? All right, let him scram quickly. This place must be sealed off before 10 o'clock. The Sand Ninja frowned. Standing there, he could smell a strange odor. Bluffing Shueimin quickly agreed, and soon after, he pulled Kakashi out from inside. After the three of them got out of the tunnel, they quickly walked toward a nearby street. At that moment, a burly Sand Ninja seemed to think of something. Hey, wait a minute. He waved his hand to signal, but when he turned around, the three figures had already disappeared. Damn it, I have to go down personally. The burly Sand Ninja frowned, cursing as he pinched his nose and walked towards the tunnel entrance. Chapter 89, Cat and Mouse Game. Phew, that was close. Near the Sand Ninja village temple, in a dark alley, Kakashi patted his chest. Just now, when that Sand Ninja called out to them, both Kakashi and Mufeng thought they were going to be exposed. But neither of them expected that the Sand Ninja would be so carefree. Now that they had escaped a disaster, it meant they didn't have to confront the ninjas of the Sand Ninja village for the time being and could proceed with their plans smoothly. However, at this moment, Bluffing Shueimin frowned, looking far from relaxed. We must hurry. We have already been discovered by the Sand Ninja, Bluffing Shueimin said. How could this be? Was it just that the other party didn't react in time? Once he realizes, he will definitely notice something is off. Bluffing Shueimin continued. Moreover, if the other party enters the tunnel, they will soon discover those two companions. After hearing Bluffing Shueimin's words, Mufeng and Kakashi nodded. Do you remember the plan? Bluffing Shueimin asked. Mufeng and the others nodded. Then Bluffing Shueimin looked at Mufeng. Can you feel that mark now? Yes, it seems to be in that direction. Mufeng pointed in a direction. It was the outer area of the Sand Ninja village, with no particularly notable buildings. That area is residential. They shouldn't encounter any particularly troublesome characters. Bluffing Shueimin also looked over and said. Now Mufeng was even more certain that his kunai had been picked up by a ninja, and the other party did not hand it over to the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja village. In fact, that was not wrong. It was just a kunai. During battles, ninjas from both sides must have thrown out countless kunai, and if every single one had to be handed over for inspection, then the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja village wouldn't have time for anything else. All right, everything will proceed according to plan. This is my time-space kunai. Also, this is the temporary communication device. If you encounter an emergency situation in the Sand Ninja village that you can't resolve, activate this, and I will rush over immediately. While speaking, Bluffing Shueimin handed a flying thunder god dagger and an amulet-like object to Mufeng and Kakashi, respectively. The two tucked the items close to them. Even Mufeng knew now that these two items were their lifelines. What they were about to do had a high chance of exposing themselves, and being exposed in the Sand Ninja village would immediately lead to an attack from the Sand Ninjas. Moreover, Mufone might even face off against the third Kazekage or Chiyo. Though Mufone considered himself strong, he still fell short against the likes of the third Kazekage and Chiyo. Alright, let us move out from now on. 30 minutes later, I will attempt to break into the Sand Ninja Village Temple. During this time, do whatever you can. Did you bring the explosive tags? Bofeng Shui Min emphasized again. Next, the plan for the three was quite simple. The Jinchuriki of the tailed beast in the Sand Ninja Village had encountered problems, and naturally, the temple that imprisoned the Jinchuriki became the key defensive object of the Sand Ninja Village. The Sand Ninja Village not only had to guard against invading enemies entering the temple, but also had to prevent the tailed beast from breaking free and rampaging. Currently, the strongest defensive force in the entire Sand Ninja Village was the temple, with a higher defense level than the Kazekage building. As the rookies executing the mission, Mufone and Kakashi were nearly impossible to infiltrate the temple under such protection to confirm the status of the Jinchuriki. Therefore, this task was assigned to Bofeng Shui Min, while Mufone and Kakashi received support tasks. Before Bofeng Shui Min took action, Mufone and Kakashi would create some commotion in the Sand Ninja Village, preferably attracting the attention of the Sand Ninja Village ninjas in the temple. If they could make the Sand Ninja Village reassign some of the guards from the temple, that would be even better. The two would create opportunities for Bofeng Shui Min, who would have a clear target to infiltrate or directly break in and confirm the status of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. This time, the operation poses great danger for both sides. Mufone and Kakashi need to constantly change positions. If they are discovered, they will face an assault from the ninjas of Sunagakure. Meanwhile, Bofeng Shui Min has to withstand attacks from the elite forces of Sunagakure, and he may even have to confront the third Kazekage and other Kage-level strong fighters from the village. Any mistake could lead to both sides being killed or captured by the people of Sunagakure. However, relatively speaking, Mufone and Bofeng Shui Min have stronger survival abilities. Because of this, Mufone is taking on more responsibility in this support mission, as evidenced by the bulging explosive tags in his ninja tool pouch. These explosive tags were obtained by Kakashi from the Konoha scouts stationed in the Land of Wind. Currently, Mufone has brought 7 parts, and Kakashi has brought 3 parts. After Wave Wind Minato finished his instructions to Mufone and Kakashi, he was about to suggest a cool operation name for this mission. Suddenly, a flurry of scattered footsteps passed by the three. Hurry up, there's an intruder. 2 ninjas in the tunnel had fallen into a coma. Accompanied by the shouts of several ninjas, Wave Wind Minato, Mufone, and Kakashi looked at each other. Their infiltration had been discovered. Act quickly. Wave Wind Minato's expression tightened. As soon as he finished speaking, Mufone and Kakashi exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly disappeared from their spot. Wave Wind Minato looked towards the end of the alley where the Sand Ninja Village's temple was located. The temple was brightly lit, appearing calm on the surface. But who knows how many ninjas were lurking in the shadows. Boom! Under the peaceful night sky, a loud rumble suddenly echoed from the residential area on the west side of the Sand Ninja Village, and a fireball exploded, clearly visible in the night. What happened? What's going on? It's an explosion. Enemy attack. It's explosive tags. Enemies have infiltrated. After the explosion, many people were awakened from their dreams, looking in shock at the sight of the explosion, some angry, some scared. Quick, over there. Notify the higher-ups. Seal off this area. Don't let that guy escape. Get the sensing ninjas over here. Meanwhile, the patrol team within the Sand Ninja Village rushed towards the explosion site. But at that moment, boom, from the eastern commercial street, another explosion accompanied by flames sounded, and the captain of the patrolling ninjas looked at the flickering light in the night, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There are 2 waves of enemies. Reinforce our numbers. Soon, all the ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village mobilized, each holding torches, and began patrolling the village. While all streets were cleared and civilians returned to their homes, a cat-and-mouse game in the Sand Ninja Village had begun. Chapter 90. The Misfortunate Rock Ninja. Boom! A massive flame engulfed the Sand Ninja Village. With the sound of explosions, the entire Sand Ninja Village boiled like boiling water, and figures kept emerging from the shadows, occupying the high points of the village. In the night, 2 figures were racing through a dark alley, with several Sand Ninja Village ninjas closely pursuing them. Damn it! Who was making such a big commotion at this time? The racing figure glanced back while cursing. He was not a Konoha ninja, but a rock ninja hiding in the Sand Ninja Village. Just a moment ago, the rock ninja was preparing to use his Doton to infiltrate the Sand Ninja Temple. But at that moment, someone had unexpectedly planted several explosive tags nearby. And to make matters worse, that person disappeared as soon as they detonated the tags. Yes, They vanished in an instant, like a ghost. The explosion immediately attracted many sand ninjas, and this rock ninja felt a wave of bad luck, although he could easily deal with the surrounding low-level sand ninjas. This was the Sand Ninja Village, and he couldn't risk a real fight. If he got entangled in a fight, he definitely wouldn't survive the night. After cursing, just as the rock ninja predicted, he was targeted. The number of sand ninjas chasing him was increasing, and the rock ninja felt as if he was being tracked. Even when he used a secret technique to merge into the wall, he would be discovered shortly after. This made the IWA ninja feel extremely uneasy. He was now certain that there were definitely powerful sensory-type ninjas among the pursuing team from Sunagakure. All the IWA ninja could do was use all his strength to escape. His plan to investigate the Sand Ninja Temple had already fallen through. Now, just surviving and escaping from Sunagakure would be quite an achievement. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, the IWA ninja said fiercely, while vowing in his heart that if he found out who had caused such a ruckus, he would not let them go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The IWA ninja darted through several alleys. Catch him. Just ahead, keep up. There's only one person. Earth release, it must be one of those from IWA. Behind him, the pursuing sand ninjas kept shouting, and a few angry sand ninjas had already started cursing. Listening to the sand ninja's affectionate greetings toward his family and village women, the IWA ninja's veins bulged. He felt that those cursing ninjas would definitely not be his match if they fought. But in the current situation, he had no way to contend with them, and he was being chased like a dog. With a sudden break, the IWA ninja changed direction at the upcoming turn. His body twisted to the right, but at that moment, a short figure appeared in his line of sight. The IWA ninja's pupils constricted as he looked at the shadow opposite him. The person appeared young, but their entire face was wrapped in bandages, looking quite strange. Upon noticing him, this figure did not rush over shouting like the other sand ninjas, but rather froze for a moment in surprise. And the IWA ninja could even feel the other's astonishment. The two locked eyes for a second, and at that moment the air seemed to freeze. But the next moment, it's you. The IWA ninja let out an angry roar. He recognized Mufeng, or rather, deduced that Mufeng was the ninja who had framed him. The pent-up anger for being chased exploded suddenly, and the chakra within the IWA ninja surged, charging directly at Mufeng, being sent by IWA to carry out infiltration missions. This IWA ninja was certainly strong. Even if he wasn't as powerful as Minato Namikaze, he was much stronger than an average J-nin. The IWA ninja's body shot forward like a cannonball. At the same time, a layer of reddish-brown rock covered his right arm. If he collided with someone, while not as lethal as A's attacks, it would definitely not feel good. Seeing the opponent use ninjutsu, Mufeng, who was busy setting up explosive tags, paused for a moment. In the next second, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Buzz! A red line connected, and Mufeng didn't care which ninja village the opponent was from. As long as he made a move, he would escape. Moreover, while running away, Mufeng formed a hand seal with one hand. Explosion! With a low shout, the next moment, a loud bang erupted. A fireball surged up at the spot. The houses on one side of the alley were blown apart, rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust immediately spread throughout the scene. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the IWA ninja's eyes. This was how it was. His own plans had been going smoothly, and the origin of everything was due to an explosion like this, which had led to him being chased by the ninjas of Sunagakure for half an hour. Now that he saw the culprit performing a criminal act right in front of him, the anger within the IWA ninja reached its peak. He charged into the cloud of dust, letting out an angry roar. Boom! The next moment, the IWA ninja crashed into a sandy wall, the tremendous force causing him to break through the entire sandy wall, startling an elderly lady inside the house. In the cloud of dust, the IWA ninja shook his head. From the sensation of the impact just now, he had already reacted. This time, the opponent vanished from sight, just like the last time. A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the rock ninja, and his expression was filled with displeasure. But soon, shouts from the sand ninjas came from behind him. Damn, this guy dares to come back. The ruthless rock ninja, despicable and shameless. Rock ninja opposite, you are surrounded. Let's take him down together. Voices rang out, and the rock ninja spat in disdain, glancing at the trembling old lady curled up in the corner. Damn bastard. He shouted in rage and continued his desperate escape. Bang! A rock ninja kicked open the wooden door, sending it flying out. But the next moment, the quicksand on the ground suddenly surged and caught the flying door, slowly placing it aside. Seeing this, the rock ninja's pupils constricted. A figure stood outside the house, facing the rock ninja. Upon seeing the figure and its attire, the rock ninja retracted his expression of grief and anger, pulled out a kunai, and his demeanor became serious and resolute. At the same time, he understood in his heart that today he would not be able to leave the Sand Ninja village, because the guy standing opposite him had the character Shadow on his clothing. The third Kage, the rock ninja murmured. In the next moment, rumbling sounds echoed as the surrounding sand began to surge, directly flooding in from the doorway. The rock ninja felt a powerful force pushing his body, and soon after, he was engulfed by the yellow sand. "Old man, it's all right now." The third Kage entered the house, looking at the old lady curled up in the corner. Then his gaze sharpened, and he spoke to the several sand ninjas who had just arrived. "Take this guy back and lock him up. There are still enemies in the village. Find them all. Not a single one left." "Yes, Lord Kage." The morale of the pursuing sand ninjas surged, and they scattered. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https //me/fq tool, chapter 91. Open strategy. Conflict. In the Sand Ninja Village Temple, Wave Wind Minato was hiding on a nearby sandy rooftop, carefully observing the situation inside the temple. Today was the day for the Sand Ninja's secret transfer of the one-tail Jinchuriki. After some investigation, Wave Wind Minato learned that the Sand Ninja's operation would begin at 10 o'clock. At this moment, several Sand Ninjas had gathered in the temple, with about 10 ninjas standing under an old, withered tree in the courtyard. Get your spirits up. Today's operation concerns the safety of our Sand Ninja village. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes, said a fierce-looking Sand Ninja with a scarred face, clearly the leader of these men. The ninjas entering the temple to execute the mission were all elite members of the Sand Ninja village, and it was evident that the scar-faced man's strength was considerable. After his words, the other ninjas showed no change in expression. They were all elites who understood the importance of the situation. However, just then, there was a loud boom. An explosion sound suddenly came from outside the temple. Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard froze and looked toward the source of the explosion. The next moment, there was another loud explosion. The scar-faced man's expression changed, showing signs of concern. Search the surroundings quickly. Someone has infiltrated. He began directing the surrounding ninjas, who quickly sprang into action. Swish, swish, swish. Figures disappeared from their spots, spreading out in all directions. Seeing this, Wave Wind Minato also activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the vicinity of the temple. But when his figure reappeared, he was at the back of the temple, where there were several dilapidated rooms and some withered shrubs. Due to the previous explosion, the ninjas originally stationed inside the temple had spread out significantly, giving Wave Wind Minato an opportunity. At this moment, he was dressed as a sand ninja, confirming that there were no sand ninjas discovering his presence in the surroundings. He adjusted his clothes, but soon after, footsteps approached from behind. "I've got this. You go outside and guard." This time, the target must be the Jinchuriki. Seeing a sand ninja rushing toward him, Wave Wind Minato said seriously, "Boom!" At that moment, another explosion sounded. Hearing the explosion, the few sand ninjas felt somewhat flustered and did not question Wave Wind Minato's identity. Instead, they quickly rushed outside. Watching these sand ninjas leave, Wave Wind Minato hurriedly made his way toward the center of the temple. Soon, he arrived at the central area of the temple, which, according to the intelligence, was the location where the one-tailed Jinchuriki was being held under house arrest. "Stop! Where did you come from?" Upon seeing Wave Wind Minato approach, two sand ninjas immediately questioned him. "Behind, we've discovered traces of enemy village ninjas," Wave Wind Minato said in a panic. But as soon as he finished speaking, the two men across from him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with increased vigilance. One of them reached for his ninja tool pouch, clearly doubting Wave Wind Minato's claim. "Behind? Impossible. I just came from behind." One of the sand ninjas tried to stabilize Wave Wind Minato, but before he could finish his sentence, a kunai flew towards his head with a swish. "Enemy!" The two sand ninjas shouted simultaneously, but the next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. "What?" Bang! Bang! Two solid punches struck both of their abdomens. "Cough, cough." Both of them immediately started coughing, their bodies curling up together, bending over like shrimp. Wave Wind Minato delivered 2 precise knife strikes to the 2 sand ninjas, then walked into the interior of the Sand Ninja Temple. Stepping into the room, a narrow passage appeared before Wave Wind Minato, with candles flickering on both sides. At that moment, as the door opened, the flames flickered. Wave Wind Minato perked up. It was just the beginning for him. He stepped forward, and with a rustling sound, he took a kunai in his hand. Just then, the lights before him suddenly flickered, and a figure appeared in front of Wave Wind Minato. It's a leaf ninja. I thought the first one to arrive here would be a rock ninja. The candlelight flickered, illuminating a shadowy figure across from him, making it impossible to see the person's face. Then, the voice spoke, and slowly, the figure stepped out from a beam of light. Upon seeing this person, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow. Based on the intel he had received, he recognized the ninja before him. It was Raza, who was expected to become the next Kazekage of the Sand Village. In fact, in the original story, after the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, he became the 4th Kazekage, taking charge of the Sand Village. Raza was quite famous in the Sand Village, and one could say throughout the entire ninja world. His status was comparable to that of Jiraiya in Konoha, making him a senior to Minato Namikaze. At this time, Minato was not yet as renowned, but Raza was already a figure that elite ninjas from various villages had to be familiar with. Seeing Raza here, Minato furrowed his brow. He had never fought Raza and could not gauge his strength. However, one thing was certain. The strength of the Sand Ninjas was definitely much higher than usual. Moreover, this narrow environment was not very suitable for Minato. At the same time, the opponent's abilities would also be somewhat restrained. Go back. Konoha's ninjas. The tailed beast of the Sand Village is not something you can touch. Raza stared at Minato and did not attack immediately, but instead spoke up. The fact that the enemy was able to infiltrate here already proved Minato's level. If such a ninja were to engage in battle within the Sand Village, it would not bode well for them, especially now, with the One-Tails Jinchuriki still behind Raza. If a fight broke out and affected the current One-Tails Jinchuriki, it could lead to serious consequences. Indeed, the current One-Tails Jinchuriki was still in the temple, but similarly, there were 2 teams of sealing squads in the Sand Village Temple on high alert. This time, the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja Village were already aware that the enemy village would come to infiltrate, so they deliberately set this trap. However, the Sand Ninja leadership also understood that one cannot catch a wolf without first giving up a child. When executing the plan, they had to ensure that the One-Tailed Jinchuriki was present, even if it meant taking some risks. If they had moved the One-Tail Jinchuriki away before setting the plan, it might have leaked out, and it would be difficult to catch the enemy village's ninjas when the time came. To cover up the plan, the number of ninjas guarding the Jinchuriki couldn't be too many, as the consequences would be severe if the tailed beast went out of control. Considering this, the Sand Ninja Village employed a bright strategy this time. Whether the scheme succeeds would depend on the ensuing battle between Rasha and Minato Namikaze. Seeing that Rasha did not attack immediately, Minato looked back at Rasha. In the flickering candlelight, Minato saw a dimly lit room illuminated by candles. At that moment, his eyes lit up, and he slightly relaxed his grip on the kunai, easing his vigilance. Just then, a voice shouted from behind Minato, "Lord Rasha, it's bad. Someone has broken in." A loud bang echoed in the center of the temple. Immediately after, a surge of yellow sand rushed out from the temple courtyard, accompanied by a golden figure. Just moments ago, Minato and Rasha had clashed, with Rasha controlling a large amount of yellow sand to seal off the passage to the center room of the temple. However, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash behind Rasha and saw the dimly lit One-Tail Jinchuriki. At this point in the mission, Minato understood what problem the Jinchuriki of the Sand Ninja Village was facing. At the same time, Minato felt a sense of relief. As long as the Sand Ninja Village did not use the tailed beast as a weapon to start a war, it wouldn't pose a significant problem for other ninja villages or the entire ninja world. What Konoha was most worried about now was that, given the current situation in the ninja world, one ninja village might rashly use a tailed beast to engage in battle. This will definitely lead other ninja villages to mobilize their tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the battles fought with the power of the tailed beast will surely have devastating consequences. Now, Minato Namikaze has witnessed the gloomy state of the One-Tailed Jinchuriki and confirmed that the change in the tailed beast of the Sand Village is due to the need to replace the Jinchuriki. Once the Jinchuriki is replaced, the Sand Village will not deploy their Jinchuriki for battle for at least the next few years, as the power of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast needs time to be honed together. Konoha has also experienced a replacement of Jinchuriki. The current Ninetales is still sealed within Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, but she was not the first Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Replacing the tailed beast Jinchuriki is a significant matter for a ninja village, but it poses no threat to other villages. In fact, they need to guard against other villages taking advantage of this opportunity. Therefore, after confirming the state of the tailed beast Jinchuriki in this incident involving the Sand Village, it has already been determined that it will not pose any threat to Konoha. Minato Namikaze has already accomplished half of his objective this time, and the other half is to investigate the movements of the IWA ninja. After all, he's unclear about Iwa's attitude. If IWA intends to invade the Sand Village at this time, it will surely ignite a large-scale war, and whether this war will involve Konoha is also a question. But now, Minato Namikaze has no need to fight with Rasha. After using the Flying Thunder God technique to confirm the state of the one-tail Jinchuriki, Minato directly flashed away from the passage. However, this time, Rasha did not let Minato leave easily. He protected the area where the one-tail Jinchuriki was located with sand, and then controlled a large amount of sand to press toward Minato. The sandstorm surged, directly tearing off the roof of the temple, startling Minato, who jumped high into the air. See you next time. Looking at the furious Rasha below, Minato waved his arm and spoke to Rasha. The next moment, with a swish, Minato disappeared from the air. When he reappeared, he was already beside Kakashi. Here, Kakashi is fleeing in the Sand Village. He does not know the Flying Thunder God technique, and after setting up a few explosive tags, he was discovered by the ninjas of the Sand Village shortly after they mobilized. Fortunately, most of the elite ninjas of the Sand Village are concentrated near the Sand Temple, and the area where Kakashi is located is quite far from the temple. So even though there are many pursuers, there are not many ninjas who can actually catch up to or harm Kakashi. At the same time, the firepower from Mufing's side is attracting a lot of attention, and it has also led a few ninjas from the Rock Village into a trap. Thus, although Kakashi seems to be experiencing a tense and thrilling escape, the difficulty is not very high, and there is not much life-threatening danger. In a small alley, Kakashi has just shaken off a team of sand ninjas. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Kakashi, and he immediately tensed up, but upon realizing it was Minato Namikaze, he relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Sensei Minato, is everything alright at the temple? It's done. The one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is not doing well. They're going to replace the Jinchuriki or reseal the one-tail. This is good news for us, Minato said with a smile. You've worked hard on this mission. The previous missions shouldn't have been this difficult, right? Upon hearing Minato's words, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Although he graduated early and has had enough experience in missions, he has never undertaken such a task in the past. Infiltrating the enemy's village, causing destruction, and being chased by a large number of ninjas is a first in Kakashi's mission career. Previously, most of his opponents in missions were Chunin and Genin, and there weren't many of them. This time, Kakashi was really a bit scared. He felt that if Minato Namikaze had come any later, he would have really been caught by the people of the Sand Village. It's not that his speed and awareness are lacking, but rather that his chakra seems to be running low. What about Mukfong? After hearing Minato Namikaze's words, Kakashi asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed through the Sand Ninja Village, followed by a burst of flames shooting into the sky, accompanied by the roars of the Sand Ninja. Over there. Hurry and catch him. Damn it, that kid has run away again. Seeing this, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze exchanged glances, looking helpless. Putting Mufing in the Sand Ninja Village truly allowed him to unleash himself, and he started to act recklessly. However, with the ability to use the Flying Thunder God technique, Mufing had the advantage. When he encountered the Sand Ninja, he simply teleported away, and his chakra was quite abundant. After a chase, Mufeng was fine, but the Sand Shinobi chasing him was starting to lose patience. Wait a moment. Let me sense where Mufeng is. After Bofeng Shuei-min said this, he began to sense Mufeng's location. With his Flying Thunder God Kanai, it didn't take long for Bofeng Shuei-min to detect Mufeng's position. Over there, Bofeng Shuei-min pointed in the opposite direction of the explosion, and the next moment he pressed down on Kakashi's shoulder. With a whoosh, the two disappeared from their spot. Meanwhile, in a certain attic in the Sand Shinobi village, Mufeng was hiding in a house. After searching, he eventually found a kunai in the room's cabinet. Sure enough, it's here. After obtaining the kunai, Mufeng smiled slightly. This was the kunai he had intentionally left for the Sand Shinobi, which he initially intended to use for direct infiltration, but later gave up due to the high risk. This kunai, Mufeng intends to take back. After all, the Flying Thunder God mark is limited, Even Minato Namikaze cannot create Flying Thunder God Kunai without restraint. However, just as Mu Feng felt delighted, the door creaked open, and a red-haired boy pushed the door and walked in. His expression was complex as he looked at the person standing in his room. "It's you." In the next moment, the red-haired boy's pupils contracted. He recognized Mu Feng's figure, the very person who had cut off his arm with a knife and pulled him into the illusion world. Chapter 93. Mission completed. Temporary war mission. You see clearly Mu Feng's figure and that iconic bandaged face. The red-haired boy immediately took a step back and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he was the Scorpion of the Red Sand. After the third Kage visited Scorpion, he returned home and learned that the person who attacked him had left behind a kunai. Scorpion found the ninja who had rescued him and took that kunai. The ninja had no idea that the ninjas who teamed up with Scorpion had all died at his hands. When handing the kunai to Scorpion, he kept comforting him, telling him to let go a bit, that the death of his companions was all the fault of that mysterious illusion master, not his. With the kunai in hand, Scorpion wanted to give himself a warning while also setting a goal. Now, as Mu Feng used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush over and looked at Scorpion again, he found that Scorpion's right arm had been replaced with puppet material. This surprised Mu Feng a bit, but the reaction of the Scorpion opposite him was even more intense. After taking a few steps back while pointing at Mu Feng, it seemed like he was about to shout. Seeing this, Mu Feng immediately drew his demon sword, and an arc of electricity began to dance on the blade. The Red Sand Scorpion's pupils constricted, and he instantly recalled his encounter that night outside the village. With his current abilities, even if he created some distance, he wouldn't be able to match Mu Feng, especially in such a small space. When the demon's sword was drawn, the Red Sand Scorpion was stunned and didn't shout out loud. Just then, with a swish, two figures appeared beside Mu Feng. One big and one small. It was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi. "Mu Feng, let's go. The mission is half complete," Minato said as soon as he appeared. At the same time, he also noticed the Red Sand Scorpion in the room. An enemy? No, just an insignificant person. Mu Feng's indifferent voice echoed, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. This kid. Minato glanced at the Red Sand Scorpion. Although he confirmed that the Red Sand Scorpion was a ninja, he sensed something different about him. Seeing the other party's shocked expression, Minato chose not to engage. Placing his right hand on Kakashi's shoulder, he activated the Flying Thunder God, and with a swish, the two also disappeared from the room. After the three disappeared, the Red Sand Scorpion slid down the wall and sat down on the ground. He looked towards the balcony, his back drenched in cold sweat. But this time, he heard Mu Feng's voice, and his heart was even more shaken. Just from Mu Feng's voice, he could tell that the other party was not very old. Yet, such a person had given him an experience akin to a nightmare. Thinking of this, the Red Sand Scorpion clenched his fists tightly. He had to make a change. At the very least, the next time he encountered that guy, he wouldn't be in such a position. Unbeknownst to him, the seeds of hatred had already taken root in the Red Sand Scorpion's heart. On the other side, outside the Sand Ninja village, in the temporary hideout of the three, they had landed through the Flying Thunder God. Mu Feng tore off his bandages. The experience of having his face wrapped was not great, but the feeling of sand and wind hitting his face was also unpleasant. How's the mission going? It's already halfway done. The Jinchuriki from the Sand Ninja village might die, so they must find the next Jinchuriki or directly seal Shikaku, and then look for a suitable Jinchuriki. It's basically confirmed now. The Sand Ninja village doesn't want to start a war using the tailed beasts, which is good news for us. However, the current issue is that we are unclear about the movements of the Rock Ninja, Minato said, resting his chin on his hand. Rock Ninja? Their ninjas have already been dealt with by the third Kazekage, so they probably won't take any action next. Upon hearing Minato's words, Mu Feng immediately responded. Minato had been operating near the temple, so he was unaware of the battles and results elsewhere in the Sand Ninja village. Originally, Minato was a bit curious. Something as important as a tailed beast Jinchuriki should have been guarded by the Kazekage himself. But when he arrived, there was only Raza. Are you sure? Of course. The Rock Ninja's luck is bad. Mu Feng replied confidently. In that case, this mission is basically complete. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. However, we can't go back just yet. No one knows if the Rock Ninja has a backup plan. Minato pondered. Let's wait for 3 days. If the Rock Ninja doesn't make a move after 3 days, their plan should have failed, and we can return to the village. 3 days? Kakashi frowned. Do we need to enter the Sand Ninja village during this time? No need. I can go alone. You two stay in the hideout. It's best to summarize this operation and digest some of the processes. This mission was a rare opportunity. The fact that you could come out alive is already a valuable experience. Minato smiled. After hearing his words, Kakashi and Mufong both nodded. Kakashi found it hard to forget his experience of being hunted down, while Mufong nodded because he had gained a lot from this operation in the Sand Ninja Village. All right, we are safe here. If you two want to rest, make the most of it. After that, you will need to take turns keeping watch while I'm gone. Minato instructed. Kakashi and Mufong nodded. Kakashi walked into the inner part of the temporary hideout and laid down directly. He was truly exhausted. Every minute spent being chased had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Before long, the sound of Kakashi's snoring filled the hideout. He usually didn't snore when sleeping, which showed just how tired he was this time. On the other hand, Mufong didn't go to sleep. He was quite energized instead. Finding a corner, he opened the system. Ding, you have triggered the temporary war mission. Destroy the Sand Ninja Village. Ding, you have destroyed a building in the Sand Ninja Village, gaining 500 dark value points and 10 mission progress. Ding, you have destroyed a building in the Sand Ninja Village. Ding, you have defeated a Sand Ninja Chunin, gaining 100 dark value points. Ding, you have defeated. Ding, you successfully escaped once, gaining 100 dark value points. As he opened the system, a series of notification sounds flooded the screen. Mufong laughed heartily as he began to tally up the dark value points he had obtained. Chapter 94. First use of the upgrade card. Ding, you have completed the temporary war mission. Destroy the Sand Ninja Village. You have received a level 3 upgrade card X1. You have gained 1500 dark value points. You have received the medal War Enthusiast. War Enthusiast level 1 effect. After equipping, the dark value rewards from war missions increase by 10. Note, effective for the next mission. Note, can be recycled. Recycling will grant 2000 dark value points. A series of system messages left Mufong feeling a bit dizzy. Suppressing his laughter, Mufong carefully checked the gains from this mission. He had a total of 700 dark value points, along with a level 3 upgrade card and a medal. After looking at the medal's function, he decided to put it away. Just from the gains of this war mission, it was clear that the medal could not be sold. Although 10 doesn't sound like much, when calculated, it had already reached 1670 points from this war mission. Selling the medal only gave 2000 points, which meant the system was still quite stingy. Moreover, Mufong had a premonition that with his participation this time, the Third Shinobi World War should not be far off. Once war broke out, this medal would definitely be a significant aid in gaining dark value points. But if there are no war missions, selling this medal to the system is quite profitable. Moreover, letting the system recycle it can be done at any time. Now, Mufong is holding a large amount of dark value. 2000 points of dark value, and he no longer cares about it. Thinking of this, Mufong felt very excited. There are still 3 days left until the mission ends, but during these 3 days, Mufong doesn't need to do anything else. He just needs to quietly wait for news from Wave Wind Minato. So, during this time, Mufong plans to make use of it and first use that level 3 enhancement card. He hadn't used an enhancement card before, not because he didn't want to, but because of the issue with dark value. In the past, he was poor and had to spend money wisely. Mufong indeed spent all his money wisely. The demonic sword at his waist is a testament to that. He didn't plan to use the dark value directly, but instead wait until he returns to Konoha to think carefully about how to spend it. The level 3 enhancement card can be used to enhance a specific classification ability, or specifically strengthen certain ninjutsu, jinjutsu, etc. Note, cannot enhance special items like bloodline power or physique. Strengthening certain ninjutsu or jinjutsu will yield better enhancement effects. After glancing at the introduction of the enhancement card, Mufong fell into deep thought. According to classification, his major categories can be divided into ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, jinjutsu, bloodline limit, and physique. There are many things under ninjutsu, but not too many that can consume the enhancement card. Mufong tentatively identified only 2, Flying Thunder God Technique and 8 Gates. The 8 Gates need no explanation. After enhancement, Mufang's close combat ability will definitely reach top tier. But the side effects are too severe. The Flying Thunder God Technique is Mufong's new favorite right now. The last mission in the Land of Lightning and this mission in the Sand Ninja Village were perfectly completed with the help of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Without it, Mufong would not have been so relaxed. In fact, during the Land of Lightning mission, he could have died under AI's iron arm. It can be said that the Flying Thunder God Technique is currently Mufang's strongest life-saving ninjutsu. However, Mufong is still relatively inexperienced in using the Flying Thunder God Technique in battle and cannot deal with powerful ninjas. After careful consideration, Mufeng decided to abandon the idea of enhancing major categories and chose to enhance the Flying Thunder God technique instead. Mufeng's reasoning was simple. Just stay safe and develop. Anyway, he has the system on his side. Once he has the divine equipment, he can go wild. At the very least, he needs to get himself a trio of items first. For Mufeng, the two special abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo, are his trio of items. Once he activates the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, it would be best to awaken Susanoo. This way, Mufeng would already be considered a strong person in the ninja world. Right now, Mufeng has no way to activate the Kaleidoscope, so the Flying Thunder God is the best choice. System: enhance the Flying Thunder God technique. Ding! The level 3 enhancement card has been used, and the Flying Thunder God technique is being enhanced. Estimated enhancement time: 2 days. As the system's voice sounded, Mufeng felt a strange energy merging into his body, warming him all over. At the same time, Mufeng felt that his spatio-temporal perception ability was most notably heightened. Even without entering the Flying Thunder God spatio-temporal state, he could faintly sense the Kunai mark on him. In this state, Mufeng did not continue waiting. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This time, Mufeng almost instantaneously entered a state of temporal perception. However, after entering the transparent world, Mufeng was somewhat taken aback, as the originally gray-white world surprisingly showed faint black lines. This made Mufeng frown. Fortunately, he was still able to normally sense the existence of the mark, and he could also extend his perception to the white line. It seemed that this black line was a side effect of using the ability hint card, but this side effect shouldn't be permanent. The system indicated that the enhancement would take 2 days, and after 2 days, these black lines should fade away. Mufeng made his own guess, but soon, he began to worry again. This is the first time Mufeng is using the enhancement card, and he is uncertain whether the black lines will fade in 2 days. What if they don't fade? Wouldn't that mean permanent side effects? Is there any way to remove these black lines? A thought emerged in Mufeng's mind. In the next moment, instead of using the perception white lines to locate the mark position, he let these white lines attempt to make contact with the black lines. Zila. When the perception white lines touched the black lines, a sound was emitted that only Mufeng could hear. The perception white lines disappeared, and at the same time, Mufeng felt a dull throb in his head, as if he had been struck hard by a hammer. He felt discomfort, but he endured it. Once his mind stabilized, Mufeng noticed that the color of the black lines in the transparent world had faded a bit. It worked. Mufeng felt a surge of joy. He found a way to eliminate these black lines. However, the cost of elimination was that he had to endure the unpleasant experience of being struck. Gritting his teeth, Mufeng made up his mind to completely eradicate the black lines. The Flying Thunder God technique is his life-saving skill and cannot afford any flaws. In the next moment, Mufeng continued to manipulate the perception white lines to collide with the black lines in the transparent world. With each impact, he frowned and gritted his teeth. But soon, after recovering, Mufeng began to try again until he felt completely groggy and unable to concentrate on entering the transparent world, at which point he stopped. Rubbing his head, Mufeng felt that eliminating the black lines consumed more energy than making a big move in Sand Ninja Village. He glanced at Kakashi, who was snoring beside him, and decisively kicked him. Looking at the sleepy Kakashi, Mufeng frowned and said, "You keep watch. I need to rest." After saying that, Mufeng fell asleep with a thud. Kakashi looked at Mufeng in confusion. Wasn't he more energetic than me just now? Chapter 95. Upgrade complete. Situation changes. In the yellow sand, 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, Mufeng has been fighting against the black lines in the transparent world of Flying Thunder God. These dark lines require Mufeng to fill them with a lot of energy and willpower, and his mental state has clearly declined significantly. On the other hand, Kakashi is in stark contrast to Mufeng. He doesn't need to infiltrate the Sand Ninja Village and is currently in a relatively safe environment, which has liberated his mind and noticeably improved his spirit. Seeing that Mufeng's mental state has actually worsened, Kakashi is quite surprised and can't understand why this is happening. During this time, Minato Namikaze has also returned several times, and, noticing Mufeng's dark circles, he too cannot comprehend the situation. If it weren't for the fact that ninjas generally have strong bodies, the two of them might even think that Mufeng is ill. After asking Mufeng about it, he simply stated that he is in training, and he did not hide the fact that he is practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing Mufeng's response, Minato immediately understood and looked at Mufeng with a bit more encouragement. As one of the practitioners of the Flying Thunder God technique, he naturally knows how exhausting it can be to train in it. Here, Kakashi, after receiving this answer, transitioned from astonishment to shock, and then he also awakened, beginning to formulate a training plan for himself. This time, Kakashi also began to admire Mufang. Previously, after losing to Mufang in battle, Kakashi felt somewhat unconvinced. But now seeing Mufang's two panda eyes, he was completely convinced in his heart. This guy is more talented than me and works harder too. It's frustrating. If I don't put in more effort, I really won't be able to catch up. Thus, Kakashi began his training, continuing to perfect his Chidori. Meanwhile, on Mufang's side, the next morning, in a transparent world, Mufang controlled lines of perception to fill them into the last black line. The suffering of the past few days has been effective. Now, Mufang can clearly feel that his speed of entering the transparent world has greatly increased, and his control over perceiving the white line has also improved significantly. The most noticeable change is that when Mufang perceives the white line and collides with the black line, his head no longer feels as heavy as it did initially. If the feeling of impact used to be like a steel ball hitting his head, now it feels more like a watermelon, allowing him to endure a few more hits. At the same time, Mufang has a peculiar feeling that his willpower has also strengthened a lot. In Naruto, the concept of willpower doesn't exist, but there are still some reflections of it. Individuals with higher willpower are more resistant to Jinjutsu, and the effects of the Jinjutsu they cast tend to be more powerful. This time, Mufang's process of repairing the black line went very smoothly. Under a series of attacks, the black line in the transparent world directly faded away, eventually becoming the same as the transparent world. The entire transparent world returned to its original state. Seeing this, Mufang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had accomplished a significant task. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding, your Flying Thunder God technique has been upgraded. The growth rate is being assessed. Due to the host's excellent performance, the growth rate is increased by an additional 20. Your proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique has increased by 6. As the system voice rang out, Mufang let out a long sigh of relief, followed by a wave of joy. It seems that if I don't work hard, these black lines will eventually dissipate over time, but there definitely won't be any additional growth, directly increasing by 6 points in proficiency. I wonder what level my Flying Thunder God technique has reached now. At this moment, Mufang was eager to try out his Flying Thunder God technique. However, he knew that his condition was not at its best, so he ultimately decided to take a break to restore his energy before trying to see how much his Flying Thunder God technique had improved. He informed Kakashi to be responsible for guarding against any potential sand shinobi nearby. Then Mufang went to sleep. 2 hours later, Mufang woke up, feeling energetic and radiant. This time, he concentrated his mind and directly entered the transparent world. Then, Mufang began to manipulate his perception, and the white lines expanded. Soon, Mufang was stunned by his own Flying Thunder God perception ability. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 20. The 20 markers I set up near the Sand Ninja village can actually be sensed, and the speed is astonishingly fast. The farthest one took less than 3 seconds. Mufang was suddenly shocked. It should be noted that when he was in the Land of Lightning, his maximum sensing distance was only about 10 kilometers, but now, Mufang felt that his Flying Thunder God perception distance had exceeded 100 kilometers and could even reach 150 kilometers. In the world of Naruto, this distance is already quite far, equivalent to a journey of 2 days for a Jonin. However, Mufang can reach it directly in just 3 seconds now. At the same time, due to the increase in proficiency, the number of Flying Thunder God marks that Mufang can retain has also increased significantly. Without much thought, Mufang activated his Flying Thunder God technique. The scenery in front of him changed, and in the next moment, Mufang appeared in a desolate desert. Looking around, there was no one in sight. This was the farthest mark he had set up for a distance base. In the past, Mufang needed to use the Flying Thunder God technique twice to reach this point, but now, one time is enough. On a large rock in the desert, Mufang found his Flying Thunder God mark. He absorbed the chakra from the mark, officially rendering it invalid, and at the same time, Mufang could create a new mark. With only 1 day left until the agreed time, taking advantage of the upgraded Flying Thunder God technique, Mufang began to retrieve his marks. However, this time he did not retrieve them all, leaving a few behind so that the next time he wanted to visit Sunagakure, he could use the retained marks to arrive directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. Half an hour later, Mufang finished retrieving the marks and returned to the base. At this time, Minato Namikaze had also returned to the base and was talking with Kakashi. Seeing Mufang appear, Minato immediately approached him, as he had new information. Mufang, what you said earlier was correct. Sunagakure has dealt with the IWA ninjas that infiltrated their village. However, this action has angered IWA. Minato continued now. IWA has mobilized a large number of ninjas towards the border of the Land of Earth, seemingly planning to take action against the Land of Wind. We must hurry back to Konoha and report the situation here to Lord Third. Chapter 96. Returning to the village, Yuhi Kurenai graduated. IWA has mobilized a large number of ninjas? Hearing Minato's words, Mufone was momentarily taken aback. He remembered that in the original story, the initial conflict arose between IWA and Suna. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure began to move around, and their most suspected target was IWA. From the current situation, this development confirms that IWA is different from other ninja villages. While other villages have some ideas of elite specialization and typically execute missions in teams after battles, IWA prefers the strategy of overwhelming numbers, which has indeed proven successful. In the original story, during the Third Great Ninja War, IWA used tens of thousands of ninjas with a sea of troops tactic to drag the Third Raikage to his death. It should be noted that the Third Raikage was a top-tier existence even among shadow-level strong ninjas, and at that time, most of the over 10,000 IWA ninjas were Genin and Chunin. For a shadow-level strong ninja to be dragged to death by Genin and Chunin is quite a humiliating scenario. This is characteristic of IWA. Such a situation would be nearly impossible in other ninja villages. Not to mention whether other villages have over 10,000 ninjas. Just the idea of having Genin and Chunin face a shadow-level strong ninja would be met with reluctance. In villages like Kirigakure and Sunagakure, where human emotions are scarce, not defecting would be considered good enough. Kakuzu from back then is a great example. That kunai from 800 miles away is probably still flying. The difference was that Kakuzu was just one person, while IWA was 1,000. But even with 1,000 people, some would inevitably die. Every time Mufone thought about this, he felt that IWA was a typical case of disregarding life. And at the same time, he admired Inoki's ruthlessness and prestige within IWA. Now, with IWA mobilizing a large number of ninjas towards the border of the Land of Earth, seemingly preparing to take action against the Land of Wind and Sunagakure, Mufone felt a sense of impending storm. It seems that even if the third Kazekage had not disappeared, the Third Great Ninja War would not have been delayed for too long. And this time, due to my appearance, it seems the Third Great Ninja War is about to be advanced. But if it is advanced, then so be it. I have already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and my proficiency has increased, even without the Sharingan, as long as I am careful in the battlefield. I shouldn't be killed. Even if I encounter a shadow-level strong ninja, my chances of survival are quite high. Mufone was making plans in his heart. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato had already packed their things and were preparing to return to Konoha. With Minato's presence, the journey back to Konoha would not take long, which was also why he wanted to return. If it were an ordinary ninja, they might have directly sent a message back and gone to the border of the Land of Earth or the Land of Wind in person. But Minato didn't need to do that. Are you all packed? A few minutes later, Minato asked. Mufone and Kakashi nodded. All right, then let's set off. With that, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the three of them away from the Sunagakure base. This time, the mission in Sunagakure has come to an end. That afternoon, close to dusk, the three of them had already arrived at the gates of Kanagakure. Feeling the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique, Mufone couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if it were used for food delivery, it would definitely make a huge profit. We're finally back. At the village gate, Kakashi looked at the familiar gates of Konoha, let out a long breath, and spoke. Mufone also showed a smile. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the world of Hokage, at least Konoha was the place he was most familiar with, and it represented safety. You two go back first. I'll go find Lord Hokage. After saying this, Minato Namikaze walked towards the Hokage building on foot. This mission was really tough. Mufone, now that we're back, should we go have a bowl of ramen? After Minato left, Kakashi immediately suggested. Infiltrating Sunagakure was indeed the most difficult mission Kakashi had undertaken so far, without exception. Even the outposts around Sunagakure, Kakashi had to stay alert to avoid being discovered and ambushed by the ninjas of Sunagakure. But now, back in Konoha, he felt a sense of complete safety. This is one of the charms of the hidden villages. Listening to Kakashi's suggestion, Mufone thought for a moment and agreed. He also missed Uncle Ichiraku's ramen a bit. And although the reward from the last mission in the Land of Lightning wasn't much, Mufone had saved some. These money are just sitting there. It's better to spend it all. Then let us go together. All right. Kakashi squinted and smiled, and the two headed towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. So we graduated, huh? Yes, soon we'll be divided into teams, and we might not see each other for a long time. just as Kakashi and Mufeng arrived at the ramen shop. They heard some familiar voices inside. They looked over and saw several boys and girls sitting in the ramen shop. More customers have arrived. Seeing Kakashi and Mufeng, Uncle Ichiraku smiled broadly. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the ramen shop turned to look. Kakashi, Mufeng. Obito looked at the two in surprise, and beside him, Kurenai Guy Asuma, and Rin also looked a bit surprised. It's really you two. Didn't you go on a mission? Guy said in disbelief. Of course we're back. Asuma scoffed, his gaze towards Mufeng a bit displeased. Mufeng, when did you come back? Kakashi, did you just return? Kurenai and Rin spoke at the same time, but both tactfully chose not to address the same person. In response, Kakashi nodded, appearing rather indifferent. Although he had lost his aloof, genius demeanor in front of Mufeng, he still maintained his cool persona in front of Obito and the others. Just got back, was craving Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Mufeng said with a smile, showing a hint of joy. Uncle, let us have 2 bowls, no, for bowls of ramen. Sure thing. Uncle Ichiraku readily agreed. Then, Kakashi and Mufeng prepared to take their seats. Everyone was still kids, so the space they occupied wasn't large, but there were many people, so they squeezed in a bit. Mufeng didn't think much and directly sat down beside Kurenai, causing her face to slightly flush, while Kakashi sat next to Mufeng. Kurenai, long time no see. Mufeng greeted her. Mufeng-kun, long time no see. Kurenai replied shyly. However, before the two could chat much, Obito interrupted. Mufeng, Kakashi, look, what is this? While speaking, Obito pointed to the forehead protector on his head, looking proud. At this moment, Mufeng and Kakashi also noticed that Obito, Rin, and Kurenai were all wearing the Konoha forehead protectors. You all graduated? Mufeng paused for a moment and asked. You graduated? Mufeng looked at Kurenai, his eyes showing a bit of surprise. Yes, I'm now a Chunin. It won't be long before I can catch up with you and Kakashi. Before Kurenai could respond, Obito jumped in. Even now, he still viewed Mufeng and Kakashi as his competitive targets. Mufeng ignored Obito's words and thought back to when Kurenai had approached him during training to talk about graduation and team assignments. Those words had been equivalent to a confession for Kurenai. Now that they had graduated, it was time for team assignments. Thinking of this, Mufeng immediately inquired. By the way, have your team assignments come out yet? Not yet. At this point, everyone looked a bit disheartened. Since this year only had the 2 of you, the team assignments still needed to be considered. Rin added. Hearing this, Kakashi and Mufeng were both taken aback, never expecting that they were part of the reason. I'm not taking the blame for this. I'm already a Chunin. Mufeng waved his hand and said. But after he spoke, Mufeng noticed Kurenai's body slightly tremble beside him. Even if we really do have to be assigned to teams, I'm definitely in the same team as Kurenai. Upon hearing Mufeng's words, Kurenai's eyes immediately sparkled, while Asuma looked displeased. Why? It's clear you haven't studied team assignments. Mufeng smiled. Aside from the fixed teams like Inoshikacho, general team assignments aim to balance combat strength. Typically, it's a high combat strength pairing with a weaker member, and then one in the middle. For example, Kakashi and I are the high combat strength, so Obito and Asuma, you two would be the weaker ones. I'm not. Upon hearing Mufeng's words, Obito immediately retorted, but obviously his rebuttal was ineffective. Everyone present knew each other well, and Mufeng's words were indeed true. Kurenai and Rin would be in the middle to balance things out. So the pairing plan has already been decided. It's just the outcome that differs. However, Obito, you and I are both from the Uchiha clan. Our abilities are quite similar, so it's impossible for us to be in the same team. Additionally, Kurenai also can't be in your team. In summary, the final team assignments would be Kakashi, Rin, and Obito in one team, and I, Kurenai, and Asuma in another team. Of course, if this is the way Lord Hokage assigns me and Kakashi into the teams. After Mufeng's analysis, the others in the ramen shop nodded, agreeing that there was a possibility to it. Following this reasoning, the two most excited in the group were Obito and Kurenai. What about me, Mufeng-kun? At this moment, Kai also spoke up, clearly agreeing that Mufeng's analysis was quite plausible. You excel in Taijutsu, so you should be in the same team as Hinata Hayashi, forming a Taijutsu assault team. Mufeng said. As for the other person, I can't deduce it for now, but it should be a girl if nothing unexpected happens. Oh, hearing Mufeng's words, Kai nodded and began to think about which girls were in their class. Wait, Mufeng, why are you so sure that Han will be in the same team as you? Just then, Asuma gritted his teeth and asked. Of course, I will suggest it to Lord Hokage. Mufeng replied. To be honest, Asuma, even though you are the Hokage's son, I would prefer to form a team with Han alone. Mufeng glanced at Asuma and said coldly. Mufeng-kun, That's not very nice, is it? Upon hearing that Mufong would actually suggest teaming up with her to the Hokage, Yuhi immediately felt a wave of happiness. Although she knew it was impossible to team up with Mufong alone, she still longed for it. The Hokage wouldn't listen to you. Asuma snorted coldly. However, at the same time, he had already internally decided that he must be in a team with Hong and not with Mufong. But he knew he had no say in this matter. His father wouldn't listen to him. Otherwise, he would have already known the class assignment list by now. Ramen is here. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku interrupted everyone's conversation and brought over the ramen for Kakashi and Mufong. Finally, it's here. I was thinking about Uncle Ichiraku's ramen when I was in a land of wind. A delicious aroma wafted over, and seeing the vibrant and tasty ramen, Mufong praised it while picking up his chopsticks. Haha, then come off and I'll give you a discount. Uncle Ichiraku said with a kind smile. Did Mufong and Kakashi go to the land of wind this time? Hearing Mufong's words, Yugao asked. Mufong took a bite of the ramen, which was chewy and refreshing, and the broth was very flavorful. He spoke vaguely while eating. Kakashi almost got tied up there. Puffed. Upon hearing Mufong's words, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of broth and looked at Mufong in disbelief. Was it that serious? The others turned to Kakashi, their incredulity evident in their eyes. Kakashi, what happened? Don't listen to Mufong's nonsense, but this mission was indeed very dangerous. However, you guys shouldn't have to deal with it in the future. Kakashi comforted. Don't listen to him. Mufong had already finished his noodles, took a big sip of the broth, put down the ramen bowl, and focused his gaze. As a ninja, you must have the awareness of a ninja. Any mission could be deadly. You all count as my friends. That's why I say this. Do you see this knife on my waist? It has already killed more than one ninja. Remember, being a ninja means having the awareness of a ninja. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome in the end. Mufong said this very seriously, and finally, his gaze landed on Yugao. Yugao, you too. Mufong, who was usually very kind, showed a serious eye that was rarely seen, and everyone fell silent. Yugao nodded, taking Mufong's words to heart. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Mufong waved his hand. Uncle, another bowl. In fact, Mufong didn't say these words to scare Shiri Hong and the others, but rather to remind them. He had a premonition that his appearance would definitely bring about the Third Shinobi World War earlier than expected. This early occurrence posed little danger to him since he already knew the plot. However, for everyone present, including Kakashi, it was fatal. If they went into battle with the mindset they had when they graduated from the Ninja Academy, the chances of death and injury would be extremely high. Mufong didn't think his few words could change anything for these people, but even a reminder was better than nothing. Chapter 98. Training Shiri Hong. I'm full. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Mufong patted his belly. Mufeng. Shiri Hong obediently handed him a tissue, which he took and wiped his mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere among everyone had lightened considerably. Mufong and Kakashi briefly talked about their mission, but didn't reveal specific details, only mentioning that it was related to the tailed beasts. Hearing the term tailed beasts, Obito and the others widened their eyes. For them, tailed beasts were the ferocious beasts from stories, invincible existences. Any mission related to tailed beasts was undoubtedly dangerous. They never imagined that the mission Mufong and Kakashi were undertaking would be like this. Instantly, they felt that what Mufong had said about Kakashi almost dying was definitely not just idle talk. However, the few of them in the ramen shop were clearly not scared. Obito was still his typical naive self. Guy was a passionate youth, and Asuma was the rebellious teenager. For them, danger basically represented something cool and exciting. Under the influence of these three, even Rin and Shiri Hong felt that tailed beasts didn't seem so dangerous anymore. Or rather, death didn't seem so terrifying. Afterward, when they heard that Kakashi and Mufong were simply cooperating with the Jonin of Konoha, they found it more reasonable. So, the Jonin leading your mission is really strong? Obito excitedly asked. Indeed, very strong. His ninjutsu is quite unique. Kakashi nodded, then looked at Mufong with a complicated expression. Will he be the one to take our class this time? Obito quickly continued asking. After graduation, he was eager to catch up with Mufong and Kakashi. I don't know. Maybe. Mufong replied. Regarding the current class assignments, Mufong was actually not very confident. In his view, the main reason for the delay in class assignments was not because of him and Kakashi. They were indeed geniuses, but not to the extent that they could influence the foundation of Konoha. The reason for the delay in class division is very likely because Sarutobi Hiruzen is waiting for movements from the IWA Ninja Village. If the IWA Ninja Village and the Suna Ninja Village really go to war, then Obito and his group will become a major problem. They will no longer have a safe environment to carry out missions, and once Konoha enters a wartime state, it will be impossible to send people on tasks like finding a lost beloved dog. At that time, Minato Namikaze, as well as Kakashi and Mufung, will all be deployed to the battlefield, and there will be no powerful ninjas to act as mentors. Moreover, Obito and his group will likely have to face the harsh reality of going to war right after graduation. In this regard, Konoha is not doing very well. If Konoha were like the Kirigakure, where selection is extreme, then go to war right after graduation would be absolutely fine, but now these individuals will definitely encounter problems. However, this headache is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to consider. Mufung doesn't care about it. Soon after, the group chatted for a while, and Yugao and others shared some recent events happening in Konoha, but it was clear that the information they provided was not very substantial, mostly just interesting tidbits. However, Mufung learned from Asuma that Konoha is currently dispatching ninjas to the Land of Rain and trying to make contact with the ninjas there. Why the Land of Rain? The reason is simple. The Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain suffered greatly, as Konoha, Iwa, and Suna all fought there. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya also earned the title of the legendary Three Ninjas after fighting Hanzo, the leader of the ninjas in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya even found Nagato, who inherited Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan in the Land of Rain. Although the Land of Rain is not one of the 5 great nations in the original Naruto, it occupies a very important role because it is the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing that Konoha is sending ninjas to the Land of Rain, Mufung immediately thought of Nagato and Hanzo. According to his current estimation, Hanzo should still be alive. Yahiko is still the leader of the Akatsuki, and Nagato has not yet turned dark. The Land of Rain should still be developing. But soon, a storm will sweep through the entire Land of Rain. After chatting for a while, Kakashi was the first to leave. Then the others gradually returned home, and Mufung, as usual, accompanied Yugao home. When they reached Yugao's doorstep, neither of them said much. Yugao, this kunai is for you. It has my mark on it. In the future, if you encounter danger, channel your chakra into it. And if I'm nearby, I'll rush to your side at the first opportunity. At parting, Mufung took out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark and reminded her, remember, you must carry it with you from now on. Looking at the kunai Mufung handed over, Yugao's face turned slightly red, and she did not decline. Don't worry, Mufung. I will carry it with me. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about the class division. Mufung continued. Yugao, you should take the time to improve your strength. The current ninja world is not peaceful. I met an Umbu member while executing a mission, and here is his contact information. You can find him during this time and ask him to introduce you to a teacher. Just tell him you were referred by the Red Fox. Okay, Mufung-kun, I'll remember. Yugao nodded and took the contact information Mufung provided. The contact Mufung gave Yugao was for a member of the Rabbit clan, who is currently recuperating in Konoha. With his connections in the Umbu, Mufung felt it wouldn't be difficult for him to help Yugao find a temporary teacher. After this, Mufung took out a scroll. Yugao, I can see that you have a good talent for Jinjutsu. If possible, put more effort into it. This is a record of some Jinjutsu I made earlier, and now I'm giving it to you. Learning these Jinjutsu will ensure you have some protection even if you encounter danger in the future. Upon seeing the scroll, Yugao's big eyes instantly filled with tears. Mufung, you're too good to me. Mufung smiled faintly. But these come at a cost. If you take this, you must live well. And no matter what happens in the future, you must stand by my side. Do you understand? Yugao took the scroll and nodded vigorously. All right, go back. Mufung, what's wrong? Next time, you must protect yourself well during missions. Got it, but don't go giving me this FLG again. On the streets of Konoha, Mufung raised his hand and headed towards the Uchiha clan's area. Chapter 99. Exchange items. Enhance strength. Back at home, Mufung tidied up a bit, then opened the system to check his gains from this mission. He had to say that although this mission was dangerous, Mufung's rewards were substantial. Encountering the Scorpion of the Red Sand allowed Mufung to make a big profit. After causing a commotion in the Suna village, Mufung also gained a lot. Now, Mufung's corruption value had reached 33,900 points, which was enough to buy a level 1 bloodline enhancement card. However, Mufung clearly would not use a level 1 bloodline enhancement card to enhance his Sharingan, as that would effectively waste his powerful bloodline. Moreover, this mission allowed Mufung to see hope in gaining corruption value. Once the Third Shinobi World War begins, his rate of gaining corruption value will definitely become even more exaggerated. At the same time, this time Mufeng also obtained a corruption seed that can permanently increase all abilities by 50 in corruption intensity. Now, even if Mufeng does nothing, all his abilities are steadily improving. Overall, this mission in the Suna village allowed Mufeng to experience the feeling of being a rich man for the first time. Additionally, because of this operation, the original situation in the ninja world has intensified, and Mufeng's urgency to enhance his strength has also increased. Therefore, this time, instead of saving the more than 30,000 corruption points, Mufeng planned to exchange everything in the system shop. Thinking this way, Mufeng opened the system's exchange mall. After the upgrade in permission level, Mufeng was now able to exchange for a wider variety of categories and item levels. The first thing that caught Mufeng's eye was various ability enhancement cards. Level 1 ability enhancement card can be used to enhance abilities. The enhancement effect is not significant. Requires 1,000 dark points. Level 2 ability enhancement card can be used to enhance abilities. The enhancement effect is average. Requires 3,000 dark points. Level 1 to 2 enhancement cards come with certain side effects, which Mufeng did not consider, and he also did not consider the lower-level bloodline enhancement cards. Mufeng directly ignored these items and continued browsing them all. In the system's mall, besides those 2 items, there were now additional items available. Level 1 recovery pill, medicine, restores 10 health points and 10 chakra immediately upon consumption. Requires 100 dark points. Available for exchange. 10. Level 2 recovery pill, medicine, restores 20 health points and 20 chakra immediately upon consumption. Requires 500 dark points. Available for exchange. 10. The recovery pills were a new addition to them all, and they were life-saving items. Mufeng exchanged for all of them, spending 6,000 dark points. Next, Mufeng scanned through other categories of items. With Mufeng's current permissions, the number of items offered by the system was not many, and among them, not many were useful to Mufeng. However, even so, he still chose a few items. Level 1 task card. After use, can randomly obtain an additional task. Not usable in Konoha village. Requires 1,000 dark points. Illusion technique scroll. A scroll that records at least 50 illusion techniques. Learning this scroll can enhance illusion ability. Requires 5,000 dark points. Space ninja tool bag. A ninja tool bag that stores items in another space. Can hold a large number of ninja tools and miscellaneous items. Requires 4,000 dark points. Refining stone. Can be fused with weapons to enhance the sharpness of the weapon. Requires 500 dark points. Conduction stone. Can be fused with weapons to enhance the weapon's chakra conduction rate. Requires 500 dark points. Blank scroll. Item. After use conceal a ninjutsu, and can be released later. Requires 3,000 dark points. After exchanging for these items, Mufeng spent a total of 20,000 dark points, and his dark points visibly decreased to only 13,900. Among the remaining items, Mufeng was interested in a few fruits with chakra attributes. Small chakra fruit, fire after consumption, enhances total chakra amount, improves control over fire attribute chakra, and increases fire release power. Requires 5,000 dark points. Small chakra fruit, wind after consumption, enhances total chakra amount, improves control over wind attribute chakra, and increases wind release power. Requires 5,000 dark points. Small chakra fruit, earth, small chakra fruit, water, small chakra fruit, lightning. Note, consuming the 5 chakra fruits of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water at once has a chance to enhance ninjutsu talent to a certain degree. The 5 chakra fruits made Mufeng quite tempted, but clearly, consuming all 5 at once would maximize cost effectiveness, and it would require 20,000 dark points for that. Therefore, Mufeng did not exchange for them immediately, but planned to wait until he had enough dark points to do so. Finally, Mufeng selected another item from the mall list for exchange. Spirit of Wood, a product from another world, after use. Can enhance wood release power and improve wood release constitution. Requires 8,000 dark points. Previously, Mufeng had awakened the Hashirama constitution and would release, but unfortunately, he had no way to enhance his Hashirama constitution and would release power, only allowing the other party to make an effort. The Hashirama constitution is already a very powerful constitution in Naruto, so investing in it would not be considered a loss by Mufeng. After spending another 8,000 dark points, Mufeng was left with only 5,900 dark points. which he did not plan to use further, but intended to save until the next time his system permissions upgraded for consumption or to exchange for chakra fruits. Next, Mu Feng took out the items he had exchanged one by one. The first item he took out was the Spirit of Wood, the most expensive item he exchanged for this time at 8,000 dark points. The Spirit of Wood looked different from what Mu Feng imagined. It resembled a fruit seed, dark all over, but emitting a fragrant aroma of grass and wood, smelling like a grassy field after spring rain. Without hesitation, Mu Feng swallowed it according to the system's description. Gulps, the Spirit of Wood was swallowed, and a pure essence of wood power surged within him, with every cell in Mu Feng's body beginning to madly absorb this energy. Ding, your constitution, Hashirama's body has been enhanced by 5. Ding, your self-healing ability has been enhanced. Ding, your strength has been enhanced. Ding, the power of your wood-release ninjutsu has been enhanced. Ding, your control over wood attribute chakra has been enhanced. Ding, you have comprehended the ninjutsu, wood-release clone, as the Spirit of Wood was completely digested. The system's prompt sounded in Mu Feng's mind. At the same time, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 100. Enhancing Strength, New Training Plan. After using the Spirit of Wood, Mu Feng clearly felt that his physique had become stronger. He slightly clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. And at the same time, Mu Feng felt his mental state had improved significantly. This is a manifestation of vitality enhancement. After the body of Hashirama Senju has increased by 5, it has already reached 8. Don't underestimate this 8. The boost it brings is very powerful. Additionally, because of this 8, Mu Feng can smoothly use wood-release techniques and possesses extraordinary self-healing abilities. In the world of Naruto, while ninjas have powerful jutsu and techniques, most of them do not have exceptional resilience, and their self-healing abilities are even worse, relying mostly on medical ninjas for assistance. However, Hashirama Senju is an exception. His self-healing ability is extremely strong, able to survive even after being pierced by Susanoo, although Mu Feng cannot reach that level yet. The injuries caused by ordinary kunai or shuriken no longer interfere with him. At the same time, another benefit of his self-healing ability is his abundant stamina. Mu Feng does not want to end up like the third Raikage, dying due to exhaustion, although he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The likelihood of that happening is low. However, the higher the stamina, the more benefits it brings, and this is undeniable. After using the Spirit of Wood, Mu Feng then used Refining Stone and Conduction Stone to strengthen the Demon Blade. This time, the actions of the Sand Shinobi village made Mu Feng increasingly aware of the importance of swordsmanship, especially after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, where swordsmanship holds a significant position. Ninja techniques require hand seals, which take time, and in the entire ninja world, there are hardly any who can match Hashirama's abilities. Especially at this stage, most ninjas need to perform hand seals manually. However, swordsmanship does not require this. Now that Mu Feng has the Flying Thunder God technique, it provides him with a means to approach the enemy, making his swordsmanship very useful. When Minato Namikaze developed the Rasengan, he clearly valued the fact that it does not require hand seals, allowing him to launch attacks quickly after closing the distance. However, for Mu Feng, the Rasengan has been replaced by his swordsmanship. He can attach various attributes of chakra to his demon sword without needing hand seals, and the attack range of swordsmanship is much larger. Most importantly, compared to the Rasengan's attack, swordsmanship is more flexible and offers more options. The reason Minato did not choose to use swordsmanship is that it also takes time, and ordinary ninjas are more skilled in using shuriken rather than long swords. However, for Mu Feng, he has a system, and now that swordsmanship has been developed, it is slightly better for him than the Rasengan. Furthermore, the most important point is that after using swordsmanship, Mu Feng can gain system dark value rewards for developing new techniques, while the Rasengan can only reward once. Therefore, Mu Feng exchanged 2 gems from the system shop to enhance his demon sword. After extracting the Refining Stone and Conduction Stone, he obtained 2 stones the size of pigeon eggs, the former being black and the latter shimmering with colorful light. The process of using the gems was automatically processed by the system, and Mu Feng simply retrieved both gems and the demon sword back into the system space. After a while, the system issued a prompt. Ding, your demon sword has completed refining. Sharpness 13. Ding, your demon sword has completed refining. Chakra conductivity 10. Mu Feng extracted the demon sword from the system space. From the appearance, there wasn't too much change, but after casually slicing with it, Mu Feng felt that the blade seemed to shine brighter than usual. Then, he infused some wind attribute chakra. and the whole process felt much easier than before, with significantly less resistance. However, overall, the improvement was not substantial, as the base attributes of the demon sword were already quite good before this. If this were an ordinary knife, it would definitely be a drastic change. Mufeng played with it for a while before finally putting away the demon knife. Then he took out the illusion scroll and began to study it. The reason for exchanging for the illusion scroll this time is quite simple. Mufeng's illusion level is currently too low. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he definitely needs to cultivate his illusions, which can complement his Sharingan to some extent. Moreover, this time using illusions against the scorpion of the red sand yielded some unexpected results. Sometimes, illusions are clearly much more useful and harder to deal with than Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. This can be seen from how the Sand Village immediately became vigilant upon learning that an illusion expert was going to invade. At the same time, Mufeng has another reason for choosing to exchange for the illusion scroll. After learning these illusions himself, he can also give this scroll to Yuhi Kurenai for her practice. As for handing it over to Konoha, Mufeng never considered it. When he asked the third Hokage for a forbidden scroll as a mission reward, he was only given a shortened version of the forbidden scroll. Moreover, he had earned that through risking his life on missions, so he certainly doesn't want to hand over his illusion scroll to the village for free. Opening the illusion scroll, Mufeng looked through it briefly. This scroll contains a total of 50 types of illusions, including 30 C-rank illusions, 20 B-rank illusions, and 10 A-rank ninjutsu. Additionally, Mufeng discovered the illusion used by Hong in the original work, Tree Binding Death. The illusion spells recorded in this scroll are not very valuable, but relatively speaking, their price is also not high, costing 5,000 points of corruption value. After Mufeng has learned these spells, he can directly recoup his investment, essentially getting these spells for free by spending his time. After putting away the illusion scroll, Mufeng began to plan his new training regimen. This time, Mufeng planned to train both ninjutsu and illusion techniques, while also practicing the coordination between ninjutsu and swordsmanship. After all, performing ninjutsu requires hand seals. While swordsmanship at least requires one hand to hold the sword, the coordination in the process is also very important. Mufeng had already realized this during his battle with Sasori in the Sand Ninja Village. However, this time, Mufeng felt that he wouldn't stay in the village for too long. Moreover, the next mission would likely take place in the Land of Rain. As soon as he thought of the Land of Rain, Mufeng immediately thought of the Akatsuki organization and Nagato. He wondered if he would encounter Nagato and his group next time. Additionally, would the class division plan include him as well? After some random thoughts, Mufeng finally began to plan his training schedule. The future is uncertain, so focusing on the present is already the best choice. Chapter 101, Trouble Approaches. The next day, early in the morning, Mufeng got up and took his demon blade to his usual training location. There, he saw Kakashi already waiting. Mufeng's intense training during the 3 days he spent waiting in the Sand Ninja Village had evidently stimulated Kakashi. Previously, Kakashi had already learned about Mufeng's training location, so he naturally came here. Seeing Kakashi, Mufeng smiled knowingly. He had originally thought of asking Kakashi to be his sparring partner, but he didn't expect the other party to be so proactive. The two exchanged glances, and without needing to say much, they understood each other's thoughts. Mufeng took out an illusion scroll and began to study and experiment, while Kakashi found another open area to start his Taijutsu training. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito Kazan, Kurama Kaoru, Hyuga Hizashi, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered together. At the same time, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and other Konoha newcomers also appeared at this important meeting. Clearly, this was a very significant conference. Even during the Chunin exams, when the Cloud and Mist villages conspired together, Konoha had not made such a big fuss. The purpose of this meeting should already be known to everyone. The Rock Village is currently dispatching a large number of ninjas through the Land of Rain, intending to head toward the Land of Wind. Minato has brought back news from the Sand Ninja Village that the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village is currently in a near-death state. This time, the Rock Village is clearly not here with good intentions. They likely want to take advantage of the transition period of the Jinchuriki in the Sand Village to create chaos in the Land of Wind and disrupt the Sand Village. However, at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. But we cannot rule out the possibility that the target of the Rock Village this time is our Land of Fire. Everyone is aware of the current situation in the ninja world. Any significant movement from any of the 5 great ninja villages could potentially trigger chaos throughout the entire ninja world. Although we in Konoha do not wish to see war, we are even less willing to see the Land of Fire and Konoha suffer damage. Therefore, the main focus of this gathering is to discuss how to respond to this large-scale action by the Rock Village. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked towards Minato Namikaze. Minato immediately took out a scroll. Everyone, this is the information I have gathered regarding the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village and the recent movements of the Rock Village. Currently, nearly 3,000 ninjas from the Rock Village have infiltrated the Land of Rain, and this number is still increasing. The Sand Village has also dispatched over 800 ninjas heading towards the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Wind, Earth, and Fire countries. If the Rock and Sand Villages engage in battle in the Land of Rain, it will inevitably affect us in Konoha. Not long ago, the daimyo has issued a mission to the ninja villages, hoping that we can investigate the movements of these two groups of ninjas clearly and be able to take countermeasures. Even if, by that time, the Sand or Rock villages attack the Land of Fire, we can respond quickly. This is a commission task sent by the daimyo. Saying this, Minato took out another commission letter and unfolded it. Upon seeing this, Mito Kazan and Kurama Koharu frowned, while Danzo narrowed his eyes but was already calculating something in his heart. What about the movements from the Land of Rain? Hans, as the leader of the Land of Rain, cannot sit idly by during the invasion of the Rock and Sand villages. After thinking for a while, Mito Kazan spoke up. This is not particularly clear yet, but according to the current situation, the Rain village has not dispatched ninjas to participate in the battle, or they have not made any plans yet. However, in the Land of Rain, an organization called Akatsuki has begun to take action. They have reportedly confronted the ninjas from the Rock Village several times and have achieved some results. Akatsuki? Upon hearing this, Danzo frowned. It is a civilian organization in the Land of Rain, not particularly strong. It is said that the leader has some skills and should have reached the level of an elite Jonin. Just an elite Jonin? Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and no longer paid attention to this Akatsuki organization. After all, a team made up of elite Jonin is quite common in the entire Naruto world, especially after the end of the Second Ninja World War. However, most of these organizations do not last long and do not pose a significant threat to the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages. Now hearing the name of Akatsuki for the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo did not take this organization too seriously. They were more concerned about Hans, the leader of the Rain Village. After all, he had demonstrated powerful strength during the Second Ninja World War and was even referred to as a demigod. It was precisely because of Hans's existence that the Land of Rain had a bit more stability. Otherwise, during the Second Ninja World War, the Land of Rain would have been ravaged into wasteland by the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries. Now that the Rock and Sand villages have taken action, but the host Rain village has not expressed itself, it is quite unusual. However, it cannot be ruled out that Hans is hesitating. And Hans's behavior presents an opportunity for Konoha. It seems we must make contact with Hans first. If we can gain his consent, then Konoha's entry into the Land of Rain will be much smoother. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He probably doesn't want to see the war continue to spread in the Land of Rain either. Ultimately, the task of contacting Hans fell to Danzo. He did not say anything and tacitly accepted the task. Following that, several others also expressed their opinions and began discussing the details of the plan. In the end, a rough plan was determined. Konoha would first attempt to contact Hans and try to establish a cooperative relationship with the Rain Village. Afterwards, Konoha would send 501,000 ninjas to the Land of Rain to guard against unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, Konoha would also increase personnel at the borders of the Land of Fire to prevent any actions from the Cloud and Mist villages. After this brief meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the people present couldn't help but furrow their brows. They truly felt that the Ninja World War was not far off. Moreover, this time, it was a war that could not be stopped by human effort alone. After the basic response strategies were discussed, Danzo and others left. But Sarutobi Hiruzen kept Mitarashi Anko and Tazuna Kamachi behind. Hokage-sama, Mitarashi Anko asked, we still need to consider and arrange the ninjas graduating from the ninja school this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Upon hearing this, both Mitarashi Anko and Tazuna Kamachi were stunned for a moment, but soon their brows furrowed, understanding Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Chapter 102, Special Training Plan. Yuhi Kurinai's determination. This time, the large-scale action from the Rock Village indicates that war among the ninja world is inevitable. In the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Once the war begins, there won't be many opportunities left for this generation to train. Therefore, This generation's issue is not just about class division, but also about the tasks they will undertake. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko and Tizuna Kamachi nodded. Obito, Asuma, and others represent the future of Konoha. In the past, Konoha only needed to follow the normal processes, but now, the situation in the ninja world has changed, and war could break out at any moment. They can no longer enjoy the normal training model like other genin. This is indeed a problem, Mitarashi Anko said. If the Rock Village does not let go this time, and the Sand Village is also provoked, these people will not have the chance to accept normal missions as usual. But once they are sent to the battlefield, these children— Tizuna Kamachi hesitated, her eyes filled with reluctance. This is unavoidable. If they can endure the trials from these missions, they will become capable ninjas in the future. Our Konoha ninjas cannot always be raised in a greenhouse. Mitarashi Anko put on a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. TSK, they are not as incapable as they think. Kakashi and Mufang are also part of this generation, and they have already proven themselves. This time, the infiltration mission into the Sand Village had contributions from both of them. Perhaps what our Konoha kids need is just an opportunity. Let's arrange for them to undergo special training during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, "Special training?" Mitarashi Anko and Tizuna Kamachi were slightly taken aback, but soon their eyes lit up. It is crucial to let them recognize the brutality of the battlefield as soon as possible and to break free from the habits of being sheltered by Konoha. As long as they overcome this point, their chances of survival on the battlefield will be quite high. I will assign this matter to Ninjutsu Rado, and I will also have Kakashi and Uchiha Mufang in charge of this. Hokage-sama, since you've already decided, I have no objections, Mitarashi Anko said. What about class division? Tizuna Kamachi had no objections to the special training, as it was indeed important for Obito and others to quickly adjust their mindset. The class division list will be determined based on the results of the special training. This matter still requires cooperation from others, especially the medical ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment. Clearly, he was prepared to let the graduates shed some blood this time. Mitarashi Anko and Tizuna Kamachi nodded. And soon Ninjutsu Rado was called in to discuss the content of the special training. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha Village. Knock, knock, knock. The door of a house was knocked on. The rabbit was recovering from injuries at home. He opened the door and saw a strange little girl. Yuhi Kurenai stood at the rabbit's doorstep, feeling somewhat nervous. This address was given to her by Mufang, asking her to come by herself to find Rabbit, who would introduce a temporary teacher to enhance her skills. Zayuhong knocked on the door, and soon, a middle-aged man with a somewhat dejected expression opened it. Are you Lord Rabbit? I'm Mufang, no. I was introduced by Chihu. Zayuhong timidly asked. Upon hearing Zayuhong's words, Rabbit paused for a moment. Introduced by Mufang? Yes. Zayuhong nodded. Cool mean. With that, Rabbit opened the door. At that moment, Zayuhong noticed Rabbit's empty right arm. Your arm. Are you on a mission? Or are you with Mufang? Are you from the same class as him? Rabbit gestured for Zayuhong to sit down while speaking. Soon, Zayuhong was seated in the room, and Rabbit called for his wife. Shortly after, a gentle-looking woman walked out of the room. Husband, who is this? Introduced by Mufang. By the way, little girl, what is your name? Zayuhong. That's a nice name. That kid Mufang has good taste, Rabbit said while sitting down opposite Zayuhong. And his wife brought 2 cups of water. Did Mufang not say what you were coming here for? Rabbit continued to ask. I just graduated from a ninja school and wanted to find a temporary teacher to continue my studies. Zayuhong stated her purpose directly. A temporary teacher? Aren't your parents ninjas? Rabbit asked, curious about Zayuhong's words. My father, he is quite busy. Zayuhong replied a bit shyly. Zayuhong's father, Xie Jinhong, is a powerful illusion ninja in Konoha. But due to the current situation in the ninja world, he indeed has little time to guide Zayuhong. I see. The village is indeed a bit unstable right now. Only someone like me can stay in the village. Upon hearing Zayuhong's words, Rabbit's expression was somewhat bitter, but he quickly changed to a smile. Since that's the case, I can give you some guidance. Anyway, I'm just idle at the moment. In the end, Rabbit readily agreed and then chatted with Zayuhong about some daily topics. After learning that Zayuhong wanted to delve deeper into illusions, Rabbit did not refuse. Although he himself was not skilled in illusions, he knew some illusion masters in the Umbu, and some of them were also retired due to injuries like him, so it would be no problem to find these people to teach Zayuhong. As the conversation topics increased, both Zayuhong and Rabbit became less reserved than at the beginning. Lord Rabbit, can you tell me about Mufang? Zai asked curiously at the end. All right, don't call me Lord Rabbit. It sounds weird. Just call me Uncle Gang from now on. Rabbit smiled faintly and continued, speaking of Mufeng. He is probably the most talented ninja I have seen in Konoha. However, I haven't interacted with him much. The first time was during the Chunin exam. With that, Rabbit opened up the conversation. The healing time in this segment indeed made Rabbit feel depressed. Now that Zai has come, he can share past experiences, which brings him a bit of joy. Rabbit carefully recounted the process of his little team and Mufeng teaming up to complete missions, while Zai on the other side was shocked to hear it. During the Chunin exam, Mufeng was already fighting against the enemy village ninjas. Not only that. Later we went to the Land of Lightning, where I lost my arm during that mission, and Heiken also lost his life. But in the end, thanks to Mufeng, the mission was completed. Otherwise, at this point, Rabbit self-deprecatingly laughed, and then he looked at Zai it's obvious that Mufeng cares a lot about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you here to me. You must remember to be cautious when doing missions in the future and never show mercy to the enemy. This is advice. I've been a Jonin for many years, and many people have lost their lives because they showed mercy to the enemy. You must keep this in mind. Zai nodded seriously, and then, seeing that it was getting late, she agreed on a training time with Rabbit and headed home alone. However, on the way home, Zai clenched her fist, having made up her mind. It turns out that Mufeng has been undertaking such dangerous missions all along. I must hurry to improve my strength to help Mufeng as soon as possible. Chapter 103. The Special Examiner. Special Training? In the Konoha Ninja School. Obito looked surprised at his teacher upon hearing this unfamiliar term. That's right, the Hokage thinks that you are not yet qualified to undertake missions. So he has arranged a special training for you. After the special training, those who qualify will officially become genin and will be sorted into classes based on their performance. Those who do not qualify will have their genin status revoked and will continue studying and training at the ninja school. The teacher on the podium said with a serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted into chatter. What? How can this be? Obito covered his head, struggling to accept that after finally passing the graduation exam, they were now faced with this special training. Moreover, if they failed the special training, they would be stripped of their genin status. How can this happen? I finally closed the gap with those two guys. Obito panicked, while his classmates around him began to discuss it. We have to do special training? I thought we were going to be sorted into classes. How can this be? I've never heard of anything like this before. Many people started to feel curious about the special training, but there were still some who could remain calm, like the members of the Hyuga clan, who were somewhat aware of the current situation in the ninja world. Has it developed to this point already? Hyuga Kiyoshi frowned. He was from the Hyuga clan, and also the cousin of Hyuga Hayashi. Maybe. The missions that Kakashi and Mufeng took on are not easy at all. Nara Zenpu from the Nara clan also spoke up beside Hyuga Kiyoshi. Then this special training is likely not going to be simple. The two quickly realized the true significance of the special training. The ninja world was about to be in turmoil, and Konoha was clearly starting to feel anxious, unable to give them too much time to adapt and develop. This special training task is extremely important and carries certain risks. I hope everyone can take it seriously. The teacher continued. Now, I will introduce the Jonin responsible for this special training. Danzo. The school teacher pointed to the door of the classroom. With a clang, the classroom door opened, and Danzo entered, accompanied by Kakashi and Mufeng. That's Kakashi and Mufeng. Are they also going to participate in the special training? Seeing Kakashi and Mufeng, the curiosity of the students below intensified. Danzo, it's all yours from here. The school ninja teacher handed the podium over to Danzo. Danzo stood on the podium, his expression cold, exuding the aura of a Jonin as he scanned the room with a chill. Immediately, everyone in the classroom fell silent. Ahem. Now, I will introduce the process and method of this special training. Like during the Chunin exam, Danzo wasted no time and directly stated the process and goals of this special training. The first assessment of this special training will take place in the second examination site of the Konoha Chunin exam, which is in the Forest of Death. The village will send nearly 100 death row inmates from the Land of Fire into the Forest of Death. Your goal is simple. Kill them. Killing one death row inmate will allow you to pass the first assessment. As soon as Danzo's words fell, Obito and the others were dumbfounded. Kill someone? Even Hyuga Kiyoshi and Nara Zenpu furrowed their brows. For Obito and the others, they had initially thought the special training was for them to learn ninjutsu and then undergo assessments, but they never expected the village to throw this at them. To have these newly graduated genin confront death row inmates from the Land of Fire? What kind of assessment method is this? In an instant, The quiet classroom began to buzz with noise again. Silence. And with a loud bang, the instructor slammed the desk. Those who do not want to participate can exit now. This special training plan was developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and several high-ranking members of the Hokage, clearly indicating that it is more stable than letting Obito and others engage in bloody battles with ninjas on the battlefield or with death row inmates from the Land of Fire. This kind of confrontation originally stemmed from the Chunin exams, but now the targets that Obito and the others have to deal with have become weaker. Additionally, Kakashi, Mufeng, and other Leaf Village ninjas will ensure your safety throughout the process. Furthermore, once you choose to participate, if you suffer serious or minor injuries during the event, no one will come to rescue you. This special training assessment is merely a simulation of the Chunin exams. However, the opponents you will face in the Chunin assessment will no longer be ordinary people, but ninjas just like you, if you don't even have this determination. It's safer to stay in the ninja school. The cold and indifferent voice continued to resonate. After this remark, the Jin in the classroom were no longer so surprised. They were clearly touched by the mention of the Chunin exam. Yes, isn't the Chunin exam exactly like this? Moreover, they would be facing ninjas. If they couldn't even handle ordinary people now, wouldn't they have no chance at all during the Chunin exam? Thinking this way, the emotions of the crowd stabilized. You don't need to be nervous. The enemies you're facing are notorious death row inmates from the Land of Fire. These people have committed all kinds of atrocities, and some have even killed dozens of innocent citizens of the Land of Fire. They are ruthless and cunning. There is no need to feel guilty about killing them. At the same time, you must be careful of these individuals. Don't think that just because you are ninjas, you can easily deal with ordinary people. If you are careless, you might lose your life. And then, Narashikaku continued to speak. All right, those who want to withdraw can say so in advance. I will report it to Lord Hokage. On the scene, not a single ninja stood up, not even the girls. Seeing this effect, Narashikaku was very satisfied in his heart. Very good. We will gather at the ninja school at this time tomorrow. I will take you to the Forest of Death for the assessment. After saying this, Narashikaku left with a bewildered Kakashi and Mufeng. The two had originally been training in an open space when they suddenly received a mission and followed Narashikaku to the ninja school. After listening to Narashikaku's speech, they realized that the village was going to conduct a training session for Obito and the others. After leaving the ninja school, Narashikaku then detailed the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to Kakashi and Mufeng. Upon hearing the mission, Kakashi and Mufeng were slightly taken aback, looking at Narashikaku in disbelief. Are we supposed to be the final examiners? Chapter 104. Attitude and Thoughts? Hearing that they were to be examiners, both Kakashi and Mufeng were stunned. That is right. Your performances have been outstanding. Moreover, this task is not difficult. It's within the village. For you too. This task is not hard. Narashikaku began to explain to Mufeng and Kakashi. In terms of strength, Mufeng and Kakashi were indeed sufficient. But the current issue was not strength. It was that Mufeng and Kakashi were from the same generation as Obito and the others. While everyone else was participating in the assessment, the two of them had become the ones responsible for the assessment, which made them feel a bit awkward due to the difference in roles. There is nothing wrong with that. With you two here, perhaps they will perform even better. Also, don't underestimate those death row inmates from the Land of Fire. Although they are ordinary people, they're all fierce, and if they're not psychologically prepared this time, there could be casualties, Narashikaku said. Therefore, your task this time is also very important. While ensuring the assessment proceeds, you must also ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, Mufeng and Kakashi nodded, and Narashikaku left satisfied. That afternoon, Obito and the others found Kakashi and Mufeng. They were a bit confused about the sudden special training proposed in the village. Upon seeing Mufeng, Kakashi, and the rest appear together, they assumed that these two should know some details. This time, it was not just Obito. Hinata Kiyoshi and others also came to Mufeng's house. Compared to Kakashi, they had spent more time with Mufeng and were more familiar with each other. Mufeng had long anticipated such a scene and did not go to training that afternoon. However, as Obito and a dozen others crowded into his home, it was clear that Mufeng's house could not accommodate so many people, and ultimately, the group went to a forest in Konoha. What is going on? Why is there another assessment after graduation? Before anyone could speak up, Obito started complaining. He was genuinely afraid of not passing the assessment and being sent back to square one as a student of the ninja school. The worst part was that his headband would be taken away. For ninjas, the headband was basically a symbol of their identity and honor. In the world of Naruto, ninjas had a strong sense of identity attached to their headbands, Even rogue ninjas wore headbands to signify their defection. Don't panic, let Mufeng speak. Yeah, Obito, why are you so anxious? It's not just you taking the assessment. You must be afraid you won't pass. The other kids around began to chatter, and Mufeng felt a bit of a headache from it all. Finally, he waved his hand, and everyone quieted down. I'm not very clear about this special training assessment either, but since the village arranged it, we should just participate. I suspect it has something to do with the recent situation in other villages. IWA Ninja Village might be about to fight Chunin Ninja Village. It's possible that a war could break out soon. So this time, the Hokage probably wants to hurry up and help you all grow. Otherwise, it can't be that serious, right? The Second Great Ninja War just ended. Hearing the word war, the friends' eyes widened. Their generation was different from Naruto's. They were not unfamiliar with war, and some of their parents had died in the Second Great Ninja War. Mufeng's parents had also died in that war. Therefore, when the topic of war came up, Obito and the others felt a mix of fear and anxiety. Hinata, Kiyoshi, and Nara Zenfu frowned, looking as if they had expected this. So, this special training is to accelerate our growth. But we don't need to fight death row inmates for that, right? Shouldn't we be learning some powerful ninjutsu? Obito started to complain, and as he finished, a few people around him began to echo his sentiments. Looking at the group in front of him, Mufeng shook his head. You should ask the Hokage about that. In reality, Mufeng understood the reasoning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups' decision, but explaining it to Obito and the others would clearly be a lot of effort. So Mufeng decided not to explain. Actually, it was quite simple, because our improvement in ninjutsu would be in vain. At that moment, Nara Zenfu spoke up. Improving ninjutsu and strength isn't that simple. Instead of expecting us to become stronger, it's better to have a good mindset. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. In my opinion, this special training assessment is not about testing our strength, but rather our thoughts and attitudes. Once he finished speaking, the surrounding kids showed puzzled expressions, with only Mufeng appearing relatively calm. Thoughts and attitudes? That's right. I think I understand the key point of this assessment. Just listen to me when the time comes. Nara Zenfu said confidently. At least the first assessment shouldn't be a problem. Great, but is it really okay? That Jonin said, we would have to kill. A girl spoke up. If we have to kill, then so be it. Those are all death row inmates from the land of fire. They deserve it. Besides, if war really breaks out, we can't show mercy to the enemy on the battlefield. Don't forget, many people from our village have died at the hands of ninjas from other villages, including Mufeng's parents who also died in the Great Ninja War. Another boy stepped forward and glanced at Mufeng. I'm sorry, Mufeng, I didn't mean to bring it up, but that's the reality. Mufeng frowned and said nothing. In fact, this boy's parents also died in the Second Great Ninja War, which is why he reacted so strongly to the mention of war. For some people, war is terrifying, but for others, war represents revenge. Mufeng had no thoughts of revenge. In fact, he was unaware that his parents had died at the hands of ninjas from that village, and his previous self-memories about it were very vague. However, the boy in front of Mufeng clearly thought differently. You're right. Those people deserve to die. Asuma interjected. We're just carrying out justice. Yes. So for tomorrow's assessment, Kai looked at everyone. Tomorrow, just follow me. Even if we are separated, we should agree on the same location. How about this? Let's hold a meeting here today to discuss how to cope. Nara Zenfu suggested. You all can discuss. I won't participate. Mufeng stood up. His identity was special, and it was best for him to leave at this time. However, Mufeng was also a bit curious about what actions these people would take the next day. Chapter 105. The assessment begins, entering the Forest of Death. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and the streets of Konoha regained their vitality. Obito and the others headed out towards the ninja school. Today was the day of the first special training assessment, and once they arrived at the school, the students inevitably felt a bit nervous. In the classroom, everyone gathered together. Zenfu, is the plan you mentioned yesterday feasible? I feel like it's not that simple. Yeah, after all, this is special training. After a night of thinking, many felt a tinge of fear inside. Listening to everyone's questions, Nara Zenfu frowned. He had explained the plan clearly the day before, but including himself, everyone felt uncertain. After all, they still didn't know who their opponents were. The classroom was noisy for a while. Some were willing to team up with Nara Zenfu, while others secretly sought out teammates, hoping to tackle the challenges together. This assessment has no restrictions. You only need to kill a death row inmate to pass. So whether it's a solo mission or a group effort, either is fine. For people like Obito and others, grouping up is naturally safer, at least psychologically, as they would feel much more secure. Amidst the noise, the teacher's door was pushed open. The school teachers walked in together with the same pace, followed by Kakashi and Mufing. Is everyone here? We'll start taking attendance now. Anyone who is not present after the roll call will be considered to have forfeited. The actions of the teachers were never sluggish. They directly took out the roster and began counting one by one. After the roll call, everyone was present, and no one had forfeited. All right, everyone follow me to the training ground. After saying this, the teacher led everyone towards the Forest of Death. Upon arriving at the Forest of Death again, Mufing looked at the outer railing and sighed a lot. This is the place where he took the Chunin exam, where he had killed many ninjas from enemy villages. The Chunin exam marked the beginning of Mufing's reputation as a genius in Konoha, and now Obito guy. And others are about to undergo a special assessment in the Forest of Death. The rules of the assessment are very simple. Each person must personally kill a death row inmate and obtain their identification, which is this. On the field, Danzo has already begun to explain the rules of the assessment. While speaking, he took out a white strip of cloth printed with some numbers. The area is now tightly monitored by the Chunin and Nin from the village. Your enemies cannot escape. The only way they can get out is by obtaining the forehead protectors in your hands. Losing your forehead protector means losing your chance to take the exam. It will be deemed as unqualified. Listening to Danzo's words, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Immediately after, Danzo began to emphasize again. Once you enter the Forest of Death, you can choose to act alone or in teams. There are no restrictions on this. But there are a few points you must pay attention to. First, you must personally kill an enemy. There are 100 death row inmates in the Forest of Death, which is enough for you to handle. Second, and this is something you absolutely cannot violate, you cannot attack your companions. If such behavior is discovered, you will immediately lose your qualification for the exam and also lose your eligibility to become a ninja. Does it really have to be done personally? A young girl has already started to get anxious. 100? But there are only so few of us. Obito called out. Looking around, he noticed that there were only about 10 of them. 10 kids still need to face 100 villains. This sounds a bit cruel, but as a ninja, such cruelty is necessary. Did everyone hear the details of this assessment clearly? Yes, we did. The crowd responded weakly. Then, reinforced Raijin brought in Kakashi and Mufing. Kakashi and Mufing will serve as the deputy officers for this assessment. They will be responsible for your safety in the arena, and if they notice any signs of rule breaking, they will also be responsible for eliminating you from the examination. Now, get ready to enter. After reinforced Raijin finished speaking, he looked at the ninja guarding the entrance, and that ninja opened the entrance. This time, unlike the Chunin exam, Obito and the others were not allowed to enter the examination venue in batches. As long as they were smart enough, they would understand that gathering a large number of people was definitely not a wise choice. At the same time, this assessment had no time limit, or rather, there was no time limit for Obito and the others. Looking at the dense trees of the Forest of Death, Obito, Guy, and the others frowned, but the next moment, they mustered their courage and determination to step inside. Yuhi Kurenai turned back to glance at Mukafeng, who smiled back at her, and then Kurenai also entered the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Death, a group of burly bald men had gathered among the dense bushes. What are these ninjas doing? They actually brought us to this place to play with those little brats. One of the muscular men with an axe tattooed on his head complained angrily. He was a notorious criminal from the Land of Fire, having killed 3 civilians and a regular soldier in the capital of the Land of Fire. After being captured, he was sentenced to death and was supposed to be executed soon. But not long ago, he was brought to Konoha by a group of ninjas, along with several fellow inmates. Most of these people were ordinary individuals who had nearly no power to resist against Konoha's ninjas, which the bald man understood. Upon arriving at Konoha, they were informed that they would undergo an assessment in the Forest of Death, with the goal of obtaining the headbands from the Konoha ninjas before nightfall. Initially, the bald man and the others thought this was just Konoha ninjas playing tricks on them. But upon realizing their opponents were just a group of kids who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, they understood what was happening. Konoha is using us to train their ninjas. We can't underestimate these guys. After all, they are ninjas. But for us, this is also an opportunity. As long as we get the ninja headbands, we can gain our freedom and avoid execution. Haha, why get back? I'll make sure to kill that woman who reported me. Enough of that. It's time to prepare. Those little brats from Konoha are almost here. Let's show these kids that we ordinary people are not to be trifled with. The bald man's team consisted of 13 people, and as they realized the time was approaching, a fierce expression emerged on their faces. Then, the 13 of them began to move, preparing to search for Obito and the others in the Forest of Death to obtain the ninja headbands. Chapter 106. Has the internal conflict begun? What should we do now? In the Forest of Death, not far from the exit, Obito, Rin, Kurenai, Guy, and the others stopped. Looking around at the dim environment, all that was left for Obito and the others was confusion. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, they had not yet undertaken a mission, and without guidance. Facing such a complex situation would leave even adults bewildered, let alone kids like Obito. Among the crowd, only Hinata Shimizu and Nara Shikamaru remained relatively calm. We need to find those guys, take them out, and get the identification, Obito said without much thought. Yes, Obito is right, but we have no idea where they are. Shimizu reminded them. Don't forget, we want to get the identification, but those guys also want to take our ninja headbands. Shimizu began to analyze the situation. So the priority now is to gather intelligence. It's best not to act recklessly until we confirm the enemy's strength. There are 100 of them over there, and we still don't know if they're acting together. If they are, we won't stand a chance in a head-on fight. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit. So our first step is to gather intelligence? Guy asked, but soon he realized a problem. How do we gather intelligence? Do we split up? Upon hearing the suggestion to split up, many felt uneasy. Asuma frowned. Although he was the son of the third Hokage, he had no privileges at this moment. I can help gather intelligence. Hinata, Shimizu said. I've activated my Byakugan. The Byakugan won't be useful. They're all ordinary people and don't possess chakra. Nara Shikamaru retorted, but added, at least it can help us see farther. Soon, everyone began to discuss animatedly. However, what they didn't know was that at that moment, a group of death row inmates had already approached their vicinity. They really are a bunch of kids. They're openly discussing right at the entrance. A few death row inmates lurking in the trees observed Obito and the others, their eyes scanning the ninja headbands on their foreheads. But soon, these inmates realized that the number of participants entering the Forest of Death for the assessment was severely lacking. They had 100 people, while Obito and the others only had a little over 10. In this situation, even if they could deal with Obito and the others, it would be impossible for all personnel to gain their freedom. As for targeting the Chunin responsible for monitoring in the Forest of Death, these death row inmates clearly have no intention of seeking death. It seems we have to take the initiative. Boss, what do you think? Should we go for it? If someone else gets there first, it will be difficult for us to obtain the headbands. Let's not rush. Wait a moment. Although these guys are just kids, they are all Chunin from Konoha, and we haven't dealt with ninjas before, so we don't know their strength. Let's see if anyone takes action first. A tall, thin man licked his lips and focused his gaze on Rin, Hinata, and the other girls. Compared to boys like Hinata, Shursui, Guy, and Asuma, Rin and the others are more likely to become targets. Moreover, those guys from Konoha only said to get the headbands, without specifying from whom. Obtaining headbands from other death row inmates counts as ours too. Saying this, the thin man leaned against the tree trunk and began to wait. Below, Obito and the others were still discussing tactics. Although Narashikaku had already talked with everyone yesterday, they still felt uneasy once they entered the Forest of Death. The current situation of Obito and the others could be described with one phrase: a rabble. Whenever someone proposed a suggestion, there was always someone to oppose it. And back and forth, before they could even find the enemy, Obito and Hinata Shursui had already started arguing. Up in the trees, Mufang watched Obito, who was red-faced and arguing with Hinata Shursui, along with the other disorganized group, and couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Mufang felt that the special training organized by Sarutobi was indeed the right decision. If Obito and the others went to the battlefield in such a state, it would be a miracle if they survived. At the same time, Mufang also noticed that two groups of death row inmates had already discovered the whereabouts of Obito and the others, but they did not take action, seemingly waiting for something. This is a comparison of patience between two groups, seeing who will lose their composure first and take the lead, compared to Obito and the others. These death row inmates are clearly seasoned veterans. Finally, with you being so hesitant, we can't find those guys at all. Forget it. I rarely talk to you, so I'll act on my own. The argument between Obito and Hinata Kayamizu grew more intense, and Obito turned to leave the crowd. The opportunity has come. Seeing this scene, the two groups hiding nearby immediately brightened up. Obito, wait. As I watched Obito preparing to leave, Hinata Kiyoshi grabbed Obito's arm. At the same time, he subtly glanced at Nara Zenpu, who nodded and began to move towards Kai and the others. You're blocking my way, Obito said angrily. I can't let you leave like this. If you go, you'll definitely die. Hinata Kiyoshi continued. If you want to leave, You can, but first defeat me. Otherwise, you'll have to follow my orders. You think I'm inferior to you? Obito glared. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Obito charged at him with a punch. But Hinata Kiyoshi caught it. Obito, even more furious, was about to attack again when suddenly several strong men rushed out from the woods. Attack! Seeing the internal conflict among Obito's group, the bald man couldn't hold back any longer, roaring as he charged out with a dozen men. Upon seeing this, a lean man high up also became anxious. He was about to act but stopped in the next moment, because he saw that aside from Obito and Hinata Kiyoshi being caught in an internal battle, the others had taken up defensive stances. They're coming. Kai Asuma, attack. Narazenpu shouted loudly. Okay. With that, Kai and Asuma rushed towards the bald team's direction, while the others took out shurikens, aimed, and threw them. The expressions of Kai, Asuma, and the others changed instantly as the situation shifted. Chapter 107, Playing, Killing, Attack. With Narazenpu's command, Kai, Asuma, and the others immediately sprang into action, while several companions also threw their shurikens. Everyone reacted quickly, not at all like they were ambushed, but more like a trap waiting for someone to charge in. Seeing this, the bald team was momentarily stunned, but soon with a whoosh, a shuriken lodged directly into the thigh of one member of the bald team, who let out a scream as his movement was hindered. Damn it, these brats are doing this on purpose. The bald leader realized. He looked at Obito and Hinata Kiyoshi. At this moment, he understood. Obito and Hinata Kiyoshi were deliberately putting on a show to lure them out and then deal with them. Shurikens whirled and shot towards the bald leader, who immediately sidestepped to dodge. But as an ordinary person, he couldn't avoid them all, even with some skill. A shuriken grazed his cheek, the sharp pain igniting his anger. Damn Konoha brats, do you really want to die? With that, the bald leader charged towards Kai and the others. They were indeed not ninjas, but they had an absolute advantage in physique, muscles bulging, and the bald leader looked fierce, which would have scared ordinary kids. But unfortunately, he was facing Kai. Kai charged directly at the bald leader, performing a leaf great whirlwind, delivering a powerful kick to the leader's chest. With a bang, the bald leader flew back as if hit by a giant iron ball. Among these people, Kai was undoubtedly the strongest in physical combat, and there was no suspense in dealing with the bald leader. Although Asuma lacked strength, he was more agile than the bald team members who relied on brute strength. Moving through the crowd, Asuma played with the bald team like a monkey. Watching this, Mufang's eyes lit up. He then looked at Obito, thinking that the other party had become clever. But seeing Obito's confused expression, Mufang seemed to understand something. Obito had no idea about the plan from the beginning. This guy really had a heated argument with Hinata Kiyoshi and wanted to act alone, while Hinata Kiyoshi and Narazenpu should have been aware of this. What is going on? Seeing the sudden arrival of the bald men and the fight breaking out, Obito looked bewildered. Idiot, stop staring and go support. Hinata Kiyoshi glanced at Obito, feeling anxious about his intelligence. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a clear difference among the Uchiha bloodline. Saying that, Hinata Kiyoshi rushed to support, opening his gentle fist to engage with the nearest bald man. At this point, except for a few girls, most of the boys began to fight the bald criminals. The scene immediately became chaotic. One bald criminal, kicked away from the melee, crawled out and saw Lin, Yuhi Kurenai, and several girls standing aside. His gaze swept over the girls' forehead protectors, revealing a greedy look. Bring it to me. The bald criminal dashed towards Lin and the girls like a hungry tiger. Lin, seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai's expression turned tense, while Lin's face also paled slightly. But the next moment, Yuhi Kurenai clenched her teeth and charged forward. With a swift move, she appeared in front of the bald criminal, raised her leg, and delivered an upward kick that struck the criminal right in the middle. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Ow! The bald criminal let out a howl, his legs clamping together, his face turning purple as he froze in place. Immediately, Lin stepped forward and punched the bald criminal directly. Mufang, watching from the tree, felt a chill run down his back. Initially, he was nervous for Yuhi Kurenai, but now it seemed, after taking down one bald criminal, Yuhi Kurenai and Lin appeared much more confident, looking at the curled-up criminal on the ground with a hint of guilt in their eyes. Sorry, my bad. The next moment, both girls apologized while stepping over the bald criminal. Moments later, other girls joined in, and before long, the bald criminal was knocked unconscious. But this boosted the confidence and courage of Yuhi Kurenai and Lin. Several girls immediately set their sights on another bald criminal, forming a small squad. Boss, the situation is a bit unfavorable. On the other side, another group of bald criminals stared at their beaten comrades, their eyes showing some panic. They hadn't expected these Konoha kids to have such combat power, especially that thick-browed kid and another boy with a somewhat unusual fighting style. They were simply fierce. No ordinary 3 or 5 people could match up to them. As for those girls, they initially underestimated. The moves they executed made the men feel a chill below the belt. Without a word, they first kicked to take the fight out of the bald criminals, followed by a flurry of kicks, leaving no man unscathed. In addition, there's a small kid who looks fierce and intimidating. Although he doesn't seem good at fighting, his presence is quite scary. Most importantly, he can take a beating. He has been kicked several times but keeps getting back up. The battle has progressed to this point. And surprisingly, it is not the physically strong death row inmates who have the advantage, but rather Obito and the others. A few bald death row inmates, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, have already started to flee. In the end, during a confrontation, Hinata Shimizu seized the opportunity. With a swift turn, he threw a kunai that struck one bald inmate in the chest. Immediately after, with a loud thud, Hinata Shimizu stepped forward and delivered a palm strike that drove the kunai directly into the bald inmate's chest. The kunai pierced through the bald inmate's heart, and he widened his eyes in shock. Thud! In the next moment, the bald inmate's body fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, turning him into a corpse with the handle of the kunai left embedded in his chest. Dead. Seeing this scene, the other bald inmates were filled with terror. They had been fighting against Kai and the others for a while. Although the battle was intense, no one had died until now. But with the first person falling, the meaning of this battle has changed. Hinata Shimizu had killed a death row inmate, and the fierceness in his eyes surged completely. Under the intense stimulation, he was not afraid. Instead, he wanted to kill, to wipe them all out. With red eyes, Hinata Shimizu looked at another bald death row inmate beside him. Under his glare, began to feel fear. Run. These guys want to kill us. With a loud shout, the bald inmate bolted away into the woods. Chapter 108. Difficult decision. Dead? On the battlefield, with the first death row inmate falling, it was not only the inmates who were shocked. Obito, Kage, Asuma, and the others were also taken aback. They turned to look and then discovered the bald inmate with the kunai embedded in his chest. From the depth of the kunai, it was clear that he was already dead. Shimizu killed that guy. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, although they had received the mission to eliminate the enemy. When it came to actually taking action, Obito and the others lacked the resolve. However, in terms of killing, these death row inmates could very well be their teachers. The inmates were panicking because they were scared. After engaging in battle, they realized that this Konoha kid was much tougher than they had imagined. Obito and the others were flustered because it was the first time they encountered such a scene, people dying in battle. Obito, don't let them escape. Here, Hinata Shimizu, the instigator of it all, watched as the death row inmates scattered and felt a tightening in his heart. He was indeed a bit nervous at the moment he took action, but after seeing the inmate fall to the ground, that sense of tension and shock disappeared. At this moment, Hinata Shimizu even felt that killing was nothing more than this. His current thought was to find a way to complete the mission and bring everyone along to finish it. But clearly, it was already impossible to stop the bald-headed group with Obito and the others in shock. Upon seeing the dead, the bald leader also began to flee. Although these death row inmates are not a match for Kai or Obito, they really can't be stopped if they try to escape. The death row inmates fled in all directions, and Hinata Shimizu was a bit anxious. Kage, Obito, and the others recovered from their shock and wanted to pursue those death row inmates upon seeing Hinata Shimizu's worried expression. Wait, don't chase them. At that moment, Narashikaku stopped them. Let's deal with those guys first. After saying that, Narashikaku pointed to the 3 death row inmates curled up on the ground, unconscious. The 3 of them were defeated under the ruthless leg techniques of Tsukuyami and the other female ninjas. Upon hearing Narashikamaru's words, Obito and a few others returned, while Asuma was still a bit annoyed and cursed a few times before also coming back. At this moment, they split up to chase, fearing that the death row inmates would find an opportunity. The scene quickly quieted down. In the trees, Mufone watched the crowd below, while noticing that another group of death row inmates had already left. After seeing the combat strength of Kai and the others, they felt they had little chance in a direct confrontation. Then, Mufone became interested in how Obito and the others would deal with these death row inmates. What should be done with these people? After a brief rest, Kiyoshi found some ropes and tied up all 3 death row inmates. His original idea was to let those present kill them directly, but no one dared to step forward. Of course, they should be killed. They were defeated by Hong and the others, so they should belong to them, a boy said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Hinata, Hong, and Lin. Don't look at me, I can't do it. Lin shook her head like a rattledrum. Hinata Hong also waved her hand. I can't either. It would be okay for them to use their legs to defeat the death row inmates. But to have Hinata Hong and the other girls kill someone in front of everyone was something they couldn't do. What to do? A boy looked at Hinata Kiyoshi. After the previous battle, Hinata Kiyoshi and Narazenpo had already taken the core position. I just killed one, so I'm qualified. So these three should be up to you. Hinata Kiyoshi raised the identity proof in his hand, which he had peeled off from the corpse with some reluctance. I'm not in a hurry, Narazenpo said. He was also a bit scared inside. This is too much to ask. Obito protested. Can't we just rip off their identity proof and find a random place to trap them? No, there are 100 death row inmates. After we leave, their companions will definitely come back. So what should we do? Do we really have to kill them? Hinata Kiyoshi nodded, scanning the scene. Unfortunately, not a single person dared to try. Even Obito, who is usually more impulsive, was unwilling to act at this moment. Killing a bound enemy is not the ninja way. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic again, and this time, Hinata Kiyoshi and Narazenpo couldn't control it either. In fact, it was less psychologically burdensome to let Kai and the others kill during the earlier battle than it was now. After all, it was a fight, a matter of life or death. But now, having Obito and the others kill these 3 death row inmates, they felt an extremely strong sense of guilt, considering that these 3 had lost their ability to resist, and there were 3 of them. Everyone discussed for a while, but in the end, no one dared to step forward. After a moment, everyone quieted down, looking at the 3 bound death row inmates with troubled expressions. To be honest, even Hinata Kiyoshi didn't know what to do now. If he really hardened his heart, he could take action, as he came from such a cruel family. But he had already killed one, meeting the assessment criteria. At this moment, his action would be meaningless and would only make Obito and the others feel scared. Everyone was at a standstill for a while, and the 3 death row inmates woke up from their unconsciousness. Upon hearing a group of Konoha kids discussing whether to kill them, but unable to decide, the 3 wisely fainted again. They had realized that, in the end, these people were unlikely to kill them, and one of them boldly thought of how to steal a forehead protector from Obito and the others before escaping. This scene was witnessed by Mu Feng, who shook his head from his hidden spot. From the very beginning, Mu Feng knew that it was impossible for Obito and the others to take action. Hinata Kiyomizu was just an exception, or rather, since Hinata Kiyomizu didn't kill that death row inmate earlier, there was a high possibility that he wouldn't take action now under the current circumstances. With this thought in mind, Mu Feng took out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The scroll recorded the information of the death row inmates that were to be released into the death forest this time. After taking out the scroll, Mu Feng compared the information of the 3 unconscious death row inmates. Then, he pulled out 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, preparing to take action. This time, besides secretly protecting, Mu Feng also had another responsibility: guidance. If Obito and the others couldn't take action, the task of dealing with these people was given to Mu Feng and Kakashi. Just when Mu Feng was about to make a move, at that moment, Yugao stepped forward. I have a way. I could trap them all in a Jinjutsu, Yugao said, her face turning red. This way, they won't continue to be our enemies. As long as we. Isn't that still not completing the mission? Here, Sunset Red had not finished speaking when Obito started to complain. They originally thought Sunset Red was going to take action, but it seemed that no one on the field had that determination. Meanwhile, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Below, Sunset Red was still arguing with Obito and the others, and at this moment, Mu Feng could no longer wait. The kunai in his hand shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of impact echoed as the kunai struck the chests of 3 death row inmates, who let out muffled groans before collapsing to the ground, losing their breath in a short while. There are enemies. Seeing this, Obito and the others immediately became alert, looking towards the direction the kunai had been thrown from. But at that moment, another kunai whizzed through the air, embedding itself in a tree, with 3 white papers attached to the top, documenting the criminal information of the 3 death row inmates. After doing this, Mu Feng vanished from the spot with a swoosh. Its other ninjas, once they recognized the kunai, Hinata Kiyomizu and the others lowered their guard. Now, the only ninjas in the death forest were from Konoha, and they were not enemies. What's this? A boy discovered the papers on the kunai and took them down to read. After seeing the information on them, the boy was stunned. looking incredulously at the 3 death row inmates lying on the ground, his eyes now devoid of sympathy, filled instead with complexity. What's going on? Hinata, Kayamizu walked over to check the papers as well. After a moment, everyone had read the information about the 3 death row inmates, and many in the crowd fell silent. These people really deserve to die. They didn't even spare children, Obito said angrily. A bunch of trash. Asuma spat in disdain, feeling indignant. Everyone, Narashikaku, stepped forward. Now that everyone had seen it, the death row inmates selected from the village were all trash, scum. They should have been executed in the land of fire, but this time they were sent to the village. Now we need to show our resolve. If we can't even get through this test, how can we talk about being ninjas? Rin, just think if you were the girls tortured by those death row inmates. How desperate would you feel before death? This time, it's not just our assessment, but we must let justice be served. Narashikaku's words stimulated the crowd, and many began to empathize with the victims, which made them realize how despicable the death row inmates they faced were. Next time, we won't hold back. Obito said, I won't either. Asuma also spoke up. All right. Narashikaku nodded, seeing the morale of the crowd rise again. He seized the opportunity. Next, let's discuss our plan. The enemy's numbers are large, but they don't know any ninjutsu, which is an advantage for us. We need to learn to use our strengths. Even the body replacement technique must be put to use. After a fierce battle and confirming the crimes of the death row inmates, Obito and the others were now in an excited state. Next time, when they encounter the death row inmates, even if they feel a little reluctant, thinking of the crimes the others had committed might just harden their hearts and lead them to strike. Killing enemies is a necessary lesson for ninjas. Not to mention these guilty death row inmates. Even if someone hasn't done anything wrong, killing based on differing stances is common. Konoha Village's education is relatively kind, but only relatively speaking, as shown by Hinata Kayamizu, who, after killing that death row inmate, had calmed down. Obito and the others rallied their spirits while searching for suitable strongholds and discussing tactics. On the other side, damn, why are these kids so strong? We can't even beat those guys head on. Boss, what should we do now? We're probably no match for those Konoha kids. After the Thin Man and his group retreated, they gathered together to discuss their next plan. They were originally part of a criminal gang engaged in human trafficking. Initially, they had only been abducting some children from villages affected by the Second Shinobi World War to sell to others or some war organizations. But later, this organization grew, and they even set their sights on the land of fire, leading to a disastrous incident where one of their members kidnapped the granddaughter of a prominent figure in the land of fire and accidentally killed her, resulting in the entire organization being wiped out. Most of those sent to the Death Forest were core members of this organization, each carrying the burden of at least 5 lives, and the number of children they trafficked was in the hundreds. Sentencing them to death was already a light punishment for these guys. The Thin Man was the leader of the organization, but his subordinates were clearly not as capable as the bald-headed group from earlier. Seeing the bald-headed group struggling under Obito and the others' attack, they knew they were not opponents and would just be offering themselves up. And now the most critical thing was that if they didn't obtain the Konoha headbands before dark, they would be secretly executed by the ninjas in the Death Forest. These ordinary people targeted by the ninjas have no chance of escaping. Damn it. It seems we can only find someone to team up with, or we can only wait for those Konoha brats to scatter. The Thin Man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He didn't want to die like this. Boss. Just then, a member of the death row inmates pointed ahead. Boss, I think I just saw a brat fly past. What? Hurry up and go. If we get caught by those brats, we're done for. No, boss. I think I only saw one person. Are you sure there's only one person? Yes, just one, and it seemed to have a knife at its waist. It just swooshed past over there. The death row inmate nodded and said seriously, one person and carrying a knife. Ha! The Heaven's Haven T abandoned me. Hearing this, the Thin Man laughed loudly. Let us go, everyone, follow me. Let us take down that brat together. The others, hearing that there was only one person, also gathered their courage and charged in the direction pointed by the death row inmate. However, a few minutes later, in a clearing of the Death Forest, Demon, you are a demon. The thin death row leader looked in terror at the Konoha brat with a knife in front of him. Around him, his subordinates were already lifeless. But the next moment, what awaited him was a sharp flash of the knife. With a swoosh, the thin death row man fell into a pool of blood. Mufung put away the cursed knife. 1, 2, 3, 13 of them. It seems the mission for Obito and the others had become a bit harder. After saying that, Mufung hurriedly left to scout the positions of the other death row inmates. Meanwhile, it was Kakashi's turn to keep an eye on Obito and the others. Chapter 110, Ambush. Exploiting the loophole. In the Death Forest, the bald team was scattered by Obito and the others, and after dispersing, they quickly encountered other death row inmates. The death row inmates were sent into the Death Forest before Obito and the others, and like the bald team and the thin man, some other death row inmates also formed organizations. Unfortunately, the bald leader was caught by a group of more than 30 death row inmates. The leader of the more than 30 death row inmates is a sturdy, short old man with white hair. But none of the death row inmates around him dare to look down on him. At the place of execution, he killed 5 death row inmates by himself and then forcibly gathered this team. So, you guys have fought with those Konoha brats before. Yes, we had about 10 people, but we were no match for those Konoha brats. One of them, with bushy eyebrows, was particularly difficult to deal with, and the other 2 were not ordinary people to contend with. Moreover, those guys were as agile as monkeys. The bald leader lamented his experience. How many of them are there in total? About 10, the bald leader replied. Get ready. The old man on the opposite side flashed a displeased look. 13. A total of 13. I'm not sure if there are any others, but we encountered, bang. Before the bald leader could finish his sentence, the old man delivered a punch to the bald leader's abdomen, causing him to curl up immediately. Since that's the case, you are of no use now. The old man glanced at the bald leader lying on the ground. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, a hint of cruelty appeared in the eyes of the other death row inmates around the old man, and then 7 or 8 of them surrounded the bald leader, beating him to death with punches and kicks. Meanwhile, on the other side, several death row inmates were racing through the forest of death. After running for a while, the leader, a scar-faced man, clearly showed an expression of displeasure. Hey, are you trying to trick us? Where are those Konoha brats? He angrily looked at another person beside him. Just a moment ago, their team of 5 or 6 was hunting in the forest of death when they happened to encounter a fleeing death row inmate. The other party claimed to know the whereabouts of the Konoha brats, and that those Konoha brats were fighting with another group and had been injured, asking to be taken there in exchange for a Konoha headband once the task was completed. The group of death row inmates were excited to hear about such a good opportunity and immediately agreed to let one of them lead the way. They initially planned to kick this death row inmate out after they got their hands on the Konoha headbands. However, they never expected that the guide would take them on a nearly half-hour journey without encountering a single Konoha ninja. Finally, a few of them could no longer hold back, and the leader glared fiercely at the guiding death row inmate. Are you playing us for fools? Yes. The response left the death row inmates in shock. Qingshui, act now. However, the next moment, with a shout, a puff of smoke erupted. The few death row inmates who had been led there looked over. There was no sign of struggle or injuries. The Konoha ninja they were looking for had actually been right beside them all along, using transformation techniques to take on the appearance of other death row inmates, leading them into this trap. As he dispelled the transformation, Naruto quickly used a substitution technique and vanished from the spot. At the same time, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air as shurikens and kunai flew in from all directions. Damn it! One of the death row inmates shouted in anger. But the next moment, his arm was pierced by a shuriken. Following that, the incoming shurikens and kunai overwhelmed the remaining inmates, and soon, all 6 of them were injured. Just then, a perfectly aimed kunai flew in and, with a thud, struck one of the death row inmates in the forehead. Boss, the boss is dead. My hand. It hurts. The scene was filled with their wails, but those hiding in the shadows, including Obito, did not show themselves. The kunai and shurikens continued to fly, and soon, the remaining 5 lost consciousness and fell. It's done. Seeing the area quiet down, Hokage Qingshui jumped out from the jungle, followed by the others who also emerged swiftly. This is their first time hunting with this method, which was conceived by Naruto. The goal of this assessment is to personally kill a death row inmate and obtain their identification credentials. For people like Obito and others, acquiring the credentials isn't too difficult, but personally killing an enemy poses a psychological barrier, which is indeed challenging for individuals like Kurenai and Rin. Therefore, Naruto came up with a plan to exploit a loophole in the rules. Everyone would join forces, and if the death row inmate ultimately couldn't hold on and died, then at the end of the time, everyone would be considered to have personally killed a death row inmate. Alternatively, they could distribute the credit among themselves, claiming whoever they said killed the inmate would be recognized as the one who did it. In such a scenario, Naruto believes that even the ninjas of Konoha would be unable to determine the ownership of the kill. The most crucial point is that, after Naruto's series of actions, the pressure of killing the enemy is evenly distributed among all of them, so there's not too much pressure on any individual, especially for people like Yuhi, Kurenai, and Rin. After the plan was formulated, Nara Quanfeng used transformation techniques to disguise himself as a death row inmate to find the relevant target and lead them into a trap. Hinata, Kayamizu, and others were responsible for laying an ambush, waiting for Nara Quanfeng to bring the enemy over, and then they would take action directly. It turned out that this method was quite effective. The few death row inmates were directly killed here, but seeing the tragic state of the death row inmates, Obito and the others felt a bit uncomfortable. After coming out of the jungle, their expressions were not particularly happy. But just then, whoosh, a shuriken flew over. And this time, at the tip of the shuriken were several pieces of paper detailing the crimes of the 6 death row inmates that Obito and the others had killed. Upon seeing the shocking criminal acts listed on the paper, the expressions of Nara Shikaku and the others finally relaxed. We are executing justice. That's right. These people deserve to die. The 2 boys voiced their thoughts, garnering the agreement of everyone present. All right, take their identification tags. We only need 6 more. After tearing the identification tags from the 6 bodies, Hinata Shimizu's serious expression eased a bit. But just at that moment, we found them. Over here. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the jungle nearby. Immediately after, a sharp whistle sounded, followed by rustling noises from within the woods. Blood vessels around Hinata Shimizu's eyes bulged as he activated his Byakugan. Scanning around, his expression suddenly turned serious. Gather together quickly. There are over 40 enemies. Chapter 111. Surrounded. So these are the little brats from Konoha? Quite clever. Those fools were actually taken out like this. Boss, what should we do? Rustling sound could be heard as death row inmates emerged from the surrounding jungle, led by a sturdy old man. The old man stepped out of the jungle, first glancing at the 6 death row inmates lying on the ground. Then his gaze shifted to Obito and the others. Kids on the other side. The sturdy old man smiled, looking somewhat amiable. Can we discuss something? As long as you give us your ninja headbands, we will guarantee your safety in the Death Forest. What's so good about being a ninja? Look at the people around you. They became ninjas and might end up like them, lying on the cold ground. Just imagine how sad your parents would be. In other countries, after dying on a cold floor, no one even comes to collect the bodies. Your corpses would be left for the beasts to devour. The old man's gaze darkened as he extended his right hand. Come on, hand over your ninja headbands. Don't be ninjas anymore. Being an ordinary person isn't good. On the other side, Obito and the others naturally wouldn't give up because of the old man's few words. But it must be said that the scene the old man painted made them feel a bit fearful. Everyone, don't be swayed by him. He only wants the headbands in our hands, and we earned those headbands through hard work. Nara Shikaku shouted angrily, and immediately, the sturdy old man's gaze towards him revealed a hint of murderous intent. Give it up. We will never hand over the headbands to you. This is my pride. I will become Hokage in the future and protect everyone. Obito stepped forward, furious at the old man's temptation. I have no parents, but everyone in the village is my family. I became a ninja to protect them. Even if I die on the battlefield in the future, they will remember me. I'm not like you selfish people who live for themselves. After Obito's words, the gazes of the others towards him changed slightly. Yes, the village is our home. We became ninjas to protect the village. You guys are the ones who deserve to die. Soon, the hesitation in everyone's eyes disappeared, replaced by anger. The sturdy old man's expression darkened, his friendly demeanor vanishing. You little brats, I kindly advised you, but you didn't listen. If that's the case, then go die. Everyone, charge together. There isn't much time left. First, take down these little brats from Konoha. Then we'll distribute the headbands. The sturdy old man roared. And in the next moment, he gathered his strength, and with a loud pop, his shirt burst open from his bulging muscles. Kai, that guy is yours. Seeing the sturdy old man bursting out of his clothes, Nara Shikaku immediately spoke up. No problem. Kai gave a thumbs up, fixing his gaze on the sturdy old man. Everyone gather around. The girl's in the middle. Just then, Hinata Shimizu spoke, and as his words fell, he assumed the stance of the Hyuga family's gentle fist. While other ninjas began to move as well, with Yuhi Kurenai and Rin among the girls being protected in the center of the group. At this moment, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes sparkled, and she began to form hand seals. Bang bang. Soon, as Kai rushed out, he engaged the sturdy old man in battle. Charge! Kill them. Let Konoha people use us as trial pawns. The surrounding death row inmates also charged towards Hinata Shimizu and the others, and as the two sides collided, The scene instantly turned chaotic. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fighting echoed continuously as Hinata Shimizu and the others kept repelling the attacking death row inmates. But soon, another death row inmate would rush forward. How is it going? Meanwhile, on top of a taller tree, Mufang suddenly appeared next to Kakashi. This is probably the last battle. But the situation? You can see for yourself. Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked down at Hinata Shimizu and the others who were caught in the melee. The strength of ninjas is indeed greater than that of ordinary people. Even if Obito and the others faced an ordinary adult, they would have an absolute advantage. But now, Obito and the others were facing over 40 adults, all notorious death row inmates, some of whom had considerable fighting power. 1 against 4 while also protecting Yuhi Kurenai, Rin, and the other girls. The situation on the battlefield did not look optimistic. It doesn't look good. These guys are actually thinking of being heroes at this time. Mufang frowned slightly as he looked at the circle formed by Hinata, Shimizu, and the others. He was not satisfied with their defensive approach. The advantage of Hinata Shimizu and the others over those death row inmates lies in their ninjutsu and agility. Now that they have formed a circle, they have effectively negated their agility, making it seem like they were trying to show off in front of the girls. However, after this operation, Obito and the other boys' fighting spirit did indeed rise significantly. But relying solely on morale wouldn't be enough to win. With Kai, it should be alright. Shifting his gaze, Mufang looked at Kai. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, he has already learned the 8 gates. Mufang nodded. For dealing with these ordinary people, opening 2 gates should be enough. 8 gates, open the first gate, open. As Mufang's voice just fell, a roar erupted on the scene. On Kai's side, a violent surge of chakra erupted, and a layer of white mist began to rise. Then, with a punch, Kai struck the heart of the muscular old man, sending him flying in shock, and the old man fell to the ground, spitting blood. Whoosh! After knocking the muscular old man away, Kai disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of another death row inmate. With a bang, Kai threw another punch at a death row inmate. Well done, Kai. Seeing this, Obito immediately cheered. At that moment, Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu, behind Obito, Kurenai Yuhi's aura surged. Obito turned his head sideways, and a pair of red eyes appeared in his line of sight. The next moment, just as a death row inmate was about to rush in to deliver a fatal blow to Obito while he was distracted, he suddenly let out a scream and crazily attacked his own companions. Chapter 112. Passing the assessment. New mission. You crazy guy. It's a ninjutsu. It's that brat Jinjutsu. Damn it, someone come and kill this guy. After Kurenai Yuhi activated her Jinjutsu, 2 death row inmates launched a frenzied attack on those around them. The attacks from the death row inmates on the scene were instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side, who can stop this monster? Don't come over. Where's the boss? Where's the boss? Kai, having opened the 8 gates, was constantly weaving through the crowd of death row inmates, and not a single one could withstand him. These guys are quite strong. Up in the trees, Kakashi observed Kai and the others' performance and spoke up. Just dealing with some ordinary people. Although Mufang said this, he still nodded. He originally thought there would be casualties in this assessment, but based on the current situation, it seemed unlikely. The growth rate of Obito and the others was slightly faster than Mufang had estimated, and they also had Hinata Kiyoshi and Nara Shikaku to guide them. However, what surprised Mufang the most on the scene was Kurenai Yuhi. She had actually mastered a Jinjutsu. This brought Sunset Red into the battle as well, causing quite a bit of trouble for the death row inmates. It seems we won't have to intervene this time. Kakashi leaned against a tree and continued to wait. The death row inmates below began to show signs of collapse after witnessing Guy's rampage. These death row inmates can be really ruthless, but at the same time, they're almost purely self-serving. Once they see no hope of winning, they start to escape. After a few more people fled, the assault by the death row inmates immediately collapsed. Hinata, Shimizu, and the others did not continue to defend but directly began to pursue them. Half an hour later, the battlefield returned to calm. Among the more than 40 attackers, over 20 stayed behind, with 7 or 8 of them dead and the rest severely injured. We won. We won. Damn it, those guys ran too fast. Let me catch up with them. I will make them pay. Where the hell did that old man go? He got away. I hit him once. He should be seriously injured, Kai said breathlessly, having just exited the 8-gate state. Kai, what was that jutsu you used? It was amazing. You suddenly erupted. A boy asked. The 8 gates, a taijutsu that requires constant practice. Mufang can do it too, and he's even better than me. Kai replied honestly. But this taijutsu shouldn't be used too much. It's bad for the body. The boy silently noted down this forbidden technique. Mufin could do it too. Is he as strong as you? Obito, who was nearby, became interested. He should be stronger than me. Kai shyly scratched his head. This was the first time he was being surrounded by so many peers. He was usually just a background character, which made him a bit uncomfortable. All right, got it. On the other side, Kakashi and Mufin received the same message immediately after the battle ended. They had been keeping an eye on Obito and the others' fight. Seeing that they had defeated over 40 death row inmates, he knew that this assessment no longer needed to continue. He notified Kakashi and Mufin. With the notification received, Mufin and Kakashi appeared in front of Obito and the others. Mufin, Kakashi, your assessment has passed. Follow me, Kakashi said. Hearing Kakashi's words, everyone was instantly delighted, and Obito even showed a proud expression. How about that? We did well, right? Obito looked at Mufin. Not bad, but you were slacking off the whole time. Mufin nodded. Hey, Mufin, you can't say that. Mufin ignored Obito and walked towards the exit of the Death Forest with Kakashi. Although this assessment did not last long, it was undoubtedly an unforgettable experience for Obito and the others. Just as Obito and his companions were leaving the Death Forest, the Konoha ninjas hiding within began to take action to eliminate the other death row inmates in the forest. Shouts echoed from afar, but this time, Obito and the others were no longer panicking and shouting. Instead, they frowned. Hong, you did well this time. You can actually use Ninjutsu now. Taking advantage of the moment they were acting together, Mufin approached Yuhi Hong and quietly praised her. Upon hearing this, Hong's face turned slightly red. It's all thanks to Mufin Kuin's scroll. Your own efforts are the key. Mufin replied. Yes, Mufin Kuin, I will definitely work hard in the future. One day I will help you. Mufin smiled lightly. Then you better work hard. My progress is quite fast. After saying that, Mufin quickened his pace. The nearest exit was not too far for Obito and the others, and soon they arrived at the exit. Dans and a few other ninjas were already waiting there. After a brief rest, Obito and the others were gathered in front of Dans. First of all, congratulations on passing the first assessment. Dan's expression was serious as he looked at everyone. However, deep down, you all know whether you truly passed this assessment or not. Nara Shikamaru. Saying this, Dans turned his gaze to Shikamaru. I admit your ideas are good, but you must remember one thing. Those little ideas of yours are meant to deal with enemies, not to challenge the rules within the village. The reason you were able to pass this assessment is not that you are strong, but because the enemy is too weak. Selfishness, greed, stupidity. Those 100 people you faced couldn't even defeat Kakashi or Mufin, let alone any of them. This assessment mainly cultivates your determination, and on that front, Obito, you did well. When tempted by the enemy, you were able to stand up bravely. Others even had doubts. This made us question whether you have the determination to become a ninja. As for the rest of this assessment, I don't want to comment too much. I will report the specific details to Lord Hokage. Next, whether to arrange a second assessment will depend on Lord Hokage's satisfaction with your performance. Dan's reprimand caused the previously excited mood among the crowd to dim. Another assessment? Upon hearing that there might be a second assessment, many felt a tightening in their hearts. Dismissed for now, Dans ignored Obito and the others' thoughts and turned his gaze to Kakashi and Mufin. Kakashi, Mufin, come here for a moment. Their essay new mission. Chapter 113. The Mission in the Land of Rain. Leaving the Death Forest, Dans brought Kakashi and Mufin back to Konoha. All right, that's it for now. Dan stopped. A new mission? It can't be another assessment, right? Mufin asked. No, this mission requires going out. The Land of Rain? Kakashi replied. Ha! I knew I couldn't hide it from you too. Dans chuckled. This time, we indeed need to go to the Land of Rain. Lord Hokage previously assigned the task of contacting Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain, to Lord Danzo. Just now, Lord Danzo has already made contact with Hanzo, the leader of the ninjas in the Land of Rain. However, specific discussions need to take place in the Land of Rain. Lord Danzo has already arranged personnel, but Lord Hokage hopes that one of you can also participate in this mission. Don't worry, this mission doesn't carry much risk. Lord Danzo and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, will accompany the team to the Land of Rain, and there will be other Umbu ninjas as well. If any accidents occur, they will be responsible for your protection. Dans looked at Kakashi and Mufin, but his gaze ultimately fixed on Mufin, clearly favoring him over the two. So it really doesn't carry much risk. After hearing Dan's words, Kakashi nodded. However, Mufin frowned, feeling a bit agitated inside. No risk? Indeed, with Danzo, Umbu, and Orochimaru, even if Hanzo personally intervened, It would be impossible for this lineup to be wiped out. But the problem is, the danger doesn't lie with Hanzo. It lies with Orochimaru and Danzo. Who knows what Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen discussed that made Sarutobi agree to let Kakashi or himself go to the Land of Rain? And who knows what Danzo and Orochimaru are scheming together? With this thought in mind, Mufong instinctively wanted to refuse. This task should be given to Ka, he said. However, before he could finish speaking, Bing Zuling looked at Mufong with excitement. Mufong, I knew you wouldn't refuse this task. I heard that during the Chunin exams, you wanted to take Orochimaru as your master. For you, this is indeed an opportunity, so make sure to seize it. Saying this, Bing Zuling suddenly patted Mufong on the shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. The meaning was clear. Do well and don't let us down. Mufong was taken aback, and even Kakashi on the side gave him a supportive glance. Right now, Mufong just wanted to know who spread the rumor that he wanted to take Orochimaru as his master. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Since Mufong was willing to undertake this task, Kakashi, you stay here to assist in continuing the special training for this batch of students. Okay, Kakashi nodded. That's settled then. Mufong, remember to report to the Hokage building tomorrow morning. After saying this, Bing Zuling turned and left. Good luck. Kakashi encouraged Mufong and then also turned to leave. Mufeng's mouth twitched, feeling a bit complicated inside. To be honest, after the last incident in the Sand Village, Mufong had realized that staying in Konoha as a homebody had no future. If he wanted to quickly enhance his strength using the system, he had to go out and accept tasks to do missions. After learning about the situation in the Rain Country, Mufong also wanted to go there. After all, there were key figures like Nagato and Yahiko, and the Rain Country was currently in a state of chaos, where a careless move could trigger combat or even war missions. Just a single Red Sand Scorpion had allowed Mufong to earn a substantial amount of dark value. As core members of the Akatsuki, Nagato and Konin could undoubtedly provide even greater rewards. Moreover, if chaos erupted within the Rain Country, the scene would be a battle between the Wind, Fire, and Earth nations, lasting far longer than the destruction Mufong caused in the Sand Ninja Village. If a war mission were triggered, Mufong felt that he could easily surpass 100,000 dark value, and even elevate his system permissions. He had to go to the Rain Country. However, the current issue was that if Mufong wanted to go, he would have to follow Danzo and Orochimaru. These two were not easy to deal with in Konoha, especially Orochimaru. During the Chunin exams, Mufong felt that he was being watched by him. If he traveled with them, the chances of not being noticed were slim. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man, was surely worried that Danzo and Hanzo would conspire against him, so he deliberately sent some ninjas to accompany Danzo under the guise of assistance. But in reality, it was a warning to Danzo not to do anything excessive. Clearly, Mufong was one of the people arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was being used as a tool. However, being a tool also had its advantages. It meant that Mufeng's actions this time would be safe. At least Danzo and Orochimaru would not target him during this operation. Since the situation had developed to this point, he decided to take it step by step. While contemplating, Mufong walked in the direction of home. The waters of Konoha were too deep. If it weren't for the emergence of a chosen child like Naruto, Konoha would already be on a downward spiral. After casually lamenting a few times, Mufong ultimately attributed the reasons to himself. He was still not strong enough, otherwise. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo wouldn't be able to use him so casually. Jiraiya was a prime example. Perhaps, once he became strong enough, he could consider leaving Konoha. His identity as a Uchiha was a fatal flaw in Konoha. The internal strife was too troublesome. Only strength could determine everything. Shaking his head, Mufong slightly clenched his fists. The current Konoha was already giving him a headache, especially after understanding the original story. He realized that being a member of the Uchiha clan stood out more in Konoha, attracting special attention. If he were to forcefully remain in Konoha, the results would not be good. Shursui and Itachi were living examples of this. Previously, Mufong had not considered this point, but this mission had given him a sense of crisis. He did not want to become the second Shursui or Itachi. If necessary, Mufong would prefer to lead the entire Uchiha clan to defect from Konoha, but achieving this would require long-term planning and consideration. For now, it seemed he could only go to the Rain Country first, preferably finding Nagato, Konin, and others to earn a large amount of dark value. Additionally, if this mission could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, that would be even better. Moreover, if he didn't awaken the Manjiki soon, his strength would increase too slowly. Back at home, lying on the bed, Mufong began to devise his actions. Previously, Mufang's actions were aligned with Konoha's mission plan, but this time, he planned to follow his own agenda. Chapter 114. The Discovery of His Physique. A crisis approaches. Lord Danzo, everything is ready. We can set off for the Rain Country tomorrow. A subordinate reported to Danzo within the Root organization. Danzo nodded. This discussion with the Rain Ninja Village concerns Konoha's future position in the Rain Country, so you all must proceed with caution. Also, bring that guy along. His abilities can countertail beasts and are worth nurturing. Understood, Lord Danzo. The subordinate nodded and continued. Additionally, the ninjas assigned by Lord Hokage have been selected, and that Uchiha kid is among them. Okay, I understand. Danzo waved his hand. After his subordinate left, his gaze slightly sharpened as he fell into thought. That night, Mufang carefully considered his plans for after arriving in the Rain Country. The next day, early in the morning, Mufang arrived at the Hokage building, where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamato were already waiting. This time, Mufang was to follow Danzo and Orochimaru to the Rain Village, and along with the team was also Inuzuka Rado. Haha, Mufang, didn't expect this, did you? Inuzuka Rado said to Mufang with a smile. He had already received the mission yesterday and wanted to give Mufang a surprise by keeping a secret. Mufang didn't have a deep impression of Inuzuka Rado, but it seemed now that he was on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, and he was also part of that faction. Having a familiar face in the negotiation team was a good thing for Mufang. Rado should have told you about this mission. Mufang, besides negotiating with the Rain Village, there's another task. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Hearing about his additional task, Mufang frowned slightly. Lord Hokage, are you sure? Absolutely. Minato has already reported your situation to me. Your Flying Thunder God technique is good enough now, so this task shouldn't be too difficult for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his brow furrowing. Since the Second Ninja World War, the strength of the Rain Village had been continuously rising. Hanzo was also a competent leader, but if this situation continued, it wouldn't be good for us in Konoha. Additionally, there are many other ninja organizations in the Land of Rain that we need to guard against. If the Third Ninja World War really breaks out, the Rain Village will become a key location. Our generation is getting old. Mufang, the future of Konoha relies on young people like you. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an encouraging look, as if paving the way for Mufang. However, Mufang knew deep down that this was likely a facade, as the Hokage of Konoha would never allow a member of the Uchiha clan to hold high position. After the Second Ninja World War, the Uchiha had diverged from Konoha, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was destined not to occupy a high-ranking position in Konoha. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mufang just listened. What he was more concerned about was the new task Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him. Investigate the other ninja forces within the Land of Rain? Mufang murmured, deep in thought. Just then, the office door creaked open. Teacher. Mufang turned to see Orochimaru walking in. Mufang-kun, we meet again. Seeing Mufang, Orochimaru showed a friendly smile. Mufang will be entrusted to you this time, Orochimaru. The situation in the Land of Rain is currently unstable, and there is a possibility that the Sand and Rock Ninja may secretly try to prevent us from approaching the Rain Village. If a conflict arises, ensure Mufang's safety. Don't worry, teacher. I'm also quite interested in Mufang-kun. Orochimaru's words sent a chill down Mufang's spine, making him feel goosebumps. Haha, with Lord Orochimaru here, our operation this time should go smoothly. Mufang, hurry up and thank Lord Orochimaru. Inuzuka Rado also spoke up. At this time, Orochimaru still held considerable prestige in Konoha. Otherwise, he wouldn't be competing with Namake's Minato for the position of the fourth Hokage. Inuzuka Rado was unaware of Orochimaru's true nature, but Mufang didn't have much fondness for this cold snake. Then I'll be relying on you, Lord Orochimaru. Mufang said while already planning in his heart how to detach from the team once they entered the Rain Village to execute his own plans. Moreover, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him a special task, and after leaving the team, Mufang could completely say he was investigating other ninja forces in the Rain Village. Alright, once you reach the Rain Village, be cautious. Hanzo is a powerful ninja, and even if negotiations don't go well, avoid conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized, Danzo should already be waiting for you. You can head out together. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved to the group. Understood, Lord Hokage. Yes, teacher. After saying this, the three left the office. At the entrance of Konoha Village, half an hour later, Danzo's team officially set out. This time the situation is quite urgent. Konoha is worried that the Sand Village and the Rock Village might experience unexpected changes in the Land of Rain. Therefore, even though Danzo personally took action, he still needed to hurry on the journey. Mufing had long been accustomed to this pace of traveling, closely following beside Yatsuki Reidu, positioned in the center of the group. Members of Danzo's route organization were clearing the way in front, with 2 bodyguards closely following Danzo. Among these 2 bodyguards, Mufing noticed a ninja who was about the same height as him. Soon, Mufing deduced that this ninja was likely Yamato, who had just joined the route organization not long ago, although he was still within the organization at this moment. Mufing didn't care much about Yamato. What concerned him more was Orochimaru behind him. Even after reading the original work, Mufing still found it hard to see through Orochimaru. His style of doing things was somewhat unpredictable. However, Yamato and the team at this moment was quite the opposite. He was less concerned about Orochimaru than Mufing was. This was because Yamato sensed a special aura from Mufing, one that was somewhat similar to his own, but even more pure. This aura actually comes from the column body. As a transplant of the column cells, Yamato is very sensitive to the column body. However, Mukafeng is still unaware that his secret is about to be discovered by Yamato. Danzo and Orochimaru. Chapter 115. Ambushed. Hurry up, we're almost at the land of rain. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, a light rain began to fall. Danzo and the others quickened their pace as they looked at the land shrouded in mist ahead. Before officially contacting Hans, Konoha had already sent out ninjas to reach a consensus with him, so this time Danzo and the others' actions would not be hindered by the Rain Village. However, for the Rock Village and Sand Village, Konoha's entry was definitely not good news. Additionally, for some local ninja factions in the Rain Village, such as Akatsuki, the presence of Konoha's personnel entering the Rain Village also sent a very bad signal. It should be noted that the current Rain Village still harbors hostility towards the 3 major nations of Fire, Wind, and Earth. If it weren't for the war between these 3 nations in the Land of Rain, the Land of Rain would not have fallen into occupation, with many people dying and becoming displaced. Now, the Rock and Sand Villages have already infiltrated the Land of Rain on a large scale, and with the addition of Konoha, the worst thing that the people of the Land of Rain feared was about to happen, which they absolutely could not tolerate. Although the team configuration led by Danzo this time was luxurious, everyone understood in their hearts that once they entered the Land of Rain, they would definitely be targeted. Mufing stood in the center of the team, looking up into the distance where a collapsed house stood, which seemed to have once been a village but was now abandoned. They had already entered the territory of the Land of Rain. At the same time, a member of the route organization responsible for scouting suddenly returned. Lord Danzo, there are signs of a battle ahead. There may be other ninjas nearby. Should we continue forward? Let's move on, towards the direction of Rain Ninja Village. Danzo's deep voice rang out as he scanned the surroundings and glanced at Orochimaru at the back of the team. Yes, Lord Danzo, the route member replied before heading back to the front, while the others in the team reacted accordingly, quietly moving closer to Mufing. And Orochimaru at the end of the line showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. In the rain, a group of people continued to rush forward. Meanwhile, not far from them, in the abandoned village, a few ninjas were discussing. Are you sure? Are they really from Konoha? Yes, they are from Konoha. It's confirmed. That's good. Prepare and execute the plan. We haven't reached an agreement with Rain Ninja Village. We must not allow Konoha's people to make contact with Hanzo. A couple of ninjas were talking in one of the abandoned rooms of the village, and nearby, several Rain Ninja Village ninjas were huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with fear. In that case, let's proceed according to the plan. Before Konoha's team arrives at Rain Ninja Village, we must destroy the relationship between the two. Saying this, one of the ninjas walked towards the Rain Ninja Village ninjas in the corner. No, please don't. A few minutes later, get closer to me. In the team, a ninja named Inazuma suddenly moved closer to Mufing and whispered. At the same time, his gaze was fixed ahead. Enemy attack. There are enemies. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the front. Soon after, Mufing heard the sound of explosive tags detonating. Danzo, who was beside Mufing, immediately reacted and charged forward, while Orochimaru at the back of the team turned to look at the enemy ninjas approaching from the other side. Mufing and Inazuma also turned to look. The personnel fighting with the root organization ahead were clearly just a decoy, while the 3 ninjas coming from the back were evidently stronger. However, upon seeing their attire, Mufing's brow furrowed slightly. People from Rain Ninja Village? Mufing stared at the forehead protectors of the 3, while Inazuma looked equally stunned. Damn it, it's Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. What's he doing here? We need to retreat. The 3 on the opposite side noticed the apprehension in Orochimaru's eyes, and, without having engaged yet, they already started to contemplate retreating. However, Orochimaru did not give them the chance to back off. Snake Shadow Hand. Orochimaru raised his right hand, and several snakes, as thick as a small arm, shot out from his arm towards the three ninjas. Scatter. Seeing this, the three ninjas' hearts tightened. One of them drew a short blade from his waist, and with swift movements, he cut down several snakes that fell to the ground. The other two took this opportunity to disperse and charged directly towards Orochimaru's main body. The kunai in their hands were tightly gripped, flying through the air and aimed directly at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru remained expressionless, but in the next moment, his neck suddenly elongated, wrapping directly around the two. The two were startled by such a scene. They had never seen ninjutsu like this before. As their pupils constricted, one of them was already ensnared by Orochimaru's elongated neck. In the next moment, with a crisp sound, the ninja's neck made a clear noise, and the light in his pupils faded away. After Orochimaru released him, his body fell straight to the ground. Meanwhile, Orochimaru turned his head and fixed his gaze on the other ninja. The ninja was suddenly startled, and the ninja who had just cut down the snake shadow was equally incredulous. Orochimaru's combat style was simply too horrifying for them, and most importantly, they had never seen anything like it before and had no idea how to respond. "Let's resist together," said the ninja with the short knife, his expression serious. But before he finished speaking, the other two, Reidu and Mufeng, had already prepared themselves. "Fire style, great fireball technique," Reidu shouted, and the next moment, a massive fireball surged toward the two ninjas. Seeing the approaching fireball, the two on the opposite side quickly dispersed, glancing back at Reidu. "Another J-nin? Retreat. This mission has failed. We need to report the situation to Hanzo when we get back," one of the ninjas said directly. They could hardly deal with just Orochimaru, and with the addition of Reidu, they had no chance of victory. The other enemy was also aware of the current situation. They nodded, and one of them began to retreat to the side. However, at that moment, Mufeng, "Don't let them escape," Reidu shouted. Hearing this, the two ninjas' pupils constricted. Then, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before them. Windblade. Ring break. Chapter 116. Making trouble. With a swish, Mufeng appeared in front of the two enemies, wielding his curse blade. With a slicing sound, a flash of blade light surged forward, mercilessly striking toward the necks of the two. The two were startled, completely unable to comprehend how Mufeng had appeared, but all they could do now was resist. The enemy with the short knife braced it against his body, trying to block Mufeng's strike, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated, and he immediately retreated. After a slicing sound, there was a thud as the short knife in the enemy's hand was directly cut in half by the curse blade, and the sharp blade aura sliced through the enemy's neck, leaving a red wound. The enemy holding the short knife was filled with shock, and he felt relieved inside. Fortunately, he had been cautious and hadn't been overly confident in his short knife. Otherwise, his head would have likely been severed by now. On the other side, the other ninja also tried to escape, but Mufeng's ring break had a wide range, and he received a cut on his chest from the surging blade aura. Both of them locked their gazes on Mufeng, revealing expressions of wariness. But just then, on the other side, Reidu charged forward with a great sword in hand. Split up and retreat. Seeing this, the two enemies did not dare to be careless. One of them immediately used the body replacement technique, disappearing with a bang, while the other sprinted away. It was currently raining around them, and if these two managed to escape, Mufeng and Reidu would have a hard time pursuing them, especially since they still had a mission to complete. Mufeng sheathed his curse blade, and the next moment, he directly chose one person to charge at. Meanwhile, Reidu chased after the other. Orochimaru watched the two acting separately, but did not intervene. Instead, he walked over to the body of the ninja he had just killed. A rain ninja? Orochimaru examined the corpse and found a rain village headband on it, but soon he noticed something unusual. The ninja's forehead protector had some scratches and signs of being forcibly pulled, and at the same time, this ninja didn't give Orochimaru the feeling of being from the Rain Ninja Village. Not from the Rain Ninja Village, it seems someone wants to sabotage this meeting. After examining the corpse, Orochimaru stood up and walked toward the front of the team, where Danzo and the root members had already resolved their battle. Swish, swish, swish. A few minutes later, Mufeng and Danzo returned to the location of the team. "What's the situation?" Danzo asked. "They ran away." Mufeng shook his head. "It seems the other side came prepared. The one I was chasing also escaped." Danzo frowned. At this moment, he saw members of the root organization walking over to Danzo. Did the other side leave? No, they were likely high-level jonin, and they were very fast. The weather wasn't good, so I didn't dare to continue the pursuit. And he truthfully answered, You've worked hard. At this time, Danzo walked over and spoke. At the same time, Danzo had other members of the Rude organization bring over 2 corpses. These 2 individuals should both be ninjas from the Rain Village, and their identities cannot be mistaken. But the only doubt is that they seem to be under the control of a Genjutsu before their deaths. It's impossible for Hanzo to make such a foolish move by sending Chunin to attack us, Danzo said, and it was clear that he held Hanzo in high regard. Yahiko, Sunagakure, or perhaps other ninja organizations from the Land of Rain. A member of the Root organization asked. It doesn't matter what it is. What's urgent is that we should send someone to the Rain Village to get in touch with Hanzo, Danzo said, and as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Mufeng. On Mufeng's side, Ando seemed to sense something. Is it a bit too hasty? What if these people really are sent by the Rain Village? Sending someone to the Rain Village at this time. Impossible. Orochimaru stepped forward. That guy wouldn't do something like this. Otherwise, he would have acted personally. Mufeng-kun, I heard you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru licked his lips, making Mufeng feel a chill down his spine. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Mufeng understood what Danzo and Orochimaru meant. They wanted him to be the first to contact Hanzo. However, Mufeng didn't think the current situation was serious enough to warrant clarifying Hanzo's stance and then seeking protection from the Rain Village. Compared to this reason, Mufeng was more willing to believe that Danzo and Orochimaru had some reason to want to send him away or to separate him from Ando. Both of them were from the 3rd Hokage's side, and after Danzo and Orochimaru came to the Land of Rain, it was evident they had other plans besides meeting Hanzo, and these matters should not be known to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mufeng was not interested in the affairs of Danzo and Orochimaru. At this stage, Mufeng feels that he should go as far as he can. I can go to the Rain Ninja Village first, but how can I meet Hanzo? Mufeng asked. Take this, and once you arrive at the Rain Ninja Village, it will naturally prove that you are from Konoha. Danzo hesitated for a moment before finally handing Mufeng a letter. After putting away the letter, Mufeng glanced in the direction of the Rain Ninja Village. Is it too risky to send Mufeng? Those people will definitely ambush on the way to the Rain Ninja Village, Inuzuka Rado said, clearly not wanting anything to happen to Mufeng. Mufeng is the best choice. He has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and ordinary ninjas can't stop him, Orochimaru said. Although Orochimaru has some research on the Flying Thunder God technique, he never learned it. Because in Orochimaru's view, it requires a long time to master, but now, seeing Mufeng grasp it in a short time, Orochimaru became even more curious about him. However, right now, the priorities between him and Danzo come before Mufeng. All right, Mufeng, you must be careful, Inuzuka Rado reminded. Mufeng nodded. In fact, he had long wanted to leave the team, and now that Orochimaru and Danzo had given him this opportunity, he naturally could not miss it. Mufeng planned to head to the Rain Ninja Village after leaving the team. It would be best if he could make contact with Hanzo. If not, he didn't intend to stay in the Rain Ninja Village for long. He planned to look for the Akatsuki organization, and if that didn't work, he would try to find people from a Sand Ninja Village or the Rock Ninja Village to see if he could trigger some missions. Anyway, this time out, Mufeng only had 3 words in mind: cause trouble. Chapter 117. Arriving at the Rain Ninja Village. Inside the Land of Rain, a light rain fell from the sky, and on a road, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of ninjas rushed forward, their heavy steps splashing mud. Hurry up! The people ahead have spotted ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village. Damn it, those guys are back again. This time we must protect our country. Yahiko is already on the road. Everyone quicken your pace. Several ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, shouted as they rushed forward. They are all members of the Akatsuki organization, currently heading to the location where the Rock Ninja Village was spotted, preparing to confront them. Not far from this group, 3 other individuals dressed in Akatsuki attire were also rushing forward. Yahiko, is it going to be a problem? The movements of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind seem a bit strange this time. A blue-haired beauty asked. Opposite her was Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki organization, and following them was a red-haired boy, whose most striking feature was his pair of unique eyes. The 3 individuals are Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. At this time, they have already founded the Akatsuki organization and recruited some ninjas from the Land of Rain to join, accepting minor commissions from the Land of Rain and other neighboring small countries, while also bearing the responsibility of protecting the Land of Rain. Currently, the Wagakure and Sunagakure have dispatched a large number of ninjas into the Land of Rain, angering the members of Akatsuki. Most of them have experienced the Second Shinobi World War and have a certain aversion to the 3 great nations surrounding them. In fact, Their aversion is justified. Once conflict arises between the three great nations, the Land of Rain is highly likely to become a battlefield for the great powers. The Second Shinobi World War has already occurred, and during that time, life in the Land of Rain was quite difficult. Now, seeing Iwagakure and Sunagakure taking action, all Akatsuki can do is resist, trying every means to prevent Iwa and Suna from entering the Land of Rain. Akatsuki members have already discovered the presence of Iwagakure ninjas in the Land of Rain, but after initial contact, the two sides did not reach a consensus and instead went directly to battle. Yahiko and the others received information from Akatsuki members and went to support them. The three of them raced through the rain, accompanied by other Akatsuki members. At that moment, a ninja suddenly landed in front of them. Yahiko, we found a ninja ahead. It seems to be from Konoha. They're heading towards the Land of Rain. A Konoha ninja? Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Yahiko and the others' expressions hardened, and their brows furrowed. With the actions of Sunagakure and Iwagakure already causing headaches for them, the addition of a Konoha ninja only complicates matters further. Is the Second Shinobi World War about to unfold again in the Land of Rain? We watched Yahiko's tightly clenched fist as Conan spoke up beside him. Keep supporting. No matter the outcome, at least we have enough strength this time. Yahiko swung his fist, a hint of determination shining in his eyes. During the Second Shinobi World War, he, Conan, and Nagato were just orphans amidst the chaos, struggling to meet their own basic needs. Fortunately, the three of them encountered Jiraiya, who guided them to become three outstanding ninjas. Yahiko was a relatively optimistic person and had a sense of heroism. Growing up in the Land of Rain and experiencing the Second Shinobi World War, after becoming a ninja, he was no longer just satisfied with his own survival. He wanted to lead the entire Land of Rain toward a path of strength. Perhaps Yahiko didn't have this idea at first, but after the Akatsuki organization expanded, it was clear that he had developed this ambition. In the original story, if it weren't for Danzo's schemes to incite conflict between Hanzo and the Akatsuki, Yahiko and the others might have been able to cooperate with Hanzo, truly making the Land of Rain strong and prosperous. As the three members of the Akatsuki set out, on the other side, Mufung was racing toward the Rain Village. Along the way, Mufung encountered some other ninjas, some of whom belonged to the Akatsuki organization, while others were from different organizations, and there were also some ninjas from the Rain Village. After these ninjas recognized Mufang's identity, they chose not to take action. The two sides almost just exchanged glances before hurriedly leaving. The situation in the Land of Rain has clearly changed at this critical moment. No one wants to stir up trouble, and even the ninja teams from mercenary organizations within the Land of Rain have started to keep a low profile. Mufang traveled for most of the day before finally seeing Rain Ninja Village. However, at this time, Rain Ninja Village was not like it was in the original work, with towering buildings. From a distance, it had some tower-like structures, but not many, and overall it looked like a rather ordinary village. When Mufang arrived at Rain Ninja Village, the rain in the sky had already stopped, and a rainbow appeared, which greatly improved his mood. He walked slowly to the entrance of Rain Ninja Village, but suddenly, he was intercepted by two ninjas from the village. Stop! The two young Rain ninjas warily examined Mufang while also looking at his Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha ninja? Mufang nodded. That's right. I received orders from Lord Hokage to follow Lord Danzo to Rain Ninja Village for talks, but we encountered an attack on the way. Lord Danzo asked me to come to Rain Ninja Village in advance to gather information. Mufang stated the purpose of his visit. The two young Rain ninjas frowned. Do you have any proof? Mufang took out the letter that Danzo had given him and said, This is a letter from Lord Danzo. You can deliver it to your leader, Lord Hanzo. As Mufang's words fell, the two ninjas frowned. The two gatekeepers looked a bit conflicted and exchanged glances, then one of them ran inside. After a while, another middle-aged Rain ninja walked out of Rain Ninja Village. Looking more imposing and somewhat intimidating, he was likely AJ Nin. What is the matter? The middle-aged Rain ninja stepped forward, his gaze landing on Mufang with a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by Mufang's youth. But soon his eyes fixed on Mufang's Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha ninja? The man frowned and continued, Follow me. Lord Hanzo is already aware of this matter. After saying that, the middle-aged Rain ninja turned and walked into Rain Ninja Village. Mufang put the letter back away and followed behind this ninja into the village. Chapter 118. The demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo. Following the Rain Ninja, Mufang entered Rain Ninja Village. After the rain, the streets of Rain Ninja Village were still a bit damp. As Mufang walked on the stone-paved streets, he looked around. Unlike Konoha, Rain Ninja Village appeared to be significantly less developed. The ordinary buildings on both sides were not tall, most of them made of stone. Upon seeing Mu Feng, the people along the streets cast unusual glances at him, clearly recognizing him as an outsider, which confirmed for Mu Feng that Rain Ninja Village was a rather exclusive village. Although Konoha also had some exclusivity, due to the presence of merchants and clients, the villagers there would not stare at strangers with such unusual eyes. At the same time, Mu Feng also noticed that the civilians in Rain Ninja Village showed great respect towards the Nin in front of him. Upon seeing him, they would make way, but that respect was mixed with a hint of fear. This aspect is quite different from Konoha. From these small issues, Mu Feng noticed that the rule in the Rain Ninja Village is not as solid as in Konoha. Otherwise, a large number of ninjas wouldn't have been absorbed by the Akatsuki organization. The last time he visited the Sand Ninja Village, Mu Feng didn't have a particularly good impression. But this time, upon arriving at the Rain Ninja Village, the overall environment felt even worse. Upon careful consideration, the reason Konoha was able to thrive, aside from powerful ninjas like Senju Hashirama and the Nine Tails, was largely due to the support from their peers. Hurry up, ahead is Lord Hanzo's residence. Soon, under the guidance of a Rain Ninja, Mu Feng arrived in front of a house built on high ground. Hanzo's residence was quite spacious, resembling houses from the Warring States period of the island nation, and unlike other houses in the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo's residence was made of wood. Before entering the residence, Mu Feng handed over his demon blade and ninja tool pouch, after which a female ninja took him to a guest room. Please wait a moment. Lord Hanzo will be here soon. In the room, Mu Feng began to wait. After a while, the door was pulled open and a young man wearing a mask walked in. Mu Feng recognized him at a glance. He was Hanzo, known as the demigod in the Naruto world. Konoha actually sent a child. Upon seeing Mu Feng, a hint of disdain surged in Hanzo's eyes, but when he noticed the Uchiha emblem on Mu Feng, that disdainful look softened a bit. An Uchiha, how interesting. Upon seeing Hanzo, Mu Feng stood up, recalling Hanzo's deeds in his mind. The original Naruto series had limited descriptions of Hanzo, but they were all extremely important. The titles of the three legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, were granted by Hanzo, and Yahiko also died at Hanzo's hands. In a certain sense, the tragic fate of Nagato was also caused by Hanzo. Yet, despite this, Hanzo was given a high evaluation in the original series. Although his combat performance was not particularly impressive, the battles with Jiraiya and the others were briefly mentioned, and his strength after being reanimated was not that overwhelming, leading many to believe that the title demigod was somewhat inflated. Even Mu Feng felt that Hanzo's true combat power wasn't that strong. However, now that Mu Feng saw Hanzo, that thought faded significantly. After Hanzo entered the room, Mu Feng felt a sense of pressure and aura emanating from him, especially from Hanzo's eyes. Mu Feng could even feel a slight pain in his mind. This guy's will is absolutely extraordinarily strong. Mu Feng marveled internally. At this point, Mu Feng also understood that in terms of ninjutsu and strength, Hanzo might not be as powerful as he seemed. However, there's a reason why Hanzo is referred to as the demigod. Firstly, Hanzo rose to prominence during the Second Shinobi World War, a time when Senju Hashirama had already died and Uchiha Madara had fallen into silence. Although Hanzo's strength could not compare to that of Hashirama and others, at his peak, his power was enough to rival that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, with the poison of the salamander coursing through his veins, encountering Hanzo in a hostile situation was almost equivalent to certain death for an average ninja, or even for a jonin. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for Hanzo to make a name for himself. However, earning the title of demigod was still somewhat forced. The only explanation Mu Feng could think of was Hanzo's background. Coming from the land of rain, Hanzo was able to lead the Rain Ninja Village to establish itself amidst the battles of the three great nations, which was not something that could be achieved merely by strength. After all, even powerful ninjas like Raikage had fallen in the Ninja World War. Hanzo was called demigod not only because of his combat power and the poison of the salamander, but also, and perhaps more importantly, because of his wisdom and will. It can be said that during the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo led the people of the Land of Rain and the Rain Ninja Village to preserve their nation amidst the three great countries, which was an incredibly significant achievement. If we were to consider the world he came from, Hanzo would essentially be a figure like Gandhi, a guardian of his own nation, while his strength was respected by other countries and ninja villages. Based on this, Hanzo earning the title of demigod seemed less abrupt. However, after Hanzo entered old age, He evidently became somewhat lost, or perhaps there were issues within the Rain Ninja village itself, which allowed Danzo and Konoha the opportunity to orchestrate Hanzo's demise. Reflecting on Hanzo's life, Mufong felt a bit of regret. Just then, Hanzo sat down across from Mufong. "Please sit." Hanzo spoke, his voice sounding a bit hoarse due to the mask. "Danzo should have sent you with a letter, right? Here." Hearing this, Mufong took out the letter that Danzo had given him. Hanzo did not pay attention to Mufong. In his eyes, Mufong was likely just a small errand boy. After taking the letter, Hanzo read it seriously, and the more he read, the deeper his frown became. Finally, he looked up at Mufong. "You encountered an attack from the Rain Ninja village on your way?" Mufong nodded. "Yes, but the situation at the time was a bit strange. It shouldn't have been people sent by Lord Hanzo." "Not all," Hanzo directly replied. Then he stood up. "I already know about this matter. Konoha's ninja, your mission is complete. I will arrange accommodation for you in the Rain Ninja village." After saying this, Hanzo prepared to call someone in. But at that moment, a Rain Ninja suddenly rushed in. "Lord Hanzo, it's bad. There's been a battle in the north. The Akatsuki members have clashed with the Rock Ninja village, and the Rock Ninja village has sent a large number of ninjas to break through our defenses." Chapter 119. Black Zetsu appears. "Lord Hanzo." A Rain Ninja rushed into the room in a panic. "The Akatsuki members are fighting the Rock Ninja village near the northern border." The Rain Ninja was flustered and looked pale. Hanzo did not respond immediately. Instead, he coldly glanced at the Rain Ninja, causing the latter to shiver and hurriedly apologize. "I'm sorry, Lord Hanzo. I was too flustered." Hanzo's stern gaze softened, and Mufong could clearly feel that the Rain Ninja opposite him let out a sigh of relief. "The Akatsuki, is it? It's them again. Their leader, I remember, is named Yahiko." "That's right, Lord Hanzo." The Rain Ninja echoed. "All right, I already know about this matter. Go find Chizuru," Hanzo instructed. "Then go find Ryuzen and the others." "Understood, Lord Hanzo." After hearing Hanzo's words, the Rain Ninja immediately nodded. Watching the other leave, Hanzo turned back to Mufong, but did not say anything. The room quickly fell silent again, and Mufong appeared somewhat awkward. As the peace envoy sent by Konoha, he naturally did not inquire about the happenings in the Land of Rain. Before long, a female ninja dressed in a tight black battle suit arrived outside the room. "Lord Hanzo, you called for me." The female ninja glanced at Mufong before speaking to Hanzo. "This is the peace envoy from Konoha. You are responsible for making arrangements for him. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Hanzo's cold voice rang out, disregarding Mufong's opinions. And after he finished speaking, he directly left the room. His footsteps hurried, clearly heading to deal with the situation involving the Akatsuki and the Rock Ninja village. Only then did Mufong take a serious look at the female ninja before him. The female ninja appeared to be a bit older than Mufong, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, but her tight black battle suit enveloped her body, making her physique seem far beyond what a girl of that age should possess. After Hanzo left, the female ninja's gaze fell on Mufong, her long, narrow phoenix eyes revealing a hint of curiosity, but her expression remained cold. "My name is Chizuru. Please follow me." Chizuru's somewhat deep voice sounded. "Uchiha Mufong." Mufong briefly introduced himself. Upon hearing Uchiha, Chizuru slightly paused, her gaze towards Mufong revealing more curiosity. Under Chizuru's lead, Mufong followed her out of Hanzo's residence. Once outside, Chizuru's tense body relaxed a bit as she turned to Mufong. "Please follow me this way." Soon, the two navigated through the streets of the Rain Ninja village, and after a while, Chizuru brought Mufong to a 3-story wooden building. "Peace envoy from Konoha. This is our reception building here in the Rain Ninja village. You can stay here tonight. If you need anything, you can instruct the ninjas inside the reception building. If there's nothing else at night, it's best not to go out. The Rain Ninja village is not safe at the moment, so I hope you can adhere to your role as a guest." Leading Mufong into the reception building, Chizuru spoke each word with great seriousness, especially emphasizing the last part. Mufong nodded, but internally, he did not pay much attention to Chizuru's admonitions. He had no intention of staying in the Rain Ninja village. He had already left a Flying Thunder God mark outside the village. As for the Rain Ninja village, leaving a shadow clone would suffice. He could return after Danzo and the others arrived. The first place Mufong planned to go was the location where the Akatsuki and the Rock Ninja had clashed. There, he had a high chance of encountering Yahiko and the others. As long as he made contact with them, this trip to the Land of Rain would not be in vain. Who knows, he might even trigger a war mission there. After making up his mind, Mufong followed Chiharu for a tour around the reception building and chose a room. During their time together, Chiharu was very curious about Mufong. She had never seen such a large child serving as a member of an envoy for negotiations. However, due to her own identity, she did not express too many thoughts, only watching Mufong with a somewhat strange gaze. At the same time, Chiharu detailed the precautions Mufong needed to take while staying in the Rain Ninja Village. In summary, it was a simple instruction: stay honestly in the room, and if something happened, notify the Rain Ninja outside. Avoid going out if possible. Before parting, Chiharu introduced Mufong to the middle-aged ninja in charge of the reception building. The middle-aged ninja had a prosperous appearance and looked very kind, but Mufong sensed a strong aura of blood from him, indicating that he was not an ordinary ninja. After this process, the sky outside had already dimmed. Upon returning to the room, Mufong looked around but did not find any surveillance devices. Then, he performed the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, one clone looked at Mufong and nodded towards his original body. In the next moment, Mufeng's original body used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, in the reception building, a middle-aged ninja was discussing Mufong with Chizuru. The moment Mufeng's original body vanished, the middle-aged ninja frowned immediately. "What's wrong?" Chizuru asked. "Wait." The middle-aged ninja closed his eyes, but soon opened them again. "It's nothing. That guy is still in the room." He smiled bitterly. Now we in Konoha are becoming harder to understand, allowing such a little guy to come over. Don't underestimate Konoha's ninjas, even if the opponent is a low-ranking ninja. Chizuru emphasized with a frown. "I'll leave it to you tonight. I still need to go back and prepare for the investigation of the Akatsuki organization." "Go ahead." The middle-aged ninja waved his hand. Chizuru stood up, and the middle-aged ninja continued. "Chizuru, take this time to improve your strength. The Ninja World War may break out again." Hearing this, Chizuru paused for a moment and then walked out of the room. Meanwhile, outside the Rain Ninja Village on a hillside, "He's out." Mufeng's figure appeared here, and then he discerned the direction and sped northward. Shortly after Mufeng left, on the ground not far from the hillside, a figure wrapped in a carnivorous plant slowly emerged. It's actually the Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't expect a member of the Uchiha clan to master this ninjutsu. Zetsu watched the location where Mufeng appeared, his eyes filled with shock. But the next moment, his gaze shifted to the north. He went north? What a bold guy. It seems the plan can be executed ahead of schedule. I wonder if he will run into Nagato. If the two of them meet, some interesting things might happen. Zetsu smiled from within the carnivorous plant. Chapter 120. Encountering Akatsuki members. In the Land of Rain, northern border, a low mountain range divides the land, with a trickling river flowing through it. On one side of the riverbank, Mufeng's figure was racing rapidly. After leaving the Rain Ninja Village, Mufeng headed north, hiding his identity by concealing his Konoha forehead protector and donning a red fox mask. After traveling a short distance northward, Mufeng encountered a group of ninjas also heading north. From these ninjas, Mufeng learned the specific location of the battle in the north. If he continued along the riverbank, he would be able to reach the area where the Akatsuki was fighting against the Rock Ninja. After a tedious journey, Mufeng left some Flying Thunder God marks along the way. In front of a small hill, Mufeng stopped to discern the direction. But just then, "Hey, over there!" A shout came from across the riverbank. Mufeng was slightly taken aback and turned to look. He saw several people dressed in black cloaks, one of whom was clearly waving at him. Seeing that he had stopped, they rushed over quickly. The flowing river was not swift, and when those people reached the center of the river, Mufeng noticed that they were all wearing red cloud black cloaks, clearly members of the Akatsuki organization. However, he did not recognize any of their faces. At this time, the Akatsuki organization had not yet taken the elite route as depicted in the original work. Basically, any ninja dedicated to protecting the Land of Rain and their homeland could join the Akatsuki. Mufeng was not surprised by the appearance of these few individuals. Just a bit curious. As the Akatsuki members noticed Mufeng stop, one of them, looking at a male ninja around 17 or 18 years old, showed a relaxed smile. With a few quick steps, he rushed over from the river and stood in front of Mufeng. "Hey, we've been calling you for a long time. Didn't you hear us?" The young ninja stared at Mufeng, his gaze a mix of surprise and anger. "There's a battle happening up ahead. If you don't want to get involved, you'd better steer clear of this place. We are members of Akatsuki. Are you a local ninja from the Land of Rain?" The young ninja stared at Mufeng, and upon seeing his mask, he clearly displayed some wariness. Mufeng was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't expected to encounter members of Akatsuki on his journey. He scanned the man who came to talk to him, then looked at the few companions behind him. 3 men and 2 women, a total of 5 people, and they all appeared quite young. These few individuals originally received orders from the Akatsuki organization to head to the battlefield to support their comrades. However, on their way to the battlefield, they discovered Mukfang. Initially, these individuals were not interested in Mukfang, but after realizing that Mukfang's route was surprisingly the same as theirs, the five became vigilant. Unable to determine Mukfang's intentions, they decided after a brief discussion to make simple contact with him. Members of the Akatsuki have done similar things in the past. After World War II, the Rain country has been in a state of chaos. Besides the Akatsuki, there are other ninja organizations and also some wandering ninjas. The Akatsuki has always wanted to recruit wandering ninjas, and if they successfully gather some into the organization, they can receive internal rewards from the Akatsuki. This is also one of the reasons why after World War II, Yahiko was able to quickly develop the Akatsuki organization to the point that even Hanzo felt threatened. This development model has led many members of the Akatsuki to try to approach lone ninjas to see if they can invite them to join the Akatsuki. These 5 Akatsuki members also had such intentions. Moreover, the Akatsuki had now clashed with the Rock Village. If they encountered a wandering ninja from the Land of Rain who was willing to help their country, today would be a lucky day for the 5 of them. After making up their minds, they began to chase after Mukes, but to their despair, after a frenzied pursuit, they realized they could not catch up with him at all. At that moment, 2 female ninjas suggested giving up, but the other 3 in the group disagreed, especially the one who took the initiative to greet Mukes. He was even more motivated and tried every means to catch up with him. In the end, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, the 5 successfully intercepted Mukes. However, now that they saw Mukes with a mask, the 5 Akatsuki members felt a slight inner turmoil. Wearing a mask, without a ninja headband, and moving faster than them, it was likely that his strength was not inferior to theirs. This kind of ninja seems to only convey 2 words: danger. But now, the 5 have blocked Mufone, giving off a sense of being in a difficult position. The first to greet him, a male ninja around 17 or 18, frowned at this moment and forced a smile, taking the initiative to explain to Mufone. As Mufone looked at the 5 in front of him, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. Are you members of the Akatsuki organization? He pointed at the emblem on their clothing and spoke up. That's right. The leader nodded, a hint of pride showing in his eyes. However, the 3 beside him looked somewhat surprised, as they had heard Mufang's voice and judged from it that he couldn't be very old. This some little ninja. One of the team stepped forward. Since you know about our Akatsuki organization, it seems you've been in the Land of Rain for a while. To be honest, up ahead, our organization is currently in battle with the ninjas from the Rock Village. They are trying to invade the Land of Rain. If you go any further, I'm afraid you'll get caught up in trouble. This time, the speaker is a seemingly composed ninja in his 20s. No need. I came here just to take a look at the battlefield. Mufang waved his hand directly and said, by the way, I also want to witness the strength of the Rock Ninjas. Don't worry, I am not your enemy. And later, I will even be on the same front line as you. Besides, I know your leader, Yahiko. Really? As soon as the name Yahiko was mentioned, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the 5 people opposite. On Mufang's side, after mentioning Yahiko's name, he slowly took off his mask. The 5 of them simultaneously turned to look at Mufang's face. However, in the next moment, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in their line of sight, and at the same time, the previously bright-eyed 5 became dazed, as if they had entered some kind of illusion. Chapter 121. The Jonin of Rock Ninja Village. With a buzzing sound, the 5 members of the Akatsuki organization looked at Mufang, who was slowly removing his mask, but the next moment, their heads buzzed. At the same time, the pupils of the 5 became vacant. Mufang looked at the dazed 5 and let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he selected one person. Do you know where Yahiko and Nagato are? Mufang asked. The leader is on his way. That person replied. On the way? Yes. We received orders from the organization to stabilize the situation on the battlefield before the leader and other members arrive. The leader is on his way and will be here soon to fight with us. The Akatsuki member continued. Hearing this, a hint of joy surged in Mufang's expression, and he continued to ask if the other party knew the specific location. I don't know the specific location. The leader has always acted in teams, and we rarely have contact with him. We can only see the leader when we are at the base. All right. Mufang frowned. In that case, you go complete your mission. Also, forget that you met me. Mufang instructed the 5 people. After he finished speaking, the 5 people nodded and then rushed north along the river. Mufang watched the figures of the 5 as they put their masks back on and also sped in that direction. He had just used an illusion technique learned from Scroll, which is typically used to interrogate enemies. Mufeng's level of illusion is not high, but in an unexpected situation, combined with the power of the Sharingan, the five opposite fell into the trap. However, Mufeng also understood that this level of illusion might not hold the five for long. Nevertheless, these five were just minor characters, and Mufeng did not care. Now that it was confirmed that Yahiko and Nagato were coming to the battlefield, Mufeng could not abandon the idea of heading to the battlefield. He sped along the river. Half an hour later, Mufeng finally stopped, glancing at the river. The originally clear river now had a faint red tint. Mufeng immediately recognized it as blood. There are bloodstains in the river. It seems the battlefield is not far from here. Seeing the blood, Mufeng became alert. Meanwhile, not far from Mufeng, in a valley. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, earth dragon bullet technique. Boom! Layers of earth flew, and a rocky earth dragon charged towards several Akatsuki members. Just as the earth dragon was about to collide, a kunai with an explosive tag was thrown from a distance. Boom! The explosion interrupted the earth dragon, and the two Akatsuki members who survived breathed a sigh of relief. But soon their expressions became serious again. Damn it, the Rock Ninja Village actually sent Jonin here. Do they really want to start a war? Where's the leader? More and more enemies are coming. We can't hold out with just us. Should we retreat? The Rain Ninja Village hasn't sent any ninjas. We are just a hired group. Why should we risk our lives here? The Daimyo of a land of rain hasn't commissioned us. Let's wait a bit. The leader and Lord Nagato are on their way. Don't forget why we joined the Akatsuki in the first place. In the chaotic battlefield, several Akatsuki members exchanged words. Not long ago, they had engaged with the Rock Ninjas. At first, the Rock Ninjas were at a disadvantage against the Akatsuki. But after a while, a large number of Rock Ninjas came to support from the border of the Land of Earth, forcing the Akatsuki members to retreat into the interior of the Land of Rain. Using their familiarity with the terrain, they managed to contain the Rock Ninjas at a valley. After a stalemate for a while, suddenly, two Jonin from the Rock Ninja Village launched an attack. After the Jonin made their move, they directly used Earth Style to tear a gap in the entire valley, and under the suppression of the two Jonin, the ordinary Akatsuki ninjas could no longer hold the valley, with only a few Chunin still holding out. However, they were already struggling to maintain their position. Above the valley, an Akatsuki member glanced down at the valley. After several rounds of ninjutsu bombardment, dozens of Rock Ninja figures reappeared and pressed down towards the Akatsuki. Quick, they're charging again. Prepare for battle. An Akatsuki member shouted, and his companions around him showed serious expressions. At that moment, a kunai suddenly appeared beside him and stabbed towards the Akatsuki member. In an instant, that Akatsuki member was pierced through the heart by the kunai and fell to the ground with a thud. The others around panicked, and in their line of sight, a burly man wearing a gray-brown round hat appeared on the spot. It's the camouflage ninja from the Rock Ninja Village. He is a Jonin from the Rock Ninja Village. One person recognized the burly man's jutsu and identity and shouted. After he finished speaking, the previously restless Akatsuki members calmed down significantly, all staring intently at the Rock Ninja Jonin in front of them. We have so many people. He is all alone. Let's get ready to attack. Another called out. But in the next moment, as soon as he finished speaking, the Rock Ninja Jonin dashed towards him. With a powerful kick, the Rock Ninja Jonin sent this Akatsuki ninja flying, and then he swiftly dashed to a rock. Ninjutsu, camouflage ninja. A voice rang out, and the next moment, the Rock Ninja Jonin disappeared right in front of everyone. Where'd he go? Stay together. Don't get separated. He's skilled at assassination. Seeing the enemy disappear, the members of the Akatsuki around them became tense. But soon, a scream erupted from a lone Akatsuki member above the valley. His body collapsing to the ground with a shuriken embedded in his back, clearly killed by the recently invisible Jonin from the Rock Village. Gulping, the others looked at their comrade's corpse but couldn't find the Jonin, their expressions gradually turning panic-stricken, and many began to huddle together. Meanwhile, the main force of the Rock Village took this opportunity to launch a direct attack. In no time, the Akatsuki members in the valley were surrounded by a group of Rock Ninjas. We're finished, one person shouted in despair. But at that moment, Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu, accompanied by a shout, dozens of black shurikens flew from the other side of the valley. Don't be afraid, Akatsuki members. I'm here. A strong voice echoed through the valley along with the shurikens. The expressions of the Akatsuki members instantly changed, filled with excitement. It's Leader Yahiko, and Sister Konan and Leader Nagato. Chapter 122, A New Mission. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens flew towards the Rock Ninjas in the valley. splitting apart in midair to form a dense curtain of shurikens. The rock ninjas above the valley were taken aback. At a critical moment, one rock ninja quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a crash, a wall of earth rose in front of the rock ninja, and the sound of shurikens striking the wall rang out before they fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the rock ninjas were relaxed, the previously surrounded Akatsuki members began to counterattack. The leader is over there. Let's kill them together. The leader has arrived. We must make the rock village pay the price. Damn it. Our ninjas from the land of rain are not to be underestimated. Yahiko's arrival filled the Akatsuki members with fighting spirit. Just a moment ago, they were crying out that they were finished, but now they seem like a different group of people, filled with determination. Gripping their shurikens tightly, one Akatsuki member shouted angrily and charged at the rock ninjas. Behind him, the dozens of Akatsuki ninjas who were besieged also joined the fight, some unleashing jutsu, some throwing shurikens, while others charged forward directly. Seeing the determined Akatsuki members, the rock ninjas became somewhat flustered. At that moment, whoosh, 3 figures descended from the sky and landed on the earth wall summoned by the rock ninjas. It was Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The 3 of them looked coldly at the rock ninjas opposite them from atop the wall, with Yahiko's eyes filled with anger and arrogance. It's the leader of the Akatsuki. Damn it, this guy's at least a jonin. Where's Lord Oishi? Where's Lord Oishi? Caught in a pincer situation and with the opposing leader joining the fray, the low-ranking ninjas of the rock village immediately began searching for their own jonin. The Oishi they referred to was the jonin dispatched by the rock village for this mission. In the original story, Oishi had appeared before. During the Third Shinobi World War, he used the jutsu camouflage to capture Rin, ultimately leading to the tragedy of Obito and Kakashi. Now, Oishi was assigned as one of the first jonin to enter the land of rain, indicating that such a kid's trust in him. Listening to the shouts of the surrounding rock ninjas, Oishi did not appear, but instead, using his jutsu camouflage, he slowly approached Yahiko and the others. To catch the enemy off guard, kill them, and successfully retreat without leaving a trace. This is one of Daishi's combat methods and his understanding of ninjas. The ninjutsu, camouflage concealment, must be performed with one hand forming seals and remaining still, while Daisher tightly grips a kunai with his other hand. He slowly approaches Yahiko and the others, and his long training has allowed him to maintain absolute calm in such situations without making any noticeable sounds. Step by step, he moves closer. Just as Daisher reaches the earthen wall, Nagato, standing on top of the wall, shifts his gaze toward Daisher. Whoosh! In the next moment, a kunai shoots out from Nagato's sleeve. Clang! Daisher quickly swings his kunai to deflect the flying kunai, but this also causes him to exit the camouflage concealment state. Coldly looking at Nagato, Daisher is captivated by Nagato's pair of Rinnegan. Those eyes can actually see through my ninjutsu. Daisher is taken aback. However, before he can continue to observe Nagato, Yahiko, standing on the earthen wall, swings his ninja blade and jumps high to strike down forcefully. Daisher hastily performs ninjutsu, covering his right arm with a layer of rock, directly blocking Yahiko's attack with his right arm. From Yahiko's triumphant expression, Daisher senses a hint of a trap. He glances at Konan and Nagato, who are still on the earthen wall, his eyes filled with complexity. The 3 of them are deliberate, intentionally standing on high ground, trying to lure me out, while using that guy's eyes to see through my ninjutsu. Daisher thinks to himself, and at the same time, his gaze toward Yahiko becomes serious. Clearly, the actions of Yahiko and the others have drawn Daisher's attention. On this side, after Yahiko's blade fell and was resisted by Oishi's ninjutsu, he felt a bit disheartened, but in the next moment, he became serious. Yahiko, be careful, the opponent is a jonin from IWA Shinobi Village. Nagato, and I will deal with the others first. Then come help you. At that moment, Konan's voice rang out. As her words fell, Konan and Nagato moved simultaneously, and the members of Akatsuki who followed them also revealed themselves, rushing towards the IWA Shinobi. Brothers, let's go together. Drive these IWA Shinobi out of our rain country. You IWA scum, roll back to your country. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Soon, the ninjas of Akatsuki were in a chaotic battle with the IWA Shinobi. On the battlefield, nearly 70 or 80 ninjas were mixed in a melee. Shurikens, kunai, and ninjutsu began to surge, and soon the entire valley top became chaotic. Be careful. Those shameless guys actually sneak attacked. My hand. Voices mixed together, and nearly every minute a ninja was injured. Not far away in a valley, on another mountain peak, with a swoosh, a figure landed. Mufeng, looking through the hollow of his mask, saw the clash between Akatsuki and the IWA shinobi, and his eyes brightened slightly. Soon, he was attracted by two figures soaring in the air. Is that a Jonin? One is from IWA Shinobi Village, and the other is Yahiko. Seeing Yahiko, Mufeng immediately became spirited and quickly shifted his gaze to search the battlefield. Soon, he spotted two individuals with different hair colors, one blue and one red. They were Chunin and Nagato. Currently, Chunin and Nagato were in a melee with the IWA Shinobi's Chunin. Chunin moved swiftly, weaving through the crowd, while Nagato, with his Sharingan, faced off against three IWA Shinobi, dodging enemy attacks with the power of his Rinnegan, while looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the IWA Shinobi. Mufeng felt a little excited upon seeing the two. He had already completed half of his goal for this trip. However, the next moment, Mufeng did not act immediately, but waited while observing the situation. Why isn't it happening yet? Is it because the distance is not enough? After waiting for a moment and seeing no changes, Mufeng spoke in confusion. However, just as his voice fell, a crisp sound appeared in Mufeng's mind. Detected strong plot characters. Akatsuki leader Yahiko, Rinnegan user Nagato, currently assessing the mission. Mission assessment successful. Ding. You have triggered a new mission. Chapter 123, Mission Akatsuki Dynasty. Ding. You have triggered a new mission. A crisp system prompt echoed in Mufeng's mind. Hearing the system prompt, Mufeng immediately felt joyful. In the next moment, a series of mission information bombarded his mind. Plot mission, the path of Akatsuki. Mission trigger conditions. Contact with Akatsuki's core members. This mission's main line is selectable. Please read the mission requirements carefully. Mission description. As a truly dark villain organization in the world of Hokage, Akatsuki's core members are all corrupted figures from major ninja villages. And this organization has a high compatibility with this system. At this stage, Akatsuki is still developing, and its core members Nagato, Yahiko, Chunin, and other ordinary members continue to pursue their paths. The host has the following choices. 1. Interfere with Akatsuki's normal development, guiding Akatsuki to become the strongest organization in the ninja world. This mission is an ultimate side mission, and during its progress, it will face the other 5 great nations and 3 holy lands, which cannot be alleviated. This mission offers extremely generous rewards, but also carries great risks. Please consider carefully. 2. Allow development. Let Akatsuki develop normally without any interference. Mission OA 100,000 corruption point. Note, after choosing this mission, no further plot missions related to Akatsuki will be triggered, but single plot missions for Akatsuki members can still be triggered. Choosing this mission will greatly reduce risks and avoid enmity with the 5 great nations and 3 holy lands. Please make a choice within 1 hour. If the host has not made a choice after 1 hour, the system will randomly designate. Hearing the system's prompt, Mufeng was somewhat stunned. It was the first time he had seen a mission that allowed him to choose a mission route. The routes provided by the system were not complicated and were easy to understand. Choosing the first option meant standing on Akatsuki's side, finding a way to join Akatsuki, or even controlling Akatsuki, then fighting against the 5 great nations and the 3 holy lands to reach the peak of the Hokage world. However, there was one point that the system did not mention. After choosing this route, Mufeng would have to contend not only with the 5 great nations and the 3 holy lands, but also with Uchiha Madara. After all, Akatsuki was used by Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu to cultivate and execute the Moon Eye plan. If Mufeng chose the first route, he would inevitably have to confront Uchiha Madara and compete for control of Akatsuki. However, the system did not mention Uchiha Madara, and Mufeng speculated there might be a way to avoid direct confrontation with Uchiha Madara to achieve his goals. Choosing the second option was even simpler. He could just sit back and watch to gain 100,000 corruption points. This reward is incredibly generous. The most crucial point is that after choosing this route, Mufeng can also trigger the individual storyline quests of the Akatsuki members. For example, when Mufeng previously encountered Sasori in the Sand Ninja Village, the next time he meets Sasori, he might trigger a storyline quest from him again. However, Mufeng understands in his heart that this 100,000 points of corruption value, although tempting, comes at the cost of giving up all future rewards from Akatsuki's missions. In other words, he traded away his future infinite possibilities for a current small fortune and peace. Mufeng felt a bit conflicted. This time, he didn't get tangled up over the 100,000 dark value points, but instead was contemplating the feasibility of the first route provided by the system. The Akatsuki organization holds a significant position and importance in the original Naruto work, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it is the #1 villain organization in the Naruto world. Whether it's Nagato, the behind-the-scenes figure Uchiha Obito, or Black Zetsu, who is by Obito's side, these individuals are key figures who have driven the entire plot development of the Naruto world. For Mufeng, he possesses a darkening system, and he now feels that the Akatsuki organization perfectly fits this system. Mufeng knows the original plot. Although there have been some deviations due to his appearance, it seems that he alone cannot shake the trajectory of the entire Naruto world as fate. Therefore, in the future, the Akatsuki will definitely recruit many rogue ninjas, who, in the eyes of their respective ninja villages, are seen as enemies and darkened characters. And as the leader of such an organization, he would naturally be the ultimate darkened figure, the villain among villains. Mufeng has no objections to playing any role. In the original work, there are stance issues because of the protagonist's existence, but once he truly enters this world, interests become the lever that drives stances. For Mufeng, he is now a part of the Naruto world, so the stances in the original work have nothing to do with him. What Mufeng is considering now is the feasibility of executing the mission, along with the risks and rewards involved. Doing nothing would yield 100,000 dark value points. Choosing the first route could likely lead to his failure or even death. However, it could also propel him to great heights, making him the ruler of the entire Naruto world. One step to heaven, one step to hell. This is the huge risk and reward that comes with choosing the first route. Staring at Nagato, Yahiko, and others who were fighting in the opposite valley, Mufeng found himself in a great dilemma for the first time. At this moment, Mufeng even thought of his past life. An ordinary person living a muddled past life. The next moment, Mufeng gritted his teeth. Damn it, Mufeng. Do you think you're still living in your past life? Or do you still want to muddle through in another world? ISNT, it's just 100,000 darkening points? Haven't you seen that before? Gritting his teeth, Mufeng began to roar at himself internally, and the next moment he spoke up directly. System, choose Route 1. As soon as the words fell, the brilliance in Mufeng's eyes flickered. Staring at Nagato and the IWA shinobi opposite him, Mufeng felt that his mindset had changed. And even watching the battle in front of him felt quite bland. Because at this moment, Mufeng knew that soon, such battles would be trivial for him. Please confirm your choice. Do you choose Route 1? Warning. Once this route is selected, it cannot be changed, and the host will face great risks. Confirm. Task, route selection, successful. Task verification in progress. Task verification completed. You have triggered the ultimate plot task, Akatsuki Organization Dynasty. Task description. You choose to take fate into your own hands and use your own power to change the outcome and path of the Akatsuki organization. Task objective. Successfully recapture the Akatsuki organization or become its leader. Change the outcome of the Akatsuki organization and develop it into the most powerful organization in the Naruto world. Note, this task is a multi-phase task. Please follow the guidance to carry out the task. Task 1. Contact the Akatsuki organization. Task objective. Help the Akatsuki organization repel the IWA shinobi. Task reward, 10,000 darkening points. Task time limit, 1 hour. Task failure penalty, all ability levels -2. Note, please begin your journey. Chapter 124. Mufeng enters. Swordsmanship shows its might. The system's prompt sounded. Mufeng carefully looked at the task rewards and penalties. 10,000 darkening points? This is just the first phase of the task. Seeing the reward of 10,000 points, Mufeng's mood eased a lot. He chose a route with higher risks, but at least the rewards given by the system were quite generous. Now, just for contacting the Akatsuki organization, he was offered a reward of 10,000 darkening points. So in the future, if he joined or subdued the Akatsuki organization, the rewards would surely be enviable. After the system issued the task, it fell silent. Mufeng then looked towards the battlefield on the other side of the valley. After a period of fighting, the situation on that side of the valley was still a bit tense, but overall, the Akatsuki organization had already gained the upper hand. Yahiko pulled out a large rock, and the strength of Chunin and Nagato was clearly above that of ordinary IWA shinobi. From the current situation, Mufeng didn't even need to take action. The members of the Akatsuki organization could defeat the IWA shinobi on their own. But the only problem was that the ninja levels on the Akatsuki side were also uneven. If the battle dragged on for too long, the Akatsuki would definitely suffer casualties. Since the system's task had been accepted, Mufeng also didn't intend to continue observing. He jumped down from this side of the valley and rushed towards the battlefield. At the same time, Mufeng put on his red fox mask. Damn it, this guy's strength is above ours. We can't keep fighting like this. Lord Oishi was held back by the opponent's leader, and now we could only rely on ourselves. Breakthrough first, go around that red-haired guy. That guy's eyes are very strange, and his abilities are also bizarre. A few IWA, Shinobi Ch Nin, after entangling with Konin and Nagato for a while, retreated, each looking grim. One of them looked at the battle between Yahiko and Oishi. The fight between the two was quite tense, and it seemed that no victor would be determined in a short time. This made the people of the Rock Ninja village feel discouraged. It should be noted that when they first entered the Land of Rain, Hanzo and the ninjas of the Rain Ninja village did not stop them. But who could have thought that this time an Akatsuki organization would suddenly appear? This is exactly a civilian ninja organization. In the past, such organizations generally would not target ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages, especially with actions at the village level. This will bring a lot of trouble to the entire organization. At first, the people of the Rock Ninja village didn't take the Akatsuki organization seriously. During the Second Shinobi World War, they encountered such individuals, especially in the Land of Rain, where local ninjas often attacked ninjas from the 3 great nations. However, most of these were just minor skirmishes that were annoying, but not enough to cause significant trouble. This time, the Rock Ninja village also did not take the Akatsuki organization seriously. However, as things have developed, the ninjas of the Rock Ninja village feel that they have underestimated their opponents, and their current situation is somewhat precarious. But it doesn't matter. As long as they let them escape this time, the Rock Ninja village will definitely be better prepared next time. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Rock Ninja village has the most ninjas, relying solely on their numbers. The Rock Ninja village is confident that they can bury the Akatsuki members under sheer force. Moreover, from the current situation, the Akatsuki organization doesn't seem to be a big deal at all. Their leader has already made a move, while the Rock Ninja village has only sent a single Jonin. The true strength of both sides is not even on the same level. Of course, this is because the people of the Rock Ninja village do not understand the power of the Rinnegan. What to do? It seems that Lord Oishi is entangled. Damn it. If it weren't for Lord Kage being on a mission and not here right now, how could a civilian organization be so arrogant? The Chunin of the Rock Ninja village expressed their dissatisfaction. But at that moment, a small figure wearing a mask rushed over in their line of sight. Someone is coming. Who is it? It seems they are not from our village. Prepare to defend. Seeing the swift figure of Mufeng charging towards the battlefield, the Rock Ninja immediately became alert. On the opposite side, Nagato also noticed Mufeng's figure, frowning as he had not seen such a person in the Akatsuki organization before. However, due to the relatively loose management of the Akatsuki at present, there were some members that Nagato had not encountered. What made Nagato more vigilant was that the opponent was not wearing the distinctive attire of the Akatsuki organization, and from the opponent's movements, it was clear that he was coming straight for them. Konin, stand by my side. Nagato dared not act recklessly and spoke to Konin beside him. Mufeng's speed was fast, and the aura and chakra fluctuations emanating from him clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary ninja. Is he an enemy? Konin looked at Mufeng, exclaiming in surprise. Nagato remained silent. In the next moment, Mufeng continued to charge towards the two, simultaneously drawing the demon blade from his waist. 2 members of the Akatsuki attempted to block him, but were easily dodged by Mufeng's agile leap. At this moment, the Rock Ninjas were also very wary of the stranger who had invaded the battlefield. Who exactly is this guy? One Rock Ninja spoke up, and due to Mufeng's sudden appearance, the previously fierce battle between the Akatsuki and the Rock Ninja village unexpectedly paused, with both sides choosing to conserve their strength and cautiously test each other. This made some of the ninjas quite unhappy. They could clearly eliminate the enemy in front of them, but because Mufeng was on the side, they couldn't unleash their full power. Finally, one of the Rock Ninjas couldn't hold back any longer and leaped forward. No matter which side you're on, if you dare to disturb us, then I'll... Swish. As the words of the Rock Ninja fell, a flash of pure white blade light flickered through the air. Demon blade. Wine blade slash. With a grip of the demon blade in his hand, Mufeng suddenly accelerated, piercing through the Rock Ninja like a streak of white light. In the next moment, Mufeng's figure flickered past without any pause. The Rock Ninja, however, stood dazed in place. Thud. The Rock Ninja fell to the ground, blood slowly oozing from beneath him. It's an enemy. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Rock Ninjas immediately shouted out. What a swift sword technique. Another troublesome guy has arrived. On the other side, Yahiko and Daisher had different reactions. Yahiko was amazed by Mufeng's swordsmanship, while Daisher frowned, already thinking about retreating. The sudden attack from the rock ninja couldn't stop Mufeng. In the next moment, Mufeng charged towards the position of the rock ninja's Chunin with a blade in hand. Ring break, fire blade. Whoosh. Fire chakra attached to the demon blade, and with a slash, an arc-shaped flame blade shot directly toward the Chunin of the rock village. The few Chunin were shocked and quickly dodged backward. Mufeng locked onto one unfortunate soul and charged straight at him. Go. He is here to help us. Reinforcements. Reinforcements of Jonin level. Once they recognized Mufeng's position, the members of the Akatsuki on the battlefield rejoiced, unleashing their attacks towards the ninjas of the rock village. Chapter 125. Battle ends. Negotiations begin. Swish. A flurry of blade light surged, accompanied by scorching flames. Mufeng slashed, pushing back several Chunin from the rock village. Immediately afterward, Mufeng selected one person to pursue with a fierce demeanor. Seeing Mufeng make his move, the other members of the Akatsuki were both shocked and excited. The Akatsuki organization was relatively loose, and for most members, Mufeng was a master their leader had somehow recruited. But as they witnessed Mufeng in action, Yahiko and Nagato were also quite bewildered. However, this was not the time for questions. Seeing the rock ninja Chunin they were fighting being pushed back, Nagato and Konan exchanged glances. In the next moment, the two dashed towards Yahiko's direction together. Over here, Daisher is engaged in battle with Yahiko. As Nagato and Konan rush over, a hint of caution flashes in his eyes. Immediately, a strong urge to retreat surges within him. Glancing at the entire battlefield, the situation for the rock ninja is already dire, and ultimately, Daisher decides to give up. He looks at Yahiko and quickly forms hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Just as Yahiko is about to charge in, the earth flow wall summoned by Daisher withstands Yahiko's assault. Then he turns and sprints down the valley, clearly abandoning this offensive. Retreat. Lord Daisher has retreated. Evacuate. Retreat immediately. Seeing Daisher leave the battlefield, the others start shouting. Many ninjas from the rock village already had little desire to fight, and upon hearing this command, they became even more determined to retreat. Whoosh, 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 several shurikens are thrown from the hands of the rock ninjas, and then these rock ninjas begin to flee towards the land of earth. Damn it, they got away. Slow down, be careful of traps. The members of the Akatsuki react differently upon seeing the rock ninjas fleeing. Mufeng glances at the escaping rock village ninjas in front of him, then looks back and notices that several Akatsuki ninjas nearby have no intention of pursuing. Mufeng initially wanted to capitalize on the victory and at least capture a few mid-level ninjas from the rock village, but after seeing this scene, he loses interest and furrows his brow. Soon, the ninjas from the rock village escape the valley, but a few rock ninjas remain here forever. The members of the Akatsuki, having achieved victory, are naturally happy, but their observations of everyone's reactions are mixed. Some are joyful, excitedly recounting their performances, some are secretly laughing, while others have serious expressions, as if they have suffered defeat. On Yahiko's side, when Konan and Nagato arrive, Daisher has already slipped away. Although Yahiko's abilities are decent, it is still somewhat difficult to forcibly detain a Jonin. What about the Jonin from the rock village? They escaped. Yahiko shrugs in response to Konan's question. So, does this mean we won? A rare smile appears on Nagato's face. That's right, but the rock village won't give up so easily. Yahiko frowns. Still the same issue. Compared to the rock village, the Akatsuki is still too weak. Although everyone managed to repel the rock ninja village's ninjas this time, they will definitely come back. And the scale will surely be more ferocious than this time. Thinking of this, Nagato and Konan fell silent. But this is the fate of the Rain Ninja village ninjas. Born in the land of rain, they have no way to compete with the ninjas from other great nations. From the very beginning, they have to worry about their future. Next time they come, we will fight back again. Yahiko tightened the ninja blade in his hand. I firmly believe that the Akatsuki organization can change the fate of the land of rain. Even if we ultimately can't, at least we can change something. Yes. Nagato and Konan nodded, but their expressions were still somewhat heavy. Let's be more optimistic. Look, didn't we win this time? At this moment, Yahiko patted Nagato on the shoulder and said cheerfully. Seeing his expression, Konan showed a faint smile, and Nagato's expression also softened a lot. After the atmosphere among the three eased, they then looked towards the place where Mufeng was. By the way, that guy's the one you brought over? Yahiko pointed to Mufeng, who was standing still, and asked Nagato, Wasn't it you who brought him here? Nagato was somewhat surprised. No. Yahiko frowned and continued. Let's go take a look. Above the valley, after Mufeng repelled the Chunin from the rock ninja village, he found a rock to rest on. By Mufeng's side, several Akatsuki members surrounded him, wanting to strike up a conversation but lacking the courage. When they saw Yahiko and the other three walking towards Mufeng, the other Akatsuki members quickly made way. The three approached Mufeng, who also stood up at this moment. Although I don't know who you are, thank you for what you did just now. Walking in front of Mufeng and looking down at him, who was several heads shorter, Yahiko felt a bit awkward. No need to thank me. We can still cooperate in the future. Mufeng's voice came from beneath his mask. The youthful tone immediately caught the attention of Yahiko and the others. Is he a kid? One of the Akatsuki members beside them exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, everyone was even more curious about Mufeng. You must be the leaders of the Akatsuki, right? Yahiko, Nagato, Konan? Mufeng continued. What a cool kid. As Mufeng's words fell, another voice rang out among the Akatsuki members, and others began to whisper among themselves. That's right. Do you have something to discuss with us? Yahiko's attitude towards Mufeng was fairly good. After all, Mufeng's strength was evident. Yes, that's right, let's go, we can talk over there. Mufeng proactively suggested having a discussion. Upon hearing this, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's eyes sparkled with strong curiosity. All right. Finally, Yahiko spoke, then turned to Nagato and Konan. I'll go with you. You two stay here. I can make the decisions about the organization. No, she can stay here, but this guy must come. The wielder of the Rinnegan is currently only him on the entire continent. Mufeng pointed to Nagato and spoke directly. Upon hearing Mufeng mention the Rinnegan and confidently state that there is currently only one Rinnegan wielder, the shock in Yahiko and the others' eyes deepened, and at the same time, a hint of caution appeared on their faces. There's no need to look at me like that. Our goals are the same. Don't you want the Land of Rain to become a country that can rival the 5 great nations? Seeing the change in the expressions of the three, Mufeng felt the timing was right and continued to entice them. Sure enough, after Mufeng's words fell, the expressions of the three began to turn conflicted. You two go ahead. Don't mind me, Konan said proactively at this moment. No, all 3 of us together. Yahiko waved his hand. We can talk with you. Over there. Yahiko pointed to a large rock on top of the valley. Chapter 126. The shocking plan for the 3. In the Land of Rain, above the valley. Behind a rock. Mufeng, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood together, discussing something. Beside the 4, several Akatsuki members curiously peeked over. Who on earth is that guy? I don't know. It seems even the leaders don't know who he is. But why do I feel like that mask looks familiar? One Akatsuki girl looked at Mufeng in confusion. Yeah, I feel a bit familiar too. Another young Akatsuki ninja also spoke up, and their companions shared the same confusion. In fact, these 5 were the Akatsuki members who encountered Mufeng on the way, but now, under the influence of Mufeng's illusion technique, they had forgotten much of what had just happened. Other Akatsuki members also maintained a strong curiosity about this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse, and they were even more eager to know what their leaders were discussing with that guy. At this moment beneath the giant rock, are you serious? Can you really do that? Yahiko looked at Mufeng in shock. He was very astonished by the plan Mufeng had just proposed. Nagato and Konan beside him looked at Mufeng in disbelief. Their eyes filled with skepticism about what Mufeng had said. Whether it is true or not, you will know in the future. Honestly, you can't continue like this. I've already seen the battle just now. The Akatsuki simply cannot compete against the 5 great nations. Once the war breaks out, the Land of Rain will not be much different from last time. The only question is what the Land of Rain can gain from the war. Mufeng's voice was somewhat childish beneath the mask, but the words he spoke radiated the aura of a wise person. This conversation surprised Yahiko and Nagato, and a strong sense of incongruity arose within them. However, they could not find any flaws in the plan that Mufeng spoke of or in the current state of the Akatsuki organization. In fact, Mufeng had been organizing his thoughts for some time regarding this discussion. At the beginning of this operation, Mufeng was already planning his future refuge. Konoha village was definitely not an option. As a member of the Uchiha clan, if he stayed in Konoha and waited for the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan to erupt, Mufeng would have to fight. Standing with the Uchiha, Mufeng would ultimately have to become a rogue ninja. On the other hand, aligning with Konoha was a classic case of being unappreciated. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo would surely turn against him, and Itachi Uchiha's fate was a typical example. Therefore, Mufeng did not plan to continue staying in Konoha village. After waiting for the Third Shinobi World War to end, or perhaps not waiting that long, Mufang would leave Konoha to complete the tasks given by the system. Mufang initially intended to be a wandering ninja or to establish a small force. But now, the system had presented him with a path. He was to accept the entire Akatsuki organization. In Mufang's view, this was also a good choice. This way, the time for his own development would be greatly shortened. But the only trouble was that the risks were relatively high. As for how Mufang would take control of the Akatsuki organization, he was not worried at all. He decided to follow Obito Uchiha's path. Having read the original work, Mufang had a natural advantage in intelligence and could fully leverage this to intimidate Chunin and the others. Moreover, the key point was that Mufang knew Nagato's true identity and the origin of the Rinnegan. Back then, Obito had become the mastermind behind the Akatsuki by using this knowledge. However, compared to Mufang, the information Obito possessed was clearly not rich. The reason Mufang wanted to discuss things with Nagato and the others earlier was to use this knowledge to achieve a special position within the Akatsuki. In this discussion, Mufang first pointed out the current fatal flaw of the Akatsuki. The organization was too loose. The members seemed united, but that was not actually the case. This point is not resolved in the original work after Yahiko's death, but immediately after Muke's. This idea seemed a bit far-fetched to the three of them. That is to directly divide the Akatsuki organization into two parts. One part would follow the model of establishing ninja villages, trying to unite and split other small ninja villages or the family powers of other ninja villages. The other part would follow the original Akatsuki model, focusing on cultivating strong combat power. This model is actually what the major ninja villages are currently using. Yahiko and Nagato have also thought about this, but the difficulty of implementation is too great. To put it bluntly, even for the current Akatsuki organization, they would be looked down upon even if they approached a small village like Takigakure. And which of the families in the major ninja villages would be willing to abandon their own foundations to move to a war-torn place like the Land of Rain? Mufang had long realized that the three of them would never believe his words, and he also did not plan to persuade Nagato and the others with mere words. He was not Naruto. Now, Mufang only briefly outlined his plan to Nagato and the others. He first wanted to relocate the Uchiha clan from Konoha to the entire Land of Rain and establish a new force with the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. This directly shocked Nagato and the others. The Uchiha clan? Are you sure? How could they possibly listen to you? They are the famous Uchiha of the ninja world. Yahiko looked at Mufang with a shocked expression. Mufang, however, looked at Nagato with a somewhat peculiar gaze. This made Nagato's heart skip a beat, as if he had been seen through. They can't possibly listen to me now. But the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will only deepen. And shortly after the outbreak of the Great Ninja War, I will have a way to get the Uchiha to escape from Konoha to the Land of Rain. However, when executing this plan, I need Nagato to cooperate with me. Mufang hinted without directly revealing Nagato's identity, but he had already hinted that he knew some information. Seeing the three of them in a bit of a dilemma, Mufang shrugged his shoulders. Of course, you can choose not to believe me. However, if you continue to develop like this, Yahiko, you will die, and you will die at the hands of the Rain Country ninjas. Nagato and Chunin, you two might wish you were dead. All right, I've said enough. You can go back and think about it. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. After he finished speaking, Mufang activated his Sharingan and cast a Jinjutsu. As soon as his crimson eyes appeared, the three were deeply attracted. Nagato felt it even more deeply because just as he looked at Mufang's Sharingan, a sentence suddenly echoed in his mind. Madara, I am very disappointed in you. Complete the plan as soon as possible. I will cooperate with you. Hearing this sentence, Nagato froze in place. All right, that's it. If you want to contact me in the future, use this kunai, but it will only be useful for a few days. After saying that, Mufang threw down a Flying Thunder God kunai, and then, with a whoosh, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the spot. Chapter 127. Nagato, in confusion. Yahiko, is what that guy said true? Looking at Mufang leaving, Chunin said, in confusion. Nagato, on the other hand, fell in a deep thought. The information Mufang conveyed to him through Jinjutsu before leaving was already very clear. Has he come back again? Nagato frowned, feeling extremely low. The Rinnegan was something he was born with, and because of the Rinnegan, Nagato was not well received in his village during his childhood, even being regarded as an ominous existence. Later, when war broke out in the Land of Rain, Nagato became an orphan, wandering around, and this pair of eyes also brought him a lot of trouble. Such troubles shaped Nagato's rather reclusive personality until later when he met Chunin and Yahiko, who were also orphans. They did not reject Nagato, but instead worked together to survive in the Land of Rain. After the Second Shinobi World War, the three encountered Jiraiya. From Jiraiya, Nagato learned that his eyes held immense power. Nagato had always been curious as to why, despite his parents being ordinary people, he possessed such special eyes. However, under Jiraiya's guidance, Nagato accepted the Rinnegan and began to feel fortunate for having it. Nagato knew that Jiraiya's decision to take the three of them as disciples and teach them ninjutsu was because he recognized Nagato's Rinnegan and believed he was the chosen one mentioned by the Toad Sage. For a long time afterward, Nagato firmly believed this. But one night, a mysterious ninja visited and interrupted everything. This mysterious person introduced himself as Tobi and revealed everything Nagato had experienced over the years, also telling him that his eyes were not innate but came from someone named Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was a legendary ninja, possessing a powerful Uchiha bloodline and one of the few who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. He granted Nagato these eyes to help him grow and use the power of the Rinnegan to resurrect him. The idea of bringing the dead back to life was something Nagato had never considered. Tobi disclosed everything to Nagato and began to teach him how to harness the power of the Rinnegan. After feeling the immense power of the Rinnegan, Nagato began to feel fear. Fortunately, Tobi did not appear again after that, and by this time, Yahiko had decided to form the Akatsuki organization. After forming the Akatsuki, Nagato finally felt a sense of home, but Tobi and the Rinnegan became his own secret. After a period of anxiety, Nagato did not continue to develop the power of the Rinnegan, but instead fought alongside his own strength. Tobi's absence relieved Nagato, but now another person appeared, and he was from the Uchiha clan. Nagato couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at Konin and Yahiko beside him, hesitating internally about whether to tell them about the Rinnegan and Tobi. Here, Yahiko and Konin also looked conflicted. Mufing's sudden appearance, followed by a bunch of nonsensical words, made Yahiko's mind very unsettled, especially Mufing's views on the Akatsuki organization and that line about how if things continued down this path, Yahiko, you would die, and die at the hands of the Rain Country's ninjas, while Nagato and Konin might suffer worse than death. TCH, who does this guy think he is? Just a little brat, and now our Akatsuki organization is. As he spoke, Yahiko turned to look at the members of the Akatsuki gathered above the valley. At that moment, the Akatsuki members were also looking at the three of them, but their expressions were filled with confusion and curiosity. Some younger ninjas were even whispering, wondering if Mufing was a new recruit brought in by the leader. Looking at the Akatsuki members, Yahiko scratched the back of his head. Indeed, the entire Akatsuki organization didn't seem to have much discipline, although everyone was very enthusiastic. But this was just temporary. Next, the Akatsuki would likely face retaliation from the Rock Ninja Village. If the ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village were allowed to enter the Rain Country in large numbers, the Akatsuki would find it extremely difficult to operate. Under such circumstances, it is hard to say whether the members of the Akatsuki can maintain such enthusiasm. What brought everyone together was passion, but what can truly sustain their bonds is not passion, but friendship and interests. TCH, that guy was right. Yahiko snorted coldly, then looked at Konin. Konin, let everyone go back. As for what that guy said, we'll discuss it after we return. Yahiko glanced at the kunai in his hand and spoke. Nagato, what are you thinking about? That guy's already left. We're going back. Then, Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder and spoke again. Soon, under the organization of the three of them, the members of the Akatsuki who participated in the battle returned to the Akatsuki's headquarters one after another, leaving a portion of the members behind to keep watch, preventing the ninjas from Iwagakure from returning. On the other side of the valley, Mufing took everything in. Just now, he used the Flying Thunder God and didn't go far just to observe the reactions of Nagato and the others, seeing that the three of them were relatively normal. Except for Nagato, who looked a bit lost, Mufing smiled slightly. At that moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first ring task. You have earned 10,000 points of corruption value. Based on your performance, your illusion skill level has been increased. Congratulations, your illusion skill level 1. The system's voice echoed in Mufing's mind. Ding! You have triggered the Akatsuki Dynasty. Second ring task. Join. Task requirements. Join the Akatsuki as a member or establish a cooperative relationship with the Akatsuki. Note, given the host's current performance, the system is more inclined towards establishing a cooperative relationship with the Akatsuki. Task rewards. Joining the Akatsuki as a regular member grants 1,000 points of corruption value. Joining as an elite member grants 5,000 points of corruption value and 1 random opportunity for ability level 1. Joining as a leader member grants 10,000 points of corruption value and 2 random opportunities for ability 1. Establishing an equal cooperative relationship with the Akatsuki grants 15,000 points of corruption value and 3 random opportunities for ability 1. Establishing a subordinate cooperative relationship grants 25,000 points of corruption value and 1 underhanded master badge. Task duration, 1 year. Automatically settled after 1 year. Can also be settled early. Specific rewards depend on the status level on the settlement day. Task penalty, deduct 10,000 points of corruption value. All ability levels -1. Task note, status and identity determine your future. Chapter 128, Dangerous Signal. As the system's voice fell, Mufeng glanced at the task, surprised to see that the task duration was actually 1 year. It was obviously a long-term task from the system's perspective, but Mufeng did not intend to drag this task out for too long. However, the last item in the task rewards caught Mufeng's attention. While the other rewards were about improving task ability levels, the reward for establishing a subordinate relationship with the Akatsuki was actually a badge. Mufeng already had a badge, and he thought it was very effective, especially in the case of a war. This left Mufeng somewhat conflicted. Should he delay for a better reward, or push forward and focus on improving his strength? Just as Mufeng was in deep thought, he sensed a slight fluctuation in the flying thunder god space. Mufeng frowned and looked towards the direction of the Rain Ninja village. Plans rely on human effort, but success depends on fate. Take it step by step. It would be best to obtain the final reward, but if not, he could only focus on improving his strength. The fluctuation in the flying thunder god space came from a shadow clone within the Rain Ninja village. And the only explanation for the shadow clone activating the flying thunder god dagger was that Danzo and the others had already arrived at the Rain Ninja village. The interaction between Mufeng and Nagato has come to an end, and the others still need some time to think things over. Mufeng has basically done everything he can on the Akatsuki side. Previously, Mufeng planned not to return to the Hidden Rain village until he had dealt with things here. But now he has decided to go back. The sooner he reveals himself in front of Danzo and Orochimaru, the less disadvantageous it will be for him. With a whoosh, Mufeng used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the border of the Land of Rain. After 3 uses of the technique, he returned to his room at the inn. "You're back. Danzo and the others have arrived." Upon seeing Mufeng's real body, his shadow clone spoke. In the next moment, with a bang, the clone transformed into a puff of smoke. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded from outside the door. "Kumin." Mufeng put away his red fox mask and said, "Mufeng, the Rain Ninja just said you were in this room, so I came directly." As the door opened, Pingzu Raito walked in, but his expression was not good. "Why are you the only one here? Where are Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru?" Mufeng asked, somewhat puzzled. "They went to discuss related matters with Hanzo of the Salamander. I didn't go." Pingzu Raito replied somewhat unhappily. Mufeng could see his displeasure at a glance, and it was indeed justified. After sending Mufeng away, the only one left in the group was Pingzu Raito. It would be strange if he didn't feel uneasy. Danzo and Orochimaru definitely had other matters to attend to in the Land of Rain, and they naturally couldn't bring Pingzu Raito or Mufeng along. So, during the negotiations with Hanzo, Danzo and Orochimaru used some tricks to keep the others waiting outside, allowing them to discuss matters with Hanzo personally. These two people even seemed to have forgotten about Mufeng not coming to the guest house to find him. Such behavior is understandable. In the team, Mufeng is just a minor character, while Danzo and Orochimaru are the leading figures, so there's no need for them to specifically seek out Mufeng. One should still trust the two adults. Mufeng put on a friendly smile, pretending to know nothing. Bingzu Leidong helplessly shook his head and said, "You are still young. There are some things you don't understand. But that's right, at your age, you only need to complete your tasks, and the rest will be handled by Lord Hokage. By the way, after coming to the Rain Ninja village, have you seen Hans?" "I have, and he feels really impressive." "That's natural. He is a top figure who can fight against the 3 legendary ninjas. Probably only the 3rd Hokage is his match. It's a pity he was born in the Rain country. Apart from Hans, there aren't any decent ninjas in such a small country." Bingzu Leidong expressed some regret for Hans. Mufeng did not respond to this. It was just Bingzu Leitong venting his frustrations. Then, Bingzu Leitong stated the purpose of his visit this time. "By the way, Mufeng, there's a guy next to Lord Danzo who looks a lot like you. Do you know him?" Bingzu Leitong asked. Mufeng was slightly taken aback, but soon he realized that Bingzu Leitong was talking about Yamato. When he was in the Land of Lightning, Mufeng had indeed met Yamato once, but it was during a chaotic battle, and he was unaware that Yamato's purpose was to monitor him. Mu Feng didn't know much about the current Yamato either. The original work described very little about Yamato during his time under Danzo. I don't know. Mu Feng shook his head. As soon as he said this, Bingzu Leitong showed a puzzled expression. That's strange. When I was in the team, it seemed like I heard that guy discussing you with Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru, saying there was a similar aura, something about being related to trees. No, it seemed to be about a physique or something. Seeing the puzzled expression on Bingzu Leitong's face, Mu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood what Bingzu Leitong meant. Physique refers to his own physique. Mu Feng possesses the physique of Senju Hashirama, allowing him to use wood release, while Yamato, as a person who inherited the first Hokage cells, can also use wood release. Mu Feng did not understand the connection between the two, but Bingzu Leitong's words sent a shock through Mu Feng's heart. He could now be certain that Yamato had sensed his special wood release physique in some way and had communicated this information to Orochimaru and Danzo. This is not good news at all. If Danzo and Orochimaru find out that I can use wood release and possess the formidable life recovery ability of Hashirama Senju, I really can't be sure what those two would do, especially Orochimaru. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's desire for immortality reached its peak. Originally, his research on the first Hokage cells had ended with Yamato, and then Orochimaru turned to studying natural energy, which is Yugo's power. But now he sees someone who possesses the first Hokage's power but is not from the Senju clan. What will Orochimaru do? Will he slice himself up for research or immerse himself in a test tube? No way. I don't even know that guy. Mukase waved his hand and said. But internally he had already begun to think of countermeasures. I was originally thinking of having you take Orochimaru as your master. But it seems that Lord Orochimaru might not be suitable for you. Mukase, if you're willing, I can recommend you a master, also one of the legendary three. Lord Jiraiya, what do you think? And Futsu continued. Hearing Futsu words, Mukase finally reacted. This time, Bingzu Leitong was not only persuading himself. This action made him realize that the relationship between Danzo and Orochimaru was somewhat special. Before this, Bingzu Leitong had always believed that Mu Feng wanted to apprentice under Orochimaru, and now he stood up to prevent this from happening. Listening to Bingzu Leitong's words, Mu Feng was almost moved to tears. Big brother, you finally understand. You know I don't want to follow Orochimaru. Chapter 129, Negotiations ended. In the room, after listening to Bingzu Leitong's words, Mu Feng deeply agreed. Bingzu Leitong continued to work on Mu Feng's mindset. In fact, Lord Jiraiya is also very powerful. It's just that he hasn't been in the village for a long time. However, after a while, Lord Jiraiya should return to the village. When he does, I can introduce you to him. By the way, Minato Namikaze is also Jiraiya's student. You should know him. After hearing Bingzu Leitong's words, Mu Feng nodded. However, in reality, he had no intention of apprenticing under Jiraiya. He was from the Uchiha clan, and if he were to take on a master, it would be better to find someone from the Uchiha clan. At least the other party could teach him about the Sharingan's application, and among Mu Feng's options, Uchiha Fugaku was a good choice. He was a core figure of the Uchiha clan, had certain experience in developing the Sharingan, and held a high degree of influence within the Uchiha clan. The plan Mu Feng was about to execute would also benefit from this. If he wanted to take the entire Uchiha clan out of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku was definitely a key figure. You don't need to worry about this, Leitong. I have already made my choice for a master in my heart. The last time I went to the clan leader's house, the clan leader's application of the Sharingan inspired me greatly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I think it's better to find a clan leader. Mu Feng directly rejected Bingzu Leitong's suggestion. After hearing Mu Feng's words, Bingzu Leitong was somewhat stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, Mu Feng's statement made sense. He was originally from the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan was indeed powerful. Mu Feng could already activate the 3-Tomo Sharingan, so investing more time and effort into the Sharingan was much better than in other areas. Lord Fugaku? That's also a good choice. Bingzu Leitong frowned, but the next moment, he patted Mu Feng's shoulder. However, the Hokage is very optimistic about you, so don't forget us in the future. Mu Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. Let's go, come with me to see. Lord Danzo is probably done negotiating by now. After saying this, Bingzu Leitong was about to take Mu Feng out of the room. Following Bingzu Leitong, they left the reception building and were taken to Hanzo's residence by the Rain Ninja Village. Here, Danzo and Orochimaru are discussing Konoha's advance into the land of rain with Hanzo. Mu Feng and Bingzu Leitong have been brought to a room to wait. As soon as Mu Feng entered the room, he sensed an unfriendly gaze. Following the gaze, Mufeng discovered that it was Dai among the crowd in the room. At that moment, Dai was staring intently at Mufeng, his dead fish eyes showing no emotion, but his furrowed brows made Mufeng feel alert. It seems that Bingsu Leidong was right. This guy must have sensed something. Mufeng thought to himself. Bingsu Leidong was unaware of anything unusual, but the people in the room were mostly from Danzo's root organization, and they did not greet the two, but instead sat cross-legged in meditation. Mufeng and Bingsu Leidong casually found a spot to wait. About half an hour later, with a loud bang, the door was pushed open. Danzo appeared at the entrance. All right, we can go now. The members of the root organization stood up and immediately followed Danzo without saying a word. Bingsu Leitong frowned, clearly wanting to inquire about the results of the negotiations. But he did not speak at that moment. The group walked out of Hanzo's residence, and only then did Danzo speak. Lord Orochimaru needs to stay here to handle some matters, so let's head back first. I have reached a preliminary consensus with the Rain Ninja Village. We can send 100 ninjas to assist the Rain Ninja Village in operations in the Land of Rain. As Danzo's words fell, the root members showed no reaction. But Bingsu Leidong seemed a bit dissatisfied. 100 ninjas? That number is clearly a bit low. It should be noted that the number of ninjas from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind heading to the Land of Rain is in the thousands. But the only advantage is that Konoha's ninjas can act alongside the Rain ninjas and will not be seen as hostile. In fact, Danzo did not intend to strictly adhere to the terms of the negotiations. He came this time to test the attitude of the Rain Ninja Village. Clearly, Hanzo seemed to have predicted that war was inevitable. Leading the Rain Ninja Village's ninjas to intercept the ninjas from the three great nations would not help at all and would only lead to casualties among the Rain ninjas. Being caught between the three great nations, Hanzo of the Salamander was able to preserve the Rain Ninja Village during the Second Shinobi World War and establish his own reputation, which shows that he is not a foolish person. The combat power of the Rain Ninja Village is not comparable to that of a single great nation, since avoiding war between the three great nations in the Land of Rain is impossible. It is best to preserve one's strength and let the three great nations exhaust themselves first. After that, when the situation is more manageable, the Rain Ninja Village can retain a certain amount of strength to take control of the entire Land of Rain, preventing the three great nations from annexing it, which is the most important. Therefore, this is also the reason why, after the actions of the Rock Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village, Hanzo did not send Rain ninjas to intercept them. The overall trend is unstoppable. Even someone like Hanzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot prevent the outbreak of the Shinobi World War. To change the entire structure of the ninja world, one must have the strength of Senju Hashirama or be capable of defeating the 10-tailed beasts alone. However, it is evident that Hanzo is not among this level of power, and the Rain Ninja Village's strength is indeed quite weak, especially after the Second Shinobi World War. Many ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village have perished, and figures like Nagato and Konan did not choose to join the Rain Ninja Village, but instead formed their own forces. This is enough to show that the Rain Ninja Village does not have a strong grip on the entire ninja force of the Land of Rain. In fact, it is somewhat weak. On the other hand, after hearing Tuanzang's words, Mufeng felt a sense of relief. He was quite certain that the Third Great Ninja War would break out, so the outcome of this negotiation was actually not important. Even if Hanzo was unwilling, Sarutobi Hiruzen would still send ninjas over. What Mufeng cared more about was that Orochimaru was not in the team, but had gone to handle other matters. What those matters were did not matter, but on the way back, Mufeng at least did not have to worry about being targeted by a snake. Tuanzang and his group arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. After finishing their conversation with Hanzo, they departed from the Rain Ninja Village. However, outside the Rain Ninja Village, Dingzhu Leitong used an excuse to leave the team. You follow the team back to the village. Also, give this to Lord Hokage. Before leaving the team, Dingzhu Leitong handed Mufeng a scroll. Chapter 130, Rainy Night Killing Intent. After Dingzhu Leitong's departure, Tuanzang and the others did not stop him. From the very beginning, they had tacitly accepted that Dingzhu Leitong was not on the same side as them. Mufeng took the scroll from Dingzhu Leitong and frowned slightly. With Dingzhu Leitong gone, the entire team was left with only himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now Tuanzang might have already received some news from Yamato. Not long after departing, with a whoosh, a member of the root organization followed closely beside Mufeng. Mufeng frowned slightly, but the person said nothing and continued to ride alongside him towards the Land of Fire. The group moved quickly, but the sky gradually darkened. And soon, light rain began to fall. By evening, the rain had intensified, obscuring everyone's vision. Lord Danzo, the rain is too heavy. It's getting dark. Should we take a break? A member of the root organization approached Danzo and spoke. Danzo frowned but glanced at the people around him, especially at Day and Mufong. All right, there's a cave up ahead. We can go there, said the root member. Lead the way. Everyone follow me. The member called out, waving to the others. Swish, swish. Swish, the surrounding members followed suit, and Mufong joined them. Soon, a cave appeared in front of them, and the group entered. Two members of the root organization immediately began to prepare a fire. This damned weather in the land of rain, it just keeps raining. One member cursed quietly. Wait a moment, they'll prepare some hot water. It'll be nice to warm ourselves up. At this moment, a kind-looking member of the root organization walked up to Mufong and spoke to him. Mufong nodded, then glanced at Danzo. After entering the cave, Danzo had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in anything, which made Mufong more alert. Soon, several members of the root organization had built up the fire. The warm flames danced, and as they huddled around the fire, the moisture on their bodies gradually evaporated, and the temperature rose significantly. Come have some soup. At this moment, a member of the root organization approached, carrying a bowl of hot soup. This should be your first time in the land of rain, right? The climate in such a small place is really poor, nothing like our land of fire. The root member casually remarked, his tone full of disdain for the land of rain. Mufong took the hot soup and drank it. At that moment, he noticed a member of the root organization walking outside, seemingly to do something. Shortly after, that member returned, shaking off the rainwater from his body, and leaned in to say something to Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo opened his eyes and looked towards the cave entrance. At that moment, a figure appeared at the cave entrance on this rainy night. Instantly, everyone in the cave became alert. Don't be nervous. It's me. A hoarse yet magnetic voice rang out. And only then did the people in the cave lower their guard. But Mufong's pupils suddenly constricted. The newcomer was none other than Orochimaru, who had left the group earlier. For some unknown reason, Orochimaru had found Danzo and the others and returned early. Orochimaru walked into the cave, his long hair soaked from the rain, looking somewhat disheveled and a bit terrifying. But at that moment, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Mufong. Mufong-kun, long time no see. His magnetic voice spoke, and, in the next moment, a playful glint appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Mufong shuddered, internally cursing the situation. From Orochimaru's gaze, he sensed something ominous. His look was like that of a predator sizing up its prey. Lord Orochimaru. Mufong began to prepare for using the Flying Thunder God technique, while also keeping his guard up against Orochimaru. At that moment, the root member who had originally come over to get close to Mufong silently took a few steps back. This made Mufong feel even worse. He glanced at Danzo, who was still meditating with his eyes closed, showing no signs of movement. However, the root organization members beside Danzo had already begun to make some small movements. Mufong-kun, there's no need to be too nervous. I just want to confirm a few things. Orochimaru's gaze softened a bit, accompanied by a hint of a smile. What things? Mufong wanted to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions, continuing to suppress the urge to use the Flying Thunder God technique. That child, did you see him? Orochimaru pointed to Yamato in the cave. That child is one I trained. He inherited the cells of the first Hokage and possesses the power of wood release. Unfortunately, his training is not complete. Mufong-kun, you may not understand the strength of the first Hokage. His ninjutsu and vitality are beyond what we can comprehend. If it weren't for the battle with your Uchiha clan's Madara, the first Hokage might have even lived until now. Look at this world outside. War, chaos, death. The world of ninjas is not at peace and will never be. As long as you exist, you must face death. But ninjutsu and chakra can change all of this. Immortality is not impossible. Mufong-kun, that child senses the power of the first Hokage and the aura of wood release from you. Although I don't know how you did it, it intrigues me. Therefore, I want you to cooperate with me. In return, I will grant you immense power. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, revealing a hint of madness. By now, Mufong had confirmed that the problem lay with Yamato. He looked at Yamato in surprise, feeling relieved that he had been warned by Raiden earlier. So, Mufong had already prepared to escape before this. Power? What power? The power of nature. You can also understand it as the power of cursed seals. Orochimaru licked his lips. Upon hearing power of cursed seals, Mufong immediately frowned. Having read the original work, he knew that this was not a good thing, and the power of cursed seals was nowhere near as useful as sage power. Don't worry, you just need to cooperate with me. It won't have any effect on you. Orochimaru continued. What if I say no? At this point, Mufong decided to turn hostile. If you harm me, the Hokage will know. Rest assured, the teacher won't know that we were the ones who acted. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a gleam. The next moment, a sense of crisis surrounded Mufang. He felt a jolt in his heart. In front of him, Orochimaru had already raised his head, and a series of small snakes shot out from his arm. Chapter 131. Mufang's Resolve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several grayish-blue snakes slithered from Orochimaru's sleeves towards Mufang. Mufang's pupils suddenly contracted, seemingly not expecting Orochimaru to act so decisively. The next moment, he sprang into action, drawing the demon blade from his waist. Wind blade, dance of the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Several wind blades whirled in the cave, slicing the grayish-blue snakes in half. Other wind blades attacked the nearby root organization members, who hurriedly dodged. The wind blades struck the cave walls, shaking the entire cave and raising a cloud of dust. Coincidentally, one of the wind blades struck the fire pit, causing the burning wood and sparks to flare up in the cave. Has this guy gone mad? One of the root members shouted as he blocked the sparks directed at Danzo. But the next moment, when he focused on Mufang's location, he found that Mufang had already vanished from sight. Where'd he go? Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Seeing Mufang disappear from the cave, the root members were momentarily stunned, while Orochimaru and Danzo seemed to have anticipated this outcome. What a clever little brat, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. If you knew this would happen, why did you have to act? Danzo asked, somewhat confused. And what are you planning to tell the Hokage? No need. Mufang-kun won't report to the teacher. Orochimaru replied. You're that confident? Danzo asked. Orochimaru just smiled without answering. Soon, the cave returned to calm. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, heavy rain poured down, and Mufang's figure appeared beside a large tree, his expression serious. Mufang himself did not expect Orochimaru and Danzo to be so anxious that they would attack him directly on the way back. Didn't they fear that Sarutobi Hiruzen would find out about this and hold them accountable? No matter how he thought about it, Mufang felt that Orochimaru and Danzo lacked the confidence to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. However, now was not the time to think about that. The rain was heavy, and Mufang needed to find a place to take shelter. After erasing the Flying Thunder God mark he left behind, Mufang began to search around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure moved swiftly through the forest, and before long, a chaotic terrain in the woods caught Mufang's attention. It seems a battle occurred here. Those are corpses. Glancing around, Mufang discovered several ninja corpses thrown to one side of the forest. With a swift movement, Mufang arrived in front of the corpses. He crouched down to inspect them. They're from Sunagakure, and they haven't been dead for long. Mufang frowned, sensing that something was off. The expressions of the sand shinobi before their deaths were filled with panic, as if they had seen something terrifying. Mufang felt suspicious and checked around, ultimately discovering 2 small puncture wounds on the neck of one of the sand shinobi. This seemed like the marks of a snake bite. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru killed these people. Upon realizing this, Mufang immediately understood what was happening. That guy wants to pin my death. No, it should be my disappearance on the sand shinobi and then leave me in the land of rain for research. Sure enough, they hadn't planned to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, which is why they came up with such a scheme. A few sand shinobi would be enough to give Sarutobi Hiruzen an explanation. This made Mufang feel a bit scared. After all, he considered himself one of the most outstanding geniuses in Konoha. Yet in the eyes of Orochimaru and Danzo, it seemed that studying him was of greater value. Mufang could understand Orochimaru's actions. That guy no longer cared about Konoha and would later use Konoha's ninjas for experiments. But why would Danzo agree? It's important to note that Danzo has always cared about Konoha's interests, and a genius capable of development is just as important to Konoha as Orochimaru himself. However, the only problem lies in his identity. The Uchiha clan, Danzo prioritizes Konoha's interests to the point of being ruthless, while he views the Uchiha as an obstacle to those interests. A genius from Konoha is important, but a genius from the Uchiha is troublesome for Konoha. Therefore, Danzo allowed Orochimaru's plan to proceed. These old guys are all so shrewd. He must have calculated that even if I die, Hiruzen Sarutobi would only be furious and wouldn't actually take action against them. Sarutobi probably has a lot of opinions about the Uchiha clan too. Both are disciples of Senju Tobirama. Haha, it seems that when I return, I must have a talk with Fugaku. If necessary, I can also use some means. The light in Mufang's eyes flickered, and the flames of anger within him had already surged. This time, Mufang felt a complete sense of anger, and his fondness for Konoha vanished entirely. The most crucial point was that Mufeng truly felt the helplessness of being a Uchiha. Even someone as talented as him would not receive any support after being targeted by his own village. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he was likely just a future tool. In Danzo's eyes, he was an uncertain bomb. And in the eyes of other high-ranking officials, it was generally the same. Fortunately, I had no intention of being your companion. Gritting his teeth and looking at the already cold corpses of the Sand Village ninjas on the ground, Mufeng's heart gradually turned cold as well. He began to recall all the information from his previous life about the Hokage, especially regarding Konoha and the Uchiha clan. After returning this time, he would begin to prepare to stir up the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha in order to execute his plan. The rain pelted down on Muke's, and in the next moment, his eyes turned crimson. A gleam of brilliance flickered in his gaze as a rough plan slowly came to mind. Let's do it this way. Isn't this kind of struggle just about who is more cunning? I don't believe that Orochimaru and Danzo would dare to act against me in Konoha. Moreover, if Orochimaru dares to act this time, he knows I have the Flying Thunder God technique, and he must think that after I escape, I won't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about this, but will keep it hidden. Or perhaps he is very confident in his cursed seal. It's just a pity that their mistake was treating me like a child. The tomo slowly rotated, and the plan in his heart gradually took shape. In the next moment, Muke's vanished from his spot. This time, he did not seek a hiding place, but flew directly towards the Land of Fire. He wanted to return to Konoha before Danzo and the others got back. Chapter 132. Mufeng's Feigned Injury. Land of Fire, Konoha. A new day began, and, as usual, the sun shone down as the villagers and ninjas of Konoha started their day's work and missions. On top of a watchtower at the entrance of Konoha, a Chunin yawned while looking into the distance. At that moment, a figure racing appeared in the Chunin's line of sight. The figure was moving quickly, but its steps seemed somewhat disordered, as if it were injured. The Chunin immediately became alert, all drowsiness gone. As he waited for the figure to approach, he took a closer look and saw the Leaf Village forehead protector on the person's face. The Chunin swiftly dashed down to the watchtower. At the entrance of the Leaf Village, Mufeng was holding his left arm, blood flowing down from it. The bloodstains had mostly dried, and Mufeng's face was even paler. Uchiha Mufeng. The Chunin rushed to Mufeng's side, recognizing him and speaking with some surprise. Take me inside, Mufeng said, his tone sounding very weak. Hearing this, the Chunin quickly stepped forward to support Mufeng and rushed him towards the interior of the Leaf Village. Hiss! At that moment, Mufeng inhaled sharply. I can walk. All right. The Chunin nodded quickly in response to Mufeng's words. Soon after, Mufeng, with the Chunin's assistance, walked into the Leaf Village. On the village streets, many people saw the two, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes, especially among some women, who felt heartbroken and pitying upon seeing Mufeng's bloodless face. After all, in their eyes, Mufeng was just a child. Is that child a ninja? How did it end up like this? I heard he was a genius from the Uchiha clan. During the Chunin exam, he defeated a ninja from the Mist Village. Did he just return from outside the village? Was he on a mission? Damn it, who did this to such a young child? The villagers around began to discuss. And soon enough, the ninjas in the Leaf Village received the news. Several medical ninjas rushed out and treated Mufeng's injuries on the street. Afterwards, Mufeng was quickly transferred to the ninja hospital. Lord Hokage, really shouldn't he have sent such a young child on a dangerous mission? The Chunin guarding the watchtower frowned, speaking with some confusion as he sent Mufeng off. Upon arriving at the ninja hospital, Mufeng gradually regained his spirits under the treatment of several medical ninjas. How's the situation? The captain of the medical ninjas came over to inquire. The situation is okay. The injuries are not very serious, but he has overused his chakra. It's stabilized now. It's not easy for him to hold on until the end of the battle, said a female medical ninja with freckles on her face. Around 17 or 18 years old. What mission did he go on? How did it end up like this? At his age, he shouldn't be like this. I don't know. All right, since he has recovered, you all should leave and let the patient rest well, the captain of the medical ninjas said. After speaking, she glanced at Mufeng and then left the ward with the other medical ninjas. Once the many medical ninjas left, the originally listless Mufeng's eyes sparkled with a glint. In fact, Mufeng had encountered no ambushes or battles during the journey from the Land of Rain to the Leaf Village. The injuries he sustained upon returning were entirely self-inflicted. The injury on Mufeng's left arm was also inflicted by a shadow clone, and the chakra consumption was something Mufeng was controlling as well. After encountering Orochimaru's attack in the Land of Rain, Mufeng had already been planning everything. This self-directed battle was the first step in executing his plan. Just as Orochimaru had speculated, Mufang did not intend to report the incident of Orochimaru attacking him to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Orochimaru had the audacity to do this, Mufang was not afraid of reporting it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mufang also knew that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen found out about the matter, he would at most just take precautions against Orochimaru and issue a warning. This is completely irrelevant to Orochimaru. It could even lead to him revealing the secret of the Senju body to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Overall, reporting the incident of Orochimaru attacking him directly to Hiruzen after returning to the village would have little effect, at most providing him with some compensation. Mufang had already figured this out during his journey, so he did not intend to do that. Instead, he staged the current self-inflicted injury scene. He specifically chose this time and had a Chunin take him through the village of Konoha, intending for most people to know that he was severely injured while carrying out a mission. This time, Mufang was on a mission alongside Orochimaru and Danzo, and afterward, he would leak this information. Just imagine, as one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, along with the leader of the Akatsuki, Danzo, couldn't even protect a mere child during a mission that posed little danger. After such news spread in Konoha, what would the villagers think? At the very least, they would question the abilities of Orochimaru and Danzo. The most critical point is that Mufang return alone. He preferred to come back to the village by himself rather than meet up with Orochimaru and Danzo. The implications behind this are significant. Ordinary people would not think of this, but Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely consider it. After all, Mufang was part of his team, executing missions alongside Orochimaru and Danzo. After leaving the group, Mufang was attacked, which is too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, considering that Mufang is a member of the Uchiha clan, but still a child, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never suspect that Mufang orchestrated this as a ploy. He would only think that either Orochimaru or Danzo wanted to eliminate Mufang early on. Hiruzen would likely place the blame squarely on Danzo, with Orochimaru as an accomplice who wouldn't come out unscathed either. In this way, the essence of the problem is actually not much related to Mufang, but rather that Orochimaru and Danzo have joined forces to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Mufang merely serving as a signal they have given. Provoking the fundamental power relationship among the three is what Mufang wants to see. Moreover, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, how will the members of the Uchiha clan feel about him encountering such a situation while on a mission? Mufang pondered a lot along the way and ultimately made up his mind to take this approach. However, he still cannot determine whether his thoughts are correct. It seems he needs a little more time to ferment. Lying on the hospital bed, Mufang quietly thought and waited. Chapter 133. It can't be just him, right? What? Mufang is injured? What happened? Is it serious? In a training ground in Konoha village, Kurenai Yuhi, Guy, Obito, and others surrounded Kakashi and asked. Just now, they learned from Kakashi about Mufang returning to the village severely injured. Kurenai and the others immediately showed anxious expressions, abandoning their training and gathering around. It's unclear right now, but it shouldn't be too serious. That guy has learned the Flying Thunder God technique from Lord Minato, so his survival ability is very strong. Kakashi frowned. He knows Mufang as strength better than anyone else on the field. It is precisely because he understands that he does not comprehend why Mufang would be gravely injured. Just the Flying Thunder God technique alone should ensure Mufang can escape during battle. If he couldn't escape immediately, then the intensity of the battle must have been severe. Thinking of this, Kakashi was a bit surprised. He knew about the mission Mufang was executing. Logically, Mufang was following Orochimaru, Danzo, and the elite of the Root organization. With such a lineup, ordinary ninjas should not be able to injure Mufang. But now Mufang is lying in the ninja hospital, and Kakashi specifically inquired that Danzo and Orochimaru only returned to the village this morning. Mufang was not with Danzo and the others, nor was he with the Root members. Thinking of this, Kakashi also felt a bit confused, unable to figure out what had happened. A terrifying thought even surged in his mind. There are now rumors in the village that the Uchiha clan and the Hokage are at odds. Could it be because Mufang is a member of the Uchiha clan? The idea surged forth, and the brilliant image of Sarutobi Hizashi in Kakashi's heart no longer seemed so bright. Where's Mufang now? Yuhi Kurenai asked eagerly. Still in the hospital, receiving treatment. We can go visit him later. Kakashi replied. He was determined to see Mufang, more than just visiting him. Kakashi wanted to understand what had actually happened. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurenai immediately took off, leaving the training ground and heading toward the ninja hospital. Kurenai, wait for me. And wait for me too. The others, seeing Kurenai in such a hurry, quickly followed behind her. At the same time, Kakashi was not the only one aware of Mufang's serious injuries upon his return. After a day had passed, many villagers in the Leaf had witnessed Mufang's return in a severely injured state, and now the entire village knew about his situation. The common people felt sympathy for Mufang, and whenever the topic came up, they would exclaim in awe, "Is he that genius boy from the Uchiha clan during the Chunin exams? Yes, it's not safe outside now. Even he has to be dispatched. Come on, who told him to be from the Uchiha clan? What does that have to do with the Uchiha? I'm too lazy to explain, but I heard that this time his mission wasn't dangerous. Plus, he was with Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo. No way. With Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo there, how could a little kid without even Jonin-level strength manage? That's what I said. Who told him to be from the Uchiha clan? He just can't help but show off. Look at that Uchiha kid named Obito, always boasting about wanting to become Hokage and getting flustered over everything." Several villagers were discussing this, some looking shocked, while others appeared disdainful, clearly not pleased with the Uchihas. Mufang is not that kind of person. Just then, a voice came from behind them. A few villagers turned around to see a one-armed, middle-aged ninja with a heavy expression standing quietly behind them. It's best if you discuss ninja matters less in the village. The ninja, known as Rabbit, reprimanded them with a stern face. The villagers' expressions changed slightly as they nodded and dispersed. Watching them walk away, Rabbit let out a sigh. He had heard the news about Mufang's injuries and initially thought it was nothing. However, today many people were discussing the matter, and Rabbit had also learned that Mufang had been so weak upon returning to the village that he needed help to walk. Rabbit couldn't help but furrow his brows as he looked at his empty sleeve. That kid really is impulsive. He sighed inwardly. At that moment, he glanced toward the Hokage building nearby, where several familiar figures were walking in. The individuals present were Orochimaru, Danzo, and the elite members of the Root organization. Seeing Danzo and Orochimaru, the Rabbit furrowed his brow. Could it be that Mufang was sent by Lord Hokage? No. And Mufang is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Danzo really could do that. Isn't he afraid of the Uchiha turning against him? Staring at Danzo's back, the Rabbit's expression was quite complex. However, he knew that this matter was no longer within his scope of involvement. Thus, the Rabbit found a nearby flower shop, bought a basket of flowers, and walked toward the ninja hospital. Inside the Hokage building, Danzo and Orochimaru walked into Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. "Lord Hokage, teacher," the two greeted, Danzo emotionless as always, while Orochimaru wore a faint smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe, his expression serious, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the two. "Let's talk. What exactly happened? How did Mufang get injured? I do not know about this matter." Danzo spoke first. "Teacher, this matter indeed does not concern us. On the way back, Mufang left alone. As for what happened afterward, I am also unaware," Orochimaru responded. In a sense, Orochimaru's answer wasn't wrong and even reflected part of the truth. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, facing both Danzo and Orochimaru, believed not a single word. Leaving without permission? This was indeed possible, but he had already given strict instructions beforehand, and Mufang had not encountered such situations in previous missions. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen now knew that Mufang had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Ordinary ninjas simply could not inflict serious injuries on him. So how did Mufang get injured? Could it be that he caused it himself? Now that the situation had developed to this point, it was one thing for Danzo to be evasive, but Orochimaru's lack of honesty made Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat angry. He stared at Orochimaru with a cold gaze. "Orochimaru, were you also involved in this matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked word by word. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, not understanding Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "You don't mean to tell me that Mufang's injuries were self-inflicted, do you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. "Forget it. You may leave. However, you must provide an explanation regarding the Uchiha side." Sarutobi Hiruzen's last sentence was directed at Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. But in the end, he nodded without saying a word and left Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, with Orochimaru following behind him. After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought in the office. Chapter 134, Companions Mufang. At the Konoha Ninja Hospital, Yuhi Kurini hurriedly arrived at Mufang's hospital room. Seeing Mufang lying on the hospital bed, somewhat weak, her eyes turned slightly red. At this moment, Mufang was not alone in the room. The Rabbit was also there. Upon seeing Yuhi Kurini enter, the Rabbit's expression took on a somewhat ambiguous and strange look. "Little lover has arrived." I won't disturb you then. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me. After saying this, the rabbit left the hospital room. He hadn't stayed long and had only come to check on Mufeng without saying much. For the rabbit, the current power struggles in Konoha had little to do with him. Perhaps after the Third Ninja World War breaks out, he would need to pick up his identity as a ninja again, but until then, he was content to stay home with his wife. Having grown accustomed to the life of missions and battles in the Yambu, he quite enjoyed this change of pace. Teacher Rabbit. Seeing the rabbit, Yuhi Kurini felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, I'm about to leave. Don't worry, Mufeng's condition isn't serious. He could be discharged today. Before leaving, the rabbit said to Yuhi Kurini. Yuhi Kurini nodded, and then she noticed the flowers in the hospital room. Looking at herself, she realized she had come empty-handed. I'm sorry, Mufeng, I was in too much of a hurry to buy a gift, she said, feeling somewhat ashamed. Then she quickly changed the subject. By the way, is there anything you want to eat? I can go buy it right now. No need. Just come sit here. Looking at Yuhi Kurini's embarrassed face, Mufeng smiled. Seeing that Mufeng wasn't upset or angry, Yuhi Kurini nodded and walked to the side of Mufeng's bed. Mufeng patted the bed, and Yuhi Kurini shyly sat down. Mufeng, are your injuries okay? It's fine, just a bit of chakra exhaustion. I just need some rest. Mufeng smiled easily. That's good. But Mufeng-kun, what mission did you carry out this time? I heard Kakashi say that you are very strong. How could this happen? Yuhi Kurini asked seriously. It's nothing, just a minor issue. This time I was a bit careless, too trusting of others. Mufeng's gaze flickered as he looked at Yuhi Kurini, seriously saying, Kurini, you must be careful when carrying out missions in the future. Sometimes, it's necessary to be cautious even with unfamiliar companions. Companions? Hearing Mufeng's words, Yuhi Kurini's pupils slightly contracted. Forget it. You and I are different. You shouldn't encounter such situations. But it's best to be careful. Mufeng continued to advise. Seeing Mufeng's serious expression, Yuhi Kurini nodded. She could tell that Mufeng didn't want to discuss this matter further, so she refrained from asking any more questions. The two fell into silence, one lying on the bed and the other sitting by the bedside. Before long, Yuhi Kurini's cheeks turned rosy. Mufeng-kun, are you hot? I'll go open the window. Yuhi Kurini changed the topic. Just as she got up, a voice came from outside the hospital room. Mufeng, we came to see you. It was Obito's voice. With the voice, Obito, Guy, Kakashi, Rin, and Asuma entered the room. Mufeng, what happened to you? You're so strong yet you got injured? Tell me, who hurt you? As a fellow clansman, I'll take revenge for you. Obito shouted as he walked in. But the others didn't take his words seriously, merely treating it as a joke. Mufeng-kun, how serious is your injury? Mu-kin-kun, we brought you ramen when we came over. It's still warm. The others also expressed their concern for Mufeng. Mufeng felt a warmth in his heart and smiled at everyone. Sorry to worry everyone. I'm almost better now. This time I was just a bit careless. And my chakra was exhausted. There is nothing to worry about now. That's good. But Mufeng-kun, you still need to rest more. Lin said gently. Lin, you didn't say anything like this when I got injured during training last time. Dato expressed his dissatisfaction. You only scraped your butt that time. Stop pretending. Asuma ruthlessly exposed Dato's words. After everyone heard that Mufeng was not seriously hurt, they felt relieved, and the worried expressions on their faces gradually turned into smiles. Meanwhile, Kakashi at the back of the crowd was staring at Mufeng, his brows furrowed. He understood Mufeng's strength and couldn't comprehend how Mufeng got injured. What kind of situation would exhaust Mufeng's chakra? Wouldn't he just escape? Unless he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to flee? Moreover, looking at Mufeng this time, Kakashi felt that Mufeng had changed somehow, but he couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Perhaps it was because I have never seen this guy in such a disheveled state. Kakashi comforted himself inwardly. In the hospital room, after confirming that Mufeng was fine, everyone quickly began to share their experiences from the past few days in Konoha. Mufeng, you have no idea. After you left, we started special training again. And this time, everyone was together. It was terrifying. The most annoying part was that Kakashi was the special training officer. He set up some sort of bell-ringing test. If we fail the test, we didn't even get to eat. Dato complained bitterly about Kakashi, his eyes filled with anger. Hearing this, Mufeng looked at Kakashi with a hint of surprise. It's just a little game. You can't blame me. They are too weak. It's obviously you cheating. Dato shouted angrily. I was almost successful, and you kicked me. Soon, the room was filled with various comments, but everyone's mood was relatively relaxed. After a while of noise, Dato and the others finally attracted the attention of a medical ninja, who entered and sternly reprimanded them, saying that Mufeng needed to rest. Only then did everyone reluctantly bid farewell to Mufeng's hospital room. Mufeng, We'll come to see you tomorrow. Look at your big head. Mufeng can be discharged tonight. Then we'll go to your house. No need. Just train well. Mufeng declined several suggestions. All right, then we're leaving. Mufeng-kun, wait for us to finish training, and let us go on a mission together. You must wait for us. Everyone turned back to say, while Mufeng maintained a faint smile. Soon, Dato and the others left the hospital room, but Kakashi did not move and stay behind. After confirming that Dato and the others had left, Kakashi furrowed his brows and finally asked, was the situation at that time very dangerous? Well, if it were you, you would have already died. Mufeng replied. Kakashi frowned. It seems it was indeed very dangerous. Can you tell me about it? Close the door. With a bang, the hospital room door was shut. Chapter 135, Patriarch. How could it end up like this? Is your teacher Minato's flying thunder god technique not working? In the hospital room, Kakashi asked his doubts. Mufeng shook his head. This isn't about the flying thunder god technique. Besides, my strength isn't that great, at least compared to your father. I'm still not considered a strong person. With his head slightly lowered, Mufeng had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. My father? Kakashi was surprised that Mufeng mentioned his father. This is where Kakashi's pain lies. Even Obito, who has a conflict with Kakashi, would not use this matter to provoke him. However, the tone of Mufeng now clearly does not imply sarcasm towards Kakashi. Instead, it indicates that there is a significant hidden truth behind what Mufeng encountered this time. A bad thought suddenly surged in Kakashi's mind. Mufeng, what do you mean? Kakashi, you indeed have some talent in ninjutsu, but your wisdom is lacking. Have you never thought about why your father had to endure such treatment after a mission failed? And no one was willing to speak up for your father. But I can assure you, if it were someone from the Sarutobi clan who made such a mistake, they would definitely not be ostracized and reviled by the entire village like your father. The brilliance in Mufeng's eyes faded, replaced by a calmness like a deep pool, making it impossible to see through. How is that possible? My father, he did nothing wrong. Mufeng interrupted Kakashi. Saving a comrade is the right thing to do. But the problem lies in his position. Just like me now, I am a genius of Konoha, but I'm also a genius of the Uchiha. Do you understand what I mean? Uchiha. Kakashi furrowed his brows tightly. He somewhat understood what Mufeng meant, but he still didn't grasp the main point. To the current Kakashi, the conflicts with the Uchiha were just internal disputes within Konoha, similar to the conflict he had with Obito. But this was merely a child's perspective. And at the same time, Konoha and the Uchiha had not yet produced a representative figure like Hashirama and Madara. If that were the case when there were conflicts, the representatives could just fight it out to resolve things. Currently, the Uchiha and Konoha had evolved from a phase of mutual growth to a phase of mutual restraint. With no more promoting each other, it was either the Uchiha leaving Konoha or Konoha being dominated by the Uchiha, and there were only these two outcomes. However, it was clear that Kakashi was completely unaware of this at the moment. Although Kakashi didn't understand this, looking at Mufeng's expression, he could roughly guess that Mufeng's injury was likely related to the internal personnel of Konoha. So this matter is quite complicated? Kakashi spoke up. Very complicated. Is there anything I can help you with? Not at the moment. Mufeng smiled faintly. All right. Kakashi sighed, furrowing his brows. Just as the two were talking, a knock sounded from outside the hospital room. Mufeng, your clan leader has come to see you. A female voice rang out, and upon hearing it, Kakashi's expression froze. Then, with a click, the door was pushed open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto at the entrance, with Mikoto holding the recently born Itachi in her arms. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had actually come to the ninja hospital surprised Mufeng. Based on Mufeng's current estimation, the entire Konoha should be quite sensitive to his injury this time, especially at such a special time, coupled with special teammates like Danzo and Orochimaru. Many perceptive people could connect the dots regarding the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. This period is obviously a special time. Uchiha Fugaku has always been a relatively conservative clan leader for Mukes, and in Konoha, he seems to be on the periphery, not participating much in many matters within the village. Therefore, when he was hospitalized this time, Mukes thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would come see him, but unexpectedly, it was Uchiha Fugaku who arrived first. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not come unprepared. He brought Mikoto and Itachi with him, rather than coming alone. This can be seen as a signal, indicating to the people of Konoha that he is here as the clan leader to care for the clan's genius, rather than trying to win Mukes over. Clan leader? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Mukes quickly tried to get up. Stay lying down. Don't get up, Mikoto said as Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Mikoto took the lunchbox from her hands. Mukes, I heard you were injured. Both my husband and I are very worried about you. This is the soup I specially made for you. At your age, you should nourish yourself more." As she spoke, Mikoto put down the lunchbox, while Uchiha Itachi in her arms was restless, stretching out his little hand to tug at Mikoto's clothes. "Itachi, be quiet." Mikoto gently patted Uchiha Itachi's small hand, and he finally settled down. "I am sorry, Mukaze. I really couldn't rest easy leaving Itachi alone at home," Mikoto said apologetically. "Aunt Mikoto and the clan leader coming to see me is already enough for me." Mukase replied with a kind smile. This time, it is undoubtedly good news for Mufeng that Fuyue is able to come to visit him. This at least proves that I am still very important in Fugaku's heart. Moreover, even though he has given up many rights in Konoha, he still considers the safety of his clan members. The current Fugaku Uchiha has not yet reached the stage of directly abandoning the Uchiha clan. This situation will greatly help Mufeng in leading the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. "Mufeng, is it convenient for you to talk now?" After Meichin spoke, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Kakashi and said. Kakashi immediately understood. "Mufeng, then I will take my leave. Remember to come find me when you're better. It's been a long time since we sparred." "Okay." Before leaving, Kakashi took a glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi didn't have much impression of Fugaku, only knowing that he was a very serious person and also the head of the Uchiha clan. "Is your injury serious?" Watching Kakashi leave, Uchiha Fugaku then walked up to Mufeng and asked with a hint of concern in his eyes. "It's fine. I can be discharged today." Mufeng waved his hand. "Was it Danzo's doing?" Immediately, Uchiha Fugaku asked directly without beating around the bush. At that moment, Mufeng surprisingly saw a hint of anger in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Seeing this, Mufeng shook his head. "No." Chapter 136, Panic-Stricken Not? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. This time the main orchestrator was Orochimaru. But Danzo had a hand in it as well. "I only realized this later, so I didn't go looking for them, but returned directly to the village." Mufeng also stated his thoughts directly. Orochimaru? Hearing Mufeng's words, Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat surprised. Clearly, he did not know what Orochimaru was doing at this point. "That's right, in the team I was in, there was a guy around my age next to Danzo, and that guy can use with release. He was created by Orochimaru." Mufeng continued. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku would rather let the entire Uchiha clan perish than think of leading them out of Konoha. To some extent, Fugaku had a certain sense of belonging to Konoha. For Mufeng to persuade Fugaku to convince the entire Uchiha clan to leave Konoha would be a huge undertaking. And Mufeng's first step was to let Fugaku understand the darkness of Konoha, while also giving Fugaku a glimpse of the future fate of the Uchiha clan, which would naturally be better the more tragic it was. "Created? What do you mean?" Faced with Mufeng's words, Fugaku looked puzzled. But at this moment, looking into Mufeng's clear and angry eyes, he realized that he could no longer regard Mufeng as an ordinary child. At this point, Mufeng unconsciously looked out the window. Just then, Uchiha Itachi, for some reason, started to cry, and Uchiha Meichin hurriedly comforted him. Meanwhile, Fugaku looked at Mufeng with a serious expression. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Thanks to Itachi's crying, much of their conversation was covered, and only the two of them could hear clearly. Seeing this, Mufeng glanced at Uchiha Meichin, unsure if she intentionally made Itachi cry, or if it was all just a coincidence. Orochimaru has been collaborating with Danzo. They are developing the first Hokage cells and then transplanting them into others to gain the first Hokage's power. Right now, there is someone like that within Danzo's organization. I discovered this, but I didn't expect they would act against me. Additionally, when I was coming back, I had a confrontation with that guy. His body felt very special, as if it could hold a lot of things. Mufeng began to recount his pre-prepared statement, watching Uchiha Fugaku's serious expression grow more tense. Although Mufeng felt a bit guilty for deceiving someone who came to care for him, he soon reassured himself when he thought about the fate of the Uchiha clan remaining in Konoha. This might be called a kind-hearted deception. It can accommodate many things. "What you're referring to is the Sharingan." Mufeng directly stated his answer. In the world of Naruto, bloodline limits are a very powerful force, and the Sharingan is no exception. Generally speaking, those who are not from the Uchiha clan cannot use the Sharingan. People like Kakashi are actually quite rare, and even a genius like Kakashi, after transplanting Obito's Sharingan, would suffer backlash and experience certain side effects, which is also why he is known as the Blue Chakra Maniac. For ordinary ninjas, transplanting the Sharingan might be completely impossible to use, and it could even threaten their lives due to incompatibility. This point essentially determines the strength of the bloodline limit families and also ensures that other families cannot violently seize the abilities possessed by the bloodline limit families. Not every member of the Uchiha clan can awaken a powerful Sharingan, but in the entire Naruto world, there are very few who possess the Sharingan yet are not from the Uchiha clan, which already speaks volumes. However, if one day someone's research emerges, allowing them to implant the Sharingan into their own body using the first Hokage cells and perfectly harness its power, would the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku still remain calm? In reality, such research has already been successfully conducted by Orochimaru. Danzo is the ultimate beneficiary of this research. However, in the original work, Fugaku likely remained unaware of this. But now, Mufang has revealed this research, informing Fugaku that the Uchiha clan Sharingan could potentially be stripped away and exploited by others. Such words left Fugaku stunned in place. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath. "Are you saying that Orochimaru and Danzo want your Sharingan?" Fugaku asked, suppressing his inner anger. "Maybe it's just for an experiment," Mufang replied with a faint smile. Then he looked at Fugaku and asked a crucial question. "Chief, is it right for us to stay here? I used to think that Konoha was my home, but after going out this time, I realized it isn't. During the Chunin exams, I defeated Kisame from the Mist Village and brought glory to Konoha. Then, I followed Teacher Minato to the Sand Village, even risking my life to infiltrate it and investigate the status of the tailed beasts. But now, the people of Konoha want to harm me, and it's one of the legendary Sannin and the high-ranking leaders of Konoha. In the past, when others talked about the conflicts between our Uchiha clan and Konoha, I always felt it was nothing. But now it's different. Aren't these eyes of ours our own? Or are they prepared for others in Konoha? Chief, can you answer me this? Or have you known about this all along, but chose not to say anything?" At this point, Mufang's gaze sharpened, becoming piercing. The gaze pierced into Fugaku's eyes like a sharp sword, and Mufang could clearly sense that Fugaku's body trembled slightly. At the same time, the usually serious and calm Fugaku's complexion turned pale. "I don't know about this matter." Ultimately, Fugaku sighed and weakly explained. "All right, you should rest well. I will give you a response regarding this matter." Fugaku continued. But Mufang did not speak. Instead, he looked at Mikoto Uchiha. "Aunt Mikoto, may I see Itachi?" Mikoto Uchiha nodded and gently patted Uchiha Itachi, who quieted down in the swaddle and stopped crying. Then, Mikoto came to Mufang's side. Mufang looked at Uchiha Itachi in the swaddle, with those big, watery black eyes. "So cute. And the eyes are so beautiful, even better than mine," Mufang murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku's body trembled again. "Mikoto, let's go," Mufang said. "When you are discharged, you can come to my house for a visit." After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly left the ward, while Mikoto Uchiha looked surprised and panicked. It had been a long time since she had seen her husband so flustered. Chapter 137, The Best Choice. "Ah, Nada, wait for me." In the Uchiha clan, at Fugaku's home, Mikoto Uchiha called from behind, but Fugaku hurriedly entered his home. Seeing Fugaku so out of sorts, after settling Itachi in the room, Mikoto immediately went to the study. "Nada, what happened? What did you say to that child?" Mikoto asked, her face filled with confusion and concern. "It's nothing." Fugaku waved his hand and did not tell Mikoto the truth. He was in a state of chaos, his mind filled with Mufang's earlier remarks. Are the eyes of the Uchiha clan Uchihas? Once this idea surged, Fujiyama could no longer remain calm. All along, the Uchiha clan had been so special in Konoha, daring to confront it directly, largely because of their own bloodline limit. But now, Orochimaru had actually developed a technique to steal the Sharingan. If that's the case, what awaits the Uchiha after their defeat in battle against Konoha? Annihilation? For the proud Uchiha clan, death isn't particularly terrifying. But if he dies and his Sharingan is stolen, with his corpse being trampled, such an ending is unacceptable to any member of the Uchiha clan, let alone Uchiha Fugaku. At least, the current Uchiha Fugaku cannot accept it. Sitting in his study, as Uchiha Fugaku thought about this, he broke into a cold sweat. He tried to force himself not to think about it, but his thoughts inevitably drifted back. Mufang has already become the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan in recent years. At his current age, he has awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan and has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If this development continues, he would undoubtedly be a powerful ally for the Uchiha. However, before Mufang could fully mature, he was unexpectedly attacked by Orochimaru and Danzo. If it was merely for the Sharingan, Orochimaru could have chosen someone else. So why specifically target Mufang? Is there a shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen behind this? This time, the task given to Mufeng was personally assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku thought of this. His heart was no longer calm. I'll go get you something to eat. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's face getting worse, Mikoto slowly spoke. No need, just help me pour a cup of tea. Fugaku waved his hand and said. Soon, Mikoto brought a cup of hot tea. Then she left the room to take care of Uchiha Itachi. In the study, the hot tea gradually cooled down, and Uchiha Fugaku's mind was still in turmoil. That night, he was destined to be unable to sleep. In a ninja hospital, watching Uchiha Fugaku leave in a hurry, Mufeng's eyes showed a hint of complexity. He let out a long sigh. Mufeng understood that his words had completely moved Uchiha Fugaku, but it was clearly not enough to make the other party make a huge decision. On this day, Mufeng was lying on the sickbed. He seemed very relaxed, but in reality, he was not relaxed at all. Waves of people came and then left. Mufeng needed to think carefully about what to say and also put on an appropriate performance. These things are actually nothing to Mufeng. The most important thing is that Mufeng understands what his choices will face in the future. He originally wanted to have a conclusion with Hong, but now it seems impossible. Kai, Kakashi, Rin, who knows if he will meet them again in the future? They can only be treated as opponents. As for Obito, who knows if he is willing to leave Konoha? And the clan leader, it's clear that the clan leader truly cares about me. But unfortunately, his methods are wrong, and I must correct them. On the hospital bed, Mufeng murmured to himself. Then, with a thud, he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. On the ceiling, a small spider was spinning silk and weaving a web in the corner. If no one intervened, this room might soon be completely occupied by its web. At this moment, Mufeng was not thinking about his plans, but rather how to face these familiar people in the future. Suddenly, he had a new understanding of growth. Making choices. Perhaps that is the best choice. He murmured softly and let out a long breath. Then he stood up, took off the hospital clothes, and changed into the attire of the Uchiha clan. Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, the door to the ward was pushed open. A medical ninja walked in, but after she entered, she found the entire ward was empty. The patient's clothes and bedding were neatly stacked on the bed. Seeing the scene, the medical ninja revealed a smile. What spirited guy, truly a genius of the Uchiha. This medical ninja is here to conduct the final check on Mufeng. Once the check is complete, Mufeng can be discharged. Generally speaking, this check is optional, so seeing Mufeng leave the room early, she wasn't angry. On the other side, in the Konoha village, at the base of the root organization, Danzo learned that that little Uchiha brat returned early, but for some reason, he was injured. Now, there are some negative rumors circulating in the village. A member of the root organization nervously reported to Danzo. As the dark side of Konoha, he never expected that his leader, Danzo, would be discussed by the villagers, and it was even related to a public relations crisis. I've already been to the third Hokage, he said. This time, the fault lies with us. I've promised the Hokage that I will give an explanation for this matter. Danzo had known about this incident for a long time. However, at this moment, he felt a bit puzzled. Mufeng returned earlier than him and Orochimaru, which he could guess since Mufeng had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. But the fact that Mufeng was injured, and it seemed to be serious, Tuanzong had not figured this out. He had considered the direction of taking action against Mufeng himself. However, as soon as that thought emerged, Tuanzong rejected it. After all, Mufeng was still young. Moreover, Tuanzong was quite familiar with Mufeng's growth trajectory and did not believe that this matter was led by Mufeng. Wisdom and means need to be cultivated, and there are not many shortcuts available. Now, Tuanzong was guessing who had influenced Mufeng midway. The first person that came to Tuanzang's mind was Orochimaru, but he currently had little evidence. However, just the emergence of this thought deepened Tuanzang's wariness of Orochimaru significantly. In the next few days, keep an eye on Orochimaru and also put the previous commitments to him on hold, Tuanzong said to his trusted subordinate. While speaking, he squinted his eyes again, lost in thought. Chapter 138. The Return of the Same Footsteps. The next day, everything in Konoha village seemed normal. However, in the morning, a significant event occurred in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the group leader, summoned several key members of the Uchiha clan to his home for a discussion that lasted 3 hours. After learning about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat troubled. At that moment, the same footsteps returned to Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, the same footsteps went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. He learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen that Mufeng had been severely injured and escaped back to Konoha. Hearing this news, the same footsteps were shocked. How is that possible? When I parted ways with Mufeng, we had already left the Rain Ninja village, and Tuanzong and Lord Orochimaru were with him. How could this happen? This is not what I wanted to see, but it is what it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Originally, he hoped to obtain some valuable information from the same footsteps. But it seemed that the same footsteps were unaware of what had happened when they returned. What about Mufeng? Is he okay? The same footsteps continued to ask. He's fine now. However, his opinion on this matter must be significant. Regardless of who was responsible, that child is unlikely to trust Orochimaru, Tuanzong, or even Konoha anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. He said this not without reason. Yesterday, he had learned about Uchiha Fugaku's visit to Mufeng. After Fugaku visited Mufeng, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also waited for Mufeng himself. This already made Sarutobi Hiruzen understand something. That kid no longer chose to believe in himself. So, he told Fugaku about what happened, but did not come to find himself the Hokage. This is actually the most headache-inducing issue for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Mufeng demonstrated his strong talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always wanted to cultivate him as his own, but now, due to this mission, their relationship has dropped to freezing point. Was it Danzo who did this? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lost in thought, Danzo asked. I don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This matter ends here. You go visit Mufeng for me later. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. Since things had developed to this point, he didn't want to bring it up again. Moreover, as Hokage, he had many other matters to manage and couldn't spend too much effort on just Mufeng. Right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a bit regretful. But at least Mufeng is still alive and a ninja of Konoha, and that is enough. By the way, how is the situation in the Land of Rain? The Rain Village doesn't want to get involved in the war, but other ninja organizations in the Land of Rain are quite active, among which the most active is an organization called Akatsuki. They repelled the attack from IWA Ninja Village at the borders of the Land of Rain. But their situation is not good now, as the entire Akatsuki organization has been targeted by IWA Ninja Village. And some other organizations in the Land of Rain are also targeting Akatsuki, Danzo reported. Akatsuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Can we make contact? I'm afraid not. Akatsuki has some resistance to other major countries. I've tried, but their leader refused to meet me once he knew I was a Konoha ninja, Danzo reported truthfully. In that case, let it be. After all, it's just a small organization. After hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay much attention. Soon after, Danzo reported his findings from the past few days in the Land of Rain and some ninja organizations he had contacted. Most of the ninja organizations in the Land of Rain are quite resistant to the 5 great ninja villages. But there are still some smaller organizations willing to cooperate with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Danzo to the Land of Rain primarily to keep an eye on Danzo, and, secondly, to make plans for when the war officially starts, as it is necessary to have some backup in the Land of Rain. Danzo's role this time was merely as a scout. After basic reconnaissance, Sarutobi Hiruzen would need to send others to carry out missions, infiltrate the Land of Rain, or seek cooperation with local ninja organizations. For the next while, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't discuss Mufeng anymore, in the face of the Third Shinobi World War. Mufeng alone seemed insignificant. Half an hour later, Danzo left the Hokage's office. However, he didn't go home directly. Instead, he bought gifts and headed to the ninja hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Danzo found out that Mufeng had already been discharged. Helpless, Danzo went to Mufeng's home. He was quite lucky, arriving at Mufeng's house just before Mufeng left. Lord Danzo, please come in. Seeing Danzo arrive, Mufeng was not surprised and invited him into his room. I heard from Lord Hokage that you were injured, but now seeing your condition, I feel a bit relieved. It doesn't seem too serious. Danzo smiled at the agile Mufeng. By the way, what happened this time? Weren't you with Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru? How did you end up coming back alone and getting injured? Frowning, Danzo asked curiously. Mufeng also frowned at the question. This matter is still somewhat my fault. I didn't listen to your advice, Lord Danzo. My advice? Didn't you tell me to be cautious of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Danzo? Mufeng showed a look of astonishment. Danzo was a bit taken aback. But soon he reacted. So it was Lord Danzo and Lord Orochimaru who injured you. Danzo's expression became serious. Mufeng, you must take this matter seriously. If this is true, Lord Hokage will definitely give you an explanation. Forget it. It's not entirely their fault. Looking at Danzo's expression, Mufeng waved his hand. I got injured while fighting with people from Sunagakure. But let us not talk about it. It's all in the past. People from Sunagakure? Upon hearing this, Danzo was momentarily stunned. Yes. I don't know how they appeared. But they did show up, and at that time, Danzo and Lord Orochimaru just happened to be away, Mufang added. But it's fine. I'm alive and well now, right? The only issue is that the scroll you gave me, Lord Danzo, got lost. So I didn't go to find Lord Hokage after returning. At this point, Mufang's expression showed some guilt. Danzo was first taken aback. But then a kind expression appeared on his face. Forget it, it's just a loss. The important thing is that you came back safely. You've worked hard on this journey. Chapter 139, Uchiha Meeting. Yes, as long as you're back. Listening to Danzo's words, Mufang also spoke up. All right, since you're fine, that's good. We can still carry out missions together in the future. You must remember that Lord Hokage cares about every ninja in Konoha. Danzo continued to emphasize. Upon hearing this, Mufang shook his head but didn't say anything. Soon, the two discussed some other matters and chatted casually. Just then, a strange voice sounded from outside. Is Mufang home? Frowning, Mufang opened the door and saw a young man wearing Uchiha clothing standing at the door. Uchiha Mufang, great. The clan leader has something to discuss with you, the young man said with a look of joy upon seeing Mufang. Inside the room, Danzo heard their conversation. Mufang, since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Let us chat again when we have a chance. Lord Danzo, take care. Watching Danzo leave, Mufang asked the Uchiha member to wait a moment. After sending Danzo off, Mufang followed the Uchiha member to Uchiha Fugaku's home. What does the clan leader want to discuss with me this time? Mufang asked on the way. I don't know, but it should be something good. This time, besides Lord Fugaku, there are also a few other elders present. Other people as well. Yes, they're all top figures in our Uchiha clan. By the way, I've also heard about what happened to you this time. If someone in the village treats you unfairly, the clan leader will definitely seek justice for you. Also, Lord Hokage has always had some opinions about us Uchiha. It's probably because the second Hokage didn't like us Uchiha. I really can't understand, since there was a disagreement back then. Why did we come together to establish a village? I also heard that our Uchiha ancestors had significant conflicts with the first Hokage, but in the end, during the decisive battle, the ancestors lost. Otherwise, we Uchiha would definitely be the masters of Konoha. A member of the Uchiha clan was chattering away, clearly someone on the side of the Uchihas. The fact that he could say these things to Mufang indicated that Mufang had been included in the ranks of the Uchiha clan. Mufang furrowed his brows slightly and didn't speak. During their journey, this Uchiha member was somewhat talkative. I really envy you. You've unlocked the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. I can't do that. Even now, I still have a 1-tomo. I just can't seem to upgrade. I'm afraid I'll only ever be a Chunin in this lifetime. But after a certain age, I haven't continued to take on missions. I participated in the Second Ninja World War, and it was terrifying. As Mufang listened to the chatter in his ear, he nodded occasionally and sometimes frowned. Finally, upon arriving at Uchiha Fugaku's home, Mufang was relieved. This is the clan leader's house ahead. I want to go in. You should hurry inside. Don't keep the clan leader waiting too long. Mufang nodded, but internally felt a bit speechless. If it weren't for this person's incessant talking on the way, he would have already been sitting with Fugaku. Upon arriving at Fugaku's house, there were already several more people present. These people are all unfamiliar faces, but they are all wearing Uchiha attire. Upon seeing Mufang, the two guards at the entrance nodded to indicate that he could enter. Mufang took a deep breath. He knew that what he had said to Fugaku before had succeeded. The reason Fugaku sought him out was very likely to discuss defenses against Konoha and Orochimaru. Mufang is here. The clan leader is already waiting for you inside. Upon entering the living room, Mufang saw Mikoto, and this time she actually used the title of clan leader, which shows how much Fugaku values this meeting. Mikoto pointed to a room, and Mufang walked over. How is this possible? Is this matter reliable? Fugaku, although you're the leader of the Uchiha clan, don't listen to slander. Yes, if it really is like that, what should we do? Don't forget that the reason we went against our ancestors' wishes was for peace. Peace, haha. Does this look like peace now? Before Mufang stepped into the room, a loud noise came from inside. Hearing this, Mufang frowned, but the Uchiha members guarding the door proactively opened it. Clan leader, Mufang has arrived. As the door opened, the noise inside suddenly stopped, and Mufang could see the situation clearly. There are 4 people in the entire room. Besides Fugaku, there are 2 old men and a young ninja who looks to be about the same age as Fugaku. Standing at the door, all 4 of them turned to look at Mufang, but the gazes directed at him were slightly different. Mufang, you're here, come in. Let me introduce you. These 2 are the elders of our Uchiha clan, Lord Chun and Lord Chili. This one is my friend. You could just call him Lord Jianwei. Lord Chun, Lord Chili, Lord Jianwei. Mufeng greeted the three. At this moment, one of the elders, Uchiha Chun, looked at Mufeng with a puzzled expression. You were the one who got injured while following Orochimaru and Danzo on a mission? Uchiha Chun said, his tone slightly displeased. Yes, Mufeng nodded. He didn't have much impression of these three. In the original work, although the Uchiha were powerful, not many characters actually appeared, especially in this generation, which was described even less. However, when he looked at Jianyue beside Fugaku, he thought of something. In the original work, Fugaku had opened the Manjiki Sharingan, and the reason he activated it was during the Third Shinobi World War, when he witnessed his friend die tragically before his eyes. If Mufeng's guess is correct, this friend refers to Uchiha Jianyue in front of him. Unlike the two elders, Uchiha Jianyue looked at Mufeng with a slightly softer gaze and smiled at him. Mufeng, since you're here, take a seat. You can tell us everything you saw and heard during this mission. Don't worry. This discussion will be kept among us. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. Mufeng furrowed his brows and sat down. At this moment, he had already realized some things. His previous discussion with Fugaku had indeed changed some of Fugaku's views, but Fugaku had not yet grown to the point where he could represent the entire Uchiha clan alone. Therefore, he had summoned the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan to discuss the implications of this matter for the Uchiha and future plans. It seemed that Fugaku already had a preliminary plan, and he and Jianyue had reached a consensus. However, the two elders sitting opposite them had different opinions on Fugaku's plan. In short, the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were currently facing a division. The purpose of summoning Mufeng was to confirm the facts once again. Chapter 140, Fugaku's Choice. Is Orochimaru really researching the transplantation of Sharingan? How did you find out about this? In the room, the two elders looked at Mufeng and asked. Mufeng then looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who gave him an encouraging look. Go ahead. It's okay. This matter is quite complicated, but it's all related to this mission. Mufeng began to recount. From the initial contact to the later assignment of tasks by the Hokage, he and Danzo, Orochimaru, and others went to the Land of Rain for a mission. He recounted these basic things in detail. However, while Mufeng was narrating, Fugaku and the others focused on the key points. Are you saying that you were sent to Rain Village ahead of time by Danzo and Orochimaru? That's right. While in Rain Village, Lord Danz had previously reminded me that Danzo and Orochimaru were discussing me, but at that time, I didn't pay much attention. Additionally, Lord Danz also mentioned the Root organization member next to Danzo, which I only noticed later. Mufeng said with some emotion. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chun and Uchiha Chili exchanged glances, and a hint of confusion appeared in their eyes. They could tell that Mufeng was not lying at this moment. Moreover, the actions of Orochimaru and Danzo were indeed somewhat suspicious. While Mufeng possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, as the first representative to go to Rain Village, his status and strength were still lacking somewhat. If this kind of thing were to be done by the two of them, they would definitely choose a trusted confidant. Therefore, it is very likely that Orochimaru and Danzo would drive Mufeng away. As for the reason for doing this, the two old men fell into deep thought. What happened next? After Lord Danzo finished talking with the Rain Ninja Village, we left the Rain Ninja Village, and then Lord Fugaku also left. Fugaku asked. Mufeng nodded. Later, while we were resting, we were attacked by the Sand Ninja Village, and at that time, I seem to have seen Lord Orochimaru. Moreover, Lord Danzo did not take action. He only ordered me to hold my ground there, which is why I did not easily leave the battlefield. At this point, Mufeng's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. What happened after that? Uchiha Chun asked. You should all know what happened next. Mufeng replied. No, since that's the case. How do you know that the members of the Root organization beside Danzo have the abilities of the first generation? He made a move. Also, would you believe me if I said that what I know was said by Orochimaru himself? Mufeng looked at Uchiha Chun. Besides, you can investigate this matter yourselves to find out. But no one would believe just my words. All right. Seeing that Mufeng's attitude had changed, Uchiha Chun's gaze shifted. No longer as aggressive as before. Right now, he was competing with Uchiha Fugaku, which was merely a struggle within the Uchiha clan. However, what Mufeng was saying now was of great importance, and everyone present understood that such matters could not rely solely on Mufeng's word. Even if they could confirm that what Mufeng said was true, they would still want to investigate further. Even if Mufeng's current lies had many loopholes, the Uchiha clan members would not dare to let their guard down and would definitely conduct their own investigation secretly. Therefore, once Fugaku learned of this matter, regardless of whether what Mufeng said was true or false, it would ultimately require the Uchiha clan members to verify it. The focus of this discussion is not on Mufeng's words, but rather on Uchiha's upcoming action plan. Now, does Lord Chun or Lord Chili have any questions? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up again. This matter is of great importance. Uchiha Chun said, we still need to take this seriously. As soon as this sentence was spoken, Fugaku nodded. But then he changed his tone. However, after this incident, our attitude should also change. Yes, the current situation is already somewhat unfavorable, and we have to consider our own development. Jianyue also echoed this sentiment. All right, leave these matters to you to consider. I'm getting old, but I don't want to see the Uchiha clan fall into a bad situation in the end. Otherwise, when our ancestors wanted to leave, we would have followed them. At this moment, Uchiha Chili spoke up. You haven't experienced the Warring States period. You don't know the pain of that time. Compared to now, the Uchiha clan is already very comfortable. What was in the past is in the past, and what is now is now. Listening to Chili's words, Jianyue frowned. As a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, he knew the grievances between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. But back then, when the first Hokage was around, Konoha had just been established, and the major clans were still in the process of adapting, not just the Uchiha clan. Now, other major clans in Konoha have found their place, while the Uchiha clan has been isolated. The current Uchiha clan has developed a significant rift with Konoha. Otherwise, Fugaku wouldn't be considering reforms in the original story. But now, the older generation represented by Chili and Chun is still unwilling to become enemies with Konoha, fearing the previous Warring States period. During that time, too many people from each clan died. Mufeng observed the tension between the four, and his brow furrowed slightly. However, he felt relieved that Fugaku had already realized that the Uchiha clan could not stand in Konoha. As for how Fugaku would choose next, that still needed Mufeng's guidance. The first step had already been completed. Mufeng thought to himself. After Chili finished speaking, Uchiha Chun also sighed. Sigh, forget it. We Uchiha are a clan burdened by a curse. If you can secure a future for the Uchiha, it's not impossible. However, don't underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in Konoha. Their power is far beyond your imagination. After saying this, Chun stood up, but then his gaze turned to Mufeng. You little guy, if I remember correctly, you've already awakened 3 Tomo, right? Yes, Mufeng replied. 3 Tomo. You're just one step away from the Manjiki Sharingan. But that step is incredibly difficult. Uchiha Chun sighed. He continued to look at Mufeng, trying to discern some confusion or doubt in his expression. But unfortunately, Mufeng showed no reaction. He already knew the cost of awakening the Manjiki, and he had ways to avoid that cost. Fugaku, this is up to you. Don't let us down. After saying this, Uchiha Chun got up and left the room, with Chili following behind him. Fugaku and Jianyue also stood up. My lords, take care. Chapter 141. The Surge of the Current. A week later, in Konoha Village, Mufeng was engaged in normal training and improvement. After the meeting at Uchiha Fugaku's house, Fugaku had let Mufeng leave after Uchiha Chun and Uchiha Chili departed. This week is the most relaxed week for Mufeng since he arrived in the Naruto world. Uchiha Fugaku did not come looking for Mufeng, and neither did the third Hokage. At the same time, as time goes by, Mufeng's experiences in the Land of Rain are slowly being forgotten by people. Now, Mufeng seems to be forgotten by everyone, and even people like Yuhi Kurenai have had little opportunity to visit him due to their intensive training. Mufeng's life has returned to calm, but a stir has begun to rise within Konoha. The Uchiha clan, as the police force of Konoha, has started taking action, dispatching a large number of ninjas to conduct a background check on Konoha, citing the invasion of Kirigakure and Iwagakure during the Chunin exams as the reason. While Konoha's people were caught off guard. At the same time, the trend in the ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable, with food and prices starting to rise. For the common people, this is a normal occurrence, and many believe that war is approaching. However, only a few know that the Uchiha clan, in addition to investigating spies from other ninja villages, is also probing for other hidden things within Konoha. The news quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The Uchiha clan has already taken action. It seems they have discovered something. In a hidden research room underground in Konoha, under dim lighting, Danzo found Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was handling a corpse, which he had brought back from the Rain Village. It's just a small issue. Besides, we haven't provoked the Uchiha clan. What I am researching is merely the first Hokage's cells. Orochimaru turned around, smiling as he spoke. Haven't provoked? Have you forgotten about that little Uchiha brat? That guy definitely has secrets. Even Kaka has confirmed it. Who knows, the Uchiha might have been conducting some experiments over the years. Danzo said expressionlessly, but after considering this, his desire to eliminate the Uchiha clan grew stronger in his heart. This place can no longer be used. It needs to be sealed. In the end, Danzo expressed his thoughts. The Uchiha clan's actions will eventually lead to Konoha's underground, conducting live experiments and studying corpses. Such research, if discovered, would be intolerable in Konoha. Not to mention, if the Uchiha clan finds out, they might take the opportunity to demand more benefits. This is something Danzo doesn't want to see, so he specifically came to negotiate with Orochimaru. Don't worry, they won't find this place, Orochimaru said confidently. After the last incident, I don't really trust you anymore, Orochimaru. In any case, such research is not allowed in Konoha. Perhaps you should find another place. Danzo's expression was somewhat gloomy. The last incident he referred to was the incident involving Mukfang. After Orochimaru's attack on Mukfang failed, and he was ultimately schemed against by Mukfang, it was Danzo who took the blame for it. With the third Hokage, Danzo lost the decision-making power over certain matters. More importantly, the Uchiha clan used this incident to gain some influence within Konoha's higher-ups, which is why there was this cleanup operation. Danzo has always had a wary attitude toward the Uchiha clan, and now seeing them temporarily gain an advantage because of Mukfang has made him somewhat displeased. If they really find out something now, Orochimaru can simply leave Konoha. But if Danzo himself gets implicated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan will definitely divide the power Danzo holds. This is not the result that Danzo wanted, so he came here. Alright, Orochimaru nodded and looked around the laboratory. At this moment, Danzo continued to speak. Furthermore, our cooperation ends here. After saying this, Danzo turned and left the underground laboratory. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised by Danzo's sudden exit. Watching Danzo's departing figure, Orochimaru frowned, but soon he began to tidy up the entire research facility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling a bit uneasy. Not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku had come to see him to discuss conducting a sweep operation in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately agreed, considering it a compensation for the Mufang incident. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought the Uchiha clan wanted to place some personnel in the grassroots of Konoha, but the subsequent actions of the Uchiha clan left him puzzled. They were not trying to place personnel. Instead, they had actually dispatched a large number of people to Konoha for a thorough investigation. It seemed like they were looking for something or a certain place. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen quite puzzled. Immediately, he dispatched his trusted Umbu members to investigate the matter. Shortly after, the Umbu members reported their findings to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, members of the Uchiha clan were searching for a certain place, seemingly related to some kind of experiment. Experiment? After hearing the Umbu members' report, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. The first person that came to his mind was Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood his character quite well. When he was teaching Orochimaru, Orochimaru would conduct various ninjutsu experiments. But this time, it had actually attracted the attention of the entire Uchiha clan. What exactly had Orochimaru done? Could it be related to the recent incident with Mufang? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat confused, but he didn't know the answer, and he couldn't seek help from others. He could only investigate on his own. The next moment, after pondering for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen called for Minato Namikaze. Minato, I have a new mission for you. Meanwhile, in the hidden sand village, a shocking conspiracy was also underway. Inside a building in the sand village, Sasori of the Red Sand stared blankly at the Kazekage building across the window. In front of him was a wooden table, on which were various bottles and jars. Looking at the Kazekage building, Sasori picked up a glass bottle from the table, containing a flowing, transparent liquid. This is the latest poison created by the scorpion of the Red Sand. This time, he intends to use this poison to craft the most powerful puppet that belongs to him. Clenching the glass bottle tightly, a determined light flickered in the scorpion's eyes. A sharp flash of a blade recalled in his mind. This time he would not fail. Chapter 142. The wind shadow disappeared in the jungle. Lush greenery surrounded the area. Several figures moved swiftly through, brushing past before vanishing into the surrounding bushes, disappearing from sight. Soon, the jungle returned to tranquility. Kakashi arrived at a clearing in the center of the jungle, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. A bell hung from his waist, ringing with a crisp sound as he moved. Around him, Obito, Rin, Asuma, and others held their breath, hiding in the shadows and carefully observing Kakashi. This is the training they will be undergoing this week, focusing on team combat. Kakashi is the target for their training. Since completing the mission with Mukfang in the Sand Ninja Village, Kakashi has been stimulated by Mukfang and then received a task to guide Obito and the others. Since he had never done a similar task before, Kakashi consulted Minato Namikaze, and in the end, the two devised this assessment together. This is not only an assessment of Obito and the others, but also a test training for Kakashi himself. Now in this jungle, Kakashi and the others are conducting training to compete for the bells. At first, Kakashi was able to handle Obito and the others quite well, but after a few rounds, they discovered a problem. They had no chance of winning against Kakashi individually. Only by working together could they possibly defeat him. As the training progressed, the cooperation among Obito and the others became smoother, and they gradually got used to this type of combat. Even Obito now knows to hide himself at the first opportunity and look for the right moment to deliver the most critical strike. Today, a new assessment begins, and Kakashi is facing Obito, Rin, and Asuma. The strength of these three individuals is not particularly formidable, but Kakashi appears to be quite serious. He scans the surroundings and quickly detects the presence of three hidden individuals with his keen insight. A smile appears at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. But just as he is about to take action, whoosh, a figure suddenly lands in front of Kakashi. It is a Konoha Umbu ninja. Obito, who is hiding in the forest, sees the Umbu ninja say a few words to Kakashi, after which Kakashi's expression suddenly changes. Everyone come out. Today's training is over. Kakashi calls out. As soon as his words fall, Kakashi's figure disappears from the spot, leaving Obito and the others somewhat bewildered. What's going on? After Kakashi leaves, Obito and the others do not immediately come out, wary of a possible trap. However, after a few minutes, they still do not see Kakashi's figure. At this moment, Obito, who was hiding in the shadows, became even more puzzled and was the first to step out. Soon after, Kurenai Yuhi and the others also came out. Did they really leave? Asuma Sarutobi, looking confused, jumped down from a nearby tree. What happened? That person just now seemed to be from the Umbu. I don't know. But just now, Kakashi's expression seemed to indicate that something really happened. Kurenai said, "Who cares? Anyway, it's perfect. We don't have to train today." Obito said nonchalantly. Just then, a figure rushed from a distance and landed in front of the group. Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Asuma, Kurenai Yui gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. A middle-aged ninja hurriedly left after reading the orders aloud. It seemed that something really was happening. Asuma frowned. Beside him, Kurenai's face showed signs of concern. Obito looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, on the other side, in his exclusive training ground, Mukfang was vigorously wielding his demon blade, engaging in a new round of swordsmanship training. The bluish-white aura sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. At this moment, a figure landed beside Mukfang. Mukfang, something big has happened. Mukfang turned around to see Kakashi, who had just rushed over from the training ground. There has been unrest in the sand village of the Wind Country, and they're dispatching a large number of ninjas to the Rain Country and the Earth Country. At the same time, spies within the Wind Country have reported that the Kage of the Sand Village seems to be missing. Oh, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Mukfang's brows furrowed slightly. The Hokage has summoned the Chunin and Jonin of the village to discuss the list of ninjas going to the Rain Country. Did you receive the notification? Kakashi asked. Since the last time Mukfang returned from the Rain Country and they had a conversation, the exchanges between Kakashi and Mukfang had become less frequent. Kakashi sensed that something seemed to have changed in Mukfang. On the other hand, after the Uchiha clan conducted a thorough investigation of the village, the attitude of the village towards the Uchiha clan seemed to have changed compared to before. Although Kakashi was not from a prominent family, he still knew quite a few leaf ninjas, and he noticed a change in their attitudes. Just now, when an Umbu ninja informed Kakashi to report to the Hokage tower and prepare for battle, Kakashi immediately thought of Mukfang. He asked the Umbu ninja, but the other party did not provide a definite answer. So Kakashi came to find him. No. Mukfang frowned and replied. He was not surprised that he had not received any orders. The turmoil in the Rain Country had not yet passed, and Mukfang's identity remained quite special. It had been a month since Mukfang returned from the Rain Country, and the fact that Konoha had noticed the Kazekage's disappearance indicated that this was not a recent issue. Mukfang had read the original Naruto story, and he knew the truth behind the Kazekage's disappearance. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the figure of Sasori of the Red Sand appeared in Mukfang's mind. He made his move. According to the timeline, it happened much earlier than before, and he succeeded. Mukfang was slightly surprised internally. At the same time, he realized that the actions he took when he initially encountered Sasori in the Wind Country were not in vain. Now he had disrupted the original timeline, which indicated that some things were starting to deviate from Mu Feng's knowledge and understanding. When he first crossed into the Naruto world, Mu Feng was somewhat fearful of this. But now, after experiencing so much, he was no longer afraid of it. With the Kage missing, the Sand Village would definitely seek trouble with the Rock Village. It seemed that the Rain Country was about to fall into chaos again. The opportunity one had been waiting for has arrived. Internally, Mu Feng began to contemplate his next plan. Opposite him, Kakashi looked at Mu Feng with a slight smile, his expression a bit awkward. At this moment, the two seemed to be drifting further apart. Chapter 143. Konoha's War Preparation Plan. Time is running out. I need to gather. In the training ground, Kakashi looked up at the sky. The sun was slowly moving. He spoke to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded. He had not received any orders yet. But that did not mean he could remain uninvolved in what was to come. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War had become a certainty, and no ninja could escape it. All right. Kakashi nodded as well, then he vanished from the spot. Mu Feng sheathed his demon blade and also turned to leave the training ground. Heading home. Half an hour later, in Konoha, at a plaza, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the upper echelons of Konoha stood before a group of ninjas. These ninjas were the first batch selected to be sent to the Land of Rain, tasked with gathering intelligence and verifying the movements of the other two great nations. They had received accurate news yesterday that the Sand Village had dispatched a large number of ninjas into the Land of Rain, with most of them heading towards the Land of Earth. Additionally, another group of ninjas was approaching the borders of our Land of Fire. At the same time, the Stone Village had also sent a large number of ninjas to close in on the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is situated at the intersection of the Wind, Earth, and Fire countries. If either the Sand Village or the Stone Village gains an advantage in the Land of Rain, it poses a threat to our Land of Fire and Konoha. On the stage, Mito Minyan was introducing the current situation, looking serious. Below, the Konoha ninjas listened attentively. At this moment, a thought surged in everyone's hearts. War is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the stage, quietly observing everyone. Soon, Mito Minyan concluded his speech, briefly explaining the importance of the Land of Rain and the current crisis facing Konoha, while outlining the primary mission. You will be the first batch of ninjas from Konoha to head to the Land of Rain. Your task is to investigate the movements of the Sand and Stone ninjas and secure the borders of the Land of Fire. After finishing, Mito Minyan looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he scanned the crowd. The safety of Konoha requires all of you to stand with me in protection. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall continue to burn. As his firm voice resonated, the ninjas below responded in unison. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall continue to burn. In the ranks, Kakashi stood at the center. For the first time, he felt the duty of a ninja and the sense of mission as a Konoha ninja, but deep down, he felt a pang of regret that Mu Feng was not standing here. Prepare, set off. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the Konoha ninjas began to spring into action. They were gathered together without immediate assignment of tasks. After this assembly, Kakashi and the others would receive specific missions and team assignments. However, it wouldn't take long. In fact, after receiving news of the Sand Village's large-scale movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minyan had already formulated a plan. This gathering felt more like a pre-war mobilization meeting. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the ninjas below began to disperse to prepare supplies. At the same time, liaison ninjas began to take action, distributing the already formulated mission plans to each ninja. Kakashi also received his assigned mission. This time he would be acting alongside Namikaze Minato. Their objective was to track the main routes and numbers of the Sand Village's ninja actions, and, if necessary, they could even engage the Sand Village in combat. Receiving the mission relaxed Kakashi somewhat, as he had already collaborated with Minato once before. After accepting the task, Kakashi got ready. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, training is over. Time for missions. Is it finally our turn to shine? Awesome. Teacher, please tell us about this mission. In the classroom, Obito excitedly looked at the teacher of the ninja school. Just a moment ago, Obito and the others had been brought back to the school and were informed that their special training had ended, and there were new missions to assign to them. Hearing this news, not only Obito was excited. Obito, Guy, and their graduating class did not split into different groups as usual. Instead, they underwent special training. During this training period, Obito and the others made significant improvements in their strength, but overall, they were still at the level of genin. However, feeling themselves grow stronger, Obito and the others were eager to prove themselves by undertaking missions. Now that they were notified to carry out a mission, they were naturally extremely excited. The decision to assign missions to Obito's class was also the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's contemplation. The Sand Village had already initiated action, but the situation of war was not evident, and no major conflicts were expected. After some time of training, Obito and the others had shed the naivety of their graduation days. At the very least, they all understood, including Obito, the importance of teamwork and following orders. This way, Obito and the others can already play a certain role on the battlefield. Konoha is like a greenhouse. The flowers that grow inside must eventually go out to face the storms outside. Now, while the storm has not yet arrived, letting Obito and the others adapt in advance is a good choice. Therefore, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has also assigned Obito and the others to the first batch of ninja teams heading to the Land of Rain. Obito, don't rush. Your mission has basically been determined. This time, the people in your class will be divided into groups, and you will act together with a Jonin or Elite Jonin. Here is your grouping plan and the Jonin you will be following. I will read out the list, and once the list is confirmed, you will need to find your leading Jonin, and their addresses will also be provided to you. Additionally, this time the mission will be quite urgent, so everyone needs to prepare their combat supplies and daily necessities. On stage, the teacher of the ninja school began to give careful instructions. Obito and the others were taught by him personally, and now seeing his students about to go to the battlefield, there was a hint of reluctance and worry in the teacher's eyes. Next, the list was read out. Obito, Noera Rin, your leading Jonin is Namikaze Minato, and Kakashi is also on your team, Hyuga Shimizu. Soon, the teacher of the ninja school started reading the list, and the reactions from the crowd below varied. Finally, the teacher mentioned Yuhi Kurenai's name. Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, you two will follow and act with the Jonin. Yuhi Kurenai, hearing that he and Yuhi Kurenai were grouped together, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes lit up with excitement. However, Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brows and slowly raised her hand. Teacher, may I ask a question? What is the matter, Yuhi Kurenai? Mukai, which team is Uchiha Mukai in? Yuhi Kurenai asked nervously. As soon as Yuhi Kurenai's words fell, the originally noisy classroom suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the teacher on stage, who was slightly taken aback, and the figure of Mukai appeared in his mind. I'm not too sure about that either. He might have another mission. Hearing this answer, a hint of disappointment appeared in Yuhi Kurenai's expression. However, you can go ask. Given Mukai's performance as a student, the tasks assigned should also be quite challenging. The teacher smiled, but everyone shouldn't be discouraged. You are all very excellent too. All right, the grouping list is complete. Now you can move freely. Remember what I just said, prepare your combat supplies and daily necessities before setting off. All right, teacher. The crowd below responded in unison. Starting today, their class of Konoha ninjas would also step out of Konoha Village and face the baptism of storms outside. Chapter 144. The Akatsuki Organization in Crisis. No mission. How could that be? We all have missions. Kakashi too, Mukai. You're clearly so strong. How is that possible? At Mukai's home, after receiving their missions at school, Obito and the others couldn't wait to rush over, with Yuhi Kurenai being the main one to suggest it. When the others heard that Mukai hadn't received any missions from the village, they all displayed shocked expressions. When they were accepting their missions, the school's ninja teacher had set the atmosphere to be very intense, stating that each person's success or failure was tied to Konoha's survival. And every ninja in Konoha had to give their all. But when they arrived at Mukai's place and learned that Mukai had not taken on any mission at all, they were stunned. Now, their generation had already recognized Mukai as the strongest, with even Kakashi not being his opponent. During special training, Kakashi often mentioned that if Mukai were to be the opponent for Obito and the others, they wouldn't stand a chance. Logically, Yuhi Kurenai and the others assumed Mukai must have taken on a particularly difficult mission. But now, it seemed that things were not like that. Mukai also found it difficult to explain to his many friends. The reality was as such. Perhaps the Hokage had his considerations. However, you all need to be cautious. The Land of Rain is not as stable as Konoha. Mukai looked at everyone. If possible, he hoped to act together with Yuhi Kurenai, Obito, and the others. But the current situation no longer allowed Mukai to do so. Before Yuhi Kurenai and the others arrived, Mukai had already made his decision. This time, regardless of what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups of Konoha decide, he will head to the Land of Rain. As for how Konoha views him after he leaves, it no longer matters. However, before he departs, Mufeng still wants to have a talk with Uchiha Fugaku. If he can leverage the Uchiha name to go to the Land of Rain, that would be the best outcome. After the previous incident of his provocation, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha has become delicate. Now, this undercurrent of tension has been diluted with a large-scale attack from Tsunagekyu's ninjas on the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. But as a core figure, Mufeng still enjoys special treatment. Moreover, after the last incident, Konoha's higher-ups, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, have already categorized Mufeng into the Uchiha faction. At the same time, Mufeng has also gained preliminary trust from Uchiha Fugaku. Now that Mufeng wants to propose going to the Land of Rain, Fugaku is unlikely to stop him. And Sarutobi Hiruzen would also be powerless to intervene, as he needs to focus on controlling the overall situation in Konoha. Mufeng's matter is simply insignificant in the face of the Third Shinobi World War. Mufeng has realized this, which is why he seeks out Fugaku before departing. Furthermore, he has already developed a preliminary plan for actions upon arriving in the Land of Rain. This time he will no longer accept missions from Konoha, but will start his own plan. How can this be? I thought you would be with us. After repeatedly confirming that Mufeng really did not receive a mission, Obito still found it hard to believe. Alright, Obito, Mufeng is different from us. On the other side, Asuma felt a bit excited. He was on the same team as Kurenai, and he originally thought there were just the two of them, with the other likely being Mufeng. Now that he heard Mufeng say there was no mission, Asuma immediately felt that his chance had come. Kurenai also had a face full of grievance and reluctance. She thought the same as Asuma, but after getting the answer, their emotional reactions were completely different. There might be a mission later. I believe that it won't be long before we meet in the Land of Rain again. Looking at the somewhat dejected Kurenai, Mufeng smiled and spoke. Really? Upon hearing this, Kurenai looked at him with hopeful eyes. Trust me, maybe this time you will all hear news of me in the Land of Rain. Mufeng revealed a smile, his tone carrying a hint of determination. Seeing his expression, Kurenai nodded. I got it. Mufeng, you definitely have a mission, but it's inconvenient to tell us. At this moment, Obito slapped his forehead and excitedly spoke up. The others looked at Obito with rolled eyes. Mufeng smiled faintly. This time Obito was right. He was sure there was a plan, and it was indeed impossible to tell Obito and the others. Then we'll meet in the Land of Rain. See you in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain and Akatsuki base. Quick, get the injured settled. In the chaotic environment, members of the Akatsuki were anxiously tending to the wounded who had come down from the battlefield. A member of the Akatsuki rushed over, looking panicked, and found Yahiko. Leader, it's bad. The ninjas from Wagakure just launched another surprise attack on our base. Shion and Green Fire, they're all dead. Also, another team of IWA ninjas is approaching us, led by 3 Jonin. What? Upon hearing the news, Yahiko immediately stood up, his eyes filled with shock. The 2 ninjas who died in battle, according to this member, were core members of the Akatsuki organization, possessing considerable combat strength and having joined the organization early on. Upon hearing this news, Yahiko felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The most serious issue was that the rock ninjas seemed unwilling to let the Akatsuki off the hook. 3 Jonin launched a surprise attack, and even if Yahiko, Nagato, and the others tried to resist, the Akatsuki would still suffer heavy losses. Quick, arrange for everyone to evacuate. Retreat to the base in the heart of the Land of Rain. The leader said. If we retreat now, one Akatsuki member at the border said, despairingly, after we repelled the rock ninjas last time, we have already angered the rock village. The result was just as Mufeng and Yahiko had previously speculated. Subsequently, the rock ninjas launched strikes against the Akatsuki, and in the face of overwhelming power disparity, Yahiko and the others found themselves powerless, with the Akatsuki retreating step by step. On the other hand, there was still no news of support from the Rain Village, which troubled Yahiko and the others greatly. After holding out for a while, Yahiko decided to give up on the border and lead the Akatsuki away. However, this departure meant that their previous efforts would be in vain, and it was clear that some were unwilling to accept this. Let's temporarily give up on the border. Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, we are still not strong enough. There are 3 Jonin from the rock ninjas. If the leader joins in, along with that guy from last time in Nagato, we can stand our ground. One member spoke up, but halfway through he stopped. The guy he referred to was none other than Mufeng. Ever since he had last fought against the rock ninjas, Mufeng had made an appearance in the Akatsuki, and many regarded him as a strong ally. However, regrettably, Mufeng had not shown up since then. Hearing his subordinate's words, Yahiko frowned and looked at Nagato behind him. Nagato's expression turned grim, but soon he made a decision. Yahiko, contact that guy. What belongs to me, I cannot escape. A determination appeared in Nagato's Rinnegan. However, Yahiko turned back and shouted loudly, "Evacuate from here." Chapter 145. Action. Heading to the land of rain again. Konoha. After a large number of ninjas were dispatched to the land of rain, Konoha suddenly seemed much more desolate. On this day, Mufang arrived at Uchiha, Fugaku's home. Sunagakure began to infiltrate the land of rain on a large scale, seemingly intending to start a war with the land of earth, while Konoha, as a third party, wanted to protect its own interests. However, it was strange that not many members of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's fighting forces, were dispatched to the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat surprised by the third Hokage's decision, but he did not express his thoughts. On this day, he saw Mufang arriving and immediately welcomed him. Since the last time Fuyu had called Mufang over to explain his situation while following Danzo and Orochimaru on a mission, the two had not met again. However, Fuyu was already certain in his heart that Mufang was on the side of the Uchiha clan. "Mufang, please take a seat. Mankin, go get some food." Now, Fuyu looked at Mufang with kindness in his eyes, and he also hoped that his son, still in swaddling clothes, would grow up to be as outstanding and supportive as Mufang. "No need, Aunt Mei-chin. Clan leader, I've come to say goodbye this time." Mufang directly expressed his intentions. Hearing this, Fuyu and Mei-chin were both slightly taken aback. "Goodbye?" "Yes, I'm going to the land of rain." "Have you received a mission from the village?" Fuyu furrowed his brows. "No." Mufang shook his head. "It's because of some personal matters." "Personal matters?" Fuyu's frown deepened. The land of rain was still in turmoil, and the situation was not very good. Many ninjas were reluctant to go there. Mufang had grown up in Konoha, and his only connection to the land of rain was the last mission he had undertaken there. Now, that Mufang mentioned personal matters in going to the land of rain, it surprised Fuyu greatly. At that moment, Fuyu thought about how Mufang had not told the whole truth last time. There were still some things he had not shared with the clan leader. "Yes, clan leader, I feel that my growth in Konoha has reached a certain limit. Although the last battle was very dangerous, I gain a lot from it. The current situation in the ninja world is not very good, and I want to improve my strength. So I'm going to the land of rain." A hint of determination appeared in Mufang's eyes as he spoke. Fuyu's expression became serious upon hearing this, but he felt a sense of relief in his heart. He began to understand Mufang's words. "It seems that the last incident had a great impact on you." Fuyu sighed and said, Mufang had already indicated that his trip to the land of rain was to hone his strength. Fugaku, as a high-ranking shinobi, is well aware of this. Indeed, battle is the best way to hone a ninja's skills, but it also comes with significant risks. In Fugaku's eyes, Mufang seems to have been stimulated by the last life-and-death crisis. That's why he is eager to improve his strength. Moreover, the turmoil within Konoha has given many ninjas, including Fugaku himself, a sense of crisis, and he hasn't been sleeping well lately. At the same time, Fugaku has the impression that there are some battle maniacs in the ninja world. Their purpose of existence is to fight, become stronger, and challenge more powerful opponents. Fugaku doesn't want Mufang to become like that, but given the current situation, improving strength is always a good thing. Mufang, you should think this over again. The land of rain is not a peaceful place right now. Since the village hasn't sent you, you don't need to go on your own. Stay with the clan. And with us here, you won't get into trouble. Before Fugaku could speak, Mikoto said with concern on her face, "Thank you, Aunt Mikoto. However, I believe my own strength is the most reliable. Otherwise," at this point, Mufang didn't continue. Fugaku looked at Mufang, who was frowning, and nodded. "Since you've made your decision, then do it your way. I will explain the situation to Lord Hokage." Fugaku said, "Honey, that's enough, Mikoto. The child has to grow up." Fugaku interrupted Mikoto. "Besides, this is also the fate of a ninja. If our child can have the same comprehension ability as Mufang, I, as a father, will be very gratified." With a change of tone, Fugaku continued to look at Mufang. "However, Mufang, you must be careful in this action. If necessary, I can mobilize a few ninjas from the clan to accompany you." "No need, clan leader. I've already thought about how to act this time." Mufang declined Fugaku's proposal. This time he went mainly to make contact with Nagato and the Akatsuki organization, so it was naturally impossible to let anyone from the Uchiha clan accompany him. "All right, you have already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If the situation becomes complicated, you can just escape. However, what's ridiculous is that your strength is already sufficient, and as the clan leader, I can't be of much help." Fugaku looked ashamed. It's enough for the clan leader to say these words. Mufang said. After that, Mufang stood up. "Clan leader, I won't disturb you any longer." "Wait." Seeing Mufang about to leave, Mikoto quickly spoke up. After saying that, she turned and walked into the bedroom, and then came out with a protective charm. Mufing, take this. It was originally prepared for Itachi, but you need it more now. Remember, don't push yourself too hard once you go to the Land of Rain. Looking at Mikoto's kind expression, Mufing nodded. Now, he couldn't quite understand, with such good parents, how much determination must Uchiha Itachi have had to make such a decision. Soon, Mufing left Fugaku's home. After leaving, Mufing did not return home, but directly rushed towards the outskirts of Konoha village. Before meeting Fugaku, Mufing had already made preparations. When he reached the entrance of Konoha village, Mufing looked back at Konoha, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underground world, it seemed that Sunagakure and Iwagakure were about to go to war. Now Konoha has also dispatched ninjas to the Land of Rain. Ketsu's body slowly floated up from the ground, looking at the aged Uchiha Madara. However, the Uchiha clan did not come to the Land of Rain. That guy seemed to have some conflict with Konoha. Va? Madara drooped his eyelids. He could no longer be compared to his prime. In the past, he was truly a king on the battlefield during wars. But now, his body was no longer able to support him. Hurry, bring that child to my side, Madara said. It still requires an opportunity. As long as that guy comes, everything will go smoothly. Black Zetsu's voice echoed in the underground space. Chapter 146. The Akatsuki Organization in Trouble. Inside the Land of Rain, the sky was filled with smoke and mist. In a cave, torches brought light, and several members of the Akatsuki organization stood guard at the entrance of the cave, their expressions somewhat numb. A quarrel erupted inside the cave, which sounded rather harsh at the moment. We must come up with a solution. If this continues, our entire organization will be dragged down. Are the people of Iwagakure a bunch of lunatics? Now Sunagakure has already set their sights on them, and they still won't let go of us. It's not just an issue with Iwagakure. Are we really going to let the ninjas from the other three major nations invade our country? Konoha is also taking action. It is said that they have reached an agreement with the Rain Village. The Land of Rain is likely to repeat the tragedy of a few years ago. So what? What can we do? We can't even resist alongside Iwagakure. The actions of the Rain Village are correct. We cannot organize against the three major ninja villages. What we can do now is to take advantage of their war and develop. Take the mercenary route. The mercenary route? Do you want to negotiate with Iwagakure? Don't talk nonsense. We can't afford to support the ninjas of the three major villages. So what? Strength is the most important. They hire us to fight against other ninja villages, killing two birds with one stone. What about the Land of Rain? If Konoha and Sunagakure send us to deal with the ninjas of the Land of Rain, what then? Then we won't accept that mission. Inside the cave, several mid-level members of the Akatsuki organization began to argue. After the battle with Iwagakure, the Akatsuki organization was already significantly weakened. Many began to doubt whether their initial path was correct. They had gathered together to protect the Land of Rain and bring peace and stability. But now, they found that this wish was just empty talk. Just a part of Iwagakure's ninjas had defeated the entire Akatsuki organization. Dealing with Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, the three major ninja villages, was now a ridiculous notion. Thus, some members of the Akatsuki organization began to realize the importance of having strong power, and some took this opportunity to propose an alliance with Sunagakure, participating in the battle as mercenaries, using Sunagakure's strength to weaken Iwagakure. In this way, the Akatsuki organization has gained an additional backing, and, at the same time, there will be greater rewards. However, this approach is tantamount to allowing the Sand Village to enter the Land of Rain. For some members of the Akatsuki, this is unacceptable. During the Second Great Ninja War, some of their relatives were killed by ninjas from the Sand Village, and the Akatsuki's long-standing ideology has been to resist the ninjas of the three major villages. Now, to actively cooperate with the Sand Village or Konoha, what does this mean? Clearly, this conflicts with their original ideology. However, if the Akatsuki continues to adhere to its original ideology and fights against the ninjas of the three major villages, it would undoubtedly be like a moth to a flame. Even with Nagato, the current Akatsuki would not be a match for any of the three major villages. A conflict has arisen between survival and belief. This plunged the entire Akatsuki organization into chaos, especially after they withdrew from the border of the Land of Rain back to the Land of Earth. In the past few days, quite a few ninjas have quietly left the Akatsuki organization. This has caused great distress for Nagato, Yahiko, and some minor leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko looked at the arguing minor leaders, his expression revealing a hint of pain. His ideals were grand. But reality was extremely ironic. Let's leave the decision to the leader. Anyway, I won't act alongside the ninjas from Sunagakure. Leader, we have already lost many of our people to Awagakure. If we continue to provoke Sunagakure, whether the Akatsuki can even exist will be a question. After the words of the two minor leaders, they all turned to look at Yahiko. Yahiko looked conflicted, to be honest. He didn't want to abandon the faith they had when they initially founded the Akatsuki, but now, he was even less willing to see the members of the Akatsuki go to their deaths. However, Yahiko also knew that if he decided for the Akatsuki to take the path of hiring ninjas, some members would definitely feel disheartened and leave the organization. On one side was the death of hope, and on the other was the death of the body. Yahiko scratched his head, feeling conflicted for a long time. Let me think about this matter some more. During this time, we have fought with a Awagakure for so long, so let's give everyone a few days to rest. With that sentence dropped, the small leader advocating for continued fighting looked somewhat flustered. Chief, that's enough for today, Yahiko said, and then he fell silent. Regardless of what his subordinates said, he did not speak again. Seeing this, the small leaders reluctantly left. After everyone had departed, the pain in Yahiko's eyes intensified. How did things end up like this? Yahiko murmured. On the side, Conan looked at Yahiko with a worried expression, while Nagato furrowed his brows tightly. In fact, that guy had already warned us when we were at the border. We just didn't pay attention at the time. Just then, Nagato slowly spoke up. That guy, Uchiha. Nagato continued. If we had followed what he said back then, perhaps we wouldn't have developed to this point. Nagato continued. Now, the Akatsuki organization was in a predicament, and at this moment, Nagato recalled what Mukafeng had said about the shortcomings of the Akatsuki organization to the three of them in the valley that day. At this time, the Akatsuki seemed to have a unified ideology, but their interests were fundamentally inconsistent. Everyone's battles were basically driven by their own personal desires and original intentions. Back then, Mukafeng had suggested that Yahiko should screen the members of the Akatsuki, but Yahiko could not possibly do that at the time. Until now, the underlying issues have developed, and the contradictions have not been gradually resolved, but have instead erupted directly, which is deadly enough. Should we look for that guy? At this moment, Nagato tentatively asked. Long before, at the border, Nagato had wanted to find Mukafeng. He regarded Mukafeng as the spokesperson for Uchiha Madara and believed that Mukafeng had a more meticulous plan than he did. However, this proposal was denied by Yahiko, who intuitively felt that Mukafeng was very dangerous, especially after learning about the origin of Nagato's eyes. Now Nagato spoke again. Regardless of whether we look for him or not, that guy will come looking for us. After all, these eyes of mine are not my own, Nagato said calmly. Right now, what is on you is your own, Yahiko responded. And what about the power it brings? Nagato did not remain silent as usual. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense, and at that moment, Conan, who was standing aside, slowly spoke up. Yahiko, let's listen to Nagato this time. We shouldn't argue anymore. Yahiko turned to look at the tearful Conan, and his pupils suddenly contracted. After a while, Yahiko took out the flying thunder god kunai that Mukafeng had given him. Chapter 147. The Meeting with Yahiko. Buzz. In a land of rain, Mukafeng was wearing a cloak, racing over a river. At that moment, his chakra slightly fluctuated. At this moment, the chakra fluctuation from the flying thunder god kunai occurred. The moment of the fluctuation made Mukafeng stop in his tracks and look up towards the direction from which the fluctuation came. That direction is over there, but there shouldn't be anyone in the land of rain. Is it Yahiko and the others? A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Mukafeng had just entered the land of rain not long ago. Originally, he planned to take a chance and see if he would trigger a system mission after encountering Sand Ninja or Rock Ninja. But now, before he could carry out his plan, Yahiko had already contacted him using the Flying Thunder God kunai. Now Mukafeng's sensing range for the Flying Thunder God technique had expanded significantly, and he was already in the land of rain. Otherwise, he might not have sensed it this time. With a whoosh, after sensing it, Mukafeng immediately entered the Flying Thunder God space and confirmed the location. He disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, no reaction. Yahiko looked at the Flying Thunder God kunai. After injecting his chakra into it, he could feel that he had stimulated something. But besides that, there was no other reaction. After a moment passed, still nothing happened, and Yahiko began to feel a bit puzzled. Conan and Nagato frowned as well. Just as Conan was about to speak, whoosh, a figure rapidly appeared in front of them, and at the same time, a hand snatched the Flying Thunder God kunai from Yahiko's hand. It seems you have made up your minds. Mukafeng, wearing the red fox mask, appeared in front of the three. Seeing Mufong suddenly appear, Yahiko and Nagato were startled. They were currently in the Akatsuki's headquarters, and Mufong could appear out of nowhere with just a kunai. Such an ability was indeed a bit frightening. In their shock, the three did not speak. At this moment, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan did not know how to face Mufong. Mufong ignored the three and looked outside. It seems your organization situation is not good. Under the mask, Mufong spoke. You are at war with the Rock Ninja? Mufong continued to ask. At this moment, Yahiko stepped forward and looked at Mufong, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Indeed, we need your strength now. But that does not mean we will give up on Nagato. Your identity has already been mentioned by Nagato. In short, whether it is you or the Uchiha Madara behind you, you cannot force Nagato. At the first moment, Yahiko did not discuss the Akatsuki organization's issues but began discussing Nagato with Mufong. Listening to his words, Mufong knew that the sound transmission he used on Nagato with illusion before he left had already taken effect. Nagato and the others probably regarded him as someone from Uchiha Madara's side. Regarding this identity, Mufong naturally would not explain. Although this would not improve his relationship with Nagato and the others, it would allow Mufong to reach a collaborative relationship with the Akatsuki organization more quickly. No need to be nervous. Looking at Yahiko and the others, Mufong spoke. I've already talked about our previous matters. I have no ill intentions toward the Akatsuki. Furthermore, Nagato's issue needs to be resolved by himself. I can't help with anything. My only goal is to pull the Uchiha clan to the Land of Rain and provide a stable place for my clansmen. Upon hearing Mufong say this, Yahiko slightly frowned. To be honest, he somewhat did not understand Mufong, although the ninjas of the Land of Rain hated the ninjas of the three great nations. On some level, didn't they also envy those ninjas? Ninjas born in the sand, leaf, and rock would at least not have to live in uncertainty like them, and sometimes even struggle to have enough to eat. The Uchiha clan is now a large clan in the leaf. Why would they choose to come to the war-torn Land of Rain instead of staying in the stable leaf? It seems that giving up the palace for a broken temple is not worth it. I still can't believe your words. After thinking for a moment, Yahiko spoke up. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Looking at Yahiko, Mukase didn't continue to persuade him, but directly put away the flying thunder god kunai, showing signs of leaving. Wait. At that moment, Nagato suddenly spoke. No matter what your purpose is, in any case, we can cooperate now, right? Hearing Nagato's words, Mukase stopped in his tracks. Nagato. Yahiko wanted to interrupt Nagato, but Nagato didn't continue to pay attention. Since you are also a member of the Uchiha clan and sent by Lord Madara, our goals should be the same. Nagato continued. Hearing Nagato actually refer to Uchiha as Lord, Mukase was a bit surprised. He continued to look at Nagato. The Akatsuki organization is currently facing some obstacles. I hope you can help us. As for what Lord Madara mentioned, stop. Mukase interrupted Nagato. I've already made it very clear before, I will not interfere in the matters between you and Uchiha Madara. Right now, I only represent myself. Or rather, the Uchiha clan. I have already told you about the issues of the Akatsuki organization before. It's just that you didn't pay attention. Now that the Kage of Sunagakure is missing, the conflict between Sunagakure and Iwagakure has become inevitable. Konoha has also entered the fray. The Land of Rain will continue to fall into war for some time. This is unavoidable. If you expect me to change the entire trend of the war alone, that is impossible. As Mukase finished speaking, a look of shock appeared in the eyes of Nagato and Yahiko. What did you say? The Kage is missing. How is that possible? Yahiko's eyes widened even more. Compared to the three major countries, the Akatsuki organization is simply too small, not only in terms of strength, but they cannot compare with the three major countries in intelligence, medical support, and resources. Konoha and Iwagakure already know about the Kazekage's disappearance, while the Akatsuki organization is still in the dark, and some even believe that Sunagakure and Iwagakure are trying to invade the Land of Rain. The news brought by Mukase shocked Yahiko and the others, while also making them realize the current situation. The disappearance of a Kage is not a trivial matter. If Sunagakure can confirm that it was Iwagakure's doing, it cannot be stopped by the Akatsuki organization, even if they involve the ninjas from the Land of Rain. I will stay in the Land of Rain for a while. During this time, I will act alone. You can find me anytime if you encounter any problems. This kunai will stay with you. Saying this, Mukase handed the retrieved flying thunder god kunai to Yahiko. Also remember, we are only in a cooperative relationship now. My help comes at a cost. As for your internal issues, you resolve them yourselves. After that, Mukase vanished in an instant. The three of them stared at the empty space in front of them, somewhat dazed. Chapter 148. The Fragmentation of the Akatsuki Organization. After Mukei's left, Yahiko and the others stood there in a daze. The development of events was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Initially, Nagato informed them of the news he received from Zetsu and the origin of his Rinnegan, along with the speculation about Mukei's background. This made Yahiko and Konan extremely sensitive to Mukfang's identity. The power of the Rinnegan is powerful enough, and the conspiracy behind it is naturally significant, coupled with the fact that the name Uchiha Madara is simply too resounding. Yahiko and Konan both felt that standing in front of them was a towering mountain, and they were likely to lose Nagato at any moment. However, they also understood that Uchiha Madara possessed immense power. Coming from a land of rain, and the current situation of the Akatsuki organization made the three of them inexplicably crave power. They were conflicted. Ultimately, relying on Mukfang or Uchiha Madara was akin to teaming up with a tiger. They could either gain great power or be completely devoured. But not choosing to trade with Mukfang or Uchiha Madara, relying on their current strength and abilities, would lead to problems sooner or later. Nagato had chosen to call Mukfang precisely because he recognized this point. Although Yahiko opposed it, he understood that at this point, the Akatsuki organization was indeed in a predicament. They originally wanted to leverage Mukfang's power, to be precise, Uchiha Madara's power, to save the Akatsuki organization. However, what they never expected was that after Mukfang arrived, he only engaged in simple communication. He seemed indifferent to the internal matters of the Akatsuki organization, as if he had already given up on the entire organization. At the same time, Mukfang appeared to be completely unconcerned about the relationship between Nagato and Uchiha Madara, even stating that he did not represent Uchiha Madara. But if he does not represent Uchiha Madara, why did he use Ninjutsu to convey information to Nagato after their last meeting? Is this guy playing us? Yahiko clenched his fists and then slammed them against the wall. Mukfang's arrival did not provide any good advice, but it was not without its uses. At least he clarified the truth behind the recent turmoil in Sunagakure to Nagato and the others. After understanding this, Nagato and the others could have a better grasp of the current situation. However, the more they understood this, the more Yahiko realized that relying on the current Akatsuki organization could not organize a fight against the three great nations in the Land of Rain. With the Kage missing, Sunagakure was certainly in a state of panic. Moreover, since the last war, the situation in Sunagakure had not been good, and they had long harbored thoughts of starting a war. Now, with the Kage missing, it was like pouring gasoline on a pile of firewood. Sunagakure needed an opportunity to prove itself while seeking benefits for the Land of Wind. Currently, they were targeting Iwagakure, but how could Iwagakure allow Sunagakure to act recklessly? The ruthlessness of this ninja village even surpasses that of the Hidden Mist village. The Akatsuki organization was already on the radar of the Iwagakure ninjas after merely intercepting one of their teams. How could Iwagakure tolerate the provocation from Sunagakure? At this point, the situation has escalated beyond the possibility of negotiation, even with casualties on both sides. The fact that the Kage of Sunagakure has been used as an excuse leaves no room for redemption. Yahiko, what should we do next? Konan asked. Up until now, some of the small leaders of the Akatsuki were still waiting for Yahiko to provide an answer. Should they continue fighting against the three major countries' ninjas? Or should they opt for a mercenary approach? That guy may seem a bit unreliable, but most of what he says should be true. If the Kage really goes missing, then Sunagakure will definitely not let it slide. The people of Iwagakure are famously unafraid of death and hold grudges. If we continue to fight against the three major ninja villages, we might end up in a dire situation. At that point, if that guy tries to take Nagato back, it could be problematic. Just then, Konan voiced her concerns. After saying this, Yahiko paused slightly, thinking of Maka's elusive ninjutsu, and looked up at Nagato. At this moment, Yahiko seemed to return to the time of the Second Shinobi World War, when he was still a child. Back then, he had no ability to resist even against ordinary genin, only able to watch as ninjas wreaked havoc in his hometown. Later, he gained power, learned ninjutsu under Jiraiya, and even founded the Akatsuki organization. Just when he felt he had gained strength, reality slapped Yahiko hard. If he couldn't even protect his companions, then what was the point of it all? He announced to everyone that the Akatsuki would no longer be enemies with the ninjas of the three great nations and would be willing to accept their employment. However, the three great nations would need to pay a certain price. Finally, Nagato gritted his teeth and said this sentence. Upon hearing this, Konan and Yahiko did not show any joy. Instead, their brows furrowed. They understood that this was just a momentary concession from Yahiko. After gaining powerful strength, the Akatsuki would still fight for the peace of the Rain Country. But at that moment, Nagato recalled what Mufang had previously mentioned about the Uchiha clan. If that guy could really relocate the Uchiha clan to the Rain Country and execute his plan, perhaps the Rain Country could really rise. He might have seen through all of this from the very beginning. But was that guy's age, or was this entire plan originally devised by Madara? Nagato's doubts had no one to answer. As soon as Yahiko made his decision, chaos erupted within the Akatsuki. Those ninjas who already harbored hatred against the three great nations began to curse loudly, and many ninjas even directly withdrew from the Akatsuki. What the hell? I thought Yahiko had some backbone, but in the end, he is no different from those ninjas of the Rain Village. Ridiculous. I thought the ninjas of the Rain Country had awakened, but it turns out they still can't do it. Mercenaries. In the end, it's all for money, right? My parents died at the hands of the Sand Ninjas, so how could I serve them? Akatsuki, if I see you helping the Sand Ninjas again next time, it's either you die or I die. I'm leaving. Such an organization is not worth staying in. This back-and-forth discourse spread throughout the Akatsuki, and in less than 2 days, nearly 70% of the members had left, severely weakening their morale. In the headquarters, Yahiko counted the remaining people, but looking at them, he frowned. At that moment, he completely understood the issue that Mufang had mentioned about the Akatsuki in the valley. It seems we should immerse ourselves for a while, Mihiko said with a frown. At this time, he unconsciously thought of Mufang. What is that guy doing in the Land of Rain now? Chapter 149, The Trace of the Rock Ninja. Border of the Land of Rain. On a muddy road, a few horse-drawn carts were heading into the heart of the Land of Rain. But more people were wearing tattered clothes and carrying coarse cloth bundles. Sunagakure began to send ninjas to the Land of Rain on a large scale, while also sending many ninjas into the Land of Earth. This angered the Rock Ninja, and they began to send a large number of ninjas into the Land of Rain. After leaving the Akatsuki's main base, Mufang chose his first target at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. Compared to Sunagakure, Iwagakure had more ninjas, and they acted more crazily. For an average ninja, Iwagakure was more terrifying than Sunagakure. The group attack tactics of Iwagakure could rival those of shadow-level strongholds. However, for Mufang, he preferred to fight against the Rock Ninja rather than the Sand Ninja. Although Iwagakure had a larger number of ninjas, Mufang was not afraid of their sea of people tactics because he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. At the same time, if he could trigger a system task, the number of ninjas could equate to a certain degree of corruption value. The more ninjas there were, the more benefits Mufang could potentially gain. On the other side, the current Akatsuki and Iwagakure were in a hostile relationship. If Mufang could successfully ambush the Rock Ninja, it would also reassure Yahiko and others, expressing his intentions of goodwill. Considering these factors, Mufang decided to make his first stop here. Upon reaching the border of the Rain Country, Mufang discovered that the people of the Rain Country, who originally lived here, had already begun to relocate. These civilians must have received the news about the impending war. In the original Naruto series, most of the war descriptions are between ninjas and are not that brutal. However, when Mufang crossed over to the Naruto world, this world became real, and the actual war is far more brutal than depicted in the original work. Mufang, wearing a mask, raced through the jungle, and not far from him was a road. During his journey, he could hear the cries of some children and the urging voices of adults. He frowned slightly, but Mufang did not pay much attention to these matters. For him, seeing the civilians who had begun to flee towards the heart of the Rain Country to escape the war proved that he was not far from the ninjas of Iwagakure. He came to a stop and marked the Flying Thunder God seal in a dense forest. With the enhancement of his Flying Thunder God technique, the number of seals he could mark had also increased. Now, Mufang could completely rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to reach any place in the Rain Country within a day. He carved the Flying Thunder God seal on a rock and had just concealed it when he heard several rushing sounds from a nearby forest. Listening to the sounds, Mufang frowned. This didn't sound like civilians on the move, but rather ninjas in a hurry. Instantly intrigued, Mufang put on his mask and vanished from his spot, following the sounds. Meanwhile, a team of IWA ninjas was racing through the forest. Lord Anoki is really something. That Akatsuki organization is clearly scared, yet they still want us to patrol. Wadam said. Speaking of which, this Akatsuki is seeking death. It's obviously an organization from the Rain Country. Yet they insist on opposing our Iwagakure and even managed to push Lord Anoki back once. Now, after the Tsuchikage issued the order, the first thing Lord Anoki wants to do is take revenge on Akatsuki. Another ninja chimed in. However, I never expected that there would actually be a Jonin among them. It's hard to believe that an organization from the Rain Country would have a Jonin. And I heard they're actually from the Rain Country itself. What good is a Jonin? We have the Tsuchikage. The four IWA ninjas chatted as they raced along. They were the second batch of ninjas dispatched from Awagakure. Having learned from previous experiences and in light of the provocations from Sunagakure, this time Awagakure sent an exceptionally large number of ninjas, over 5,000, while tens of thousands stood ready to support at the border of the Earth Country. This time, the Awagakure also felt the hostility from Sunagakure and had to take comprehensive precautions. Oishi, who was originally sent to Amigakure as part of the advance team, was driven back by the Akatsuki and returned to the village, where he faced accountability from its Tsuchikage. However, after that, Oishi was still dispatched again, leading a large number of ninjas for a second invasion. This time, Oishi was not the only one sent to the Land of Rain. He was accompanied by other high-ranking ninjas, such as Hikari and Mijuru. This time their mission was twofold. First, to eliminate all threats within the Rain Country near the border of the Earth Country, and second, to establish a defensive line within the Rain Country. Even if a war were to break out between the Rock Shinobi Village and the Sand Shinobi Village, they could not allow the flames of war to scorch the territory of the Earth Country. After receiving the mission, Daisher naturally directed his focus towards the Akatsuki organization at the first opportunity. Now, the entire Akatsuki organization had already been driven back to the heart of the Rain Country by the Rock Shinobi Village. However, Daisher was not at ease and continued to send his subordinate ninjas to search for potential hidden members of the Akatsuki at the border. The team that Mu Feng encountered was executing this task. Upon seeing the Rock Shinobi Village's team, Mu Feng did not act immediately to alarm them, but quietly followed behind. After tracking them for more than 10 minutes, Mu Feng had a rough understanding of the strength of the few individuals on the opposite side. The team from IWA Ninja Village consists of 4 members, led by CH Nin, with the other 3 being genin. They have already completed a sweep of their assigned area, and are now heading to the temporary base of IWA Ninja to report to Oishi. Mu Feng's strength has already reached J-Nin level, so keeping up with the 3 is relatively easy for him. Due to the difference in strength, Mu Feng closed the gap a bit and overheard their conversation, understanding their mission. Today's task is considered complete. Let's hurry back. It's already been 3 days, in my opinion. The Akatsuki group must have left long ago. It will be better if they left. If we encounter them, we'll be in trouble. Don't forget, the leader of both of you is J-Nin, someone we can't handle. All right, enough talk. The base is just ahead. The group rushed forward, completely unaware of Mu Feng following behind them. Mu Feng kept close behind, but after they burst out of the dense forest and crossed a small river, he lost their cover and didn't dare to follow too closely. He quickly found a high ground, standing atop the elevation. Mu Feng looked in the direction the 4 had left. Suddenly, several military tents appeared in his line of sight. At that moment, a chime rang out. A clear system notification echoed in Mu Feng's mind. Chapter 150, Attack on the IWA Ninja Camp. Ding. The crisp notification sound rang in Mu Feng's mind. Ding. Detected the IWA Ninja Village Ninja Legion. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. War mission activated. Hearing the system's notification, Mu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was triggered. The mission was activated. In the next moment, Mu Feng focused his mind on the system's mission. War mission. Shatter the battlefield. Mission description. The Kage of Sunagakure has disappeared, and the war between the 3 great nations is about to erupt in the Land of Rain, igniting the 3rd Shinobi World War. This is both a disaster and a huge opportunity. As a participant in this war, you must ensure your safety and interests. Mission requirements. Shatter the plans of the 3 major nations and their 3 ninja villages in the Land of Rain, bringing the Land of Rain under your control. Mission hint. This mission is a long-term mission. War mission. Submission activated. War mission. IWA Ninja's arch-nemesis. Mission description. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, IWA Ninja Village has a large number of ninjas who are eyeing the Land of Rain and the other 2 great nations, seeking greater benefits from this battlefield. As a participant in this war, you need to stop them. Mission requirements. Defeat the vanguard of IWA Ninja Village. Mission objectives. Kill 100 IWA Ninja Genin. Sufurius. Kit 50 IWA Ninja Jenin. 050. Kill 3 IWA Ninja J-Nin. 03. Mission rewards. 50 000-150 000 dark value. Earth release Ninjutsu level 3-5. Earth attribute chakra mutation 1. Several special ninja tools, several ability enhancement cards. Remarks. Specific rewards depend on mission completion level. Remarks. The minimum completion level for this mission is 80. If the completion level is below 80, it is considered a mission failure. Mission failure penalty. Bloodline limit level -3. Dark value -50, 000. Mission time limit, 30 days. Become the nightmare of IWA Ninja. Looking at the system's mission, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Mufeng's eyes. This time, he directly triggered 2 tasks. One is a long-term task, and the other is a short-term task. The long-term task is actually Mufeng's goal this time. From the beginning of the planning until now, Mufeng has wanted to establish a foothold in the Land of Rain, leveraging the power of the Akatsuki organization and the Uchiha clan. If he wants to rise in the Land of Rain, he will inevitably face the pressure from the 3 great nations and the 3 great ninja villages, which is beyond doubt. Even if the system does not assign this task to Mufeng now, he still needs to consider this matter himself. The short-term task is quite simple, which is to kill the ninjas from the Rock Village. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Mufeng looked at the scattered tents of the Rock Village ninjas in the distance, and the next moment, he put on the Red Fox mask and leaped down from the cliff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yudo, how is it? Any discoveries? A young ninja approached to inquire about the situation as the Rock Ninja team that Mufeng was following returned to the base. No traces of the Akatsuki ninjas have been found, the captain of the Rock Ninja team reported. Neither have I. The other person nodded and continued. Let's go meet Lord Oshur. After the words fell, the 2 team leaders walked towards a tent in the base. At this moment, inside the tent, Oshur and MOG were discussing the next steps for the Rock Ninja army. Lord Suchikage has given new orders, telling us to continue advancing into the depths of the Land of Rain. The Sand Village has really gone crazy this time. They have completely crossed the border of the Land of Rain. Additionally, some Sand Village scouts have been discovered within the Land of Earth, Emoji said, frowning as he looked at the map of the Land of Rain. Is there still no news from the Kage? Has he really gone missing? Oshur asked. This time, the large-scale operation of the Sand Ninja Village was triggered by the disappearance of the Wind Shadow. However, the people of the Rock Ninja Village didn't quite believe this reason. They had just sent several Jonin to the Sand Ninja Village to investigate the news about the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and they also went missing. Subsequently, news of the Wind Shadow's disappearance emerged from the Sand Ninja Village, which then pointed the finger at the Rock Ninja Village. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the Sand Village is seeking revenge. Many high-ranking officials in the Rock Village, including Inoki, believe that the 3rd Kazekage has not gone missing but has hidden himself. He must be planning something behind the scenes, and this plan is definitely targeting the Rock Village. With this concern, Daishur and the advanced troops of the Rock Village did not act rashly in the Land of Rain. It was at this moment that the Akatsuki organization emerged. Naturally, Daishur directed all his anger towards the Akatsuki. Daishur had a feeling that the Akatsuki had already left the border area, but he still did not want to advance recklessly. However, at that moment, Inoki's order came through, instructing Daishur and the others to continue moving deeper into the Land of Rain. The Kazekage really seems to have gone missing. The leech spoke. Now the entire Sand Village has a proxy Kazekage. Rasha, really gone missing? Daishur was a bit surprised, but then he quickly changed his tone. Since it's Lord Suchikage's order, we will execute it. The other ninja forces here have mostly been cleared out. As long as the follow-up personnel can be controlled, it will be fine. Upon hearing this, the leech nodded. However, we still need to be cautious of the Rain Village and Konoha. The Fire Country has already started to take action. They have reached an agreement with the Rain Village. Enzo, right? That S.A. formidable opponent. Upon hearing about Konoha and the Rain Village, Daishur's expression became serious. He participated in the Second Shinobi World War, so he understands the terror of Hanzo the Salamander even more. Lord Daishur. Just then, voices of other ninjas rang out from outside the tent. Yudo and a few Rock Ninja captains responsible for patrolling entered, ready to report on their tasks. Daishur saw them and let the few Chunin enter the tent. However, at that moment, whoosh, 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 several kunai flew out from the dense forest not far from the Rock Village camp. The next moment, boom, 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 the explosive tags on the kunai detonated, and a loud explosion echoed throughout the Rock Village camp. Flames erupted within the camp, and the Rock Ninjas near the explosion quickly dodged. But several tents close to the explosion were directly engulfed by the flames. What is going on? Enemies, there are enemies. The Rock Ninjas in the camp began to shout. Inside the tent, Daishur rushed out immediately and looked at a Rock Ninja. What happened? There are enemies to the west. A Rock Ninja pointed towards the dense forest in the west and said, Daisher looked towards the dense forest in the west of the camp, a layer of killing intent surging in his eyes. Is it the Akatsuki? A few people come with me. After saying that, Daisher took the lead and charged straight towards the direction of the dense forest. Chapter 151. Testing Absolute Confidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dense forest, Mufang threw several kunai, flying towards the rock ninja camp. As the sounds of explosions rang out, the rock ninja camp fell into chaos. But soon, several rock ninjas rushed out from the camp. Seeing the charging rock ninjas, Mufang immediately turned and sprinted deeper into the forest. Over there, behind him, a rock ninja, Chunin shouted. He spotted Mufang's figure and hurriedly called out to his companions to chase after him. Did you see clearly? How many people? A rock ninja who caught up asked. Just one person, looks small, seems to be wearing a mask. A rock ninja pointed in the direction where Mufang had left and spoke. One person? It must be a member of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, the rock ninja furrowed his brows. In their previous battles with the Akatsuki, the rock ninjas had frequently encountered such attacks. The Akatsuki members couldn't defeat the rock ninjas in direct confrontations, but they often launch surprise attacks by taking advantage of their knowledge of the terrain. Now, the rock ninja regarded Mufang as a leftover Akatsuki ninja who still wanted to obstruct Rock Village. Where's the enemy? Just then, Daisher burst out from the camp. He was accompanied by several Chunin from Rock Village, and Daisher's expression was serious. He had just received an order from Inoki to continue the advance of Rock Village. Now the camp was under attack. Lord Daisher, it seems there is only one enemy, and he has fled in that direction. His speed is quite fast. He should be at least a Chunin or Jounin level. The observing rock ninja reported. Only one person? Daisher frowned. You two come with me. The rest stay in the camp, and be careful of explosions. After Daisher spoke, he looked at the several Chunin, who nodded in agreement and did not follow. Daisher took the lead and charged toward the direction where Mufang had left, followed by two Chunin. Soon, Daisher and the others plunged into the dense forest. After a while, they discovered traces of Mufang's movements. Mufang turned back to look in the direction he had left, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. And 3 blurry figures appeared in his line of sight. Only 3 people came? Mufang frowned slightly. Before the attack, he had already observed the rock ninja camp. And according to his observations, there were at least 400 rock ninjas in that camp. And now, after causing a commotion, only 3 people were pursuing him. However, Mufang quickly sensed that the 3 behind him were not simple. Although there were many ninjas in Rock Ninja Village, most of them were low-ranking ninjas, and the Chunin could serve as team leaders. Generally, these teams were only sent to carry out simple tasks. The Rock Ninja team Mufang had followed to the camp was one of those. But now, the speed of the few people following Mufang was clearly on a different level compared to that previous team. An elite squad? Let's test these guys. With a glimmer of inspiration, Mufang reached for his ninja tool pouch. In the next moment, a steel wire appeared in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. A few shuriken flew out as Mufang quickly set up a trap with the steel wire, while simultaneously slowing down his own escape speed. Originally, Mufang planned to take advantage of the Rock Ninja, pursuing him to teleport into the Rock Ninja camp using the Flying Thunder God technique, causing massive destruction, preferably by first eliminating the medical ninjas in the camp. But now, seeing the pursuing team, Mufang immediately changed his mind. He wanted to keep these 3 here. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 from the back quickened their pace, and soon, they spotted Mufang's figure in the dense forest. Right ahead, a Chunin spoke up. It's that guy. Daisher also saw Mufang, but he immediately noticed the demon blade at Mufang's waist. Instantly, he recognized Mufang. Remembering their last encounter in the Valley of Rain, Daisher clenched his teeth. That battle with the Akatsuki organization was one of the most humiliating failures since he became a ninja. Bang! He stomped hard on the ground, using the rebound from the tree to accelerate even more. He focused on Mufang ahead, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. However, at that moment, a voice of warning called out from behind Daisher. Lord Daisher, be careful. Daisher's mind tensed up, and his entire body came to a sudden stop. At this moment, Daisher noticed that less than a meter away from him, sharp steel wires glowing faintly were entangled between the trees. It's steel wire. The Chunin behind him rushed forward, drawing a kunai in hand and fiercely cutting down all the steel wires. Daisher's anger intensified, but he became cautious upon seeing the wires. Be careful. This guy wouldn't just set one trap. Daisher's gaze darkened. The 2 Chunin beside him nodded. However, when they looked up again, they saw Mufang, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped not far ahead. Standing on a tree, Mufeng looked at the three in front of him, and, at this moment, he had already recognized Daishu. Scanning over, Mufeng assessed the strength of the two beside Daishu and quickly concluded they were CH Nin. 1 J Nin and 2 CH Nin, a bit overconfident, aren't they? A gleam flashed in Mufeng's eyes. After measuring the combat power, he determined that these three were not his opponents. As for the 2 CH Nin, it was clear that one of them, being able to sense the presence of the steel wire, was likely a sensor-type ninja, while the other appeared to be a taijutsu expert, which was exactly what Mufeng excelled at. Although Daishu was a J Nin, he was more like an assassin in terms of positioning. However, Daishu's ninjutsu would be greatly diminished in effectiveness before Mufeng's Sharingan. While the three of them together would be somewhat troublesome for Mufeng, it was merely a bit of trouble. Moreover, the most critical point was that the three were unaware of Mufeng's ninjutsu and abilities. With this information gap, Mufeng could seize the initiative and even use the Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate one of them in an instant. After realizing this, Mufeng stopped retreating. He looked behind the three for any pursuing rock ninja, but found none. Meanwhile, Daishu and the others looked at Mufeng, who had suddenly stopped, their expressions becoming more serious. They understood that the trap Mufeng had set was not meant to kill them, but to test them. The fact that the enemy had not fled after the test indicated what? It meant that the opponent was confident they could defeat them. Interesting. I didn't expect such an arrogant leader in the Akatsuki. Looking at Mufeng, Daishu's expression became even more solemn. The next moment, he glanced at the 2 CH Nin beside him, and they nodded immediately, beginning to act. Chapter 152, Battle, eliminating one in an instant. In view, Mufeng stopped in his tracks, standing atop a tree and looking at Daishu and the others. Daishu frowned, recognizing Mufeng, and signaled to the two beside him. Following that, the two rock ninja began to move. They dashed to the sides, and Mufeng glanced at the two of them. Just as Mufeng's gaze returned to Daishu, Daishu had already used ninjutsu to disappear from his original spot. Seeing this, Mufeng frowned. But the next moment, 3 tomos slowly formed in his eyes, quickly scanning the surroundings. Just before Mufeng could locate Daishu's figure, swish, swish, 2 sounds of breaking wind came from the left and right, and 2 kunai flew towards Mufeng. The 2 CH Nin launched their attack, and, as the kunai flew towards him, they quickly closed in on Mufeng. Mufeng made a decisive move, drawing the demon blade from his waist. Clang, clang. Mufeng blocked the incoming kunai, simultaneously retreating backward, swiftly sheathing the demon blade. His fingers moved rapidly, and the next moment, several fireballs surged in front of Mufeng. Fire release. Phoenix tail. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs surged towards the 2 rock ninja CH Nin, causing their pupils to constrict. Shocked by the speed of Mufeng's ninjutsu, especially the fluid motion of Mufeng drawing and sheathing his blade put pressure on the two. One sidestep, the two dodged Mufeng's ninjutsu, and then they did not immediately rush to Mufeng's side. Their task was to protect Daishu, and having forced Mufeng to retreat and use ninjutsu, they exchanged glances. At that moment, they thought they had succeeded. A cold voice suddenly appeared behind Mufeng. Daishu's figure slowly emerged from the environment, and, at the same time, a kunai was tightly gripped in Daishu's hand, thrusting fiercely towards Mufeng's waist. This strike from Daishu was quick and powerful, and it was an attack from behind Mufeng. He had found the perfect blind spot, ensuring that Mufeng couldn't escape in time. Swish! The sharp kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Mufeng's waist. However, the scene of blood gushing forth that Daishu anticipated did not occur. Instead, accompanied by a puff of smoke, Mufeng transformed into a wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Daishu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately scanned the surroundings. The 2 rock ninja CH Nin not far away were also slightly stunned, revealing a hint of surprise in their eyes, seemingly not expecting Mufeng to escape danger using the body replacement technique. It should be noted that activating the body replacement technique also requires hand seals and time. And just moments ago, Mufeng had used fire release. Following that, to execute the body replacement technique in such a short time was already faster than some J-Nin. However, what they didn't know was that apart from powerful ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, Mufeng's body replacement technique had long reached perfection level. And now Mufeng could perform it with just one hand seal or even a single hand. Having prepared in advance, Mufeng could execute the perfect body replacement technique with just a thought. After understanding Daishu's fighting style, how could Mufeng not be on guard? Smoke billowed up, and Daishu quickly retreated. The next moment, his gaze swept, revealing a hint of terror as he looked at one of the rock ninja CH Nin. Be careful, Daishu shouted. The Chunin reacted, feeling a chill run down his spine. He sensed the killing intent surging from behind him, and just as he wanted to turn around, it was already too late. Whoosh! A white flash of a blade cut through the air, and the next moment, a spray of blood erupted. Thud! The rock ninja spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? On the other side, the expression of the other Chunin turned even more terrified. Although Daisher and they were not too far away, they were definitely not too close either. Even if the opponent used the body replacement technique, it would not be a simple task to circle around to their backs in such a short time. Yet, Mufeng had suddenly appeared behind one of them, drawing his blade and eliminating him in an instant. This made the Chunin even more panicked. He widened his eyes and looked at Mufeng, and at this moment, he had little desire to continue fighting. The opponent's speed was far beyond their expectations, and judging by his earlier performance, he definitely possessed the strength of a Chunin. Although Dashi was also a Chunin, he couldn't protect himself in the face of such speed. Moreover, the key point was that he was more adept at tracking as a sensory-type ninja, and when it came to close combat capabilities, he was even weaker than the ninja who had just been killed by Mufeng. Dashi watched his subordinate being slain by Mufeng, and the killing intent in his eyes grew heavier as he stared intently at Mufeng. The next moment, he stopped using disguise and charged straight at Mufeng. After landing a hit, Mufeng did not continue to attack. Instead, he turned and fled towards the other side of the dense forest. Meanwhile, a system prompt echoed in Mufeng's mind. Kill a Chunin from a Wagakure. Gain 500 points of corruption value. Hearing this voice, Mufeng felt a bit of joy in his heart. His current strength had already reached Chunin level, and according to the previous system rules, killing ninjas of lower levels would not yield any rewards. Mufeng was slightly curious, but soon the system provided him with an answer. Detected that the host is currently engaged in a war mission. Killing enemy units during the war mission will yield a certain amount of corruption value as a reward. Upon hearing this news, Mufeng felt another wave of joy. He glanced back at Dashi and another IWA ninja, and now they had turned into prey in Mufeng's eyes. Lord Dashi, seeing Mufeng turn around and flee, another surviving Chunin quickly approached Ashur. Ashur's expression darkened. He couldn't quite understand Mufeng's actions. Was it a good time to retreat? But no matter what, the opponent had killed a Chunin from the Rock Ninja village right in front of him, and the final look directed at him carried a hint of provocation. This breath was something Dashi couldn't swallow, and Mufeng's actions just now gave Dashi the illusion that Mufeng didn't dare to confront him head-on. This guy must have come up with a strategy the moment he stopped. We just fell into his plan. Keep chasing. He's not that terrifying. Dashi's expression darkened. He could see the signs of retreat in the expressions of the Chunin beside him, but upon further reflection, Dashi felt that this was Mufeng's scheme. From the moment they started chasing, all of Mufeng's actions had been guiding them, which had cost him Chunin. And now, as the two of them became vigilant, the opponent immediately retreated. This is obviously a lack of confidence in his upcoming actions. Or perhaps he has already thought out his next plan. The biggest taboo in ninja combat is to fall into the opponent's rhythm. Moreover, if Oishi hesitates at this moment, he can be sure that the guy in front of him will appear again next time. Instead of letting the opponent erode him time and again, it's better to gather momentum, disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and take him down directly. Listening to Oishi's orders, the sensing-type Chunin felt a bit conflicted, but soon after, Oishi continued speaking. Launch a signal to summon other ninjas from the camp. This guy is very strong, but the most troublesome part is his tactics. Gritting his teeth, Oishi said, while staring in the direction where Mufeng had left. Chapter 153. The Battle in the Dense Forest. Whoosh! In the air, a signal flare shot up into the sky. In the IWA ninja camp, many people looked up toward the direction of the signal flare. It's a signal. It seems to be from Lord Oishi's direction. Lord Oishi is in danger. Is it the Akatsuki organization? These guys are really hard to shake off. Several IWA ninjas began to discuss. Inside a tent, MG stepped out, looking toward the dense forest, his expression turning serious. Immediately, he began to gather the other people in the camp. Assemble the troops, head to the dense forest. No matter who comes this time, we must make sure they stay here. And Yishoted Angrudi. Soon, the entire IWA ninja camp began to stir, with over 100 IWA village ninjas being summoned, preparing to surround Mufeng in the dense forest. Meanwhile, in the land of rain on the other side, we are now near the border between the land of rain and the land of earth. You two must be careful and not stray too far from me. In a valley, Ninjutsu and Raijin sat in front of campfire, speaking to the nearby Kurenai and Asuma. Hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai nodded. Quickly, Asuma picked up a roasted hare from the fire. Kurenai, try this. It's really delicious. Asuma looked at Kurenai. However, Kurenai now wore a worried expression and did not pay attention to Asuma's words. Since arriving in the Land of Rain, it felt as if Kurenai's life had opened the door to a new world. Unlike Konoha, the villages in the Land of Rain are relatively underdeveloped. And due to the devastation from the Second Ninja World War, many villagers in the Land of Rain can barely afford to eat. As Kurenai passed through some villages, she never expected such situations to exist. Meanwhile, Asuma expressed that it was normal. The peace and prosperity of Konoha were due to having strong ninjas and the Hokage. Asuma was more interested in Kurenai, and after a few days of reflection and adjustment, Kurenai accepted the current state of the Land of Rain. But soon, her thoughts were drawn to the discussion about Mufang by Ninjutsu and Raijin. The last time Raijin came to the Land of Rain was with Mufang, and this point was not avoided during their conversation. Kurenai was eager to learn about Mufang's experiences in the Land of Rain last time, but unfortunately, Raijin did not know this either. However, Mufang had mentioned that he might also come to the Land of Rain. Raijin, does Mufang really have no mission? Kurenai looked at Raijin and continued to ask. As far as I know, he doesn't, but we cannot rule out the possibility that Lord Hokage dispatched him on a mission. After all, Mufang is also an excellent ninja. Raijin replied. When Mufang was mentioned, Asuma's expression changed, looking somewhat displeased. Along the way, Bingsu Lei had already noticed the thoughts of the two, but he regarded this kind of youthful sentiment as just a good show. Alright, this time our mission is to investigate the information about the Rock Ninja's invasion of the Land of Rain. As long as we accomplish this, whoosh. Here, Bingsu Leitong was just about to pull the two back to the task, when suddenly, a flock of birds flew up from the dense forest not far away. Seemingly startled by something, with plenty of experience, Bingsu Leitong knew that this situation definitely indicated that someone had intruded into the forest, and there were likely many of them. There's a situation, put out the fire. Bingsu Leitong stood up and looked towards the dense forest. Shiri Hong immediately started using tools to extinguish the bonfire, while Asuma looked at Shiri Hong. Hong, it's fine. If there's a situation, I will protect you. Asuma vowed, but Shiri Hong seemed not to have heard him. Bingsu Leitong seriously focused on the forest, and after sharpening his senses, he heard faint sounds coming from within. But at that moment, suddenly, a scream came from the direction of the forest. Immediately after, a huge fireball appeared within the forest. It's ninjutsu. There are ninjas fighting in the forest. Bingsu Leitong immediately became alert. In the Land of Rain, the quality and cooperation of ninjas were not high, and many Rain ninjas held a certain hostility towards Konoha ninjas. However, as long as Bingsu Leitong and his companions were careful, it wouldn't be too dangerous. But if they encountered ninjas from Iwagakure, it would be a different story. The Iwagakure ninjas were ruthless during the Second Shinobi World War, and Bingsu Leitong still vividly remembered it. As a Nin, he was confident in surviving. But now that he was with Shiri Hong and Asuma, he had to be more cautious. You two stay here. I'll go take a look. Bingsu Leitong turned to Asuma and Shiri Hong, and then dashed toward the forest. Asuma and Shiri Hong were slightly taken aback, but they understood that their strength wouldn't be of much help. After they buried the bonfire completely with earth, they found a hidden place to hide. Here, the speed of a ninja was incredibly fast. He dashed into the dense forest, and soon, a roar of shouts echoed in his ears. Over there, catch that guy. Damn it, he disappeared again. How can this guy be so fast? Watch out, he's behind you. My hand. Swish, a flash of a blade passed by, and a scream resonated through the forest. Following the direction of the sound, the ninja quickly discovered the figure of a rock ninja. It was a ninja from the rock village, and they seemed to be pursuing someone. After observing for a while, the ninja furrowed his brows. Soon, he felt a desire to retreat. Clearly, the rock ninjas were engaged in combat with someone or some organization, and if it were to be discovered here, it could lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. However, he was still quite curious about who would be fighting the rock ninjas at this time. Could it be someone from a sand village? Hiding in the shadows, the ninja looked around but did not find the enemy the rock ninjas were talking about. He wanted to withdraw, but just then, swish, a red flash of a blade suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Staring at the semicircular arc of the crimson blade, the ninja's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of something. He quickly looked towards the direction of the blade's light, only to see a blurry figure flash and disappear from the spot. After seeing this, the ninja was momentarily stunned because that figure seemed somewhat familiar. Moreover, this technique seemed to be, could it be him? The ninja did not retreat immediately, but continued to observe. Chapter 154. The terrifying nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it really be Mufang? In a dense forest, the ninja observed intently. He focused on the figure that occasionally appeared in the forest, his eyes filled with astonishment and shock. On the opposite side, over 100 rock ninjas, upon entering the forest, seemed to have fallen into a well-laid trap. At this moment, Oishi's expression was extremely heavy. After engaging with Mufang, he concluded that Mufang's strength was above that of a Jonin, and that the opponent had a certain plan. At that time, Oishi thought of disrupting Mufang's plan, which is why he sent out a distress signal, bringing in over 100 rock ninjas. According to logic, having over 100 ninjas plus Oishi himself to deal with a Jonin should be an extremely easy task. However, after engaging with Mufang, Oishi discovered that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. In their previous encounter, Oishi had experienced Mufang's incredible speed, but at that time, Mufang had not yet used the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, seeing the large-scale deployment of rock ninjas, Mufang naturally did not dare to be careless. He set up Flying Thunder God marks in the forest, and used the kunai he carried with him to traverse through the entire forest. The speed of the Flying Thunder God had already surpassed the comprehension of Chunin and Genin. Whenever a rock ninja was struck down on one side, a scream would echo from the other side. The most crucial point was that the rock ninjas could only catch a fleeting shadow and could not locate Mufang himself. Even the sensory-type ninjas in the team sensed Mufang as erratic and could not predict his next move. Originally, it was over 100 people surrounding one individual, but now, from the perspective of the rock ninjas, they felt more like 100 people surrounded by one person. Oishi-sama, the enemy's speed is too fast. We can't catch him at all. A sensory-type Chunin beside Oishi spoke up. Hearing this, Oishi's eyes showed a mix of anger and apprehension. Just then, a scream echoed through the forest again, and the Chunin immediately looked at Oishi, voicing his thoughts. Oishi-sama, why don't we retreat first? The terrain here is not suitable for us. If we continue like this, we won't catch that guy. Time-space ninjutsu. Oishi slammed his fist against a nearby tree. He was now filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Although the Flying Thunder God technique did not possess strong offensive capabilities, it was an extremely troublesome ninjutsu, especially for Genin and Chunin. This was also the reason why, in the original story during the Third Shinobi World War, other great nations issued orders to abandon missions upon encountering the yellow flash of Konoha. However, the people of the Rock Village had already experienced the terrifying nature of the Flying Thunder God technique in advance. Notify everyone to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Oishi spoke. Although he felt extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. The Chunin beside him breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and immediately used his ninjutsu to contact the nearby ninjas from the Rock Village. But just then, swish, a black kunai suddenly flew towards the Chunin from the forest. Seeing this, the Chunin immediately perked up, drew his short blade from his waist, and deflected the incoming kunai. I found him. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Oishi and the Chunin. Immediately afterward, a sharp white blade light burst forth in the forest, striking directly at Oishi. Damn it, he dares to come directly for me. Oishi's anger flared even more upon seeing this. He slammed his hand down. Earth release, hardening technique. A layer of rock surged around Oishi's body. Clang! The demon blade struck against Oishi's rocky body, slicing through a layer of rock, but failing to injure Oishi himself. At the same time, Mufang's figure appeared right in front of Oishi. Staring at Mufang, Oishi's eyes filled with excitement. Just a moment ago, he had been like a headless fly chasing Mufang, unable even to touch the hem of Mufang's pants. This kind of battle left Oishi extremely frustrated. But now, Mufang had actually appeared right in front of him, presenting Oishi with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Noticing the blade that had cut through his rock, Oishi felt even more delighted. He manipulated his chakra to close the rocks above his body, intending to trap Mufang's demon blade and thereby control him. However, before the rocks could close, with a loud bang, a tremendous force erupted from the abdomen of the large rock. At the same time, his entire body was sent flying backward. Once Mufang realized that the blade couldn't inflict damage on a large rock, he immediately followed up with a powerful kick, firmly striking the large rock's chest. Ever since returning from the Land of Rain, Mufang had not rested during his time in Konoha, but had been continuously training. Now, his taijutsu and strength had improved compared to before, and even a Jonin like the large rock might not be a match for him in terms of taijutsu. Being kicked away, the large rock showed disbelief in his eyes. He felt the immense power of this strike, which seemed to surpass his own. This made Dashur feel uneasy, but soon he adjusted his mindset. He fixed his gaze on Mu Feng and noticed that after kicking him away, Mu Feng did not immediately retreat. Dashur immediately began to form hand seals. With a loud bang, Dashur's body crashed into a tree and came to a stop. But at the same time, his hands slammed heavily onto the ground. Earth style, Earth split palm. A commanding voice echoed. At the same time, the ground beneath Mu Feng's feet began to tremble, and a rumbling sound made the entire forest shake. Almost in an instant, the ground from Dashur to Mu Feng suddenly cracked open, revealing a huge chasm beneath Mu Feng's feet. The powerful shaking caused Mu Feng's body to sway, and the next moment, a feeling of weightlessness surged up. Looking down, he saw a dark chasm beneath him. At this moment, Dashur was not careless. His hands continued to move rapidly. Earth-style rock collapse. Dashur's muffled shout rang out again. He utilized the ninjutsu to avoid the chasm, and the surrounding rocks continuously surged and crumbled, directly smashing towards Mu Feng's body. Although it is slow to describe, everything has already been calculated by Dashi, and in reality, everything happened within a few seconds. The booming sounds continued, and it took several dozen seconds for the dense forest to regain its calm. Do we take him down? The sensing ninja let out a sigh of relief, but he quickly activated his ninjutsu to sense the surroundings. However, as soon as he sensed the situation in the ravine, his expression changed immediately. The next moment, the sensing Nin turned to look at Dashi. Bang! His heart suddenly tightened, and he looked incredulously at the scene before him. Chapter 155. The Benefits of Killing A.J. Nin. He disappeared again. The sensing Nin looked at the gap in the ground, and in his perception, he did not detect any life fluctuations. But when he turned back to look at Dashi, his pupils suddenly constricted. Dashi-sama. Before he could call out, Dashi felt a chill run down his back. At that moment, a chirping sound came from behind him. At the same time, a burst of white light surged. Chidori. A calm voice rang out as Mu Feng's right hand was wrapped in lightning, exuding a deadly aura. Dashi turned his head, and what he finally saw was only a crimson Sharingan, which stood out strikingly beneath the flashing white lightning of Chidori. Crack! The flickering lightning surged and directly pierced towards Dashi. Thud! In such a short distance, Dashur had no way to evade. It was too late to perform any ninjutsu. Dashur tried his best to adjust his body, wanting to dodge Mu Feng's deadly strike. However, under the assistance of a Sharingan, his movements had long been seen through by Mu Feng. Bright red blood sprayed out as Mu Feng's right hand pierced directly through Dashur's chest. The white lightning still flickering and damaging Dashur's internal organs. Dashur looked at Mu Feng in disbelief, the weak feeling surging within him telling him that he had already lost. You're from the Uchiha of Konoha? Using his last bit of strength, Dashur placed his hand on Mu Feng's right arm, unwillingly speaking. In the next moment, Mu Feng withdrew his right arm, now completely stained with blood. Dashi, the sensing-type Chunin beside them, was stunned at the sight. He shouted in panic, watching the fallen Dashur, his gaze tremblingly shifting to Mu Feng. No, it's impossible. How could a Jonin be killed so easily? I will die too. I must escape. Internally, the sensing-type Chunin was already on the brink of collapse. The team from IWA Shinobi Village was quite special. When they had a leader, they didn't care much about their casualties. But if the leader died, realizing they had completely lost their chances, they would break down faster than other ninja villages. This time, Dashur was the leader of the entire team. Mu Feng's earlier elusive movements had already made the whole team uncomfortable, and now that Dashur was dead, the entire team was even less willing to oppose Mu Feng. Ding, you have killed the Jonin of IWA Shinobi Village. Dashur, gaining 1,500 points of darkening value. Ding, you have extracted the skill from the Jonin of IWA Shinobi Village. Dashur, Ninjutsu, camouflage concealment. The notification sounded in Mu Feng's mind. Upon hearing it, Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. Strictly speaking, Dashur was the second Jonin Mu Feng had killed. The first was Hozuki Mangetsu, whom he had killed in Konoha. After killing Hozuki Mangetsu, Mu Feng had extracted the swordsmanship of the blade of Hozuki Mangetsu from him. Now he had extracted the ninjutsu, camouflage concealment, from Dashur. This made Mu Feng start to doubt. Could it be that as long as one kills a Jonin, they can extract the opponent's abilities? If that's the case, what about shadow level experts? Or even super shadow and 6 paths level? Thinking of this, Mu Feng felt a bit excited. Just then, all kinds of information about the ninja technique, camouflage concealment, flooded into Mu Feng's mind. He stood still for a second, lost in thought. Not far away, Seeing that Mu Feng did not take any further action, the sensing type Chunin immediately turned and fled. Lord Oishi is dead. Everyone run, he shouted as he ran. The other ninjas in the jungle heard this and were filled with shock, but when they saw the panicked expression of the sensing type Chunin, they immediately confirmed that this was definitely not false information. How is this possible? Lord Oishi is a Jonin, and he knows the ninja technique camouflage concealment. How could he have died in such a short time? Hurry up and escape. Even if Lord Oishi is still alive, he wouldn't be a match for that guy. Run. The sensing type Chunin ran quickly, glancing back at Mu Feng repeatedly. However, this time, when he turned back, he saw that Mu Feng had vanished from where he had been standing. The next moment, a terrified scream echoed through the jungle. Mu Feng had already accepted the system's task, and he naturally could not let these ninjas return to the IWA ninja stronghold. The reason Mu Feng did not confront Lord Oishi immediately before was that he was setting up the Flying Thunder God mark, wanted to use it to take down this wave of IWA ninjas. Now, after dealing with Lord Oishi, Mu Feng did not expect that the entire IWA ninja team would collapse, with everyone fleeing at full speed. He could only quicken his pace. In the jungle, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Mu Feng continuously swept through the remaining ninjas of IWA village. On the other side, it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Banzakuri, who witnessed this scene, had his pupils dilate and gasped in shock. He was confused as to why Mu Feng appeared here and directly engaged in battle with the IWA ninjas. What surprised Banzakuri the most was Mu Feng's strength. The last time he came to the Land of Rain, he had not seen Mu Feng make a move, and his impression of Mu Feng's strength was still from the Chunin exams. Even though he knew Mu Feng had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he did not expect Mu Feng to be so proficient in it. One person facing over 100 IWA ninjas and even killing the opposing Jonin. Such strength made Banju Lei Tong feel a wave of fear. Now, he was afraid that even he might not be a match for this opponent. But why had he come here to confront the Rock Ninja? Moreover, the Hokage had not revealed this before. Could it be? Suddenly, a light flashed in Banju Lei Tong's eyes as his thoughts turned to Uchiha Fugaku. However, he quickly shook his head. The Uchiha and Konoha had a strained relationship. But Uchiha Fugaku had no reason to be enemies with the Rock Ninja or to attack the Rock Village directly. After some contemplation, Banju Lei Tong still couldn't figure it out, and in the end, he felt that it was more plausible that Mu Feng had accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. From his perspective, he couldn't imagine a child of about 10 years old wanting to change the structure of the ninja world, and that he had already begun to take action. After all, even Naruto at this time only wanted to become Hokage or something similar. Watching Mu Feng darting through the forest, killing the Rock Ninja, Banju Lei Tong ultimately decided not to reveal himself. He also noticed that Mu Feng was wearing a mask and did not have a Konoha forehead protector. But just when Banju Lei Tong was about to withdraw, his body suddenly froze slightly. He felt a murderous intent locking onto him. Chapter 156, Mu Feng's Choice. No. With a furrowed brow, Banju Lei Tong sensed the killing intent from behind him. His body trembled as he turned around to look. At that moment, he saw a figure not far away, standing atop a tree, staring in his direction, holding a ninja blade in his hand. Mu Feng, has he been discovered? Upon seeing Mu Feng, Banju Lei Tong's brow furrowed. At this moment, he clearly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Mu Feng. In the past, when he was in Konoha, Mu Feng always exuded a humble and kind aura, often smiling at many people. But now, wielding a demon blade and wearing a mask, Mu Feng seemed incredibly cold, almost like a killing machine. At this moment, Bingzu Lei Tong even felt that Mu Feng wanted to take action against him. Gulu, he swallowed his saliva, but the next moment, Mu Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. Watching the increasingly empty, dense forest, Bingzu Lei Tong let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, I actually got scared by this guy. But he must have seen me, right? Bingzu Lei Tong frowned in thought. Mu Feng saw him, but did not come forward to make contact. This made Banju Lei Tong feel that Mu Feng was definitely wary of something. But soon, Banju Lei Tong figured it out. His actions this time were covert, and it was impossible for him to have any contact with the ninjas of Konoha. However, what Banju Lei Tong didn't know was that the killing intent that had surged from Mu Feng just now was indeed real. In the end, Mu Feng did not take action. After watching Mu Feng disappear from the spot, Banju Lei Tong left the dense forest. On the other side, this is a bit troublesome. You should have recognized me. Mu Feng was also startled by Banju Lei Tong's appearance. It should be noted that this time, Mu Feng's actions were entirely according to his own will. Mu Feng did not know why Banju Lei Tong appeared here, but he was more worried that Banju Leitong had most likely recognized him. Banju Leitong was a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in the end, this matter would definitely reach Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. How would Sarutobi Hiruzen think about it? He would likely attribute Mufang's actions to the Uchiha clan, leading to even stricter vigilance against the Uchiha. In this way, Mufang's subsequent actions will be hindered. There are some conflicts between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others like Dans will not agree to the Uchiha clan leaving Konoha. Doing this is equivalent to establishing a powerful enemy for Konoha in the future. Therefore, they will do everything possible to ensure the Uchiha clan's demise within Konoha. If they cannot utilize that power, then they will completely destroy it. Before the actions of Mukes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo must have had some level of vigilance against the Uchiha defection, but it wouldn't be too tight. As opponents, they also understand the temperament and nature of the Uchiha clan very well. However, now, because of the emergence of this exception, Mukes, the situation has been thrown into chaos. This would only make Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo even more confused and suspicious, resulting in tighter precautions. Therefore, at that moment, Mufang truly wanted to eliminate Danzo. However, in the end, Mufang did not take action. First, emotionally, Mufang found it difficult to make a decisive cut. Second, Mufang could not be sure if there were other Konoha ninjas nearby, if he acted directly and was seen by others, or if Danzo managed to escape. It would lead to greater trouble later on. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about the confrontation with a Wagakure, Mufang would still be able to maintain his position in Konoha. Although it would affect the plan, it would only increase the difficulty. However, if he took action against Danzo, it would be tantamount to betraying Konoha, and Mufang would no longer be able to stand in Konoha, causing the entire plan to fall apart. In comparison, Mufang still sheathed his sword, but immediately after, he vented his anger on the other ninjas of a Wagakure. With the constant use of the Flying Thunder God technique, streams of blade light surged, and screams echoed through the entire dense forest for several minutes before gradually subsiding. On the opposite side of the dense forest, in the valley, another scream rang out. Who is fighting? Is it the local forces of the Land of Rain and the Wagakure ninjas? Asuma stared at the dense forest, his eyes filled with curiosity. I hope Rado-sensei is okay. On the side, Kurenai looked worried. Just then, a figure appeared in their line of sight, coming closer. It's Rado-sensei, Asuma exclaimed excitedly. The two saw Rado approaching and immediately came out from their hiding place. Rado-sensei, what happened up ahead? Asuma asked curiously. It's the people from Wagakure. It seems they're being attacked. Rado didn't want the two to know about Mufang's presence, especially Kurenai. He was sure that if Kurenai knew Mufang was in this dense forest, she would definitely rush in to find him. But for now, they still had to focus on their mission. Additionally, Mufang's appearance was too mysterious. Even Rado couldn't guess why he was here fighting against a Wagakure. If he carelessly revealed Mufang's identity to the two, it might cause trouble for Mufang. The Wagakure is being attacked. Upon hearing this, Asuma became curious. Is it the ninjas from the Land of Rain? It should be. That guy is very strong. The Wagakure sent over 100 people and even a Jainin, but he was outsmarted. Rado continued now. Over 100 Wagakure ninjas should all be dead in the dense forest. I saw the situation was wrong and immediately evacuated. Rado frowned and then looked seriously at Asuma and Kurenai. Now that you two have seen this, our situation is already very dangerous. So whatever we do now, we must be cautious and definitely follow my orders. Otherwise, over 100 people and a Jainin, one person attacked them? Asuma's eyes widened in astonishment. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who could have such great ability. His dad should be able to, right? Asuma thought to himself, but he had never seen Sarutobi Hiruzen in action. This Rado-sensei, even Kurenai, feels a bit scared right now. It's okay, I will protect you, Rado said, looking at the two, reaching out to pat their heads with a smile. Moreover, that guy should not be our enemy. Who knows, he might even be our friend. Looking at Rado as he gazed into the dense forest, Asuma and Kurenai also turned their eyes towards it. They didn't quite understand the implications of Rado's words. But at this moment, they both realized that the mission they were undertaking was very dangerous. This is a mission that could truly cost lives. Chapter 157. Anoki's Ambition. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in the jungle on a small path. An IWA ninja was panting as he rushed towards the camp. His expression was panicked, constantly glancing back as if something terrifying was about to catch up with him at any moment. With every step, the IWA ninja's pace became more chaotic. running for his life until he saw the IWA ninja camp ahead, at which point he collapsed weakly to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'm back. A cry echoed into the sky. A few minutes later, inside the IWA ninja camp. What, Daisha is dead? Matoi looked in shock at the ninja, who had returned alive. How is this possible? How many were there on the other side? Were they from Amigakure or Sunagakure? Neither. There was only one person on the other side. One person. His speed was too fast. We couldn't lock onto his trace at all. He carried a ninja blade, and his ninjutsu was exceptionally powerful. He must be a J-nin. No, definitely a J-nin. How is this possible? Even a J-nin wouldn't be able to. Listening to the IWA ninja's description, Matoi furrowed his brow. He himself was a J-nin, but he understood that even he would find it difficult to survive in that situation, let alone achieve a counterattack. What about the others? They're dead, all dead. After Lord Daisha died, no one was a match for that guy. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. He directly flashed in front of us. At that distance, we couldn't even perform ninjutsu. So that means the other side is a Taijutsu master. But a Taijutsu master shouldn't be able to do this unless he used space-time ninjutsu. Soon, Matoi connected the dots regarding space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu is considered extremely advanced ninjutsu in the entire Naruto world, and very few can master it, especially in Iwagakure where there are no such ninjas. But that doesn't mean Matoi was unaware of the existence of space-time ninjutsu. The moment he thought the other side possessed space-time ninjutsu, Matoi gasped, and the next moment, he immediately called the CH-nin leader outside the camp to come in. From today onwards, no one is to leave the camp. Additionally, elevate the camp's defense level to the highest. You all keep a close watch. A ninja who can use space-time ninjutsu has arrived. I will report this matter to Lord Tsuchikage immediately. Understood, Lord Matoi. Hearing Matoi's orders, the CH-nin inside the camp immediately became serious. No, we need to clear all the clutter around the camp. As soon as this guy shows up, we must spot him immediately. Matoi continued to add. Clearing the surrounding environment was not a difficult task for IWA ninjas. That day, many IWA ninjas began to use Doton to flatten the area around the camp. And to prevent Mukes from suddenly appearing and launching a sneak attack, they even took down the tents and used ninjutsu to create several large houses, while the remaining ninjas would rest in these spacious houses. This was done to prevent Mufeng from mingling with the IWA shinobi team. After all this was done, Emoji finally felt a little relieved. This time it was for real. Who would have thought that Daisha would die at the hands of such a guy? A mysterious ninja from the Akatsuki organization? Not the leader of the Akatsuki. Could be a secret team from another ninja village? Remembering the report from the returning ninja from the dense forest, Emoji's brows furrowed. Soon after, he summoned a messenger to record what had happened here and sent it towards IWA village. A day later, in IWA village, Noki was seated in the Tsuchikage building, with Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi standing beside him, while several high-ranking members of IWA village were across from them. It seemed that Sunagakure was determined to go against us, IWA shinobi. Sunagakure is not worth fearing. Their strength is already weak. The most critical factor is Konoha. News has already come from the Land of Rain that Konoha has dispatched some ninjas into the Land of Rain. Although Konoha has not sent many ninjas this time, once they entered the Land of Rain, these ninjas seem to have disappeared without a trace. Konoha has grand ambitions this time. We cannot let Konoha just watch. If we clash with Sunagakure, we must draw Konoha into the war. Otherwise, after both sides suffer losses, it will still be Konoha that benefits. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha had already gained a significant advantage on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, if it weren't for Hanzo's presence. Their control over the Land of Rain would have been even more complete. Konoha is indeed a threat. Naka's gaze tightened, recalling the past. But compared to that era, Konoha is not such a big threat now. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes again. Noki has great confidence in the Third Ninja World War. The most crucial point is that Konoha's overall strength has begun to decline. Before the Second Ninja World War, Konoha had Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. During the Second Ninja World War, Tobarama Senju was still alive. But now, Konoha's Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi. In Naka's eyes, although Hiruzen Sarutobi is also strong, compared to the first three, he is somewhat weaker. Therefore, this time, Noki is confident that he can gain an advantage in the Land of Rain, and even secretly control the entire Land of Rain after the war, thus achieving the encroachment on the Wind and Fire countries. It is because of such ambitions that when he learned of the tailed B situation in Sunagakure, Noki sent ninjas to investigate. At the same time, Noki also understood that Tsunagekyu's situation is very awkward. However, the subsequent developments were not what Noki had anticipated, but from the outcome, it was what Noki wanted to see. A war was instigated by Tsunagekure, opening up a situation in the Land of Rain. Now, the entire war plan of IWA Village is still in progress. Thinking of this, Noki looked at a rock ninja in the room wearing a headscarf. By the way, how is the situation in the Land of Rain recently? Just then, a figure suddenly burst into the room. Tsuchikage-sama. Tsuchikage-sama, news from the Land of Rain. What happened? Seeing the newcomer was somewhat flustered, Naki's expression grew serious. Tsuchikage-sama. It's news from MOG. The message says they encountered an attack from the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, over 100 ninjas, and Lord Daisher has died in battle. What? Hearing this, Noki stood up. Everyone in the room turned to look at the person delivering the news. Chapter 158. The Four Tails Jinchuriki. What? Noki stood up, looking at the IWA ninja reporting the news. Lord MOG sent word. The front line in the Land of Rain. He continued to repeat himself, seemingly frightened by the people in the room. This time he spoke more slowly. The Akatsuki of the Land of Rain. How is that possible? Their leader is not the leader of the Akatsuki. Lord Maki mentioned in the report that the one who made a move is a mysterious ninja. And there's only one person on the other side. He continued. Where's the report? Here. Noki took the report from Maki and started reading it. After finishing, Noki frowned. Maki's report briefly described Mufing's skills and appearance. But since Maki had never seen Mufing himself and learned about him from surviving Nin, his wording was not very certain. However, after understanding the course of the battle and combining it with his experience, Noki quickly confirmed that the opponent must have mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu, which resembled a certain ninjutsu he was familiar with. Flying Thunder God technique? Noki murmured. Could it be someone from Konoha? Lord Tsuchikage? At this moment, other ninja from Iwagakure began to ask questions. Alright, you guys take a look too. This ninja is very likely from Konoha. Moreover, the opponent has mastered a very troublesome ninjutsu. From Konoha? No way. The other high-ranking were also somewhat surprised. In their impression, Konoha generally wouldn't intervene at this time. Konoha would wait until the battle between Tsunagekure and Iwagakure was almost over before making a move, which would be the best timing. However, after everyone finished reading the report sent by Maki, they all frowned. If we look at the information above, it does resemble Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique. But isn't this ninjutsu only used by the second Hokage? It's been so many years. It's not strange for another one to appear. Noki said, it seems Konoha wants to temporarily stop our expansion in the Land of Rain, or perhaps they don't want to see us engage in battle with Tsunagekure. Regardless of Konoha's intentions this time, we cannot retreat. This matter must be dealt with. Oishi has already sacrificed. If we retreat now, Tsunagekure and Konoha will only take further advantage. It seems Konoha want to test our resolve as. With the Kazekage of Tsunagekure missing, their resolve no longer needs testing, so they shifted their focus to us. During their conversation, a layer of anger quietly surged within them. Since Konoha want to test us, let them test. Noki continued. Go find Old Z. Old Z, does Lord Tsuchikage want? Upon hearing Naki's words, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Old Z, as mentioned by Noki, holds a special position in Iwagakure. He is a Jinchuriki, sealed with the four tails, and possesses incredibly powerful lava release abilities. In the original story, during Naruto's generation, both Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had left the village. However, now, Old Z still remains in Iwagakure. It's just that Old Z has a straightforward personality and often clashes with Noki, so despite being a Jinchuriki, he has little say in the village. Now that they heard Noki wanted to summon Old Z, everyone immediately speculated about Naki's intentions. This is to mobilize the tailed beast Jinchuriki. In the ninja world, a war involving tailed beasts and one without them is almost like two completely different scenarios. Tailed beasts, as war weapons in the Naruto world, are essentially equivalent to nuclear bombs in the real world. Generally, unless absolutely necessary, no village is willing to mobilize their tailed beasts. And now, before the war has even begun, Noki actually wants to summon the tailed beast Jinchuriki. This did not happen during the Second Shinobi World War. If the Four Tails is mobilized, I'm afraid Tsunagekure and Konohagakure will join forces against us. Although we have the Four Tails and Five Tails, Konohagakure possesses the Nine Tails. Lord Tsuchikage, the existence of tailed beasts is meant to protect the village. If we mobilize them now, looking at Noki, other high-ranking Iwagakure ninjas began to persuade him. Noki swept his gaze. Don't worry, He won't appear on the front lines. You've all seen the situation this time. The enemy's abilities are quite troublesome. Noki is not even a match for him. If we send other ninjas, they probably won't be able to handle him either. If he were targeting the entire war, it would still be manageable. But what if this guy is just targeting our Wagakure? Konohagakure may already know some information about Sunagakure, which is why they're pulling this move. To deal with this masked guy, we must let Old Purple take action. Besides, you all understand the situation with Old Purple without me saying it. This time, it might be his last service for the village. At this point, Noki sighed. Iwagakure clearly has two-tailed beasts. But it seems that these two-tailed beasts have a restraining relationship with Iwagakure, leaving none behind. As the Tsuchikage, Noki wishes that Iwagakure could produce someone like Naruto, who would insist on becoming the Tsuchikage to serve Iwagakure. But unfortunately, there is no such person. After hearing Naka's words, especially thinking of Old Purple's personality, the other people in the room fell into a slight silence. In that case, it could work. But will Konohagakure and Sunagakure react after learning about this? No. Naka's gaze was firm. Sunagakure's one tails is not in good condition, and Konohagakure will never let the nine tails escape. Seemingly inspired by Naka's determination, the others in the room nodded in agreement. Soon, discussions about the current situation of Iwagakure in the Land of Rain began again. That afternoon, over 500 Iwagakure ninjas set out from Iwagakure towards the Land of Rain. Among this team, there was a silent, middle-aged ninja with purplish red hair and beard, who was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. When the other ninjas saw Old Purple in the team, their expressions and attitudes subtly changed, and many intentionally kept their distance from Old Purple. The Land of Rain, a mysterious Konoha ninja? The team crossed the border of the Land of Earth and entered the border of the Land of Rain. Old Purple looked up at the drizzling sky and thought of Naka's promise to him. If you kill that guy, you can leave Iwagakure. Chapter 159, A False Alarm. System. Open the task panel. Outside, it was drizzling lightly. Inside a cave, Mufeng opened the system's task panel. After the battle in the dense forest, Mufeng's harvest was quite decent. He checked the system's task requirements. Task objective: kill 100 Iwagakure lower ninjas. 73-100, kill 50 Iwagakure middle ninjas. 28-50, kill 3 Iwagakure upper ninjas. 1-3. After one battle, Mufeng had completed about half of his task, and Iwagakure had suffered heavy losses. In the dense forest battle, Mufeng killed a total of 102 Iwagakure ninjas, most of whom were lower ninjas. But it also earned Mufeng over 10,000 corruption points. Coupled with the remaining points, Mufeng's corruption points had now reached 30,000. However, before this task ends, 30,000 corruption points are still not enough for Mufeng to spend. Lower and middle ninjas are relatively easier to deal with. As long as he keeps fighting, he can complete the task soon. But upper ninjas are not that simple. In the cave, Mufeng began to ponder. In the dense forest battle, he killed Iwagakure's upper ninja, Noki. However, Mufeng also understood that this kill was primarily based on the information gap between the two sides. Noki was confident in himself, or rather, he had never encountered an upper ninja capable of taking on 100 opponents, allowing Mufeng to find the opportunity. Moreover, Noki did not fully understand Mufeng's abilities. Although he reacted at the last moment, it was already a bit late. After the dense forest battle, Mufeng originally wanted to take advantage of the momentum to continue attacking Iwagakure's camp or see if his actions could provoke the upper ninja's anger within Iwagakure's camp. But the result was that the magic leech successfully held out. He turned the entire Iwagakure camp into a heavily guarded stronghold and ordered everyone not to enter or exit the camp casually. There were hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas in the camp. Although Mufeng now had some confidence in going to the camp for a fight and then using the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat, he did not have confidence in being able to kill the magic leech within the camp. The reason is simple. The Flying Thunder God technique, now Mufeng's trump card, is suitable for ambushes and guerrilla warfare. However, in direct combat, Mufeng still has certain shortcomings. At least he is not invincible, and his defense is a bit low. If surrounded by enemies and under various ninjutsu attacks, Mufeng would still have to retreat. The current situation is somewhat like this. The entire Iwagakure camp is heavily guarded, and as soon as Mufeng appears, it will definitely cause a big commotion. A large number of Iwagakure ninjas will rush out, and in an open area, Mufeng will have no way to fight back and can only avoid their attacks. However, this situation also made Mufeng realize his current shortcomings in direct combat power and strength. He still needs to improve his Sharingan. If he can use Susanoo, those minions will be nothing to worry about. In the cave, Mufeng felt a greater need for the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, Mufeng's current defensive measures and area damage capabilities are still insufficient, and if he could manifest Susanoo, he would already be very powerful on the battlefield. In the cave, Mufeng was still considering his next plan. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Rado had already taken Hinata and Asuma to scout the location of Iwagakure's camp. Because of Mufeng, Iwagakure had been staying in their camp for a while, and Inuzuka Rado's search was not smooth. In the end, he found the location of Iwagakure's camp by relying on a nearby water source. There it was, Iwagakure's camp. Strange. How did Iwagakure clear the area around here? In the distant valley, Inuzuka Rado looked at the cleared terrain near the camp, his eyes filled with confusion. Hinata and Asuma, however, did not notice anything wrong and quickly asked, "Is there a problem, Rado-sensei?" They cleared the nearby terrain. This makes it easy for the enemy to spot them. Moreover, in battle, they wouldn't have the advantage of terrain. The common fighting style of Earth Ninja is to use Earth Release to improve the terrain, creating an environment more suitable for their combat. But something feels off this time. Could it be related to the ninja that was previously chased by that Earth Ninja? Asuma asked. At this point, Banzutai suddenly realized and thought of Mufeng. No way. Just because of one Mufeng, the entire environment has changed, Banzutai thought to himself. But just as he was pondering, a buzzing sound echoed. Banzutai's body trembled slightly, and his pupils constricted. At the same time, his gaze followed the valley towards the Earth Ninja camp. Meanwhile, within the Earth Ninja camp, a sensory-type Chunin also opened his eyes at that moment, looking in the direction where Banzutai and the others were. There's a situation. A CH-nin suddenly spoke up, and the few IWNin guarding him immediately reacted and surrounded him. There are ninjas in the valley to the west, 1, 2, a total of 3. The CH-nin continued. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the IWNin ran out to spread the news. Soon, the entire IWNin camp was in an uproar, and dozens of IWNin appeared in the camp, looking towards the valley and the location of the 3. On the side of the valley, Dans frowned upon seeing this scene. They were discovered so quickly. Dans was not good at disguising and infiltrating, and neither were Kurenai and Asuma. So when scouting the IWNin camp, Dans deliberately kept a distance. He originally thought this would be safer, but he did not expect the IWNin's reaction to be so fast. Watching the commotion in the IWNin camp, Dans immediately pulled Kurenai and Asuma to leave. However, what surprised Dans was that after the 3 of them left, the IWNin camp was still in turmoil. But no ninja came out to investigate the situation here. Meanwhile, Dans was unaware that their sudden appearance had caused the entire IWNin camp to be alarmed. Inside the camp, "What's going on?" MG inquired about the situation. "There seems to be 3 ninjas in the valley to the west. The others have already checked the camp." A subordinate ninja reported the situation, and MG frowned. The situation where a ninja is pressing down and not daring to go out made the demon Leech very angry and somewhat helpless. At that moment, Lord Demon Leech, "There is new news from the village. A new reinforcement team is on the way, and Lord Old Purple is also coming here." His subordinate excitedly ran over after receiving a message from the carrier pigeon from the Rock Ninja village. Chapter 160. Countermeasures. Chaos. With the arrival of the second batch of Rock Ninja reinforcements and the addition of Old Purple and others, the stronghold of the Rock Ninja village began to improve somewhat. This time, the Rock Ninja village not only dispatched Lao Zi, but also sent 2 other Jonin, with a tailed beast Jinchuriki and 2 Jonin. The previously anxious Rock Ninja stronghold began to feel more at ease after their arrival. After reaching the camp, Lao Zi and the others were not idle. They found MOG and started inquiring about the events and Mufeng's identity. However, facing their questions, MOG could not provide a definitive answer and called in several Rock Ninjas who had participated in the battle. As everyone exchanged thoughts, no one could provide a clear response, and some hadn't even seen Mufeng's face. How is that possible? With so many of you, surely one person must have seen clearly. A Rock Ninja, Jonin, asked angrily. In the room, the other Rock Ninjas felt a bit scared. But the truth was that they had indeed not seen Mufeng's appearance. Some even felt that if they had seen him, they would not be standing here now, having long since become victims of that guy. That Tsuchikage believed this person was very likely from Konoha. In the end, Lao Zi and the others gave up and directly stated that Tsuchikage's speculation. Meanwhile, MOG also shared the earlier discovery of the 3 individuals who bore a striking resemblance to each other. There should be others as well, and this guy should also be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Daishur confirmed this when he fought with him. Because of this, I did not intervene at that time. Aside from that, Today, 3 other ninjas were detected in the West. If they really are from Konoha, why would they be with members of the Akatsuki? After hearing everyone's reports, Emoji became curious. Before Mufong, the Rock Ninja Village had already faced the Akatsuki and was quite familiar with them. They naturally understood that the entire Akatsuki organization harbored animosity toward the 3 great nations. And this time Lao Zi and the others suggested that the attackers on Daisha were most likely from Konoha. Only Konoha possesses this kind of time-space ninjutsu. That Tsuchikage had seen the second Hokage use similar ninjutsu. Moreover, to kill Daisha under those circumstances, aside from well-known ninjas in the ninja world, only a few other great ninja villages could cultivate such ninjas. So, does this mean Konoha has allied with the Akatsuki? Montaktsi found it. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Konoha has already formed a partnership with the Rain Ninja Village. The Akatsuki, after all, is merely a mercenary organization of the Land of Rain, and they have already offended our Rock Ninja Village. If they openly conflict with the other 2 great ninja villages, it would not be a wise choice. However, regardless of who Konoha has allied with, our most important task now is still to find this guy and kill him. Whether he is from Konoha or the Akatsuki does not matter. During the meeting, the Rock Ninja Jonin's gaze sharpened, revealing ferocity. That guy's time-space ninjutsu is difficult to deal with. His speed is extremely fast. If we use normal combat methods, he will likely escape. Emoji expressed his opinion. As his voice fell, others frowned as well. Soon, everyone began to discuss. Some suggested using a barrier to lure Mufong. Others proposed using sealing techniques directly. And some suggested reconnaissance, tracking, and surprise attacks. After much discussion, Emoji and others believed that luring Mufong and then using a barrier to seal the space. Making Mufang's abilities ineffective was the most reliable approach. As for the heavy responsibility of confronting Mufong within the barrier, that fell on Lao Zi's shoulders. But in the end, the focus shifted to another crucial point: how to get Mufong into the trap. Just then, Emoji thought of something. On the other side of the Rock Ninja stronghold, the sound of crackling flames filled the air as a red campfire flickered. Asuma held a skewer of grilled fish. Teacher Redu, what happened just now? Why did we suddenly leave? Didn't we already find the Rock Ninja stronghold? Asuma asked while grilling the fish. We were discovered. The Rock Ninja stronghold seems a bit off. Fortunately, they didn't follow us. It looks like we can't act during the day. We have to wait until night. Redu explained. Once we clarify the number of people inside the Rock Ninja Village stronghold, we will leave. At night, you 2 must stay close to me. Now, let's hurry up and finish eating and rest for a bit. Looking at the campfire beside him, Redu said. On the opposite side, Kurenai and Asuma nodded at the command, but looking at the 2, Redu felt a bit anxious. Meanwhile, not far from the Rock Ninja Village, in the dense forest, several unnamed ninjas dressed in ninja gear were advancing. Nagato, Yahiko, those useless fools were defeated by the Rock Ninja in just one encounter. Now, they want to establish some sort of mercenary system. It's laughable. We underestimated them. At first, they claimed to fight for the Land of Rain. But in the end, they're just a bunch of cowardly rats. Without them, we can manage just fine. At worst, we can engage in guerrilla warfare with the Rock Ninja. Yes, exactly. The Akatsuki is gone, and we can still form a dark organization in the dense forest. Several ninjas who had left the Akatsuki raced toward the border of the Land of Rain. Since Mufong and Yahiko discussed it and Yahiko chose to lead the Akatsuki down the path of a mercenary organization, many people within the Akatsuki decided to leave. Most of these departing ninjas did not join new organizations, but headed toward the border of the Land of Rain, preparing to confront the ninjas from the 3 great nations. This ninja team has separated from the Akatsuki organization and wants to continue their quest for revenge against the Rock Village. This team consists of 9 members, among which 3 have the strength of elite Chunin, 3 are at the Chunin level, and the remaining 3 are relatively weak, possessing only the strength of ordinary genin. Originally, these 9 individuals were not very familiar with each other within the Akatsuki organization. However, this time, due to their disappointment with the Akatsuki, they came together and agreed to imitate the previous Akatsuki by forming a purely rebellious ninja team along the borders of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. At the same time, they set their first action target on the ninjas of IWA Shinobi Village. What Yahiko is unwilling to do, we will do. When the Akatsuki cannot accomplish something, we will surely be able to. Everyone, let's go. The area ahead is controlled by IWA Shinobi. This time, we will make those from the Akatsuki realize that the 3 great ninja villages are not invincible. They're just a bunch of cowards. Looking at the edge of the dense forest, the leading member of the team began to rally the others. Behind him, the others charged forward with great determination. Chapter 161. The Four Forces. As night fell, the rain washed the earth, leaving a scent of grass and wood. Top, top, top. In the stronghold of IWA Shinobi Village in a land of rain, the IWA ninjas began to spread out in teams of about 10, cautiously expanding their surroundings as if searching for something. Meanwhile, not far away, within the valley, Aizawa Rado, holding a telescope, discovered the spreading IWA ninjas. The IWA ninjas have started to move. The night is just right, perfect for us to approach their camp. Asuma, Kurenai, get ready. Confirm the surrounding situation, and I will lead you to the IWA ninjas camp shortly. Aizawa Rado said. He did not intend to take Kurenai and Asuma into the IWA ninjas camp, but as their teacher, he felt it was his duty to ensure that Asuma and Kurenai learned something. The basic skills of reconnaissance and how to plan for a retreat were the main things Aizawa Rado wanted to teach the two. Asuma and Kurenai looked serious. They had already encountered IWA ninjas that day and had a deep understanding of their current situation. At the same time, they hoped to complete this mission under Aizawa Rado's leadership, as this was their first mission after leaving the village. The three of them observed while moving closer to the IWA ninjas camp. Meanwhile, on the other side, finally on the move, it seems that reinforcements from IWA Shinobi Village have arrived. In the dusk, Mufing stood atop a tall pine tree, watching the flickering lights of the IWA ninjas camp. Mufing saw IWA ninjas continuously entering and exiting the camp, changing from their usual defensive tactics, with many even starting to explore into the dense forest. At the same time, Mufing noticed several new luxurious tents appeared in the camp, indicating that the reinforcements from IWA Shinobi Village had indeed arrived. Looking up at the sky, dusk had enveloped the entire sky, and dark clouds covered the moon. That night was destined to be particularly dark. After enduring for so long, Mufeng decided to take action tonight, no longer stalemating with the Rock Ninja. With a glance, Mufeng set his sights on a team hurriedly leaving the Rock Ninja camp. It's them. In the next moment, Mufeng donned his mask and leaped down from the treetop like a hunting falcon. Ahead should be the Rock Ninja village camp. Damn, these guys really treat our rain country as if it were the earth country. Be careful not to get too close. There are too many of them, but we still have our chances. Tonight, let Rock Ninja Village remember us, and let our organization's name echo throughout the entire border. Whispering discussions began to arise among the dense thicket, as several Rain Country ninjas who had defected from the Akatsuki were also strategizing their tactics, while keeping an eye on the nearby Rock Ninja camp. Just then, one of them changed his expression and looked towards the other side of the dense forest. Boss, there seems to be something over there. As soon as he spoke, several ninjas simultaneously looked over. They saw a few figures stealthily advancing not far from their line of sight, and their direction seemed to be towards the Rock Ninja Village camp. I'll go scout, said a ninja skilled in sensing. After saying this, he formed hand seals and placed his index finger on his temple. Soon, his vision changed. He saw three people cautiously making their way through the dense forest, and he noticed the Konoha ninja headbands on them. They are from Konoha, he exclaimed, lowering his finger in surprise. The others beside him were also taken aback. From Konoha? How could they possibly appear here? Damn it, now ninjas from the three major ninja villages have shown up. Are they trying to wage war in our Rain country again? Let's go, follow them. We absolutely cannot let these people run rampant in our Rain country. Although they couldn't deal with the numerous ninjas at the Rock Ninja camp, the few members of the Akatsuki who had defected were confident they could handle the three Konoha ninjas. But just as they were about to follow and take out the Konoha ninjas first, a loud rumble suddenly echoed ahead. A huge noise erupted, and a flock of birds took flight from the trees as several trees fell, kicking up dust. The group of ninjas looked in the direction of the sound, displaying expressions of surprise. The sensory-type ninja among them immediately used ninjutsu to check the situation. Soon, an image appeared in his view, not far away in the jungle. Several ninjas from the rock village were huddled back to back, looking tense, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Near the feet of these rock ninjas lay a corpse of a rock village ninja, blood flowing from underneath it, clearly indicating that this ninja had not been dead for long. Upon seeing this scene, the ninja instantly understood. It must be that the ninjas from the rock village had encountered an enemy attack here. Serves them right, the ninjas from the three great ninja villages deserve to die. The Rain Country ninja felt a surge of delight in his heart, and then shared the news with his companions. After hearing this, His companions were also very pleased. Huh, it seems there are others who think like us. Did you see what that guy looked like? To be able to fight against the rock ninjas in this place. He must not be an ordinary person. Perhaps we can even recruit him into our organization. Yes, we won't be like Yahiko and those guys, insisting on fighting the ninjas from the 3 great villages to the end. Seeing his companions getting excited, the sensory-type ninja continued to use ninjutsu. This time, he saw those rock ninjas again. But strangely, he did not find the ninja who attacked the rock ninjas. And even stranger, there was another corpse on the ground. While the previous rock ninjas were still maintaining their back-to-back posture, only that one was missing from their midst. Seeing this scene, the Rain Country ninja was somewhat surprised. A Jonin. It must have been a Jonin who made the move. Only a Jonin could achieve this. Thinking of this, the Rain Country ninja became excited. He shared what he saw with his companions, who were even more delighted. We must bring this guy into our organization. But before that, let us deal with the other team first. With a focused gaze, the ninjas in the team directed their attention to the front, where they spotted the 3 from Konoha. Moving quickly, while the rock ninjas haven't noticed us yet. Let us resolve this swiftly. As soon as the words were spoken, 9 Rain Country ninjas moved in unison, swiftly closing in on the 3 from Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rock Ninja Village's team also received a distress signal from the attack squad. Chapter 162, Chaos in the Forest. A squad has encountered an attack in the northern jungle. Hurry and notify Lord Leech and Lord Old Purple within the Rock Ninja Village base. As the distress message from the attacked ninja came in, many rock ninjas began to stir. Soon, the news of the ambush squad reached the ears of Leech and Old Purple. Is it confirmed? It's that guy. The attacked squad hadn't even seen their assailant, and someone was already killed. This speed is definitely his. Let us go, move out, and bring that thing with us. Leech, Old Purple, and 2 other Jonin confirmed the news. Then they headed towards the northern jungle. At this moment, in the jungle, why hasn't Lord Leech and the others arrived yet? Everyone stay close. Once you see someone, notify immediately. Don't get distracted like the West Earth. The opponent is a Jonin capable of killing Lord Big Stone. Can we really survive this? Hold on. Once Lord Leech arrives, we will be able to survive. 3 rock ninjas stood back to back in a small clearing, 6 eyes fixed intently on their surroundings, not letting any movement go unnoticed. Not far from them, on a tall Polonia tree, Mufang glanced at the 3 before shifting his gaze towards the direction of the Rock Ninja Village base. Mufang deliberately attacked this Rock Ninja squad and intentionally gave them some time to send a signal for help. He wanted to see what kind of backup the Rock Ninjas had, or how many reinforcements were coming. The result was just as Mufang had anticipated. After he attacked this Rock Ninja squad, disturbances began to appear at the Rock Ninja base. With a whoosh, Mufang vanished from his spot, and the next moment, he appeared on a small mountain along the route to the northern jungle from the Rock Ninja base. Mufang stood atop the mountain and looked down. After a while, he spotted the team from the Rock Ninja Village heading for support. There are more than 20 people in this team, and among them, Mufang also saw the figure of Mog. Hurry up, the enemy is right ahead. That guy knows time-space ninjutsu. We need to seal off the surroundings before he leaves. Lao Zi, let's go ahead and find a way to entangle that guy. Inside the team, Mog spoke to the nearby Lao Zi and 2 other Jonin. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them quickened their pace. In fact, Iwagakure had not yet figured out how to deal with Mufang. This time, they were just taking a trial-and-error approach. However, what Mog and the others did not know was that the entire process since the support started had been observed by Mufang. Watching the 4 of Mog, especially Lao Zi and the team, a look of surprise appeared on Mufang's face. Having seen the original work, Mufang immediately recognized Lao Zi. The image of this 4-tails Jinchuriki was too distinctive. So it's the 4-tails Jinchuriki? No wonder Iwagakure started to take action. They actually sent out a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Mufang frowned. With Mufang's current strength, dealing with Mog and the others was already sufficient. He even had a certain level of confidence in defeating Mog and the 2 Jonin by his side. However, overcoming or killing a tailed beast Jinchuriki would be quite challenging. This is a bit troublesome. There are also 2 Jonin plus some lower and middle ninjas to complete the task. Lower and middle ninjas are relatively easy, but if Mog stays with Lao Zi, killing them would be much more difficult. Staring at the 4 moving together, Mufang frowned slightly. According to Mufang's original plan, he wanted to observe Iwagakure's strength and then see if he could use the same plan to eliminate another batch of Iwagakure ninjas like last time. But after seeing Lao Zi, Mufang decisively abandoned this idea. In a direct confrontation, he was not Lao Zi's opponent. Especially after the other party activated their tailed beast transformation, it would be even trickier for Mu Feng to handle. Mu Feng's biggest reliance now is the Flying Thunder God technique, which excels in speed rather than strength and defense. When facing a tailed beast, strong offensive or control methods are key to defeating the tailed beast. Let's see first. If I can't take them down one by one, I'll just have to follow them and slowly look for opportunities. As he finished speaking, Mu Feng vanished from his spot with a swish and began to silently track Lao Zi and the others. Meanwhile, in another part of the jungle, rustling sounds. Pingji Leitong was leading Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma toward the Iwagakure base. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind them, and Pingji Leitong was the first to react. Who is it? Kurenai, Asuma, prepare for battle. As he spoke, Pingji Leitong leaped in front of Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, blocking the two. His gaze turned toward the bushes behind them. Then swish, swish, swish. 6 figures appeared before Pingji Leitong in the jungle. The 6 people stood in different positions. Some were on the ground, some at the waist of the trees, and others stood high on top of the trees. At the same time, they all fixed their gaze on Banju Leitong. Indeed, they were ninjas from Konoha, and among them were Jonin. One person standing in the middle looked at Banju Leitong and spoke. Wanderer ninja from the land of rain? Banju Leitong glanced over the 6 people in front of him. During their mutual observations, Banju Leitong had already made a preliminary estimation of the 6 people's strength. All 6 were Chunin, with 3 of them being relatively strong. They should be elite among the Chunin. This was a bit troublesome. If these guys were coming for us, I could handle it alone. But thinking of this, Banju Leitong glanced back at Hong Yuhi and Asuma. He then spoke directly. I am a Jonin from Konoha, and we have established a cooperative relationship with the Rain Ninja Village. You all look like ninjas from the land of rain, right? I wonder what you want to do by following us. Although he already sensed that the other side was not friendly, Banju Leitong still spoke up. On one hand, he wanted to use Konoha's name to pressure the other party, and on the other hand, he wanted to express that he had no intention of being enemies with the ninjas from the land of rain. In this way, Banju Leitong hoped to avoid an unnecessary battle. However, after Banju Leitong finished speaking, the 6 people opposite him sneered. Konoha people really love this kind of talk. The ninjas from the 3 great ninja villages have burned, killed, and plundered in our land of rain, committing all sorts of atrocities. Put away your tricks. Today, our dark organization is specifically here for you 3. Brothers, let us attack together. He brought 2 Konoha genin with him. He won TB our opponent. Kill him. With a shout, the 6 ninjas from the land of rain charged directly at Banju Leitong. Chapter 163. Encounter. Not good. Seeing that the people opposite were charging at him, Banju Leitong's brows furrowed. Asuma, Hong, quickly hide. I'll hold them off. As his voice fell, Banju Leitong quickly formed hand seals, while his body leaped forward into the dense forest. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a rumble, as Banju Leitong slammed his hands onto the ground, chakra surged forth, and the ground of the forest began to tremble, a cloud of dust rising up, as if an earthquake had occurred. A wall of earth, at least 5 to 6 meters wide, rose up from the ground, directly intercepting the people opposite. Quickly hide. Damn it. Why did we run into the wandering ninjas from the land of rain at this time? Hong, Yuhi quickly spoke, knowing that she and Asuma were weak and would only drag down Banju Leitong if they stayed. However, at this moment, Asuma hesitated. This was his first mission, and it was also his first encounter with the enemy. As a ninja from Konoha and the son of Sarutobi Asuma, he felt that it would be quite disgraceful to just run away. Asuma, seeing Asuma frozen in place, Yuhi Kurenai was slightly taken aback and quickly called out again. No, we can't let Nara Shikaku handle these guys alone. They're just wandering ninjas from the land of rain. They're not that strong. Kurenai, cover me. We could take on 1 or 2 of them. A determined glint flickered in Asuma's eyes. Kurenai was a bit surprised by Asuma's words and then glanced at the several rain ninjas opposite them. But just at that moment, suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. They were the 3 lower ninjas who had been hiding in the Rain Country team. From the very beginning, these 3 lower ninjas had their sights set on Kurenai and Asuma. They did not intend to kill them, but rather to create some trouble for Nara Shikaku. The Rain ninjas had already noticed that Kurenai and Asuma were following Shikaku to complete a mission while learning at the same time. Among the major nations, Konoha placed the most emphasis on cultivating the next generation, and it was common for J-Nin to take lower ninjas on missions. Moreover, in most cases, Konoha's J-Nin tended to be quite protective of lower ninjas, especially younger ones. It was precisely because of this that the Rain Ninjas devised such a plan. 6ch Nin engaged Nara Shikaku head-on, while the other three went to deal with Kurenai and Asuma. As long as they could corner Kurenai and Asuma, Shikaku would definitely be distracted, and that would be the moment for the other 6ch Nin to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Shikaku. There are three more of them. This is bad. Seeing the three Rain Ninjas suddenly jump out, Asuma and Kurenai immediately became tense. However, after assessing the strength of the three, they felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, they're just lower ninjas. Kurenai, you take the one on the left. I'll handle the one on the right and the one in the middle. A spark of excitement flashed in Asuma's eyes. Kurenai nodded in response, and then her peripheral vision caught sight of Nara Shikaku's position. Clang, clang, clang. Over there, Shikaku was already engaged in battle with the 6ch Nin. As an elite J Nin from Konoha, Shikaku was not weak. However, the six in front of him were no slouches either, and with their teamwork, it was unrealistic for Shikaku to quickly defeat them. At this moment, Bingzu Leidong had already noticed the three Rain Country ninjas appearing near Sunset Hong. He originally wanted to rush over to help, but on the way, several shurikens flew at him, blocking his path. Want to save them? You have to get past US first, the leader of the Rain Country ninjas said with a smile. As his words fell, he spun the shuriken in his hand and threw it directly at Bingzu Leidong. Bingzu Leidong deflected the shuriken in midair and glanced towards Sunset Hong and her companions. Upon realizing that the three surrounding Sunset Hong were only Chunin in strength, he felt a bit more at ease. Then let's make this quick. Buzz. In the next moment, a flash of lightning flickered on the kunai in Bingzu Leidong's hand. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, Bingzu Leidong charged out like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the leader of the Rain Country ninjas. Boom! Not far from the entrance of the dense forest, Lao Zi and the others were rushing forward when suddenly the ground beneath their feet shook, and a sound came from nearby, as if something was happening. The group paused momentarily, then swiftly climbed to the treetops, looking in the direction of the noise. Someone is fighting over there, Emoji said, observing the swirling dust in the distance. Is it that guy? As Emoji spoke, a jonin beside him jumped down from the treetop to the ground, extending his hand to touch the ground while closing his eyes, seemingly sensing something. After a while, the IW ninja jonin opened his eyes. What's the situation, Poo-2? Emoji asked. There are 12 people fighting ahead, and there should be one jonin. It doesn't seem like that guy. The IWA jonin named Poo-2 replied. Not that guy. Emoji frowned slightly. Forget it. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Emoji and the others rushed towards the direction of Bingzu Leitong and the Rain Country ninjas. Meanwhile, behind them, Mufong also noticed the commotion in the dense forest, his brow furrowing. Seeing Emoji and the others rush ahead, Mufong followed suit without thinking much. At the same time, Mufong secretly felt that this might be an opportunity if there was a chaotic battle ahead, and he could get Emoji and his companions involved. Perhaps he could find a chance to kill them. Swish! Emoji and the others moved quickly, while Mufong maintained a certain distance behind, wary of the opponent's sensory ninjutsu. Soon, Emoji and the others rushed into the battlefield between Bingzu Leitong and the Rain Country ninjas. At this moment, the battle between Bingzu Leitong and the Rain Country ninjas had reached a fever pitch. Lightning release, earth walk, ZZZ. A flash of lightning flickered, as Bingzu Leitong clapped his hands, sending the lightning directly towards the three Rain Country ninjas. The pupils of the three Chunin contracted slightly. Two immediately used the shadow clone technique, but the one standing at the back didn't have time to use ninjutsu. The raging lightning wrapped around him, and in an instant, accompanied by a puff of smoke, that Rain Country ninja collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bingzu Leitong revealed a smile and looked in the direction of Sunset Hong. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he froze in place. He saw Lao Zi and the others. Chapter 164. IWA Ninja makes a move. The situation reverses. That's a Leaf Village ninja. The others seem to be ninjas from the Rain Country. When Bingzu Leitong saw Lao Zi and the others, they also noticed him and the Rain Country ninjas. Emoji stared at Bingzu Leitong, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of seriousness appearing on his face. He wasn't surprised to see the Rain Country ninjas here, and even the appearance of Sand Village ninjas would only slightly surprise him. However, seeing Bingzu Leitong with the leaf headband stirred up a storm in Emoji's heart. The appearance of Bingzu Leitong represented the Leaf Village to some extent, and unlike the previously appeared Mufong, he directly indicated the identity of a leaf ninja. The ninja who killed Daisher had used leaf ninjutsu, and now another leaf ninja appeared here, and he was a jonin. Could it be that the leaf had allied with the sand? Mo.G thought to himself. In the first moment, he did not choose to attack. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, what's going on? They are IWA ninjas. The Rain Country ninjas also discovered Mo.G and the others. Unlike Bingzu Leitong, upon seeing the IWA ninjas, the Rain ninjas appeared even more panicked. In their eyes, the three major ninja villages were all in the same boat, and they had previously been members of the Akatsuki organization in a hostile relationship with IWA. Although the Leaf and IWA ninjas were not in a cooperative relationship either, the war had not yet started, and both sides would slightly restrain themselves at this time. The result of that restraint was that they would face a combined attack from the Leaf and IWA. Realizing this, the leader of the Rain Country ninjas had already started to feel the urge to retreat. He could see that the four coming now, Mo.G and his companions, were not easy to deal with. If they forced a fight, the only ones who would die here would be them. Damn it. Why did the IWA ninjas have to show up at this time? Let's prepare to withdraw. The leader of the Rain Country ninjas said to his companions. We won't be a match for those few people. Although the other Rain ninjas were a bit unwilling, having just lost one to Bingzu Leitong's attack. Now they had to retreat. However, the situation was urgent, and they could only nod in agreement, preparing to withdraw. But swish! Just as these Rain ninjas were about to retreat, another IWA jonin beside Mo.G suddenly moved. He did not head towards Bingzu Leitong, but instead charged directly towards the fighting Sunset Hong and her companions. After this, Nin appeared. He quickly assessed the strength and situation of the people on the field. Especially upon seeing Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, he became even more certain of his judgment. A Konoha team, bringing along newcomers for training, encountered wandering ninjas from the Land of Rain. As a result, a conflict broke out, and a battle ensued. The breakthrough point lay with these few genin. Based on his understanding of the Konoha team and the ninjas from the Land of Rain, this IWA ninja chose to target Yuhi Kurenai and the genin from the Land of Rain. Here, bang bang bang, Asuma is engaged in battle with a genin from the Rain Country. As they close in on each other, a flurry of punches and kicks creates a series of dull sounds. Asuma's strength is not weak among the genin, and due to his special training in Konoha, he has now mastered basic combat techniques. He stands firm at the front, occasionally throwing punches and tossing shuriken, managing to hold off the three opposing genin. Normally, this kind of standoff would soon put Asuma at a disadvantage, but behind him, Kurenai Yuhi is supporting him in battle. The two of them developed a tacit understanding of teamwork during their special training in Konoha. At that time, they were able to hold their own against Kakashi for a short period. Now, the three genin in front of them are nothing to worry about. As Asuma fights, the tension in his heart gradually dissipates, replaced by a surge of passion and exhilaration. However, the three genin from the Rain Country slowly begin to feel overwhelmed. In fact, what they fear most is not Asuma, but rather Kurenai behind him. While it's easy to dodge a direct attack, it's hard to defend against a hidden threat. Kurenai keeps a close watch on the three of them, preventing them from fully utilizing their abilities. Each time they send one or two of their own to try to take out Kurenai first, Asuma always jumps in to disrupt their plans, and crucially, Kurenai is always aware enough to dodge their attempts. After a fierce struggle, slowly, Sunset Red and Asuma gained the upper hand. Then, the three from the Land of Rain, feeling pressured, began to take things more seriously, and their attacks became heavier. After a while, the five of them fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, they all overlooked the appearance of the likes of the Leech and the approaching Rock Village jonin. Clang! Metal clashed in the air, producing a crisp sound. Asuma threw a kunai to deflect the enemy's shuriken, then suddenly stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the face of the Rain Village Chunin. His punch was quick, coming from above with a somewhat tricky angle. Asuma was confident that he could land a punch on the Rain Village Chunin right in front of him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This should change Hong's opinion of me, Asuma thought proudly to himself. But just as his fist swung out, a sudden whoosh of wind came from the side. The next moment, with a bang, Asuma's fist struck the air, but a splash of blood shot up in front of him. Slightly taken aback, Asuma turned to look, only to find that the Rain Country genin he was fighting had been directly hit in the head by a flying kunai, falling straight to the ground, lifeless. A hint of confusion appeared in Asuma's pupils. Feiyu, damn, who is it? The other two Rain Country genin roared, looking in the direction from which the kunai had come. Asuma and Hong also turned to look there. This is where it ends. no matter if you are from Konoha or a ninja from the Rain Country. A burly man wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector squatted on a tree stump, a smile on his face, waving the kunai in his hand as he looked at Asuma and the others. Iwagakure ninja. Seeing the Iwagakure man, the two Rain Country genin were immediately stunned, quickly glancing at their teammate. At this moment, after the Iwagakure man made his move, the remaining members of the Magic Leech trio had already charged towards the two ninjas from the Rain Country. The ambitions of the Magic Leech group were great. They wouldn't have acted if they hadn't, but once they did, they wanted to eliminate everyone, whether from Konoha or the Rain Country. Chapter 165. The Oppression from the Jonin. The sudden move by the Iwagakure Jonin interrupted the battle between Hong and the Rain Country ninjas. With the death of Rain Country genin Feiyu, the expressions of Hong, Asuma, and the other two Rain Country genin immediately turned serious. The four of them turned to look at the Iwagakure Jonin. The Iwagakure Jonin on the opposite side also looked at Hong and the others, letting out a chuckle. This laughter carried a hint of disdain. Clearly, with his strength, he completely looked down on the four of them, including Sunset Red. Red, this is bad. This guy's a Jonin from the Rock Village. Asuma noticed the Jonin's forehead protector from the Rock Village and warned Sunset Red beside him. Don't act rashly. We still don't know the opponent's intentions. Sunset Red forced herself to calm down. This was the first mission for Yuhi, Kurenai, and Asuma, and it was also their first time seeing a dead person, especially someone being killed right in front of them. Although the victim was not a companion, the impact of death was significant for both of them at this age. Particularly, the Jainin from IWA Shinobi Village exuded a strong sense of hostility and killing intent. The gap in strength between Jainin and Nin made Yuhi, Kurenai, and Asuma feel this killing intent as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. This is akin to the moment in the original work when Sakura and Sasuke first encountered Orochimaru. Just the killing intent and aura released by Orochimaru made Sakura vomit on the spot, and Sasuke was so frightened that he couldn't move. However, Kurenai and Asuma had undergone special training in Konoha, so while it wasn't as humiliating for them, the fear in their hearts was inevitable. Meanwhile, the two Rain Country Chunin beside them were somewhat dumbfounded. Their combat experience surpassed that of Kurenai and Asuma, especially in terms of resisting killing intent and aura, which was much stronger than that of Asuma and Kurenai. However, at the same time, they could more accurately perceive the strength of the IWA Ninja Jonin. Damn it. How can we encounter a Jonin from IWA here? It seems that we are in serious trouble this time. Glancing at their companions who were already caught in a bitter struggle, a trace of desolation appeared in their eyes. These individuals had anticipated their deaths when they joined the Akatsuki, and they had to be more accepting of this fact. However, they did not expect that just after leaving the Akatsuki, their small team hadn't even been formed before encountering an IWA Jonin. But I have no regrets. With this thought, one of the Rain Country Chunin spoke up. After speaking, a fierce light flickered in his eyes as he looked at the IWA Jonin across from him. His teammates seemed to be infected by this sentiment, their gazes turning resolute. The ninjas of the three great ninja villages are recklessly fighting in our country, destroying our Rain Country. I am not dying for myself. Nagato, Yahiko, they will never understand. Haha, they will eventually be devoured by the three great ninja villages. Let's go all out. Even if we can't kill this guy today, we must injure him and make him remember that our Rain Country is not to be trifled with. One of the Rain Country Chunin declared. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag, simultaneously charging towards the IWA Jonin. Ridiculous. In the face of the attack from the two Rain Country Chunin, the IWA Jonin scoffed. The next moment, his figure trembled and disappeared from the spot, reappearing on the left side of the two. Shuriken traced arcs in the air, directly hitting the two Rain Country Chunin. The IWA Jonin hardly used any effort to deal with these two. Hurry and run. Now's our chance. Seeing the Rain Country Chunin take action, Kurenai and Asuma quickly fled into the distance. Having finally overcome the fear in their hearts, Kurenai and Asuma madly sprinted towards the nearby forest, hoping to use the trees to evade the IWA Jonin's line of sight. But they hadn't run far when, whoosh, the IWA Jonin's figure appeared right in front of them. Kurenai glanced back, and the two Rain Country Chunin had already fallen in a pool of blood. The two of them trembled as they stared at the IWA Jonin before them, involuntarily glancing towards the direction where their comrades had fallen. This scene was witnessed by the Rock Ninja Village's Jonin, who showed a hint of disdain on his face. He smirked. How can you expect help from your Konoha Jonin? Don't waste your efforts. All three of you will die here today. With Lord Otsutsuki taking action, no Jonin can resist, the Rock Ninja Village Jonin said. However, only the little ones from Konoha would have a Jonin to save them. Seeing the enemy tremble involuntarily, such a ninja in our Rock Ninja Village could only become cannon fodder. Prepare tout dit. Don't worry, my kunai will be swift. After saying this, the Rock Ninja Village Jonin approached Asuma and Kurenai. Asuma? Kurenai said, a bit frightened. We can only fight, Kurenai. Look for an opportunity to escape yourself. They won't easily kill me. I'm Asuma, the son of the Hokage, Asuma said, stepping forward. However, he didn't fully believe his own words, after all. His brother had died on the battlefield. Want a hero to save the beauty? But your strength still falls a bit short. The Rock Ninja Village Jonin looked at Asuma with a hint of mockery. Kurenai felt a bit at a loss, but did not flee immediately. At this moment, she thought of Mukfang. What do we do now? Escape? He probably wouldn't escape. There's still hope. I can use illusion techniques, and if I can control him, even for just a few seconds, that would be enough. With this thought, Tsukiyomi's gaze became firm. Asuma, I have a plan. Tsukiyomi stepped forward and stood in front of Asuma, whispering softly. Asuma listened carefully to Tsukiyomi's plan while keeping an eye on the Iwanin Jonin in front of them. However, their conversation was happening right under the nose of the Iwanin Jonin, who was not giving them time to formulate their plan. Want to discuss countermeasures? He saw through Tsukiyomi's thoughts. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and a shuriken flew between the two of them. At the same time, the Iwanin Jonin directly lunged at them for an attack. Tsukiyomi and Asuma were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that their actions would directly provoke the opponent. The Iwanin Jonin was no fool. Even though Tsukiyomi and Asuma were Chunin, he wouldn't allow them to strategize against him. Caution and vigilance were key to his growth to Jonin. Whoosh! With the sound of wind cutting, the Iwanin Jonin turned into an afterimage and charged forward. Starting with you. Locking his gaze on Asuma, the Iwanin Jonin suddenly accelerated, and a punch directly slammed towards Asuma. Asuma's expression was one of shock. The opponent's speed exceeded his reaction time, and he instinctively raised his arms in a cross to protect himself. But the next moment, a tremendous force struck his arms. Boom! Asuma was sent flying, crashing into a tree, and then knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. Asuma. Seeing this, Tsukiyomi shouted and ran towards Asuma. But at that moment, the Iwanin Jonin appeared right in front of Tsukiyomi. Next is you. With a sinister smile, the Iwanin Jonin raised his fist. However, crackle. At that moment, a crackling sound of lightning echoed above their heads. The Iwanin Jonin was momentarily stunned, sensing a killing intent, and quickly stepped back. Whoosh! Just then, a lightning-infused demon blade fell from the sky, landing where the Iwanin Jonin had just been standing. You cannot touch. Chapter 166. Killing the Iwanin Jonin. Crackle. On the battlefield, the demon blade flickered with arcs of lightning. The Iwanin Jonin took a step back, inwardly sighing. If it weren't for his sharp senses, the demon blade would have been embedded in his head rather than the ground. Who is it? The Iwanin Jonin shouted angrily, looking around. At that moment, a figure quickly descended right above him. Bang! The figure landed, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the demon blade embedded in the ground shook and fell into that person's hand. You cannot touch. Mukfang, wearing a mask, exuded a powerful killing intent, his aura stirring the surrounding air, spreading outwards. It's you. Fixated on Mukfang, the Iwanin Jonin immediately recognized him. Although the surviving ninjas in the camp did not have an accurate description of their attacker, upon seeing Mukfang, the Iwanin Jonin was already certain that Mukfang was the one who had killed Ushi. He quickly scanned Mukfang's figure. With a mask on, he couldn't see Mukfang's face, and there was no obvious ninja village forehead protector on him either. Not tall, with a slightly childish voice, he should be quite young. A protector of Konoha. Damn it, this guy isn't another genius from Konoha, is he? The Iwanin Jonin pondered, realizing from Mukfang's explosive aura and killing intent that Mukfang was a Jonin, and his strength was not beneath his own. At the same time, based on previous descriptions from other ninjas, this Iwanin Jonin could be sure that he was definitely not Mukfang's opponent alone. He shifted his gaze and looked at Tsukiyomi behind Mukfang. Tsukiyomi was also filled with astonishment. She stared blankly at the figure in front of her. Mukfang. Tsukiyomi was very familiar with Mukfang's back, but this surging aura felt somewhat unfamiliar. In the past, the Mukfang she saw in the village always wore a gentle, kind smile. Now, The killing intent and aura emanating from Mukfang were even stronger than that of the IWN Jonin just now. However, this did not affect Tsukiyomi's judgment. Just as Tsukiyomi opened her mouth, Mukfang, standing in front of her, did not turn around. Find a spot on the ground and hide. A cold voice rang out, and Tsukiyomi finally snapped out her daze. Okay. She quickly stood up. At this moment, she was certain that the person in front of her was indeed Mukfang. However, the current situation was clearly not the time for chit-chat. Standing up, Tsukiyomi raced to one side. The IWN Jonin clearly did not want to let Tsukiyomi go so easily. Since Tsukiyomi was weaker, if he could hold her back, it would be possible to restrain Mukfang. The IWN Jonin moved to stop Tsukiyomi from leaving. But just as he moved, Mukfang also acted, appearing in front of the IWN Jonin in a flash. Get lost. With a fierce shout, Mukfang swung the demon blade horizontally. The IWN Jonin quickly stepped back. In the next moment, Mukfang took a step forward and chased after him, drawing out a kunai, and the two engaged in battle. The powerful force from the demon blade surged, and the IWN Jonin glanced at Tsukiyomi, who was trying to escape, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But at this moment, he had no way to suppress Mukfang. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai in his hand quickly blocked Mukfang's attacks. The IWN Jonin stepped back, threw out a kunai, and quickly formed hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. Earth style, rock pillar. With the words of the Jonin from Iwagakure falling, the ground in front of him trembled. And in the next moment, several thick rock pillars erupted from the ground, rushing towards Mufang. Mufang's body froze for a moment as he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, swiftly dodging between the rock pillars. Finally, he stomped on one of the pillars and leaped into the air. Zizizizi, the demon blade was tightly gripped in his hand, and lightning chakra coursed through it, releasing a brilliant light, resembling a sword of the thunder god. With a leap from the sky, Mufang came down with the thunder demon blade, drawing a white arc in the air as if splitting space itself, heading straight for the head of the Jonin from Iwagakure. The Jonin was startled by this scene. He didn't dare to use shuriken to block such an attack up close. His body hurriedly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom! He slammed both hands onto the ground, and after a tremor, a large chunk of rock surged up in front of the Jonin. He stared at Mufang behind the earthen wall, feeling a slight relief from the fear in his eyes. Huh! The Jonin from Iwagakure let out a long sigh of relief. In that brief moment, he had even thought he wouldn't have time to use ninjutsu. But fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to break through and quickly cast the earth flow wall. This should be the fastest time he has used the earth-style wall since becoming a Jonin. The Jonin of Iwagakure felt a surge of relief in his heart. But just then, a sizzling sound of electricity suddenly rang out. In the Jonin's line of sight, a white light suddenly appeared, piercing through the earth-style wall in front of him. The pulsating white lightning expanded in front of him, piercing through his body with a speed that was too quick to react. The Jonin of Iwagakure incredulously looked down at his chest. At that moment, he saw that his chest had been penetrated by a condensed beam of white light, which looked like a lightsaber, but on top of that light, small arcs of electricity flickered occasionally. The white light beam appeared quickly and retracted just as fast. Accompanied by a retracting sound, the white beam pulled back, leaving a circular hollow above the Jonin and the earth-style wall. Through the hollow in the earth-style wall, the Jonin looked over and saw a pair of scarlet eyes. You are Uchiha. Thud. After the words fell, the Jonin of Iwagakure collapsed to the ground. Ding. You have killed the Jonin of Iwagakure, gaining 1,500 points of corruption value. Your Earth-style Ninjutsu Proficiency 1. After the death of this Jonin, the system's prompt sounded in Mufang's mind. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Mufang's mouth. The next moment, Mufang turned his gaze to the other side, where Asuma Sarutobi was unconscious under a tree. Chapter 167, Discovering Clues. On the other side, in the battlefield where Ozi, Moji, and Banjutsu Raito were located. With the arrival of the three Jonin from Iwagakure, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. The 7 surviving Rain Country ninjas originally intended to retreat directly, but were intercepted by Ozi and the other 3. The remaining 3, seeing this, had the chance to escape but chose to stay. These few had originally fled from the Akatsuki organization. It can be said that they harbored great hatred for the Iwagakure ninjas, and although they were not familiar with each other, they had aligned ideas and had become comrades. More importantly, when they chose to leave the Akatsuki organization and come to the border, it meant that they were not afraid of dying in battle. In comparison, They felt that surviving would be disrespectful to the Akatsuki members who had already died at the border. Therefore, after the 4 were intercepted, the remaining 3 also decisively stayed. The ninjas from the Rain Country, Moji, Ozi, Banjutsu Raido, plus 1 Jonin from Iwagakure. Instantly, the situation on the field became chaotic. But soon, after testing a few moves, the scene was divided. The 7 Rain Country ninjas teamed up and occupied one side, starting to cooperate defensively. Moji and another Jonin from Iwagakure focused on the 7 from the Rain Country, while Ozi silently approached Banjutsu Raido. Banjutsu Raido looked at Ozi, gripping the kunai in his hand. From Ozi, Banjutsu Raido sensed a hidden powerful aura, and his brow furrowed slightly. Ozi, on the other hand, simply looked silently at Banjutsu Raido without making a move. Just in the next moment, his gaze slightly shifted to the other side, where Kurenai Yuhi was located. At this moment, Mufeng had already made his entrance. Upon seeing Mufeng's appearance, a glint of light appeared in Ozi's dazed eyes. He immediately recognized that Mufeng was the ninja who had attacked Iwagakure and killed the big stone. Here, Bingzu Leitong also noticed the appearance of Mufeng. Mufeng. Bingzu Leitong's pupils contracted. Watching Mufeng engage in battle with the Rock Ninja Village's Jonin while protecting Yuhi Kurenai, Bingzu Leitong's previously anxious heart finally settled down. But at that moment, Old Purple seemed to change targets and charge directly towards Mufeng. The agreement he reached with Noki was to kill Mufeng. Now that he saw Mufeng, Bingzu Leitong had become less important in Old Purple's mind. As he rushed towards Mufeng, Old Purple began to mobilize the chakra within his body. Just then, with a swoosh, a sound of breaking wind came from behind Old Purple. Glancing slightly, he saw Bingzu Leitong had already flashed to his back. Bingzu Leitong twisted his waist, driving his thigh, and his whole body leaned to the left. A powerful whip kick struck towards Old Purple's head. Old Purple was not startled by Bingzu Leitong's attack. He quickly crouched down to dodge it. At that moment, Bingzu Leitong changed his stance, lowering his center of gravity and sweeping his leg downwards. Old Purple leaped up like a monkey. Soon, the two became entangled in a fierce fight. Bang! A punch struck, and Bingzu Leitong's fist collided with Old Purple's fist in midair, producing a muffled sound. Your opponent is me. Bingzu Leitong gritted his teeth and said. A trace of urgency appeared in Old Purple's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and began to seriously observe Bingzu Leitong in front of him. Meanwhile, the Rain Country ninjas and the Magic Leech were engaged in intense combat. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth and Water Jutsu intertwined, and the Water Dragon roared across the field. The Magic Leech was wary of the number of Rain Country ninjas, while the Rain Country ninjas were cautious of the strength of the 2 Jonin. After creating some distance, both sides engaged in a jutsu exchange. In the dense forest, the Magic Leech focused on the roaring water dragon coming towards him, using a few quick movements and the surrounding trees to cleverly reduce the water dragon's power. Meanwhile, several Rain Country ninjas began to dodge the Yellow Spring Swamp that appeared beneath their feet. The Yellow Spring Swamp surged and devoured the trees around the Rain Country ninjas, simultaneously restricting the movements of several of them. This made the 7 ninja of the Rain Country quite uncomfortable. At this moment, both sides noticed the arrival of Mukase. Who is that? He killed the people from Iwagakure without a Konoha headband. Could he be one of ours? Upon seeing Mukase, the 7 ninjas from the Rain Country felt a little happier inside. On the opposite side, Mojo recognized Mukase as well. It's that guy. No, this guy has been behind us the whole time. Seeing Mukase appear from the direction he had just come from, Mojo was slightly shocked. When he saw Mukase kill his teammate, a surge of anger welled up in Mojo's eyes, and he turned to look at the Old Purple. Old Purple! Mojo shouted. Meanwhile, Old Purple had already engaged in a fight with the combined forces of Rado. Damn it, he's caught up with a Konoha Jonin. Puto, you deal with these guys from the Rain Country first. I'll go help Old Purple. That guy can probably only be harmed by Old Purple. Glancing at Mukase, Mojo furrowed his brows and said. Puto nodded beside him. Although his combat ability was not strong, he found dealing with the Rain Country ninjas a bit challenging. But that didn't mean there was no chance of victory. Moreover, they still had a trump card that hadn't been used, which was Old Purple's tailed beast transformation. If Old Purple summoned the 4 tails, none of the ninjas present would be his opponent. Therefore, the most critical thing for Iwagakure right now was not to defeat the few from the Rain Country and Konoha. Once Mukase appeared in their line of sight, killing Mukase had already become the most important goal for the Iwagakure ninjas, not to mention that Mukase had just killed another Jonin from Iwagakure. To kill Mukase, They needed to guard against Muke's Flying Thunder God technique. The space-time sealing scroll on Old Purple was just a form of insurance. Now, it seemed like Mojer had found a better method. While keeping an eye on Muke's movements, he rushed towards Old Purple's direction. When he saw Muke's walk up to Asuma and place him in a safe position, leaving him in the care of Kurenai, a light flickered in Mojer's eyes. The next moment, he formed hand seals. Earth style, Earth clone. As he rushed forward, the earth beside Mojer surged and transformed into a clone. Then, this clone quickly blended into a patch of shrubs. Chapter 168. Angry Old Purple, I'll leave this guy to you. On one side of the dense forest, Mukes said to Kurenai as he looked at the unconscious Asuma. Mukes, after glancing at the unconscious Asuma, Kurenai turned her gaze to Mukes. At this moment, she had many questions to ask Mukes. Why was Mukes here? At the same time, she wanted to share her experiences along the way with Mukes. Kurenai also wanted to express her gratitude. But what Kurenai wanted the most was to see Mukes' face without the mask. However, the sounds of fighting coming from Ando and the others drowned all these thoughts out. Mukes glanced at Kurenai but didn't say much. At this moment, Mukes' heart was quite complicated. When he encountered Ando earlier, Mukes already knew he had been exposed. He even considered directly attacking and killing Ando. But in the end, Mukes didn't take action. Now, seeing the Iwagakure ninja attacking Kurenai, Mukes could have hidden and not intervened. In this way, the rock ninja would definitely be able to deal with Bingzu and the other three, and Mufeng wouldn't have to worry about his next plan being exposed. However, Mufeng couldn't agree with himself doing this internally. As a member of the Uchiha clan, who had survived in Konoha for some time, although he was increasingly disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups of Konoha, he also understood that he couldn't develop in Konoha and had to leave. Still, during this time, Mufeng had established some friendships with Yuhi Kurenai, Kakashi, and even Asuma. Although his own plan was important, Mufeng was still unwilling to be someone who would do anything for the sake of the plan. To borrow a classic line from Naruto, those who break the rules are called trash, but those who do not cherish their companions are even worse than trash. Right now, Yuhi Kurenai was still considered a companion in Mufeng's eyes. After securing Asuma, Mufeng looked towards Bingzu and the others. At this moment, the Magic Leech had successfully joined forces with Aji. The Magic Leech wanted to switch out Aji to confront Mufeng. However, Aji was getting addicted to fighting Bingzu. The energy of the four tails sealed within Aji was also starting to stir. Aji, that guy has appeared. Leave this Konoha Jonin to me, and you go deal with that guy, the Magic Leech said to Aji while trying to intervene in the battle. Aji, however, seemed not to hear the Magic Leech's words. He was engaged in close combat with Bingzu, with fists, kicks, and kunai constantly clashing, sometimes producing dull thuds, and sometimes ringing like metal being struck. After a round of fighting, both sides were getting a bit heated, especially Aji, who was not described much in the original work. But in reality, he appeared rather gloomy, yet had a fiery temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against Inoki or even left the Rock Ninja Village. The four tails sealed inside Aji was also a violent creature. At first, Bingzu found it relatively easy to handle Aji. However, as Aji became more serious and started to get a bit angry, Bingzu began to find himself at a disadvantage. And this was just a physical confrontation. If Aji released the four tails, Bingzu would have no chance at all. Boom! In the air, Aji and Bingzu swept their legs and collided. The tremendous force made Bingzu frown, with a sharp pain shooting through his calves. Just then, Bingzu felt a tightening in his whole body as he sensed a crisis. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. In the next moment, the ground rolled, and a dirt dragon rushed towards Bingzu. This is exactly a ninjutsu released by the Magic Leech. Seeing that Old Purple did not listen to his commands, the Magic Leech had no choice but to take action. With a loud rumble, the surging Earth Dragon rushed towards Bingzu Leitong. At a critical moment, Bingzu Leitong formed hand seals with both hands, and with a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared at his location, allowing him to evade the attack using the substitution technique. The Earth Dragon surged past, but ultimately struck a wooden stake. Bingzu Leitong looked at the Magic Leech. Dealing with Old Purple alone was already quite challenging for him. If the Magic Leech was added to the mix, Bingzu Leitong would have no chance of winning. He could only create distance and start dodging. Taking this opportunity, the Magic Leech glanced back toward the position where Mufeng was located. At this moment, Mufeng was already charging over, and his target was not the Magic Leech and Old Purple, but rather Putu, who was fighting against the remaining ninjas from the Land of Rain. Now, Mufeng only needed to kill one Jonin to complete his task, and he could handle Chunin and Genin as long as he had time. Therefore, he immediately locked onto the relatively easier target, Puto. Puto was currently in a stalemate with the remaining ninjas from the Land of Rain when he turned around and saw Mufeng rushing toward him. Lord Magic Leech. Puto immediately shouted angrily, seeking help from the Magic Leech. The Magic Leech frowned. Puto's strength was still beneath that of the large stone. If Mufeng engaged him in close combat, along with the ninjas from the Land of Rain, his chances of survival would be very slim. The Magic Leech looked at Old Purple. If it weren't for Old Purple being in a standoff with Bingzu Leitong for a while, the situation would be very favorable for the IWA ninjas now. Old Purple, leave the Konoha ninja to me, and you deal with that guy. Don't forget your agreement with Lord Suchikage. The Magic Leech continued to speak. This time, his tone was no longer as friendly as before. Seeing that Bingzu Leitong had distanced himself, Laozi's anger dissipated somewhat. But upon hearing the mention of the Earth Shadow, Laozi's brow furrowed, and his expression became serious. In the end, Laozi chose to abandon the fight with Bingzu Leitong and instead rushed towards the location of Puto, with a series of quick movements. Mufeng was the first to dash to the battlefield between Puto and the Rain Country Ninja. Upon seeing Mufeng rushing over, Puto chose to distance himself from the Rain Country Ninja and did not continue to release ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the Rain Country Ninja began to discuss quietly. Sure enough, this guy is here to help us. Be careful. He seems to have a good relationship with the Leaf Ninja. He should be one of them. I think I have some impression of this guy. He helped Nagato before the border. Could it be that Yahiko was already in cahoots with the Leaf back then? Sure enough, the Akatsuki organization has had problems from the very start. Now is not the time to discuss this. The priority is to deal with the current situation. Watching Mufeng, the expressions of the Rain Country Ninja shifted from joy to a hint of hatred. Mufeng did not pay attention to the Rain Country Ninja and directly focused on Puto. Puto's expression darkened as he glanced back. Upon seeing Laozi rushing over, he felt a bit more confident. But just at that moment, Mufeng had already made his move. He saw Laozi approaching and decisively pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Whoosh! The kunai flew towards Puto. Puto's brow twitched. Dodging one kunai was not difficult for him. He leaned his body to the side and dodged it. But at that moment, he sensed something unusual beside him. Turning slightly, he saw Mufeng's figure already appeared next to him. At the same time, Mufeng's right hand had already found its way to the hilt of his demon blade. Ring Segment, Thunderclap. Chapter 169, Lava Release, Chakra Mode. Ring Segment, Thunderclap. ZZZZ. A surge of lightning erupted from the demon blade, and Mufeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Puto was startled. Although he already knew that Mufeng had mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu, he had no understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing Mufeng suddenly appear at his side, Puto was momentarily stunned, but he was 8J Nin after all. In less than half a second, Puto reacted quickly. He tightly gripped the kunai in his hand. At this distance between him and Mufeng, it was impossible to perform ninjutsu. Although Puto knew that the demon blade in Mufeng's hand was wrapped in lightning chakra, he could only use his kunai to counter it. Mufeng's attack was swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, the demon blade was drawn from its sheath. A white lightning glow flickered. With a loud bang, a thunderclap echoed in the air, and at the location of the two, a large area exploded with white light. Laozi, who was on his way, saw this scene and his expression turned serious. And the next moment, with a bang, a figure was kicked out from the location of the lightning glow, flying off to the side. Simultaneously, another figure closely followed behind. The blade light flickered again. Whoosh! Mufeng seized the opportunity and directly took down Puto. The demon blade pierced Puto's heart, and Puto looked at Mufeng with astonishment in his eyes. Mission accomplished. Upon hearing the system's notification sound again, a smile appeared at the corner of Mufeng's mouth. Just at that moment, a scorching aura surged from behind Mufeng. His expression turned serious as he looked back, only to see a large mass of crimson lava rushing towards him. Behind the lava, Laozi glared at Mufeng with rage, and a red chakra tail surged behind him. Seeing this, Mufeng's brow furrowed immediately. The next moment, he disappeared from his spot using the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared directly above Laozi. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. His hands quickly formed seals, and streams of water began to form in front of Mufeng. With a roar, a water dragon surged into existence before Mufeng and rushed towards Laozi. But unlike other ninjas, this time, Laozi did not choose to dodge. A red aura slowly surged on Laozi's body, and after a moment, a layer of scorching red chakra armor covered him. This is not the chakra cloak of the Four Tails, but rather Lao Zi entering the lava release mode. The water dragon bullet struck Lao Zi's body, and immediately, water splashed everywhere. The water dragon bullet was resisted by Lao Zi's lava release chakra cloak, and he let out a roar. However, at this moment, Lao Zi did not lose his rationality due to the tailed beast's influence. He focused his gaze and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. As the words fell, Lao Zi spat out several balls of scorching lava, directly rushing towards Mufeng. The lava carried an extremely high temperature, distorting the surrounding air. Mufeng stood opposite Lao Zi, and before the lava could get close, he already felt a wave of heat hitting him. Mufeng did not dare to be careless. With such immense destructive power, he had no way to withstand it head-on. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, instantly teleporting to the side. This time, he decided not to continue a stalemate with Lao Zi. After witnessing Lao Zi's lava release state, Mufeng had come to a realization about Lao Zi's strength. Although Mufeng's power had reached the level of a Jonin, the Flying Thunder God technique was still his most powerful ninjutsu, relying on speed and close combat. However, after Lao Zi entered the lava release chakra mode, the lava chakra cloak surrounding him emitted an extremely high temperature that could melt anything it came into contact with. In this situation, Mufeng naturally dared not use physical techniques to fight back. Additionally, in terms of defense, Mufeng was not as resilient as Lao Zi. In the original work, Lao Zi was captured by the Akatsuki's Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame's shark skin can absorb chakra, and even if Lao Zi enters the lava release chakra mode, the shark skin can still restrain him, while Kisame's water release techniques just happen to counter Lao Zi's abilities. However, now, Mufeng's water release was not effective. A water dragon bullet was unable to break through Lao Zi's lava release chakra cloak, leading to a stalemate in the battle. The only advantage Mufeng had was that after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Lao Zi could not reach him, allowing Mufeng to escape at any moment. However, before escaping this time, Mufeng needed to ensure the safety of Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, and it was best for the two of them to be handed over to Raijin. Therefore, after dodging Lao Zi's attack, Mufeng dashed towards the direction of Kurenai and Raijin. Seeing Mufeng flee without a fight, Lao Zi's inner anger flared up even more, and he immediately pursued Mufeng. On the other side, after Lao Zi left, Raijin and the leech began to fight. Compared to Lao Zi, the leech was clearly easier to deal with. Both Raijin and the leech were seasoned Jonin, with not much difference in strength and considerable combat experience. After testing each other, both Raijin and the leech realized that if they wanted to kill each other, it would require a significant amount of effort, and the final result would likely be mutual destruction. However, if they could disrupt each other's rhythm and force a flaw to appear, they could gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, the leech was in no hurry. He had already set up his trap and was just waiting for the right moment. In contrast, Raijin appeared to be getting a bit anxious. This is within the Rain Country, but there's a camp of rock ninjas nearby. If this drags on, when the rock ninjas arrive, even if I can escape, there's no way that Yugao and Asuma can get away. What's more critical is that Asuma is the son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If something goes wrong under my leadership after returning to the village, I wouldn't even know how to face Hiruzen Sarutobi. Not to mention, there's also an old Zetsu present here. Therefore, during the battle between the two, I began to feel a bit anxious. I didn't intend to defeat or kill the leech. Considering the current situation, being able to lead Yugao and Asuma away from here would already be a great victory. While fighting the leech, I consciously moved closer to Yugao and Asuma's position. But soon, this was noticed by the leech, which began to consciously obstruct me. The battle between both sides quickly became stalemated. At this moment, whoosh, Mufeng appeared on the battlefield of the two. At the same time, behind Mufeng, the old Zetsu, radiating a fiery red glow, also entered the battlefield. Chapter 170. Threat from the leech. Hurry up, it's not far ahead. Stay close behind, don't fall behind. There are already people fighting ahead. It must be that guy engaging with Lord Leech. On the road from the Rock Ninja village outpost to the dense forest, Rock Ninja after Rock Ninja continued to advance. They were following behind the leech and others, having received a distress signal, heading to launch an ambush on Mufeng in the dense forest. After the last experience, the Rock Ninjas began to gather together and looked for more open spaces as much as possible. At the front were several Nin, who arrived near the dense forest. Then, they saw a cloud of dust rising as several trees collapsed. At the same time, thick smoke began to rise ahead. Seeing this, the ninjas from Rock Ninja Village became excited. Everyone perked up. Sensing-type ninjas began to observe their surroundings. The CH-nin and the team started to organize the group. Soon, a large number of CH-nin and Jinin from Rock Ninja Village moved toward the dense forest. At this moment, within the dense forest, lava release, scorching river rock technique. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Mufeng, the old Zetsu continued to cast ninjutsu. Huge lava balls rushed over, interrupting not only Mufeng but also the leech and me, forcing us to dodge to the side. That is the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. Watching the old Zetsu, who had entered the lava release chakra state, a trace of shock appeared in my eyes. The Rock Ninja Village actually deployed a Jinchuriki. This fact shocked Banzui Raito. For the ninja villages, the Jinchuriki is equivalent to a nuclear bomb-level existence. Generally, the major ninja villages would not casually deploy their Jinchuriki. However, now that the battle between IWA and Suna villages has not yet begun, Banzui Raito only came to investigate the scale and number of ninjas dispatched by IWA, but discovered that IWA had sent both ninjas and Jinchuriki to the Land of Rain. This made Banzui Raito feel extremely uneasy inside. If this news is not relayed back to Konoha in a timely manner, and if the main forces of Konoha encounter Otsutsuki, it would be a disaster for them. On the other hand, seeing Otsutsuki made Banzui Raito even more anxious about the current situation. Relying solely on himself and moving to confront a leading Jinchuriki is far from enough. This is troublesome. However, it seems that the Jinchuriki from Awagakure is heading towards Mufeng. Could it be that during the previous operation, while dodging, Banzui Raito frowned and began to ponder? While he was fighting Otsutsuki, the magic leech appeared and directed Otsutsuki to deal with Mufeng. From this point, Banzui Raito concluded that Otsutsuki was mostly heading towards Mufeng. As for the reason, Banzui Raito immediately thought of the incident in the dense forest where Mufeng fought against over 100 IWA ninjas. If that is the case, then the situation is still under control. But if the tailed beast Jinchuriki is indeed going to participate in the battle continuously, then vigilance must be heightened. Thinking this way, an extra motivation to continue living emerged in the heart of Banzui Raito. Just then, with a swish, a figure appeared beside Banzui Raito. Banzui Raito's gaze sharpened, instinctively wanting to attack, but upon realizing that the newcomer was Mufeng, he let out a slight sigh of relief. After witnessing Lao Zi's brutality, Mufeng had planned to retreat, but he needed to take Banzui Raito, Zayuhong, and others with him. Now, Mufeng's Flying Thunder God technique could already carry one person for teleportation. Mufeng's plan was simple. First, take Banzui Raito to Zayuhong and Asuma, then have Banzui Raito protect the two, and afterward, Mufeng would act to take all three away. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Mufeng felt that this idea was not unreasonable, especially since he had already placed a Flying Thunder God mark near Zayuhong, making it not very difficult to operate. Mufeng approached Banzui Raito and said, "Lord Raito, I will take you to Hong and Asuma first." Seeing that several people recognized him, Mufeng did not continue to disguise himself, as it was no longer meaningful. Banzui Raito nodded. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Konoha Ninja, I advise you not to act recklessly." It was Moji, who suddenly spoke up, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As his words fell, a muffled sound echoed. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the nearby bushes. Banzui Raito and Mufeng both looked over in unison. It was Asuma. Banzui Raito was astonished. "Teacher Raito." At that moment, from the bushes, Zayuhong's figure was also pushed out by someone. The figure was the Earth clone released by the leech. The Earth clone held the kunai tightly, pressing it directly against Yugao's neck, and looked towards Mukei's and the others. Seeing this, the expression on Mukei's face turned pale, and his brows furrowed tightly. He had previously saved Yugao and Asuma, bringing them to a hiding place. However, Mukei's had not considered that the leech would still be watching this side during the battle, and had released an Earth clone to control Yugao and Asuma. Damn, when did this guy? Seeing Yugao being controlled by the leech's clone, Asuma was also oblivious to the danger. The situation on the field began to change, and Mukei's spoke up angrily. For him, the most worrying situation was just like this. Mukei's focused on the leech's Earth clone, but internally he had already started to manipulate the Flying Thunder God technique, sensing the kunai on Yugao. After a while, Mukei's sensed the kunai on Yugao. This relieved Mufeng, and then he looked at Banzui Raito. Through the mask, Banzui Raito could see the expression in Mufeng's eyes and roughly understood something. How is it? Are you confident? It's just a clone. It shouldn't be a big problem, but it's best to create some opportunities, Mu Feng said, and after speaking, he gently patted Bing Zhu Lei Tong's right arm, leaving a flying thunder god mark on it. All right, I will handle this. Bing Zhu Lei Tong nodded and said. After that, he looked at Emoji. Wait, I am the Jonin Bing Zhu Lei Tong of Konoha, and that over there is the son of the current third Hokage, lying on the ground. I don't care what your identities are in a Wagakure, but you'd better think clearly about the consequences of using a tailed beast Jinchuriki to kill the Hokage's son. While speaking, Bing Zhu Lei Tong observed Montaku's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing that Asuma was actually Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, a look of shock immediately appeared on Emoji's face. He then looked at Lao Zi. In fact, if it were a normal ninja confrontation, even if Asuma died on the battlefield, Iwagakure wouldn't feel morally at fault. It could simply be put down to skill differences. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't openly use Konoha's power to avenge his son. But if Asuma died at the hands of a tailed beast Jinchuriki, the nature of the matter would change instantly. As the strongest weapon of the ninja village, using the power of a tailed beast to kill the Hokage's son would be the most arrogant provocation. It would not only provoke the Hokage, but also the entire Konoha. Therefore, when Bing Zhu Lei Tong mentioned this point, Emoji had to be wary. At the same time, Emoji's earth clone involuntarily looked at the unconscious Asuma on the ground. And at this moment, Lord Lei Tong, Mu Feng's voice suddenly rang out, and the next moment, the two of them disappeared from their original spot in unison. In the blink of an eye, Mu Feng and Bing Zhu Lei Tong appeared beside Yuhi Kurenai. Make your move, Mu Feng reminded. Then, the demon blade in his hand was already drawn and aimed at the waist of Emoji's earth clone. Chapter 171. Did the Flying Thunder God technique fail? Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed. Emoji's earth clone was dispatched by Mu Feng with a single blow. Following this, Mu Feng pulled Yuhi Kurenai over, protecting her by his side. Meanwhile, Bing Zhu Lei Tong, who had come along with Mu Feng, rushed out immediately to grab Asuma, who was lying unconscious on the ground. After picking up Asuma, Bing Zhu Lei Tong took a moment to check Asuma's condition. Seeing that Asuma was merely unconscious and not dead, Bing Zhu Lei Tong felt a bit more at ease. Mu Feng, split up and take Kurenai to a safe place first, Bing Zhu Lei Tong shouted. After his words fell, Emoji and Lao Zi had already reacted. Damn it, I was fooled by that guy. Emoji glared at Bing Zhu Lei Tong, his eyes filled with anger. But in reality, Bing Zhu Lei Tong had not deceived Emoji. He was stating facts, just taking advantage of Emoji's moment of distraction and hesitation to gain the upper hand. However, in Emoji's mind, he was definitely being deceived. Lao Zi, let's attack together. Use the time-space ninjutsu to interfere with the Axis scroll. We must not let these guys escape. Montakuzi commanded. The next moment, his killing intent surged, and the chakra within him gradually became violent. With a bang, Emoji heavily stomped on the ground, and then charged towards Bing Zhu Lei Tong's direction like a cannonball. Lao Zi was quite displeased with Bing Zhu Lei Tong's order. But staring at Mu Feng, to prevent him from using the Flying Thunder God technique, he still withdrew from the lava-released chakra mode, took out the scroll, and began to use it. A white light flickered from the scroll. The next moment, centered around Lao Zi, a transparent barrier with a radius of a full kilometer spread out. This layer of barrier has no substantial effect on Lao Zi, Buzue, and others. However, after waiting for the scroll to take effect, Mu Feng wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique, only to find that his transparent world was encountering powerful interference. Mu Feng immediately realized that the scroll in Lao Zi's hand was aimed at him. What is that thing? How come it has never been seen in the original work? The release of the Flying Thunder God technique was obstructed, leaving Mu Feng somewhat dumbfounded. The object that Lao Zi took out was something Mu Feng had never seen in the original work. But now that Lao Zi had produced it and it was effective, Mu Feng had no way to refute it. After all, the original work does not represent the entirety of the Naruto world. Mu Feng is currently in a living, breathing Naruto world, and it is completely normal to encounter things that do not exist in the original work. However, the current situation put Mu Feng in a difficult position. Here, Bing Zhu Lei Tong also seemed to sense something. He looked at Mu Feng. The space-time ninjutsu was disrupted and couldn't be used. Split up and escape. Mu Feng glanced at Lao Zi, who had re-entered the magma chakra mode, and spoke to Bing Zhu Lei Tong. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Feng directly picked up Yuhi Kurenai and bolted away into the distance. On the other side, upon hearing that Mu Feng's Flying Thunder God technique had failed, Bing Zhu Lei Tong frowned and also picked up Asuma, dashing in another direction. Split up and pursue. Mojai's did not hesitate this time and directly chose Bingzu Leitong as his target, chasing after him. Laozi did not say anything and simply chased after Mufeng. Boss, the ninjas from Konoha have started to escape. Is that person also from Konoha? This guy actually killed 2 Jonin from a Wagakure. Not good, that guy's heading this way. On the other side of the dense forest, a few remaining ninjas from the Land of Rain were still present. After Mufeng killed Puto, he did not have any conflict with the ninjas from the Land of Rain. The ninjas from the Land of Rain also knew that at this moment, not intervening was the best choice. However, they chose not to leave immediately. Instead, they decided to hide nearby to observe the situation's development and see if they had a chance to take advantage. After all, for them, whether it was the Magic Leech, the Multi-Legged Thunder, or even Mufeng, they were all enemies. If the enemies could fight to a mutual destruction, they would benefit as bystanders. However, this idea became a fantasy once Lao Zi unleashed the lava release chakra mode. Now, seeing that both the Multi-Legged Thunder and Mufeng chose to flee, Mufeng unexpectedly charged towards their direction. The ninjas from the Land of Rain could no longer remain calm. They began to hesitate. Clearly, they couldn't take on Lao Zi. Now, they were hesitating whether to intervene and stop Mufeng, letting him die at Lao Zi's hands. Boss, should we intervene? The group looked at the oldest among them, a Chunin. The Chunin glanced at Mufeng, then looked at the approaching Lao Zi behind him, and finally shook his head. Forget it. Fei Yu and the others have already died this time. If anyone else among us dies, the organization won't be able to recover. Moreover, because of our participation in the battle, we have also taken down 2 Jonin from a Wagakure. The sacrifice of Fei Yu and the others was worth it. When mentioning their fallen comrades, the expressions of the Rain Country ninjas turned somber. But upon reflection, the deaths of the 2 Jonin from a Wagakure were indeed related to them. In this way, the few people from the Rain Country felt less troubled in their hearts. Let's withdraw. We need to leave this place. For our next action, we must plan carefully. All right, I listened to the boss. I listened to the boss too. After discussing for a while, they saw Mufeng getting closer and quickly dispersed to retreat. Here, Mufeng stared at the Rain Country ninjas who scattered and fled ahead, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Mufeng's strength was not afraid of these Rain Country Chunin, if they hindered him for a while and allowed the old Z behind him to catch up, facing the old Z without being able to use the Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, Mufeng still had to protect Yuhi Kurenai. With Yuhi Kurenai, Mufeng's speed increased. Yuhi Kurenai was very quiet at this moment. She also knew that she couldn't disturb Mufeng at this time. At the same time, she understood that Mufeng would never leave her behind to escape. Thus, in the dense forest, the old Z, enveloped in hot lava release chakra, relentlessly pursued the 2 of them. On the other side of the chase, a giant pitcher plant suddenly appeared on the trunk of a tree. Under the cover of the pitcher plant, Zetsu looked at Mufeng, who was caught in the pursuit, with a smile. Has the Four Tails Jinchuriki set their sights on him? This seems like a good opportunity. Laughter rang out. Accompanied by the laughter, Zetsu's figure reintegrated into the trees. Chapter 172, Trapped in a Dead End, a new escape plan. Over there's thick smoke. Hurry over. In the dense forest, the ninjas from the IWA Shinobi village base, seeing the thick smoke rising in the forest, rushed over one by one. Several Chunin moved quickly through the forest. Soon, they discovered the true cause of the smoke. It was Lord OZ. It was OZ's lava release. He was chasing someone, wearing a mask, with a petite figure. It's that guy, the ninja, who killed Lord Oishi. Not far away, upon seeing OZ and Mufeng, the IWA Shinobi Village ninjas became excited. During this period, they were trapped in the camp due to the presence of Mufeng. Aside from the initial fear of him, a growing resentment began to brew within them. Now, seeing Lao Zi chasing after Mufeng, these ordinary ninjas from Rock Ninja Village naturally wanted to lend a hand. However, after the previous experience, the Nin and Jinin from Rock Ninja Village did not act impulsively this time, even when they spotted Mufeng in advance. They followed him while waiting for their teammates. After gathering some personnel, the Nin and Jinin from Rock Ninja Village began to intercept Mufeng under command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Here, having lost the Flying Thunder God technique, Mufeng could only rely on his own speed to escape. With Sunset Red in tow, Mufeng's speed was somewhat affected, but overall it wasn't considered slow. However, behind Mufeng, Lao Zi's speed was similarly impressive, even slightly faster than Mufeng. Mufeng occasionally looked back, calculating the speed and distance between them. Soon, Mufeng realized that he couldn't shake off Laozi purely with his current speed. Moreover, he had already run a certain distance. But the Flying Thunder God technique was still unusable. Mufeng quickly deduced that the inability to use the technique was likely related to Laozi himself. Thus, Mufeng gritted his teeth and said, "Hong, hold on tight. It might get a bit fast soon." Sunset Red nodded, gripping Mufeng's back as he instructed. Just then, Mufeng took a deep breath. 8 gates release. Open the first gate, open. The chakra within him surged as Mufeng opened the 8 gates. A wave of surging chakra radiated from Mufeng's body, causing Sunset Red to feel a jolt. Fortunately, with Mufeng's warning, she was only startled and didn't fall off. However, because of Sunset Red, Mufeng did not continue to open the 8 gates. He had already slightly deduced the reason for the inability to use the Flying Thunder God technique. In his view, as long as he created a certain distance from Laozi, he would be able to use it. This hypothesis came from Mufeng's understanding of space-time ninjutsu. After all, when mastering space-time ninjutsu, he had also learned quite a bit of basic knowledge about space-time, rather than just mindlessly operating it like a skill rewarded by the system. With the 8 gates opened, Mufeng's speed increased a bit. Behind him, Laozi quickly noticed this change. A glint of light flashed in Laozi's eyes. As a user of the space-time axis scroll, he knew that to defeat Mufeng, he couldn't let the distance between them grow too large. The next moment, Laozi gritted his teeth and began calling out the name of the Four Tails in his heart. "Son, lend me your power." As the call ended, a layer of red chakra began to surge within Laozi. Unlike his lava release chakra mode, this layer of red chakra belonged to the Four Tails. As soon as the Four Tails chakra appeared, Laozi felt a surge of powerful strength. At the same time, his speed also increased. Behind Laozi, a phantom chakra tail emerged with a small tip, seemingly about to transform into a real tail at any moment. With a few steps, Laozi closed the distance to Mufeng. Mufeng clearly sensed the powerful aura coming from behind, and when he looked back, he saw that Laozi's speed had increased significantly. Just then, a loud rumble echoed in front of Mufeng. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the ground of the dense forest shook, and the green ground actually flipped over, forming a massive wall that stood up, blocking Mufeng's path. Mufeng was startled by the towering wall and quickly shifted his gaze. Near the dense forest, he discovered traces of the middle and lower ninjas from Rock Ninja Village. This time, the Nin and Genin of IWA Ninja Village did not directly participate in the battle between Old Purple and Mufeng. They stood high in the dense forest, observing the movements of the two and coordinating with others to create obstacles for Mufeng ahead using the strength of the group. The earth wall blocking Mufeng's path was a ninjutsu released by more than a dozen Nin from IWA Ninja Village working together. Upon seeing the earth wall, Mufeng's expression turned grim. The earth wall, released by over a dozen Nin skilled in earth release, could not be broken through with Mufeng's current offensive capabilities. Therefore, Mufeng could only go around the earth wall, which would definitely take some time. However, what troubled Mufeng even more was that behind him, Old Purple did not need to take a detour. Even if the Nin of IWA Ninja Village did not use ninjutsu to lower the earth wall, Old Purple could rely on the immense power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki to break through the entire earth wall. In this way, it was only a matter of time before Old Purple caught up with him. "No, I need to think of a way." Mufeng's expression became a bit anxious as he looked at Sunset Red. First, he had to get Sunset Red out. If it were just me, opening the 8 gates to the 6th gate might allow me to break through. Furrowing his brows, Mufeng began to brainstorm various plans in his mind. A desperate situation, using the weak to outsmart the small. Suddenly, Mufeng's eyes lit up. He thought a good idea. "Red, the situation is a bit dire now. While you're speeding away, I'll explain my plan to you." Sunset Red listened carefully, and soon, she understood Mufeng's intentions. "If I escape, then you." Sunset Red said worriedly, "Don't worry about me. The Rock Ninja's ninjutsu can't interfere with the Flying Thunder God technique forever. Besides, in the 8-gate state, they might not be able to catch up with me. And now this is the only way. However, after you escape, remember not to expose yourself. Most of the ninjas around here are Rock Ninja, so after I draw them away, think of a way to contact Lord Raiden." After hearing Mufeng's words, Sunset Red nodded. "Okay, let's get started." As Mufeng's words fell, he began to form hand seals, and Sunset Red tightly hugged Mufeng. The next moment, with a bang, a cloud of smoke erupted in place. Chapter 173, The Greatest Crisis. The smoke rose around Mufeng. When the smoke dissipated, Old Purple saw 2 Mufengs appearing in his line of sight. both of whom were holding on a sunset red. Shadow clone technique? Seeing Mu Feng release the shadow clone, Old Purple's brows furrowed. But then, he also formed seals and released a clone to chase after Mu Feng's clone. After Mu Feng's clone was released, it immediately began to act. Before they truly engaged in battle, Old Purple and the Rock Ninja could not distinguish which one was the real Mu Feng. Some of the Chunin from the Rock Ninja village wanted to determine the authenticity of the clones by following Sunset Red, who was with Mu Feng. But soon, they were shocked to discover that both Sunset Reds also seemed to be clones. No matter what, we just need to cooperate with Lord Purple. With so many of us, he can't escape, the Rock Ninja crowd said. After that, they split into two groups and began to track both Mu Feng's real body and his clone. Some of the Chunin from the Rock Ninja village also released clones to attack the two Mu Fengs in order to quickly determine which one was the real Mu Feng. Over here, Mu Feng was speeding through. Whoosh! A faint sound rang in his ears as a shuriken flew out from the dense forest. Here, at the same time, accompanied by a shout, several Jonin from IWA Shinobi Village appeared in front of Mu Feng, but these were not the real bodies. Rather, they were shadow clones of the IWA Shinobi. Upon seeing Mu Feng, their expressions turned excited. One by one, they gripped their kunai and charged at Mu Feng to attack. Seeing nearly 10 IWA Shinobi charging towards him, Mu Feng frowned, and the next moment, he looked at the woman in his arms, Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo tightly held onto Mu Feng while he drew the demon blade from his waist. ZZ, accompanied by the surge of chakra within him, a bolt of lightning flickered on the demon blade. In the next moment, Mu Feng raised the demon blade and swung it at the IWA Shinobi. Even the real bodies of the IWA Shinobi would not stand a chance against Mu Feng, let alone their clones. Almost in an instant, these clones were obliterated under Mu Feng's demon blade, with lightning and smoke continuously appearing on the battlefield. After the last IWA Shinobi clone was struck and turned into a puff of smoke, Mu Feng regained his speed. On the opposite side, however, the IWA Shinobi did not feel discouraged by the destruction of their clones, but rather became even more excited. Over here, their real bodies were here. One IWA Shinobi exclaimed excitedly. Normally, shadow clones possess chakra, but it is difficult for them to perform jutsu like the real body, let alone change the nature of their chakra. Moreover, the chakra clearly wrapped around Mu Feng's demon blade just now was of a lightning attribute. Such a skill, in the eyes of the Chunin of IWA Ninja Village, can only be possessed by the main body. Discovering Mu Feng's main body is already enough for the Chunin and Genin of IWA Ninja Village. After all, they didn't expect their clones to defeat a ninja comparable to an elite Jonin. Lord Ozai, the target ahead, is his true body. The one that just escaped must be a clone. At the same time, on the other side, a ninja from IWA Ninja Village reported his findings to Ozai. Upon hearing this news, the killing intent in Ozai's eyes became even more intense. He did not pursue the wrong target. Now, Ozai's main body is chasing after Mu Feng's main body. However, Ozai has not given up on chasing Mu Feng's clone either. But after confirming that Mu Feng's true body is right ahead, Ozai accelerated his speed, rushing towards Mu Feng. Meanwhile, due to the interference from other ninjas of IWA Ninja Village, Mu Feng's speed actually decreased. Soon, Ozai caught up with Mu Feng, and at the same time, Mu Feng entered Ozai's attack range. In the next moment, Ozai quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Chakra gathered within his body, forming a wave of intense heat that slightly spread outwards. Ozai stared at Mu Feng, waiting for him to finish his final hand seal. And a fierce light surged in Ozai's gaze. Lava release, blazing hell swamp. Ozai suddenly slammed both hands onto the ground. A powerful chakra surged from Ozai's body into the ground. In the next moment, with a loud bang, Mu Feng felt a heart-stopping sense of crisis, and he quickly stabilized his stance. A powerful aura surged from ahead, hitting Mu Feng's body, causing a slight stinging sensation on his skin. Crisis. This is an absolute crisis. Mu Feng's pupils constricted. In the next moment, before he could prepare himself, there was a deafening roar. A dazzling light suddenly appeared right in front of Mu Feng. A massive mound of earth began to swell on the ground, and the next moment, the mound exploded, releasing a surge of glowing molten lava that shot high into the air, exuding a devastating heat. At the same time, the ground beneath Mu Feng's feet and ahead of him began to glow red. Seeing the scene, Mu Feng was startled and quickly leaped back, but the red ground kept closing in on him. After retreating several hundred meters, the ground beneath his feet finally returned to normal. This time, He looked up and saw that the ground, which was originally covered in green, had transformed into a pool of lava. The fiery red lava was churning and bubbling inside, its scorching heat sweeping over him, drying up the life around. Seeing such a ninjutsu, Mufeng was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, he had been sharp enough earlier. Otherwise, he would have likely fallen into the lava by now. At the same time, Mufeng sensed a familiar scent in this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu should have evolved from the Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Old Purple was actually able to use the lava release to such an extent. Moreover, if I remember correctly, this ninjutsu isn't even his trump card. His trump card should be Flower Fruit Mountain. Mufeng frowned. At this moment, he felt tremendous pressure. He also realized that Old Purple was definitely an underestimated presence in the original work. Or rather, Kisame Hashigaki was too restrained against him. Just then, as Mufeng was lost in thought, behind him, a series of loud, crashing sounds echoed. Mufeng turned to look and saw Old Purple, dragging two chakra tails, rushing towards him. The blazing red was reflected in Mufeng's eyes. At this moment, Mufeng faced the greatest crisis since entering the Naruto world. Chapter 174. This waterfall, Mufeng's counterattack. Lava release, scorching river flow, rock technique. A commanding voice rang out. Mufeng turned back to see Old Purple had closed in on him. He formed hand seals with both hands and spat out several balls of scorching lava, which grew larger as they flew. Mufeng's heart tightened. At this moment, behind him was a vast expanse of lava, and the several large balls of lava crashing down from above were pressing in tightly. The high temperature was so intense that even the air seemed to warp. Mufeng stared at the several fiery lava balls, feeling as if they were like suns falling from the sky. Whoosh! The next moment, Mufeng let out a long breath. At this point, he put down his Asuma's blade and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Without the flying Thunder God technique, Mufeng could only rely on ninjutsu to resist Old Purple's attack, aside from evading with Taijutsu. But now, there was a sea of lava behind him, making it impossible to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. His hands moved rapidly, focusing on the lava balls in the air. Earth release, earth flow wall. Mufeng slammed his hands onto the ground, and with a rumbling sound, a wall extended up from the ground. The earth flow wall Mufeng summoned extended quickly, its surface covered with a layer of rock, looking as solid as granite. This is also when Mufeng obtained Earth Release Enhancement after killing the Jonin of Rock Ninja Village. Now, Mufeng has killed 3 Jonin from Rock Ninja Village. Plundering Ninjutsu, Camouflage Concealment from Daishur, gaining the ability to sense through the earth from Putu, and enhancing his Earth Release from another Jonin. After the enhancement, the earth flow wall rose up, and a boiling mass of magma surged towards it, crashing directly onto the surface before slowly flowing down. However, Old Purple did not give Mufeng any time to rest. After casting Scorching River Flow, rock technique, Old Purple charged straight at Mufeng. In a lava release, chakra mode. Old Purple's close combat strength was terrifying. Merely the chakra cloak covering his body, capable of burning everything, made it difficult to deal with him. Mufeng used the earth flow wall to block the Scorching River Flow rock technique. But the next moment, before Mufeng could escape from the area restricted by the lava, a loud bang echoed from the other side of the earth flow wall. Following that, rumbling sounds erupted as a crack appeared in the center of the earth flow wall, and the crack spread out like a spiderweb. With a loud crash, the entire earth flow wall collapsed. Amidst the searing red, Old Purple charged at Mufeng like a fierce beast, his eyes glowing red. Seeing this, Mufeng immediately became serious. He quickly drew the demon blade from his waist. With a swish, a sound like flowing water echoed as a layer of soft, azure light flickered on the demon blade in Mufeng's hand. Mufeng's gaze was resolute as he looked at Old Purple. At this moment, Old Purple swung his fist directly at Mufeng while a chakra tail manifested behind him, extending towards Hinata. Damn! Mufeng cursed inwardly, turning passive into active, gripping the demon blade tightly and charging towards Old Purple's assault. Old Purple, surprised, thought Mufeng would choose to save Hinata, but he did not. Yet the next moment, Old Purple launched a fierce attack. Water Blade, rushing waterfall. Mufeng thrust the demon blade forward. At this moment, as Mufeng's arm shook rapidly, the demon blade began to distort and strands of azure light appeared, condensing together and becoming ferocious. Mufeng gritted his teeth. This quick strike sword technique was not fully mastered by Mufeng. There was still a slight lack of finesse. However, given the current situation, Mufeng could no longer afford to care about that. Lao Zi's fist swung out, and seeing the special sword technique unleashed by Mufeng. He was shocked inside. In his view, Mufeng's demon sword had transformed from a blade into flowing water, continuously surging and gathering. The originally singular lines coalesced together, giving Lao Zi a feeling as if he were facing a waterfall. Yet, trusting in himself, Lao Zi still swung down towards Mufeng. At the same time, another chakra tail behind him began to sway, attacking Kurenai Yuhi. Boom! 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 Mufeng's demon sword continued to stab out, and soon, the sound of breaking wind transformed into a series of explosions. A layer of air waves began to ripple around Mufeng's body. 8 gates release. Rest gate, open. 8 gates release. Life gate, open. The chakra surging within him suddenly increased, impacting Mufeng's arms, and then transmitting to the demon sword. With a flushed face, under the 8-gate state, it was difficult for Mufeng to control the chakra for attribute changes. But at that moment, he still managed to hold on. Mufeng knew he couldn't maintain it for long, but he also couldn't hold off Lao Zi for much longer. Just that brief moment was all he needed. This moment is enough. Boom, boom, boom. Lao Zi moved quickly, wrapped in a hot molten chakra cloak. But at this moment, an expression of shock appeared in Lao Zi's eyes. His fist swung out. In that instant, Lao Zi struck the blade defense set up by Mufeng. But in this moment, the scene Lao Zi saw and felt before him underwent a tremendous change. As Mufeng opened the 8 gates, a massive amount of chakra surged into the demon blade. Lao Zi felt that the small waterfall before him suddenly transformed into a raging sea. The surging waves no longer gentle, but violent and restless, as if the entire lake had flipped over and was pouring down on him from the sky. Lao Zi was startled by this strike, but at this moment, he could no longer withdraw his attack. ZZ. The moment his fist made contact with the demon blade, a series of sounds erupted, but the next moment, the sounds changed. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic noises arose, like the sound of boiling water on a great fire. Accompanying this sound, a wave of white air surged up, almost instantly enveloping Mufeng and Lao Zi. But within this layer of white mist, suddenly, a red chakra tail began to sway. It did not attack Mufeng, but directly jabbed towards Yuhi Kurenai, who was beside Mufeng. In the white steam, Yuhi Kurenai could see nothing. She only heard a whoosh of breaking wind, and the next moment, the red chakra cloak tail pierced through her body. Yuhi Kurenai's complexion instantly turned pale. But the next moment, with a bang, Yuhi Kurenai's body transformed into a cloud of smoke, mixing with the white steam. Just then, with a loud bang, a wave of air suddenly surged from the center of the white steam. Immediately after, a wave of green energy appeared in the white steam. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, open. The 5th gate of the 8 gates, open. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, open. Chapter 175. After the fight, run. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, open. The 5th gate of the 8 gates, open. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, open. A voice of fury echoed in the white steam. Mufeng directly opened the 6th gate, chakra within him boiling like a lake, surging wildly. Powerful waves of energy surged around Mufeng. Soon, the white steam was blown aside by the waves, and Mufeng's momentum continued to rise. Lao Zi was shocked by the scene before him. On the other side, who won? What happened? Is it steam? Obviously, it's Lord Lao Zi. Lord Lao Zi is a Jinchuriki. The power of the tailed beast is unbeatable. The lower ninjas of IWA Ninja Village stared at the rising white steam with curious eyes. But soon, as Mufeng opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the surging waves spread out, and the people around in IWA Ninja Village showed surprised expressions. They looked around. Then, they saw Mufeng standing opposite Lao Zi, his whole body glowing with green light. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Such a powerful aura. Damn it, this guy can't also be a Jinchuriki. The people of IWA Ninja Village exclaimed in surprise. Lao Zi carefully sensed the pressure from Mufeng after the 6th gate was opened. Jonin? No, this aura has already surpassed the limits of Jonin, approaching the level of a Kage. Damn. Realizing that he couldn't resist Mufeng in his current state, Lao Zi immediately called upon the 4 tails sealed within him. Hee, an interesting opponent. I didn't expect there to be a little brat this strong. The 4 tails in Lao Zi's body also sensed Mufeng's powerful aura and age, and it grinned and began to laugh. In that case, I'll give you power, crush him. As a 4 tails voice fell, a large mass of tailed beast chakra surged out from Lao Zi's body. This time, the tailed beast chakra directly destroyed Lao Zi's skin. Roar! Lao Zi let out a roar, and the next moment, he dropped to the ground, crawling down. The originally translucent molten chakra cloak had disappeared, replaced by a flowing, deep red-tailed beast chakra shell. At the same time, Lao Zi's entire face was eroded by the violent tailed beast chakra, most notably his pair of hollow black eyes. Roar. Lying on the ground, Lao Zi looked at Mu Feng and let out a roar. Huh. As he entered tailed beast transformation, Mu Feng panted, also looking at Lao Zi. It seems I must end this quickly. The next moment, Mu Feng frowned. Although Mu Feng appeared to be evenly matched with Lao Zi, he knew deep down that he could not defeat Lao Zi in his six-gate state. Lao Zi's molten release inherently countered physical techniques, and Mu Feng was not the same as the original Kai. The specific strength unleashed by the 8 gates still depended on the practitioner themselves. In the original work, the combat power of Might Due after opening the Death Gate and Might Guy after opening the Death Gate were not on the same level at all. Although Mu Feng could open the 6th gate now, his strength had not reached the level of Might Guy when he battled Kisame. And at that time, Guy was able to defeat Kisame partly because of certain countermeasures. Whether Kai in the 6th gate state could defeat Lao Zi, even Mu Feng couldn't give a definite answer, not to mention his current self. Now, the reason Mu Feng wanted to strike was to find an opportunity to shift away and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. If he did not attack Lao Zi now and chose to leave directly, Mu Feng could not be sure he could shake off Lao Zi. But as long as the attack worked, relying on Mu Feng's speed in the 6th gate state, even a few seconds would give him a certain confidence to escape from Lao Zi. Staring at the tailed beast transformation of Lao Zi, Mu Feng frowned. The next moment, he sheathed the demon blade and exerted force with his arms. Today, let you experience the physical techniques that can only be unleashed after opening the 6th gate. Mu Feng took a deep breath. The next moment, he raised his fist, striking a pose. On the opposite side of Mu Feng, Lao Zi did not act rashly, still observing Mu Feng's movements. However, at that moment, Mu Feng moved. Mu Feng raised his fists. In the next moment, his fists began to swing rapidly, creating several afterimages. The speed of his punches was so fast that the air nearby seemed to ignite from the friction. Mu Feng stared intently at the old purple figure in front of him. Just then, he launched a punch, the force piercing through and producing a deep, muffled sound. But with his punch to the peacock, Mu Feng roared, and immediately after, with a loud bang, a ball of flames suddenly appeared in front of him and surged towards the old purple figure. Roar, roar, roar. The old purple figure was momentarily dumbfounded by this scene. Was that a physical technique? The spectators from the Rock Ninja Village were also stunned. They never expected that Mu Feng could use physical techniques to produce effects similar to ninjutsu. However, the onlookers from the Rock Ninja Village did not know that the flames Mu Feng unleashed not only had a scorching burning effect, but also possessed extremely powerful impact force. After the first ball of fire was launched, it did not stop. Bang, 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 boom. Mu Feng's fists continued to strike in rapid succession, sending out waves of fire, each ball of flame possessing an attacking capability no less than that of the Great Fireball, and even stronger. The old purple figure, seeing the approaching fiery projectiles, felt the immense power contained within and began to dodge left and right like a monkey. However, as Mu Feng's onslaught intensified, the old purple figure soon found it impossible to evade. With a loud crash, a ball of fire struck the old purple figure directly, and with a bang, he was knocked back. In the next moment, more flames surged forward, directly smashing into his body. Roar! A sharp pain radiated from his body, and the old purple figure let out an angry roar. He lowered his body, pressing against the ground, glaring at Mu Feng with eyes filled with rage, letting out a series of roars. Meanwhile, Mu Feng's fists were still swinging. Bang! 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 Waves of flames surged forward, directly hitting the old purple figure, causing him to retreat step by step. Soon, due to the old purple figure's resistance, the ground around him began to sink. However, protected by the tailed beast cloak, the old purple figure's defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. Finally, Mu Feng slowed his attack, and the flames directed at the peacock gradually decreased. Ultimately, Mu Feng exerted all his strength and threw one last punch. Bang! The final ball of fire struck the location of the old purple figure. As the flames dissipated, Mu Feng looked towards the old purple's direction. He saw that the area where the old purple figure had been was now in ruins, and at the same time, the old purple figure was now in a shallow pit hundreds of meters away from Mu Feng. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief internally. I need to retreat quickly. After finishing the attack, it's time to run. Chapter 176, Sunset Red, Escape from Danger. Roar. The surroundings were in disarray, the ground pockmarked. In a not too big, not too small shallow pit, the old purple figure let out an angry roar. With the final strike of the peacock, the old purple figure finally ended his moment of frustration. After venting his frustration, the old purple figure immediately jumped out of the shallow pit. He let out an angry roar. The next moment, he looked towards the spot where Mu Feng had been. There, a cloud of dust was swirling. But Mu Feng's figure had already vanished. He ran away. The old purple figure was momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, Mu Feng had opened the sixth gate, and that aura along with the sharp peacock technique had completely suppressed him. The old purple figure had thought that Mu Feng would definitely confront him after unleashing such a powerful move. But as the old purple figure jumped out of the pit, ready to counterattack, he found that Mu Feng had disappeared from the spot. He was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after that, he was filled with immense anger. He howled to the sky in a furious roar. The next moment, he looked in the direction Mu Feng had fled. In the state of the sixth gate, Mu Feng could not hide his tracks. His speed was so fast that the airflow generated during his sprint caused significant destruction to the surrounding environment. The old purple figure followed the trail left by Mu Feng. At this moment, the onlookers from the Rock Ninja village also began to take action, attempting to block Mu Feng. However, this time, their actions were not so simple. He ran. That guy actually ran away, seeing Mu Feng turn and leave. The people from the Rock Ninja village were also quite surprised. They thought that Mu Feng had just unleashed a move that would shock them for an entire year. Next, Mu Feng should have fought the old purple figure to determine who was stronger. But now, Mu Feng was fleeing without a second thought. This left the people of the Rock Ninja village feeling somewhat incredulous. But soon they began to guess. That guy must be using some kind of forbidden technique, which would harm his body once it ended. They couldn't let him escape like this, taking advantage of his momentary weakness. They had to kill him to avenge Lord Oishi and their fallen comrades. Realizing this, the people of Rock Ninja village began to sense the direction where Mu Feng was located, just as before. But this time, they didn't need to sense at all. As long as they stood on high ground in the dense forest and looked at the visible destruction, the ninjas of Rock Ninja village could determine Mu Feng's position. Over there, Team 1, catch up, catch up. No way, this guy's speed is too fast. He broke through. He's no longer in our encirclement. His speed is too fast. Damn it. Why is he coming this way? In the dense forest, before the lower-ranking ninjas of Rock Ninja village could make a move, Mu Feng had already escaped their encirclement with his speed. At the same time, Mu Feng had casually dealt with the lucky ones he encountered along the way. In fact, Mu Feng was now more than the effective distance of the time-space axis scroll from Lao Zi. But now, after opening the 8 gates, the chakra within Mu Feng was surging wildly, like a river breaking through a dam, and he couldn't control it properly at all. Under the circumstance, Mu Feng naturally couldn't perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, he could only rely on the speed of the 8 gates of Dunjia to escape, and Mu Feng himself didn't know whether he had already left the affected area. So he certainly couldn't carelessly engage the 8 gates of Dunjia. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds rang in Mu Feng's ears, and the surrounding wind had long since disappeared. Mu Feng ignored everything and charged forward. Charge! Charge, charge, charge! Get to a safe place and leave here immediately. Mu Feng thought to himself. At this moment, behind Mu Feng, on a thick tree trunk, a voice murmured, "He actually escaped. What an unexpected kid. But this is even better. The stronger he is, the more he can accomplish that one thing." Inside the pitcher plant, Ju watched the direction in which Mu Feng was fleeing and murmured. Just then, a roar came from behind Ju. Ju turned around and saw the fully beastified Lao Zi. "Your opponent is not me." As soon as the words fell, Ju disappeared into the tree trunk. Enraged, Lao Zi charged forward, breaking the tree but failing to spot Ju. The next moment, he chased after Mu Feng. Behind Lao Zi, a large number of Rock Ninja village ninjas also surged toward Mu Feng's direction. Time rewinds a few minutes. On the other side of the dense forest, at the location of Mu Feng's shadow clone. Although Mu Feng was recognized by the Rock Ninja shortly after releasing his shadow clone, Lao Zi did not let his clone give up the pursuit of Mu Feng's shadow clone. The speeds of both clones were not very fast, but after a chase, they still managed to leave the main battlefield. Watching the surroundings gradually quiet down, Mu Feng's clone carefully examined the area. Then, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, a wind demon shuriken appeared in Mu Feng's clone's hand, which he immediately unfurled. Whoosh! After unfurling the wind demon shuriken, Mu Feng's clone forcefully threw it back at the pursuing Lao Zi, and then he threw out several kunai and shuriken. Lao Zi's clone, seeing Mu Feng's clone suddenly counterattack ahead, frowned. He slowed down, dodging left and right to evade the massive wind demon shuriken, and then pulled out a kunai to block the thrown shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the dense forest. The shuriken, kunai, and the large wind demon shuriken fell to the ground, but Lao Zi's clone didn't care about these. His gaze remained locked on Mu Feng's clone. What Lao Zi's clone didn't know was that at this moment, Mu Feng's clone had completed his task. Lowering his head, Mu Feng's clone looked at the unconscious Yujito Ni in his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. After a while, Lao Zi's clone and Mu Feng's clone gradually left this dense forest area. Soon, a series of tremors came from the other side of the forest. That was the battle between Mu Feng's main body and Lao Zi. After the tremors continued for a while, the distant forest began to stir. But that clamor gradually faded away. At this moment, on the ground of the dense forest, the wind demon, shuriken, lying flat suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke with a bang. The next moment, Zairong appeared from the smoke, her legs positioned in a slight inward stance as she sat inside. Zairong looked towards the noisy, dense forest in the distance. Her ruby-like eyes filled with worry and a hint of hope. Mu Fengjin, you must do your best. Chapter 177. Black Absolute appears, inviting Mu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Here, under the sixth-door state, Mu Feng was still speeding forward. He kept looking back. After racing for a few minutes, Mu Feng could no longer see Lao Zi behind him. At this moment, the chakra surging within him gradually calmed down. At the same time, a strong sense of weakness surged from his body. As the 8 gates technique faded, Mu Feng felt as if he had been completely drained. His speed decreased. Soon, Mu Feng leaned against a rock by the side of the road, beginning to adjust his condition. As long as he could recover, Mu Feng would soon be able to continue using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave this place. He controlled his breathing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao Zi continued to pursue along the path that Mu Feng had destroyed. At this point, Lao Zi had exited his tailed beast transformation and re-entered the chakra melting mode. He realized that Mu Feng had probably used some kind of secret technique before escaping. Once a secret technique was used, the more powerful it was, the greater the backlash it would face. Nevertheless, Lao Zi quickened his pace, and behind him, the lower-ranked ninjas from Rock Ninja Village closely followed. On the edge of the dense forest, Mu Feng finally adjusted his breathing, stood up, and began to attempt using the Flying Thunder God technique. But just as Mu Feng concentrated and prepared to enter the transparent world of the Flying Thunder God, a sudden sharp pain surged in his mind. Mu Feng frowned, withdrew from the transparent world of the Flying Thunder God, and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Was it the influence of that time-space axis scroll? Or had the time for using the 8 gates technique been a bit too long? Shaking his head, Mu Feng began to ponder. Just then, in the distance, a sound of breaking air came. Following his line of sight, a crimson dot appeared before him. They had caught up so quickly. Standing up, Mu Feng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The next moment, a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he attempted to forcibly activate the Flying Thunder God technique. But at that moment, with a swish, in front of Mu Feng, a gigantic pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground. Hee, looks like you need help. The pitcher plant slowly rose, and eventually, the figure of Ju appeared before Mu Feng. Seeing Ju suddenly appear, Mu Feng was stunned. In this situation, Mu Feng even thought that Bien Lei might suddenly appear. But no matter what, Mu Feng never expected that Ketsu would actually appear in front of him. However, upon seeing Ketsu, Mu Feng quickly reacted. He jumped back and drew his demon sword with his right hand. Who are you? No need to be nervous. We are not enemies. I have been observing you for a long time. The voice of Kuro Ketsu rang out. Observing me for a long time? What do you mean? Mu Feng frowned and looked at Kuro Ketsu. It's simple. Because you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. You must have heard of Uchiha Madara, right? Right now, you have temporarily lost the ability of Flying Thunder God. That guy is coming soon. I can take you away from here. You can also choose to stay here. Kuro Ketsu continued. Listening to Kuro Ketsu's words, Mu Feng's expression became serious. To be honest, such a turn of events was beyond Mu Feng's expectations. He was naturally well aware of the matters between Kuro Ketsu and Madara, and he had even thought about finding Uchiha Madara to achieve certain goals. He had even considered what rewards the system would give him for personally killing Uchiha Madara. But now, Kuro Ketsu had come to him, and said that he had been observing Mu Feng for a long time. With that, Mu Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Kurizetsu and Uchiha Obito would be targeting him. After recalling the original story, Mu Feng concluded that it was most likely because Uchiha Obito wanted him to take Obito's place. However, wasn't Obito saved by Uchiha under coincidental circumstances back then? Mu Feng was somewhat surprised. He looked at Kurizetsu and fell in a deep thought. But time waits for no one. While Kurizetsu and Mu Feng were talking behind them, Aji had already rushed over, radiating a fiery aura. "So, how's your consideration going?" Kurizetsu said as he noticed Aji rushing towards them. "If that guy gets too close to you, your flying thunder god technique will completely fail." "All right, I understand. I can choose to go with you." Mu Feng looked at Kurizetsu across from him and said, "But I want to make it clear in advance, if you force me to do something against my will, don't blame me for turning against you when the time comes. Don't worry, you're someone we have our eyes on. It will definitely be worth it," Kurizetsu said excitedly upon hearing Mu Feng's agreement. "Moreover, once you meet that person, you will make the right choice." "Haha, that's great." Here, as Ju's voice just fell, a slightly higher-pitched voice echoed from Ju's body, which was Bai Ju. "We have one more person. Mu Feng ignored Bai Ju and Ju, only revealing a trace of surprise and doubt in his eyes. This is what Mu Feng is displaying, used to deceive Kuro. Mu Feng can be sure that if Kuro knew that he had read the original work, the person Kuro would most want to kill would probably be him. However, before that, we still need to deal with that guy. Mu Feng's gaze moved away from Ju's body and casually pointed towards the distant Lao Zi. No need to worry about this. Looking at Lao Zi rushing over, Kuro began to speak. The next moment, he commanded Bai Ju, waving his hand. Immediately, a large number of tiny spores floated out from Bai Ju's body, drifting towards the direction of Lao Zi. On the other side, Lao Zi had already seen Mu Feng and Ju. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and he became excited, increasing his speed. But just as Lao Zi was speeding along for a short distance, he noticed a layer of something similar to pollen appearing around him, drifting with the wind. Soon after, a portion of the pollen-like substance attached itself to Lao Zi's chakra cloak. But in the next moment, something surprising happened to Lao Zi. The pollen that had contaminated him not only failed to be burned away, but instead began to absorb his chakra and grow rapidly. Soon, a mass of sticky white substance appeared on Lao Zi's chakra cloak. "What is this thing?" Lao Zi slowed down, warily looking at the sticky white mass. Before long, he realized that the white zetsu growing and splitting on him was absorbing his chakra. In the next moment, Lao Zi severed his chakra cloak. However, when he looked up again, Mu Feng and Ju had already vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Lao Zi's brow furrowed. "Allies? Next time, we won't be so lucky." Chapter 178, The Curtain Falls. Bang! In another part of the dense forest, the magic leech burst out from a cloud of smoke, only to find that the area in front of him was already empty. "Damn it, that guy got away." The magic leech cursed under his breath. After Mu Feng and Bingzu Lei Tong separated, the magic leech pursued Bingzu Lei Tong, but his strength was on par with Bingzu Lei Tong's. And after a chase, he ultimately fell behind due to Bingzu Lei Tong's superior skills. The magic leech angrily scanned his surroundings, but felt helpless. Just then, a figure rushed up behind the magic leech. The magic leech looked back and saw it was Lao Zi. "Where's that guy? Is he dead?" Lao Zi shook his head. "What's going on?" Another strange guy came and rescued him, Lao Zi said. After speaking, the magic leech was taken aback. Then, a fierce look surged in his eyes, filled with anger. "Damn it, this time we lost 2 Jonin, but the other side didn't he lose a single one?" The magic leech's gaze shifted, feeling extremely unwilling. "This time we didn't take down that guy. Next time, he won't give us a chance. Moreover, that scroll was only one, and it has already been used. Which direction did he go?" "Useless." Lao Zi looked at the furious magic leech and spoke. He wasn't as angry as the magic leech, just feeling a bit unwilling. What he was unwilling about was not killing Mu Feng this time, which meant he still had to stay in the Rock Ninja village. Lao Zi no longer had much affection for this village. The identity of the Jinchuriki marked Lao Zi as an outsider in the village, and he didn't have a strong background to guide the villagers. Most of them viewed him as an outsider rather than a hero. In such a village, Old Zi naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Damn it. Hearing Lao Zi's words, the magic leech started to go crazy, but there was nothing it could do. Meanwhile, at the edge of the dense forest, Mu Feng was escaping from this area under the guidance of Ju. "Wait." At this moment, Mu Feng spoke up. Hearing his voice, Ju turned to look at Mu Feng. "Where are we going?" "The land of Earth." Ju replied. "What's wrong?" Hearing Ju's answer, Mu Feng frowned. Things were indeed as he had guessed. Ju wanted to take him to meet Uchiha Madara. However, Mu Feng still had a problem. His mission was not yet complete. This time, the number of Jonin he killed was already sufficient, but the number of Chunin and Genin he killed was still lacking. Although the system specified killing rock ninjas, Mu Feng was not particularly certain whether these rock ninjas referred specifically to those who entered the Land of Rain. Immediately, Mu Feng contacted the system. After the system provided an answer regarding any rock ninja, Mu Feng finally felt relieved. Let's go. I was just adjusting my chakra, Mu Feng said to Ju. Ju didn't say anything. He could clearly feel that Mu Feng was recovering from the weakness caused by the 8 gates. However, he began to admire Mu Feng's physique while maintaining a certain curiosity. Soon after, the two of them raced towards the land of Earth. On the other side, after Dazwa Lei successfully shook off the magic leech, he immediately found a suitable place to perform simple treatment on Asuma's injuries. Dazwa Lei was not a medical ninja, but he carried some soldier pills with him. Moreover, Asuma's injuries were not particularly life-threatening. He had simply fallen into a coma. After settling Asuma, Dazwa Lei began to search for the whereabouts of Sunset Red. Half an hour later, Dazwa Lei found Sunset Red in the dense forest. The reason he found her so quickly was that she had left markers in the forest, which were specific to Dazwa Lei's team. Red, are you okay? Dazwa Lei asked as he approached her. I'm fine. Sunset Red shook her head. Seeing Dazwa Lei made her feel a bit more at ease. Where's Mu Feng? Wasn't he with you? Dazwa Lei looked around and noticed that Mu Feng was not there, immediately asking. He separated from me to escort me away, Sunset Red said, her brow furrowing and her expression dimming as she thought of Mu Feng. She then recounted the events that had taken place earlier. Upon hearing about all the twists and turns that happened after he and Mu Feng separated, Dazwa Lei frowned. However, he was soon shocked by the escape plan that Mu Feng and Sunset Red had devised. Dazwa Lei put himself in Lao Zi's position and realized that if he followed their plan, he could easily fall into a trap. Teacher Lei, Mu Feng, he won't be in trouble, will he? Ultimately, Sunset Red looked at Dazwa Lei and asked. After parting ways with Mu Feng, she had been lost in thought, especially once she felt safe. Her mind was filled with worries about Mu Feng's safety, but at the same time, she understood that her strength was too weak. If she rashly went out, not only would she be unable to help, but she might also end up like before, captured by the ninjas of the Rock Ninja Village, becoming a means to threaten Mu Feng. Therefore, even though she was deeply worried, Sunset Red stayed in a safe area, marking her surroundings without running around. Mu Feng, he should be fine. Last time, he also escaped from the Sand Ninja Village, and he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't worry, he will be okay. Dazwa Lei gently patted Sunset Red's head, speaking kindly. However, despite saying that, there was still some worry in Dazwa Lei's heart. After all, this time Mu Feng was not facing ordinary ninjas, but a Jinchuriki. Such an existence, even he himself had no way out, and, in the past, he could only be a pawn. He could only hope that the Wind and Thunder God technique would play a role at a critical moment, and he comforted himself in his heart. All right, we should go. The Rock Ninja could come to inspect at any time. Let's leave here first, he then said to Yujito Ni. Hearing this, Yujito Ni nodded. After that, the two quickly left the place and sped towards where Asuma was located. When they returned, Asuma had already woken up. He frowned as he looked at Asuma. Let's look for a medical ninja nearby, and then we must hurry back to Konoha to inform the Hokage about what happened here. Asuma, Kurenai, our mission is over this time. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 179, Ultimate Mission, Reincarnation Sharingan. Final chapter, Inside the Land of Earth. Two figures continuously advanced. At this time, Mu Feng had already regained his state, following behind Zetsu. Zetsu began to lure Mu Feng. Especially when he heard that Mu Feng had a lot of opinions about Konoha now, Zetsu's heart filled with joy. When you meet that person, you'll understand. Your Uchiha clan's future is not in Konoha. Zetsu spoke to Mu Feng. Immediately afterward, he said, All right, we've arrived. Mu Feng stopped and saw the cave ahead, feeling a bit nervous. After all, he was about to meet the biggest boss in the ninja world. Upon entering the cave, Mu Feng did not notice anything unusual and did not see Uchiha Madara. However, Zetsu's form began to merge with the ground. The person you want to see is below. As his voice fell, white Zetsu split away, wrapping around Mu Feng. Mu Feng's vision went dark. The next moment, a burst of firelight appeared in Mu Feng's field of vision. Mu Feng arrived in the cave beneath the ground. A huge statue appeared in front of him. At the same time, he saw Madara, who was sitting in front of the statue, gasping for breath with gray hair. We have brought the person you wanted. Black Zetsu spoke. Uchiha Madara raised his head. His rough and withered face wrinkled, but his eyes were very bright as he looked at Mufeng. Mufeng frowned, a bit surprised. He couldn't connect the dancing Uchiha Madara on the battlefield with the old man before him. Uchiha Mufeng? Madara's voice sounded a bit hoarse. Mufeng nodded. Just then, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Task triggered. Ultimate task replaces the previous one. Task description: kill Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Take their place and become the most powerful boss in the ninja world. Task reward: reincarnation Sharingan, Sage Body. Task penalty: erase the host. Hearing the notification, Mufeng was taken aback. He looked at Uchiha Madara before him. It is the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but I also sense another familiar aura from you. Uchiha Madara looked at Mufeng and continued speaking. He was already in the twilight of his life, struggling to breathe. He hoped to settle things before his death and ultimately rely on Nagato and Mufeng to complete his plan to resurrect himself while executing the Eye of the Moon plan. According to the original work, Uchiha Madara indeed achieved this. If Mufeng had not read the original work, relying on the current relationship between Mufeng and Konoha, Uchiha Madara could indeed pull Mufeng to his side temporarily. However, now, Mufeng was not shocked by his appearance, but began to think about the feasibility of killing Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu in his mind. The original work did not portray the combat power of elderly Madara. A person's name is the shadow of the tree. Even if it's the current Uchiha Madara, Mufeng didn't think he could kill him, especially with Black Zetsu by his side. But this time, the system's task rewards were indeed too generous. The reincarnation Sharingan is a unique eye of Kage Otsutsuki, even above the Rinnegan in level, capable of casting infinite Tsukuyomi and Heaven's Manifest. A top-tier existence in the world of Naruto. If Mufeng mastered this pair of eyes, the 5 great nations would be insignificant before him. Mufeng frowned, starting to think about his plan. On the opposite side, Uchiha Madara began to introduce himself while recounting the history of the Uchiha clan. I am Uchiha Madara. Before discussing other matters, let me tell you a story. Uchiha Madara's aura was weak as he looked at Mufeng and waved his hand. Come here. Seeing Madara's gesture, Mufeng's eyes lit up, feeling that his opportunity had come. Mufeng gripped the demon sword at his waist, but retracted his killing intent. He walked slowly to Uchiha Madara, but there was still a trace of vigilance, which was also a normal reaction in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The Uchiha clan has always had a clan land, where there is a stone tablet. Looking at Mufeng, Uchiha Madara continued speaking. But just at that moment, swish! Suddenly, the demon sword at Mufeng's waist flashed out. An array of light directly shot towards Uchiha Madara. The elderly Uchiha Madara did not expect Mufeng to suddenly attack. He had no time to dodge, and with a swoosh, a spray of blood shot out. Then, Uchiha Madara coughed up blood, his aura weakened. What are you doing? Black Zetsu, who was beside him, was shocked to see this scene and wanted to attack Mufeng. But at this moment, Mufeng turned around and shouted, If you don't want to save your mother, Kage Otsutsuki, then make your move. Hearing this voice, Black Zetsu was immediately stunned. The existence of Kage Otsutsuki was something he, along with Uchiha Madara, had not disclosed. Yet this young man knew. Black Zetsu was completely astonished. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also looked at Black Zetsu and Mufeng. He did not die immediately. The Senja body granted him a certain vitality, but he could not maintain the powerful strength he once had. Who are you? How do you know my mother's name? Black Zetsu looked at Mufeng in surprise. Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? I not only know all this, but I also know that infinite Tsukuyomi is just to resurrect Kage Otsutsuki. Kage Otsutsuki was sent to this world by the Otsutsuki clan to guard the divine tree, but she secretly consumed the fruit of the divine tree, right? The Otsutsuki clan has already locked onto this world. Black Zetsu, you're just a remnant thought left when Kage was sealed. Do you think you can contend against the Otsutsuki clan? During the conversation, Mufeng walked over to Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Ever since Kage was sealed, it had been plotting for many years, deeply hiding the secrets within. But now, everything was unexpectedly uncovered by a young brat, causing Kurizetsu's worldview to be overturned. Who are you? How do you know about my mother? I not only know about Kage, but I also know about Yui and the Yuzuki clan, Ashura, and Indra. Mufeng continued, I came here to discuss something with you. What is it? I want to borrow your life. With that, Mufeng approached Kurizetsu, and the demon blade in his hand swung, igniting a vast sea of scorching flames in the entire cave. In the next moment, the flames engulfed Kurizetsu, and Mufeng launched a series of attacks. Kurizetsu's own strength was not formidable, and under Mufeng's assault, it quickly fell into a near-death state. Meanwhile, Uchiha, who was watching from the side, was filled with unwillingness. Ding, you have killed Kurizetsu, and you have gained 10,000,000 points of corruption value. Ding, you have killed the elderly Uchiha Madara, and you have gained 10,000,000 points of corruption value. You have completed the ultimate mission. You have gained the Rinne Sharingan and Sage Body. The system's notification sounded. Suddenly, Mufeng felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The next moment, a powerful force surged into Mufeng's body. He felt as if his spirit was wandering in a sea of stars before being pulled back into his body. With a boom, a fierce aura erupted from Mufeng, directly blowing apart the entire underground cave above. After waiting for an hour, Mufeng's aura finally stabilized. He looked at Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu's corpse beside him, frowning. Just then, a ray of sunlight shone into the cave, and Mufeng looked up at the sky. A sun was hanging in the sky. Whoosh! Mufeng swiftly dashed out of the cave, floating upwards until everything beneath him became small, and then he stopped. Looking at the Hokage continent below, a glint flashed in Mufeng's eyes. Next, it's my solo performance. Synopsis. Upon waking up, Mufeng found himself transported to the Naruto world, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. With peers like Obito and Kakashi, Mufeng felt immense pressure. Fortunately, he had bound to the corruption system, allowing the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and bloodline limits he learned to easily corrupt and enhance.